Chapter 1. The Unexpected Accident. On this day of respite, Sun Zichu emerged from his residential complex, his stomach grumbling with hunger, as he headed towards a familiar Sha County eatery, intent on indulging in a delightful serving of fried rice. Such is the plight of a working individual, this has become the monotonous rhythm of Sun Zichu's life. With a grueling schedule that demands 9 days of labor within a week, his sole day of rest is often spent languishing in bed, merging 3 meals into one and savoring his solitary evening feast. As Sun Zichu strolled down the bustling street of food vendors, an unexpected voice called out from behind him. "Hey, Zichu." Turning around, Sun Zichu was taken aback by the sight of a tall figure, clad in an impeccably tailored suit, his face obscured by sunglasses, exuding an air of ostentation. "Who are you?" Sun Zichu inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice as he mentally sifted through his acquaintances, realizing he did not recognize this individual. The man swiftly removed his sunglasses, revealing a familiar visage. "It's me, Ping Fan, your college roommate. Don't you remember? Ping Fan?" At the mention of this name, an image of a stout, barrel-shaped friend sprang to mind. Yet, no matter how he tried, Sun Zichu could not reconcile the handsome figure before him with that memory. Upon closer inspection, Sun Zichu discerned a slight resemblance in the shape of his face. "You're Ping Fan?" Sun Zichu asked, still in disbelief. "Goodness, it's been nearly 5 years since we last saw each other," Ping Fan exclaimed, drawing Sun Zichu into a warm embrace. At that moment, Sun Zichu was certain that this was indeed his college friend, Ping Fan, for only those who had shared the same dormitory could exhibit such unreserved affection. Sun Zichu extricated himself from Ping Fan's embrace and reciprocated with a hearty hug of his own, patting Ping Fan's back in astonishment. "No way. Have you undergone plastic surgery? How did you become so handsome? How are the rest of us supposed to compete with you? Do you really think I needed surgery? This is all from hard work, my friend," Ping Fan replied, flexing to showcase his well-defined muscles. The sound was akin to the beating of a drum, inciting a wave of envy in Sun Zichu. "Wait, have you struck it rich? Why are you dressed so flamboyantly?" Sun Zichu's gaze fell once more upon Ping Fan's attire, prompting his inquiry. Ping Fan casually glanced at his suit and shrugged. "It's nothing much, my wife bought all this. I'm indifferent to such things." "What? You're married? When did this happen?" Sun Zichu exclaimed in astonishment. Ate tea that moment. Ping Fan slapped his forehead and remarked, "I forgot to introduce her to you. My wife is in the mall up ahead. Come, let me take you to meet her." With that, Ping Fan grasped Sun Zichu's arm and led him towards the nearby shopping center. In the bustling shopping mall, Sun Zichu encountered his unassuming wife, whose stunningly cold and beautiful visage left a profound impression on him. Most notably, the more he gazed, the more she resembled the character number 18 from Dragon Ball. "Zichu, this is my wife, Lily," he introduced. "Lily, this is my college friend, Sun Zichu," he continued. The unassuming one made the introductions. Number 18 extended her hand for a brief handshake with Sun Zichu, expressing, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Ping Fan often speaks of you." Sun Zichu felt somewhat ill at ease, as the attire of the two before him starkly contrasted with his own. Regret washed over him for having dressed so casually this evening. He was acutely aware that this was no longer university life. Society harbored many who viewed others through a tinted lens. Ping Fan spoke up. "Zichu, let us not waste this rare opportunity. Let us dine together." Naturally, Sun Zichu could not decline, as it had been quite some time since they had last met. The trio casually selected a restaurant within the mall and proceeded to order their meals. At the dining table, Ping Fan and Sun Zichu reminisced about their university days, while number 18 remained silent, smiling and occasionally serving Ping Fan food, which evoked envy in Sun Zichu. After finishing their dinner, the three strolled along the street toward Sun Zichu's home. He had learned of Ping Fan's current circumstances, having purchased a home outright in the vibrant metropolis across the river. In contrast, he himself was still burdened by a mortgage in the city, carrying over 1 million yuan in debt, with monthly payments exceeding 7,000. Perhaps due to the excesses of alcohol or the comfort of a friend's presence, Sun Zichu found himself pouring out his heart to Ping Fan, sharing the burdens and pressures he had faced in recent years. He felt trapped, afraid to spend, to resign from his job, or to pursue a romantic relationship, as his salary barely sufficed to cover the mortgage. The thought of enduring such a life for another 30 years filled Sun Zichu with regret, lamenting that his decision to buy a home had stripped him of his freedom. Ping Fan could only offer words of consolation, uncertain of what else to say to tea that moment. A car across the street suffered a tire blowout, careening out of control towards Ping Fan and Sun Zichu. With his back turned to the oncoming vehicle, Ping Fan remained unaware, while son Zichu instinctively pushed her out of harm's way, only to be struck by the car himself. Perhaps this is liberation, son Zichu mused as he gazed up at the neon-lit sky. The sound of Ping Fan's distant cries fading away, he felt his spirit gradually ascending, floating toward the heavens. Number 18 stood beside Ping Fan, watching as son Zichu was lifted onto a stretcher for the ambulance, and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" With a hint of frustration, Ping Fan replied, "What could be done? I can only harness my divine power to facilitate his rebirth in the Dragon Ball universe I have created." "You didn't say you wanted to create the Dragon Ball universe, did you?" Number 18 asked, perplexed. Creating a world requires time. Now that Son Goku has suddenly passed away, there isn't enough time to forge a new realm, but I can only replicate the Dragon Ball world otherwise. Zika's soul won't be able to wait that long, Ping Fan explained. "Well, that's fine by me. I have no interest in your Dragon Ball world. I certainly won't step into it, or it would be too awkward," Number 18 shrugged. "By the way, who do you plan to have your classmate reincarnate as?" Number 18 seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. "The character Zichu admires most in the Dragon Ball world is Vegeta. If that's the case, let him become a completely new Vegeta." Ping Fan chuckled. Chapter 2. Rebirth as Vegeta. When Son Goku regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself submerged in water. He immediately began to struggle and discovered a breathing mass covering his nose and mouth, allowing him to breathe without hindrance. Realizing he was in no immediate danger, Son Goku calmed down and began to survey his surroundings, only to realize he was encased in a glass chamber. "Am I being used as experimental material?" Son Goku speculated. "But I'm not dead yet." The thought of being taken to an operating table for dissection sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly swam towards the glass chamber and began to knock on it. After a few knocks, his expression froze as he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass had transformed into a child. His hair stood on end, forming a triangular shape. Although still an infant, his face was not the chubby visage typical of babies. Instead, it bore determined features that were oddly appealing. As Son Goku scrutinized his new appearance, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. He quickly closed his eyes, but perked up his ears, straining to listen to the conversation outside the glass chamber. Shortly, 3 individuals arrived at the front of his glass enclosure. One of them announced, "King Vegeta, this is the newly born prince." "Indeed, just by his appearance, I can tell he is of my bloodline." "What are the results of the power level test?" The man referred to as King Vegeta inquired. One of his subordinates continued, "The combat device's reading is 103, a rare genius warrior among scions. A power level of 103 remarkable. It surpasses my own at birth. With a little training, he will soon exceed my strength, haha." King Vegeta erupted into laughter. "Congratulations, King Vegeta. Best wishes to you, King Vegeta." The 2 subordinates quickly offered their congratulations. King Vegeta, beaming with joy, declared, "This is not just my personal celebration, but a momentous occasion for the entire Scion race. Convey this joyous news to all the Scions, celebrating the future leadership of a mightier king among them." "Understood, King Vegeta," a subordinate promptly responded, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, clearly set on fulfilling King Vegeta's command. King Vegeta continued, "When is the prince expected to be weaned off the nutrient solution?" The subordinate replied, "Approximately 1 month from now." "Excellent, splendid," King Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the subordinate ventured to ask, "So, King Vegeta, should you not bestow a name upon the young prince?" "A name? Must it be decided?" "He shall be called Vegeta. He is worthy of inheriting this name," King Vegeta declared joyfully. "Very well, King Vegeta. From now on we shall refer to the young prince as Prince Vegeta," the subordinate affirmed. "Good. I shall return to see him in a month. Ensure the prince is well cared for," King Vegeta instructed further. "Rest assured, King Vegeta, we shall take utmost care of the young prince, and he shall not suffer any harm," the subordinate vowed immediately. The 2 then walked away, their footsteps fading swiftly beyond Son Goku's hearing range. "Vegeta, Prince Vegeta, Science!" Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "I have arrived in the world of Dragon Ball." He found the situation rather absurd. He had never anticipated that a mere collision with a vehicle could lead to such a fantastical transgression into the Dragon Ball universe. He still had many ties to the real world or perhaps not so many, had an older brother, parents who could care for him, but no girlfriend, and only a modest apartment with a mortgage that had 2 years left. It seemed there was little to lament regarding his former life. With this thought, the earlier discontent within Son Goku dissipated. Surely anyone in such a predicament would choose the world of Dragon Ball after all, a prince of a race endowed with such remarkable gifts, seizing planets one after another, would surely never lack for housing or wealth. Just as Son Goku prepared to settle comfortably in the Dragon Ball realm for several years, ready to carve out his path, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Due to the host's acceptance of this trans-dimensional transition, the system is now activated. Identity binding, sole host. Vegeta. Wait, I am Son Goku, not Vegeta, he retorted hastily. The system responded, in the Dragon Ball universe, the host must accept the name of this realm to revert to the original name. The final task must be completed. With no other option, Son Goku begrudgingly accepted the necessity of adopting the name Vegeta. He could only concede. You are the authority, your word is final. The system continued its initialization. The system has successfully booted, and this system is named the Jin Yong martial arts system. The martial knowledge derived from the Dragon Ball world is truly hard to behold. The entire text is filled with clashing fists. All martial theories lack a coherent system, merely a sense of freedom and ultimate intent. Such rudimentary martial knowledge, which should ideally anticipate the opponent's moves, is presented in such an absurd manner. Thus, it is hoped that the host who inherits the Jin Yong martial arts system will disseminate the principles of Chinese martial arts throughout the Dragon Ball world, thereby expanding the influence of Chinese culture. May I ask, host Vegeta, can you accomplish this? At this moment, Vegeta was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the idea of spreading Chinese martial arts knowledge in the Dragon Ball world. May I ask, host Vegeta, can you accomplish this? The system inquired once more. Only then did Vegeta regain his composure and quietly ask, what will happen if I refuse? The system replied, the deity will retract the system, and you, the host, will face immediate death. Upon hearing this, Vegeta resolutely declared, then I choose to accept. It is my responsibility to help the warriors of the Dragon Ball world embrace the baptism of our Chinese martial arts. However, it was evident that Vegeta had misunderstood the situation. Upon his acceptance, the system proclaimed, ultimate task accepted. Teach Chinese martial arts knowledge in the Dragon Ball world and become the true god of martial arts. Time limit, 100 years. Failure to complete the task results in the host's demise. Hey, I have already accepted the task. Why would I still face death if I cannot complete it? Vegeta questioned, rather dissatisfied. Yet the system offered no response and continued, as this is your first time using the system, a novice reward has been granted. 9 Yang Divine Art. Chapter 3. Jin Yong Martial Arts System. Host, do you wish to learn the 9 Yang Divine Art? The system inquired. Of course, I want to learn. Vegeta exclaimed immediately. After all, this was the 9 Yang Divine Art, the pinnacle of internal martial arts in the Jin Yong universe. The 9 Yang Divine Art originates from the 9 Yang Sutra. Upon mastering the 9 Yang Divine Art, one will achieve the ability to transform their muscles and marrow, generating a misty purple aura. The internal energy will regenerate an astonishing speed, boundless and infinite, allowing even ordinary strikes to exhibit tremendous power. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled, automatically shielding the body and rebounding external attacks, resulting in an indestructible physique. The practitioner's speed will receive a significant enhancement, and it serves as a holy scripture for healing, preventing all ailments and resisting all poisons. The blazing yang energy, when fully unleashed, can incinerate a person into ashes, specifically designed to counter all cold and sinister internal energies. The 9 Yang Divine Art embodies a comprehensive martial arts system once mastered. One can draw upon all martial arts in the world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was profoundly astonished and hastily urged, let me learn it quickly. The 9 Yang Divine Art is being imparted. The system continued. Then, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of martial knowledge flood his mind before he gloriously fainted. Time passed, and when Vegeta awoke once more, he called out in his mind, System, I am here. How long was I unconscious? Vegeta inquired. 3 days. What would my battle power be, if calculated according to the Dragon Ball universe, once I master the 9 Yang Divine skill? Vegeta asked, for this was his utmost concern. In the novel The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, after Zhang Wuji mastered the 9 Yang Divine skill, he became nearly invincible in the world. However, that invincibility merely translated to enhanced agility and speed. Yet, this is the Dragon Ball universe, where formidable beings possess the capability to annihilate planets, obliterate star systems, and even destroy entire galaxies. If the mastery of the 9 Yang Divine skill only grants a mere few hundred points of combat power, what significance does it hold? At this moment, the system interjected. The 9 Yang Divine skill is divided into 9 realms. The first Yang realm offers 1,000 points of combat power, the second Yang realm, 10,000 points. Progressing further, each ascent into a higher realm amplifies combat strength by tenfold. Therefore, Should you perfect the 9 Yang divine skill, you could attain a staggering 100 billion points of combat power. Upon hearing this revelation, Vegeta's mouth watered with anticipation, and he resolutely declared, "I will strive for it." The system continued. "Due to your previous interruption of my task introduction, a punishment of 100,000 volts of electric shock will be applied to you. Please refrain from interrupting the system during future task explanations." After this pronouncement, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of electricity coursing through his body, as if he were being roasted alive. Once the shock subsided, the system elaborated, "As you disseminate Chinese martial arts, you will be rewarded with martial arts points based on the number of disciples you acquire and your notoriety. Hosts possessing martial arts points can exchange them for various martial techniques from the realms of Jin Yong.This universe." Following this, a virtual marketplace materialized in Vegeta's mind, featuring numerous pages, one of which was labeled Secret Manuals, while others encompassed technology, elixirs, and miscellaneous items. Vegeta clicked on the section for martial arts manuals, and instantly, a plethora of martial arts techniques from the realm of Jin Yong.This appeared before him. Among them were the techniques he coveted dearly, such as the Qian Kuan de Nuai, Jiomai Shinjian, Dugu Jiujian, and Tian Shanjime Shou, among others. However, when Vegeta attempted to delve into the details of the Qian Kuan de Nuai, he was nearly paralyzed with shock upon seeing that it required a staggering 100 million martial arts points for exchange. "System, have you lost your mind? Such an exorbitant number of martial arts points," Vegeta exclaimed inwardly. The system replied, "What you are viewing is the pinnacle of martial arts techniques. You may also explore more economical options. The greater the expenditure of martial arts points, the more it incentivizes the host to disseminate the essence of Chinese martial arts. This is designed to assist the host in swiftly accomplishing their mission." "That's utter nonsense. Pure sophistry," Vegeta retorted vehemently. "I demand a protest." In response to his outcry, the system chose to remain indifferent. After shouting for a while without receiving any acknowledgement, Vegeta had no choice but to ask, "So, system, what is the status of my physical condition?" Name: Vegeta. Age: less than 1 year. Combat power: 110. Physical condition: healthy skills: Jiuyang Shingong. Uninitiated martial arts points: 0. Upon reviewing his physical condition, Vegeta could not help but grimace. He truly felt pitiable, almost devoid of any capabilities. Following the revelation of his data, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Mission: before the age of 5, the host must travel to Earth. Completing the mission will reward 1,000 martial arts points, while failure will result in the random loss of 1 skill. Damn it. I possess only the Jiuyang Shingong skill. How can this be random? If I lose it, I will be utterly powerless. Upon witnessing the consequences of mission failure, Vegeta immediately voiced his distress. Yet, his protests fell on deaf ears, with the system maintaining its silence. After several attempts to garner a response, Vegeta resigned himself to the reality of the situation. Before the advent of the system, Vegeta had no particular inclination to travel to Earth. However, with the introduction of the system's mission, he reconsidered. Commencing his quest on Earth would indeed be far more advantageous. After all, Earth is the primary setting for the unfolding of the Dragon Ball saga, where protagonists, supporting characters, and antagonists alike would make their appearances. It was evident that initiating the expansion of Chinese martial arts influence from Earth was the most prudent choice. The mere thought of potentially taking the protagonists and supporting characters as disciples filled him with exhilaration. How many martial arts points could that yield? With this in mind, Vegeta's earlier agitation gradually subsided. However, glancing at his diminutive arms and legs, still in the infancy of his existence, he let out a sigh and murmured, "Let us go. I must grow up quickly." After encouraging himself with a few words, Vegeta gradually succumbed to a deep slumber, having just absorbed the intricacies of the 9 Yang divine art, leaving him somewhat fatigued. As he drifted into profound sleep, the faint 9 Yang true energy within him began to circulate slowly throughout his body. In this manner, it was soon a month since Vegeta had arrived in the Dragon Ball realm, and he had been cradled out of the nutrient tank by others. The growth rate of the science is remarkably swift, and with the aid of the nutrient solution, Vegeta now stood at a height comparable to that of an ordinary human child of approximately 2 years old. King Vegeta gazed upon his son with immense joy, yet soon summoned someone to take Vegeta to the training grounds. Indeed, you heard correctly, the training grounds. Although Vegeta was merely a month old, King Vegeta had already begun arranging for rigorous training for him. Chapter 4. The first encounter with Frieza. Time passed swiftly. Since the last system announcement regarding the mission to Earth, There had been no new tasks released for 2 consecutive years. Were it not for Vegeta's continual utilization of the system's built-in backpack, he might have nearly forgotten about possessing the system altogether. On that day, while Vegeta was seated in the training room, meditating in a cross-legged position, a sudden crack resonated within his body, as if he had shattered something within himself. Vegeta felt that the flow of his 9-yang true chi had accelerated slightly. Thus, he activated the system to examine his bodily data. "System, display my physical data," Vegeta commanded. Subsequently, a screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Vegeta. Age, 2 battle power, 1005 physical condition, healthy skills, 9 yang divine art. 1 yang realm martial points, 5. Upon reviewing the system's data interface, Vegeta confirmed his expectations. He had indeed broken through to the 1 yang realm of the 9 yang divine art. However, when he noticed the 5 martial points displayed, he was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that his fellow Scions were admiring his martial prowess. As Vegeta sat cross-legged in meditation, several female Scions in attendance began to chatter nearby. "What do you think our prince does all day, sitting there in meditation?" One female Scion inquired of her companion. "Perhaps the prince possesses a unique method of cultivation. After all, he is an exceptionally rare genius warrior among our Scion clan," another female Scion explained. Yet, her explanation failed to convince them. For Scions, or indeed for nearly the entire Dragon Ball universe, the sole method of cultivation involved rigorous physical training. They believed in pushing their bodies to the brink and beyond, inching upwards through relentless effort. The notion of meditating cross-legged was foreign and non-existent in their understanding of training. At that moment, a panicked teenager Scion burst into the training room. With a loud crash, he forcefully opened the door designated for Vegeta's use. "How dare you? Such audacity and chaos," a maid reprimanded sharply. "I apologize, Your Highness. It is Prince Vegeta. He urgently summons you to the royal palace," the breathless messenger stated. Upon hearing this, Vegeta exhaled slowly, then drew the 9 yang true chi back into his dantian. Vegeta rose from the ground and inquired, "Do you know why my father summoned me with such urgency?" At that moment, the messenger who had come to deliver the word replied, "Your Highness, it is Lord Frieza. He wishes to see you." Frieza. Upon hearing the name of the cosmic overlord, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning grave. "Indeed, however, Your Highness, when you meet Lord Frieza, it would be wise to show him the respect he demands. Otherwise, we Scions may find ourselves in dire straits," the messenger cautioned in a hushed tone. "Fear not. I am well aware," Vegeta responded. It was impossible not to feel a sense of trepidation at the thought of confronting the formidable Frieza, the supreme antagonist within the Dragon Ball realm. Frieza, in his perfect form, possessed a battle power exceeding 1 million. A being capable of single-handedly dismantling the Dragon Ball power scale. In stark contrast, Vegeta had only just surpassed the first stage of his transformation, boasting a mere battle power of over 1,000, far less than a fraction of Frieza's might. Thus, it was inconceivable not to be concerned, should he inadvertently provoke Frieza. The consequences could be fatal, culminating in the abrupt end of his journey through the Dragon Ball universe. As for the possibility of being reincarnated back into the real world after death, Vegeta deemed such thoughts fanciful. Having failed to accomplish the mission assigned to him by the deity, the notion of returning was nothing more than a pipe dream. With this in mind, Vegeta exhaled deeply, resolutely deciding that no matter how Frieza might insult him, he would not allow himself to be provoked. Simultaneously, he reaffirmed his determination to hasten his journey to Earth, recalling that he had seemingly been held captive within Frieza's ranks since childhood. The distance was not great, and soon Vegeta arrived at the royal palace, guided by the messenger. Upon entering, he saw that the throne was no longer occupied by the Saiyan King, but rather by Frieza, known as the Cosmic Emperor. Beside him hovered his personal hover chair. On either side of the steps, to the left stood several key leaders of Frieza's army, including Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kuei, who seemed to have already pledged their allegiance to Frieza. To the right stood important figures among the Saiyans, led by King Vegeta himself, where he even spotted Bardock, the father of Kakarot, also known as Goku. Vegeta entered the Grand Hall, feigning a sense of bewilderment as he gazed toward Frieza and the other individuals present within the chamber. Seeing his son exhibit such rudeness, King Vegeta hastily turned to Frieza and said, "Majestic Frieza, my son is still quite young and has not yet encountered the world. His behavior is indeed most disrespectful. I implore your forgiveness." After speaking, King Vegeta approached his son and delivered a swift kick to Vegeta's knee, causing him to immediately kneel. Simultaneously, King Vegeta also knelt. beseeching Frieza for his pardon. Vegeta found himself taken aback by the actions of King Vegeta, and by the time he regained his composure, he was already on one knee. At that moment, he gazed upon Frieza, seated upon the throne, and silently vowed, "Once I attain greater strength, you shall be the first to face my wrath." Just then, the system emerged to assert its presence. System task: eliminate Frieza. Reward: 100 million martial points, with no time constraints. Failure to complete the task will result in the deduction of 100 million martial points from the host. Should the host's points be insufficient, extermination will ensue. Upon seeing the task issued by the system, Vegeta nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He currently possessed only 5 martial points. How long would it take him to accumulate 100 million? Frieza, oh Frieza, it seems that even if I regret not killing you now, I cannot escape it. For you have not only offended me, but you have also angered the system. As Vegeta pondered the sudden appearance of this task, Frieza spoke from his throne, "No worries. The prince is still young. It is not considered an affront." He then turned his gaze to Vegeta and commanded, "Stand up so I may see the future general of the Frieza Force." Chapter 5, Journey to Earth. Upon hearing Frieza's words, King Vegeta hastily pulled Vegeta to his feet. Observing the diminutive figure of Vegeta standing, Frieza pressed a button on his battle power scouter affixed to his right eye. Instantly, the scouter flickered with numbers, ultimately displaying a battle power of 332. Viewing the figures shown on the scouter, Frieza felt a twinge of disappointment, though he was unsure of the source of his discontent. He remarked, "I heard that Prince Vegeta's battle power surpassed 100 points at birth. It is surprising that after 2 years, it has only reached a little over 300. King Vegeta, have you been diligent in training the prince?" Frieza questioned King Vegeta with a stern expression. The seriousness of Frieza's tone sent a jolt through King Vegeta's heart, prompting him to kneel once more and reply, "It is true that I have been preoccupied with clan affairs, and thus, I may have neglected my son's training. Please rest assured, Lord Frieza, starting tomorrow, I will closely oversee my son's development, and when you next visit planet Vegeta, I shall provide you with a satisfactory report." Vegeta, overhearing Frieza's words, was momentarily taken aback. He currently possessed over 1,000 points of battle power, yet Frieza's scouter indicated only 300. At that moment, the system elucidated. Chinese martial arts inherently possess the ability to conceal one's energy. Thus, devices that gauge battle power solely based on energy perception cannot discern the entirety of the host's battle power. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. However, upon hearing King Vegeta's assurances, he couldn't help but roll his eyes internally, feeling that his future days would be fraught with hardship. After acknowledging King Vegeta's promise with a slight nod, Frieza concluded, "Very well, but when the prince turns 4, he must be delivered to the headquarters of the Frieza Force. Do you understand?" For years old, King Vegeta certainly understood Frieza's intentions. It was nothing short of making his son a hostage. However, he hesitated. "Frieza, is 4 years of age not a trifle too young? Might we wait until my son is a bit older before sending him to you?" King Vegeta implored. Upon hearing his words, Frieza's initially half-lidded, elongated eyes widened slightly, and with a nasal tone tinged with irritation, he retorted, "What? Do you dare question my judgment?" Startled by Frieza's anger, King Vegeta quickly fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground. "I would never. When my son reaches the age of 4, I shall promptly deliver him to the headquarters of the Frieza Force." Satisfied with this response, Frieza nodded in approval and then turned his gaze towards Vegeta. A hint of mischief playing upon his lips. "Prince Vegeta, let us meet again in 2 years. I hope by then your fighting prowess will have ascended to a level that pleases me." For a fleeting moment, Frieza thought he detected a trace of murderous intent in Vegeta's eyes when he glanced at him. Yet, when Frieza looked again, he found only confusion and helplessness reflected in the young prince's gaze. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. How could a 2-year-old child harbor such malice? Frieza mused to himself with a touch of self-deprecation before soaring to his rocking chair. "Let us depart and return to the headquarters," he commanded his subordinates to his left. Leading the way out of the royal palace, King Vegeta promptly rose from the ground, leading all the elite scions to escort Frieza onto his spacecraft. Only after Frieza's vessel ascended into the cosmos did King Vegeta exhale a long sigh of relief. He then turned to behold his son, Vegeta, standing beside him, and a surge of unnameable ire welled up within him. He spoke imperiously to Vegeta, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall reside in the training chamber until you reach the age of 4. After 4, you will be thrust into that merciless abyss, where without strength, you shall only be subjected to the tyranny of others. Thus, from now on, you are to train with utmost fervor. Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, a deep lament arose within Vegeta, realizing that the days of ease had come to an end. Indeed, King Vegeta was true to his word. Whenever he was not engaged in a mission, he would remain in the training room, observing Vegeta's rigorous regimen. The intense pressure of training proved beneficial, as Vegeta's physical prowess surged at a remarkable pace. However, the price of such progress was the sluggish advancement of his mastery over the Nine Suns' divine art, and the excessive development of his physique began to disrupt the equilibrium between his body and energy. The overwhelming force and speed rendered it difficult for Vegeta to execute the most intricate of techniques. At this moment, Vegeta's desire to depart from planet Vegeta and journey to Earth intensified profoundly. For nearly 2 years, he diligently trained, while simultaneously learning from the scientists among the Scions how to operate a spaceship and interpret interstellar maps. The rationale was compelling. At the tender age of 4, he was destined to venture to the headquarters of the Frisia Force, and it was imperative to master the skills of piloting a spacecraft and deciphering celestial charts. The instructors imparting knowledge to Vegeta, unaware of his ulterior motives, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to equipping him with the essential skills he required. Thus, Vegeta immersed himself in this learning while diligently honing his martial prowess, patiently awaiting the opportunity to escape from planet Vegeta to Earth. Fortune favored the resolute, and a chance to flee from planet Vegeta unexpectedly presented itself. On a fateful day, King Vegeta received a directive from Frisia, commanding him to lead the vast majority of Scion warriors in a campaign to conquer a rebellious planet. Given the fierce resistance previously encountered on this world, Frisia deployed his ace in the hole, the formidable Scion warriors. As King Vegeta and the legion of Scion warriors set forth, young Vegeta stealthily made his way to the spaceship hangar, incapacitated the guard, and clandestinely boarded an egg-shaped spacecraft. In an instant, the egg-shaped vessel soared from the hangar, piercing through the depths of space. By the time those at the control console realized what had transpired, it was too late for interception. They could only shout urgently into the communicator, "Hello, hello, who are you? Why are you piloting a spaceship away from planet Vegeta?" Simultaneously, the supervisor bellowed orders to his subordinates, urging them to investigate who among the remaining personnel was absent from planet Vegeta. Vegeta naturally refrained from engaging in idle chatter with those individuals, promptly turning off the communicator and detaching the tracking device from the spaceship. When the personnel at the control tower received the list of missing individuals to present to the supervisor, he was taken aback, for it revealed that the one who had just piloted the spaceship away from planet Vegeta was none other than their prince, the future King Vegeta. Chapter 9. Arrival on Earth. The supervisor, infuriated, was on the verge of an outburst. He forcefully cast the documents to the ground and exclaimed, "Why aren't you dispatching a team to pursue? The prince has gone missing. If we cannot retrieve His Highness before King Vegeta returns, we shall face execution." Thus, chaos ensued across planet Vegeta, as countless spacecraft of all sizes dispersed into the cosmos, fervently searching for their prince. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Vegeta, had comfortably entered a state of hibernation, as the journey from planet Vegeta to Earth would require nearly a year. Ding! Attention, pilot. The spaceship is approaching the target planet. Please reduce speed promptly. The spaceship's control steward awakened Vegeta. Vegeta stretched slightly, and although the egg-shaped spaceship was not large, his stature was still diminutive enough to allow him to fully extend. Vegeta skillfully maneuvered his spacecraft, deftly avoiding the sprawling metropolises of Earth, and prepared for a descent into the tranquil outskirts. At that moment, in the western region of Earth, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were embarking on a delightful excursion into the countryside with their 3-year-old daughter, Bulma. Dr. Brief had recently perfected the invention of the space capsule and was rapidly progressing towards becoming the wealthiest individual globally. As the Brief family indulged in a picnic amidst the serene forest, a sudden flash illuminated the sky, resembling a fiery meteor descending towards Earth. Ultimately, a resounding explosion echoed nearby, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. Dr. Brief hastily drove in the direction of the meteor's impact, acutely aware of the scientific significance of meteorite research, which held great prominence in the academic community. Meteorites could unveil a wealth of cosmic information pertinent to Earth. Upon arriving at the crash site, Dr. Brief was taken aback by the astonishing sight before him. Rather than a mere meteorite, he discovered a diminutive spacecraft nestled within the crater. Just as he pondered whether to investigate further, the hatch of the spacecraft unexpectedly opened. Startled, Dr. Brief quickly sought refuge behind his vehicle, uncertain of the potential dangers posed by the extraterrestrial being. However, as he beheld the figure emerging from the spacecraft, he realized it was merely a child clad in peculiar combat attire, complete with a tail protruding from behind. At the moment Vegeta's spacecraft touched down on Earth, a timely notification resonated within the system, announcing, "Congratulations, host, you have arrived on Earth, mission accomplished. Reward, 1,000 martial arts points. Current balance, 1,104 points." Vegeta leapt from the spacecraft and began to ascend gracefully into the sky, having mastered the art of flight. It was then that his gaze met that of Dr. Brief's, who was concealed behind a car. At that moment, Dr. Brief's appeared quite youthful, his short, jet-black hair momentarily obscuring Vegeta's recognition of his identity. Vegeta descended slowly before Dr. Brief, then politely inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask the name of the city nearby?" Dr. Brief stared at Vegeta in astonishment, incredulously responding, "You speak the same language as us." Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Vegeta felt a tinge of curiosity as it seemed to diverge from the original narrative. It was indeed peculiar that a scion conversed in the same tongue as a terrestrial being. Vegeta retorted, "This is indeed rather peculiar, but could you kindly address my inquiry?" Upon hearing Vegeta's question once more, Dr. Brief finally snapped back to reality. He realized that the extraterrestrial before him was, in fact, a mere child and posed no significant threat. Adjusting his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, he replied, "Ah. The largest city in this vicinity is known as West City." West City. The name instantly conjured images of the Dragon Ball's heroine, Bulma, who was also officially designated as Vegeta's spouse. Vegeta continued to inquire, "May I ask, sir, do you know Dr. Brief?" Dr. Brief was taken aback to hear his name uttered from Vegeta's lips, yet he remained uncertain if the individual in question was indeed the same person he was familiar with. Thus, Dr. Brief sought clarification from Vegeta, asking, "Which Dr. Brief are you referring to?" Vegeta, taken aback by the words of his opponent, inquired, "Are there many Dr. Briefs in West City?" "Well, not an overwhelming number, but there are a few," Dr. Briefs replied, not entirely forthcoming, employing a touch of cunning. Vegeta pondered for a moment and then remarked, "I am uncertain, but it must be Dr. Brief, the inventor of the capsules and the founder of the Capsule Corporation." "Ah. You are referring to Dr. Brief," he responded, feigning ignorance. "I am acquainted with him. He is undoubtedly the most renowned individual in West City." Upon hearing that the other party was acquainted with Dr. Brief, Vegeta felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, "Might you escort me to Dr. Brief's residence?" "Of course. That is not an issue," came the reply. "However, may I inquire your name and the nature of your relationship with Dr. Brief?" "I am called Vegeta," he responded. After a moment's contemplation, he unabashedly added, "I suppose I am to be Dr. Brief's future son-in-law." At this revelation, Dr. Brief fell silent, taken aback by the audacity of the young boy's words. After all, his daughter Bulma was merely 3 years old. Was it not rather predatory to entertain such thoughts about one so young? Finally, Dr. Brief addressed Vegeta, "Very well then, I shall lead you to Dr. Brief's home." Vegeta, upon hearing the words of his companion, joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, dear sir, you are truly a kind-hearted person." Consequently, Dr. Brief drove the car, taking Vegeta towards Mrs. Brief and Bulma. Suddenly, Vegeta inquired, "By the way, sir, I haven't yet asked your name." Upon realizing that Vegeta had finally asked for his name, Dr. Brief replied, "Oh, my name is Brief. You may refer to me as Dr. Brief." Hearing this familiar name, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Dr. Brief, could it be? Are you involved in espionage? Are you the Dr. Brief I just inquired about?" Vegeta asked cautiously. "Indeed, I am the very Dr. Brief you just mentioned," Dr. Brief confirmed. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the car, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness around Vegeta. "Perhaps I should exit the vehicle," he suddenly declared, attempting to leap out. Dr. Brief swiftly halted the car and restrained him, saying, "But you just stated that you wish to become my son-in-law. Why the sudden shyness?" Chapter 7. Residing at Dr. Brief's home. Ultimately, Vegeta chose to remain in the car, and the two engaged in a warm and friendly conversation. Vegeta recounted his origins to Dr. Brief, fabricating a tale that he had encountered the esteemed scientist through radio signals collected by his spacecraft. Dr. Brief, convinced by Vegeta's narrative, decided to take him in, with the condition that Vegeta would relinquish his spaceship to him. Vegeta readily acquiesced to this arrangement. After aligning their stories, Dr. Brief drove with Vegeta to meet his wife, Mrs. Brief, and their daughter, Bulma. Upon seeing her husband return with a young boy, Mrs. Brief was taken aback. Dr. Brief introduced Vegeta, saying, "My dear, this child is named Vegeta. He is an orphan and will be living with us from now on." Fortunately, Mrs. Brief was rather unperturbed by the unexpected addition to their family. With a heart full of compassion, she embraced Vegeta, expressing, "How unfortunate it is for such a young boy to be an orphan. You shall stay with us. We will be your parents." Afterward, Mrs. Brief summoned Bulma, who was enjoying some snacks, and pointed to Vegeta, instructing, "This will be your brother from now on. Call him brother." Young Bulma, undeterred by the situation, immediately offered her food to Vegeta, exclaiming, "Brother, eat." Witnessing the innocent charm of Bulma, Vegeta felt his heart soften, joyfully accepting the food. He mused to himself, "Perhaps having Bulma as my future wife wouldn't be so bad after all." Meanwhile, Dr. Brief observed the harmonious interaction between Bulma and Vegeta, pondering the earlier claim of the boy potentially being his son-in-law. Could there be truth in the young lad's words? Dr. Brief began to ponder, realizing that he needed to keep a closer eye on this young lad. His daughter was still quite young, and their companionship was perhaps ill-suited. It would be prudent to wait until they both matured a bit more. Thus, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, Vegeta found himself residing in Dr. Brief's home, becoming the doctor's adopted son. That evening, as Vegeta lay on his bed, he reveled in the softness of the mattress, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort wash over him. He then opened the system marketplace, eager to explore whether he could acquire any martial arts manuals with his current martial points. However, after browsing the marketplace for a brief period, Vegeta closed it in frustration. The cheapest martial arts manual required a staggering 10,000 martial points, while he possessed only a little over 1,000. At present, his martial points could only be exchanged for consumables within the marketplace, such as minor recovery pills, which cost 10,000 points and could enhance one's martial prowess for a month. Major recovery pills, on the other hand, required 100,000 points and could extend one's martial cultivation for an entire year. These enhancements were based on the martial training speed within the Dragon Ball universe, indicating a significant improvement. Additionally, he noted that one martial point could be exchanged for 1 pound of gold, a rather economical trade, ensuring that Vegeta would never find himself short of funds in the future. After a cursory examination, he discerned that anything capable of augmenting martial prowess demanded a hefty exchange of martial points, whereas those items that offered no enhancement were remarkably inexpensive. After Vegeta closed the system shop, he began to contemplate how to earn martial arts points. The acquisition of these points primarily revolves around promoting the philosophy of Chinese martial arts, which includes increasing its visibility, accepting disciples, and establishing martial arts academies, among other endeavors. Any activity that contributes to the dissemination of the Chinese martial arts philosophy can yield martial arts points. Thus, starting tomorrow, he decided to begin spreading the knowledge of Chinese martial arts among those closest to him. Therefore, early the next morning, Vegeta roused the still slumbering Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, young Bulma, and the household servants. Dr. Brief, yawning, inquired of Vegeta, "Why have you awakened us so early after my late-night experiments?" The rest of the group murmured among themselves, with the only one brimming with excitement being young Bulma, whose eyes sparkled as she gazed at her brother. Vegeta, with his little belly protruding, proclaimed, "Waking everyone up at such an early hour is to encourage you all to exercise with me. It is said that the foundation of a successful day lies in the morning, and a good, healthy body is essential for sustaining our energy throughout the day. Thus, from today onward, I shall lead you in the practice of Chinese martial arts." As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Mrs. Brief and little Bulma immediately applauded in support of him. The others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond, and turned their eyes to Dr. Brief. At that moment, Dr. Brief remarked, "What are you talking about, Vegeta? Exercising is a tremendous waste of time. When I have the chance, I will develop a potion that can combat aging." With that, Dr. Brief attempted to return to his room for more sleep. Suddenly, a small stone whizzed past him with a sharp sound and struck the courtyard wall with a resounding thud, creating a small hole. Startled, Dr. Brief jumped, the drowsiness instantly dissipating from his body. At this moment, Vegeta inquired once more, who is in favor and who is opposed? Instantly, all discussions ceased, and everyone stood upright before him. Satisfied with their response, Vegeta nodded approvingly and commenced to elucidate the principles of Chinese martial arts. Upon completing his introduction, he began to impart the fundamental techniques of breath control. Originally, Vegeta intended to bestow upon them the Nine Suns divine skill. However, he was thwarted by the system. The system indicated that while the host could indeed share the Nine Suns divine skill, It would require an expenditure of 100 million martial arts points for acquisition. Vegeta inquired. However, this 9 Suns divine skill is my novice reward. It has already been granted to me. Why must I pay an additional 100 million martial points to impart it? The system elucidated. If you present 100 million martial points, the 9 Suns divine skill will belong entirely to you. However, although this skill is a system reward, the ownership remains with the system, and you possess only the right to utilize it. Merely having the right to use it means you cannot transfer the 9 Suns divine skill to others. Upon hearing this, Vegeta erupted in furious expletives, yet ultimately, he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Consequently, for this reason, the 9 Suns divine skill was never imparted to anyone until Vegeta ascended to become the supreme martial deity of the Dragon Ball universe, ultimately becoming his exclusive technique. Chapter 8. Participation in the 20th Martial Arts Tournament. With no means to transfer the 9 Suns divine skill and lacking martial points for the exchange of manuals, Vegeta resolved to distill a simplified breathing technique based on the inner workings of the 9 Suns divine skill to share with those around him. Thus began Vegeta's arduous and protracted journey of collecting martial points. Apart from everyone at Dr. Brief's residence learning Chinese martial arts from Vegeta, the Capsule Corporation, under Dr. Brief's directive, also commenced their training in Chinese martial arts alongside him. Consequently, every morning, the Capsule Corporation staff ceased their usual exercises, opting instead to sit cross-legged in meditation, which became a remarkable spectacle on Earth. Fortunately, the breathing technique imparted by Vegeta proved effective. Initially, he had to forcibly encourage everyone to engage in their studies. However, after 7 days, those with talent began to cultivate true energy, experiencing a profound transformation in their surroundings and a significant alleviation of their fatigue. Eventually, they no longer required Vegeta's coercion, as they eagerly and enthusiastically pursued their training. Thus, approximately a year later, Vegeta finally amassed 10,000 martial points. Vegeta perused the items in the system's marketplace, ultimately opting to exchange for the Taizu Long Fist. One might wonder why he chose the Taizu Long Fist. It is imperative not to underestimate its significance. Historically, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, achieved unparalleled prowess through the mastery of the 32 styles of Taizu Long Fist and the Taizu Long Staff, conquering all adversaries. In the literary realm of demigods and semi-devils, Qiaofeng similarly triumphed over countless heroes, wielding the Taizu Long Fist alongside the 18 dragon-subduing palms, silencing the multitude. Thus, the Taizu Long Fist should not be taken lightly. Furthermore, it is accompanied by corresponding internal cultivation methods, rendering this investment of 10,000 martial arts points exceedingly worthwhile. Upon exchanging for the Taizu Long Quan, Vegeta resolved to establish a Chinese martial arts dojo, intending to accept disciples and impart his skills. He envisioned that should he acquire a disciple with exceptional martial talent, the martial arts points would undoubtedly flow generously into his pockets. Thus, at the tender age of 10, with the support of Dr. Brief, he founded the first Chinese martial arts dojo in West City. It was also in this year that Vegeta's Jiu-Yang divine skill finally ascended to the second Yang realm, elevating his combat power to an impressive 10,000 points. At this juncture, Vegeta was indeed invincible on Earth. However, his aspirations transcended mere personal prowess, as he sought to expand the reach of Chinese martial arts. Under the influence of this discipline, practitioners could significantly enhance their strength. Once the dojo was established, Vegeta took up residence there, awaiting the arrival of fated individuals eager to learn. Regrettably, no genuine disciples came forth, but a few challengers did. One day, a robust warrior arrived to test the dojo, and upon realizing that the diminutive figure before him was the master, he erupted into laughter. "Little one, you should return home for your milk. The world of martial arts will be waiting for you when you are older." His companions joined in the raucous laughter. At that moment, the system aptly issued a task. Administer a profound lesson to the challenger, ensuring he never underestimates Chinese martial arts again, while demonstrating its formidable prowess to the onlookers. Task reward, 1,000 martial arts points. Task failure, a deduction of 1,000 martial arts points. Upon seeing the system's task, Vegeta was elated. It was akin to receiving a monetary gift. Vegeta rose from the center mat of the dojo and approached the challenger, offering a slight bow. "Sir, we at the Chinese Martial Arts Dojo warmly welcome all fellow practitioners to challenge us. Please, this way." After speaking, Vegeta led the group to the training arena. At the heart of the arena, on the wall, hung a calligraphy piece inscribed with the character for martial. All who entered were immediately captivated by this character. Upon a single glance, they felt an overwhelming force akin to a fierce gust of wind assailing them. Those with less martial prowess quickly broke into a sweat, filled with trepidation. Even the imposing challenger bore an expression of bewilderment. When he looked back at Vegeta, it was evident that the latter's demeanor had grown considerably more serious. The two exchanged formal bows and assumed their stances. Vegeta spoke, "You are my guest. I shall allow you to strike first." The burly man, not daring to be careless, immediately swung his fist towards Vegeta. Vegeta merely brushed against the opponent's arm before delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen, sending the burly figure hurtling backward as if struck by an immense force. Had Vegeta not restrained himself, the man's life would surely have been forfeit. After a considerable time spent on the ground clutching his midsection, the hefty man managed to rise, bowed respectfully to Vegeta, offered his apologies, and departed the dojo, still holding his abdomen. The onlookers, witnessing the ease with which this young boy had vanquished such a formidable opponent, gazed at Vegeta in sheer astonishment. At that moment, the system also chimed in. Task completed. Martial arts points accumulated. 5098 points. Vegeta timely addressed the crowd, welcoming everyone to the Chinese martial arts dojo to embark on their journey of mastery. Witnessing the formidable prowess displayed by Vegeta, many were indeed enticed and inquired about the tuition fees for his teachings. However, upon hearing the steep price he quoted, those eager to learn quickly reconsidered their decision, as the cost was exorbitantly high. In truth, it was not Vegeta's desire to set such a lofty fee. Ideally, he would prefer to impart his knowledge freely. Yet, the system imposed its own constraints, proclaiming that wisdom must not be imparted lightly. Only by investing a substantial sum would they commit themselves earnestly to the study of Chinese martial arts, for that which is given freely is seldom cherished. Vegeta inquired as well, pondering the possibility of encountering exceptionally talented martial artists, such as Goku, Krillin, and Tien. The system responded, disciples with extraordinary innate talent are rare and precious. When one comes across such gifted martial artists, it is imperative to take them under one's wing without hesitation. Whether it involves offering them a free apprenticeship or investing financially, one must ensure they become students. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically, truly a case of double standards, as he observed everyone dispersing. Leaving the martial arts hall in a state of desolation once more, he realized that he needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, achieving the ultimate task assigned by the system would remain an unattainable dream even after a century. At that moment, Vegeta's gaze fell upon an advertisement on the screen promoting the world's #1 martial arts tournament. His eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. What could be a simpler and more effective means of garnering attention than winning the championship of a martial arts contest? Chapter 9. Registration. Vegeta, prompted by a phone number from an advertisement, contacted the organizers of the martial arts tournament to inquire about the schedule for this year's event. Through his inquiry, he learned that the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament occurs every 5 years, with the 20th edition scheduled to take place in 2 years' time. Left with no alternative, Vegeta devoted himself to diligently practicing the 9 Suns divine skill while patiently awaiting the tournament's commencement. At last, 2 years had elapsed, and only 2 days remained until the start of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. Dr. Brief, elated upon discovering that Vegeta intended to participate in the tournament, promptly prepared a plane, eager to accompany his family in support of Vegeta. Growing up alongside him, Bulma, now 11 years old, held an unwavering admiration for Vegeta and immediately expressed her desire to cheer for him at the event. Thus, what began as a solitary venture for Vegeta transformed into a family outing. Dr. Brief skillfully piloted the aircraft, swiftly arriving at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island. Vegeta arrived at the registration desk for the martial arts tournament and stated, "My name is Vegeta, and I am here to register for the competition." The staff member, observing the diminutive figure before him, replied, "Young one, how old are you to be signing up for the martial arts tournament? This is not a place for childish games." Was this a slight against him? Vegeta felt a twinge of frustration, recalling that in the original tale, Goku had also been merely 12 years old at the time of his registration. Vegeta continued, "Regardless of my age, I must inquire, is there an age restriction for participants in the martial arts tournament?" The staff member shook his head and replied, "Not at all. In that case, please register me. Otherwise, be wary of my complaint," Vegeta declared. Faced with Vegeta's threat, the staff had no choice but to acquiesce, promptly inscribing Vegeta's name on the registration form. "Humph." Vegeta haughtily scoffed before departing from the registration area. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. and the time for the preliminary matches approached swiftly. Dr. Brief and his family stood at the venue's entrance to bid farewell to Vegeta. "Go, brother!" Bulma shouted enthusiastically, cheering for Vegeta at the entrance. At that moment, Dr. Brief retrieved a capsule from his portable capsule box and, with palpable excitement, said to Vegeta, "This is a martial arts uniform I specially designed for you. Do try it on." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Brief's words, his mind racing with apprehension, hoping it was not some peculiar design. Before he could finish his thoughts, Dr. Brief pressed a capsule button, and with a resounding pop, a box containing a martial arts uniform materialized in his hands. Dr. Brief eagerly opened the box, revealing a sleek black martial arts suit, which he proudly showcased to everyone. This was a seamless, jet black ensemble, devoid of any embellishments, epitomizing the beauty of minimalism. Upon seeing the uniform, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thankfully, it is not some bizarre attire." Dr. Brief, brimming with enthusiasm, boasted to Vegeta, "This martial arts suit is crafted from the latest fiber material developed in our Capsule Corporation laboratory. Garments made from this material are exceptionally form-fitting, possess remarkable elasticity, and are water and fire-resistant, although that only pertains to the inner layer." After explaining, Dr. Brief handed the martial arts suit to Vegeta and then retrieved several pieces of sturdy black armor from the box. Among them were a chest plate and a back plate, both adorned with the character for martial inscribed on the left side of the chest plate and the center of the back plate, respectively. Dr. Brief continued, "This is a new type of rigid armor made from a different material, featuring excellent shock absorption. Upon impact, the fibers within the armor swiftly disperse the force, providing maximum protection to the wearer." Just as Dr. Brief was about to elaborate further, Vegeta swiftly interjected, "Uncle, I appreciate your intentions, but have you considered how odd it would be to don such form-fitting attire while standing in the arena?" Vegeta had already sensed an issue. The chest and back plates did not offer protection for his lower regions, rendering the tight martial arts suit nearly equivalent to wearing nothing at all. Thus, he hastily interrupted Dr. Brief's explanation. Was it truly so strange? Dr. Brief examined the meticulously designed martial arts suit in his hands, still unable to discern what was peculiar about his creation. With little hope for further clarification from Dr. Brief, Vegeta promptly retrieved a capsule of his own, from which he extracted a martial arts suit he had designed himself. Vegeta unfurled his attire, which consisted of a black martial arts uniform intricately embroidered with dark golden threads depicting 9 dragon patterns and auspicious clouds. The uniform was styled akin to traditional Tang clothing, adorned with ornate Chinese characters on the left chest and a prominent character for martial emblazoned on the center of the back. Once Vegeta donned this meticulously designed martial arts outfit, a charmingly mature youth appeared before the Brief family. Years of dedicated practice in Chinese martial arts had softened Vegeta's visage in this life, rendering him far less fierce than his comic counterpart. Instead, he exuded a gentle warmth that invited familiarity. However, what troubled Vegeta the most was his unruly hair, despite his best efforts to tame it. It soon stood on end once more, resembling a large brush perched atop his head. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Brother, you look so handsome." Mrs. Brief nodded with a smile, adding, "I never imagined our Vegeta has grown into such a charming young man." Meanwhile, Dr. Brief muttered to himself, "I still believe my design of the martial arts uniform is the most impressive. Well, I shall now proceed to the venue. Please wait for me outside. Once I pass the preliminary round, you will be able to see me on the final stage." Vegeta waved farewell to the 3 of them. "Go, brother." Bulma cheered enthusiastically for Vegeta, with Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief joining her in a chorus of encouragement. Vegeta raised his hand high, clenching his fist with unwavering confidence. For this was the moment he would carve his name and glory upon the earth. How could he approach it with anything less than total dedication? Upon entering the venue, he surveyed his surroundings, keen to spot any familiar faces from the Dragon Ball universe, such as Master Roshi or Gohan. Alas, none of these figures graced the event with their presence, leaving Vegeta with a tinge of disappointment. Surely, Goku must have already arrived on Earth, he mused. Chapter 10. Through the preliminary rounds, there is little to elaborate on regarding the preliminary matches, especially since they were held in a fully enclosed venue without any live broadcast. Consequently, Vegeta saw no reason to squander time. He resolved to vanquish his opponents with a single decisive blow and swiftly conclude the contest. Vegeta's first preliminary match features a towering figure, a man whose height reaches an impressive 2 meters and 30 to 34 centimeters. Vegeta stood before his opponent, resembling nothing more than a diminutive figure. The burly man looked down at this small adversary and erupted into a hearty laugh. "Little one, have you weaned yet? This is not a place for play. I offer you a chance, surrender now, lest anyone claim that I, the formidable bear ghost, am bullying a child." At that moment, the spectacle on the arena captured the attention of all those nearby, who gathered around, eager to witness this contest marked by such a stark disparity in stature. Among those who practiced martial arts, few possessed a temperate disposition. Many raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Fight! Come on, fight!" Vegeta gazed upon the formidable figure before him, sensing an exceedingly faint energy emanating from within. Aside from his imposing stature, the opponent seemed utterly devoid of merit. It was perplexing to Vegeta from whence such confidence derived. It was nothing more than a facade, as if he were the only one capable of such bravado. Vegeta assumed his stance and declared, "Let us commence. I find myself regretting my participation in this martial arts tournament, surrounded as I am by braggarts." His words struck a chord, inciting not only his adversary's ire, but also that of the other competitors encircling the arena. In an instant, Gust clenched his fists in fury and retorted, "You insignificant wretch. You have successfully provoked me. I shall shatter your limbs, ensuring you spend your days in a wheelchair." With that, Gust lunged at Vegeta like a colossal bear. Vegeta executed a swift side kick, striking his opponent's face and sending Gust to fly off the stage, crashing against the wall of the venue. With a resounding thud, Gust collided heavily with the wall, slowly sliding down to reveal the cracked surface beneath. Instantly, the audience fell into a hushed silence, their previous clamor replaced by awe at Vegeta's formidable prowess. However, the atmosphere soon erupted into a flurry of speculation regarding Vegeta's true identity. Although Vegeta typically paid little heed to such discussions, he happened to be positioned behind two individuals engrossed in conversation about him. One remarked, "Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. It is but a facade. In truth, he is over 100 years old, a cunning old fiend." The other, clearly a simple-minded martial artist, naively inquired, "I see. That explains it. How could a mere child possess such strength? But what about number 12? How old is he then?" Number 12 referred to Vegeta's contestant number. "I estimate he must be around 112 years old. If that is indeed the case, it would elucidate his extraordinary capabilities. I am quite curious to learn the secret behind his remarkable youth." Vegeta, unable to bear the sight behind him any longer, spoke up, "I've been consuming humans." "Do you believe that?" Vegeta suddenly spoke, startling the two individuals. The foolish fellow, upon realizing it was Vegeta, continued to idiocy inquire, "How do you eat? Do you fry or boil?" Meanwhile, the other, evidently the more astute of the pair, hastily covered his companion's mouth and pulled him away from Vegeta's vicinity. Vegeta found himself somewhat disheartened. Despite his victory, rather than discussing the prowess of his martial arts, the onlookers chose to speculate about his age. How absurd. Undeterred, he pressed on with relentless determination, dispatching each opponent with a single blow, ultimately securing a ticket to the finals with remarkable swiftness. System notification: by vanquishing all opponents in the preliminary rounds, he instilled trepidation in many competitors, earning an impressive 1134 martial points, bringing his total to 9,533 points. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Vegeta couldn't help but scoff at the modest reward. The morning was dedicated to the preliminaries, while the afternoon would witness 7 decisive rounds to determine the champion of the 20th Martial Arts Tournament, with a 1-hour respite at noon. As Vegeta exited the venue, Dr. Brief and his companions were already waiting outside for him. Upon seeing Vegeta emerge, Bulma eagerly inquired, "Brother, how did it go?" Vegeta gestured with an OK sign and remarked, "No problem. It's merely a single move to defeat the enemy. There are no worthy opponents here." Dr. Brief, brimming with excitement, patted Vegeta on the shoulder and proposed, "To celebrate Vegeta's advancement to the finals, let us indulge in a splendid feast." After this, the four of them found a restaurant and ordered an extravagant array of dishes. It was evident that this lavish spread was prepared in honor of Vegeta. Subsequently, Vegeta demonstrated his remarkable ability to make the food vanish at an astonishing pace. While Dr. Brief and his family were accustomed to such displays, the trio remained unfazed, each calmly savoring their own meals. However, the other patrons in the restaurant, both diners and staff alike, stood in awe, their eyes wide as they watched Vegeta continuously devour plate after plate of food. Vegeta estimates that his current appetite surpasses even that of his counterpart in the original narrative. This scion physique is simultaneously undergoing the rigorous training of the 9 Yang divine art, which undoubtedly amplifies his capacity for sustenance. As an entire spread of dishes vanished into Vegeta's mouth, Bulma excitedly waved her hand, calling out, "Waiter, please bring me another table full of food." Bulma now derives immense pleasure from watching Vegeta eat. Witnessing him consume such a copious amount of food fills her with unparalleled joy and exhilaration. Vegeta consumed his meal with remarkable speed, finishing well before Dr. Brief, who leisurely enjoyed his lunch. A concerned waiter observed Vegeta and inquired of Dr. Brief, "Is it all right for your child to eat so much at lunchtime?" Dr. Brief, feigning nonchalance, replied, "It's nothing to worry about. He is merely 8/10 full." Having completed a show of indifference, Dr. Brief calmly presented his bank card to the astonished waiter and instructed, "Please settle the bill." Exhilarated, he silently reveled in the moment. After their meal, the family of four arrived at an open space where Dr. Brief produced a capsule, transforming it into a dome-shaped villa. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, they stepped inside. Soon, the time for the afternoon finals draw approached, and the Brief family made their way to the vicinity of the competition arena. However, they were taken aback to find the area surrounded by a throng of spectators, indicating their tardiness. As Bulma anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, what should we do? I can't see your match." Vegeta confidently summoned his energy, creating a barrier of force that pushed the crowd aside, clearing a path. Chapter 11. Champion 1. Vegeta meticulously organized Dr. Brief and the others before leaping directly from the arena into the venue. Upon his arrival at the lottery hall, he found that the other 7 competitors had already gathered. The host and chief referee, a man with a small mustache, joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Vegeta, "Vegeta, you have finally arrived. I was just about to send someone to find you. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the drawing." Before he could finish, one of the contestants interjected, "Indeed, let us proceed with the drawing swiftly. The sooner the competition begins and concludes, the better. Had I known, I would have refrained from participating in this trivial martial arts tournament, which feels more like child's play." Another competitor chimed in. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, as the man who had just spoken was a burly figure with dark skin, clearly harboring animosity towards him. The host quickly interjected, "Very well. I shan't take up any more of your time. Let us commence with the drawing for the finals." With that, the host picked up his list and announced, "Contestant Vegeta." Vegeta approached the lottery box, extending his hand without stirring the contents, and casually retrieved a slip of paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered the number 4 inscribed upon it. The host promptly inscribed Vegeta's name as the 4th contestant. Subsequently, each participant took their turn to draw, and soon the lottery concluded. Vegeta's opponent turned out to be the rather boisterous and immature black contestant named Sean. Upon realizing that he was to face Vegeta, Sean erupted into laughter. Stepping forward to jest, "Little guy, I never anticipated my fortune would lead me directly to the semifinals. Rest assured, I shall show mercy." As he attempted to pat Vegeta on the head, his hand was swiftly swatted away by Vegeta. The Scion had little regard for such self-satisfied individuals. "I hope your prowess in the arena surpasses the bravado of your words," Vegeta retorted. With the drawing complete, the finals commenced in earnest. Vegeta chose not to observe the matches, deeming it unnecessary. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, the audience erupted in cheers as the first match concluded, with contestant number 2 emerging victorious. Amidst the applause and the hostess announcements, Vegeta and Sean made their entrance. The mustachioed host, microphone in hand, boomed, "Next, we present a match characterized by a significant disparity in both size and age. Contestant number 3, Sean, hails from the Eastern capital, weighing 94 kilograms and standing at 184 centimeters. He recently clinched the championship in last year's global free fighting competition. At 32 years of age, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of strength and speed, making him a formidable contender for this tournament's championship. On the other hand, his opponent, our contestant number 4, is the young Vegeta from the Western capital, weighing a mere 52 kilograms and measuring 142 centimeters in height. Most notably, Vegeta is just 12 years old, making him the youngest participant in this martial arts tournament. He is also the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy in the Western capital, participating in this grand event to promote his academy, hoping to attract aspiring martial artists to seek his tutelage post-tournament. Upon hearing that Vegeta was only 12 years of age, the audience erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Some contestants vocally questioned, "Is there some sort of conspiracy in your tournament? How on earth did such a young contestant pass the preliminary rounds?" Others chimed in, "At such a tender age, how formidable can his skills truly be? Surely, there must be some manipulation at play by the organizers." Instantly, the gathered crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. However, Amidst the cacophony, a distinct voice emerged, Bulma's, as she passionately defended Vegeta, exclaiming in her youthful tone, "He is not cheating. My brother is incredibly strong. Don't unjustly accuse him." Unfortunately, her words were quickly drowned out by the surging crowd, and even those nearby paid her no heed. The only one who acknowledged her was Vegeta himself, standing on the arena, who, upon hearing Bulma's defense, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. At that moment, the host hurriedly interjected, "No, everyone. Please don't misunderstand. Our organizing committee has always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice. Moreover, the match is about to commence. If Vegeta were indeed a ringer, that would soon become evident during the competition. Then why are we still talking? Let us start the match already." The audience clamored, urging for the event to commence. The host, observing the fervent atmosphere, decided to directly ask the two competitors on the stage, "The match is about to begin. Are you both ready?" They nodded in unison, affirming, "We are ready." The host positioned himself between them and announced loudly, "Let the match begin." With that, the sound of a gong resonated through the air. Vegeta initially contemplated dispatching his opponent with a single strike. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an act would not adequately showcase his prowess. Thus, Vegeta resolved to allow his adversary the opportunity to attack first. Meanwhile, Sean, brimming with confidence, believed that victory was within his grasp and felt that a lackadaisical approach was warranted against such a feeble opponent. He thought it would be remiss to not demonstrate his abilities thoroughly. Consequently, Sean boldly took to the arena, showcasing his muscles and performing push-ups, one-handed push-ups, and even one-handed two-finger push-ups. He struck the air with a flurry of punches and kicks, inciting the audience to erupt in fervent cheers, affirming his strength. Once his display concluded, Sean turned to Vegeta and taunted, "Boy, after witnessing my prowess, do you still refuse to concede? Have you finished your performance? If so, let us commence the match." Vegeta replied calmly, "Have you completed your display?" Upon hearing Vegeta's nonchalant response, Sean's anger flared. It appeared he had underestimated the boy's tenacity. "Very well. I shall send you off the stage," Sean declared, launching an attack without further ado. Yet, to his bewilderment, he suddenly found himself unable to perceive Vegeta, who had vanished from his sight. Chapter 12. Champion 2. Where did he go? Sean pondered, gazing around in confusion, his not particularly astute mind struggling to comprehend the disappearance of his opponent. The spectators, however, were keenly aware of Vegeta, who had positioned himself behind Sean and was deftly maneuvering to evade Sean's line of sight. As Sean foolishly searched in vain, the crowd shouted, "He's behind you, fool." At last, the audience's shouts reached Sean's ears, prompting him to swiftly turn around, where he discovered Vegeta smiling back at him. In that moment, Sean realized that the boy before him was far more formidable than he had anticipated. He had been outsmarted. "You insolent brat, how dare you toy with me?" Sean bellowed, raising his fists once more to attack Vegeta. The shortcut to fame is standing on the shoulders of giants. In response to Sean's onslaught, Vegeta refrained from counterattacking, instead placing his hands behind his back and skillfully evading Sean's blows. After numerous exchanges, Sean found himself utterly incapable of landing even a glancing touch on Vegeta's attire. The spectators, witnessing the one-sided nature of the contest, erupted into applause for Vegeta while showering Sean with jeers. Frustrated by the unfolding situation, Sean glared at Vegeta and exclaimed, "Boy, you're merely dodging my attacks with your speed. If you possess true skill, then stand your ground and let us engage in a contest of strength." Vegeta spoke calmly, "Rest assured, your wish shall be fulfilled." After uttering these words, he withdrew his hands from behind his back, finally adopting a combat stance. The spectators erupted into cheers once more, with whistles ringing out. They preferred the thrill of a fierce contest over a one-sided spectacle. Sean, witnessing that the young boy before him was no longer inclined to evade, felt a surge of excitement. A menacing grin spread across his face as he declared, "I will make sure to repay you well." With that, Sean lunged toward Vegeta once again. Vegeta executed a precise left-arm block, successfully intercepting his opponent's attack. Before delivering a series of powerful punches to his opponent's chest, he concluded with a forceful upward strike that connected squarely with Sean's chin. Notably, Vegeta's movements were not overly swift, allowing the audience to clearly observe each of his techniques. Ultimately, Sean was propelled high into the air by Vegeta's upward blow, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto the arena floor below. Outside the ring, the announcer proclaimed Vegeta's victory with fervor. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, astonished to witness such remarkable prowess from a child. However, amidst the applause, murmurs of skepticism arose. as it was indeed hard to fathom how a mere 12-year-old could triumph over a world champion. Vegeta paid no heed to the surrounding cheers or doubts. Shortly after the commencement of his match, the incessant notifications from the system began to resonate without pause. Fortunately, his opponent was not formidable otherwise. The relentless barrage of notifications would have severely impeded his concentration. Vegeta activated the system and swiftly cleared the myriad of notifications cluttering the screen, directing his attention towards his own physical condition. Name: Vegeta. Age: 12 years. Combat power: 21. 300 health. Status: healthy. Skills: 9 Yang Divine Art. Second Yang Realm Martial Arts points: 203, 762. Upon observing the substantial amount of martial arts points, Vegeta was immensely pleased. Realizing that participating in competitions and television broadcasts indeed augmented his martial arts points. System: kindly configure it so that I no longer receive audio notifications for the increase in martial arts points. I will monitor it myself, Vegeta instructed. Understood. The settings have been adjusted. Soon, the remaining third and fourth matches concluded, and the semifinals were about to commence. Vegeta and his opponent, Gamelon, commenced their match. Previously, when Vegeta had faced Sean, Gamelon had been an attentive spectator, witnessing the entire process of Vegeta's victory over Sean. After observing the match, Gamelon couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was well acquainted with Sean and believed that even he would require considerable effort to overcome him. Yet, here was this formidable adversary, effortlessly vanquished by the youth before him. Just how formidable must this child be? At that moment, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "The match begins." Vegeta assumed a combat stance, ready to launch his assault. Just as he was about to strike his opponent with a punch, Gamelon suddenly interjected, "Wait, what is it?" Vegeta paused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Young one, your strength is formidable. I am no match for you," Gamelon declared, extending his hand. "Let us shake hands." Vegeta found himself quite perplexed, yet confronted with the sincere countenance of his opponent. He extended his hand to grasp the other's. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Vegeta's hand met his opponent's, Gamelon seized it with all his might. With a smirk that bore both pride and a hint of menace, Gamelon declared, "Hey, I've captured you. The reason you triumphed over Sean was due to your speed, wasn't it? Now that I have a firm hold on your hand, I shall not relent, rendering you devoid of any speed advantage." Upon hearing Gamelon's proclamation, the host promptly lifted the microphone, animatedly explaining to the surrounding audience, "Goodness. Contestant Gamelon has cunningly ensnared contestant Vegeta, binding his hand, thus eliminating any possibility for Vegeta to employ his swift agility to overcome Sean once more. Who shall emerge victorious? Vegeta or Gamelon? Let us await the outcome with bated breath." The audience, captivated by the host's commentary, erupted into a chorus of excitement. Upon hearing the words of Gamelon, Vegeta let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Is it your naivety that has led you to such accomplishments?" The moment Gamelon heard Vegeta's words, the smile on his face instantly froze, and he furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" Vegeta replied, "What gives you the audacity to believe my power is inadequate?" After saying this, Vegeta's hand, which Gamelon had grasped tightly, clenched forcefully. Chapter 13, Champion 3A. Gamelon let out a pitiful scream, the immense strength exerted on his hand causing him to involuntarily cry out in agony. "My hand, it's going to break." Gamelon's body weakened as he cried out in distress. What is happening? The host and the surrounding audience were momentarily stunned. The current situation was entirely different from their expectations, as it seemed that Gamelon was the one ensnared. At that moment, Gamelon continued to writhe in torment on the stage, shouting loudly, "Let go of me. Release me, I command you." While speaking, Gamelon swung his other hand in an attempt to strike Vegeta. Vegeta exerted his strength once more, causing the once aggressive Gamelon, who had intended to strike, to collapse onto the arena floor. A sharp crack echoed, piercing the ears of the announcer. "Ah, my hand." Upon releasing his grip, Gamelon clutched his right hand in agony, letting out a tortured scream. The announcer, witnessing the turn of events, exclaimed, "Ah, the situation has reversed. We anticipated that contestant Vegeta would face peril, yet unexpectedly, he has wielded his formidable power to crush Gamelon's hand." With that, the announcer approached the ring, microphone in hand, and inquired, "Gamelon, your hand is now broken. Will you concede?" At this moment, Gamelon had regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Vegeta as he retorted, "Concede? How could I possibly surrender like this? I will kill this wretch." The announcer, attempting to intervene, cautioned, "Gamelon, I must remind you that it is prohibited to kill your opponent during the match. If you do so, you will be declared the loser. Enough of your prattle. I cannot concern myself with such rules. If you continue to babble, I shall eliminate you as well. Jamirong shouted vehemently, his fierce tone startling the announcer, who hurriedly retreated from the ring, fearing collateral damage. Gradually, Jamirong rose from the arena, his face twisted in pain now appearing even more grotesque. You dare to break my hand, boy? I will slay you and reduce your body to fragments. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to do so? Vegeta replied disdainfully. Accursed brat. Jamirong roared, charging toward Vegeta. In response to the oncoming attack, Vegeta slightly crouched and delivered a powerful punch to Jamirong's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta effortlessly lifted Jamirong and cast him down from the arena, securing his victory. Let us extend our congratulations to Vegeta for advancing to the finals of the martial arts tournament, the host proclaimed loudly. One wonders who Vegeta's opponent in the finals might be. Let us eagerly anticipate the upcoming semifinal match. As the host's words echoed, Vegeta ceased to listen and retreated to the backstage area, awaiting his adversary for the final bout. Approximately half an hour later, the jubilant cheers of the audience resonated through the air. It seems my opponent for the finals has arrived, Vegeta remarked as he rose from his seat. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure with brown skin strode through the entrance, approaching Vegeta with confidence. Little brother, I must acknowledge your impressive strength, but you stand no chance against me. King Jappa, he declared. King Jappa? Upon hearing this name, Vegeta's eyes widened slightly, recognizing this renowned character from the earlier saga of Dragon Ball. Do you know who I am? King Jappa inquired with a hint of arrogance. Vegeta shook his head and replied, I am sorry, but I do not recognize you. How infuriating. I am the champion of the previous and the one before that martial arts tournament, and you dare to claim you do not know who I am. King Kappa shouted in great anger. Vegeta gazed at him as if he were a fool and inquired, Is it truly so strange? I am merely 12 years old. 5 years ago, I was 7, and a decade ago, I was but 2. Do you truly expect me to know you? He continued, Nevertheless, since you have reached the finals, as your opponent, I believe you ought to show me some respect. King Kappa retorted, I apologize. But I never concern myself with those who have been defeated. After uttering these words, Vegeta turned and strode towards the arena outside. That insufferable brat is utterly infuriating. King Kappa exclaimed in anger. At that moment, the host was loudly announcing, Next, we shall commence the finals of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. One of the contenders is our prodigious young martial artist, a mere 12 years of age, and a first-time participant in this esteemed tournament, the contestant Vegeta. Let us welcome him with applause. As the host's words echoed, the audience erupted in cheers, following the previous 2 matches. Vegeta had garnered the admiration and affection of the majority of spectators, who were enamored with the youthful prodigy. Amidst the roaring applause, Vegeta elegantly made his way from the venue to the arena, waving to the surrounding audience with an air of stardom. Vegeta is acutely aware that to acquire more martial arts points and gain the approval of the majority, he must learn to present himself attractively, transforming into a star and embodying the aspirations of countless individuals. Therefore, no matter how much he despised such occasions in his previous life, it is destined that in this life, Vegeta will become the focal point of public attention. As Vegeta steps onto the stage, the host energetically introduces him once again. The other contender is even more remarkable, having secured the championship title in both the previous and the one before that. He is now competing for the 3rd time in our world-renowned martial arts tournament, aspiring to become the first martial artist to achieve 3 consecutive victories. He is none other than the illustrious King Kappa, known as the 8-armed Arhat. A round of applause for him. The host exclaims once more. Instantly, the arena erupts with resounding cheers, far more fervent than those that welcomed Vegeta. Bulma, observing the frenzy of the audience enthusiastically cheering for King Kappa, expresses her dissatisfaction, saying, Humph, the ultimate champion can only be my brother. King Kappa gracefully walks toward the stage, his hands clasped in a gesture of respect as he bows to the audience, exuding an air of composure. Who would suspect that just moments earlier, he had displayed signs of frustration in the venue? Although his pace is slow, after a few minutes, King Kappa finally ascends to the platform. Upon seeing Vegeta before him, Kappa's brow furrows slightly, recalling the rudeness Vegeta exhibited earlier in the venue. Once both competitors are on stage, the host inquires, the finals are about to commence. Do either of you have something to say to your opponent? The host first extends the microphone to Vegeta, who flashes an innocently naive smile. However, the The words that follow are anything but innocent. He declares, King Gappa, as a senior competitor who has already won the championship twice, it is time for you to step aside and allow someone else to shine. The audience erupts in a chorus of excitement at such provocative remarks, for it is this sort of boldness they wish to hear. Sentiments of warmth and humility do not resonate with them. The host, exhilarated by Vegeta's audacity, quickly passes the microphone to King Gappa, eagerly asking, King Gappa, Vegeta has issued you a challenge. What do you have to say? Without hesitation, King Gappa replies, Vegeta is still quite young and lacks extensive experience in combat. I hope this encounter will facilitate substantial growth for him. The host, seizing the moment, continues to inquire, so, King Gappa, do you believe you can secure the championship once again? Is there any doubt in this regard? King Gappa inquired unequivocally. His confident words instantly ignited a resounding cheer and enthusiastic applause from the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the host seized the opportunity to raise the microphone and proclaim loudly, let us now officially commence the finals of the 20th World Martial Arts Championship. With the host's announcement, the sound of a gong resonated, marking the official start of the competition. King Gappa immediately assumed a combat stance, for he had witnessed the battles of Vegeta and other competitors, and the formidable prowess exhibited by Vegeta compelled him to be on high alert. However, observing Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor with his hands clasped behind his back, he felt a surge of irritation and questioned, what does this mean? Do you hold me in contempt? Vegeta shrugged and remarked, I harbor no contempt for you. I merely believe your strength is insufficient to pose a threat to me. King Gappa, incensed, bellowed, you arrogant little wretch. I am the 8-armed champion, having claimed victory in 2 consecutive tournaments. With that, King Gappa charged at Vegeta, his arms becoming mere blurs, as though he possessed 8 limbs that relentlessly swung in a flurry of attacks aimed at Vegeta. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of Gappa's relentless onslaught. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, deftly evading every strike with nimble movements. The 2 figures danced across the arena, yet no matter how ferociously King Gappa attacked, not a single blow landed on Vegeta. Realizing that his current strategy would yield no significant results, King Gappa leaped backward, creating distance between them after several rounds of combat. Why have you ceased your assault? Vegeta inquired. Gappa, slightly panting, retorted, what, do you only know how to evade? Let me enlighten you. I am not like those who battled you before. They were worn down by your speed and ultimately fell to your hands. But I am different. I endure rigorous training every day. My stamina is unparalleled. In a contest of endurance, you, young one, cannot hope to match me. Therefore, I advise you to muster every ounce of your strength for a final showdown, for it may offer you a glimmer of hope for victory. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words in response to King Kappa's remarks. Thus, he acquiesced, saying, very well, if that is the case, I shall initiate my assault. With that, Vegeta assumed a combat stance. Observing that his adversary had finally ceased evading and was prepared to confront him head-on, King Kappa exhaled in relief. However, he retorted, I have already launched dozens of attacks. This time, I shall allow you to strike first. I fear that should I make my move, I might obliterate you in an instant. Vegeta remained silent, for the art of conversation was not his forte. With the opponent having made a request, Vegeta ceased to be polite and, with a powerful leap, charged directly at King Kappa. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist landed squarely on King Kappa, sending him hurtling off the stage and crashing violently against the surrounding barrier before he fell to the ground. The fervent cheers and shouts of encouragement from the crowd abruptly ceased, leaving both the host and the audience in stunned silence. Utterly astonished that Vegeta had concluded the match with a single strike, it seemed he had inadvertently exerted excessive force. Amidst the quiet, only Vegeta could be heard murmuring softly on the stage, Brother, you are incredible. Brother, you are the champion. I admire you so much. It was only Bulma below who vocally celebrated Vegeta's astounding victory. The voices of Vegeta and Bulma startled the host of the arena, who, feeling somewhat awkward, approached Vegeta and remarked, I never anticipated that your prowess would be so formidable, defeating King Gappa with just a single punch. He then proclaimed, I hereby announce that the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Vegeta. Let us all applaud in celebration. The applause, however, was rather tepid, with some audience members even calling for refunds. Ignoring the murmurs from the crowd, the host continued, holding the microphone up to Vegeta and inquired, Might you have a message for our audience, as you are now the youngest champion in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament? It was as if just when he was about to doze off, someone had handed him a pillow. Vegeta, contemplating how to promote his martial arts dojo, took the microphone and stated, "Initially, I was rather reluctant to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, for with my current abilities, it felt akin to an adult bullying a child, entirely devoid of challenge. The sole reason I entered the tournament was to advertise my Chinese martial arts dojo in West City. After this tournament concludes, I warmly invite all martial arts enthusiasts to visit the Chinese martial arts dojo in West City to learn the art." Chapter 15. Fame the host. Pleased to indulge Vegeta's advertisement, eagerly inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, could you enlighten us about the particular martial arts styles taught at your Chinese martial arts dojo?" Vegeta, echoing the host's sentiments, remarked, "The martial arts practiced at our Chinese Martial Arts Academy diverge significantly from the trends that prevail in contemporary society. We emphasize the cultivation of both physical resilience and inner strength. Our Chinese martial arts do not seek conflict or bloodshed. Rather, they are dedicated to the transcendence of the self, both spiritually and physically. We aspire to embody a martial spirit, pursuing a harmonious unity between humanity and nature. Our martial practice aims to quell violence and foster peace, ultimately striving for a world of universal harmony." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the host responded, "What a truly noble aspiration. We wish Mr. Vegeta great success with the opening of his Chinese Martial Arts Academy." In conclusion, he extended his heartfelt congratulations to Vegeta for becoming the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. "I hereby declare the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament to have concluded splendidly. Tonight, there will be a magnificent fireworks display on Papaya Island, and we invite all spectators to remain and enjoy the show. Finally, let us reconvene in 5 years for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament." With the host's announcement, the tournament officially came to an end. The host directly handed Vegeta the check for the 500,000 Zenny prize, omitting any formal award ceremony, resulting in a rather abrupt conclusion. Nevertheless, this time, Vegeta had indeed fulfilled his objective. Vegeta, clutching the prize check, vaulted over the isolation wall and approached Bulma and the others. Bulma enveloped Vegeta in a warm embrace and exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Vegeta steadied himself as he caught the rushing Bulma in his arms. Her form had begun to take shape, stirring something within him. Yet, upon recalling Bulma's age, he quickly composed himself, silently reciting a prayer for calm. He then waved the check in his hand and declared, "We have money now, the modest. It is sufficient for a sumptuous feast." At this moment, Dr. Brief smiled and remarked, "Great. Has our Vegeta started earning? Let us indulge in a grand meal tonight. Enjoy the evening fireworks, and return to West City tomorrow." Thus, the four of them spent an extraordinarily delightful night on Papaya Island, flying back to West City the following day. As time passed, Vegeta gained worldwide fame, with news outlets heralding the prodigious youth who clinched the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament at the tender age of 12. His martial arts points soared daily, and he reveled in the continuous increase. In addition to the enthusiastic promotion by various media, television stations invited him to participate in a plethora of programs. He willingly joined those that promoted Chinese martial arts, and in no time, Vegeta became one of the most renowned figures on Earth during the Dragon Ball era. Following his rise to fame, the anticipated outcome unfolded as many admirers flocked to West City, eager to study under him. However, upon learning the fees required for mentorship, many hesitated, with some openly accusing Vegeta of seeking to amass wealth and criticizing him for his greed. Nevertheless, Vegeta chose not to explain, adhering to the principle that the path of wisdom should not be hastily imparted. Ultimately, approximately 24 individuals paid the requisite fees and successfully became his disciples. On the first day after their initiation, the 24 disciples stood in 3 rows before Vegeta, each row consisting of 8 individuals. Vegeta stood upon a raised platform, facing the crowd. At merely 12 years of age, he was still quite diminutive, and it was only by ascending this elevated stage that he could ensure all eyes were upon him. "I trust you are all feeling quite jubilant at this moment," he declared passionately. "Why, you may ask? Because amidst the multitude of hundreds, I have selected 24 of you." A voice from the crowd murmured, "Is it not simply because we are the only ones who paid the tuition?" This remark incited a wave of laughter among the surrounding students. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, continuing, "A moment ago, someone suggested that your presence here is solely due to your tuition payments. Allow me to clarify. Many are capable of affording the fees. Yet why are only you 24 the ones who have done so? Have you ever pondered this question?" Another student chimed in, "Perhaps it is because we are foolish." This prompted a hearty laugh from all 24 students. However, Vegeta did not smile. Instead, he nodded in approval and remarked, This student is absolutely correct. Indeed, it is you who are foolish. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Vegeta continued, however, mastering my Chinese martial arts requires a certain kind of foolish determination. Most importantly, it is a matter of fate. The teachings of the law cannot be imparted to the unworthy, nor can the path be revealed to the insincere. Those who wish to learn Chinese martial arts but lack genuine sincerity shall find no opportunity to study with me. You are the final 24 who possess true earnestness. Let us applaud ourselves. With that, Vegeta initiated the applause, and the 24 individuals below enthusiastically joined in, their claps resonating with fervor. After all, these 24 had invested a substantial sum in tuition, signifying their willingness to place their faith in Vegeta, thus the applause was quite spirited. As the clamor subsided, Vegeta waved his hand backward, and at that moment, Bulma approached with two subordinates, carrying boxes from behind. Under Bulma's direction, the two aides proceeded to open the boxes they had transported. Vegeta retrieved a white tang suit from the box, identical in style to the one he wore. Except for the absence of the dragon and cloud designs. The left chest bore the intricate traditional Chinese characters, while the back was adorned with a prominent character for martial. Vegeta spoke. This is your martial arts uniform. Each person shall receive 2 sets. Upon entering the dojo, all must don them. At that moment, a disciple boldly inquired, Master, why can we not wear uniforms like yours? I believe your attire exudes a greater aura of power and is far more impressive. Vegeta replied, I apologize. But the dojo of Chinese martial arts adheres to its own regulations. As you are merely disciples at this stage, you are permitted to wear only white. It is only when your abilities earn my recognition, at the time of your graduation, that you may wear a martial arts uniform akin to mine. Chapter 19, The Realm of the Three Suns. Vegeta, utilizing the martial points accumulated over a recent period, expended 1 million martial points to exchange for the internal martial arts technique, the Zixia divine skill, from the Huashan sect, imparting it to his newly accepted disciples. Within the system, the Zixia divine skill comprises 9 realms, however, as a secondary level internal martial art. Its combat prowess falls short by 1 tier compared to the Jiuyang divine skill. Attaining the first layer of the Zixia divine skill grants a combat power of merely 100 points, while reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer bestows a staggering 10 billion points. Though it may not rival the Jiuyang divine skill, it is undeniably formidable compared to the martial arts previously practiced on Earth. Nonetheless, this is merely an ideal scenario, constrained by individual martial talent. It is estimated that among thousands, only 12 might successfully cultivate the Zixia divine skill to perfection. In addition to the internal martial arts technique, Vegeta also exchanged for various forms of boxing, palm techniques, and leg techniques, which he then imparted to the 24 disciples. However, each individual was permitted to select only one martial art to study, with no allowance for multiple disciplines. Vegeta himself allocated the remainder of his martial points to acquire the long-desired super divine skill, the Qian Kuan de Nuai. In Vegeta's perspective, the Jiuyang divine skill ought to be practiced in conjunction with the Qian Kuan de Nuai. The Qian Kuan de Nuai consists of 7 layers, and upon complete mastery, it offers 9 capabilities, including unleashing maximum potential, mastering martial principles, replicating an opponent's martial arts, creating openings in an opponent's defense, accumulating strength, binding palm energy, redirecting enemy force, transforming yin and yang energies, and borrowing strength to counter strength. Should Vegeta successfully cultivate the Qian Kuan de Nuai to perfection, it would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of the Ultra Instinct from the Dragon Ball universe, provided that both parties' internal energies are not vastly disparate. It can be said that once Vegeta masters the Jiuyang divine skill and the Qian Kuan de Nuai to their fullest potential, he would truly become a deity of martial arts within the Dragon Ball realm. However, at this juncture, Vegeta's martial points within the system no longer increase. Although individuals can contribute martial points to him more than once, further accumulation may only occur when traditional Chinese martial arts begin to spread widely across Earth. Thus, Vegeta gazed longingly at the 9 veins divine sword within the system, wiping away his drool. Consequently, he began to diligently assume the role of a master within the dojo, teaching the 24 students the essence of Chinese martial arts. As time slowly passed, 5 years went by, and Vegeta grew into a 17-year-old young man, finally resembling the character depicted in the original narrative of his past life. In contrast, he now stood significantly taller than his former self, measuring approximately 178 centimeters. And his appearance was notably softer than that illustrated in the original work. On this particular day, Vegeta was in his designated training room within the dojo, sitting cross-legged as he practiced the Jiuyang divine skill. With a white energy arrow emanating from his mouth, he gradually concluded his training. At long last, he had broken through to the third young realm. Vegeta let out a slow sigh, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the Nine Suns divine skill, which, as expected, had been meticulously calibrated by the system, proving to be exceedingly challenging to surpass. System, please provide an update on my current physical condition, Vegeta commanded. Responding promptly to Vegeta's directive, the system swiftly presented his attributes interface. Name, Vegeta. Age, 17 years. Combat power, 100, 003. Physical condition, healthy skills, Nine Suns divine skill. Realm of the Three Suns, cosmic shift, third layer, other skills, omitted, martial arts points, 108, 762. Vegeta slowly remarked, it appears that I must continue to strive. I must transcend to the Ninth Sun realm before the decisive battle with Frieza. Otherwise, accomplishing the system's tasks will prove to be arduous. With that, he retracted the system interface, stretched languidly, and rose from the meditation mat, stepping out of his training chamber. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. The disciples outside, having observed that Vegeta had been in isolation for nearly a year, promptly bowed and greeted him. Well, greetings to you all. Vegeta acknowledged each one with a nod. Over the past 5 years, the dojo had gradually welcomed a dozen new disciples, bringing the total number of students to 32. Vegeta employed the system's probing function to assess the combat prowess of his disciples. He discovered that approximately half of them were on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of the purple mist technique. The majority of the remaining disciples had also reached the mid-stage of this initial layer. Only a select few, likely those who would join later, had only recently achieved a breakthrough into the first layer of the purple mist technique. Among his disciples, the most formidable was a student named Tengen, whose combat strength had reached an impressive 983 points, mere moments away from ascending to the second layer of the purple mist technique. Vegeta couldn't help but exclaim the prowess of Chinese martial arts. This disciple, Tengen, is indeed more formidable than Goku was during his battle against Raditz in the original narrative. Vegeta called out to Dawn and praised him, saying, Dawn, you are quite remarkable. You are on the verge of breaking through to the second level of mastery, aren't you? Upon being addressed by Vegeta, Dawn immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to my master for his guidance. The essence of Chinese martial arts imparted by you is truly extraordinary. Having merely mastered the first layer of the Zixia technique, I am already experiencing such prowess. I can hardly fathom the level of strength I would attain upon reaching the 9th layer of perfection. Vegeta patted his shoulder and remarked, Then you must strive with all your might. The earth is vast, the universe even more so, and formidable foes abound. I cannot shoulder this burden alone. We must endeavor together. Indeed, Master, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. Dawn responded emphatically, his gaze towards Vegeta brimming with admiration and respect. Vegeta waved his hand and said, Go forth and train diligently. In this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, you shall represent our Chinese Martial Arts Academy and bring home the championship. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that he would represent the Chinese Martial Arts Academy in the prestigious tournament, Tengen was immediately infused with a formidable fighting spirit. After Vegeta departed, the other disciples surrounded Tengen, congratulating him on the honor of competing on behalf of the academy. Vegeta paid no heed to the commotion of his disciples, instead steering his vehicle toward his home in West City. It had been nearly a year since he last saw Bulma and the briefs, and he found himself missing them quite a bit. The roads of West City were impeccably constructed, allowing the maglev car to traverse at remarkable speeds. In a mere matter of minutes, Vegeta arrived back home. Chapter 17. The story commences. Vegeta first encountered Mrs. Brief in the courtyard, where she was diligently watering the flowers in the garden with a watering can. Auntie, Vegeta joyfully greeted Mrs. Brief. Upon seeing Vegeta return, her face brightened, and she set down the watering can, approaching him with a smile, exclaiming, Look who has come back. It's our charming little Vegeta. Auntie, where's Bulma? Is she at home? Despite having known her for many years, Vegeta still found it somewhat uncomfortable to endure Mrs. Brief's playful teasing, prompting him to quickly interrupt her with his inquiry. Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Mrs. Brief feigned sorrow and remarked, Oh dear. Our little handsome boy no longer prefers Annie, but has taken a liking to that blonde girl, Bulma. What can a young girl offer compared to Annie? Feeling overwhelmed, Vegeta hastily left the courtyard and ran towards the house, thinking to himself, I shall find her myself. Observing Vegeta's retreat, Mrs. Brief called out, "Is there anything you wish to eat tonight?" "As long as it's made by you, Auntie, I'm fine with anything," Vegeta replied, his voice resonating back to her. Vegeta hurried into the house, yet after searching through a dozen rooms, he could not find Bulma. In the laboratory, he encountered Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in his research. "Uncle, is Bulma not home?" Vegeta inquired. "Oh, it's you, Vegeta. Welcome back," Dr. Brief greeted, lifting the visor from his head. "Uncle, where has Bulma gone?" "I couldn't find her at home. She should be on summer vacation now, right?" Vegeta pressed on. "Oh, Bulma? Didn't she tell you?" "She mentioned that she was going out to search for some Dragon Balls, intending to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish," Dr. Brief explained. "Searching for the Dragon Balls? Is she doing this alone? That seems exceedingly perilous. Uncle, how can you allow her to venture out alone without worrying about her safety?" Vegeta asked, somewhat incredulous. "Perilous? What danger could she possibly encounter? She took plenty of capsules with her when she left," Dr. Brief replied, seemingly unconcerned. Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless. It was indeed remarkable that Bulma had thrived with such parents. With no other recourse, Vegeta addressed Dr. Brief. Expressing his concern for Bulma, "I am rather worried about Bulma. I shall venture out to retrieve her." He then inquired, "Uncle, do we still have any travel capsules at home?" The travel capsules were a bespoke collection crafted by the Capsule Corporation, tailored for clients who cherished exploration. Each capsule set included a housing capsule, 3 transportation capsules, namely an airplane, an off-road vehicle, and a small boat, as well as 2 food storage capsules and 2 purified water storage capsules. Dr. Brief gestured towards a nearby cabinet and replied, "Ah, I recall that we still possess a set of travel capsules in the cabinet. You may go and check." Vegeta approached the cabinet and, after a brief search, discovered a travel capsule box nestled in the corner, still encased in its original packaging. He tore open the wrapping, inspected the contents, and then placed the capsule box into his backpack. Turning to his uncle, he declared, "I shall take my leave now." Dr. Brief, taken aback by Vegeta's immediate departure, inquired, "Are you truly setting out again so soon after your return?" Vegeta responded, expressing his concern, "I wonder how Bulma is faring. Is she in peril? I must depart at once to locate her." Just as Vegeta dashed out of the laboratory, Mrs. Brief happened to approach, carrying a freshly brewed pot of tea. Observing Vegeta's hasty exit, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "In such a hurry, are you? Would you not care to sample this freshly brewed black tea?" "No, Auntie." Vegeta called back, "I fear Bulma may be in danger, and I must go find her." With that, Vegeta's figure swiftly vanished from Mrs. Brief's sight. After Vegeta stepped out, his capsule transformed into a car, which he drove towards the outskirts of West City. However, upon reaching the city's edge, he encountered a significant dilemma. With Earth being so vast, where should he begin his search for Bulma? While Bulma possessed the Dragon Radar to guide her, Vegeta did not have such a tool at his disposal. The thought of the original story, where Bulma was left exposed by Goku's actions in her quest for the Dragon Ball, left him feeling quite irritable. He realized that embarking on a blind search was utterly futile. After some contemplation, Vegeta decided to return home. He rushed back into the laboratory, where he found Dr. Brief still engrossed in his work. Upon seeing Vegeta return, Dr. Brief inquired with curiosity, "Vegeta, didn't you say you were going to find Bulma? Why have you come back?" Vegeta responded somewhat awkwardly, "Uncle, I am eager to retrieve Bulma, but once I left the city, I realized I had no idea where to begin my search." Dr. Brief pondered for a moment before replying, "Hearing you say that suddenly reminds me that Bulma created a device known as the Dragon Radar in her quest for the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was instantly filled with excitement and asked, "Uncle, can you assist me in creating a new Dragon Ball radar?" Dr. Brief promptly replied, "Of course. It's no trouble at all. I recall that Bulma left behind the schematics." With that, Dr. Brief led Vegeta to Bulma's laboratory. The two quickly began rummaging through the lab. Before long, Vegeta discovered a blueprint resembling a Dragon Ball radar tucked away in a cabinet. "Uncle, take a look at this. Is this not the Dragon Ball radar?" Vegeta inquired, handing the blueprint to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief examined the document, nodded, and affirmed, "Indeed. This is the schematic for the Dragon Ball radar. I will promptly set to work on constructing a new one for you." Time passed swiftly, and within the span of a single meal, Dr. Brief presented Vegeta with a brand new Dragon Ball radar. "Vegeta, this is the Dragon Ball radar. Allow me to instruct you on its operation," Dr. Brief said. Vegeta swiftly seized the Dragon Ball radar and declared, "Uncle, I am well versed in the usage of the Dragon Ball radar. I shall set off at once. Oh, very well then. Do take care. Dr. Brief expressed his concern. However, at that moment, Vegeta had already vanished from Dr. Brief's sight. Chapter 18. The search for Bulma. This time, Vegeta opted not to take the capsule car, instead choosing to soar through the skies using his flight technique. After years of traversing on foot, he had nearly forgotten that he possessed the ability to fly. Ascending into the air, Vegeta retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and activated it to scan for the locations of the Dragon Balls. From the original narrative, Vegeta was aware that Bulma possessed 2 Dragon Balls, thus, he only needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the clustered orbs. Thankfully, there were currently no more than 3 Dragon Balls gathered together. Eagerly, Vegeta anticipated the activation of the Dragon Ball radar. Upon its activation, he was greeted by the sight of 3 Dragon Balls clustered on the radar screen, prompting an exclamation of delight. Not bad. If I hurry, I shall not be too late. With a triumphant cheer, Vegeta accelerated towards Bulma's location. By the time Vegeta arrived near Bulma's vicinity, twilight had already descended, revealing a round capsule house at the site of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta descended before the entrance of the house and rapped upon the door. Within, a voice belonging to Bulma resonated as she called out loudly, "Goku, go answer the door." Before long, the door swung open, revealing a small child, none other than Son Goku himself. "Who are you looking for?" Goku inquired with curiosity, his gaze drifting to Vegeta. Whereupon he noticed the tail trailing behind him. In astonishment, Goku exclaimed, You actually have a tail too." He then turned to Bulma, who was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, and shouted, "Bulma, didn't you say that everyone outside has no tails? Why does he have one?" "A tail?" Bulma, startled in the kitchen, suddenly recalled something significant. She emerged from the kitchen and was immediately met with the sight of the person she had been longing for. Upon seeing Vegeta had indeed come, a smile blossomed on her face, but just as swiftly, her expression shifted from joy to dismay. "Humph, what brings you here? Haven't you been preoccupied with your so-called martial arts training?" Bulma questioned, her tone laced with irritation. Vegeta, who had initially been prepared to greet Bulma with a smile in response to her joyful demeanor, was taken aback by her sudden wrath. However, upon hearing her words, he swiftly comprehended the source of her anger. It was due to his singular focus on transcending the realm of the Super Saiyan, neglecting her in the process. Vegeta hurriedly approached Bulma to apologize, saying, "Bulma, I sincerely apologize for neglecting you over the past year due to my intense training. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" In her heart, Bulma felt a sense of forgiveness towards Vegeta for his visit. Yet the thought of him potentially overlooking her again in the future due to his training prompted her to resolve to teach him a lesson. "I'm sorry," she reflected. But if uttering an apology sufficed whenever someone erred, then what purpose would the law serve? Vegeta continued to inquire, "What must I do for you to forgive me?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's question, seemingly at a loss regarding how to punish him. "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know once I do." Bulma replied, "No problem, take your time. However, your decision to venture out was rather reckless. The outside world is fraught with danger. You should return home with me." Vegeta insisted. "What? Return? I refuse to do so. I intend to gather the Dragon Balls, summon the Eternal Dragon, and make my wish." Bulma dismissed Vegeta's request. "Do you see these?" she said, pulling 2 Dragon Balls from her backpack, one bearing the 2-star emblem and the other the 5-star emblem. "These are the legendary Dragon Balls. Once I collect all 7, I will be able to summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant me any wish I desire. But don't you lack for nothing? What wish could you possibly want to make?" Vegeta asked as he toyed with the Dragon Balls. "Humph. Naturally. I wish for the Eternal Dragon to grant me a boyfriend who will always obey me and keep me company," Bulma declared, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. "Unlike certain individuals, whose minds are solely consumed by martial arts, leaving no room for me." Vegeta hastily continued his apologies, saying, "How could that be? Bulma, my heart is entirely yours. There is no space for anyone else." At that moment, Goku, who had been listening to the conversation between Vegeta and Bulma, suddenly interjected, "Vegeta, do you also possess martial arts skills? Are you truly formidable?" Initially intending to maintain her irritation with Vegeta, Bulma, upon hearing Goku's inquiry, could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly replied, "Formidable? He is exceptionally so. Vegeta is the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, and he was merely 12 years old at that time." After speaking, Bulma turned to gaze at Vegeta, yet upon noticing the gentle smile in his eyes, her expression momentarily froze in delight, only to shift to a more serious demeanor as she crossed her arms and declared, "In summary, Vegeta is indeed impressive. You two continue your conversation. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. With that, Bulma swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Once out of sight of Vegeta and Goku, she quickly placed her hand over her chest, attempting to calm the tumult within her. Phew, that was close. I nearly succumbed. Bulma sighed, exclaiming, honestly, despite his ordinary appearance, how can he smile so beautifully? In the living room, Goku, unaware of what the World Martial Arts Tournament entailed, could discern Bulma's admiration for Vegeta in her words. He excitedly turned to Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, may I challenge you to a duel? Vegeta glanced at Goku's current battle power through the system, which stood at a mere 33, a stark contrast to his own impressive figure of over 100,000. However, Vegeta was well aware of Goku's prodigious martial arts talent and his status as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. The thought of taking him as a disciple sparked immense curiosity. How many martial arts points could this yield? At that moment, the system issued a new task. Take Son Goku as a disciple and impart to him the art of Chinese martial arts. Reward, 100 million martial arts points. Failure, no penalties. 100 million martial arts points. Vegeta could hardly believe the magnitude of the reward for taking Goku as a disciple. With such an enticing prospect before him, he promptly resolved to take Goku under his wing. Turning to Goku with an eager gaze, Vegeta remarked, of course. There is no problem. But don't you feel a bit hungry? Let us eat to our fill before we engage in combat. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku suddenly felt the pangs of hunger himself and called out loudly to Bulma in the kitchen, Bulma, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Stop the racket. Those who cannot cook have no right to rush. Bulma retorted from the kitchen, unceremoniously raising her voice. Chapter 19, Taking Goku as a Disciple Originally. Preparing dinner would not have taken such a long time. However, Bulma had not anticipated Vegeta's swift arrival. Knowing Vegeta's appetite all too well, she hurriedly began preparing more food in the kitchen. About an hour later, Bulma announced loudly from the kitchen, dinner is ready. Come help bring the food to the table. At Bulma's call, Vegeta and Goku entered the kitchen to assist. Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out, Goku's excitement soared, and he exclaimed, I have never had such a sumptuous feast in my life. Bulma, you are truly wonderful. Goku's heartfelt words left Bulma touched, and she replied sentimentally, since you like it. Hurry and eat. As she spoke, she placed some delectable dishes in front of him, not forgetting Vegeta. Bulma also ensured that many of his favorite foods were served at his side. I'm digging in. Goku cheered joyfully, and then began to eat heartily. Having already eaten once before heading out, Vegeta was not as ravenous, so his pace was relatively moderate, though he still consumed more than the average person. Approximately half an hour later, the three had finished dinner. Vegeta helped Bulma clear the table, and then he and Goku stepped outside. After a brief warm-up, Goku faced Vegeta and assumed a fighting stance. Vegeta, I'm going to attack, Goku announced, then sprang forward to launch his assault on Vegeta. Vegeta adeptly countered each of Goku's attacks, standing firm without any intention of evasion. Your strength is still insufficient, your speed too sluggish, and your movements replete with unnecessary actions, Vegeta remarked while fending off Goku's onslaught. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku intensified his assault, increasing both his power and speed. Yet he still failed to land a single blow on Vegeta. Realizing the futility of his efforts, Goku swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. Vegeta, you are truly formidable. I am no match for you. However, could you strike me once? I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity, Goku requested earnestly. Are you certain? The gap between us is quite substantial, Vegeta inquired. I want to give it a try, Goku replied with determination. Very well, my attack is coming, Vegeta warned. Goku immediately assumed a defensive stance, declaring, I am ready. No sooner had Goku uttered these words than he was sent hurtling backward. Unable to comprehend how Vegeta had launched his assault, he collided with two large trees before finally being halted by a third. When Goku, clutching his abdomen, laboriously returned to the capsule house, he lamented, Vegeta is indeed extraordinary. I am utterly outmatched. I couldn't even perceive your attack before being defeated. Do not underestimate yourself, Goku. You are still young, and your physique is remarkably robust. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly become powerful in the future, Vegeta commended him. However, after the praise, Vegeta continued. At your age, it is crucial to establish a solid foundation in martial arts, and having a capable master is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku felt a pang of sadness. Before my grandfather passed away, he was the one who taught me martial arts. But since his passing, I have had no one to guide me. I have merely been training blindly on my own. At that moment, Bulma, who was sitting nearby on the sofa, applying a facial mask while perusing a fashion magazine, suddenly interjected, "Goku, you could ask Vegeta to be your master. He is the head of the largest martial arts dojo in West City." If the situation had permitted, Vegeta would have eagerly kissed Bulma for her timely support. Goku then inquired, "What does it mean to be the head of a dojo?" Vegeta pondered for a moment before elucidating. "It refers to individuals of exceptional prowess." "Indeed, Vegeta. Your strength is undeniably formidable. Might you take me as your disciple and impart your martial arts knowledge?" Goku gazed at Vegeta with hopeful anticipation. At that moment, Vegeta, seated on the sofa, adjusted his posture and solemnly inquired of Goku, "To study the Chinese martial arts under my tutelage, you must strictly adhere to the regulations of the school." With that, Vegeta recounted the rules of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy to Goku. Upon concluding his explanation, he added, "Once you become my disciple, should you violate these regulations, you may face consequences ranging from a prohibition on further advanced training to expulsion from the academy. Are you certain you wish to become my disciple?" Goku, with unwavering determination, replied, "I am certain." "Very well, then I shall accept you as my disciple today." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Bulma, who had been by Vegeta's side for many years, seized the moment to offer Goku a cup of tea, well acquainted with the traditions surrounding the disciple ceremony. However, Goku appeared somewhat perplexed by the proceedings. Bulma whispered a few instructions into Goku's ear, guiding him through the ritual. After absorbing Bulma's explanation, Goku accepted the teacup, knelt reverently, and presented it to Vegeta, proclaiming, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Vegeta took the teacup, gently sipped from it, and then urged Goku to rise, declaring, "Goku, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I hope you can temper your arrogance and impatience. Strive diligently in martial arts, and ultimately elevate our Chinese martial traditions. You are the 33rd disciple I have taken, following 32 senior brothers. Once we return to the West capital, I shall introduce you to them." Meanwhile, the system notified Vegeta that he had successfully completed the task of accepting Goku as a disciple, rewarding him with 100 million martial arts points. Goku nodded in response. "Understood, Master." Upon hearing Goku address him as Master, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had taken the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga as his apprentice, which could be seen as a point of pride for all transgressors. However, he intended to use the 100 million martial arts points earned by Goku solely for Goku's development, refusing to claim any for himself. Vegeta examined the profound martial arts techniques that could be exchanged for a staggering 100 million martial points and ultimately chose the pure yang ultimate skill, created by the esteemed Wudong founder Zhang Sanfeng based on the 9 yang divine art. Chapter 20. Rescuing the Sea Turtle. Zhang Sanfeng is a figure capable of attaining the golden elixir realm in martial arts, a master whose prowess is undoubtedly comparable to that of the renowned drunken monk. The pure yang ultimate skill underwent continuous refinement after its inception by Zhang Sanfeng, reaching its pinnacle only in his later years, standing on par with the 9 yang divine art. This was the very reason why Vegeta decided to impart the pure yang ultimate skill to Sun Wukong. Naturally, the internal cultivation technique he exchanged for could also serve as a reference for his own practice. This explains why Vegeta refrained from spending 100 million martial points on the 9 yang divine art, as he had already mastered it and saw no need to waste those precious points. That evening, after imparting the pure yang ultimate skill to Sun Wukong, Vegeta left a seed of true energy within his Dantian to facilitate Sun Wukong's swift entry into the practice. Sun Wukong, truly a scion, exhibited an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Among the other 32 disciples on Earth, none possessed the same level of martial aptitude as he did, aside from Vegeta himself. With merely a straightforward instruction, Wukong was able to enter a state of complete meditation, whereas the most gifted among the other 32 disciples, Dawn, took nearly a month to achieve self-sufficient meditation practice. Vegeta did not disturb Goku's training. Instead, he departed from his room. Upon reaching the living room, he found Bulma still engrossed in a magazine on the sofa. Vegeta softly spoke to Bulma. "Bulma, look, I have come to find you. How about you return with me to West City tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a twinge of displeasure, though her anger had somewhat subsided. The thrill of collecting the Dragon Balls and summoning the Eternal Dragon to fulfill her wishes was far too enticing for her to relinquish so easily. Naturally, she was unwilling to comply. Moreover, Vegeta had devoted an entire year to training, and now that he was finally willing to accompany her, how could she simply forgive him and return to West City? Bulma replied, "No, I have yet to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to realize my wish." Upon hearing the mention of making a wish, Vegeta felt a pang of anxiety and promptly inquired, "Am I not already here? What more do you wish for?" Bulma, finding the situation amusing, replied, "What does it matter that you are here? Just because you are present, does it mean I cannot summon the dragon to make a wish?" Vegeta, unable to contain himself, retorted, "But isn't your desire to wish for a handsome boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Bulma realized that Vegeta was feeling jealous, which brought a sweet sensation to her heart. However, she was aware of the need to maintain decorum and responded, "As for the specifics of the wish, it will depend on my mood. First, let us collect all 7 Dragon Balls." She then added, "I am heading to my room to rest. You should turn in early as well since we have more traveling to do tomorrow." With that, Bulma retired to her room. The following morning, Vegeta arose early to lead Goku in martial arts practice. Initially, he imparted the fundamentals of Taizu Changquan, which has now become the foundational style in Chinese martial arts academies, with all disciples first mastering this form. After they had engaged in a complete 5 rounds of practice outside, Bulma finally stirred from her slumber. Observing the brilliant sunlight and the gentle spring breeze outside, she stretched lazily and exclaimed, "How wonderful! I never expected the weather to be so delightful today. It is truly perfect for traveling." Just as Bulma was about to return to the living room to savor the breakfast prepared by Vegeta, a moving stone startled her. "What on earth is this? Why is it moving?" Bulma's shrill scream drew the attention of both Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta hurriedly dashed forward, positioning Bulma behind him, and raised his hand, poised to strike the stone. Startled, the stone exclaimed, "I am a turtle, not a stone." Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta's hand came to a halt just before the turtle. Realizing it was indeed a turtle, Bulma stepped out from behind Vegeta, a hint of annoyance in her tone as she remarked, "What the heck? It's just a turtle. You nearly gave me a fright. But it is rather peculiar. What brings you here? We're quite far from the ocean." Vegeta was well aware that the turtle was none other than the one cared for by Master Roshi, and thus he let down his guard. As the story unfolded, Bulma provided the turtle with some salt water to replenish its strength, and it requested that they take it to the seaside. Unlike her original portrayal, Bulma was no longer solely fixated on collecting the Dragon Balls. Instead, she regarded this quest as a delightful adventure with Vegeta. She wished for this journey to last indefinitely and readily agreed to the turtle's request. As for Vegeta and Goku, they found themselves without any say in the matter. Once everyone had finished breakfast and changed their attire, Bulma produced a capsule to summon a pickup truck. Goku placed the turtle in the truck bed, and together they set off toward the coast. However, while they were joyfully cruising along the road, a massive sword suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself directly in their path, prompting Bulma to slam on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a deafening, shrill noise. Fortunately, the truck came to a halt just before colliding with the blade, averting a disastrous overturn. The abrupt stop caused a chaotic tumble within the vehicle, especially for Goku, who, unbuckled in the back seat, was thrown forward, shattering the windshield and catapulting out of the pickup. Enraged, Bulma flung open the door, ready to confront the instigator. However, upon seeing a towering figure of over 3 meters, a colossal bear man, she instinctively recoiled behind Vegeta. One of the bear man's eyes bore a ghastly scar, and his fierce visage would intimidate any ordinary person. With a swift motion, the bear man yanked the nearly 2-meter-long sword from the ground and boomed at Vegeta and the others. "You have 2 choices. Either leave the turtle behind, and I will let you go, or I will slay you and keep the turtle for myself." Hearing this, Goku curiously glanced at the trembling turtle in the truck bed and inquired, "Do you have a grudge against Mr. Turtle?" "A grudge? What nonsense. I have no enmity with the turtle. I merely wish to feast on turtle meat. Surely, you know how delectable turtle is?" The bear man laughed heartily. Chapter 21. Encounter with the lecherous old man. At this moment, Vegeta spoke up. "Goku, cease your idle chatter with him. This is an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. Quickly, employ the techniques I have taught you to vanquish this bear creature." Upon hearing Vegeta refer to him as a bear creature, the bear man was instantly filled with rage, shouting furiously, "I am a bear man, not a bear creature. You scoundrel! I shall slay you." The bear man brandished his large blade and charged at Vegeta. Vegeta, cradling Bulma, leapt gracefully to evade the onslaught of the bear-like creature. In that moment, Goku positioned himself defiantly before the beast. "Your adversary is me," he declared vociferously, launching himself into an attack. The creature, unfazed, regarded Goku with a disdainful smirk and remarked, "Humph, little one, if you seek to embrace death, I shall commence with you before moving on to others." With that, the bear creature swung its blade menacingly towards Goku. Just as the weapon was about to descend upon him, Goku effortlessly sidestepped and struck the side of the blade with his fist, causing the creature's hand to convulse as if struck by lightning. The weapon flew from its grasp. Clutching its injured hand in terror, the creature gazed at Goku and inquired, "Who are you, you little rascal?" Goku, equally astonished by the impact of his actions, offered a slight smile and replied, "I am Son Goku." With that, he soared upward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bear creature hurtling away. "Well, that's taken care of. Let us proceed," Vegeta remarked, clapping his hands in satisfaction upon witnessing Goku's triumph over the beast. Bulma, brimming with excitement, disdainfully addressed the fallen creature. "What a joke. So weak, and yet you attempt to rob others. Perhaps you should spend a few more years honing your skills at a martial arts dojo." Vegeta, at a loss for words, urged, "All right, Bulma, he cannot hear you now. Let us hasten to return the turtle to the sea. You still wish to gather the Dragon Balls, do you not?" In truth, Vegeta possessed the capability to assist Bulma in collecting the Dragon Balls through his flight technique. However, Bulma had dismissed that notion. Fortunately, having just attained the 3rd level of mastery, with the dojo overseen by Dawn, he had ample time to accompany Bulma. Thus, the trio, along with the turtle, resumed their journey. This time, they encountered no obstructions along the way and soon arrived at the seaside. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the ocean, where the azure sea met the sky in the distance, one could not help but feel an expansion of the heart and spirit. The turtle addressed the three, "Please wait here for a moment while I return to inform my master, who wishes to express his gratitude." Bulma insisted it was unnecessary, yet the turtle paid her no heed, diving into the depths and disappearing from their sight. Reluctantly, to avoid wasting the turtle's trip, Bulma suggested they wait, assuring that they would simply decline any offerings of thanks. Goku, having never seen the ocean before, frolicked joyfully along the shore, while Vegeta and Bulma sought refuge under the shade of nearby coconut trees. After approximately an hour, Vegeta finally spotted a small dark figure emerging on the horizon, announcing, "Someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Bulma sprang to her feet, peering into the depths of the sea, yet saw nothing. "Are you deceiving me? Why can I see nothing?" Bulma questioned Vegeta with a hint of skepticism. Vegeta, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "Our martial arts vision surpasses that of ordinary individuals, so it is entirely normal for you not to see clearly. Sit down and wait patiently. The other party is still quite far from the shore." As fate would have it, after a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Bulma finally discerned a figure emerging on the distant sea. As the figure approached the beach, she beheld a gaunt, bald old man wearing sunglasses, standing atop a turtle. The turtle introduced, "Esteemed benefactors, this is my master, revered as the god of martial arts." "Master Roshi, the god of martial arts?" Bulma questioned skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at the frail old man before her. Despite his sunglasses, she felt an unsettling gaze directed at her. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a pendant hanging from his chest, and she exclaimed with delight, "Is that not a Dragon Ball you have around your neck?" After counting the stars on it, she joyfully declared, "It's a 3-star ball." At that moment, Master Roshi coughed and said, "Dear kind souls, I am immensely grateful that you returned my turtle instead of opting to stew him for a soup. I wish to present each of you with a gift." Bulma quickly interjected, "I require no gift. Simply give me the Dragon Ball you wear around your neck." "Ah, I see," Master Roshi responded, removing the Dragon Ball pendant from his chest. "I have considered this a particularly precious gem since I acquired it 3 years ago. But since you are the savior of my turtle, it shall be yours." Upon hearing his words, Bulma was overjoyed and reached out to receive the 3-star ball. However, Master Roshi did not immediately hand it over. Instead, he continued, "I have no issue giving you the Dragon Ball, but as an elderly man, I have a small request." As he spoke, the once dignified Master Roshi's expression shifted to one of lewdness. Just as he was about to voice an unreasonable demand, Vegeta, standing nearby, interjected sternly, "I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from making any requests." Vegeta was undoubtedly aware of Master Roshi's request. Thus he interjected to halt the old man's forthcoming words. Observing Vegeta's stern countenance, Master Roshi's expression stiffened momentarily, and he muttered under his breath, "It was merely a trivial jest. Why the somberness? Must it be taken so seriously?" Vegeta continued, "Because Bulma is my girlfriend." Upon hearing Vegeta's admission, Bulma nearly swooned with happiness. However, her remaining rationality prevailed, and she mustered her strength to snatch the Dragon Balls away, exclaiming, "Who? who agreed to be your girlfriend. After uttering these words, she swiftly retreated into the pickup truck, giggling foolishly. Master Roshi, understanding the reason behind Vegeta's attempt to silence him, leaned in with a lewd grin and remarked, "Hey, kid, your girlfriend is quite something. Could you find out if she has any sisters or younger siblings?" Chapter 22. Riding the Flying Nimbus. Faced with the audacity of Master Roshi, Vegeta was at a loss for words. If it weren't for the knowledge that this lecherous old man had only this one flaw and was genuinely a decent person, Vegeta would have been tempted to send him flying with a single punch. Vegeta spoke. "You are overthinking it. Bulma is an only child." "Well, that is indeed a great pity," Master Roshi lamented. He then cleared his throat, regaining his demeanor of righteousness, and continued, "Now, what kind of reward do you two desire?" Vegeta waved his hand and remarked, "Never mind, I do not require any reward. You may bestow it upon Goku." With that, he returned to the pickup truck. At that moment, Bulma finally regained her composure. Upon seeing Vegeta also climb into the truck, she found herself momentarily at a loss, bashfully inquiring, "Was what you just said true? What do you mean?" Vegeta feigned ignorance, fully aware of Bulma's inquiry. Upon hearing his response, Bulma became instantly dissatisfied and, with urgency, pressed. "I mean what you just said about me being your girlfriend. But you mentioned that you hadn't agreed to it yet." Vegeta looked at Bulma with amusement. "Who said I didn't agree?" Bulma blurted out, only to catch sight of Vegeta's enigmatic smile. She promptly gave him a playful shove, exclaiming, "Humph! You've been bullying me since childhood. One day, you shall surely drive me to my demise." Vegeta tenderly embraced Bulma and declared, "Bulma, I promise you, even if I perish, I shall never torment you." "Nonsense, do not utter such ominous words," she replied. Then, noticing the Dragon Ball in her hand, she continued, "If by chance you were to meet an untimely end, I would gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect you." As their conversation deepened, their lips began to draw nearer, poised for a kiss. At that moment, a face suddenly pressed against the car window, startling Bulma, who let out a shriek. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Goku peering in from outside. He tapped on the glass and inquired, "Master, Bulma, what are you two up to?" Bulma's face flushed crimson as she hastily distanced herself from Vegeta. Clearing his throat, Vegeta remarked, "Such matters are not for children to inquire about." With that, he stepped out of the vehicle and noticed the flying Nimbus beside Goku. Goku joyfully embraced the Nimbus and exclaimed, "Master, look, this is the flying Nimbus. A gift from Grandpa." At that moment, Bulma exited the car, her curiosity piqued by the cloud-like yellow object. "What purpose does this serve?" she asked, hearing her question. Goku leapt onto the Nimbus, which effortlessly supported him in midair. "The Nimbus allows me to soar freely through the sky." He then piloted the Nimbus, executing a series of high-flying stunts akin to a roller coaster. Bulma watched in envy, and when Goku finally landed the Nimbus before them, she eagerly said, "May I have a turn?" Vegeta, overhearing her, quickly interjected, "I would not advise you to attempt that." Bulma, feeling annoyed, retorted, "What is the harm? I merely wish to try flying it. I want to perform any dangerous stunts like Goku." Vegeta, noticing Bulma's anger, turned to Goku and inquired, "Goku, are there any prerequisites for riding the Nimbus cloud?" "Prerequisites? What do you mean by that?" Goku asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What sort of individuals are permitted to ride the Nimbus cloud?" Vegeta pressed on. "Oh." The old man mentioned that only children with pure hearts and no distracting thoughts can ride the Nimbus cloud, Goku replied, a sudden chuckle escaping him as he continued. "The old man intended to test me, but he couldn't even board the Nimbus himself. Aha." Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet she retorted defiantly, "Humph. That lecherous old man is filled with unhealthy thoughts. It's no surprise he couldn't get on. But I am different. I am an invincible beauty, and my thoughts are entirely pure." However, deep down, Bulma pondered, "Surely, thinking about doing naughty things with my brother doesn't count as unhealthy, does it?" After this, Bulma stood beside the Nimbus cloud, taking deep breaths. Goku cheered her on. "Come on, Bulma. You can do it." The Nimbus, obediently, began to descend gently from its height, making it easier for Bulma to leap onto it. With one final deep breath, Bulma sprang towards the Nimbus cloud. With a loud thud, her body went straight through the Nimbus, and she landed heavily on the sandy beach below. Fortunately, the sand cushioned her fall, and the height was great enough to inflict significant pain. However, the embarrassment of the incident was utterly mortifying. Seeing Bulma fail to mount the Nimbus, Goku burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Bulma, it seems you are not such a good girl after all." Bulma rubbed her sore spot, glaring at the laughing Goku and the barely contained chuckles of Vegeta. In a fit of irritation, she exclaimed, "Vegeta, you try jumping on. I want to see if you can manage it." In her frustration, Bulma had resorted to calling Vegeta by his name instead of brother. Vegeta shook his head and said, "There's no need to try. I doubt I would be able to sit atop it." Upon witnessing Vegeta's refusal, Bulma immediately felt displeased. She couldn't allow Goku to think that her intentions were less than pure, so she quickly took hold of Vegeta's arm, shaking it playfully, and exclaimed in a sweet voice, "Come on, brother, why not give it a try? I wish to see." Vegeta could hardly endure Bulma's tone and demeanor, promptly responding, "All right, I shall give it a try." After uttering these words, Vegeta approached the side of the Kintown, while Goku and Bulma watched with eager anticipation. Vegeta gracefully leaped into the air, landing atop the Nimbus cloud. As anticipated, his body effortlessly passed through the cloud and descended to the ground. However, given his remarkable agility, a fall was out of the question. At that moment, Bulma spoke up. "I told you, I cannot be the only one with an impure heart in this world. In fact, those with pure hearts are indeed the rarity." "Yes, you are absolutely right," Vegeta replied. "Let us continue our journey." Chapter 23. Encounter with Oolong the Turtle had also been delivered to its master, along with the retrieval of the 3-star Dragon Ball and a Nimbus Cloud. Now, they had located 4 Dragon Balls, with just 3 remaining to gather the complete set of 7. Bulma stowed away the pickup truck and switched to a motorcycle. She said to Goku, "Since you have the Nimbus, you can ride it. My brother and I will take the motorcycle." Then, with a smile, she addressed Vegeta, "Brother, you shall take the motorcycle." Vegeta instantly discerned her thoughts and remarked, "While I am operating the motorcycle, you must keep your hands steady. Do not distract me while I drive, or be cautious lest we topple over." Bulma, irked by his words, retorted, "Enough of your chatter, just drive." As Vegeta took his place at the front of the motorcycle, Bulma swiftly positioned herself behind him, pressing her body closely against his, her arms encircling his waist. Vegeta suddenly felt his back pressed against 2 soft entities, causing his heart to flutter. He quickly cleared his throat and remarked, "Bulma, you are holding me too tightly." However, Bulma pressed her face against Vegeta's back and replied, "No, I want tea. Once we collect the Dragon Balls and return to West City, you'll be preoccupied with training again. I don't know how long I will have to wait to enjoy moments like this with you." Instantly, Bulma's words struck a tender chord within Vegeta's heart. He gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Even when we return to West City, I will not neglect you." Bulma offered no response, simply embracing Vegeta in silence. Savoring the warmth of their connection, Vegeta ignited the fire and then soared across the boundless expanse of the earth on his motorcycle, while Bulma, enchanted by the delightful scent emanating from him, gradually succumbed to slumber. After approximately 2 hours, Vegeta gently called out, "Bulma, Bulma." The suddenness of his voice roused her from her dreams, and she lifted her drowsy eyes to inquire, "What is it, brother?" Vegeta spoke. "Take a look at the Dragon Ball radar. We must be nearing the location of the next Dragon Ball." At that moment, Bulma hurriedly lifted her head and straightened her back, only to notice a damp stain on Vegeta's shirt where her face had been resting. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying to have drooled in her sleep. Just then, Goku approached and caught sight of the wet mark on Vegeta's back, erupting into laughter. "Bulma, you actually drooled on Master S's shirt while you were sleeping." Before Bulma could respond, Vegeta delivered a punch to Goku's head, exclaiming, "Be quiet." Goku, feeling wronged, retreated to one side, rubbing his head. With her face still flushed, Bulma took a handkerchief and attempted to wipe the stain from Vegeta's shirt, but when it proved futile, she said, "Let us go to the capsule house to change your clothes. I'll wash them for you." Vegeta remarked, "It matters not. Our priority should be to locate the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing his words, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, activated it, and examined the readings. She then proclaimed, "The 5th Dragon Ball should be just ahead, approximately 2 kilometers away." Subsequently, Vegeta piloted the motorcycle, carrying Bulma forward, and soon the trio arrived at a quaint little town. However, it struck them as peculiar that not a single soul was seen wandering the streets, rendering the town eerily desolate. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter? Why does it appear that no one is present on the streets?" Vegeta replied, "Perhaps there is something amiss. I can sense the presence of individuals within these houses." At that moment, Goku approached the doorway of a particular house and knocked loudly, inquiring, "Is anyone home?" However, despite Goku's persistent knocking, no one answered the door. Bulma, growing increasingly frustrated, exclaimed, "Goku, Why don't you just force the door open? Goku, eager to comply with Bulma's command, delivered a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, and Goku boldly stepped inside. Yet, from the darkness, a glint of cold steel flashed as a sharp axe swung towards him. Vegeta seized Goku's clothing and yanked him backward, enabling Goku to narrowly evade the attack. Witnessing Goku's escape, the assailant swung his axe, intent on persisting with his assault, only to have Goku deliver a powerful punch that sent the weapon flying from his grasp. Even the brute who had attempted a sneak attack with the axe was propelled away by the force of the blow. Instantly, the room was filled with astonishment. The onlookers fell to their knees in abject terror, pleading with the trio, "Lord Oolong, we beseech you to forgive our rudeness. We were in the wrong." The collective action left Goku and Bulma utterly astonished, causing Goku, who had intended to strike, to halt his assault involuntarily. At that moment, Vegeta exclaimed, "Please, rise. I am unfamiliar with the entity you refer to as Oolong, but we certainly are not him. We are mere travelers passing through, in search of the Dragon Balls." Following his words, Vegeta gestured to Bulma, who promptly produced a Dragon Ball for the onlookers to admire. Vegeta addressed everyone, stating, "This is the Dragon Ball. We are in search of a glass orb that resembles it." At that moment, an elderly woman approached, examining the Dragon Ball with keen interest. She then remarked, "I recall having a similar orb at home, which I picked up because I found it quite beautiful. Is that true? That is simply wonderful. May I take a look?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, "Please wait a moment. I shall return with it," the elderly woman replied before departing to retrieve the Dragon Ball. At this moment, Vegeta inquired, "Could any of you enlighten me about the matter concerning Oolong?" He was, of course, well aware of the situation, yet Bulma and Goku remained oblivious. It was that same burly man who had ambushed Goku, who recounted to the trio the tale of the shape-shifting trickster, Oolong. With a touch of sorrow, the man lamented, "Several young girls have already fallen victim to Oolong, their fates unknown. Now, he has set his sights on my daughter. I found myself utterly helpless and resolved to confront him in a desperate battle, only to inadvertently offend 3 esteemed guests." Just as Vegeta was about to speak, an elderly woman entered, clutching a 5-star Dragon Ball in her hand. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, Bulma was instantly filled with excitement. She took it from the woman for a closer look and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a Dragon Ball. Dear grandmother, would you be so kind as to gift it to us?" The elderly woman, displaying a shrewd expression, replied, "This is a family heirloom. I cannot simply part with it." Chapter 24. Encounter with Oolong. Upon hearing the grandmother's words, the group fell silent, bewildered. "Do you think we have lost our memories, old lady? Did you not just claim that you found it? How has it suddenly transformed into a treasured family relic?" Nonetheless, Vegeta and the others did not wish to resort to forceful means to obtain it. Thus, he inquired, "What do you believe we should do for you to relinquish the Dragon Ball? Would you prefer money?" The elderly woman chuckled amiably, saying, "At my age, I have but a few years left. What need have I for so much money?" Vegeta remained silent, fully aware that the elderly woman had more to say. "Indeed," she continued, "although I am advanced in years and have but a few left to live, these young ones possess a wealth of time yet to explore." As she spoke, the old woman beckoned to a little girl, who obediently rushed into her embrace, expressing her discontent with a plaintive, "Grandma." The elderly lady continued, "I recognize that each of you is capable. I merely hope you can assist our small town in subduing the monster known as Oolong. Should you accomplish this task, I shall bestow upon you the Dragon Balls." Thus, the old woman presented her request to Vegeta and the others. Deal. Upon hearing such a straightforward proposition, Bulma, elated, realized that with Goku and Vegeta by her side, there was little to fear from any monster. She promptly agreed. The townspeople erupted in joyous celebration upon learning that Bulma and her companions had accepted the challenge to vanquish the demon. Witnessing the exuberance of the villagers, Bulma felt a profound happiness, grateful for the opportunity to aid them. Subsequently, she turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, what do you think our strategy should be in confronting this creature called Oolong?" Vegeta nonchalantly remarked, "Is there any need for a plan? Simply send Goku to confront it." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was instantly filled with excitement. The mere prospect of a fight brought him immense joy. Bulma, observing the diminutive figure of Goku, couldn't help but express her concern, saying, "But will Goku alone be able to contend with that monster?" Vegeta nonchalantly waved his hand and remarked, "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Goku's strength is quite formidable now." Just moments ago, Vegeta had accessed the system and discovered that Goku's combat power had reached 54. In merely 2 or 3 days, through diligent training in internal martial arts, Goku's prowess had remarkably escalated to such heights, truly impressive. Upon hearing Bulma belittle him, Goku felt a flicker of displeasure and retorted, "Bulma, do not underestimate me. Ever since I began my martial arts training with Master, I have sensed a significant increase in my abilities. You can trust that I will certainly assist the villagers in defeating that creature named Oolong." At that moment, an elderly woman approached and said, "It would be best to subdue that monster, so everyone can know what happened to the girls who were abducted before." Upon hearing her words, Goku promptly patted his chest and declared, "Do not worry, Granny, I will ensure we capture Oolong." After uttering these words, Goku suddenly appeared dazed as he gazed at the elderly woman standing before him. Bulma, puzzled, looked at Goku and inquired, "Goku, what is the matter? Why have you suddenly fallen silent?" However, those around them were unprepared for Goku's next action. He unexpectedly patted the woman's apron and, with a look of realization, exclaimed, "Granny, you are also a girl, aren't you?" Upon hearing Goku's remark, both Vegeta and Bulma were immediately incensed. Bulma struck Goku on the head with a fist, scolding him fiercely, "Fool, imbecile, is there truly such a way to distinguish between men and women?" Vegeta was also experiencing a headache, having momentarily forgotten that Goku's grasp of everyday knowledge was exceedingly lacking. Consequently, Vegeta pulled Goku close and remarked, "Once we subdue Oolong, you must first learn the essentials of daily life from me. Your current state is truly embarrassing for the martial arts dojo of China." Goku gazed at Vegeta and Bulma with a bewildered expression, utterly clueless as to where he had gone awry. Fortunately, the elderly lady did not chastise Goku. Instead, she graciously stated, "It's all right. He possesses a pure heart. With proper guidance, we must ensure he is not led astray by ill-intentioned individuals." She then addressed Goku directly. "Is it Goku? Your previous action was exceedingly impolite towards young ladies and not befitting a good child. Please refrain from such behavior in the future. Do you understand?" Although Goku was not entirely aware of his misstep, he nodded and replied, "Understood, Grandma." After imparting this lesson to Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and all the villagers concealed themselves according to their plan, leaving Goku alone on the street to await the arrival of the creature known as Oolong. Time passed swiftly, and soon a middle-aged man clad in a white trench coat, holding flowers and exuding an air of sophistication, entered the small town. Bulma, observing from within the house, scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "Is this Oolong? He certainly bears the appearance of a scoundrel. One glance reveals he is no good." Following her statement, Bulma turned to Vegeta and added, "Only someone with a demeanor akin to my brother can truly be considered a good person." Vegeta internally scoffed, remarking in the original tale, "You did not exhibit such behavior." At that moment, a villager whispered nearby, "This is Oolong. He does not appear as he originally does but has transformed. More often than not, he adopts monstrous forms to frighten us." Outside the house, Oolong was taken aback to find a youth standing before him instead of the beautiful maiden he had anticipated. Enraged, he demanded, "You brat, who are you? Where's my bride?" Goku, gazing at the middle-aged man before him, queried with confusion, "Wasn't it said that Oolong is a monster? Why does he look like a middle-aged man?" Shrugging it off, he concluded, "Regardless, all I need to do is defeat you." Upon hearing Goku's words, Oolong's fury escalated. "You little child, that is akin to a toad yawning. Hand over my bride, or I shall devour you." With that, a loud crash echoed as the middle-aged man transformed into a towering, crimson demon, opening his gaping maw and taunting, "Are you frightened now, boy?" Goku, seeing the massive demon, felt a surge of excitement and exclaimed, "Now this is more like it. I relish battling monsters." Without waiting for Oolong to respond, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Oolong flying out of the town. The demon's hefty form seemed weightless as Goku propelled him beyond the village's confines. Chapter 25, The Rescue of the Maiden. "Oh no, it seems I exerted too much force." Goku realized in alarm as Oolong soared through the air. Remembering that he needed to capture him, he shouted, "Nimbus." Instantly, the yellow cloud sped from the horizon, descending beside Goku. He leapt onto the Nimbus and pursued Oolong, who had been ejected from the town. The villagers quickly emerged from their homes, many pleading with Goku, "Young brother, you must retrieve that monster. We need him to find our daughter." Behind them, Bulma and Vegeta observed, with Bulma remarking, "This Oolong creature is rather weak. He seems less formidable than the bear monster we encountered earlier." Vegeta nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the aura emanating from it is even feebler than yours. It seems this creature merely resorts to bluster, inflating its size to instill fear." Before long, The sky in the distance was graced by the swift approach of the flying nimbus, carrying Goku toward the village. Bulma observed the rapidly approaching cloud and remarked, "It appears that Goku is clutching something in his hand. Could it be oolong? And is it truly that diminutive?" Vegeta remarked, "We shall ascertain the truth once Goku descends." As the flying nimbus made its way above the gathering, Goku leapt from the cloud, clutching an unusual object, and a cacophony of agonized wails erupted in the air, reminiscent of a distressed animal. Once Goku touched down, the harrowing cries gradually subsided, revealing that he had apprehended a peculiar creature resembling a pig's head. The pig-headed being bellowed at Goku, "You insolent brat, do not presume that your prowess grants you the liberty to act as you please. You must learn to show respect. Do you understand?" At that moment, a villager, bewildered, inquired about the pig-headed creature. Could this be Oolong? The creature retorted indignantly, "What pig-headed creature? I am a pig human, just like you, a member of humanity. Have you ever encountered a pig that can converse?" Oolong straightened his attire and asserted his stance with confidence. Goku nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, he is Oolong. He is merely adept at transforming into monsters to frighten others, possessing no real strength." The surrounding villagers, realizing they had been intimidated by such a diminutive creature for so long, felt a surge of indignation and shouted, "You dare to morph into a monster to terrify us? Watch as I teach you a lesson." With that, they raised their hands to strike at Oolong, and many others with similar sentiments followed suit. Witnessing this, Oolong was struck with fear and instinctively sought refuge behind Goku. Vegeta swiftly pulled Goku aside, preventing him from becoming collateral damage, and the trio quickly distanced themselves from the enraged mob. Meanwhile, Vegeta raised his voice to caution, "You may strike him, but be careful not to kill him. We still need him to lead us to the missing girls." Instantly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the crowd. Goku, with a hint of concern, glanced at Vegeta and inquired, "Is Master truly all right? The reason he agreed to return with me was contingent upon my protection from the villagers' harm. Is that correct?" Vegeta feigned surprise and confirmed, "Indeed." Goku nodded in affirmation. "Then did you promise him?" Vegeta pressed further. "I did, for otherwise, he would not have consented to accompany me." Goku replied candidly. "Ah, since we have made a commitment, we must uphold it," Vegeta remarked, calculating that the lesson had been sufficiently imparted. He then urged Goku, "Go on. Rescue him. A promise made must be fulfilled." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku responded with enthusiasm and dashed into the throng, dragging the battered Oolong out from the fray. The villagers, still seething with rage, attempted to continue their assault, only to be halted by Vegeta. Vegeta remarked, all right. Although Oolong's transformation into a monster frightened everyone, it did not result in any harm. A good beating should suffice to vent our frustrations. Moreover, we need to inquire about the whereabouts of the girls he abducted. Given his current state, I surmise that the girls are not in any real danger. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the villagers regained their focus. Indeed, locating the village girls was of utmost importance. "Oolong, quickly tell us where you have hidden the girls you took," demanded a burly villager, brandishing a butcher's knife as he threatened Oolong. With his face already bruised and battered, Oolong trembled at the man's words and quickly replied, "They are all safe. I have taken good care of them. They are currently in a palace on the mountain. Since they are in the mountains, lead us there at once." The villagers urged Oolong loudly. Thus, Oolong, despite his injuries, guided them deeper into the nearby mountains. Before long, Oolong brought everyone to a palace nestled within the forest. Pointing at the edifice, he informed the villagers, "The girls are inside." Upon hearing Oolong's words, the villagers, whose daughters had been abducted, rushed inside, calling out their daughters' names in a frenzied manner. However, once they entered, the scene before them left everyone utterly astonished. They had anticipated that the girls would be poorly treated, deprived of food and sleep, perhaps even subjected to relentless torment. Yet, to their disbelief, they found their once modest daughters practicing yoga, watching television, and applying face masks within the residence. Dressed and adorned far better than before, the girls, mistaking the sound of footsteps for Oolong's return, called out excitedly, "Oolong, you're back. Hurry and prepare dinner for us. Oolong, I've spotted a new handbag I want. Will you buy it for me? Oolong, I'm thirsty. Could you get me a glass of water?" Overwhelmed by their demands, Oolong could no longer contain himself and burst into tears before the crowd. "Please, take them away. I simply wish to find a gentle and virtuous girl to be my wife. Why must it be so difficult?" The anguished cries of the young dragon awakened the girls in the house, who turned to discover their parents, and they joyfully rushed into their embrace. However, when they realized that their parents intended to take them home, a wave of reluctance washed over them, as they expressed a desire to continue sharing their lives with the dragon. Naturally, this wish was ruthlessly suppressed by their parents, and amidst the atmosphere filled with tears and wails, they sorrowfully bid farewell to the dragon. Chapter 29. Journey to the Fiery Mountain. Witnessing this scene, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in this world, hearing something is never as profound as witnessing it firsthand. Observing the tearful girls, Vegeta remarked, "I truly wonder if this rescue is a blessing or a curse for these children." Bulma, puzzled, inquired, "Why do you say that? Isn't reuniting with their biological parents a good thing?" For Bulma, what could possibly bring more joy than being with one's own family? Vegeta cast a glance at the young lady, who was destined to become the wealthiest individual in the future world, and remarked, "Consider this, these girls, while accompanying Oolong, lived a life of ease, with their every need catered to. If they desired something, Oolong would procure it for them. However, now that Oolong has been unmasked, and their parents have reclaimed them, they will inevitably return to their former existence, a life of tilling the land and tending the livestock, serving others daily. In light of such a stark contrast, do you believe they will find joy in this regression?" Bulma, upon hearing Vegeta's words, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and sighed, falling silent. "Enough, do not fret for them. Each person has their destiny to fulfill in life. We must focus on living our own lives, for worrying about the fates of others only serves to invite unnecessary distress," Vegeta consoled as he embraced Bulma. Once the rescued girls safely returned to the village, the elderly woman handed Bulma the 5-star ball. Bulma gratefully accepted it and expressed her thanks. The old woman smiled and replied, "If gratitude is to be exchanged, it is I who must thank you. It is you who have helped to subdue the monster." As they bid farewell, Vegeta and his companions initially had no intention of bringing Oolong along. However, upon witnessing the hostile glares of the villagers, Oolong promptly altered his decision and chose to accompany Vegeta and the others. Thus, what began as an adventure for 3 transformed into an expedition for 3, accompanied by a pig. Neither Vegeta nor Bulma were perturbed by this development, nor did they impose any restrictions on Oolong. Initially, Oolong had feared that Vegeta and Bulma would confine him, yet he was taken aback by their indifference. He found himself uncertain about whether he should leave. After Vegeta and Bulma had indulged in their affectionate banter in the vehicle for some time, they turned to find Oolong riding a motorcycle alongside them, startling them. "Why are you still following us?" Vegeta inquired with curiosity. Feeling somewhat forsaken by the couple's blatant disregard, Oolong expressed his frustration. "Isn't my transformation ability of some use? I believe it is safer to stay close to you. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Oolong contemplated this, realizing he was uncertain of his own destination, and thus resolved to accompany Vegeta and Bulma for the time being, intending to depart once he found a new purpose. Vegeta cast a peculiar glance at Oolong before stating, "Very well, you may accompany us, but do not disturb us. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." With that, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast, instantly creating a massive crater in the ground beside the road. This sudden display startled Oolong, causing cold sweat to cascade down his forehead as he realized his decision may have been somewhat reckless. Meanwhile, Goku, riding on his Nimbus, observed the sheer power of Vegeta's ki blast with excitement and inquired, "Master, what technique is that? Can I learn it?" "Not yet. Your power is still too weak." Perhaps after some time, Vegeta curtly dismissed him. Disheartened by Vegeta's words, Goku begrudgingly continued to guide the Nimbus ahead. Thus, the group resumed their journey towards the 9th Dragon Ball. As Oolong rode his motorcycle, he asked, "By the way, what exactly is the purpose of the Dragon Ball you seek?" Bulma, with no intention of concealing the truth, replied, "To me, it no longer matters if the eternal dragon can grant my wish. What I truly cherish is the adventure alongside Vegeta." According to legend, the Dragon Balls were created by the gods. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the omnipotent dragon, capable of fulfilling any wish. "Any wish?" Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, any wish," Bulma affirmed. "Then that means I could wish for a wife who would be utterly devoted to me." Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Oolong's eyes sparkled with hearts as he daydreamed. Soon, Oolong snapped back to reality, wiping away the drool that had unconsciously dribbled from his mouth. He raised his right hand high and shouted, "Excellent. Let us set off immediately to gather the 7 Dragon Balls." Without hesitation, he revved his motorcycle and surged to the front. Bulma observed Oolong's sudden burst of enthusiasm with a slight smirk, remarking, "Well, he certainly has spirit." Suddenly, Oolong, who had ventured far ahead, abruptly turned around and returned to Vegeta and Bulma's side. I just realized I forgot to ask. Where are we headed next? Oolong sheepishly inquired. Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar and checked, then said, the radar indicates that the 9th Dragon Ball is over 1,000 kilometers to the west. 1,000 kilometers? That's not too far, Oolong replied cheerfully. However, just as he was about to continue on his motorcycle, his expression changed abruptly, and he stiffly turned his neck, saying, 1,000 kilometers? That's right in the territory of the Bull Demon King. Are you all insane? You want to venture into the Bull Demon King's domain to snatch the Dragon Balls? Oolong shouted angrily, you've got to be kidding. I'm not playing this game. After bidding farewell to Oolong, he abruptly turned his motorcycle around and departed alone. Vegeta and Bulma exchanged indifferent glances, continuing their journey on the motorcycle. For them, having one less bothersome companion was indeed a blessing, had it not been for Vegeta's desire to witness Goku confront the minor adversaries on their path. He would have already sent Goku to report to the martial arts dojo in West City. However, after traveling a considerable distance, Oolong retraced his route, pursuing them on his motorcycle. Why are you back? Bulma inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. I pondered over it. And you may not be able to contend with the Ox King. After all, you have saved my life, liberating me from despair. I cannot stand idly by while you meet your demise at his hands, Oolong declared with righteous fervor. Chapter 27, Vegeta Injured. Bulma cast a disdainful glance at Oolong and remarked, I see you are reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to wish upon the dragon. Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Oolong felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, You yourself said that the Dragon Balls were created by the gods. They belong to all people on Earth. You cannot unjustly hoard them for yourself. It should be a shared fortune. Enough. If you wish to follow along, then do so. As for who will make the wish, we shall decide once the Dragon Balls are gathered, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Oolong had intended to engage Bulma in further debate, but he was taken aback when she chose to let him be. Glancing up at Bulma, who was comfortably resting against Vegeta, he realized she was simply too disinterested to waste time arguing with him. Ugh, shameless couple, Oolong muttered under his breath, then accelerated his motorcycle to catch up. Before long, the four found themselves traversing the vast desert, where the endless expanse of arid land, akin to an infinite ocean, evoked a profound sense of nature's majesty and humanity's insignificance. Bulma, gazing at the shimmering sands, was about to express her awe when she suddenly turned her gaze to the distance, her tone shifting to one of shock and fear. Vegeta, engrossed in driving, was jolted by Bulma's sudden change in pitch and instinctively looked up, only to witness a missile hurtling towards them from the sky. To Vegeta, this missile posed no threat, which was precisely why he felt no sense of danger. Vegeta deftly maneuvered the front of his motorcycle, executing a sharp drift in an attempt to evade the range of the incoming missile. However, to his astonishment, the missile was a homing projectile, relentless in its pursuit of heat sources. As the missile honed in on the motorcycle he was piloting, Vegeta swiftly turned, cradling Bulma in his arms as he leaped into the air. The unmanned motorcycle continued its course due to inertia, and the missile whizzed beneath them, striking the deserted motorcycle with a resounding explosion. In the aftermath of the blast, while Bulma remained unharmed in Vegeta's protective embrace, she found herself gazing at him, somewhat dazed. Yet, just as she reveled in the safety he provided, Vegeta emitted a low groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, Bulma hastily extricated herself from his arms, her voice laced with concern as she asked, Vegeta, are you hurt? It was then that she noticed the crimson stains on her hands, having instinctively grasped at the back of Vegeta. Panicked, she turned to inspect his back, only to find his shirt drenched in blood, a horrifying sight to behold. At that moment, Goku arrived, soaring on his flying Nimbus, and was met with the alarming sight of his mentor, Vegeta, bloodied, and Bulma, her hands similarly stained. Goku, Vegeta is dying, Bulma cried out in distress. Hearing Bulma's exclamation while feigning severe injury in her embrace, Vegeta rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, how could I possibly be dying? As long as I can trick Bulma into returning to West City, that's all that matters. For Vegeta, this journey was more about deepening his relationship with Bulma and taking Goku as his pupil than any interest in collecting Dragon Balls or summoning the Eternal Dragon to fulfill wishes. Thus, he drew upon the narrative from the original story where Yamcha ambushed Bulma and her companions, intending to deceive Bulma into returning to West City. The blood on his back had been strategically prepared beforehand, while the blood at his mouth was merely a small amount he had forced out through his internal energy, designed to look alarming while he remained entirely unscathed. Master, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? The innocent Goku exclaimed as he leapt down from the Nimbus. his face etched with worry as he gazed at the seemingly incapacitated Vegeta cradled in Bulma's arms. Vegeta feigned a cough and stammered, "I'm all right, not dead yet. But I may need to return to West City with Bulma to recuperate. I can no longer accompany you on your quest for the Dragon Balls. I have no desire to collect the Dragon Balls. I wish to return to West City with my master," Goku interjected without a moment's hesitation. "Listen to me. The Eternal Dragon can grant any wish. Your grandfather has already passed away, hasn't he? You could ask the dragon to resurrect him," Vegeta remarked to Goku. "Really? The dragon can bring my grandfather back to life?" Goku exclaimed with astonishment, glancing toward Bulma for confirmation. Bulma immediately nodded and affirmed, "Yes. The dragon can fulfill any wish of ours." Just as Goku was about to respond, Oolong, trembling, interjected, "What are you all chatting about? The desert bandits are coming." With that, Oolong swiftly scurried to hide beneath a stone wall. Upon hearing the approach of the bandits, Bulma recalled the missile that had suddenly appeared earlier and realized that it was indeed fired by these bandits that had injured Vegeta. Those despicable fiends. It must have been their missile that struck Vegeta. I shall confront them, she declared, rising to face the threat. Vegeta swiftly intervened to stop Bulma, and in a way, Yamcha had indirectly assisted him. There was no need to repay kindness with malice. If he were to let Bulma go. With Yamcha's inherent weakness of being utterly disheartened in the presence of women, it was indeed possible that Bulma might deliver a fatal blow. Vegeta addressed Goku, saying, "Goku, go and vanquish our foe." Goku replied to Vegeta, "Rest assured, Master, I shall handle it." With that, Goku sprinted towards the approaching Yamcha. Bulma shouted urgently, "Goku, ensure you eliminate him. How dare he harm Vegeta?" Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, hastily instructed Goku, "It is unnecessary. If Goku can refrain from taking lives, it would be preferable to avoid such actions. A lesson will suffice." He then turned to Bulma and remarked, "Although I appear to be covered in blood, my injuries are not severe. They are merely superficial wounds. My internal energy provides protection, and the force of the explosion is insufficient to harm me." Bulma pouted slightly, her discontent evident, and replied, "I simply cannot abide the thought of anyone injuring you." Vegeta, wishing to avoid a dispute with Bulma, swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us observe the outcome of Goku's battle with that assailant. Surely, Goku cannot be bested." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma turned her anxious gaze toward the conflict between Goku and Yamcha. Chapter 28. Return to West City. Turning to Goku and Yamcha, Goku faced the long-haired man wielding a battle knife and exclaimed, "You are the one who injured my master, aren't you?" Yamcha, momentarily taken aback, was bewildered by the accusation. "What do you mean? Spare me your nonsense and hand over the capsule," he retorted, brandishing his weapon threateningly. Fury ignited within Goku as he declared, "You scoundrel! You dare act so brazenly after injuring someone? I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he swung his Rui Bang at Yamcha. Caught off guard by Goku's swift attack, Yamcha was unable to draw his knife in time and barely managed to lift the sheathed blade to block the strike. With a resounding clash, the force of Goku's enraged blow knocked Yamcha's weapon from his grasp, delivering a heavy strike to his shoulder. Yamcha felt a numbing sensation enveloping half of his body, utterly astonished by the incredible power of the child before him. As Goku prepared to continue his assault, Yamcha hastily performed a backward roll to evade further blows. Yet, Goku was relentless, brandishing his Rui Bang in pursuit. Yamcha quickly raised his other hand, calling out, "Wait. What is it?" Goku asked, momentarily halting his advance at the plea. Yamcha observed the Rui Bang in Goku's grasp and inquired, "You wield the Rui Bang. What is your relation to Sun Wukong?" Goku lifted the weapon, glancing at it before responding, "Sun Wukong is my grandfather." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder you possess such strength. You are indeed Sun Wukong's grandchild." Yamcha realized, feigning generosity. "Sun Wukong is a revered elder in our circle. Since you are his descendant, I shall refrain from taking anything from you. You may go." In that moment, Goku exhibited his Navet, becoming momentarily distracted by Yamcha's concession, completely forgetting his initial intent of avenging Vegeta. With a smile, he replied, "All right, it seems you know my grandfather. In that case, I shall let you off this time." On the other side, Bulma overheard the conversation between Goku and Yamcha, nearly incensed to the point of having her nose crinkle in anger. She shouted, "Goku, you fool! You are avenging Vegeta, so why would you so easily let the enemy go?" Upon hearing Bulma's admonition, Goku suddenly realized his folly and turned to re-engage Yamcha in battle. Yamcha, too, caught Bulma's words and turned to see a charming girl with blue hair not far away. The moment he laid eyes on Bulma, He felt as though he had been struck with great force, instantly sapping him of all strength. Puar, well aware of his master's weaknesses, cast a worried glance at Yamcha upon seeing Bulma. As anticipated, Yamcha collapsed weakly to the ground. Let us engage in battle once more. This time, I shall show no mercy, Goku declared, already turning with his power pole raised to strike at Yamcha. However, before the pole could land, Yamcha had already crumpled to the earth. What is wrong with you? Are you injured? Goku inquired, momentarily perplexed, concern etching his features. Puar exerted effort to lift Yamcha, calling out, "Pull yourself together, Master Yamcha." He struggled to help Yamcha into the car they had arrived in, then turned to Goku, saying, "Our master has suddenly fallen ill. Otherwise, you would certainly not be his match. Just wait until he recovers, and we shall settle this." With that, Puar hastily drove away with Yamcha, leaving Goku and Bulma in a state of bewilderment. Goku then approached Vegeta and Bulma, inquiring, "Master, how are you faring?" Vegeta replied, "There is no significant issue. Once we return to West City, a proper rest will suffice." At that moment, Bulma, having overheard Vegeta's words, regained her focus and promptly produced an aircraft from her capsule. Vegeta initially intended to board the aircraft on his own, yet he was thwarted by Bulma, who insisted on assisting Goku in lifting him aboard. Fortunately, Bulma, having trained alongside Vegeta since childhood, found the task of carrying him to be rather effortless. At that moment, Oolong approached and inquired, "Are you all heading back?" Vegeta replied, "Bulma and I are heading back to West City. You are free to go wherever you wish, including accompanying Goku to gather the Dragon Balls." After saying this, Bulma handed Goku a backpack containing 4 Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar. "Go forth, collect the 7 Dragon Balls, and resurrect your grandfather. I have faith that you will succeed," Bulma encouraged, giving Goku's shoulder a reassuring pat. Goku looked towards Vegeta with hopeful eyes and asked, "Master, once my wish is granted, may I return to West City to continue my studies in Chinese martial arts with you?" Vegeta promptly nodded and replied, "Of course. There are still many techniques I have yet to impart to you. I shall await your arrival at the Martial Arts Hall in West City." After concluding their conversation, Goku and Oolong descended from the aircraft, watching as Bulma piloted the plane out of their sight. Inside the aircraft, Bulma, who had been silently navigating, suddenly spoke up. "Enough of the charade, Vegeta. You are not truly injured, are you?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta, who was feigning injury on the floor of the plane, froze momentarily, then awkwardly chuckled. "How did you figure it out?" Anyone who is genuinely that severely hurt would hardly be as spirited as you are. Do you think I am a fool?" Bulma retorted, feigning annoyance. Vegeta awkwardly inquired, "Since you have already discovered the truth, why did you not expose me?" "Well," Bulma replied, "I understand that you are not particularly fond of this playful escapade, yet I am genuinely delighted that you have chosen to spend this time with me." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta ceased to recline on the floor, discarded the blanket that had been draped over him, and approached the co-pilot's seat. He then asked, "So, what is your proposed punishment?" Bulma turned to him with a serious expression and declared, "I want you to promise me that once we return to West City, you shall not ignore me for such prolonged periods again." Upon hearing this, Vegeta paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, as long as you need me, I shall always be by your side." Chapter 29. Goku comes to West City. After returning to West City, Vegeta, under Bulma's fervent insistence, signed several unequal contracts. The most significant stipulations included that during holidays, Vegeta was to spend half of each day accompanying Bulma during her school hours. He was responsible for her transportation and companionship in the evenings. In the throes of romance, couples yearn to be together at every moment. Vegeta completely understood Bulma's sentiments and would naturally not refuse her. As time passed, Bulma would come to realize that granting each other space is, in fact, the most harmonious way to coexist. Bulma had already set out to seek the Dragon Balls towards the end of summer vacation, so it was only a few days after their return to West City that she had to resume her studies. Once Bulma returned to school, Vegeta began a routine that revolved around the school, dojo, and home. As Vegeta started to drop Bulma off at school, his presence became a topic of discussion among her peers. Particularly, his physique, which surpassed that of bodybuilders, left Bulma's female classmates envious. That afternoon, as Vegeta continued his customary routine of picking Bulma up from school, she suddenly remarked with a hint of gloom, "Brother, you should stop picking me up from now on." "What's wrong?" Vegeta inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Because you belong to me alone, and I dislike the way others gaze at you." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta burst into laughter. "Bulma, Hearing his laughter, lightly tapped him a few times, saying, "You still laugh? I'm worried sick." Vegeta comforted her, saying, "What is there to worry about? In my eyes, you are the most exquisite sapphire in the world, while those girls around you are merely pebbles by the roadside. Would I ever be so foolish as to cast aside a sapphire for mere stones?" Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma felt a rush of sweetness in her heart and replied, "Indeed. Those wretches have no right to compare with me. However, even so, I shall attend school alone from now on. Please refrain from accompanying me. Instead, spend more time with me in the evenings and during holidays." "All right, I shall heed your wishes." Vegeta readily accepted Bulma's suggestion without hesitation. Time passed day by day, and after Bulma had been attending school for about a month, a young boy with a tail soared into the bustling West City on the flying Nimbus. Goku, awestruck by the towering buildings and throngs of pedestrians, gaped in astonishment. He had never encountered a city as vast as West City. "Where is Master Roshi's dojo in such a large place?" Goku mused, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, feeling utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the sight of Goku perched upon the cloud captured the attention of many passers-by, who paused to point and murmur. At that moment, a traffic officer, whistling, picked up a megaphone and called out to Goku, "Hey, kid up there, come down." Not immediately comprehending the command, Goku turned to look around. The kid looking around. "I'm calling you," the officer reiterated. Realizing he was being addressed, Goku raised his hand and asked, "Uncle, are you calling me?" "Yes, you. Hurry down from whatever that transportation is. I've never seen anything like it, and we do not permit unregistered vehicles in West City," the officer responded. Understanding that the officer was indeed referring to him, Goku quickly descended the Nimbus and jumped in front of the officer. "Uncle, this is the flying Nimbus. A gift from Master Roshi," he exclaimed, pointing at the cloud with excitement. "I don't care who gifted you this. Do you have a driver's license?" "Show me your license and registration," the officer insisted, looking sternly at the young boy. "Uncle, what is a driver's license?" Goku asked, perplexed. "I came to West City to find my master. Driving without a license? You are subject to administrative detention. What is your master's name? What is his workplace? Do you have a contact number? Tell me, and I will summon him to collect you," the officer said seriously, adding, "As for you, you need to accompany me to the police station." Wukong was utterly bewildered by the traffic officer's words, yet he discerned that the officer was inquiring about his master. Thus, he joyfully exclaimed, "My master is called Vegeta. He is the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy." The traffic officer promptly recorded Vegeta's information and eventually stated, "All right. I will arrange for someone to contact your master. Now, come with me to the police station and hand me the keys." As he spoke, the officer extended his hand toward Wukong. Wukong gazed at the officer's outstretched hand, still looking perplexed and at a loss. The officer then glanced at the Nimbus cloud beside Wukong and suddenly realized, "Ah, I forgot that your mode of transport lacks a key." The officer circled the Nimbus cloud and remarked, "This transportation method is quite advanced. No steering wheel, no brakes, no accelerator, nothing at all. How am I supposed to get on?" Wukong understood the officer's last question and cheerfully explained, "You just need to jump directly onto it." With that, Wukong leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, which securely lifted him. Observing Wukong's ease of use, the officer said, "All right, you get down and let me try." Wukong obediently jumped down from the Nimbus cloud and kindly warned the officer, "Uncle, only good children can ride on the Nimbus cloud. Even Master Roshi and Bulma can't sit on it, so be careful." The officer, dismissive of Wukong's words, pointed to his badge and declared, "Do you see this? If I weren't a good person, how could I be a police officer?" With confidence, he leapt onto the Nimbus cloud, only to be met with the inevitable outcome. He passed right through the cloud and landed heavily on the concrete ground. "Ah!" The officer cried out in pain, falling before Wukong. Wukong looked at the officer and remarked, "Uncle, it seems you are not a good child after all." Hearing Wukong's words, the officer became somewhat irate and produced a pair of handcuffs from behind him, swiftly snapping them onto Wukong's wrists. Chapter 30. Encountering Wukong, you are under arrest for contempt of the law and insulting a law enforcement officer. The furious traffic officer shouted at Wukong. Wukong glanced at the handcuffs binding his wrists and, with a gentle exertion, effortlessly broke free. Witnessing Wukong's action, the officer panicked and quickly distanced himself from Wukong, drawing a revolver and aiming it at him, nervously asking, "Who exactly are you?" The traffic officer promptly initiated a call for backup via his radio. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of police vehicles arrived at the scene, encircling Goku alongside the junior officer. At that moment, An elder officer alighted from his car, and all the officers saluted him. The junior officer hastily approached his superior, saluting as he reported, "Sir, greetings. I am here to report." The elder officer returned the salute and inquired, what exactly transpired that necessitated such an urgent call for assistance? The junior officer swiftly recounted the clash with Goku and presented his analysis to the commanding officer. Upon hearing about Vegeta and the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, the seasoned officer grasped the situation entirely. Although he was unfamiliar with Vegeta, he was well acquainted with the disciples of the academy and recognized their formidable abilities. Thus comprehending the strength Goku had displayed, the commanding officer addressed the junior officer, saying, "All right, you remain here. I shall converse with this young man." However, the junior officer interjected, "But sir, he is too dangerous. Let us accompany you." Eager to express his loyalty, he faced the officer. Nevertheless, the commanding officer sternly commanded, "Obey orders." Hearing his superior's grave tone, the junior officer could only stand at attention, saluting and responding loudly, "Yes, sir." The commanding officer adjusted his uniform and cap before approaching Goku with a friendly demeanor, asking, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Sun Wukong," Goku replied earnestly, albeit unaware of the unfolding circumstances. "Sun Wukong, a splendid name," the officer praised, introducing himself, "I am Brandon." As Brandon extended his hand, Goku joyfully shook it and inquired, "Uncle, could you help me find my master? I cannot locate him." "What is your master's name?" Brandon asked for clarification. "His name is Vegeta, the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy," Goku reiterated. Upon confirming this information, Brandon could not contain his delight. As a mere district leader in West City, he had never had the opportunity to meet illustrious figures like Vegeta or Bulma. Nevertheless, this did not deter his aspirations. If he could connect with Vegeta and Bulma through this young boy, a few kind words in front of influential leaders could vastly enhance his political prospects. With this thought in mind, Brandon addressed the surrounding officers. "All right, this is simply a misunderstanding. This young man is a disciple of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy who has lost his way. I will escort him to the academy, so you may all disperse." Upon hearing his superior's words, the surrounding patrol officers swiftly departed in their respective vehicles, leaving behind the young traffic officer who had clashed with Wukong. Standing there in a daze, Brandon turned to Wukong and said, "Come, let us take my car. I shall escort you to the Chinese Martial Arts Hall to meet your master, Vegeta." "I am immensely grateful to you, sir," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. He then waved at the Nimbus cloud, stating, "Nimbus, you may return to the heavens for now. I shall join my uncle in his vehicle, and I will summon you when needed." As Wukong finished his words, Nimbus gradually ascended into the sky, trailing a long, golden tail until it vanished from sight. Brandon, observing the disappearing Nimbus, promptly praised, "What a marvelous flying apparatus. Did your master Vegeta gift it to you?" After his compliment, Brandon turned to engage in casual conversation with Wukong. "No, it was gifted to me by the Turtle Sage," Wukong replied honestly. The two continued their amiable chat while making their way toward the patrol car, entirely disregarding the young traffic officer standing nearby. However, the officer, now acutely aware of his apparent blunder, could only hope that his superior would forget about him. Brandon drove Wukong towards the Chinese Martial Arts Hall, and approximately half an hour later, they arrived at its grand entrance. Upon exiting the car and gazing at the imposing structure before him, Wukong was once again filled with astonishment. The Chinese Martial Arts Hall was a splendid example of traditional architecture, its blueprints having been exchanged for 1,000 martial arts points by Vegeta from the system. The construction costs were not a concern, as gold was quite affordable in the system's marketplace. Standing at the entrance, Wukong beheld two colossal stone lions flanking the grand staircase leading to an enormous redwood door, adorned with brass studs, above which hung a plaque made of rosewood. He read aloud, "Chinese Martial Arts Hall," syllable by syllable. Brandon, smiling, explained, "That is the full name. However, it has become rather cumbersome, and eventually, people began to refer to it simply as the Chinese Martial Arts Hall, or the Martial Arts Hall for short. Ever since your master established this hall, the business of other martial arts centers in West City has plummeted, so when one mentions the Martial Arts Hall, they refer to the one run by your master." "Come, let me take you inside," Brandon said, leading Wukong to a side entrance of the hall and pressing the doorbell. Before long, the side door opened, revealing an individual clad in a pale blue martial arts uniform. He scrutinized Wukong and Brandon from head to toe and inquired, "Are you here to become disciples?" "But today is not the annual enrollment day. At first, Vegeta welcomed all those who sought to become his disciples without reservation. However, as time passed, the number of aspirants dwindled significantly. In a fit of exasperation, Vegeta established a fixed schedule, deciding to accept new students only once a year. On the 8th of August. Now, as the end of September approached, the day for accepting disciples had long since passed. Chapter 31. Encountering Goku 2. Greetings, young brother. I am a traffic patrol officer, here to escort this young man to meet Mr. Vegeta. He claims to be Mr. Vegeta's disciple, Brandon said with modesty. The disciple who opened the door glanced at the insignia on Brandon's shoulder and immediately understood the humility in his words. Thus, he responded courteously, "Please wait a moment while I report this." After saying so, he stepped inside to make the necessary communication. At this moment, Vegeta was meditating in his training chamber, striving to swiftly transcend into the realm of the third sun. The impending threat of the formidable boss, Frieza, loomed over him like a heavy stone, weighing upon his heart. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from the entrance. Vegeta slowly withdrew his energy and then spoke. "Come in, my disciple." The door opened to reveal his acknowledged pupil, Dawn. Ever since he was selected by Vegeta to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, all the disciples had tacitly recognized him as the eldest brother. Dawn stood at the entrance and reported, "Master, the doorman mentioned that a young man named Sun Wukong claims to be your disciple and is currently waiting outside." "Oh, he's arrived sooner than expected. Go and fetch your junior brother. I shall await you both in the conference room." Vegeta had anticipated Sun Wukong's arrival, but was surprised by the swiftness of it. In a spacious reception room, Vegeta prepared tea, eagerly awaiting Wukong's arrival. In the backyard of the Chinese martial arts hall, there existed a dedicated tea garden, where every tea tree had been exchanged by Vegeta using martial arts points from the marketplace, all of which were of the finest quality. As Vegeta brewed the tea, the rich aromas soon filled the entire room. Before long, Dawn arrived with Wukong and Brandon. Upon seeing Vegeta seated behind the tea table, Wukong joyfully exclaimed, "Master, it's wonderful to see you again." Witnessing Wukong's unrestrained demeanor, Dawn couldn't help but twitch his brow. He braced himself for Vegeta's inevitable reprimand. Yet the reaction of his master left him utterly astonished. Vegeta, with a beaming smile, rose from behind the tea table and affectionately ruffled Wukong's hair, saying, "You've grown quite a bit since our last meeting." Dawn felt a pang of emotional injury, for in his mind, Vegeta was a strict master with high expectations of his disciples. Initially, everyone enjoyed exchanging playful banter with Vegeta, who would not take offense. However, during subsequent training, he would increase the difficulty, subjecting those who dared to jest to intense challenges. Gradually, no disciple would dare to act impertinently in front of Vegeta. It was unexpected to witness his master displaying such kindness and leniency towards this young man. After exchanging greetings with Goku, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Brandon, extending his hand in salutation and expressing, "Thank you, Brandon. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Without waiting for Vegeta to respond, Brandon promptly grasped Vegeta's hand and introduced himself, saying, "Sheriff Brandon, I am truly grateful to you. Without your guidance, I shudder to think of the trouble I might have caused in West City." Vegeta replied graciously, "Thank you. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea from our dojo." Following his words, Vegeta led Brandon and Goku to sit around the tea table, then turned to Dawn and instructed, "Dawn, you should join us as well." "Yes, master," Dawn replied, sitting down at the tea table only after receiving Vegeta's approval, a contrast to Goku's more casual demeanor. Vegeta generously filled 3 cups with tea and then gestured invitingly, urging them to indulge, declaring it to be the finest brew of the year, one he had diligently preserved. Upon hearing Vegeta's invitation, the trio eagerly sampled the tea, particularly Goku, who gulped down the entire contents of his cup in one swift motion. Dawn glanced at Goku's unrefined manner of drinking and couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain, thinking to himself, "What a rustic fool, chewing on a peony, squandering a cup of exquisite tea bestowed by our master." Vegeta observed Goku, whose nose was wrinkled in a comical fashion, and burst into laughter, inquiring, "How does it taste?" Goku, frowning, replied, "A bit bitter, but certainly better than Bulma's coffee." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter. Nearby, Brandon interjected, "Goku, tea is not meant to be consumed in such a manner. It should be sipped slowly and savored." As he spoke, Brandon took a gentle sip of the tea, feeling an exquisite fragrance envelop his senses, instantly clarifying his mind. "This is truly a rare and exceptional tea," Brandon exclaimed, I consider myself fortunate, though it is regrettable that I may never taste such fine tea again." Upon hearing Brandon's remarks, Vegeta smiled subtly and retrieved a small package from his drawer, handing it to Brandon. "I don't have much left, but I can spare this little bit for you, Mr. Brandon." Brandon quickly accepted the tea package from Vegeta, expressing his gratitude. "This is more than enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Vegeta." After finishing their tea, Brandon bid farewell, and Dawn accompanied him out. Once the two had departed, Vegeta resumed sipping tea with Goku and asked, "So, Goku, how did the Dragon Ball collection go? Were you able to resurrect your grandfather?" Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Goku eagerly began his account. "Since we parted ways in the desert, I continued on with Oolong to Fire Mountain, home of the Ox King." Goku continued with excitement. "Master, do you know who the Ox King is?" "Who?" Vegeta inquired, playing along. "The Ox King is actually my grandfather's disciple, and both my grandfather and the Ox King are disciples of the Turtle Hermit." Goku shared, exhilarated. "Really? I never imagined that lecherous old man was also a martial artist." Vegeta continued to engage with Goku. Goku elaborated, "The Turtle Hermit is incredibly powerful. The Ox King's castle was engulfed in flames that could not be extinguished, and he ultimately sought help from the Turtle Hermit. With a single Kamehameha wave, he not only extinguished the flames, but also obliterated Fire Mountain." Goku animatedly illustrated the Kamehameha technique. "He even offered to take me as his disciple, but I declined, as I have already chosen my master." Goku concluded. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta nodded approvingly and said, "Rest assured, Goku, our Chinese martial arts are far superior to the Turtle School. With diligent practice, you will soon surpass the Turtle Hermit." Goku's face lit up in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Really?" "Of course," Vegeta affirmed. Vegeta replied with unwavering certainty. Chapter 32, The Brewing of Potions. After praising the Kamehameha technique of Master Roshi, Goku recounted his forthcoming journey to Vegeta. Following his assistance to Uncle Ox King in extinguishing a great fire, he continued his quest, bearing the Dragon Balls towards the location of the final one. However, in a quaint little town, he nearly fell victim to a rabbit spirit that sought to transform him into a mere carrot. Thankfully, he was alerted by Yamcha, whom he had previously defeated, preventing the creature from succeeding. Ultimately, he banished the rabbit spirit and its accomplices to the moon, much to his amusement. At this point, Goku could not help but chuckle joyfully. Vegeta, with a smile adorning his face, gazed at Goku. Although he and Bulma ultimately chose not to accompany Goku, the trajectory of the narrative remained largely unchanged. "Have you found the final Dragon Ball?" Vegeta inquired. Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Goku let out a faint sigh, his demeanor tinged with a hint of disappointment. "No, the last Dragon Ball is in the possession of a band of nefarious individuals. They have constructed a heavily fortified castle deep within the desert, where Yamcha and I were ensnared and subsequently robbed of all the Dragon Balls." "I see," Vegeta responded. "It matters not. Even though we could not resurrect your grandfather, once the Dragon Balls have been used, they will be available for use again in a year's time." He continued, "Next year, you can resume your quest to bring your grandfather back to life." Goku's initially despondent expression brightened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely," Vegeta affirmed with certainty. "Then I shall redouble my efforts in training. Next time, I will not rely on the same techniques," Goku declared resolutely. Thus, Goku recommenced his martial arts training alongside Vegeta. Unlike the training methods employed by Master Roshi, which involved delivering milk, farming, and transporting building materials to enhance Goku's endurance, strength, speed, and coordination, this training promised to be distinctly different. Vegeta's training regimen for Goku is considerably more scientific. In addition to employing various mechanical devices specifically designed to strengthen Goku's weaknesses, he also utilizes intricate techniques and internal martial arts to enhance Goku's overall capabilities. Comparatively, the traditional Chinese martial arts significantly accelerate Goku's power development, particularly through the cultivation of internal energy, which greatly amplifies his physical prowess. Notably, Vegeta, being aware of the original narrative, has devised specialized training methods focusing on Goku's tail. Vegeta, being a scion himself, possesses a weakness that lies within his tail. Thus, during his training, he diligently focused on strengthening this very appendage, particularly as it is intertwined with a vital vein. This vein, however, is severely obstructed. Yet, with just a slight infusion of his energy, Vegeta can sense an immense surge of power. He is acutely aware that boundless strength resides within the scion tail. The ability of scions to intermarry with Earthlings indicates a remarkable similarity in their DNA. Nevertheless, even the most ordinary scion surpasses the strongest of Earthlings, the only distinguishing factor being the tail. The transformation of scions into colossal apes is also attributed to their tails. Upon assuming this form, their strength is augmented tenfold, making the tail immensely significant for a scion. Aware of this, Vegeta feels a tinge of regret, recalling that in his previous life, Goku and he had severed their tails in later stages. Had they retained their tails, their power would undoubtedly have exceeded current limits. Perhaps, during the Tournament of Power, either Goku or Vegeta could have single-handedly vanquished Jiren. One evening, upon returning home from school, Bulma immediately spotted Goku training in the yard alongside Vegeta. "Goku, you're here?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully. "Bulma," Goku responded, equally thrilled to see her, as he jumped up while holding her hand. Witnessing Goku's audacity to hold Bulma's hand in his presence, Vegeta feigned a cough as a subtle reminder. Goku, oblivious to Vegeta's insinuation, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Bulma, however, understood Vegeta's meaning all too well. Since confirming her relationship with him, she had discovered that Vegeta was a fervent jealous type. She often took delight in teasing him through his jealousy. Releasing Goku's hand, Bulma smiled and said, "Indeed, your master is simply under the weather. I shall prepare some tea for you both." With that, she turned to head inside, while Goku, taking her words at face value, looked at Vegeta with concern and asked, "Master, is your cold serious? I know of several herbs that are quite effective for treating colds. When I was young and caught a cold, my grandfather used those herbs to cure me." After saying this, Goku called out loudly to the sky, "Nimbus Cloud." Upon witnessing Goku's intent to venture out and gather herbs on his behalf, Vegeta could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Goku," he remarked, "there's no need for such exertion. I assure you, I am perfectly fine and not unwell." However, Goku remained unconvinced by Vegeta's words. Once the Nimbus Cloud descended, he leapt onto it and declared, "Master, fret not. I shall return swiftly." With that, Goku piloted the Nimbus towards the mountainous regions on the outskirts of West City. When Bulma emerged with a freshly brewed pot of tea, she was taken aback to find Vegeta practicing martial arts alone in the yard. Curiously, she inquired, "Where has Goku gone?" Vegeta recounted the tale of Goku venturing out to gather herbs, which instantly provoked peals of laughter from Bulma. She ultimately remarked, "Let us see if you dare to speak so freely before Goku in the future." Before long, approximately an hour later, Goku returned to Bulma's estate riding on his Nimbus Cloud, leaping down with an abundance of herbs in hand. He addressed Vegeta, who was enjoying tea with Bulma in the courtyard, saying, "Master, please wait a moment. I shall prepare the medicine promptly." Without waiting for Vegeta to respond, he dashed into the house, and faintly, one could hear his inquiries directed towards the servants regarding the kitchen's whereabouts. Vegeta hastily inquired of Bulma, "What should I do if Goku truly presents a bowl of medicine?" Bulma shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "This predicament is of your own making. You must resolve it yourself. I assure you, I cannot bring myself to deceive an innocent child." With that, she adopted a demeanor of indifference, leisurely sipping her tea beside him. Chapter 33, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Before long, in less than half an hour, Goku emerged from the house, carefully carrying a bowl of medicine. Upon seeing the dark, herbal concoction resting on the table, Vegeta's brow furrowed in dismay. Bulma, intrigued, leaned closer to sniff the mixture, only to immediately cover her nose and exclaim, "Goku, what herbs did you use to brew this potion? It smells utterly dreadful." Goku replied, "I have no idea. When I had a cold as a child, my grandfather prepared this very concoction for me, and after just one bowl, my cold was cured." After his introduction, Goku turned to Vegeta with eager anticipation, urging, "Master, you must drink the medicine while it is still warm." Vegeta gazed at the dark, murky herbal soup placed before him, his lips twitching involuntarily as he cast a pleading glance towards Bulma. In response to Vegeta's silent appeal, Bulma delicately sipped her tea, delivering yet another blow to his fragile heart, reminding him that this was Goku's heartfelt gesture. Surely, one would not harm an innocent child, would they? If it were me, I would have consumed it without hesitation. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, wishing to retort but finding himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, under Goku's eager gaze, he closed his eyes and resolutely downed the concoction in one swift motion. Ugh! An indescribable sensation enveloped him after consuming the potion, as if his stomach were in turmoil. He hurriedly made his way to the edge of the lawn, retching violently. Later that evening, confronted with a sumptuous dinner, Vegeta found himself devoid of appetite. Mrs. Brief inquired quizzically, "Vegeta, what seems to be the matter? Is today's dinner not to your liking?" Meanwhile, Bulma cheerfully indulged in her meal, interjecting, "It's nothing, Mom. My brother is simply feeling a bit under the weather today, hence his lack of appetite. He'll be fine by tomorrow." Observing Goku devouring his food with gusto, Mrs. Brief nodded. "It seems you are indeed unwell, Vegeta. Would you like some medicine? I can fetch it for you." Startled at the mention of more medicine, Vegeta quickly interjected, "Auntie, I have already taken my medicine, so there is no need to trouble yourself further. I'll just rest in my room for a bit." With that, he bid farewell to everyone and departed the dining room, heading towards his chamber. Watching Vegeta's somewhat disheveled retreat, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter. As time passed, nearly 3 months slipped by. During this period, Goku diligently trained under Vegeta's guidance. It could be said that Gohan had laid a solid foundation for Goku. After 3 months of rigorous training with Vegeta, Goku finally broke through to the first level of the pure Yang ultimate skill, successfully elevating his combat power to over 1,000. One day, observing Goku tirelessly practicing long punches in the dojo, Vegeta nodded in approval before calling out, "Goku, come here for a moment." Goku promptly ceased his movements and swiftly approached Vegeta, respectfully greeting him, "Master." "Indeed, Goku, your strength has been improving rapidly. Soon, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament will commence, and our dojo will be sending you and your senior brother, Tien, to participate." Vegeta declared that, in truth, the disciples eager to participate in the martial arts tournament were not limited to Goku and Dawn. However, Vegeta was reluctant to transform the tournament into an internal exchange of Chinese martial arts, without worthy adversaries to showcase their prowess. How could the true essence of Chinese martial arts be demonstrated? Thus, he resolutely suppressed the aspirations of other disciples wishing to join the esteemed tournament. On the day of departure, all disciples of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy stood in orderly formation, with Vegeta positioned at the forefront. The 21st Martial Arts Tournament was set to take place the day after tomorrow, and today, he would embark on the journey alongside Dawn and Goku. As Vegeta contemplated arrangements for the Academy during their absence, one disciple abruptly interrupted his address, exclaiming, "Master, we have something to express. We believe your decision is unjust." Vegeta's age remains rather youthful, and the vast majority of his disciples are significantly older than he. Furthermore, Vegeta is not one to resort to harsh discipline, which has led this group of apprentices to perceive him as somewhat easy to intimidate. As he observed the individual who had just spoken, Vegeta recognized him as Ron, a disciple whose strength was slightly inferior to that of Dawn. Ron was a formidable figure, robust and muscular. However, due to his long reach, he had struggled to master his techniques. Recognizing his potential, Vegeta decided to impart to him the skills of Iron Shirt and Iron Palm, tailored to suit Ron's physique. Indeed, these two techniques proved exceptionally fitting for someone of Ron's build. Although in the realm of Jin Yong's martial arts, these skills are regarded as inferior, Ron experienced a remarkable surge in power, ascending from the lowest ranks to the second position, surpassed only by Dawn. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired with an air of composure, "If you perceive injustice, do enlighten me. In what manner have I acted unfairly?" Ron stepped forth from the ranks of the disciples, positioning himself before all, and proclaimed with conviction, "The prowess of Dawn is evident to us all. It is recognized by every one of us. You have appointed him to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. We would never contest that." Upon concluding his statement, Ron suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Goku and exclaimed with indignation, "But what of him? What right does he have? He is merely a 12-year-old child, having joined the dojo merely 3 months ago. By what merit can he represent the dojo in this competition?" As Ron's words echoed, a wave of murmurs surged among the disciples, and Vegeta could discern that a significant majority were in agreement with Ron's sentiments. "Is this the consensus among you all?" Vegeta slowly addressed the disciples. The crowd fell into a profound silence, rendered speechless. At this juncture, Ron, brimming with self-satisfaction, remarked, "Master, there is no need for you to inquire further. Our opinions are unanimous, and they share my view." Just as Ron finished speaking, Dawn interjected, "Ron, have you lost your senses? How dare you conspire with all the disciples to challenge authority?" After reprimanding Ron, Dawn swiftly turned to Vegeta and expressed contrition, "I apologize. Master, as the eldest disciple, I have failed to manage my junior brothers effectively. It is my neglect." I humbly request your punishment." Vegeta disregarded Don's apology and instead turned his gaze towards the group of disciples below. Indeed, the bonds forged through monetary transactions proved to be the most fragile. The disciples, having paid to learn the art of combat, believed it was their entitlement to be taught. Chapter 34. The Martial Arts Contest. Vegeta slowly addressed all his disciples, inquiring, "Have you truly all resolved to conspire with Ron against me?" Upon hearing his words, a moment of hesitation swept through the ranks of his disciples. And after a brief pause, the majority began to shift to either side, ultimately leaving only 3 disciples standing resolutely behind Ron. Upon noticing the 3 disciples, Vegeta recognized them as Ron's close associates, who had initially accompanied Ron to the dojo to seek mastery. Ron, realizing that these individuals had betrayed their prior agreement, felt a surge of indignation, nearly causing his nostrils to flare with frustration. However, he chose to disregard their presence and turned to Vegeta, declaring, "Master, I wish to challenge this individual." As he spoke, he raised his hand to indicate Goku. Goku, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, wore a confused expression. Yet he understood Ron's challenge and was instantly filled with excitement. "Master, may I accept?" Goku inquired of Vegeta. "Certainly," Vegeta replied with a nod. He then turned his gaze toward Ron, adding, "I hope you do not come to regret your decision today." With that, Vegeta strode toward the central arena of the dojo, followed closely by all the disciples. Vegeta stood beneath the character for martial arts at the center of the arena and addressed Goku and Ron, who were positioned at the heart of the arena, saying, "Let the duel commence." Vegeta, now too indifferent to announce any martial arts rules, simply called for the match to commence. Ron did not recklessly charge at Goku. Instead, he swiftly assumed a stance and said to Goku, "You are younger, so you may attack first." Goku, unfazed, launched a rapid punch towards Ron. Ron aimed to test Goku's strength, facing the incoming fist. He did not evade but instead chose to absorb the blow with his own body. With a resounding thud, Ron felt as if struck by a massive hammer, stumbling backwards several steps, each footfall leaving deep imprints on the floor. Fortunately, he had trained in the iron cloth technique, which allowed him to withstand Goku's assault without breaching his defense, redirecting the force into the ground. "At such a young age, your strength is quite impressive," Ron remarked. Following this, he began to channel his energy, his palms darkening as he unleashed his refined iron sand palm towards Goku. Goku, not daring to underestimate him, countered with a long punch, and the two immediately became embroiled in a fierce exchange. However, Ron's strength paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong, and within a few short exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Were it not for the protective capabilities of his iron cloth, he would have been defeated by Goku by now. Observing Ron being pushed back once more, the surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Even Don was taken aback by the prowess displayed by this disciple, who had only been under his master for 3 months. Angered by the whispers around him, Ron felt a surge of indignation, sensing a slight to his honor. Yet he understood clearly that he was not Goku's equal and would need to devise another strategy to overcome him. Ron launched another palm strike at Goku, who immediately retaliated. To everyone's astonishment, Ron stood his ground against Goku's attack, refusing to evade. Goku, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend Ron's actions. This moment of distraction allowed Ron's iron sand palm to connect forcefully with Goku's chest. With a loud crash, Goku was sent flying, landing on the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Elated, Ron burst into laughter and turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, "Master, did you see that? I won." Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "Take a closer look. Did you truly emerge victorious?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ron felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He then heard Goku let out a groan and immediately turned to see Goku slowly rising from the floor. Goku rubbed his chest and exclaimed, "How painful. How is it possible that you could withstand my full force iron sand palm and still be on your feet?" Ron cried out in astonishment. The surrounding disciples were equally stunned. Having sparred with Ron before and fully aware of the formidable power behind his iron sand palm, even Don dared not take Ron's attack head-on. Goku, after slightly massaging the struck area, stood up straight and addressed Ron. "Senior brother, you are indeed formidable. In that case, I shall unleash my full strength as well." The audacious young man, realizing that a single strike would not suffice to subdue you, shall deliver several more. With that, Ron launched himself at Goku with all his might. Instantly, the two re-engaged in battle, with Ron disregarding his injuries, eager to exchange damage with Goku. Initially caught off guard, Goku soon adapted to Ron's aggressive style. evading his frenzied assaults while seizing the opportunities presented by Ran's changing tactics to counterattack. Thus, Ran found himself continually pressed by Goku's relentless offense. Yet Goku soon realized that overcoming his opponent was no simple task. Eventually, as Goku aimed a punch at Ran's abdomen, Ran leapt just in time, and Goku's blow struck directly at Ran's vital area. Enduring the full force of Goku's punch, Ran was sent reeling, crashing heavily to the ground, cradling his injured area and crying out in agony. With great effort, Ran lifted his gaze to Goku and said, "You are utterly shameless." Goku, looking perplexed at his own fist and then at the fallen Ran, could scarcely comprehend the immense power of his own strike. Vegeta had originally intended to abolish their martial arts and expel them from the dojo after the duel. However, upon witnessing the agonized Ran lying on the ground, he waved his hand, instructing his disciples to take Ran for medical attention, promising to address the matter once the martial arts tournament concluded. After Ran was carried out of the dojo, Vegeta continued to address all his disciples, inquiring, "Is there anyone who disagrees with my decision and dares to challenge Goku?" A profound silence ensued, and no one dared to speak. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of dissent from his disciples. Thus, he declared, "In that case, it is settled. Dan and Goku shall represent our Chinese martial arts dojo in this edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament." After making this proclamation, Vegeta turned to Dan and Goku, saying, "I hope you both will secure the championship for our dojo." "Yes, Master," Dan and Goku exclaimed in unison. Chapter 35. The martial arts tournament having momentarily resolved the dojo's affairs, Vegeta and Bulma piloted their aircraft towards Papaya Island, accompanied by Dan and Goku. Upon their return to Papaya Island, the World Martial Arts Tournament had gained remarkable renown after 20 editions of promotion and management. By the time of the 21st edition, the island was bustling with an electrifying atmosphere. This was especially true following the previous 20th tournament, which saw Vegeta, the youngest world champion, elevate the tournament's prestige to unprecedented heights. Vegeta addressed Darn and Goku, saying, "Darn, please take Goku to register first, and then wait for me at the hotel. We shall dine together afterward." Subsequently, Vegeta and Bulma strolled leisurely along the pedestrian street of Papaya Island. Observing the bustling shops teeming with visitors, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that this martial arts tournament would attract such a multitude of tourists." Vegeta nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the World Martial Arts Tournament is renowned, and it will only enhance the reputation of Chinese martial arts. Once Goku or Darn secures the championship, I shall commence my plans for branch expansion." Just then, an obnoxious voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of Vegeta and Bulma. "Excuse me, lovely lady, may I touch you?" accompanied by a lewd grin, instantly reminded them of that lascivious old man. As they turned to look, they spotted the familiar figure in a suit, the old man, harassing a young waitress not far away. Witnessing this, Bulma hurried over and delivered a punch to Master Roshi's head, causing him to stumble. Master Roshi turned around and, upon seeing Bulma and Vegeta, donned an unhappy expression, exclaiming, It's you two youngsters. How rude of you to interrupt my delightful conversation with this lovely young lady." Vegeta, with a hint of disdain, pulled Master Roshi aside and remarked, "You lecherous old man, do you not feel any shame? You spend your days leering at young girls." Master Roshi swatted Vegeta's hand away and retorted, "At my age, I have only a few years left to live. This is simply a game of life. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Master Roshi's claim of having little time left, Vegeta's lips twitched in disbelief. "You have no idea how old you are. In the original story, you participated in the Tournament of Power over 40 years later." He then inquired, "So, Master Roshi, what brings you to the World Martial Arts Tournament? Are you or one of your disciples preparing to compete?" Just as Master Roshi was about to respond, two voices suddenly rang out from a distance, calling, "Master! Grandpa!" Vegeta and the others turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to discover that it was none other than Son Goku accompanied by a small bald figure, presumably Krillin. Goku dashed over to Vegeta and his companions, joyfully exclaiming to Master Roshi, "Grandpa, it's been such a long time." After greeting his master, he also exchanged pleasantries with Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and inquired, "Have you registered?" Goku responded with a nod, saying, "I have already registered." At that moment, Master Roshi also brought Krillin to Vegeta's side, stating, "Vegeta, this is my disciple, Krillin. He will represent our turtle school in this upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament." Vegeta gazed upon the luckiest man in the original tale, who was blessed with a protective brother, Goku, a most exquisite wife, Android 18, and a delightful daughter. He could not help but feel a twinge of envy for this true winner of the Dragon Ball life. His thoughts drifted to the myriad images of Android 18 that he had encountered online in his past life, leading him into a contemplative reverie. Indeed, she seemed quite remarkable. Just then, a voice jolted Vegeta from his musings. "Brother, what are you thinking so deeply about?" It was Bulma. Upon hearing her voice, Vegeta felt a surge of anxiety. "In nothing. What could I possibly be thinking? I was merely contemplating you." Vegeta stammered slightly. Observing his flustered demeanor, Bulma regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Sensing something unusual about his expression, not pressing the matter further, Bulma turned her attention to Goku and inquired, "Goku, where is Tien? Did he not accompany you?" Goku replied, "Oh, no. He returned to the hotel ahead of me. I only came after learning from Krillin that the old man was here." Master Roshi cast a glance at Goku and remarked, "So the disciple you mentioned is this young lad? He can hardly be of much age himself. What wisdom could he impart upon you? Perhaps you should consider taking me as your master instead." Master Roshi, in the presence of Vegeta, began to undermine his rival. Before Vegeta could interject, Goku was quick to defend, "Grandpa, my master is truly formidable. I have made significant progress in these past few months under his tutelage." Master Roshi, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Is that so? Well then, Krillin will also be participating in this martial arts tournament. Would you dare to compete against him? If you do not emerge as champion, it only proves that your martial arts skills are lacking, and you should switch to my turtle school instead." Vegeta, of course, immediately detected the subtle trap in Master Roshi's words. Just as he was about to speak, Goku preemptively responded, "All right, don't worry, Grandpa. I will certainly secure the championship." No sooner had Goku's words fallen than the long-absent system materialized, announcing a new task: assist Goku in winning the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, thereby promoting Chinese martial arts. Reward: 10 million martial arts points. Should the task fail, Goku will then take Master Roshi as his teacher. Damn. Vegeta couldn't help but curse inwardly, realizing that this system truly has a knack for stirring up trouble at the most inopportune moments. Vegeta harbored no concerns regarding Krillin or Master Roshi obstructing Goku. Rather, his primary apprehension lay with Tarun, his disciple, who had been with him the longest and possessed formidable strength. In terms of combat prowess, Goku currently fell slightly short in comparison to him. Before Vegeta could ponder further, Master Roshi hastily solidified the wager, stating, "Very well, it is settled. Krillin, let us depart. I shall accompany you to the hotel to impart some exceptional techniques, enabling you to elevate your prowess." Yet, his mind lingered on the thought that he had also entered the competition. Should Krillin prove insufficient against Goku, he could easily defeat him, claiming not only the championship but also acquiring a remarkably skilled disciple in the process. Chapter 39, Martial Arts Tournament Match 2. Old man, Krillin, do take your time. Goku, devoid of any concerns, cheerfully waved goodbye to Master Roshi and Krillin. Observing Goku's naive exuberance, Vegeta nearly felt his nostrils flare in frustration. Vegeta grasped Goku by the nape of his neck and declared, "Follow me. I too must impart some rigorous training upon you to enhance your strength." Initially somewhat displeased by Vegeta's actions, Goku's spirits lifted upon hearing his words, and he exclaimed, "Master, are you preparing to teach me a secret technique?" "Indeed, a secret technique. You must learn it diligently, for you must secure the championship for me," Vegeta replied. "Master, what is this technique? Is it immensely powerful?" Goku inquired further. Thus, the trio returned to the hotel, where they encountered Dawn waiting in the lobby. Bulma suggested, "Let us have dinner first. We can discuss this afterward, and besides, we still have a day left." "Very well, let us dine first," Vegeta concurred, releasing his hold on Goku's collar. Dawn, uncertain of the events that had transpired, remained silent, as he was not one to engage in excessive conversation, and quietly followed his masters to the dining hall. Goku devoured his meal with remarkable speed, soon finishing, and called out to Vegeta, "Master, I'm done. Hurry and teach me the secret technique." Vegeta was momentarily speechless. However, he chose not to elaborate. He intended to impart all the martial arts from the Jin Yong's wuxia system to his disciples, but for the time being, he wished for them to refine the skills they already possessed. Vegeta set down his chopsticks and, addressing Dawn, remarked, "Do not overthink it. I am merely going to explain the techniques to Goku. After all, he has spent little time with me, and he recently wagered with the Turtle School." "Yes, Master. I completely understand," Dawn promptly replied. Vegeta subsequently led Goku to a clearing behind the hotel, where he began imparting the first layer of the Qiankuan Great Shift's mental technique to him. The Qiankuan Great Shift is undoubtedly one of the most formidable auxiliary martial arts in the realm of Jin Yong's wuxia, possessing an astonishing array of functions, one of which is to maximize the potential of its user, to simplify its effects in terms of Dragon Ball power levels. It could be likened to a scenario where an individual with an initial power level of 1 could, upon mastering the Qiankuan Great Shift, unleash a power level of 2, thereby achieving a remarkable 100 enhancement without any adverse effects. However, this remarkable boost is only attainable upon reaching a fundamental mastery of the technique. With only the first layer learned, one could only unlock 20 of their potential. Thus, after an entire night, Vegeta successfully conveyed the intricately convoluted first layer of the Qiankuan Great Shift to Goku. Goku, a rare prodigy in martial arts, surprised Vegeta, who had presumed that such a complex internal technique would be beyond Goku's comprehension. To Vegeta's astonishment, Goku had little difficulty in memorizing the first layer of the Qiankuan Great Shift. Such martial talent even sparked a tinge of jealousy within Vegeta. As another day passed, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was finally set to commence, just as Vegeta and Bulma were preparing to escort Dawn and Goku to the venue. A familiar voice rang out, "Goku." Everyone turned to see Yamcha, adorned with a character for joy emblazoned on his chest, accompanied by Pu'er and Oolong, 2 little companions. Goku, upon recognizing Yamcha, joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Yamcha, this is wonderful. I thought you wouldn't come." Yamcha replied with a grin, "Goku, I figured with your love for martial arts, you wouldn't miss the chance to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I was right. I searched for you near the venue all day yesterday and thought you might not show up." Goku responded, "Not at all. I spent the entire day yesterday in the hotel with my master, only coming out today." Just as they were conversing, Master Roshi approached with Krillin, who had shed his original blue suit in favor of a bright orange martial arts uniform of the Turtle School. Master Roshi remarked, "I didn't see you two leave the hotel yesterday. Were you busy practicing some secret technique?" Vegeta also spoke up, expressing a wish that the esteemed Master's disciple would be as formidable as his tongue. However, Goku paid no heed to the banter between Vegeta and Master Roshi, instead seizing Krillin and introducing him to Yamcha. "Yamcha, this is Krillin, the disciple of Master Roshi, who was also participating in the martial arts tournament." At that moment, Yamcha realized that the venerable figure standing beside Vegeta was none other than the legendary martial arts god, Master Roshi. He promptly approached and bowed, saying, "Master Roshi, greetings. I am your admirer, Yamcha." Upon hearing Yamcha pay his respects, yet remain oblivious to Vegeta, Master Roshi raised an eyebrow at Vegeta with a hint of pride, then commended Yamcha, "You too, young man, you are quite impressive. To give it your all in this tournament." Yamcha, overwhelmed by the praise from Master Roshi, felt a surge of joy and immediately nodded, affirming, "Yes, Master Roshi, I shall strive to do my best." The 2 men disregarded Vegeta, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. As it became evident that he had grown complacent over the years, the fame from his previous championship seemed rather diminished. In truth, Vegeta had underestimated his own renown. His name resonated resoundingly among martial artists, and this year's tournament had prominently featured advertisements showcasing Vegeta. Moreover, Vegeta had notably grown taller, which, while not a drastic transformation, was still significant enough that most martial artists failed to recognize him as the reigning champion from the previous tournament. At that moment, a gong sounded, followed by an announcement over the loudspeaker. "Esteemed participants of the martial arts tournament, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. All contestants, please proceed to the venue to prepare for the preliminary matches." The announcement was broadcasted 3 times. Vegeta turned to Goku and Tien and said, "You may enter now. Bulma and I shall await your triumph in the preliminary rounds as you advance to the finals." Watching the group step into the venue, Vegeta and Bulma found themselves with leisure time, meandering in the vicinity as they awaited the commencement of the afternoon's martial arts tournament finals. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the morning had vanished in the blink of an eye, with the entrance of the tournament hall adorned with the names of the 8 competitors for this year's finals. Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, maneuvered through the throng of onlookers and soon beheld the names of Goku and Tien prominently displayed on the announcement board. In addition to the 2 of them, the names of Yamcha and Krillin were also listed, alongside that of the disguised participant, Master Roshi. In Chapter 37, the martial arts tournament continued. Vegeta scoffed at the list of the top 8 competitors, wondering why that lecherous old man hadn't encountered Goku or Tien in the preliminary rounds. instead managing to advance to the finals. Bulma, perplexed, inquired, "That lecherous old man, who is he? Who else could it be but that turtle hermit?" Vegeta replied, taking Bulma's hand as they squeezed back through the crowd. "Is there a mention of the turtle hermit up there? I don't seem to see his name." Bulma, quite puzzled, thought she might have overlooked it and wished to re-enter the crowd for another look. Vegeta swiftly turned Bulma around and said, "Do not gaze any longer. You are not mistaken. The figure above is indeed Master Roshi. He has disguised himself." Bulma, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Ah, I see. But why would he choose to conceal his identity? Is not Master Roshi's reputation quite illustrious?" Vegeta led Bulma towards the arena of the finals, elucidating. "The turtle hermit has gained immense renown, revered by fellow martial artists as the god of martial arts. Should he compete under his true identity and face defeat, it would severely tarnish his reputation. Conversely, by concealing his identity, if he emerges victorious, he has the option to reveal himself or maintain his anonymity. However, should he lose, the world would remain unaware that the turtle hermit was the one bested, providing him with a strategic advantage." Upon hearing Vegeta's astute analysis, Bulma exclaimed, "His cunning is truly remarkable. Yet, perhaps he is ensnared by the very fame he has garnered." Vegeta sighed in agreement. As they approached the viewing area near the arena, they found it already thronged with spectators. Bulma, overwhelmed by the dense crowd, gestured invitingly to Vegeta and declared, "Brother, it's your turn." Yet, this time, Vegeta did not guide Bulma into the throng. Instead, he replied, "Come, I shall take you to the VIP section to observe." After uttering that, Vegeta escorted Bulma to the entrance of the venue, where a staff member awaited their arrival. Upon spotting Vegeta, the staff member promptly waved and expressed, "Mr. Vegeta, we are immensely grateful for your acceptance of our invitation." Vegeta spoke up, saying, "It's all right. This martial arts tournament coincidentally features disciples from our dojo participating in the competition, so it's all in good measure. Regardless, I am truly grateful for your presence." The staff member once again firmly grasped Vegeta's hand in appreciation. "May we enter now?" Vegeta reminded. "Oh." The staff member suddenly regained composure and quickly led the way, saying, "This way, please." As the three made their way toward the venue, Bulma leaned in to quietly inquire of Vegeta, "What is this about an invitation?" "Before arriving on Papaya Island, the organizing committee of the World Martial Arts Tournament invited me to give a speech prior to the quarterfinals, to encourage the other contestants as well. I felt this was an excellent opportunity to elevate the reputation of my Chinese martial arts dojo and enhance my personal standing. So I accepted," Vegeta explained softly. "Humph, you've kept this from me." Bulma responded with a hint of displeasure after hearing Vegeta's explanation. "I merely wanted to surprise you." Vegeta quickly apologized, momentarily forgetting that this little lady detests being kept in the dark. The two playfully bickered as they followed the staff member to a small VIP room on the second floor behind the venue. The VIP room had a window that overlooked the ring below, offering an unobstructed view, truly the best observation point. The staff member addressed them, "Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma, please wait here for a moment. The host is currently conducting the draw for the 8 finalists. Once the draw is completed, we will call upon you to address the audience." After saying this, the staff member exited the VIP room, leaving Vegeta and Bulma alone inside. Bulma, feeling a surge of excitement, peeked out the window to see the ring surrounded by spectators. Some individuals, unable to see the match from the back, had chosen to climb onto nearby rooftops, armed with binoculars to catch the action. Bulma remarked with dissatisfaction, "The organizers of this tournament are rather stingy. If they had constructed tiered seating around the ring like a stadium, the audience would have a much more comfortable viewing experience. As it stands, only those in the front rows can truly enjoy the spectacle. No wonder, after over 20 editions, its reputation remains so mediocre." Vegeta suggested, "Bulma, you are indeed correct. If possible, why not invest in the World Martial Arts Tournament and bring your ideas to fruition?" Bulma pondered for a moment, then replied, "Your suggestion is quite commendable. I shall arrange for it immediately." With that, Bulma took out her phone and began to contact her associates at the corporation. Vegeta found himself in a state of bemusement as he gazed at Bulma, who was issuing commands to the company. He had merely made a jest, yet she took it quite seriously, such is the whim of wealth. At that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. The staff member, having received Vegeta's approval, entered the room. "Mr. Vegeta, the draw has concluded. You may now address the audience and the participants." "Very well," Vegeta replied, rising from his seat and gesturing to Bulma that he was stepping out. Bulma, engaged in a phone call, waved her hand dismissively at Vegeta. Vegeta inquired of the staff, "May I take a look at the lottery results? I have 2 disciples participating in the competition, and I wish to see who their opponents are." The staff promptly handed the documents to Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at the match schedule. In the first round, it was Bacterian against Krillin. In the second, Tien Shinhan versus Yamcha. The third featured Kaiatsu against Launch, and in the fourth, Goku faced off against Jiren. To his astonishment, he never anticipated that the lecherous old man would be pitted against Launch. Vegeta mused inwardly. Yet that old man would surely not fall for the charms of a woman and lose the match, would he? It seemed quite possible. He reflected on a past life when his disciples had exerted considerable effort to help Master Roshi overcome his own weaknesses in order to participate in the Tournament of Power. Returning the documents to the staff, the 2 of them made their way to the contestants' lounge. Upon the unexpected arrival of Vegeta, Goku and Tien Shinhan joyfully exclaimed, "Master." Vegeta waved to them. "Master, how did you come in here? Are you participating in the competition as well?" Goku inquired with excitement. "No. I am here to deliver a speech. You all must give it your best. I shall be watching your match from above," Vegeta replied. At that moment, a staff member addressed Vegeta, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, shortly the host will invite you to the stage to deliver your speech, so you may simply ascend when the time comes." "Very well, no problem," Vegeta responded. Chapter 38, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 4. Vegeta did not have to wait long. As soon the host outside announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, Vegeta." Upon hearing the host's words, a fervent applause erupted from the audience. Whether they recognized Vegeta or not, whether they admired him or not, everyone clapped in welcome. The host continued, "Mr. Vegeta is the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, the master of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, and the founder of this martial arts lineage. He won the championship at the tender age of 12 and is now merely 17. Although Mr. Vegeta is not competing in this year's tournament, 2 of his disciples will be participating today, both of whom have advanced to the top 8, and soon you shall witness their remarkable matches." Thus, amidst the host's introduction and the audience's applause, Vegeta ascended the stage step by step, standing beside the host. At that moment, Vegeta donned the black martial arts uniform of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, adorned with embroidered dark golden dragons and auspicious clouds, exuding an aura of majesty and authority. As the applause gradually subsided, the host, microphone in hand, inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, may I ask why you chose not to participate in this year's martial arts tournament?" Vegeta declared with great authority, "Because I am invincible. The championship is mine as long as I participate. However, this does not serve the advancement of martial arts on Earth. Thus I have arranged for my disciple to compete." Vegeta's remarks immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the audience and all the contestants backstage, with many feeling that his bravado was akin to a toad yawning, excessively grandiloquent. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, understood that controversy breeds viewership. After all, no one relishes mundane exchanges. The host pressed on, inquiring, "Mr. Vegeta, as the reigning champion, do you have any words for the competitors of this season?" Vegeta, without any unnecessary words, directly proclaimed, "Give it your all. I shall await you here." Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, the host promptly responded, stating, "The champion of this competition will have the opportunity to challenge Mr. Vegeta. Let us eagerly anticipate the clash between the 2 champions and witness who shall emerge victorious." After this, the host courteously escorted Vegeta off the stage and then announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome the contestants of the first round, Bacterian and Krillin." Vegeta approached the players' lounge and said to Goku and Dawn, "Do your best. Bulma and I will be cheering for you from above." By the time Vegeta returned to the VIP room, the first round of the match had already commenced. The window, which had been open, was shut by Bulma, who was incessantly spraying air freshener into the room. "Enough. If you keep spraying, we want you to just be suffocated by the stench. We'll be poisoned by the fumes." Vegeta quickly intervened to stop Bulma from continuing her spraying. They climbed back to the window and gazed at the arena. The surrounding audience and hosts were desperately covering their noses. Those at the front found themselves suffering the most. They had thought they had the best view, only to be the worst affected. Attempting to leave, they were pinned down by the crowd behind them. In the arena, Krillin was being relentlessly squeezed under the weight of the bacteria man. Bulma looked at Krillin with concern and said, "He won't be suffocated, will he? That seems unlikely, right? He doesn't have a nose, after all." Vegeta replied, "Indeed, he lacks a nose." Bulma suddenly realized. At that moment, Goku, from the spectators' platform, shouted to Krillin. Krillin, you don't have a nose. What are you afraid of? With Goku's reminder, Krillin suddenly understood and began to counterattack, swiftly toppling the Bacteria Man. In a turn of events, he used a flatulent maneuver to knock his opponent unconscious. As the first round concluded, the second round was about to commence. Don versus Yamcha. Observing Yamcha, the most unfortunate man in the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta couldn't help but lament. It seems Yamcha's luck has worsened in this new world. With the sounding of a gong, the match began. Yamcha confidently faced his opponent, declaring, "If you wish to avoid the taste of defeat, it would be wise to surrender." Don looked at his self-assured opponent, utterly perplexed as to what had prompted such a statement. Seeing his opponent momentarily shaken by his words, Yamcha lunged at Don. Unleashing a series of punches and kicks, fluidly executed yet failing to land a single blow on Don. Once Yamcha had exhausted his energy, Don seized the opportunity, delivering a simple yet powerful punch that sent Yamcha flying. Yamcha crashed heavily onto the stage, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend how he had been struck. Don observed his opponent and remarked, "Your excessive movements while attacking and the complete expenditure of your energy without holding back left you vulnerable to my counter." Upon hearing Don's words, Yamcha wore an expression of disbelief, perceiving it merely as a boastful display from the victor towards the vanquished. Rising once again from the arena, he declared, "Humph, you arrogant fool, I shall make you pay. You will experience the claws of the desert wolf." With that, Yamcha assumed a fighting stance and bellowed, "Wolf Fong Fist." He then sprinted towards Don with remarkable speed, the sound of his feet striking the arena resonating like a wolf dashing forth. The onlookers and fellow competitors could not suppress their astonishment, witnessing as Yamcha charged at Don, intent on tearing his opponent apart. Transforming his hands into claws akin to a wolf's jaws, Yamcha lunged at Don. However, in a swift motion, Don evaded all of Yamcha's attacks with agile movements. Then, with a powerful knee strike, he struck Yamcha in the abdomen. Instantly, Yamcha's eyes bulged, a cry of pain escaped his lips, and he collapsed onto the arena floor. The audience erupted in shock at the ease with which Don had dispatched such a formidable opponent, as the abrupt conclusion of the match caught everyone off guard. In the competitors' area, Cheng Long watched Don descend from the platform with a serious expression, feeling a sense of foreboding about his own fate in the competition. Chapter 39, Martial Arts Tournament Match 5. With the conclusion of the second round, the third round was soon to commence. The previous two rounds have been nothing short of spectacular, the host proclaimed. Hearing this, the audience responded with a chorus of boos, for they felt the match had ended far too swiftly, leaving them unsatisfied. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, the host continued, "I believe all spectators, like myself, are eager for the thrilling continuation of the tournament. Therefore, I now announce the participants of the third round, Cheng Long and Lan Fang." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, yearning for a contest that promised to relieve their pent-up frustrations. Lan Fang was the first to step forward, her voluminous purple hair framing her face, complemented by a deep blue athletic tank top, sporty pants, and canvas shoes. She embodied the elegance of a mature woman while retaining the innocence of youth. Her fiery red lips and the beauty mark on the left corner of her mouth accentuated her allure even further. The sight of a female competitor among the top 8 elicited howls of admiration from the male spectators, who whistled in appreciation. Vegeta gazed out the window at Lan Fang, involuntarily exclaiming, "I never anticipated that this female competitor could be so stunning." As soon as the words left his lips, a pang of realization struck him. He had momentarily forgotten that Bulma was right beside him. He swiftly turned his head, only to find Bulma's eyes ablaze with a fiery jealousy as she glared at him. "What were you just saying? Who is so attractive?" Vegeta hastily remarked, "Of course, you are far more beautiful. Her beauty is too gaudy, while yours is akin to the pure moon in the heavens, serene and natural." Upon hearing this, Bulma's anger began to dissipate, yet she still admonished, "In my presence, I do not wish to hear you praise other women. Rest assured, my heart is already filled solely with you, leaving no room for anyone else." Vegeta continued to shower her with compliments. After exchanging several more sweet words, he finally succeeded in pacifying Bulma, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow and pondering. It seems that regardless of the world, charming a woman is an essential skill for any man to master. As the match progressed, after the contestant Lan Fang ascended the stage, the disguised turtle hermit, posing as contestant Cheng Long, leaped onto the platform, ignoring the surrounding audience. The turtle hermit rushed to Lan Fang, eager to flatter her. "Beautiful miss, I never anticipated I would have the honor of competing against you. Rest assured, I would never lay a hand on someone as lovely as you," he said with a sycophantic smile. Lan Fang, pleased with her allure, responded with a light laugh. Is that so? Then I must thank you, contestant Chenglong. Following this, her immaculate hand gently caressed the turtle hermit's cheek, enveloping him in a fragrant aura reminiscent of orchids, making him feel as though he were floating in the clouds. However, Lan Fang soon withdrew her hand, leaving the turtle hermit momentarily bewildered. He turned, attempting to grasp her delicate hand, only to have it elude him with a gentle twist. Miss Lan Fang, you are simply too beautiful, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like two hearts as he gazed at her. His hands clenched tightly as he rubbed them together, yearning to touch her. The host, sensing the situation escalating, hurriedly intervened to separate the turtle hermit and issued a stern warning. Contestant Chenglong, I must formally caution you against any actions that may harass contestant Lan Fang during the competition. If you do not comply, I will have no choice but to declare you the loser. At that moment, the turtle hermit's mind was solely focused on the match. He impatiently urged the host, hurry up and announce the start of the competition. He could hardly contain his eagerness to begin. The host shot him another glare before stepping aside and loudly declared, the third round of the competition begins now. Then, a gong sounded, and Master Rashi eagerly charged towards Lan Fang. Lan Fang was utterly unprepared for the remarkable speed with which her elderly opponent advanced. Before she could react, he was upon her. As Master Rashi reached her, he suddenly lost his footing and fell directly into Lan Fang's ample bosom, becoming ensnared within it. Instantly, a rich, intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, causing his mind to become hazy. Although Lan Fang projected an appearance of flamboyance, it was merely a tactic in her combat repertoire. At that moment, she was taken aback by the fact that she had genuinely fallen prey to the advances of a lecherous old man. Enraged, she let out a delicate huff and retaliated with a punch aimed at Master Rashi, her fist slicing through the air with a flash of crimson light, striking him squarely on the cheek. With a resounding impact, Master Rashi was sent reeling, blood streaming from his nose as he crashed heavily onto the arena floor. The host announced loudly, Lan Fang's prowess is formidable. She landed a direct blow to Chenglong's face, sending him flying. After such a powerful strike, would Chenglong be able to rise again? As the host's words hung in the air, Master Rashi, with flushed cheeks, managed to stand once more, smiling at Lan Fang. My apologies, I slipped. It was not my intention. However, his face bore a lascivious grin devoid of any semblance of embarrassment. And Lan Fang quickly realized that this old man had deliberately sought to take advantage of her. Infuriated by this revelation, she was incensed. Her beauty had always been an effective weapon, and she had never suffered such a significant setback. Resolving to retaliate, Lan Fang leapt and executed a sweeping kick towards Master Rashi. This time, he did not absorb her attack but instead deftly evaded her strikes. Suddenly, seizing the opportune moment, Master Rashi slipped again, once more colliding with Lan Fang's generous bosom. Lan Fang gasped and retaliated with a knee strike to his chin, propelling him once more into the air. The audience gasped collectively, uncertain if Master Rashi would be able to rise after such a punishing blow. Yet, he did not disappoint, managing to stand again, albeit with 2 fresh streaks of blood beneath his nose. At this juncture, the spectators were left perplexed as to whether the blood beneath Chenglong's nose was the result of the earlier blow or merely a manifestation of his heightened emotions. Chapter 40. Martial Arts Tournament Match 9. The host exclaimed, what an exhilarating match. Lan Fang has delivered 2 heavy blows to Chenglong, yet he has displayed immense resolve and managed to rise again. This contest has been nothing short of spectacular. Let us applaud both Chenglong and Lan Fang. The atmosphere at the venue was somewhat awkward. The spectators surrounding did not offer applause or encouragement. Some members of the audience had begun to sense something amiss, as it was quite peculiar for one to slip twice and fortuitously fall in the same spot. Even the seemingly naive Bulma felt that something was off and turned to Vegeta, inquiring, brother, why does this match seem so strange to me? It feels as though Master Rashi is doing this on purpose, doesn't it? Vegeta replied, indeed, that is precisely the implication. Bulma continued, yes, that is the very meaning. Master Rashi, with his prowess, could easily defeat the contestant Lan Fang, yet he deliberately slipped twice to gain an advantage over her. Vegeta elaborated, that lecherous old man. When I first encountered him, he sought to take advantage of you, but I thwarted him. Truly, one cannot change their nature. After hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma added, Vegeta, should you ever have the opportunity to face him, ensure you teach him a lesson, making him understand how to respect women. It was evident that Bulma was quite agitated, as she addressed Vegeta by his name. At your command, my queen. Vegeta responded in a manner that was equally compliant. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lan Fong found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to continue her offensive or to defend, as it seemed that whatever action she took merely presented opportunities for the lecherous old man before her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, "If you are so lascivious, then I shall give you a sight to behold, and we shall see how you handle it." With that thought, Lan Fong's expression shifted. Casting a sultry glance at Master Rashi, and provocatively asked, "Contestant Chung Long, do you wish to see a more beautiful view?" Master Rashi was momentarily taken aback by Lan Fong's words, but upon noticing her hand resting on the zipper of her attire and slowly pulling it down, he immediately comprehended her insinuation. Of course," he exclaimed, nodding eagerly, his previously drooping eyes now wide with anticipation, fixated on her hand. The onlookers also became aware of Lan Fong's actions, their eyes widening in astonishment, particularly among the male spectators, who were captivated and transfixed, eager not to miss even the slightest detail of the unfolding spectacle. As Lan Fong gradually unzipped her top and then abruptly shed it, revealing her rosy form, Master Rashi felt a sudden warmth in his nose, as two streams of crimson liquid erupted forth. He hurriedly attempted to stifle his nose with his hand, yet his countenance radiated bliss. Simultaneously, many men among the crowd displayed expressions of lewd delight, their hearts aflutter. Following the removal of her top, Lan Fong provocatively inquired, "Is this sufficient, or do you require more?" Upon hearing Lan Fong's words, every man present nodded vigorously, including the turtle sage, who was currently covering his nose. "Is this not an attempt on my life?" The turtle sage lamented, yet his head kept bobbing in agreement. Lan Fong's hand once again reached for her waistband, slowly and deliberately tugging down her sweatpants. As she moved, all the men in attendance instinctively leaned forward, eager to exert their collective effort to remove the offending garment. However, Lan Fong remained unhurried, gradually revealing the smooth, pale curves beneath her clothing. Many men, unable to maintain their balance as they crouched too low, collapsed onto the ground, causing a domino effect among the crowd. As they fell, Lan Fong suddenly yanked her pants down, exposing her pink undergarment. Witnessing this, the fallen men inexplicably found newfound strength. Rising to their feet with eyes gleaming with desire, captivated by the breathtaking sight before them. Meanwhile, the turtle sage could no longer keep his nose covered, and blood erupted from him like a fountain, leading him to collapse backward onto the stage. Bulma, seeing Lan Fong stripped down to her form-fitting attire, felt her cheeks flush and muttered a reprimand. Shameless. Afterward, she turned to look at Vegeta, only to find him gazing appreciatively at Lan Fong. Bulma, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, stepped forward to shield Vegeta's eyes, playfully scolding, "You mustn't look." Vegeta, while playfully swatting at Bulma's hand, declared with an air of righteousness, "I am merely observing with an appreciative gaze, harboring no ill thoughts." Bulma, still dissatisfied, raised her hand to block him, insisting, "No, brother, you are not allowed to look. If you must gaze, then you may only behold me." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to her and inquired, "Are you truly saying that?" Bulma, feeling a rush of shyness, nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I shall refrain from looking. It is hardly worth it anyway." Vegeta replied with a serious demeanor. Bulma, upon hearing this, shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Humph, men." On the tournament stage, the host noticed contestant Chung Long had fainted and promptly approached to assess the situation, commencing a countdown. Lan Fong, witnessing the ease with which such a formidable opponent was dispatched, mused to herself, "It appears that encountering such a lascivious adversary may not be entirely disadvantageous." The audience, now devoid of concern for Master Rashi, shifted their focus predominantly to Lan Fong, with several attendees wielding cameras, capturing her every moment. Only a few competitors near the ring, such as Tien, Goku, and Krillin, remained preoccupied with whether Cheng Long would be eliminated outright. As the host neared the count of 10 without any sign of Master Rashi regaining consciousness, Goku anxiously turned to Krillin and asked, "What should we do?" The old man shows no signs of waking. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin recalled Cheng Long's similar behavior to that of his master and resolved to act decisively. He shouted toward the ring, "Old man, there are beautiful women here." Chapter 41. The Martial Arts Tournament Match 7. Master Rashi, who had been lying unconscious on the stage, sprang to life upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, leaping up with the agility of a specter and scanning his surroundings with keen, sparkling eyes. His gaze fell upon Lan Fong, who was not far from him, and he immediately became entranced, exclaiming repeatedly, "Beautiful women." Then he lunged towards Lan Fong, the host on the stage and the contestant. Lan Fong, were utterly taken aback by the unexpected display from Master Rashi, as Lan Fang beheld her opponent, whose eyes glowed with an eerie green light and appeared utterly deranged. She was momentarily startled as she witnessed him barreling toward her. She swiftly executed a flying kick aimed at Master Rashi. Without flinching, he absorbed the blow, propelled backward with considerable force, crashing against the decorative wall at the edge of the platform. However, Lan Fang's attack bore no tangible effect. Master Rashi scrambled back to his feet and lunged at her once again, his eyes still radiating that ominous green glow. At this juncture, it became apparent to everyone that Master Rashi had evidently lost all self-awareness, now acting purely on instinct, rendering him exceedingly perilous. Lan Fang, recognizing this alarming situation, prepared to deliver a sidekick in an attempt to send him tumbling off the stage. Yet, to her astonishment, the seemingly oblivious Master Rashi adeptly evaded her strike and reached for her smooth, fair leg with malevolent intent. Shocked, Lan Fang exclaimed, "Pervert." She swiftly grabbed her garments from the stage and leaped off, hastily donning her clothing. Master Rashi, intent on reaching the beautiful woman, was taken aback when she fled. He promptly pursued her. However, as he stepped off the stage, his foot missed the ground, and he collided headfirst against the wall encircling the platform. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bewilderedly surveying his surroundings, unclear as to how he had fallen from the stage. At that moment, the host descended from the platform, raised Master Rashi's hand, and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that in the third round of competition, contestant Cheng Long is the victor." Thunderous applause erupted around him from many gentlemen present. The match had been exhilarating and utterly satisfying, leaving Master Rashi in a state of confusion as he scanned the crowd, entirely oblivious to how he had emerged victorious. Yet, his mind was not preoccupied with his win. He was more concerned with discovering Lan Fang's whereabouts. After searching in vain, he quietly inquired of the host, "Where has contestant Lan Fang gone?" The host cast a disdainful glance at Master Rashi before quietly responding, "Cheng Long, you were deceived. Lan Fang forfeited due to your frightful display." "Frightened? Have I relapsed into madness?" Master Rashi murmured softly, lamenting the loss of such an open-minded young woman, a rarity indeed. As the third round of the tournament concluded, the imminent fourth round was set to commence, featuring Goku in a fierce battle against Jiran. In the VIP lounge, Bulma joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, Goku is about to take the stage. I wonder how much stronger he has become." At this point, Bulma turned to Vegeta and inquired, "When you were imparting your martial arts wisdom to Goku, did you keep anything to yourself?" Vegeta, caught between amusement and exasperation, remarked, "I have not only withheld nothing but have even provided him with special training, all to ensure he secures victory in this martial arts tournament." "Is that so?" "Yet, that is precisely what you ought to do," Bulma interjected. Once the host made the announcement, Goku and Jiran ascended the stage together. Unlike the original tale, where the preceding matches were interrupted by torrential rain, this fourth round unfolded without interruption. The host, as before, introduced the two competitors on stage. To my right stands contestant Son Goku, who, at the tender age of 12, has set a new record for the youngest participant in our World Martial Arts Tournament. To my left is contestant Jiran, a dinosaur type being known for his immense strength and the heaviest contender in this event. Now, with such a significant disparity in weight, will these two competitors deliver a truly spectacular match? With that, I hereby declare the fourth round officially commenced. The host's impassioned shout, accompanied by the resounding gong, signified the beginning of the final match of the quarterfinals. Goku immediately adopted a fighting stance, his youthful face serious as he regarded his opponent. Jiran, observing the diminutive figure before him, burst into laughter. "Little one, this is no place for play. Perhaps you should return home to your mother for nourishment." With that, he lunged forward, arms outstretched, attempting to seize Goku. However, Goku executed a leap, performing several agile flips in midair, landing deftly behind Jiran. Perplexed by the sudden disappearance of his opponent, Jiran was caught off guard as Goku delivered a swift retaliatory kick, sending him hurtling through the air. Just as Jiran appeared poised to tumble off the stage, he unfurled his wings and hovered gracefully above. Flapping his wings, he rubbed the spot on his back where he had been struck, now regarding the young warrior before him with newfound respect. "This little fellow is undoubtedly a formidable opponent. It seems I must unleash my ultimate technique." With this thought, Jiran called out to Goku, "Prepare yourself, little one." Following this, Jiran opened his formidable jaws, unleashing a radiant beam that spiraled around Goku twice, swiftly solidifying and ensnaring him within its grasp. As Jiran beheld Goku ensnared, He erupted into triumphant laughter, declaring, "You are finished. What I have expelled is the most potent rubber, from which even I cannot escape, let alone you. Acknowledging your strength, I shall now cast you from the stage." As Kurong descended from the air onto the arena, he rushed forward to seize Goku, who was ensnared by the rubber rings, intending to hurl him from the platform. However, before he could execute his plan, Goku emitted a sharp exclamation and, with a sudden surge of strength, effortlessly broke free from the very rubber ring that had eluded even Kurong's efforts. Witnessing this astonishing display, Kurong was struck with disbelief, retreating in trepidation and exclaiming that it was impossible. When one's power is sufficiently formidable, nothing remains beyond the realm of possibility. After uttering these words, Goku advanced towards Kurong, step by step. In that moment, the diminutive figure of his opponent loomed before Kurong like a giant, leaving him feeling small and devoid of any courage to resist. Suddenly, Kurong realized he could retreat no further. Turning his head, he discovered he had been cornered against the barrier that separated the arena from the audience. At that instant, as he spun around, Goku launched a flying kick towards him once more. Startled, Kurong leapt back in fear, closing his eyes and shouting, "I concede." Upon hearing his opponent concede, Wukong found himself unable to restrain his momentum, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the wall behind Gilong. With a thunderous roar, the wall, constructed of red bricks, crumbled under Wukong's forceful strike, sending debris flying towards the audience. The remaining competitors, startled yet quick-witted, deftly evaded the oncoming bricks, though a substantial number lodged themselves into the arena's walls. The sheer might of Wukong's action left Gilong in a state of sheer terror, and he felt immense relief for his timely surrender. Otherwise, he might have faced severe injuries, if not worse. Thus, with Gailang's concession, the semi-finalists were determined: Klin, Tanjin, Chunlong, the Turtle Hermit, and Sun Wukong. Following this, the host sought the contestants' preferences and, upon confirming their readiness without the need for respite, promptly declared the commencement of the first round of the semi-finals. Once the staff cleared the debris from the stage, Klin and Tanjin took their positions. The audience, now well acquainted with both competitors, watched intently as the host wasted no time in announcing the start of the match. Klin, without hesitation, launched an immediate attack against Tanjin. Having witnessed how Tanjin had eliminated Yamcha, acknowledging his own limitations, Klin believed that aggression was his only path to victory. As Klin relentlessly pressed the attack, Tanjin remained unfazed, skillfully evading Klin's strikes while occasionally countering with precise blows that targeted Klin's vulnerabilities. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Klin, who had been on the offensive, found himself in a defensive position, struggling to withstand Tanjin's onslaught. The Turtle Hermit observed the duel with a grave expression, astonished by Tanjin's formidable prowess. Had Tanjin desired a swift conclusion, Klin would likely have already been sent tumbling from the ring. Ultimately, as the adage goes, a prolonged defense invites defeat. Klin could not match Tanjin's increasingly rapid movements, and a single lapse in his defense resulted in Tanjin launching him from the arena with a decisive blow. Klin, now half squatting on the stage, gasped for breath. Although they had exchanged only a few dozen blows, the pressure Tanjin exerted was immense, compelling Klin to muster all his strength to counter the relentless attacks. Glancing up at his opponent, Klin noted Tanjin's composed demeanor, devoid of any intent to counterattack, as if the entire situation was beneath him. Frustrated, Klin roared and charged at Tanjin once more. Tanjin effortlessly raised his arm in a defensive posture, deflecting Klin's strike, and retaliated with a powerful punch that connected with Klin's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air, crashing against the surrounding barriers before collapsing outside the ring, unconscious. Outside the arena, Tanjin emerged victorious. Upon witnessing the scene, the host promptly declared in a loud voice. After finishing his announcement, he hurriedly signaled to the staff to bring a stretcher so they could transport the contestant, Klin, to the hospital. Don slowly descended from the ring and turned to Goku, saying, "Disciple, I shall await you in the finals." With that, he did not spare a glance at Master Roshi and proceeded to walk towards the back of the venue. The old master harbored no dissatisfaction, for the opponent indeed possessed the merit to overlook him. He merely reflected with a sense of nostalgia, noting that after just a decade of absence, a plethora of young masters had emerged in this world. Victory! Bulma joyfully leapt into Vegeta's arms, planting a kiss on him. "Are you not happy? Your apprentice has made it to the finals," she inquired, noticing Vegeta's almost expressionless demeanor, which left her feeling somewhat discontented. Vegeta remarked, "There is nothing remarkable about this. Given his current strength, it would indeed be strange if he were to penetrate the finals." "Humph, you are truly a bore." Bulma responded with a hint of displeasure. Vegeta suddenly realized his mistake and promptly corrected himself, saying, "Could you please ask that again?" Although Bulma found it strange that Vegeta wanted her to do so, she obliged and reiterated, "Your disciple has made it to the finals. Aren't you pleased?" To her surprise, Vegeta burst into an exaggerated fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Is that so? Splendid! My disciple has not brought shame upon me, ha 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 ha." His theatrical laughter soon incited Bulma to join in with hearty laughter. As the first round of the semifinals concluded, the second round was about to commence. Under the host's introduction, Goku and Master Roshi ascended the stage. This time, Master Roshi appeared serious, fully aware that he might very well lose the match. Observing the two solemn contenders on stage, the host refrained from further commentary and declared, "The second round of the semifinals begins." With the sound of a gong, both Goku and Master Roshi launched their full-force attacks against one another. Due to the tournament's regulation that disqualification would ensue from a fatal blow, Vegeta had previously instructed Goku and Tien to hold back their strength. Initially unaware of the old man's true power, Goku refrained from unleashing his full capabilities, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched contest on the stage. While the majority of combatants in the Dragon Ball universe employed rather rudimentary techniques, ultimately determined by the magnitude of their energy, Master Roshi was an exception. As an ancient master, his slow energy growth had led him to concentrate most of his efforts on refining his combat techniques. Even when faced with Goku's intricate long-range attacks, Master Roshi adeptly utilized his wealth of experience to maintain an upper hand. However, he realized that if this continued, his stamina would inevitably falter before the conclusion of the fight. With this thought, he leaped back to create distance from Goku. "Wait!" Master Roshi called out loudly to Goku, who was poised to strike. "What is it?" the Na'vi Goku inquired, genuinely curious and ceasing his assault. Chapter 43, Martial Arts Tournament Match 9. Master Roshi spoke. "If we continue like this, it will be challenging to determine a victor. Thus, I am prepared to unleash my ultimate technique. I wonder if you dare to face it?" Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Goku's excitement surged as he eagerly replied, "No problem. Feel free to use any technique you wish against me." From the balcony, Vegeta nearly stumbled at Goku's response, turning to Bulma and declaring, "I believe that once this tournament concludes, I must impart some worldly wisdom to Goku. Otherwise, he is far too susceptible to deception." Bulma, equally exasperated, responded, "It seems we have no choice. But isn't it his innocence that allows him to be friends with me?" On the stage, Master Roshi positioned his hands in a flower petal stance at his waist and softly intoned, "Kamehameha." Suddenly, a searing white aura coalesced at the center of his palm, radiating an overwhelming and intimidating presence. Shouldn't this be the ultimate technique of the Turtle School? How could this elderly man named Chung Long possess such power? Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, eager to communicate with others, only to realize that Krillin had already been taken to the hospital. As for the distant Tangent, Yamcha declared that he would rather perish than engage in discourse with that individual. Once the energy was gathered, Master Roshi thrust his hands forward, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave towards Goku. Just as everyone anticipated that Goku would evade the attack, to the astonishment of the majority, he crossed his arms defiantly over his chest. Was he truly intent on taking my Kamehameha head-on? Master Roshi, upon witnessing Goku's stance, instantly grasped his intentions and felt a surge of disdain. With this thought, the already massive Kamehameha intensified further, hurtling straight towards Goku. Boom! The powerful Kamehameha struck Goku's body, emitting a dazzling light that forced most spectators to squint against its brilliance. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps a minute, or possibly 3, before the blinding Kamehameha finally diminished and vanished into the air. Even Master Roshi, despite his strength, found himself slightly panting. Meanwhile, Goku was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and just as Master Roshi imagined that Goku might be gravely injured, the scene that unfolded before him left him astounded. It turned out that Goku had only sustained minor abrasions on his arms, and there were marks of friction on his shoes against the arena floor. Beyond that, he appeared entirely unscathed. How is this possible? What manner of creature is he to withstand my Kamehameha? Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the announcer boomed. "This is simply remarkable. Competitor Son Goku has absorbed the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, without a scratch. What extraordinary prowess. Hee, old man. It seems your Kamehameha is lacking. Do you possess any other tricks up your sleeve? If not, I may have to make my move," Goku said with a cheerful grin. Master Roshi, now fully aware of the formidable nature of this young contender, resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Very well, your strength is truly extraordinary. I was initially concerned that using this technique might prove fatal, but now I harbor no such fears. I hope you can endure. Master Roshi finally decided to hold nothing back. With that, he clasped his hands together and began to gather energy, a powerful aura transforming into crackling electricity around his palms. Once he had amassed sufficient energy, Master Roshi bellowed at Goku, Universal Shockwave. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning erupted from Master Roshi's hands, enveloping Goku's body and ensnaring him within their grasp. Surrounded by the electric light, Goku emitted a harrowing scream. Master Roshi, observing the effects of his technique, let out a sigh of relief. At last, his move had taken effect. Watching Goku writhe in agony within the confines of his universal shock palm, Master Roshi kindly urged, "You should surrender, otherwise, you may lose your life." In response to Master Roshi's plea, Goku remained silent, continuing to cry out in torment within the technique. Noticing Goku's lack of response, Master Roshi felt a pang of concern. Could it be that this little fellow had lost consciousness? With this thought, he called out to the referee, "Hey, it seems Goku has lost consciousness within my technique. I'm afraid if this continues, he might perish. Shouldn't you declare me the winner?" Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, the referee rushed to Goku's side, but before he could approach any closer, a bolt of electricity leapt forth, landing at his feet and startling him. Master Roshi quickly cautioned, "Be careful. My control over the universal shock palm is not yet sufficient, and the arcs of electricity are attracted to living beings. Thus, the referee refrained from advancing further and continuously called out Goku's name. Goku. Goku. Bulma, filled with worry, turned to Vegeta and asked, "Is Goku really going to lose?" Vegeta smiled and shook his head, then remarked, "Not at all. Goku's strength is far beyond this. He is merely toying with them." "Is that so?" Bulma, upon hearing that Goku was merely playing, felt a flicker of doubt. At that moment, the announcer on the stage declared, "It seems that contestant Goku may have lost consciousness. I hereby announce." Suddenly, Goku, who had been emitting pained cries, abruptly ceased his lamentations, interrupting the announcer. Surrounded by crackling electricity, Goku suddenly smiled and said, "I was just fooling around with you all. I found the electric shocks rather enjoyable, so I decided to play along for a bit longer." The Turtle Hermit, now thoroughly enraged at being underestimated once more, exclaimed, "You insufferable brat. You truly lack respect for your elders." With that, the Turtle Hermit's hands crackled with electricity, and a more potent arc surged towards Goku. In the face of such a formidable attack, Goku remained unfazed, channeling his strength as his muscles bulged. With a resounding explosion, he effortlessly dispersed the Turtle Hermit's mighty strike. The backlash from the force sent the Turtle Hermit stumbling back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "How is this possible?" he gasped, staring incredulously at Goku, unable to fathom how his powerful attack had been so easily escaped. Goku, still grinning, inquired, "Grandpa, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Chapter 44, Martial Arts Tournament Match 10. Upon hearing Goku's question, the Turtle Hermit's face flushed with alternating hues of red and white. He sighed deeply and declared, "Very well, the future belongs to you young ones, I concede." As the Turtle Hermit acknowledged his defeat and stepped down, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, honoring both the thrilling battle they had just witnessed and the valiant warrior nearing the twilight of his career. Following the Turtle Hermit's concession, the announcer promptly announced that the victor of the second round of the semifinals was Son Goku. Thus, the prestigious martial arts tournament now awaited its final showdown. An hour later, having enjoyed ample rest, the 2 finalists, Dawn and Goku, ascended the stage at the announcer's summons. "Before we commence the official match, allow me to introduce our contestants," the announcer said, gesturing towards the martial arts uniforms worn by Dawn and Goku. "I believe everyone has noticed the characters emblazoned on their garments. Zhonghua. Indeed, these 2 are the disciples mentioned by Mr. Vegeta at the outset. It is astonishing that not only is Vegeta formidable himself, but he has also trained such remarkable pupils. The 2 disciples participating in the martial arts competition never anticipated that they would face each other in the finals, marking a fortunate event for the Zhonghua Martial Arts Academy." At that moment, the disciples watching the live broadcast within the academy murmured softly, "If it weren't for our master, all the top 8 contenders in the World Martial Arts Championship would undoubtedly be from our academy." The scene shifted back to the competition venue, where the host, microphone in hand, inquired of Tang En, "Tang En, you are about to battle your junior brother Wukong. Do you feel confident in your quest for the championship?" Tang En furrowed his brow but ultimately replied, "This is not an issue. After all, I have been studying Zhonghua martial arts with my master for nearly 5 years, whereas junior brother Yukong has only trained for a few months. Although Tang An did not provide a definitive answer to the host's question, his response reflected a strong confidence in his ability to triumph over Yukong and claim victory. Upon hearing Tang An's response, the host turned the microphone towards Yukong, asking, "Yukong, do you believe you can defeat your senior brother?" With an innocent smile, Yukong replied, "I am not certain, but I will give my utmost effort." The host felt no disappointment in Yukong's answer, recognizing that the essence of the martial arts competition rests in the final battle between the two contestants, rather than their spoken words. Thus, amidst the urging of the surrounding audience, the host declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Championship." With that proclamation, the host energetically gestured with his arm. The resounding clang of a gong signified the official start of the finals. Upon hearing the announcement, both Tang An and Yukong assumed their stances. However, neither of them initiated an aggressive attack. They were acutely aware of the intricacies of Zhonghua martial arts. An early strike might not guarantee an advantage and could potentially lead to being countered by the opponent. Gradually, they closed the distance between them. And at the moment their hands made contact, both launched their attacks simultaneously. Although long fist is classified as a style of boxing, it encompasses techniques from various forms including punches, palm strikes, and kicks. The two practitioners of long fist incorporated not only all the attack techniques familiar within the Dragon Ball universe, but also many rare and intricate maneuvers. After a dazzling exchange of dozens of rounds, neither could claim victory, and they separated once more. The onlookers and competitors in the venue were left utterly astonished. Several competitors found themselves pondering whether they would have been defeated had they unleashed their full power in that moment. Just then, Tang An spoke up, saying, "Wukong, your strength is undoubtedly greater than what you have shown. I suggest we cease our tentative exchanges and unleash our full potential." Wukong, equally excited, responded, "All right, senior brother. What? Was that not your full strength?" A few defeated competitors gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, two individuals began to harness their vital energy, and gradually, everyone noticed the transformation on Dun's face, shifting from pale to a deep purple, with a faint purple aura enveloping him. This was the ultimate manifestation of the purple mist divine skill. In the vibrant realm of Dragon Ball, the spiritual energy was exceptionally potent. Although Dun was merely at the second tier of the purple mist divine skill, the power he exhibited was not in the slightest inferior to that of the fully realized technique depicted in novels. In contrast, Goku's expression remained comparatively unchanged. Yet a white aura tinged with red surrounded him. Observing the stark difference in the colors of their auras, Dun's face momentarily twitched, though it was a fleeting reaction that went unnoticed by anyone. Then, both combatants propelled themselves with a single leg, shattering the ground beneath them, and they leapt into the air to engage in combat. As they clashed above the arena, their strengths appeared nearly equal, making it difficult for the audience to predict a victor. At that moment, spectators were not concerned with determining who was the superior fighter. Instead, they were spellbound, captivated by the splendid display of combat unfolding before them. The remaining competitors in the venue were not merely spectators of the duel, but were also discreetly absorbing the intricate techniques demonstrated by the two fighters, benefiting immensely in the process. After several intense exchanges, Dun suddenly accelerated, executing a swift change in his attack. What was originally aimed at Goku's face swiftly redirected downwards, striking him squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Goku was hit directly by Dun's assault. Seizing the moment, Dun executed a powerful downward strike, sending Goku crashing towards the arena floor. With a thunderous impact, Goku shattered the ground, creating a deep crater as he struggled to rise. However, Dun showed no mercy, diving from the air to deliver a heavy knee strike to Goku's back. Following that, he grasped the back of Goku's collar and hurled him out of the arena. Goku strained to adjust his body midair and managed to unleash a Kamehameha wave, using the force of the blast to dissipate the energy within him and regain control over his body. Dun's relentless flurry of attacks was no easy feat to endure. Had it not been for Goku's scion physiology, a mere human would have long since succumbed. Goku soared back to the arena, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and declared, "Brother Dun, you are indeed formidable. I nearly faced defeat. However, I have yet to reveal my ultimate technique. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my secret move." Chapter 45, The Martial Arts Tournament Match 11. Upon hearing Goku's words, Dun's expression shifted once more. He was acutely aware that the ultimate technique could only stem from his master, Vegeta, imparting his wisdom to Goku. Yet, His countenance swiftly transformed back into a smile as he declared, "Very well, let us see if my senior brother can demonstrate the might of your ultimate move." With that, he resumed his fighting stance. Goku exhaled softly, tracing arcs in the air with his hands, assuming an initial posture that Dawn had never before witnessed. "Senior brother, please strike." Goku calmly urged, devoid of any emotion. "Is your ultimate technique merely a defensive maneuver?" Dawn queried, though he did not wait for Goku's response before launching his attack. Just as Goku intended to reply, he found that Dawn had no interest in hearing the answer. His words were abruptly stifled. Although Goku's words were silenced by Dawn's advance, he managed to parry Dawn's assault. Dawn, unperturbed by this, had not anticipated landing a blow, thus he pressed on with his onslaught. However, as time elapsed, Dawn suddenly sensed something amiss. Whether it was merely his own illusion, he could not tell, but with each attack he made, he found his control over his techniques diminishing after being blocked by Goku. While Dawn contemplated this anomaly, he was astonished to find that his own fist, under Goku's subtle influence, reversed direction and struck back at him. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending Dawn staggering back several steps. "What just happened?" the host exclaimed, having witnessed the perplexing scene where Dawn's attack had inexplicably turned against him. At the edge of the arena, Krillin and Yamcha shared looks of astonishment. While they were far from oblivious, they were baffled by the intricacies of Goku's maneuver. Master Roshi, his eyes gleaming with insight, proclaimed, "I cannot discern how Goku achieved this, but it is evidently a highly advanced technique of exerting force, likely a form of utilizing one's strength against them. Yet, what kind of ultimate move can accomplish such a feat? It is truly astonishing." On the stage, Dawn shook out his hand, his initial shock replaced by a serene demeanor as he remarked, "Ah, now I understand. I had been wondering why my arm felt increasingly unresponsive. During our previous exchange, you imparted invisible force into my arm, ultimately causing me to lose control over it. What is this ultimate technique of yours?" Goku resumed his stance and replied, "My master refers to it as the cosmic shift, a newly conceived ultimate technique he has recently developed." Tangin gazed at the figure of Wukong before him and remarked, "It appears you are the most favored disciple of Master among all his students. It is no surprise, given your remarkable talent. In just a few months, your strength has surpassed the results of my years of arduous effort. However, do you truly believe you can defeat me now? I am prepared. And you have yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the Chinquan Dano move." With that, Tangin launched a formidable attack toward Wukong once more. At this moment, Wukong had only scratched the surface of mastering the Chinquan Dano, and in the face of Tangin's readiness, he found himself unable to counter the onslaught effectively. All Wukong could do was to deflect Tangin's strikes, seeking an opening to retaliate. Thus, the two engaged in another fierce battle, where Tangin's strength, previously slightly superior, now led to a protracted struggle, with neither side yielding an inch. Bulma anxiously observed from the second-floor window and turned to Vegeta, asking, "Brother, whom do you think will emerge victorious?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "I cannot discern it either, yet Goku's combat experience pales in comparison to that of Dawn. The outcome may very well be a 94-6 split, with Dawn possessing a 90 chance of victory, while Goku holds a mere 40. As time elapsed, the sun gradually descended, giving way to the rising moon. At this moment, both combatants were utterly exhausted, relying solely on their dwindling resolve to sustain the impending battle. Vegeta, captivated by the battle upon the arena, momentarily forgot the radiant full moon hanging in the sky. At that moment, Bulma casually glanced upward and exclaimed, "Can you believe it's a full moon today?" "What? A full moon?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta's heart jolted in surprise, and he raised his gaze to the heavens. Instantly, the moonlight flooded his eyes, and he felt his heart within his chest begin to race violently. Particularly within his tail, a formidable power surged forth, coursing through his being, even battering against his mind, attempting to compel him to transform into a great ape. However, Vegeta had grown accustomed to such sudden bursts of power over the years. During his time on Earth, he would always venture to the outskirts of West City on nights of the full moon, striving to control his transformation. After years of discipline, he had mastered his ability to regulate this transformation. Yet, this mastery applied solely to himself. Goku lacked such prowess. The very thing he feared was now manifesting before him. At that moment, Goku, facing east in the arena, inadvertently beheld the moon that had just ascended into the sky, and he stood transfixed by its luminous presence. Yamcha, witnessing this alarming scene, was immediately reminded of their past adventures in search of the Dragon Balls. This is disastrous. Goku cannot see the full moon. Upon witnessing it, He will transform into a mighty ape. Yamcha shouted urgently. What? Everyone around gasped in astonishment. Yet, by the time Yamcha uttered these words, it was already too late. Goku had begun to swell rapidly, soon bursting through his clothing, transforming into a colossal figure cloaked in black fur with piercing red eyes. Yamcha continued to cry out, quickly, sever Goku's tail. If we cut off his tail, he will revert to his human form. After speaking, Yamcha attempted to leap onto the arena to grasp Goku's tail. However, Goku was far beyond Yamcha's capabilities at that moment. In an instant, a shadow flashed past, and Yamcha was sent flying by Goku's swinging tail, crashing heavily against the wall. The immense force caused the wall to crack, and Yamcha spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 49. The martial arts tournament. Just as Master Roshi was about to assist, he quickly retracted his movements upon witnessing the scene. He realized that Goku, transformed into a gorilla, had significantly heightened his power, far beyond what he could hope to subdue. In the arena, Goku, now a formidable gorilla, immediately spotted Don standing before him and unleashed a powerful punch. The impact shattered the very platform upon which Don stood. Though Don managed to leap into the air before Goku's attack, Goku's other fist swiftly struck him midair. The speed was so tremendous that Don could only perceive a fleeting shadow, leaving him no time to evade. With a resounding crash, Don was sent hurtling away, falling outside the arena. The sequence of events transpired in mere moments, and by the time everyone processed what had occurred, Don had already plummeted beyond the platform. However, at that moment, no one was concerned about Don's defeat. They were instead preparing to flee, as Goku, now transformed into a gorilla, had begun to wreak havoc. At this moment, Vegeta could not allow Goku to continue his rampage. He shattered the glass of the window and leaped onto the arena. Hey, I'm here, Vegeta shouted at the frenzied Goku. Upon witnessing Vegeta descend from the observation room above, the host seized his microphone and exclaimed, "It is our champion, Mr. Vegeta, who has come down to save us." Indeed, as Vegeta jumped from the second-floor window, he stood before the transformed Goku, who had taken on the form of a colossal gorilla, resembling a savior in the eyes of the exhilarated spectators. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted, welcoming their hero. The gorilla, gazing at Vegeta's incessant provocation, exhaled a gust of heated breath, then clenched his fists and swung at Vegeta. Gasps echoed from the crowd, including Bulma, who feared witnessing the tragic demise of Vegeta at the hands of Goku. But was that even possible? With a power level soaring over 100,000. Vegeta remained unfazed by Goku's assault. He simply raised a single finger, effortlessly blocking the attack. Although reduced to primal combat instincts, the gorilla was incensed to see his formidable strike thwarted by this diminutive figure with merely a finger. The gorilla swung both fists down upon Vegeta. This time, Vegeta chose not to endure Goku's onslaught, but instead leapt, utilizing Goku's massive arm as leverage, and soared to the front of Goku's head. With a powerful kick, he sent the towering gorilla flying. The enormous figure was propelled into the air before crashing heavily onto the venue nearby. The other contestants, including Yamcha and Master Roshi, were startled and hastily fled the impacted area. Those of lesser strength and speed scrambled forward, barely escaping before the gorilla descended. The once magnificent structure of the martial arts tournament was reduced to a heap of rubble by Goku's catastrophic impact. Witnessing this devastation, the host collapsed onto the ground. Silently pondering, will I still have a job after this? Setting aside the host's thoughts, Vegeta, after toppling Goku, refrained from launching further attacks and merely observed in silence. Goku, rising once more, was consumed by rage. He pounded his chest with his fists and unleashed a furious roar directed at Vegeta. Then, with a leap, he clenched his fists, charging toward Vegeta once again. Vegeta seized the massive fist of the gorilla that swung towards him with both arms, executing a powerful maneuver that sent the beast hurtling away. He then swiftly pursued the airborne gorilla, launching a flurry of lightning-fast strikes around the form that Goku had transformed into. Each punch contained a hidden force that penetrated the gorilla's vital points. With a resounding thud, the gorilla crashed to the ground once more, while Vegeta descended gracefully from the sky, resembling a celestial being. 1 minute passed, then 2, as the gorilla lay motionless on the earth, drawing the attention of the surrounding spectators. The host, microphone in hand, inquired of Vegeta, "Mr. Vegeta, have you killed it?" Vegeta shook his head and replied, "How can that be? He is my disciple, and this transformation was not of his own volition." Fortunately, there were no casualties. After hearing Vegeta's words, the host turned to the towering gorilla beside him and curiously inquired, "So, Vegeta, what shall we do now?" When will Goku regain consciousness? Vegeta replied, "It will be swift. I have already halted the flow of his internal power, and he shall soon revert to his human form." No sooner had Vegeta spoken than the gorilla began to rapidly shrink, quickly returning to human shape. At that moment, Goku lay naked on the ground, soundly asleep. With the gorilla's crisis resolved, it was time to announce the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The host, microphone in hand, addressed the ruins of the arena. According to the rules, when contestant Goku transformed into a gorilla and knocked contestant Tien out, he was still on the stage. Thus, from this perspective, the championship should belong to Goku. However, Goku's transformation into a gorilla was an unforeseen circumstance, resulting in the loss of his original consciousness. Therefore, one might argue that the gorilla form can no longer be considered Goku. After thorough deliberation by our committee, we have decided to award the championship to both Goku and Tien, allowing them to share the prize of 500,000 zeni. As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. However, regrettably, the two contestants did not hear it, for they had already been taken to the hospital. With the host's announcement, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament finally came to a close. Vegeta also received the system's notification, mission accomplished, reward of 10 million martial arts points. Remaining martial arts points 10, 120, 985. Upon hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although the task appeared simple, it was indeed quite challenging, as numerous factors determined Goku's potential victory. Fortunately, with the assistance of the host, the mission was ultimately completed. Chapter 47. Return to West City in the hospital. As both champion disciples had succumbed to unconsciousness, Vegeta and Bulma found little inclination to linger on Papaya Island for further celebrations. After parting ways with Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha, they boarded a plane, carrying the still unconscious Goku and Don back to West City. Yamcha, gazing at the gradually receding airplane, couldn't help but reflect on Vegeta's recent words. "Yamcha, your strength is commendable, yet it is contingent upon whom you are compared to. Among Earth's other martial artists, you are indeed a prodigy. However, if placed within my Chinese martial arts academy, you would barely rank among the lower tier of disciples. Consider this. Do you wish to drift aimlessly through life, or aspire for a more illustrious existence? Once you have made up your mind, come find me at the West City Chinese Martial Arts Academy." "What are you pondering, young man?" Master Roshi inquired, observing the contemplative expression on Yamcha's face. "Master Roshi, what do you think about my joining the Chinese Martial Arts Academy and taking Vegeta as my teacher?" Yamcha asked after some thought. To this, Master Roshi displayed no surprise, nodding instead and saying, "I suspected that was on your mind. My advice is to follow your heart." "My heart?" Yamcha mused, instinctively placing a hand over his left, steadily beating heart, and resolutely making a silent vow. In West City, at the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, Goku and Don had awakened. Goku was unharmed, merely feeling a twinge of hunger, while Don fared less favorably, suffering multiple soft tissue contusions and requiring time to recuperate. During this healing period, he was unable to utilize his martial arts abilities. Upon Vegeta's return to West City, the Chinese Martial Arts Academy experienced an unprecedented influx of visitors. The spectacular battle featuring the transformations of Vegeta and Goku into colossal gorillas had been broadcasted live on television, reaching countless households across the globe. With newfound faith in Vegeta's prowess, many disregarded the exorbitant tuition fees demanded by the Academy and eagerly flocked to learn from Vegeta. Yearning to master the art of Chinese martial arts, Vegeta, of course, welcomed all who sought to learn the art of Chinese martial arts, accepting them into his fold provided they were willing to pay the steep tuition fees. Once he had taken them under his wing, he entrusted these new learners to the capable hands of his seasoned disciples, who had accompanied him for many years, to impart the teachings of the Zixia divine skill and various long-range techniques. To be precise, those who sought his guidance could only be considered his students, not yet true disciples. Currently, the only formally acknowledged disciples of Vegeta were Goku and Don. However, since Don had become a disciple earlier, Vegeta bestowed upon him the Zixia divine skill rather than a more advanced internal cultivation technique. Internal skills differed from other martial arts. Anyone wishing to cultivate different internal techniques must either master their current practice or completely disperse their internal energy to begin anew. Otherwise, even Vegeta himself would have to first complete the 9-yang divine skill before pursuing any further. This was precisely why Vegeta refrained from teaching Don the more advanced pure yang infinity technique. As for the Chinkoan Great Shift, He would not impart this knowledge to anyone who had not earned his respect through their character and mindset. Surveying the room filled with practitioners, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, feeling that the time had come to establish a branch school. With this thought in mind, he turned to leave, intending to discuss the matter with Bulma. Just then, his steps faltered as he sensed something amiss at the dojo. He quickly turned back to observe more closely and discerned a significant issue. Jim! Jim! Vegeta called out loudly. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing their master call for Jim, began to assist in the search. At that moment, Jim was in the backyard instructing a few newly assigned disciples in martial arts when a junior brother rushed over to him, exclaiming, "Senior brother Jim, the master is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Jim halted his teachings, swiftly making his way forward. "Master, you called for me?" he inquired cautiously. Noticing Vegeta's displeased expression. "Jim, where is Ron? Is he still injured?" Vegeta asked. "And what about the 3 followers who were always with Ron? Why have I not seen them?" Taken aback by Vegeta's inquiries, Jim replied, "Master, Ron has not returned to the dojo since he went to the hospital for treatment. As for those 3 brothers, they mentioned they were going to visit Ron, but they have not come back since. I called them, and they said they were at the hospital taking care of him." "What?" Vegeta's heart sank as he realized that Ron might have absconded. He immediately instructed, "Call the hospital and inquire whether that fellow is still there." Though he had already come to a conclusion within himself, Vegeta still felt the necessity to seek confirmation. As anticipated, Ron departed from the hospital on the very next day following his admission. "Master, what has transpired with senior brother Ron?" one disciple inquired. After Vegeta verified the news of Ron's defection along with 3 disciples, he summoned all of his disciples together. The multitude of disciples also learned of this development from Jim's account. Vegeta inquired, "Ron, I can ascertain that he has defected from our Chinese martial arts academy. Initially, I had planned to impose punishment upon him after participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but I did not anticipate that he would flee prematurely. Henceforth, I declare that these 4 individuals are traitors of our Chinese martial arts academy. Each of you is entitled to purge our ranks upon encountering him. You must assist me in reclaiming their skills." "Yes, master," responded all the disciples in unison, deeply awed by Vegeta's decree. After making this decision, Vegeta returned home with a somewhat melancholic demeanor. Although defectors had begun to emerge from the Chinese martial arts academy, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of individuals worldwide wishing to study under Vegeta. With the assistance of the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta swiftly established branches of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy in the 7 major cities across the globe. Chapter 48. The search for Bulma. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has undoubtedly heralded the renown of the Chinese martial arts style. The simultaneous victories of Vegeta's 2 disciples have instilled in the public a belief that studying under Vegeta can significantly enhance one's prowess. Furthermore, with the establishment of academy branches in major cities and a reduction in tuition fees, enthusiasm for learning has surged tremendously. In truth, Vegeta did not merely lower tuition. Due to the rapid increase of martial arts points, he is now capable of exchanging for the majority of conventional Jin Yong martial arts. Armed with these martial arts manuals, Vegeta began to sell them at fixed prices. For instance, the Taizu Long Fist, Taizu Long Staff, Returning Wind Willow Blade, Shadow-like Leg, and Luohan Fist, among hundreds of other third-rate martial arts manuals, were distributed to all branches. The general populace could purchase these manuals for a fee. After acquiring the manuals, individuals could opt to study independently or seek guidance from the resident masters at the academy, albeit at a considerable additional cost. Thus, nearly a year passed as Vegeta meticulously organized the affairs of the academy. Upon returning to West Capital, Vegeta learned from Bulma that Goku had once again set out to gather the Dragon Balls. Vegeta paid him no heed. At last, he found the time to recommence his training. Opening the system, Vegeta once more scrutinized his attributes. Name, Vegeta. Age, 18 years. Combat power, 154. 783. Physical condition, healthy skills, 9 suns. Divine art, realm of 3 suns, Qiankuan Great Shift, 3rd layer, other skills, omitted, martial points, 46, 140. 033. As he beheld the staggering number of martial points displayed by the system, Vegeta could not help but swallow hard. System, without further ado, grant me 1,000 great recovery pills. Vegeta proclaimed with grandiosity. Already stored in your system backpack. Please check accordingly, the system responded. The system backpack? I possess such an item. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the system interface, where he noticed a backpack button adjacent to his attributes. Vegeta could not help but frown, inquiring, "System, why have I never noticed the backpack button before?" The system remained silent, feigning ignorance. After a brief pause, Vegeta took a deep breath, choosing not to dwell on the foolishness of this system. Upon opening the backpack, a display reminiscent of a game inventory materialized before him, filled with uniformly sized slots. In the first slot lay 999 large healing pills, while the second slot contained a solitary large healing pill. Vegeta's expression abruptly transformed into one of exasperation. How absurd. The capacity of a compartment in his bag to accommodate items was determined by the system, yet it mimicked the games of a past life, where a single compartment could hold 999 identical items. Ignoring the flawed system, Vegeta retrieved the solitary large healing elixir and placed it in his mouth. The elixir melted instantly upon contact, swiftly transforming into a warm current that flowed into his stomach, so rapid that Vegeta barely discerned its flavor. Once the warmth settled in his stomach, it began to radiate as a heat throughout his limbs and body. Vegeta swiftly settled into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation, channeling the Nine Suns' divine art. After approximately a month, he finally fully absorbed the effects of the grand elixir. Gradually concluding his practice, Vegeta exhaled gently, and instantly, a plume of white vapor transformed into a projectile of energy, piercing through the opposite wall and creating a small aperture. Vegeta once again opened his attribute panel to assess the enhancement of his combat power. Previously, the system merely indicated that the Great Healing Pill could augment his prowess for an entire year. But what precisely is the magnitude of this annual enhancement? Combat power. FFF Novel Station 937929299. Goodness. Is the efficacy of the system-produced Great Healing Pill truly so formidable? I am but a hair's breadth away from surpassing the 1,000,000 mark in combat power, just a fraction more. And the 9 Yang divine art could elevate me into the realm of the Four Suns. Vegeta couldn't help but smacked his lips, feeling that this transaction was exceedingly advantageous for him, suppressing the impulse to consume a large healing pill to break through to the Fourth Sun realm. Vegeta stepped out of his training chamber. "Master." The surrounding disciples, upon seeing Vegeta emerge, promptly bowed in respect. Vegeta responded with a smile, and as he exited the dojo, he hastily drove home, envisioning how furious Bulma must be after a month of separation. Upon returning to his residence, however, he found the house devoid of any occupants. Not only was Bulma absent, but so were Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. Furthermore, it was not merely the Brief family that was missing. Even the housekeeper and servants were nowhere to be found. The once bustling home was now left in silence, save for the countless robots diligently maintaining the cleanliness of the premises. Vegeta intercepted a robot diligently engaged in cleaning. "Where has your sister Bulma gone?" he inquired. The robot's display screen flickered with wide, blinking eyes, before it slowly responded, "Brother, sister mentioned that she will no longer pay you any attention. She declared you to be a deceitful scoundrel." "Brother, what does it mean to be a scoundrel?" Vegeta was at a loss for words. What grievances could be so profound that one would confide in a mere machine? "You are still young. It is perhaps best for you to remain unaware of such matters. Continue with your duties," he remarked, stepping aside to clear the path. "Oh, then farewell, brother," the little cleaning robot replied, resuming its task of tidying the space it was assigned to. Vegeta entered his room, hoping to uncover any clues left by Bulma. However, after searching for quite some time, he found nothing. Subsequently, he proceeded to Bulma's chamber. The room was impeccably tidy and orderly, with only a laptop resting upon the desk. Vegeta powered on his computer, only to discover that a password was required. After a moment of contemplation, he attempted to enter Bulma's birthday, but it was met with an error. He then proceeded to input his own birthday, yet the screen still displayed an error message. Vegeta sat thoughtfully in his chair, pondering for a moment before entering the date of his first encounter with Bulma during their childhood. To his satisfaction, the information was accurate, and the computer successfully booted up. On the desktop, a video materialized, and upon clicking it, Bulma's beautiful visage soon appeared on the screen. "Brother, I believe the password to my computer should not pose a challenge for you. I am currently out with Goku in search of the Dragon Balls, so you will have to manage on your own. Should I fail to see you, do not blame me for wishing upon the eternal dragon for a more obedient and handsome boyfriend." With that, the video concluded. Chapter 49. The Red Ribbon Army. Upon witnessing Bulma's playful antics in the video, Vegeta couldn't help but smile. At times, it is essential for one's girlfriend to indulge in a bit of whimsy. After her disappearance, one must act swiftly to locate her. for it is only then that she will feel valued in your heart. Accessing Bulma's computer. Vegeta retrieved the blueprints for the Dragon Ball Arena and subsequently uploaded them to the automated processing center at home. Approximately an hour later, a brand new Dragon Ball radar materialized in Vegeta's hands. He activated the radar and noted that 2 Dragon Balls remained stationary in a particular location, likely those collected by the Red Ribbon Army. Additionally, 2 other Dragon Balls were clustered together, moving at high speed. Presumably, these were the ones gathered by Goku. Vegeta soared into the sky, accelerating towards the location of Goku. After approximately 5 minutes, he arrived above a vast ocean, where the radar indicated Goku's presence. According to the unfolding narrative, this should be the arc concerning the pirate treasure. However, given Goku's formidable strength, Vegeta was confident that he would swiftly vanquish the adversaries. Vegeta remained on a nearby small island, patiently awaiting the emergence of Goku and Bulma from the sea. After approximately half an hour, a tremendous shockwave propelled a small submarine skyward from the depths of the ocean. "Nimbus!" Goku exclaimed, and in an instant, a vibrant yellow cloud swiftly descended to catch him. At that moment, Bulma was also shouting and squealing in midair. The exhilarating sensation of bursting forth from the ocean was simply overwhelming. Suddenly, Bulma felt herself falling into a warm embrace. Turning her head, she realized it was none other than Vegeta. Overjoyed at his arrival, Bulma wrapped her arms around him and tearfully exclaimed, "Vegeta, you have finally come. You cannot imagine how perilous it was just now. I was nearly killed by a deranged individual." Upon hearing this, Vegeta reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall avenge you." "Where is that scoundrel now?" Bulma replied, "I believe he is known as General Blue, a leader of the Red Ribbon Army." "Is that so?" "The Red Ribbon Army," Vegeta responded confidently. "Rest assured, I shall eradicate this Red Ribbon Army shortly." At that moment, Bulma contemplated and said, "Perhaps it is best to reconsider. There are far too many of them, along with tanks and aircraft. I do not wish to put you in harm's way." Vegeta spoke, "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. The Red Ribbon Army hardly poses a significant threat in my eyes." At that moment, Goku, accompanied by Krillin, soared nearby. "Master, what brings you here?" Goku exclaimed joyfully. "Goku, gather the Dragon Balls swiftly and return with me to train. Your progress and strength has been far too sluggish," Vegeta replied. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku nodded earnestly in agreement. "Let us proceed. Leaving the Red Ribbon Army unattended is merely inviting trouble. We must eliminate them." Vegeta descended onto a nearby island, gently setting Bulma down. At this juncture, Krillin interjected, "What? You intend to confront the Red Ribbon Army? Have you lost your mind? They are the largest anti-government organization in the world. Even kings are powerless against them. And what of it? Can a multitude of ants truly contend with a dinosaur?" Vegeta retorted. Krillin, taken aback by Vegeta's comparison of himself to a dinosaur and the Red Ribbon Army to ants, paused momentarily. After some reflection, he added, "Never mind. I shall refrain from joining. With my current strength, I would only hinder you." With a sigh, Krillin lamented, "Oh dear. Bulma, we have misplaced Master S submarine, and I have no means to explain this to him. What shall we do?" As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed imploringly at Bulma, well aware that she was destined to become the world's wealthiest heiress. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Bulma seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." With that, she turned and, from an unknown source, produced a dazzling gemstone. Vegeta stared in astonishment at Bulma, who was clad only in her undergarments, as she produced an enormous gem. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Where on earth have you concealed such a colossal jewel?" As he spoke, Vegeta's gaze scrutinized Bulma intently. Upon hearing his words, Bulma, incensed, struck Vegeta sharply on the head. Subsequently, she handed the gem to Krillin, stating, "Deliver this to your lecherous master. It should suffice to procure several submarines like the ones he had before." After finalizing their discussion, the trio escorted Krillin back to Kame House. It was then that they discovered the island had also fallen victim to an invasion, with spent bullet casings scattered throughout. "Master! Master! Old man!" Upon witnessing the dire state of the island, Krillin and Goku were immediately taken aback and rushed into Kame House in search of Master Roshi. Soon enough, Master Roshi emerged, exclaiming, "What is all this commotion? I'm not dead yet. They are merely a bunch of small fry." Hearing Master Roshi's words, the 2 young men instantly brightened. "Master, what has transpired? Have the Red Ribbon Army attacked?" Krillin inquired. "It's nothing of great concern. It appears the Red Ribbon Army is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, and they just followed Goku here," Master Roshi replied, sipping his tea leisurely. Vegeta nodded and said to Bulma, "Let me take you back to West City first. and then I shall proceed to obliterate the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. He then turned to Goku and instructed, Goku, you should head to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army and wait for me there. I shall join you shortly. Understood, Master. Goku promptly replied. What? You intend to confront the Red Ribbon Army? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. Master, I advise against it. I have already tried to dissuade him. But he insists he possesses remarkable strength and is utterly unconcerned by the trifling threat posed by the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin interjected somewhat enviously. At this moment, Goku remarked, Krillin, you are capable too. All you need to do is become my disciple and learn the martial arts. Upon hearing this, Krillin's eyes brightened. But he quickly glanced at Master Roshi and cautiously inquired, Master, may I? Master Roshi erupted in fury, seizing his wooden staff and striking Krillin on the bald head. You little rascal, are you already contemplating betrayal? From this day forth, your training regimen will be doubled. All right, Master, please stop. I will commence training immediately. Krillin pleaded as he dashed out of the Turtle Hermit's abode. Chapter 50. The study of Vegeta's DNA. Vegeta escorted Bulma to her residence in West City, and then prepared to soar into the skies to aid Goku. At that moment, Bulma seized Vegeta, pressing his head down with determination. Instantly, Vegeta felt a cool, gentle sensation enveloping his lips as a sweet fragrance emanated from the young woman, filling his nostrils. I have been passionately kissed. This was the first thought that crossed Vegeta's mind, quickly followed by the realization of its delightful sweetness. Bulma's kiss was innocent, although she often exchanged playful banter with Vegeta. Her actual romantic experiences were quite limited. After kissing Vegeta, she intended to withdraw, but he swiftly grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Vegeta's voice, slightly hoarse, broke the silence as he inquired, Is this sufficient? Do you even know how to kiss? Perhaps I should teach you. With that, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Bulma, caught off guard, found herself utterly bewildered, lost in the fervor of the moment, as she was no match for Vegeta's fervent advances. Meanwhile, his large hands grew restless, no longer content with merely encircling her slender waist. They began to wander downward. Just then, a voice pierced the sweet atmosphere, startling the two immersed in their intimate exchange. Are you two kissing? Mrs. Brief inquired, only to realize her words might have been rather intrusive. She quickly added, We haven't seen anything. Do continue. At the sound of Mrs. Brief's voice, Bulma sprang from Vegeta's embrace, resembling a startled rabbit. Vegeta sensed the return of Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. Yet the overwhelming beauty of this feeling compelled him to refrain from alerting Bulma. I shall return to my room, exclaimed Bulma. Her face flushed with color as she turned to rush into her quarters. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back to Vegeta and called out, Take care and stay safe. Having imparted her words of encouragement, Bulma then dashed back into her room. Vegeta turned to face Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, who were gazing at him intently, and, feeling slightly awkward, remarked, Uncle, Auntie, I must take my leave for a while. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Observing the retreating figure of Vegeta, Dr. Brief turned to Mrs. Brief and said, It appears we shall soon have a little grandson. Mrs. Brief nodded with delight, exclaiming, Indeed, I can hardly wait to dote on our grandchild. The couple stood in the yard, gazing into the distance, dreaming of the future filled with moments spent with their grandson. Suddenly, Mrs. Brief seemed to recall something, her expression shifting as she inquired of Dr. Brief. But Vegeta is an alien. Can he truly father a child with Bulma? Upon hearing his wife's words, Dr. Brief's demeanor also changed, and after some contemplation, he replied, I shall find time to study Vegeta's DNA and ascertain any differences from that of Earthlings. However, given that Vegeta's appearance is nearly indistinguishable from ours, save for an additional tail, I suspect there should be no issue. You must head to the laboratory immediately. Mrs. Brief urged Dr. Brief. At least allow me to set down my belongings and catch my breath. Dr. Brief protested. What do you mean by rest? Is your relaxation more important than the future of our grandchild? Hurry along. I will handle the luggage, Mrs. Brief insisted. With no alternative, Dr. Brief acquiesced to his wife's urgings, relinquishing his belongings as he made his way to Vegeta's room, hoping to discover some remnants of Vegeta's essence. Meanwhile, having changed into a fresh outfit, Bulma sat at Vegeta's computer desk, a blissful smile gracing her face as she reminisced about the tender kiss she had just shared with him. At that moment, Dr. Brief entered the room, startling Bulma. Upon recognizing her father, Bulma expressed her displeasure, saying, Dad, don't you know to knock before entering a room? What if I were changing? Dr. Brief hastily apologized. I am sorry, I was thoughtless. He turned to exit but paused, realizing, wait a moment, this is Vegeta's room, and he is not home. Why would I need to knock? I had no idea you would be here. With that, Dr. Brief disregarded Bulma and began searching Vegeta's bed with a magnifying glass. Noticing her father's lack of attention, Bulma curiously asked, Dad, what are you looking for? You truly are oblivious to everything. Your mother and I fully support your relationship with Vegeta, yet you seem unconcerned about whether you two can have children. Remember, Vegeta is an alien. After speaking, Dr. Brief continued to search on Bulma's bed. Upon hearing her father's words, Bulma, who had been enraptured in the sweetness of love, was suddenly awakened. Although she was not particularly concerned about the possibility of having children with Vegeta, the thought of them being unable to conceive certainly brought a sense of regret. Contemplating this, Bulma immediately spoke to Dr. Brief. Father, I shall assist you in the search. Without delving into the details of how the father and daughter duo sought after Vegeta's remnants, Vegeta, having departed from West City, swiftly flew towards the location of the Dragon Balls possessed by the Red Ribbon Army, guided by his Dragon Radar. At that moment, the radar indicated that Goku had already arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's base and was likely engaged in combat with their forces. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta accelerated once more, charging towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Although Goku alone could dismantle the entire organization, he had made a promise to Bulma. Thus, he felt compelled to personally confront the adversaries. After a mere 5 minutes, Vegeta arrived at the chaotic headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. At that moment, the entire facility was engulfed in turmoil, with Goku effortlessly dispatching the members of the army as though he were in a deserted realm. Unfazed by the relentless barrage of bullets directed at him, Goku exhibited remarkable indifference, relying solely on his formidable physique to withstand all incoming attacks. Good heavens! Is this a monster? I can't do this. Some of the more timid members of the Red Ribbon Army, witnessing Goku's astonishing display, promptly abandoned their weapons and fled. What Vegeta observed was a multitude of disheartened soldiers hastily retreating in cars, tanks, and even aircraft from the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Chapter 51. Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Vegeta descended from the skies before Goku. How was Goku faring? Upon recognizing his master, Vegeta, Goku hastily exclaimed, Master, it is of no concern. Their strength is exceedingly feeble. You need not intervene. I alone can vanquish them all. Vegeta replied, I certainly trust in your abilities. But having promised Bulma to eradicate the Red Ribbon Army, I must uphold my commitment. Upon finishing his words, Vegeta raised a finger and unleashed a pinpoint energy attack, swiftly eliminating several henchmen who dared to aim their weapons at him. Thus, the master and his disciple advanced towards the command center of the Red Ribbon Army. With Goku engaging in close combat, while Vegeta continuously employed his energy blasts for ranged assaults. Observing his master's effortless dispatching of foes, Goku felt a surge of envy. After swiftly dealing with the adversaries before him, he turned to Vegeta with eager eyes and inquired, Master, what is this extraordinary technique? Could you teach it to me? Vegeta, with a nonchalant nod, replied, All right, once you gather the Dragon Balls and revive your grandfather, I shall impart this ultimate technique to you. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku immediately beamed with joy, exclaiming, Yes, Master. I will hasten to collect the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the Red Ribbon Army had been significantly diminished. The majority of its members had either fled or been dealt with by Goku and Vegeta. The two continued towards the location indicated by the Dragon Balls and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. With a resounding thud, Goku kicked open the Grand Office door, revealing the Dark Marshal Black, his aide Burek, the task-assigned Tao Pai Pai, and General Blue, who had narrowly escaped from the pirate cave. Upon seeing Goku and Vegeta burst through the door, Marshal Black leaped down from his imposing chair. He waddled over, his short legs supporting his stocky figure, to confront Goku and Vegeta. Goku, noticing the diminutive figure before him, couldn't help but inquire curiously, Who are you? You're so short. You don't even reach my height, haha. Instantly, Marshal Black's face flushed crimson, and the words he had intended to utter evaporated. At that moment, Burek, standing behind him, spoke up loudly, You fool. This is our esteemed leader of the Red Ribbon Army, the great Marshal Black. Show him some respect, you little brat. Though Burek meant to defend his marshal's dignity, he unwittingly referred to Goku as a little brat, leaving the even shorter Marshal Black in a precarious position. Marshal Black's anger found an outlet. He rushed to Burek, fiercely kicking his leg with all his might, and shouted, You scoundrel. Do you look down on me in your heart? Have you been calling me short in your mind all this time? Burek was taken aback. bewildered by how his well-intentioned words had backfired. "Marshal, I was referring to that little brat, not you," he stammered, believing that the marshal had misunderstood him. "You still dare to argue? By calling him short, you insult me as well," Marshal Black retorted, lifting his foot to deliver another kick to Burik's leg. Realizing that his previous remarks had inadvertently crossed a line, Burik quickly bowed his head in apology, finally managing to quell the marshal's wrath. Vegeta paid no heed to the farce before him, instead following the Dragon Ball radar to the location where the orbs were stored. He approached, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the safe, retrieving 2 Dragon Balls from within. "Release my Dragon Balls." The Black Marshal, witnessing the audacity of his adversary who uttered not a word but sought to seize his most treasured possessions, was consumed by fury and prepared to confront him. Lieutenant Brack, fearing for the Black Marshal's safety, quickly intervened to restrain him, then called out to the spectator Tao Bai Bai. "Tao Bai Bai, why do you not step in to prevent this?" Slowly, Tao Bai Bai replied, "I will only take a life under certain conditions. I require compensation for my services. 200 million zeni. I offer 200 million zeni for the demise of these 2. The Black Marshal immediately proclaimed, "Let us proceed with the transfer." Tao Bai Bai produced his account details, presenting them to the Black Marshal. With a furrowed brow, the Black Marshal begrudgingly approached his desk and, with the assistance of Lieutenant Brack, clambered awkwardly onto his lofty throne. At that moment, General Blue interjected, "Marshal, allow me to take action. As your subordinate, I require no monetary reward. A mere promotion would suffice." Upon hearing Blue's words, the Black Marshal was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent. Quickly assist me in reclaiming the Dragon Balls, and I shall appoint you as Vice Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army." Ecstatic at the prospect, General Blue advanced towards Goku and Vegeta, stating, "Gentlemen, I apologize. It appears you will serve as my stepping stones." Goku, cautious, warned Vegeta, "Master, this fellow possesses psychic abilities. Once his eyes flash blue, my body will become immobilized." In response, Vegeta chuckled, "That was merely due to your previous lack of vigilance. Now, under conditions of preparedness, I wonder if his powers will still hold sway?" Hearing Vegeta's words, General Blue was incensed. He swiftly flashed his eyes, unleashing a blue light. Yet, to his astonishment, Vegeta remained unaffected, advancing steadily towards him. "How can this be? My powers should incapacitate you," Blue exclaimed in terror, repeatedly attempting to employ his abilities. But it was futile. Vegeta was utterly impervious to his influence. Vegeta slowly began to speak. "You may be able to restrict the flow of a small stream, but when faced with an ocean, what significance does your superpower hold?" Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed an invisible wave of energy, which struck General Blue directly in the heart. Chapter 52. Eradicating the Red Ribbon Army 2. Although there were no visible wounds upon General Blue's chest, the energy from the one-finger technique had penetrated his torso, shattering his heart. Grasping his chest in agony, General Blue gradually collapsed onto the floor. During the confrontation between General Blue and Vegeta, Commander Black did not forego his transaction to Tao Pai Pai's account, and he finally completed the transfer. After finalizing the operation, Commander Black turned to Tao Pai Pai and declared, "Tao Pai Pai, the funds have been successfully transferred. You may now take action. I trust that as the world's foremost assassin, you can assist me in reclaiming the Dragon Balls, correct?" Tao Pai Pai did not bother to verify the transaction's completion. To him, there was no room for doubt, as no one could withstand the wrath of the world's greatest assassin. With a flick of his long braid, Tao Pai Pai approached Vegeta and stated, "How would you like to meet your demise?" Upon hearing such an audacious proclamation, Vegeta could not help but chuckle, then turned to Goku and said, "Goku, this one is yours." Having spoken, Vegeta advanced toward Commander Black's desk, startling the commander into swiftly leaping from his chair and retreating to the side, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Vegeta paid no heed to the Dark Marshal and boldly seated himself upon the esteemed throne, nonchalantly resting his legs upon the precious desk. The Dark Marshal's expression shifted, yet he refrained from uttering a word, fearing that Vegeta might unleash a similar fate upon him. After all, he had yet to reach the depths of despair. At that moment, Goku and Tao Bai Bai stood firm, with Tao Bai Bai gazing at the child before him. He then extended his right hand, fingers splayed, proclaiming, "Little one, I require merely 5 moves to deal with you." Upon hearing this, Goku immediately sensed that his opponent was formidable, a true expert, and thus assumed a cautious defensive stance. Tao Bai Bai initiated the onslaught, advancing swiftly and soon closing the gap to Goku, his hands slicing through the air like blades as he launched a flurry of thrusts toward him. To the Dark Marshal and Black's astonishment, Tao Bai Bai's speed was incomprehensible, clearly surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. Their faces lit up with delight, eager to witness Goku's demise at Tao Bai Bai's hands. However, for Goku, the speed of the attacks was painfully slow. With little concern, he effortlessly deflected all of Tao Bai Bai's strikes with a few casual gestures. While blocking the onslaught, Goku remarked, "Hey, could you perhaps exert a bit more effort? Is this truly all the strength you possess? If this is the case, you stand no chance against me." Tao Bai Bai, upon hearing Goku's taunt, was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury. He had not anticipated that his proud offensive would be dismissed as lacking in earnestness by his opponent, realizing that continuing his assault would yield no further results. Tao Bai Bai leaped back, creating distance between himself and Goku. With renewed determination, he shouted, "Do not revel in your triumph. I shall now unleash my ultimate technique. Let us see if you have the courage to withstand it." Goku, excited at the prospect of an ultimate move, replied, "Very well, allow me to witness your ultimate technique. I shall not evade it." With Goku's eagerness to be lured into a trap, Tao Bai Bai was elated. He raised his index finger, gathering energy, and soon a vibrant orange energy sphere coalesced at its tip. "Prepare to meet your doom, you wretched little brat." Ding wave, Tao Bai Bai bellowed. Instantaneously, the potent energy sphere transformed into a scorching shockwave, hurtling toward Goku. Crossing his arms, Goku did not flinch, choosing instead to absorb Tao Bai Bai's formidable attack head-on. "How is this possible? Are you human or specter?" Tao Bai Bai gasped in astonishment, his voice altered by sheer disbelief as he beheld Goku, unscathed. The Dark Martial and Black, standing nearby, shared the same shock, convinced that they would never withstand Tao Bai Bai's assault. Goku, looking at Tao Bai Bai with a sly grin, declared, "Well then, your repertoire of attacks has been exhausted. Now it is my turn to strike." After speaking, Wukong swiftly struck with an elbow to the abdomen of Tao Bai Bai, catching him off guard before he could react. Instantly, Tao Bai Bai's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and mucus streamed from his nose as he curled up in agony, collapsing onto the floor. Following his victory over Tao Bai Bai, Wukong turned to face Black Martial and Bracton, startling both with his sudden gaze. At this moment, Vegeta presented an account to the Black Martial and remarked, "Surely, you know what to do without my prompting." The Black Martial responded, my lord, I understand. Rest assured, I shall attend to this promptly." With both hands rubbing together, he accepted the note handed to him by Vegeta. He then attempted to ascend the desk to operate the computer. However, his stature proved to be a hindrance, rendering him unable to climb. "You fool, can't you see? Hurry and lift me up," the Black Martial commanded, turning to Blark. Without delay, Blark complied, hoisting the Black Martial onto the desk. There, the Black Martial knelt, transferring the funds from his account to the one Vegeta had provided. Before long, Vegeta's phone chimed, and upon retrieving it from his pocket, he beheld a notification indicating a deposit of 30 billion Sony. Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired, 300 billion? As the Supreme Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army, is your account really limited to this sum? Or does your life hold merely a value of 300 billion zenny in my hands? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Black Marshal grew flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he stammered, "Sir, the majority of my funds have been allocated towards the establishment of the Red Ribbon Army. Due to the significant losses we incurred because of this young gentleman, I have not received any financial replenishment." Unperturbed by this response, Vegeta chose not to scrutinize the other's account further and turned to his aide, Burak, who stood nearby, asking, "And you, as the Marshal's adjutant, must have accumulated quite a fortune over the years. Do transfer it to me as well. Hand him the computer." The last statement was directed at the Black Marshal. "Indeed. Sir, you are absolutely correct. Not only is it his salary, but he is also responsible for all procurement and personnel recruitment for the Red Ribbon Army, undoubtedly pocketing a substantial amount in kickbacks." After uttering this, the Black Marshal hurriedly passed the computer to his subordinate, Burak. Chapter 53. Educating Goku. Faced with Vegeta's intimidating presence and the betrayal by his superior, Burak could only swallow his grievances, shedding tears as he transferred the funds from his account to the one provided by Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta's phone buzzed with a notification: 100 billion zenny had been deposited. This amount was indeed considerable for an adjutant's position. Having concluded this transaction, Vegeta stood up with a decisive motion. "Consider this a lesson. If you provoke us again, it shall not be so simple next time," he warned. Of course. Wherever you two gentlemen go, the Red Ribbon Army shall retreat," the Black Marshal promptly responded. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction and then addressed Goku. "Goku, let us depart." Subsequently, Vegeta and Goku exited the nearly deserted headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Upon witnessing their departure through the window, Black Commander and Burak breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Burak turned to Black Commander and remarked, "Commander, how fortunate we are that these two formidable individuals have spared us. However, our ambition to dominate the world has been temporarily thwarted, yet it is merely a matter of a year. The Dragon Balls can be utilized again after 1 year. And then we shall continue our quest. I will certainly assist you in realizing your dream of global supremacy." Global domination? Why would I seek to dominate the world? With the current strength of our Red Ribbon Army, how many organizations on Earth could possibly contend with us? Black Commander replied with a hint of impatience. Was it not your intention to collect the Dragon Balls in pursuit of world domination? Burak was taken aback, but soon seemed to grasp something, continuing, "Oh, I see now. Commander, you collect the Dragon Balls to become a king, am I correct? It appears the current king of Earth also made a wish to the dragon." Black Commander interrupted Burak once more, stating, "I do not seek to become the king of Earth. To be frank, my desire lies in growing taller. I wish to make a wish to the dragon to reach a height of 180 centimeters. What? Upon hearing Black Commander's aspiration, Burak staggered back in shock and exclaimed loudly, "Commander, have we lost so many brothers and endured such humiliation merely to fulfill your dream of growing taller? Why are you making such a commotion? The money spent was all mine. Those so-called brothers of yours were only serving me because I paid them. Otherwise, do you think they would have pledged their loyalty to me? Besides, these individuals who took my money have already fled." Black Commander retorted, "Humph. It was all merely a transaction. I provided them with money, and they offered their loyalty in return. It is a pity, however, that I must wait another year to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wish." He gazed out the window, shouting in frustration. As Black Commander turned his attention back to speak, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. "What are you planning? You are but a dog I have hired. Do you intend to betray your master?" At that moment, Burak held a handgun aimed at Black Commander's forehead. Burak coldly replied, "You are correct. You have indeed paid for our service. However, over the years, the ambition of world domination has become the dream of myself and all the brothers of the Red Ribbon Army. I cannot allow their blood to have been shed in vain, and thus, I must eliminate you, a traitor to our dream." Upon completing his statement, Burak swiftly fired his weapon, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Although the Black Marshal was diminutive in stature, he possessed remarkable agility, evading Burak's initial shot with a deft leap. However, Burak promptly discharged a second bullet, which struck the Black Marshal squarely in the chest, causing blood to erupt violently. The Black Marshal, in agony, pressed his hand against the wound, gazing painfully at the African lieutenant before laboriously uttering, "Traitor, you shall not escape retribution. Divine judgment will befall you." Without a moment's hesitation, Burak unleashed a flurry of shots, emptying his magazine and ensuring the Black Marshal's demise. He then declared, "I know not whether divine retribution will come, but I shall honor your legacy by leading the Crimson Ribbon Legion to dominance over Earth." After discarding his weapon carelessly, he murmured to himself, "I wonder how Dr. Gero's research is progressing. Will the newly created androids be capable of dealing with those two just now?" As his words faded, a round of applause suddenly erupted behind him. "Who?" Burak exclaimed in shock, spinning around and leaping backward, only to find Vegeta and Goku standing behind him. "When did you two arrive? Were you not supposed to have left?" Burak's expression shifted dramatically, embarrassment flooding his features as he inquired. Vegeta remained silent, refraining from answering the question posed to him. Instead, he turned to Goku and remarked, "Goku, do you see? This is the consequence of neglecting to eradicate the roots of the problem. You may believe that showing mercy to your enemies will elicit gratitude, but in reality, they may be plotting your demise. Therefore, remember that when dealing with adversaries, one must not act impulsively with benevolence. When the time comes to eliminate a threat, one must decisively strike down the enemy." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Black immediately realized that the intention was not to negotiate. In a desperate bid for escape, he leapt through the window. However, could he truly evade his fate? With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed a pinpoint attack, striking Black directly. A cry of anguish escaped Black's lips as he plummeted from the sky. Vegeta approached the window, observing the motionless Black before turning to Goku and stating, "Very well. I shall return to West City. Otherwise, Bulma will be upset once more. You may continue to gather the Dragon Balls to revive your grandfather. Once your grandfather is restored, hasten back to West City so we may resume our martial training together." To be frank, Vegeta's recent actions profoundly impacted Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku momentarily paused, then promptly replied, "Understood, Master." Noticing Goku's lingering surprise, Vegeta continued, "Do not burden yourself with any psychological weight. Act in accordance with your own convictions. I merely wish to convey that your kindness may inadvertently bring harm to yourself and your friends. Now, I must take my leave. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out in West City." With that, Vegeta soared towards West City, leaving Goku amidst the nearly desolate headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 54. The Fortune Teller. Upon returning to West City, Vegeta delivered the 40 billion zenny extorted from the Red Ribbon Army to the individual responsible for managing the dojo. Jill, who had previously served as Bulma's secretary, had been assigned by Bulma to oversee the construction and operation of the dojo, allowing Vegeta to focus on his training and spending time with Bulma. "Jill, how much capital do we currently have in the dojo's account?" Vegeta inquired. "Sir, including the funds you have just entrusted to me, there is now a total of 59,397 billion zenny available in the account." Jill promptly reported without even glancing at the computer. Vegeta nodded and inquired further, "How many branches do we currently have?" Jill responded, "At present, we have established 39 operational branches, with approximately 72 additional branches under construction, expected to commence formal operations in about a year. We have essentially covered all major and metropolitan cities on Earth. In the future, as resources permit, we will continue to expand into medium and small cities, aiming to ensure that every city with a population exceeding 100,000 hosts at least one of our Chinese martial arts dojos." After listening, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, I shall instruct Jim and the others to diligently cultivate the masters of the dojo." In truth, the masters of the dojo were all students that Vegeta had taken under his wing. Initially, he had 33 disciples, but following the defection of 4, only 29 remained. Presently, his sole direct disciple was Son Goku, while the others were still under his scrutiny. Vegeta had intended to accept the purebred and most talented Earthling disciple, Dawn, as his student after the World Martial Arts Tournament, planning to treat him on par with Goku. However, to his dismay, during the tournament, Vegeta observed some discrepancies in Dawn's demeanor, leading him to temporarily shelve the idea of taking him as a direct disciple, necessitating further observation. For Vegeta, everyone in the Dragon Ball universe, even those on this Earth, were strangers and not to be trusted. Just as Vegeta was preparing to return home from the dojo, a disciple entered, escorting another individual. "Master, this gentleman wishes to see you. He claims you summoned him to seek guidance," the disciple stated after bowing respectfully to Vegeta. As Vegeta looked up, he discovered that the person approaching to seek guidance was none other than Yamcha. "Have you made your decision?" Vegeta inquired of Yamcha. "Indeed, Master. I humbly request you to accept me as your disciple and impart the wisdom of Chinese martial arts to me." Yamcha knelt before Vegeta, bowing deeply in reverence. Vegeta nodded and remarked, "No problem. Here, we welcome all who are genuinely eager to learn the art of Chinese martial arts. Come here, Dawn." Vegeta called out loudly. Dawn, having fully recovered, returned to the dojo and once again took on the responsibility of assisting Vegeta in imparting the teachings of Chinese martial arts to the disciples. Vegeta addressed Yamcha, saying, "Terran, you are already acquainted with him. Among my disciples, he possesses one of the highest martial arts talents and has adeptly mastered the Chinese martial arts that I have imparted to him. Henceforth, you shall diligently learn from him." Establishing a solid foundation, Yamcha respectfully bowed to Terran, exclaiming, "Senior brother Terran." Terran nodded slightly and then, with reverence, bowed to Vegeta, saying, "Master, I shall take junior brother Yamcha out now." Vegeta nodded slightly, watching the two individuals depart. As he gazed at Dawn's retreating figure, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes ever so slightly. Shortly after Vegeta returned to West City, Goku appeared at their home once more, riding on his Nimbus. "Bulma!" Goku called out loudly from outside. Did I just hear Goku's voice? Bulma, who had been engrossed in a book inside, looked up and inquired of Vegeta, who was meditating on the bed. "I heard it too. It must be Goku," Vegeta replied, concluding his meditation and moving to the window to peer outside. Upon spotting his master, Goku waved joyfully and dashed toward the house. Before long, Goku burst into Bulma's room. "Bulma, it seems my dragon radar is malfunctioning. It doesn't show the location of the last Dragon Ball." Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma couldn't help but ask, "Did you leave the dragon radar on your chest again? Did it get damaged during a fight?" As she spoke, she took the dragon radar from Goku's hands and turned it on. Immediately, 9 blinking dots appeared on the radar's display screen. "Oh, the radar isn't broken. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it? But I can't see the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, Goku replied, puzzled. It's not showing? Could it be too far away? Bulma began to adjust the radar's display range, attempting to expand it. However, when she maximized the viewing range, the location of the 7th Dragon Ball still eluded them. This is strange. Why can the 9 Dragon Balls be displayed, yet the 7th remains invisible? Bulma furrowed her brow in confusion. At this moment, Vegeta was undoubtedly aware of the reason and could not help but remind everyone. Could it be that someone has gathered the Dragon Balls and placed them inside a box that obstructs signals? Although Vegeta's description was not entirely precise, Bulma immediately grasped his meaning. Nodding, Bulma replied, that must be the case. Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom why the Dragon Radar can detect the locations of the 9 collected Dragon Balls, yet fails to reveal the position of the last one. Meanwhile, Goku, feeling a tinge of sadness, interjected, but without locating the final Dragon Ball, I cannot gather all 7 to summon Shenron and resurrect my grandfather. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, do not worry, there is still a way. At the very least, the one who has concealed the Dragon Balls must also desire to gather them all. The most simplistic approach would be to wait for them to come to us. However, this method is rather foolish. What if they never show up? We cannot simply wait indefinitely. I have heard that deep within the desert lies a palace inhabited by an oracle, an old woman capable of divining the whereabouts of anything. I propose we seek her guidance to locate the last Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma and Goku instantly brightened with enthusiasm and exclaimed, let us set off at once. Chapter 55, The Battle for the Heiress of Capsule Corporation. Locating the Oracle's palace was a trivial task. Before long, someone provided the location of the Oracle's residence, and Bulma piloted the aircraft, carrying Vegeta and Goku to an oasis deep within the desert. It appeared that this Oracle possessed considerable abilities, as she had managed to construct such an opulent palace in the heart of the arid expanse. Gazing upon the magnificent palace complex before her, Bulma could not help but express her awe. Goku, equally astonished, remarked, indeed, what a grand structure. I initially thought your home was enormous, Bulma, but it seems the Oracle's abode is even larger. In response to Goku's praise, Bulma scoffed, humph. It is merely that my family is unwilling to build such a palace. Otherwise, I could easily construct dozens like hers. Well, there is no point in comparing. Let us hasten inside, Vegeta interjected. With that, he led Bulma and Goku to the entrance of the Oracle's palace. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the palace, donning a conical hat and sporting an exceedingly peculiar grin. If encountered at night, such a sight would certainly startle anyone. Fortunately, it was daylight, and the surroundings were relatively bustling. You are always welcome to return. The little figure cheerfully ushered the departing guests out of the palace. The departing guests appeared to be a middle-aged couple, engaged in conversation that suggested they were seeking the Oracle's help in locating a lost ring. After bidding farewell to the couple, the little figure turned to Vegeta, Bulma, and Goku as they approached and inquired, are you here to request the Oracle's assistance in locating something? Bulma stepped forward and nodded, responding, indeed. We wish to ask the Oracle to help us find the last of the 7 Dragon Balls. Not a problem, as long as it exists in this world. She can assist you in finding it. The fee is 10 million zenny, the little figure stated. Even Bulma, as the daughter of a billionaire, was taken aback by the Oracle's exorbitant charge. What? 10 million zenny? This is quite an outrageous demand. Upon hearing Bulma's words, the expression of the cap-wearing imp remained unchanged. He continued to smile as he spoke. Dear lady, the absence of funds is of no consequence. Here, we possess methods of divination that require no payment. Is it truly possible to proceed without any payment? Bulma mused, initially contemplating covering the cost for Goku if necessary. However, upon learning of a no-cost option, her interest was piqued. Pray tell, what is this method that requires no payment? The imp gestured towards a group of individuals waiting in line nearby. In response to her inquiry, Vegeta and his companions followed the direction of his finger, and Bulma nodded in response, saying, I see. What's the matter? They were merely queuing for a method that required no payment. They simply needed to stand behind the others and wait for their turn once those in front had exited. The little hooded figure provided no further explanation and directed Vegeta and the others to wait behind. Can't you say a bit more? Is it that difficult? Bulma, not receiving the answers she sought, exclaimed in frustration. Never mind, Bulma. We'll understand once we enter, Vegeta advised, restraining her. Before long, the group ahead was permitted entry. Bored? Bulma inquired, what kind of method can one use to qualify for a free fortune-telling? At that moment, A series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from within the palace, startling Bulma so much that she instinctively hid behind Vegeta, her face marked with anxiety as she asked, "Vegeta, what is happening inside? Will those who just entered perish? That is unlikely. In broad daylight, the fortune teller should not resort to murder. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attained such notoriety," Vegeta replied. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, the hooded little demon emerged from the palace, accompanied by the group that had entered earlier. The individuals appeared to be swathed in bandages, some around their heads, others on their arms, limping as they exited the palace. After escorting this group out, the hooded demon smiled and said, "You are welcome to visit again." Hearing this, the severely injured individuals, who could barely walk, immediately discarded their crutches and fled frantically into the distance. Bulma, astonished at the sight of their rapid escape, became increasingly curious about what they had encountered within the palace that instilled such fear in them. After bidding farewell to the previous guests, the hooded little demon turned to Vegeta and his companions and said, "Now, please follow me, esteemed guests. We are about to meet the fortune-telling elder." Guided by the demon, the trio traversed through a dimly lit corridor and arrived at a serene side chamber. "Where is the fortune-telling elder?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The elder is inside. She will be with you shortly," the hooded demon replied with a smile. Before long, a round, luminous orb floated toward them, startling Bulma, who nervously asked, "The fortune-telling elder isn't a ghost like you, is she? Such a rude young lady," came the voice of an elderly woman from the orb. As the orb came into the light, it revealed a diminutive, haggard old woman sitting cross-legged atop an enormous crystal ball, accentuating her small stature. She wore a pointed witch's hat, her face etched with deep wrinkles. "Is it free fortune-telling that you seek?" the elder inquired. "Yes. Is that possible?" Vegeta asked. "Certainly. I cater to both the wealthy and the impoverished, as long as they can meet my conditions," the elder continued. "What conditions? Pray, do tell," Vegeta pressed. "Quite simple. If the three of you can defeat all 5 of my chosen contestants, I shall grant you a free fortune-telling," the elder proclaimed. Bulma, hidden behind Vegeta, sighed with relief upon hearing the elder's terms and exclaimed, "What a relief. I thought it might be something terrifying, but it's just a contest." "Well, you seem quite confident," the elder remarked. "Is that even a question? Do you see these two? One is the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, and the other is the champion of the 21st. With 2 champions among us, do you think we lack confidence?" Bulma replied with spirited bravado. "Confidence is all that matters. Then let us proceed to the arena." The fortune teller, riding on her divination ball, led the way towards the palace behind her. Knowing that it was merely a competition, Bulma ceased to feel fear and began to discuss and admire the murals and sculptures of the fortune teller's palace alongside Vegeta. At that moment, Goku, who was following closely behind the fortune teller, suddenly inquired, "Grandma, are you a girl too?" Upon hearing Goku's question, the fortune teller, perched precariously on her divination ball, almost lost her balance and nearly tumbled off. Even the little imp flying beside her, who had previously sported a smile, now wore a look of shock as he stared at Goku. Vegeta and Bulma, trailing behind them, also froze, and Bulma turned to Vegeta, saying, "Is it too late to say we don't know him?" The fortune teller steadied herself and resumed her seat, then looked at Goku and said, "Your expression reminds me of someone. Do you know Master Roshi?" "Oh, Grandma, you know the old man too?" Goku exclaimed joyfully. "No, I would prefer not to know him. It's simply too embarrassing," the fortune teller replied, as if she had bitten into something foul. "You should avoid contacting him in the future, otherwise you will inevitably be led astray. But the old man is really nice. He even gave me the flying Nimbus." Goku protested. "The Nimbus? He actually gifted you the Nimbus? It seems he truly favors you. Has he not asked you to become his disciple?" The fortune teller continued to inquire. "He did. But I have already taken Master as my teacher," Goku replied. "Oh, you've already become a disciple. What a sad tale. When I see him next, I shall have a good laugh at his expense," the fortune teller said gleefully, delighted by the misfortune of her lecherous brother. As they conversed, they soon arrived at an expansive courtyard, entirely surrounded by water, with a colossal circular arena at its center. The fortune teller led Vegeta and the others to the arena and announced, "Next, you will battle 5 of my selected contestants in this circular arena. If you emerge victorious, you will earn the privilege of a free divination. The rules are similar to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which I need not reiterate, as you have all participated in it before." "All right, no problem. Let's begin," Vegeta replied with a nod. After speaking, he turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, These 5 opponents are entrusted to you. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Goku, brimming with determination, declared, absolutely, just watch me, master. With that, he stepped onto the arena. Oh, you've decided so quickly? Be careful, for each of my contestants is formidable, the fortune teller warned with a sly smile. Vegeta, with a hint of disdain, remarked, fear not. If Goku cannot triumph over these 5 contenders, he is utterly unworthy of being my disciple. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the fortune teller cast a sidelong glance in his direction and declared, very well, let me present the first contestant from my side, the Bat Warrior. As the fortune teller's voice faded, a bat emerged, flapping its wings from the depths of the palace. Upon reaching the arena, it collided with the ground, transforming into a vampire warrior as it descended from the sky. Observing his opponent, Goku's excitement surged, and he tightened his fists, preparing for battle. Just as Goku was about to strike, the Bat Warrior suddenly clasped its hands together and began to perform an enigmatic dance. Bowing in all directions while muttering incantations of an unknown nature, Goku stood frozen, uncertain whether to attack or wait for the completion of the other's ritual. Vegeta refrained from speaking up, as certain lessons must be imparted to Goku by his adversaries. Furthermore, he harbored no belief that this bat-like figure could successfully ambush Goku. As Vegeta pondered, the Bat Warrior approached Son Goku, suddenly delivering a swift kick to Goku's face. Caught completely off guard, Goku was sent flying, and Vegeta felt a pang of pain in his own face. What a humiliating blow. Fortunately, he was blissfully unaware of Vegeta's earlier thoughts. Damn it! What a despicable fiend to launch a sneak attack, Goku exclaimed, covering his cheek. After uttering those words, Goku prepared to retaliate, only to find that the Bat Warrior had resumed his ritual of bowing to the 4 directions. The naive Goku was left momentarily confused about whether to strike or not. At this moment, Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, "You fool! The battle has commenced. What are you waiting for? Do you intend to wait for your opponent to strike again?" Upon hearing his master's words, Sun Wukong suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and promptly delivered a powerful punch to the Bat Warrior. The Bat Warrior attempted to evade Wukong's assault, but his reflexes were utterly inadequate, resulting in him being struck and sent flying off the stage into the water below. What a weakling! You boasted so much earlier. And yet I expected you to be formidable, Bulma remarked, observing Wukong's victory without any restraint. The fortune teller, unable to tolerate such an affront, declared, the second match is about to begin. However, as she announced the commencement of the battle, Vegeta and the others noticed an alarming absence of opponents. Wukong stood alone on the stage. What is going on? The match has begun. Where is your second fighter? Bulma inquired bluntly. He's already on the stage. The fortune teller replied with a raspy laugh. On the stage already? Both Bulma and Wukong scanned their surroundings, searching for the elusive adversary. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, Wukong, your enemy this time is an invisible man, thus your eyes cannot perceive him. However, while you may not see him, you can sense his presence through his energy. Though I have yet to teach you how to sense energy, I trust it will not be too challenging for you. He instructed Wukong to calm his mind and allow his inner energy to serve as his eyes and ears, assuring him that he could feel the opponent's existence. Taking Vegeta's words to heart, Wukong closed his eyes on the stage. Chapter 57, Victory 2 I've got you, Wukong exclaimed, his form flickering as he kicked toward a specific spot on the stage. A sudden, unfamiliar scream erupted, only to vanish swiftly. It was evident that the cry had emanated from the invisible man. However, due to Wukong's still developing ability to sense energy, he was unable to defeat his opponent immediately. Nevertheless, Wukong's attack was not something the invisible man could easily withstand, as it was clear he had sustained significant injuries from Wukong's blow. At that moment, the fortune teller unexpectedly began to sing a horrendous tune with her raspy voice, mistakenly believing that Wukong could discern the invisible man's location through sound. Vegeta turned to the fortune-telling old woman and said, Grandmother, you might as well spare your efforts. I have already mentioned that Goku does not rely on hearing to locate his opponents. He depends on his ki. Therefore, no matter how you attempt to interfere, you cannot hinder him. As if to affirm Vegeta's words, Goku launched another attack, and within merely 3 exchanges, a resounding thud echoed as the invisible opponent was sent flying off the stage by Goku's swift kick. Grandmother, I have triumphed again, Goku exclaimed with an innocent smile directed at the fortune teller after defeating the invisible foe. Observing Goku's naive grin and formidable strength, the fortune teller couldn't help but murmur to herself, where does this little fellow come from, possessing such remarkable power? Contemplating this, she gradually lowered her divination orb and addressed Goku. Do not revel in your victory just yet. There are 5 contestants in total, and these 2 are merely the weakest among them. Upon hearing that 3 more formidable opponents awaited, Goku became increasingly exhilarated and loudly urged, "Grandmother, please summon the next 3 contestants swiftly." However, the fortune teller revealed a sly and triumphant smile as she replied, "Next, we must change the battleground. It will not be here. I hope you do not falter and follow me." With that, she led the way, soaring ahead on her divination ball deeper into the palace. Bulma trailed closely behind Vegeta, her voice tinged with anxiety as she whispered, "Brother, do you think this old woman intends to lead us to a deserted place and kidnap us?" The palace was eerily silent, and Bulma's quiet words reached the fortune teller's ears. Before Vegeta could reassure Bulma, the fortune teller retorted in exasperation, "What on earth is going through your mind, young lady? Do you think I, the fortune teller, lack other means to achieve my goals? Kidnapping you is unnecessary." Upon realizing her words had been overheard, Bulma stuck out her tongue playfully and cheekily asked, "Then pray tell, where do you intend to take us?" At this point, the fortune teller could no longer maintain her air of mystery and replied, "The next destination is the Toilet of Demons, where you shall battle my remaining 3 warriors." The Toilet of Demons? What a disgusting name. Bulma scoffed without reservation. The fortune teller was left speechless. She retorted, "Disgusting? It is terrifying, not disgusting. Truly an unappreciative young girl." The group fell silent as they quickly arrived at a staircase landing where a door was set into the wall. The fortune teller gestured to Goku and said, "The contestants will enter through this door, while the rest of you spectators shall accompany me upstairs for a better view of the proceedings." Wukong obediently pushed open the door and continued onward, while Vegeta and Bulma followed closely behind the fortune teller, arriving at an observation deck above. At that moment, the so-called demon toilet came into view for Vegeta and Bulma. It was a vast chasm, flanked by 2 enormous statues of squatting demons, from whose mouths extended stone tongues, each wide enough for 2 people. These elongated tongues intertwined to form a narrow bridge, beneath which lay a pool of lava, constantly bubbling and emitting steam. Soon, they beheld Wukong emerging from the mouth of the left demon. In contrast to the grand scale of the space and the colossal demon statues, Wukong appeared diminutive. However, the narrow stone tongue offered scant space for combatants. This indeed was the demon toilet. As the fortune teller spoke, she casually picked up a raw steak and tossed it down, resulting in a sizzling sound as the steak melted away in the green lava below. "Therefore, I strongly advise you to concede, for should you fall, there would be nothing left of you," she urged with a hint of concern. Vegeta, unfazed, responded curtly, "Thank you for your kind advice. But let us commence the battle swiftly. The sooner it concludes, the sooner I may return to West City to continue my training." "Humph. It is difficult to dissuade those intent on courting death. In that case, I shall reveal to you my 3rd warrior," the fortune teller declared angrily. With that, she clasped her hands and muttered an incomprehensible incantation. Before long, a plume of blue smoke began to emanate from the mouth of the right demon statue. And as the smoke dissipated, a coffin appeared upon the demon's tongue, adorned with intricate carvings reminiscent of ancient Egyptian motifs. "Arise, mummy warrior," the fortune teller exclaimed loudly. After a moment, the lid of the coffin slowly creaked open, revealing a tall figure swathed in bandages. The mummy warrior stepped forth, a sinister grin spreading across his face, particularly disdainful upon realizing that his opponent was merely a child. Wukong, observing his bandaged adversary, kindly cautioned, "You seem severely injured. Perhaps you should refrain from battle." Upon hearing Wukong's words, the mummy warrior's laughter faltered as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. "You foolish little brat, I am a mummy. This is simply how I am," he shouted. "A mummy, you say? How peculiar. Do all those bandages not hinder your movement?" Wukong continued, innocently inquiring. "Why do you have so many questions? Are we fighting or not? If not, then get lost. Do not disturb my slumber." The mummy warrior expressed his annoyance at Wukong's incessant queries. "Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. Let us begin the battle." Wukong, with a determined expression, assumed his combat stance. "Heh, little imp, I shall thoroughly torment you before casting you down from this height," declared the mummy warrior without a hint of restraint. Chapter 58. Victory 3. The match commences, bellowed the fortune teller, her voice resonating through the arena. The mummy warrior struck first, dashing swiftly towards Wukong and delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. In a graceful leap, Wukong evaded the attack, soaring over the mummy warrior's head to position himself behind him. Without allowing his opponent a moment to react, he executed a swift side kick, landing a powerful blow to the back of the mummy warrior's head. Overwhelmed by the force of the strike, the mummy warrior was sent crashing into the demonic stone statue behind him, losing consciousness as he collapsed. The fortune teller, who had been fervently cheering for the mummy warrior from atop her divination ball, suddenly found her voice snatched away, silenced as if by an unseen hand. In stunned disbelief, she stood frozen on her divination ball, watching the scene unfold before her. After what felt like an eternity, she finally gasped in astonishment. This is impossible. How can this little imp be so formidable? Vegeta nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Not bad. At least I have not tarnished the name of Vegeta." The outcome lay bare before them, and the fortune teller could do nothing but acquiesce. She continued, "Do not let your pride swell. I possess two even more formidable warriors. You cannot possibly continue winning indefinitely. Come forth, demon warrior," she bellowed. Instantly, from the maw of the demon opposite them emerged a warrior adorned with horns atop his head and bat-like wings sprouting from his back. "I am quite pleased," he declared. "I did not expect you to vanquish the three weaklings before me. It appears you are slightly better than mere rubbish. I shall call you mighty rubbish." The demon warrior's entrance was marked by disdain for his predecessors and the adversary before him. Unfazed by the insult, Goku merely gazed at the demon warrior and inquired with curiosity, "Are you truly strong?" The demon warrior replied with pride, "Of course. Have you not heard the legends of the demon warrior? Countless masters have perished at my hands." Goku tilted his head slightly, straining to recall, and after a moment replied, "I have not heard of such tales. I have no recollection whatsoever." The demon warrior was immediately incensed, yet he feigned indifference, saying, "Heh, it is no surprise. You are still quite young, so ignorance is to be expected. Now, allow me to demonstrate my terror." Following this, he turned to the fortune teller and asked, "Is the match ready to commence?" "Let the match begin," the fortune teller proclaimed loudly. Having not anticipated that she would utter this phrase so many times in such a short span, the demon warrior lightly flapped his wings and lunged at Goku, his claws outstretched like an eagle seizing a chick. Goku deftly dodged to the side, evading the demon warrior's numerous attacks with ease. Once the opponent's moves became predictable, Goku soared and delivered a powerful punch directly to the demon warrior's cheek. The demon warrior was sent flying, crashing into the demon statue behind him before plummeting straight into the lava pit below. "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed, unable to bear the sight. Fortunately, the demon warrior was stronger than the mummy warrior and, with his wings, managed to awaken before plunging into the molten depths, soaring back up again. Observing his opponent's return from the demon's tongue, Goku let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "I'm glad you managed to fly back up. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. It seems I have yet to fully grasp my strength. I need to be a bit gentler." Hearing Goku's dismissive words, the demon warrior was furious, smoke practically billowing from his ears as he shouted, "You wretched little brat, I will see you dead." Goku replied earnestly, "No, you cannot kill me. I suggest you surrender. You cannot defeat me." The countenance of the demon warrior flushed crimson as he furiously beat his wings and soared into the sky. Addressing Goku with a fierce declaration, "I shall make you aware of the terror I instill. Countless souls tremble at my name, and tales of my malevolence reverberate throughout the world." The fortune teller, taken aback, interjected with a resolute voice, "No, you must not employ that technique." The demon warrior retorted defiantly, "Mind your own business. I am determined to slay this brat today, and should you dare to interfere, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you too." The fortune teller's body trembled with indignation at his words. At that moment, Bulma inquired, "What technique does he intend to use?" Taking a deep breath to quell her rising fury, the fortune teller replied slowly, "He is called the demon warrior not only for his fiendish visage, but also for his ultimate move, the demon ray." "The demon ray?" Bulma exclaimed. "Indeed, the demon ray. I suspect that, aside from the divine, every heart harbors some degree of malevolence. Anyone struck by the demon ray finds their inner darkness magnified to the extreme, ultimately causing their heart to burst from the weight of their own wickedness," the fortune teller elucidated. "What? Does that mean Goku is doomed if he is hit by that demon ray?" Bulma gazed in shock at Goku and the demon warrior. "Yes. I regret that I could not keep my subordinate in check," the fortune teller said, her voice tinged with sorrow. "There is no need for apologies. The demon ray is but a jest to Goku at this moment." Vegeta interjected boldly, "What, young man, do you understand the gravity of your words?" The fortune teller exclaimed in astonishment at Vegeta's assertion. "I am well aware of my pupil's capabilities. Such a trivial attack as the demon ray cannot harm him. Vegeta stated, casting a disdainful glance at the fortune teller. "Humph, we shall see," she replied, her tone equally haughty. Soon, the demon warrior gathered his energy for his ultimate attack, pointing his index finger at Goku and proclaiming, "Demon Ray." Instantly, a swirling crimson beam shot forth towards Goku. Unfazed, Goku felt no hint of energy emanating from the attack. He found it perplexing that his adversary would launch such a feeble assault. As the beam enveloped him, it merely glimmered without effect. Observing Goku unscathed after being struck by his own demon ray, the demon warrior was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "How is this possible? Why are you unharmed?" The demon warrior gazed in astonishment at Goku, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 59, Victory 4. Not only was the demon warrior taken aback, but the fortune-telling old woman also displayed a similar expression. Goku, with a curious look, turned to the demon warrior and inquired, "Hey, did you even exert any effort? Is this truly your ultimate technique? It lacks any semblance of power. How could it be that nothing happened?" "This is impossible," the fortune-teller murmured to herself. Could it be? It seemed she had an epiphany, her expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, "Indeed, for Goku harbors none of those so-called malicious thoughts in his heart. Whether it is hunting beasts or taking lives, to Goku, it is merely an adherence to the laws of nature. He has never killed for the sake of killing." Thus, in Goku's heart, the concept of evil is entirely foreign, devoid of the sordid inclinations found in the minds of others. "I see. I am fortunate enough to witness a person with a heart as pure as a child in my lifetime," the fortune-teller remarked. Naturally, the demon warrior overheard the exchange between Vegeta and the old woman. "I refuse to believe that there exists anyone in this world without malevolent intent," the demon warrior shouted frantically. "It must be that I have not executed my technique in years, causing a flaw in my attack. I shall try again." With that, the demon warrior inserted his finger into his mouth and bit down, causing a stream of purple blood to flow forth. He used his own blood to inscribe a rune in the air and shouted once more, "Demon Beam." Instantly, a thicker beam of light surged towards Goku, enveloping him in a dazzling crimson glow. Alas, it proved futile. Much like before, the red radiance dissipated shortly, leaving Goku standing unchanged, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. "Goku, please finish this battle swiftly. We must conclude with the final opponent," Vegeta urged. "All right," Goku replied, and with Vegeta's words echoing in his ears, he leapt into the air, using the demon statue to propel himself, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the airborne demon warrior crashing into the stands. Fortunately, Vegeta swiftly pushed Bulma's head down, preventing her from being struck. "Goku, be more careful," Bulma admonished. Goku quickly apologized. My apologies. With the fourth warrior defeated, only the final one remained. Soon, at the beckoning of the fortune-teller, the last warrior emerged from the mouth of the demon statue. This fifth warrior donned a rabbit mask, concealing his true visage. Upon seeing this, Bulma scoffed. "What is this? Hiding your face? Are you so afraid of being seen? Or do you simply find yourself unattractive, fearing you might frighten others?" At this moment, Vegeta spoke with profound significance, perhaps fearing that someone might recognize him. The masked man then raised his head and addressed the fortune-telling old woman, saying, "Madam, may I relocate our battlefield to the outside? I wish to engage in a proper duel with this young brother." The old woman paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, replying, "Of course, that is no problem, as long as it pleases you." Shortly thereafter, several individuals returned to the circular arena where the battle had previously taken place. Goku and the masked man stood upon the stage, assuming their stances as the match commenced. Announced by the fortune-telling old woman, Goku wasted no time and launched an immediate assault on the masked man. The two clashed fiercely, despite the masked man's considerable strength. He was quickly subdued by Goku, lacking any substantial means to retaliate. Even the scant counterattacks he attempted were effortlessly evaded by Goku. As defeat loomed, the masked man feigned a direct confrontation with Goku, then, seizing the opportunity, executed a backward leap to create distance between them. Kamehameha. The masked man struck a pose, invoking the ultimate technique of the turtle school, directing a Kamehameha wave towards Goku. Goku, mildly surprised, recognized that this technique was not particularly difficult, as he could execute it himself. In response to the masked man's Kamehameha, Goku spread his legs apart into a low stance, then, with fists clenched and arms wide, absorbed the energy blast with his chest. This was utterly astonishing. Witnessing his signature move being so easily countered, the masked man was left in a state of shock. However, Goku did not afford him the opportunity to recover. Taking advantage of the masked man's momentary daze, he executed a sweeping kick that sent the opponent crashing to the ground, followed by an upward kick that propelled him into the air. Finally, Goku leaped high, performing a 390-degree spin before launching a kick that sent the masked man hurtling back towards the arena. The masked man landed heavily on the stage, motionless. Goku descended from the air, raising his hand in a V shape towards the fortune-telling old woman, exclaiming, "Madam, I have one. Please assist me with a reading." Yet, just as Goku's words hung in the air, the masked man suddenly sprang up from the arena, swiftly darting behind Goku to grasp his tail. "Haha, I have caught your tail," the masked man declared triumphantly. However, the scene before him filled him with disappointment. Gazing at Goku, who stood unfazed, he cried out, "Shouldn't you be powerless now that I have seized your tail?" With a mischievous grin, Wukong flicked his tail upwards with great force, then brought it crashing down onto the arena, sending the masked figure sprawling onto the ground. As Wukong prepared to strike again, the masked individual hastily released his grip and distanced himself from Wukong. It was then that Wukong replied, "You speak the truth, yet this was once my vulnerability. After I became a disciple, my master insisted I train my tail, for to excel as a warrior, one must not possess any glaring weaknesses." The masked man gazed at Wukong and remarked, "Your master must be a truly remarkable martial artist. I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to meet him." Upon hearing this, Wukong pointed at Vegeta and exclaimed, "You can meet him right now. He is my master." The masked figure was taken aback by Wukong's declaration. Having expected Wukong's mentor to be an elderly sage with white hair, akin to his own master, the Turtle Hermit, to his astonishment, he discovered that Wukong's master was, in fact, a notably young man. At this moment, Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan and remarked, "Mr. Son, you may as well concede. With your current strength, you stand no chance against Goku. Had he not shown you mercy, you would have lost long ago." In Chapter 90, The Last Dragon Ball, Gohan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Vegeta address him as Mr. Son. The piercing gaze of his opponent seemed capable of penetrating his very thoughts. Quickly averting his eyes to avoid further contact, Gohan acknowledged the truth in Vegeta's words, despite being uncertain how he had recognized him. He then turned to Goku and declared, "I concede." "Concede?" Goku was slightly taken aback. He had only just begun to warm up and had not yet fully immersed himself in the battle. He had not anticipated such a swift surrender. "Very well, if you choose to concede, then so be it." Goku relaxed his stance and turned to the fortune teller, inquiring, "Madam, can you now assist me in locating the final Dragon Ball?" The fortune teller nodded affirmatively, stating, "Certainly. You have triumphed over my 5 warriors, granting you a complimentary reading." At that moment, the masked figure removed his mask and called out to Goku, "Goku, do you recognize who I am?" Upon hearing this, Goku turned and was instantly overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Grandpa, is it really you? You've come back to life." Overjoyed, he rushed into Gohan's embrace. Bulma, witnessing this touching scene, was equally moved and turned to Vegeta, asking, "Brother, did you already know who he was?" Vegeta nodded slightly and remarked, "I indeed discerned it." Bulma refrained from inquiring how Vegeta had come to this conclusion. In her heart, she believed her brother to be all-knowing, a realization she had cultivated over the years of their acquaintance. Yet, a nagging thought struck her. Wasn't Goku's grandfather already deceased? At that moment, Goku also cast a puzzled glance towards Gohan. The fortune teller then interjected, "Allow me to elucidate this matter. I possess the innate ability to traverse both the realms of the living and the dead. Furthermore, I can return the souls of the departed to the world of the living, albeit for a limited span of 24 hours. Hence, you are able to see Gohan, as evidenced by the halo above his head." Understanding dawned on Bulma as she nodded in realization. Meanwhile, Goku joyfully addressed Gohan, saying, "Grandpa, fret not. I am currently in the process of gathering the Dragon Balls. Once I collect all 7, I can summon the Eternal Dragon. The dragon possesses boundless powers. I can wish for your resurrection, and we shall live together once more." Upon hearing this, Gohan also nodded enthusiastically, replying, "That sounds wonderful. I am eagerly awaiting your revival." At this, Goku's anticipation surged, and he turned to the fortune teller, urging, "Please, dear fortune teller, reveal to me the location of the final Dragon Ball." Without hesitation, the fortune teller began to chant incantations directed at her crystal ball, which soon revealed a speeding automobile on the road. "The Dragon Ball is within that vehicle, heading westward. Seemingly approaching us," she announced. "All right, Grandpa, please wait here momentarily." I shall retrieve the last Dragon Ball, Goku declared before summoning the flying Nimbus and soaring westward. Watching Goku speed away, Gohan couldn't help but express his admiration. I never imagined that Goku was acquainted with Master Roshi, who even gifted him the Nimbus. After this, Gohan turned to Vegeta and bowed, saying, Mr. Vegeta, I am profoundly grateful to you for accepting my grandson as your disciple and imparting such formidable martial arts skills to him, enabling him to grow so powerful. Even had I been alive, I could not have done better than you. Vegeta, with an indifferent shake of his head, remarked, It seems to be fate. Goku is innocent and carefree, his physical prowess is indeed exceptional, and he is truly a prodigy in martial arts. More importantly, we share the same lineage. As he spoke, Vegeta revealed the tail coiled around his waist. At that moment, the fortune teller and Gohan discovered that, like Goku, Vegeta also possessed a tail. Gohan, intrigued, exclaimed, I had no idea there was another person on Earth with a tail. To think there are others of your kind, this is quite unexpected. But this is good. At least Goku is no longer alone, he is kin. At that juncture, Bulma pondered, so Goku is also an extraterrestrial. Gohan then inquired, Mr. Vegeta, may I ask what your race is, if it's not too sensitive to disclose? Vegeta responded, There is no need for secrecy. We are both scions, and on Earth. It is just the two of us. 2. What about the others of your race? Are they not on Earth? Gohan continued to question. Indeed. We are both aliens who fortuitously descended upon Earth. As for the others of our kind, they perished in the cosmic void with the destruction of our planet. A few remaining members of our race still wander in the vastness of space, Vegeta explained. My goodness, brother's background is so tragic. Bulma exclaimed, her heart swelling with empathy. Please accept my condolences, both Gohan and the fortune teller simultaneously expressed. Thank you, but it is of no concern, I am not so fragile. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it, Vegeta acknowledged. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor remain unchanged, the group collectively sighed in relief, though they tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing scions any further. In less than half an hour, Goku returned aboard the flying Nimbus to the fortune teller's palace, where everyone placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the expansive arena. Goku called out to the Dragon Balls, Come forth, Shenron. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and flashes of lightning danced in the sky. As the clouds enveloped the heavens, a beam of electric light shot upward from the 7 Dragon Balls. Amidst the flickering lightning, a colossal azure dragon gradually materialized before them. Its immense form exuded an overwhelming presence, yet the energy it radiated was surprisingly feeble, incongruent with its dragon identity. State your wishes, I can grant any one of them. Shenron proclaimed loudly to Vegeta and the others. At that moment, Goku shouted, Shenron, please help me revive my grandpa, Gohan. As Wukong concluded his words, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, and the atmosphere awkwardly turned tense. Observing the angelic halo hovering above his grandfather's head, Wukong, filled with anger, directed his ire towards the dragon, exclaiming, Dragon, did you not proclaim that any wish could be granted? Are you truly incapable of reviving my grandfather? The dragon, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded and replied, I regret to inform you that while I possess the ability to resurrect the deceased, I am restricted to those who have passed within the last year. Unfortunately, I cannot bring back anyone who has been gone for over a year, as this limitation is imposed upon me by divine decree. What? I always believed the dragon to be omnipotent. It is profoundly disappointing to discover that even you have your limitations. Bulma interjected disdainfully at this moment. The dragon, rendered speechless, could only hover awkwardly in midair, unable to articulate a response. Wukong, with tears streaming down his face, turned to Gohan and lamented, Grandfather, I am so sorry, I cannot bring you back. Though Gohan felt a twinge of disappointment, he was not consumed by sorrow. For him, witnessing his grandson's remarkable prowess and knowing he was cared for brought him a sense of fulfillment, alleviating any lingering concerns. To him, living on Earth or in the afterlife bore little difference. Wukong, it is all right. Knowing that you are thriving brings me immense satisfaction. You have your own life to lead, and I have mine. Even if we are apart, we will still care for one another. Furthermore, as long as I do not reincarnate in the afterlife, we shall see each other again eventually. So, do not be too sorrowful. This is merely the natural course of life, Gohan comforted Wukong. Now, do you have any other wishes to fulfill? My time is limited, the dragon interjected. Bulma waved her hand dismissively and said, Never mind. We will no longer rely on you. Depart for now, and we shall seek you again when we have wishes that are easier to fulfill. Upon hearing Bulma's words, The dragon nearly lost his composure, thinking, "What do you mean, come back when you have wishes? Am I merely a servant in your household?" However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, sensing the formidable power of Vegeta standing beside Bulma, which far exceeded his own capabilities. With a sigh, the dragon declared, "Then I shall take my leave." After this, he transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and ascended into the sky, preparing to disperse. Vegeta seized the opportune moment, leaping gracefully into the air to retrieve the 4-star Dragon Ball. He handed it to Goku, saying, "Goku, this is the 4-star ball. Take good care of it to spare you the trouble of searching for the Dragon Balls later." "Thank you, Master." Goku exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the Dragon Ball and proudly displayed it to Gohan. Gohan gazed at the Dragon Ball presented by Goku and marveled. "I never imagined that this orb was indeed the wondrous Dragon Ball." After expressing his astonishment, Gohan turned to Bulma and Vegeta, expressing his gratitude. "I am immensely thankful to both of you. Without your guidance, Goku might still be living a solitary existence on Paya's Mountain. But you have introduced him to a far more exhilarating life." "Oh, please don't say that. Goku is remarkable. He is pure and kind-hearted." "And you have nurtured him splendidly," Bulma replied. The group continued their light-hearted conversation, watching as Goku engaged in playful martial arts exercises with Gohan. After a couple of hours, the fortune teller approached, saying, "All right, Mr. Gohan, the time has come for you to return with me to the underworld." Upon hearing her words, Goku broke down in tears, not expecting that after such a brief reunion, he would once again face separation. Gohan comforted him, embracing Goku's small head. "Why are you crying? You are a grown-up now. You must be strong. Focus on your training with Master. I can see that Mr. Vegeta is a formidable martial artist. And I will always be watching over you from the underworld. Grandpa, you must take care in the underworld." Goku lifted his tear-filled eyes to Gohan, yet spoke with innocent folly. Gohan, hearing his grandson's concern, burst into laughter. "Silly boy, what nonsense are you saying? Grandpa is already dead. Can he possibly die again?" At Gohan's words, everyone erupted into laughter. Though Vegeta understood the peculiar notion of dying again, he refrained from voicing it to maintain the light-hearted atmosphere. The moment of parting eventually arrived, and under the urging of the fortune teller, Gohan bid farewell to everyone, waving as he and the fortune teller vanished from sight. Observing Goku standing in the hall, somewhat lost in thought, Vegeta approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Come on, Goku, let us return home. Your grandpa will fare well in the underworld." Goku turned to Vegeta and asked, "Master, will I be able to see my grandpa again?" "I believe you will." "You must have faith," Vegeta reassured him. Goku nodded firmly, declaring, "Master, let us return to West City. Please train me diligently. I hope that when I next meet Grandpa, I can astonish him." "Rest assured, I will." Vegeta smiled faintly, yet there was an indescribable sentiment within that smile. Upon returning to West City, Vegeta commenced a renewed journey of training in the Chinese martial arts alongside Goku. Previously, Goku had spent insufficient time training under Vegeta. Aside from imparting the fundamental internal martial arts techniques, he had only taught a single form of long fist. And even the principles of the universe's great shift were conveyed rather superficially. In the ensuing years, Vegeta finally began to earnestly instruct Goku in the intricacies of Chinese martial arts. The initial focus of his teachings was on the philosophy of these martial arts, essentially, the essence of Chinese martial arts philosophy itself. This foundational understanding is what will ensure the enduring legacy of Chinese martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, it would merely fade into obscurity like other martial arts schools within the series. The detailed content of his teachings need not be elaborated upon here. However, Vegeta elucidated various schools of thought including Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, the art of war, and the Yin-Yang school, among others, in relation to Chinese martial arts. Ultimately, he summarized the principles of unity between heaven and man, the integration of knowledge and action, the relationship between form and spirit, the dynamic interplay of yin and yang, as well as the theory of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint. Yet, it should be noted that this summary was merely Vegeta reiterating the theoretical knowledge from a systematic perspective. Naturally, these theories were not only shared with Goku. He extended his teachings to all of his disciples. Vegeta's actions have finally elevated Chinese martial arts to the foundational level of the Tao. As opposed to merely existing in the realm of technique like other martial arts schools, such as the Turtle School and Crane School, this has laid a solid groundwork for the comprehensive dominance of Chinese martial arts. Chapter 92. 3 years have passed, 3 fleeting years have elapsed. Under Vegeta's rigorous training, Goku's strength has surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through to the third level of internal power, boasting an impressive combat strength of approximately 250,000. Furthermore, Vegeta imparted to Goku the legendary martial arts techniques, the 18 dragons subduing palms, the 9 meridians divine sword, and the light wave step. It is not that Vegeta is unwilling to teach Goku more. Rather, he fears Goku may struggle to assimilate the knowledge. Even Vegeta himself has only recently mastered the Tianshan Plum Blossom Palm and Tai Chi. As for other martial arts, such as the 72 unique skills of the Shaolin Temple, Vegeta has only a superficial understanding. Meanwhile, Vegeta has effortlessly ascended to the 4th Yang state, with his combat power now exceeding 3 million. He is confident that with several more years of cultivation, he will break into the 5th Yang state, entering the realm of tens of millions in combat strength. Moreover, at this stage of power, Vegeta can distinctly sense a vast force awakening within him. It is a force filled with rage. And Vegeta understands that it must be the power inherent in the Super Saiyan form. The strength of the Super Saiyan has always lain dormant within the Saiyan body. It does not manifest out of thin air. This is why the old Kai helped Gohan unlock his potential, ultimately allowing Gohan to overpower Majin Buu in his normal state. Over the course of 3 years, not only have Vegeta and Goku significantly enhanced their own abilities, but the Chinese Martial Arts Academy has flourished globally, with at least one academy established in every major and minor city. The number of martial artists on Earth has increased substantially, and their combat prowess has also seen a remarkable rise. Some martial artists who are reluctant to join the Chinese Martial Arts Academy opt to purchase manuals and train independently. Vegeta welcomes all comers, eager to spread the philosophy of Chinese martial arts to every corner of the world at the fastest pace possible. Thus, after 3 years, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence. This marks the first tournament organized by the Capsule Corporation since they became involved with the event. Bulma, are you ready? Vegeta and Goku called out loudly to Bulma's room from downstairs. The World Martial Arts Tournament is set to begin tomorrow, and today Vegeta and the others must travel to Papaya Island. As the heiress of Capsule Corporation, it is Bulma's first time overseeing the organizing committee of the tournament, so she must prepare herself with great care. Always rushing. Don't you know that for women, makeup is a source of confidence? Bulma descended from the upper floor with a hint of playful reproach. It must be said that with her makeup done, Bulma was truly stunning. If her natural beauty could be rated at 90, her made-up visage would undoubtedly score 99. So, how do I look today? Am I beautiful? Bulma asked, presenting herself to Vegeta. You look magnificent, truly worthy of those hundreds of thousands spent on cosmetics. Vegeta remarked, impressed. You're insufferable. Can't you just compliment me without making it sound like a chore? Bulma feigned indignation, playfully swatting at Vegeta. All right. You are the most beautiful woman in the world and the most precious treasure in my heart. Vegeta quickly offered his flattery. That's more like it. Let us go? We're boarding the plane, Bulma exclaimed, raising her arm in excitement. The three of them then boarded the aircraft, which, under Bulma's adept guidance, sped towards Papaya Island. As they drew nearer to their destination, the skies became increasingly crowded with aircraft. A multitude of private jets and commercial planes were continuously jetting towards Papaya Island. Goku, peering out of the airplane window, marveled at the scene before him, exclaiming, wow, this martial arts tournament has attracted so many people. It's really bustling. Vegeta observed the bustling aircraft around him and remarked, there's no help for it. Although Bulma possesses considerable wealth, she has raised the championship prize to a staggering 10 million zeni, with the runner-up receiving 5 million. This has captured the attention of martial artists worldwide. Upon disembarking from the plane and arriving at Papaya Island, the trio discovered that the island had undergone a remarkable transformation. Every structure appeared to have been demolished and rebuilt, adorned with marble flooring, while the surrounding edifices showcased a unique blend of architectural styles, Western, Eastern, classical, and modern, each occupying its own distinct area. To the west of the island lay a grand amusement park, with its colossal Ferris wheel and roller coasters visible from afar. With a sense of pride, Bulma introduced the marvel to Vegeta and Goku, exclaiming, our Capsule Corporation has entirely acquired Papaya Island and enlisted the world's most renowned designers to reimagine it. Now, the island resembles a vast amusement park, a pedestrian street where visitors need only embrace a singular purpose to revel in enjoyment. With that, Bulma led Vegeta and Goku into the vibrant thoroughfare. Vegeta gazed upon the bustling streets and noticed a particularly striking feature, Each shop's entrance was adorned with a colossal LCD television. Vegeta, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Bulma, why do these shops have televisions displayed at their entrances?" "Oh, this time our martial arts tournament will be broadcast live in its entirety, from the preliminary rounds to the final match. After all, the tickets for the event are limited, accommodating only about 40,000 spectators. Those who are unable to secure tickets can still witness the live coverage on the televisions at the shop entrances. This way, they can still feel a sense of participation, ensuring that their visit to Papaya Island is not devoid of the excitement of the competition," Bulma explained. Vegeta could not help but give Bulma a thumbs up. After spending the better part of the day wandering through various charming pedestrian streets, the trio made their way to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon arriving, they were once again taken aback by the architectural grandeur of the arena, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. It is worth noting that such a structure does not exist in the Dragon Ball universe, and the sudden appearance of this edifice instantly captivated the attention of all visitors to Papaya Island. Countless individuals stood beneath this martial arts venue, capturing memories through photographs. At that moment, members of the tournament organizing committee awaited the arrival of Vegeta and his companions at the entrance. Upon seeing Bulma, Vegeta, and Goku approach, a man at the forefront hurried over, bowing respectfully as he greeted them. "Miss, young master, Master Goku, we extend our warmest welcome to you as you visit our martial arts tournament venue." Chapter 93, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Vegeta spoke first, saying, "Let us not rush into the tour. We must first register Goku for this year's martial arts tournament." "Ah, I was just about to inquire whether Master Goku would participate in this year's tournament. It is fortunate that he is indeed joining. Otherwise, the event would undoubtedly lack luster," the official exclaimed with delight. Upon finishing his statement, he promptly arranged for his subordinates to register Goku. The registration for Goku would naturally be handled by the staff, while the male official continued to escort Bulma and the others on their tour of the magnificent edifice. As they explored, Vegeta inquired, "How many participants have registered for the tournament thus far?" This year, Vegeta decided not to limit the students of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. All aspiring participants were permitted to sign up. Additionally, with the influx of warriors purchasing manuals to learn, he speculated that the number of participants would be substantial. The staff member accompanying them immediately responded, "Mr. Vegeta, there are already over 1,300 registered participants, and it is anticipated that the total number will exceed 2,000. So many." Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Vegeta was still taken aback. At that moment, Bulma nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. You must ensure that the logistics for the competitors are well managed. To guarantee their satisfaction, we rely on them for our profits." Subsequently, the trio continued their exploration of the grand arena. Standing atop the platform and envisioning the stands filled with spectators, Vegeta could not help but exclaim, "Such a splendid arena evokes a desire within me to participate." The supervisor hastily bowed and said, "If Mr. Vegeta were to join this year's tournament, I am confident it would greatly enhance the event's appeal. Never mind. If I were to compete, the championship would be a foregone conclusion, and Bulma would surely scold me to no end." Vegeta remarked with a smile, "It is indeed a fact that hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament does not yield significant profits. Even the revenue generated from the influx of tourists is merely a modest gain. The true source of Bulma's wealth is her spinach business, under the Capsule Corporation. There exists a company dedicated to spinach. By broadcasting the World Martial Arts Tournament on television, they enable individuals worldwide to engage in betting, with the Capsule Corporation collecting a commission in the process. As for the exact percentage of this commission, Vegeta paid little attention. However, regardless of how minimal the percentage may be, the sheer volume ensures that it amounts to a substantial fortune. Of course, the most genuine reason for Vegeta's absence from the tournament is that he currently holds the esteemed position of the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, a grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts style he has pioneered. To descend into the arena and battle against these younger fighters would be a diminishment of his stature. As long as there are students from the Chinese Martial Arts Academy participating, should one of them ultimately claim the championship, it would further accentuate Vegeta's prowess. Thus, there is no need for him to personally engage in the competition. Upon exiting the arena, Vegeta and his companions encountered Yamcha, Krillin, and the others at the entrance. Upon seeing Vegeta, Goku, and Bulma, they joyfully greeted each other. "Ah, Goku, Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma." Goku, spotting these familiar friends, could hardly contain his excitement as he called out to them, "Krillin, Yamcha, Oolong, Poir. It brings me immense joy to see you all again. Vegeta greeted them and said, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Vegeta. Bulma waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to get to work, and cheerfully added, yes. Just call me Bulma. Yamcha felt somewhat embarrassed in front of Vegeta. After the last martial arts tournament, Vegeta had extended an invitation to him, to which he had replied that he would consider it. However, deep down, Yamcha was reluctant, as it felt awkward to refer to someone of a similar age as his master. He considered himself a martial arts prodigy. Although he could not match the prowess of Vegeta or Goku, he was indeed formidable among the younger generation. Hence, he ultimately chose to apprentice under Master Roshi. Nevertheless, Master Roshi proved to be an exceptional teacher. Later, when the Chinese Martial Arts Academy began selling martial arts manuals, Master Roshi spent all his savings to acquire several volumes, which he diligently studied with his two disciples. It can be said that the current strength of Krillin and Yamcha far surpasses that of their counterparts in the original narrative. Vegeta discerned the subtle changes in Yamcha's expression and said with a smile, it matters not. As long as you continue to delve into the martial arts, that is sufficient. I have indeed been dedicated to my studies in martial arts. I later took Master Roshi as my mentor and just returned from Kame House with him. Yamcha replied with a smile. After a brief period of casual conversation, Bulma, filled with curiosity, inquired, where is your lecherous master? Why is he not present? Yamcha quickly responded, my esteemed master is rather advanced in age and finds air travel somewhat exhausting. Thus, he is currently resting at the hotel. However, as soon as Yamcha finished speaking, Master Roshi's lewd voice echoed into the ears of the group. Beautiful lady, how about a date? I can make you very happy. Bulma cast a mocking glance at Yamcha and Krillin and, with a knowing look, implied, is this what you refer to as being fatigued and resting at the hotel? Instantly, the faces of Yamcha and Krillin flushed crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed by their teacher's unseemly behavior. Nearby, Goku appeared quite pleased and was about to greet his grandfather when the quick-witted Vegeta swiftly covered his mouth. Goku, do not speak. Do you wish for others to think we are allied with that lecher? Vegeta admonished. Goku, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement, as he was still unaware of the meaning of the term lecher. Bulma, sensing that it was not the appropriate time to engage with Master Roshi, suggested, let us return to the hotel. Master Roshi will come back when he has finished playing. Just as Vegeta and the others turned to leave, Master Roshi's voice called out again, instantly capturing their attention. I thought I recognized that bald, old turtle. After all these years, you remain unchanged in your lascivious ways. Turning to see who had spoken, they realized it was a figure clad in a crane-emblazoned attire. Master Roshi, upon seeing the individual, was equally animated and exclaimed, ah, you raucous old bird. What brings you here instead of staying in your own nest? Chapter 94, Master Crane, what brings me here, you ask? I have come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I heard that your Kame School disciples were defeated in the last tournament. What a shame. Master Crane remarked. And what of it? There are countless martial artists in the world. No one has decreed that our Kame School disciples must always claim victory, Master Roshi retorted without hesitation. Humph, that may be true for your Kame School, but our Crane School disciples are different. We aim to be the strongest. The championship that your Kame School fails to secure shall be ours, Master Crane declared with solemnity. Upon hearing Master Crane's words, Master Roshi burst into laughter, exclaiming, the championship. Ha! The championship. Bald turtle, what are you laughing at? The expression on Master Crane's face suddenly darkened. Fuzzy bird, it is not that I underestimate your Crane School. If you wish to claim the championship, you must first prove yourselves in the preliminaries, Master Turtle taunted. Enraged, Master Crane shouted back, Bald turtle. Do you look down upon our Crane School? Indeed, Fuzzy bird, I do look down upon you. What can you do about it? Master Turtle retorted defiantly. The two stood face to face, locking eyes fiercely without blinking. At that moment, one of Master Crane's three-eyed disciples spoke up. Master, do not dwell on this matter. I will ensure that you claim the championship. Yes, Master, Tianjin Fan will surely triumph over all opponents. Dumpling chimed in beside him. Hearing his disciples, Master Crane straightened up and slowly replied, since my two disciples have spoken, I shall not hold this against you. The results shall be revealed in the arena. Humph, as if I fear you. You are not the only one with disciples, Master Turtle shot back, quickly turning to seek out his own pupils. Soon spotting Yamcha and Krillin observing from a distance, Master Turtle called out loudly, Hey, Yamcha, Krillin, come over here. With no choice, Yamcha and Krillin exchanged greetings with Vegeta and Goku before hastening to Master Turtle's side. Master Turtle pointed at Tien, Fan, and Dumpling, instructing Yamcha and Krillin. Pay close attention to those two. Whether in the preliminaries or the finals, you must eliminate them. Should you be defeated, do not dare to call me Master again. Upon hearing their master's words, Yamcha and Krillin's expressions grew serious as they regarded their future adversaries. Tien, Fan, and Dumpling likewise observed Yamcha and Krillin, and the air between them seemed charged, with sparks of tension flickering in the atmosphere. Nearby, Vegeta watched the unfolding spectacle between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Turning to Bulma and saying, "This is an excellent topic, the clash between the Turtle and Crane schools." Bulma nodded with a smile, replying, "Rest assured, I have arranged for it to be sensationalized." As the standoff between the Turtle School and the Crane School attracted increasing attention and tempers flared, Vegeta stepped between them. Addressing both sides, particularly the Crane School, he stated slowly, "If a fight breaks out outside the arena, you shall be disqualified. I trust neither of you desires that outcome." The intensity in Vegeta's piercing eyes captivated both parties, rendering them silent for a moment. After a while, Master Crane finally spoke. "Very well. Then we shall meet in the arena. Who fears whom?" Master Roshi, unwilling to concede, engaged in conversation with Tien after they had separated once more. He inquired, "What do you think of that young lad who just appeared?" Tien fell silent for a moment, and with a hint of trepidation, replied, "He is an extraordinarily formidable master. In his eyes, I seemed to glimpse the very essence of the universe. At that moment, I felt utterly devoid of the courage to strike." Nodding thoughtfully at Tien's words, Master Roshi instructed, "Tien, go find out who that young man is. I refuse to believe he is someone of no significance." "Yes, Master," Tien affirmed with a nod. It was evident that Master Roshi and his two disciples had not emerged for quite some time, as even the esteemed leader of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Vegeta, did not recognize them. Meanwhile, Krillin, curious, turned to Master Roshi and asked, "Master, who is that old fellow? An adversary of yours?" Master Roshi nodded emphatically, saying, "Indeed. You are correct. He is an enemy. I cannot abide him. You too must remember, when you step onto the arena tomorrow, you must defeat those two disciples of Crane School. I have long held the upper hand over that scruffy bird, and I expect you not to tarnish my reputation." At this point, Krillin, exasperated, exclaimed, "Master, if you expect us to triumph, you must teach us your ultimate techniques. How can we prevail if you keep everything hidden?" Enraged by Krillin's words, Master Roshi raised his cane, ready to chastise his ungrateful disciple. As the commotion unfolded at the martial arts conference, far from Papaya Island, a submarine quietly descended into the depths of the ocean. The pilot of the submarine was none other than Bulma, the future daughter-in-law of Vegeta, with Pilaf and Shu seated behind her. Observing the dark abyss illuminated by the submarine's lights, Bulma nervously asked, "King Pilaf, is the legendary demon King Piccolo truly in this trench?" Without hesitation, Pilaf smacked Bulma on the head and asserted, "Of course. You must trust me. I have meticulously researched ancient texts to pinpoint the location of Demon King Piccolo." However, Bulma voiced her concern, "But if he is a demon king, will he aid us? Or might he consume us instead?" Shu, the dog-like creature, interjected. Pilaf's expression faltered momentarily, revealing his uncertainty. After a brief pause, he regained his resolve and stated, "There is no other option. That wretched little brat is far too powerful for us to handle. Thus, to realize our dream of world domination, we must rely on the assistance of Demon King Piccolo." Xiao Wu and Ashura exchanged glances, both perceiving the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Yet neither continued to press the matter. Chapter 95. The Demon King Piccolo. Approximately half an hour later, the submarine had navigated deep into the trench. Xiao Wu cautiously piloted the vessel, skillfully avoiding obstacles while meticulously searching the depths. However, the pot used to seal the Demon King was, in comparison to the vast trench, exceedingly small. Despite their thorough search of the entire trench, they found no trace of the pot. Ashura glanced at Pilaf beside him and inquired, "King Pilaf, we have searched 3 times already and still have not located the pot that seals the Demon King. The oxygen in the submarine is running low. Should we not return to the surface?" Though Pilaf was visibly reluctant, he could not voice further objections and nodded in agreement, commanding, "Let us ascend." Upon hearing Pilaf's order, Xiao Wu skillfully adjusted the steering wheel, and the submarine glided smoothly towards the surface. Just as they passed a submerged cliff, Pilaf suddenly spotted a glimmering object atop the cliff. He shouted, "Stop! Xiao Wu immediately halted the submarine and turned to Pilaf, asking, "What is it, King Pilaf?" Pilaf pointed to his left and replied, "Over there. It seems there is something." The light just reflected off it. Following his direction, Xiao Wu adjusted the course. And under the illumination of the submarine's lights, Pilaf finally beheld the pot that had eluded him for so long, the very vessel that sealed the demon King Piccolo. It turned out that although Master Rashi and Master Crane had thrown the pot into the trench, it had not sunk to the bottom, but had instead become lodged against the cliff. Xiao Wu meticulously controlled the mechanical arm to grasp the pot, and then piloted the submarine swiftly back to the surface. Upon reaching the surface, Pilaf, accompanied by Xiao Wu and Ashura, boarded their colossal flying fortress. The pot sealing the demon King Piccolo lay upon the floor of the control room. Gazing at the seal on the pot, Pilaf instructed Xiao Wu, you go and remove the seal, releasing the demon King Piccolo. Startled by Pilaf's command to unleash the demon king, Xiao Wu hesitated, exclaiming, "King Pilaf, I am too afraid." Pilaf retorted, "If you are afraid, should I be brave? Or perhaps Ashura should go." Noting Xiao Wu's evident trepidation, Pilaf turned to Ashura with an order. Ashura was equally startled and hastily shook his head, replying, "King Pilaf, while I may be a dog, I am the most timid dog in the world. I cannot release the demon King Piccolo." Seeing both of his subordinates unwilling to act, Pilaf's anger flared. He exclaimed furiously, "You fools, are you not my subordinates? Must I handle this trivial matter myself? Go, both of you, now, immediately." Upon hearing this from Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ashu could only cautiously approach the sealed rice cooker together. Upon reaching the cooker, Xiao Wu urged Ashu, "Hurry and remove the seal." "Why must it be me?" Ashu asked in a panic. "You two fools, why are you hesitating? Open it at once." Pilaf, who was keeping his distance, shouted impatiently as he observed his subordinate's reluctance. "Yes, Lord Pilaf." Ashu quickly nodded in agreement. Carefully, he reached out and tore off the seal from the rice cooker. And in an instant, like a frightened rabbit, he darted behind Pilaf. The speed of his retreat left Xiao Wu completely taken aback by the time she realized it. She was the only one left in front. At that moment, the rice cooker began to shake violently. Terrified, Xiao Wu screamed and hurriedly gathered her skirt, rushing into a corner to join Pilaf and Ashu. The three of them each aimed their guns at the quaking rice cooker, filled with dread. The shaking intensified until a loud explosion erupted, and the rice cooker burst apart, releasing a cloud of green smoke. As the smoke cleared, a creature with deep green skin and 2 antennae appeared. It was King Piccolo, sealed away for centuries, yet the wrinkles and sagging skin revealed his advanced age. King Piccolo gasped for breath and suddenly turned his gaze toward the trio huddled in the corner. His murderous glare startled Pilaf and his companions, prompting them to hastily drop their weapons and kneel on the ground, bowing repeatedly in supplication. "Your Highness, King Piccolo, we did not mean to offend you. Please forgive us." King Piccolo surveyed the 3 diminutive figures before him and slowly spoke, "Do not worry. I shall not kill you. After all, you are my rescuers." After speaking, King Piccolo scanned the empty control room, then began to exert himself. His abdominal skin began to shift gradually until it reached his throat. His throat and mouth swelled larger, and eventually he opened his mouth and expelled an egg. After releasing the egg, King Piccolo panted heavily, as if this action had drained him of considerable strength. Moments later, he steadied his breath and murmured incantations toward the magical egg, finally exclaiming, "Come forth, Pino," as the voice of the mighty demon Lord Bic resonated. The egg before him began to crack, and from within emerged a diminutive demon with the visage of a pterosaur. Pino, upon beholding the formidable Bic, promptly knelt and reverently proclaimed, "Your Excellency, the demon lord." Bic replied, "Pino, you are well aware of my habits. I entrust this vessel to your stewardship. I require some time to recuperate." "Yes, Your Excellency," Pino immediately acquiesced. Bic then closed his eyes, seated himself cross-legged upon the floor, and commenced his meditation. Meanwhile, Pino rose and cast a glance at the trio of Pilaf, who recoiled in fear. Displeased by their cowardice, Pino furrowed his brow, but after a moment's contemplation, he relaxed and gestured for them to approach. Upon seeing Pino beckoning, Pilaf and his companions vehemently shook their heads in refusal. Enraged, Pino's expression darkened as he admonished, "Do you wish to provoke death?" In unison, Xiao Wu and Ash pushed Pilaf toward Pino, causing Pilaf to scream in terror. Chapter 99. The first contest. Upon hearing Pilaf's cries, Pino seethed, "Fool, do you intend to awaken the demon lord?" Startled by Pino's words, the trio quickly covered their mouths to suppress any sound. As they approached, Pino instructed them in hushed tones. Our first task is to prepare a throne for the Demon Lord. Look around, there is not a suitable chair in sight. Relieved that their task was merely to fetch a chair rather than face death, Pilaf and his companions nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Pino. We shall prepare a throne for His Excellency at once. With that, the three rushed toward the lower deck of the flying craft. At that moment, Pino interjected, Wait. Leave one behind. I need to inquire about a few matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Ash exchanged glances and tacitly decided to leave Pilaf behind. Proceeding instead to the workshop beneath the castle, Pilaf, caught off guard, simmered with silent indignation as he realized he had been forcibly retained by his own subordinates. Yet, he had no recourse at present and resolved to seek vengeance later. Cautiously approaching Pino, Pilaf whispered, Lord Pino, what is it that you wish to ask? Pino slowly inquired. Are martial artists prevalent in the world currently, or how is the development of martial arts faring? Taken aback by Pino's question, Pilaf, though somewhat perplexed, earnestly replied, The development of martial arts is quite robust. Each iteration of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament sees hundreds, if not thousands, of martial artists participating. Is it truly the first martial arts tournament? Pino inquired with great interest. Indeed, it is a grand assembly of martial artists, previously held once every 5 years. It has now been changed to a 3-year interval, reflecting the flourishing development of martial arts, Pilaf elaborated. Excellent, excellent. All martial artists should perish. Let them serve as stepping stones for our demonic clan to dominate the world, Pino declared with a sinister grin. Witnessing such a menacing expression, Pilaf was immediately taken aback. Retreating in alarm, Pino then turned to Pilaf and asked, Are you a martial artist? Upon hearing this question, Pilaf's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. And he fervently shook his head, exclaiming, No, no, no. I am not a martial artist. I do not study martial arts. As he responded, he silently vowed never to pursue martial arts, even at the cost of his life. Pino nodded with a smile. It is good that you are not a martial artist. As Pilaf prepared to unleash the Demon King Piccolo, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Perhaps it was fate, as during the preliminaries, Tianjin Fan encountered Yamcha, while Krillin faced off against Dumpling. This edition of the tournament was broadcasted live, and after the draw results were announced, the majority of the broadcast focused on those 2 preliminary matches. All participants were now acutely aware of the long-standing rivalry between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Although the contemporary world primarily embraced Chinese martial arts, both Master Roshi and Master Shun were revered as deities among martial artists. Thus, the duel between the Turtle and Crane schools became the focal point of public interest, especially for those who had studied the Chinese martial arts. Their foremost desire was to vanquish the disciples of the Turtle and Crane schools. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan were the first to clash, instantly drawing the attention of the entire world. To ensure the viewership of their duel, the other preliminary matches were temporarily halted. The two ascended the stage at a deliberate pace, with Tianjin Fan stating, It seems even the heavens do not wish to aid you. They desire to prevent you from reaching the finals through my hand. Yamcha, feeling somewhat exasperated, was no longer the same character as depicted in the original narrative. Having studied the profound Chinese martial arts secrets he had acquired, he now possessed a deep sense of humility. I truly do not understand the source of your confidence. Do the disciples of the Crane School merely speak grandiloquently? Yamcha retorted. Fool. Soon you shall discover whether it is mere bravado or true strength, Tianjin Fan asserted, clenching his fists emphatically. Observing that both contenders were prepared, the referee proclaimed, Let the match begin. As the referee's voice echoed, both combatants surged toward each other, refusing to yield. The arena was instantly filled with the sounds of their fierce clash. At this moment, Yamcha had yet to employ the techniques of the Chinese martial arts secret manual, the calming fist. Nevertheless, bolstered by the foundational principles of the Chuanjin school, Yamcha managed to dominate Tenshinhan. Outside a shop on Papaya Island, Master Roshi and Master Shin fervently cheered for their respective disciples, their voices loud and animated, filled with uncontainable enthusiasm. Observing his disciple overpowering his old rival's pupil, Master Roshi could hardly contain his joy, exclaiming, Excellent. Keep it up and kick him off the stage. Master Shun, however, wore a face of dissatisfaction and retorted, Humph, do you truly believe Tenshinhan possesses only this level of strength? You underestimate him. Master Roshi, undeterred, countered. And what of it? Do you think your disciple is the only one with hidden potential? Returning to the arena, Yamcha delivered a powerful strike that sent Tenshinhan hurtling from the platform. Just as it seemed Tenshinhan would plummet off the stage, he astonishingly hovered in midair. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Yamucha, taken aback, had not anticipated anyone could defy gravity in such a manner. Tenshinhan, basking in pride, gracefully returned to the stage and declared, "This is the Crane School's ultimate technique, the dance of air. Thus, I shall not be defeated." Yamucha responded with a chilling smile, stating, "Then I shall strike until you concede." Tenshinhan's expression turned serious as he replied, "I genuinely did not foresee that you from the Turtle School possess some strength. It appears I must unleash my full potential." He then slowly removed his jacket, tossing it to the hands of a nearby dumpling vendor. With a fierce roar, he began to channel his energy, causing a tremendous surge within him. Yamucha's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Suddenly, Tenshinhan cried out in agony as two protrusions emerged from his back, and to everyone's astonishment, two additional arms sprouted forth. Chapter 97, Match 2, The Four Demonic Fists. Tenshinhan bellowed, readying himself anew. Observing Tenshinhan's ultimate technique, Yamucha calmly declared, "In that case, I too shall reveal my true strength, and show you that the Turtle School is not easily defeated." He then assumed the initial stance of the Kongming Fist. Recognizing this stance, several martial artists who practiced the Kongming Fist exclaimed in unison, "Kongming Fist." Following this declaration, everyone attentively focused their gaze, eager to discern whether these practitioners of the Chinese martial arts bore any disparity compared to the disciples of the Turtle School. Vegeta stood in the observation room on the second floor, witnessing Yamcha's initial stance of the emptiness fist, and could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Quite impressive. Even the practitioners of the Turtle School have begun to train in the sacred martial arts of my Chinese martial arts lineage. It appears that I shall soon be able to promote Chinese martial arts across the globe. What is this emptiness fist? Is it more formidable than my four demon fist?" Tien Shinhan bellowed, rapidly launching himself at Yamcha with his forearms flailing. However, Tien soon discovered the essence of soft overcoming hard. The emptiness fist embodied the utmost ease and gentleness, exhibiting unparalleled softness and remarkable resilience. In the face of Tien's frenzied onslaught, Yamcha adeptly demonstrated the characteristics of both emptiness and clarity. Every attack from Tien seemed to vanish into an invisible net, devoid of any points of impact. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon his opponent. Conversely, Yamcha's punches struck Tien like a whip, soft yet piercing, delivering a pain that resonated deep within his bones. After several exchanges, Tien not only failed to land a single blow on Yamcha, but also found himself with a bruised and battered visage. Vegeta observed the empty fist employed by Yamcha and nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of Master Rashi, Yamcha's execution of the empty fist embodies the profound essence of emptiness and gentleness." Bulma, standing nearby, inquired, "How does it compare to Goku's?" Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "It is quite unjust to compare you to Yamcha. For Goku is truly a martial arts prodigy, far beyond Yamcha's capabilities. If Goku were willing, Yamcha wouldn't last even a single round in his presence." Bulma, taken aback, inquired, "Is Goku really that formidable?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied. "Aside from myself, there exists no one on Earth who can rival Goku." On the stage, Yamcha urged Tien Shinhan, "You should concede. You stand no chance against me." Tien's anger flared at Yamcha's words, and just as he was about to retaliate, he felt his two arms behind him retract unexpectedly. It turned out his energy was insufficient to sustain the Four Witches' fist. The surrounding spectators quickly realized that the Crane School had lost this round. The disparity was simply too great. Regaining his composure, Tien declared, "I will never concede. I still possess one ultimate technique. It's a matter of whether you dare to face it." Yamcha, undaunted, retorted, "What is there to fear? Unleash your ultimate move." Tien then assumed the stance for the Kikaho. From below the stage, Kaiatsu anxiously shouted, "Tien, you cannot use that technique. You will perish. Enough, even if it means death. I must triumph over the Turtle School." Tien yelled back defiantly. With that, he began to gather his energy, creating a formidable aura within the triangular space formed by his fingers, reminiscent of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. "Kikaho," he roared, unleashing a devastating blast that concentrated nearly all his energy towards Yamcha. Taken by surprise at the ferocity of the attack, Yamcha crossed his arms defensively, his muscles bulging as he braced himself, managing to intercept Tien's Kikaho. The immense energy blast collided with Yamcha, yet he stood firm, refusing to yield an inch. "What? This is impossible," Tien exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing his ultimate technique being so effortlessly countered. As time passed, Tian's energy waned, diminishing the Kikaho's potency. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha raised his fist and forcefully split the Kikaho as he charged straight toward Tien. With a resounding impact, he struck Tien squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. Kaiatsu rushed forward to help Tien to his feet. Yamcha approached the edge of the stage and, casting a disdainful glance at Tien below, proclaimed, "Now tell me, which school is superior, the Turtle School or the Crane School?" Tianjin Fan experienced a profound shock, a surge of anger bubbling within him. However, he found himself utterly depleted, his spirit willing yet his strength insufficient. Outside the arena, upon witnessing Yamucha's victory over Tianjin Fan, Master Roshi cast a triumphant glance at Crane Hermit, declaring, "Do you see now, feathered fool? Our Turtle School surpasses your Crane School in prowess." Crane Hermit, filled with resentment, replied in a low tone, "Your disciple has employed techniques that are far from those of the Turtle School. After all these years of rivalry, I have never witnessed such formidable skills from you." Master Roshi did not directly address Crane Hermit's remark, but instead inquired, "How long has it been since you emerged to observe this world?" Crane Hermit, perplexed by Roshi's words, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I merely wish to convey that you ought to truly observe the world around you. It is no longer the same as in our youth," Roshi remarked as he turned away, strolling towards the arena. "Humph, a petty man revels in his triumph. I must see for myself what this world has become," Crane Hermit retorted. Shortly after Yamucha's victory over Tianjin Fan, Piccolo and Krillin met on the stage. Predictably, despite Piccolo unleashing his extraordinary abilities, Krillin easily eliminated him from the competition. As time progressed, the 8 finalists were soon determined. Goku, Yamucha, and Krillin were among them, with the remaining 5 competitors all hailing from the Chinese Martial Arts Association, including the previous tournament's runner-up, Tien. "Goku, this time I shall not fall to you," Tien declared solemnly, gazing at his younger disciple. Goku, unfazed, replied, "That's fine, big brother. I won't hold back either." Chapter 98. King Piccolo and the Dragon Balls. As the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, King Piccolo was also rejuvenating his weary body, which had grown frail from prolonged confinement. Yet, this merely restored him to his current optimal state. Aging remained a challenge he could not evade. In the control room of Pilaf's castle, King Piccolo sat upon his skeletal throne and spoke slowly, "That accursed Master Mateto. Were it not for his sealing me for centuries, our demon clan would have already unified the earth." Poir, ever the sycophant, chimed in, "Your Excellency, it matters not that Master Mateto is dead, and this earth is ours. Yet, even if I conquer the earth, what does it matter when my body is so aged?" The great demon King Piccolo let out a deep sigh, realizing that all ambitions and aspirations are rendered futile in the face of time. Beside him, Pilaf hesitated, wanting to speak but paralyzed by fear of the great demon king. Piccolo's crimson gaze turned towards Pilaf, startling him. "Speak your mind, but beware. If it is mere drivel, I shall not hesitate to end your life," Piccolo warned. Hearing these words, Pilaf felt a pang of regret and promptly fell to his knees, addressing the great demon king. "Your Majesty, are you aware of the Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" Piccolo replied, somewhat perplexed. Though he was a fragment separated from the deity, he possessed strength but lacked the divine memories. Moreover, the Dragon Balls were created after the separation, leaving Piccolo oblivious to their legend. "Indeed, the Dragon Balls," Pilaf continued. "It is said that the deity crafted 7 Dragon Balls, and when gathered, they can summon the eternal dragon, who can grant us any wish. I believe it would be a trivial matter for the eternal dragon to restore your youth, Your Majesty." Intrigued by the notion that the Dragon Balls were the creations of the deity, Piccolo's interest piqued, for he understood that deities wield many extraordinary powers. He was inclined to believe Pilaf's words. "Have you summoned the eternal dragon? What wish did you make?" Piccolo inquired, genuinely curious. At this question, Pilaf's lips twitched as memories of past sorrows flooded his mind. "Your Majesty, although I did summon the eternal dragon, just as I was about to make my wish." A pig disrupted the moment. "However, I assure you, my encounter with the eternal dragon was indeed genuine." Piccolo nodded thoughtfully and pressed on. "But Earth is vast. How shall we ascertain the locations of the Dragon Balls? I have no desire to toil for decades or even centuries in pursuit of them." Upon hearing this, Pilaf hurried to a corner and pressed a button, causing a globe to descend from the ceiling of the control room, adorned with 7 glowing dots that flickered rhythmically. "Your Majesty, these 7 points indicate the locations of the Dragon Balls. With this Dragon Ball detector, we can easily locate them," Pilaf explained. This is quite remarkable, Piccolo mused. I had not anticipated such technology would prove useful. Centuries ago, before my sealing, such peculiar inventions did not exist, and ordinary folk relied on horse-drawn carriages for travel. Now, they can create such colossal flying machines. It seems I have indeed been away from the world for far too long. At that moment, Pino interjected, Your Majesty. What shall we do next? Shall we embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls? The quest for the Dragon Balls is indeed essential, however. The extermination of all martial artists across the globe is of utmost necessity. I cannot allow another martial arts supreme to emerge. The Demon King Piccolo proclaimed with a fierce tone. After uttering these words, he summoned the energy within him, causing his previously flat abdomen to swell, which then began to rise. Pilaf and his companions, along with Pino, immediately understood Piccolo's intentions. Indeed, it was not long before he laboriously expelled a magical egg from his mouth. Dambelant, arise, Piccolo commanded. Instantly, the egg shattered, and a new demon emerged. Kneeling before the Demon King, Your Majesty, Dambelant, I require you to proceed to the ongoing World Martial Arts Tournament and retrieve the roster of participants from past tournaments. I intend to eliminate them one by one, Piccolo instructed. Upon hearing the command, Dambelant promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Please inform Dambelant of the location of Papaya Island. Piccolo turned to Pilaf. Pilaf hurriedly approached the globe before him, swiftly locating Papaya Island, and exclaimed, Here is Papaya Island. I didn't expect a Dragon Ball to be situated there. Is that so? That is indeed convenient. What does the Dragon Ball look like? Piccolo inquired further. Pilaf quickly produced a photograph of the Dragon Ball to show to Piccolo and the others. After examining it, Dambelant nodded to Piccolo and said, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he unfurled his wings and took flight toward Papaya Island. At the site of the Papaya Island Martial Arts Tournament, the finals were currently in progress. As anticipated, Goku and Dawn were once again vying for the championship title. However, unlike their previous encounter where their strengths were evenly matched, Goku now dominated with overwhelming power. Although Dawn possessed a combat strength exceeding 100,000, it paled in comparison to Goku's prowess. The outcome was unsurprising. Goku unleashed a technique known as Dragon Fist, summoning a colossal golden dragon that soared toward Dawn, sending him crashing down to the arena floor. As Goku secured the championship title once more, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Bulma, as a director of Capsule Corporation, appeared to present medals and prizes to the champions. Just as Bulma prepared to hand Dawn a colossal check for 5 million zenny, a voice arrogantly echoed above the crowd. So this is the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It appears your match has concluded. As the crowd looked up, they were startled to discover a creature with bat-like wings and green skin soaring through the sky. This unexpected sight ignited a flurry of speculation among them regarding the nature of the being. The expressions of the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit, seated in the audience, shifted dramatically, their faces paling in fear. The Turtle Hermit gritted his teeth and muttered, a member of the demon race. However, his words were drowned out by the cacophony of chatter, with all but the Crane Hermit appearing indifferent. Fortunately, Dambelant had no intention of concealing his identity. He proudly introduced himself, declaring, I am Dambelant, the foremost general under the Tyrant King Piccolo. I demand that you surrender the list of participants from past martial arts tournaments, as well as the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Dawn, seething with anger after his defeat at the hands of Son Goku, felt a surge of rage at the disruption of his award ceremony. Before Dambelant could continue his tirade, Dawn leapt above him, his expression as cold as ice, and stated, I disdain anyone who dares to hover above me. With that, he brought his leg down in a swift strike, and Dambelant, caught off guard, was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing onto the arena floor. The impact created a massive crater. Fortunately, Dawn had no intention of taking a life and tempered his strength, or else Dambelant would have surely met his demise. Struggling to emerge from the pit, Dambelant wiped the blue blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from the severe injury inflicted by that blow. Gazing at the stern-faced Dawn before him, he spat out, You vile scoundrel, are you not afraid of King Piccolo? Dawn remained unfazed as he replied, King Piccolo? Who is that? If he has the courage, let him come find me. But for now, no one shall disrupt our award ceremony. He then approached Bulma and said, Miss Bulma, let us proceed. Unperturbed, Bulma continued with the ceremony despite Dambelant's growing fury. Yet, he knew all too well that he stood no chance against Dawn. In a moment of desperation, he transmitted a message to King Piccolo through his mind. In Dambelant's perception, King Piccolo was invincible. Though he could not defeat his adversary, He believed that if King Piccolo intervened, everyone present would face annihilation. Meanwhile, aboard the flying fortress, King Piccolo received Dambelin's message and abruptly rose to his feet, startling those around him. The Pilaf trio huddled together in fright. King Piccolo turned to Pilaf and commanded, "Alter the course of the flying machine. We are headed to Papaya Island." Pino, observing King Piccolo's grim demeanor, inquired, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" King Piccolo resumed his seat, his voice steady yet grave. "Dambelin has been wounded." "What?" Pino exclaimed, taken aback. "How is this possible?" "It may be due to my physical condition. My body is still far too aged." Lord Piccolo sighed and remarked, "However, Dambelin is no match for that individual. Thus this fellow must undoubtedly be the most formidable martial artist on Earth at present. Therefore, I intend to take matters into my own hands and eliminate him. I refuse to believe that his strength could surpass my own. Of course, His Majesty the Demon King possesses the might unrivaled throughout the realm." Pilaf interjected, hastily flattering Piccolo before Pino could speak. Yet, while Pilaf endeavored to curry favor with Lord Piccolo, he remained oblivious to the dissatisfaction shimmering in Pino's eyes. Soon, under the guidance of Xiaowu, the castle's flying apparatus swiftly altered its course towards Papaya Island. Vegeta stood by the window on the second floor, observing the fierce battle between Dawn and Dambelin with keen interest. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that the Demon King Piccolo is about to make his appearance." However, devising a strategy to confront him is indeed a perplexing dilemma. The Demon King Piccolo is a split entity of God, sharing a singular life force. The demise of one would inevitably lead to the death of the other. Should God perish, it would mean the Dragon Balls would lose their power as well. Although Vegeta was confident in his own strength, believing it difficult for anyone to kill him, he possessed a system that rendered him independent of any assistance from Shenron. Nonetheless, the existence of the system must remain a secret, and his lack of need did not imply that others, like Bulma, would not benefit from the Dragon Balls, especially to restore her youth. After Bulma presented Goku with the championship trophy and prize money on the arena stage, an enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Bulma, holding the microphone, proclaimed, "I hereby declare the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded." Just as she made her announcement, the audience collectively gazed upwards, as a colossal shadow enveloped the entire venue. A massive flying craft loomed overhead. Dambelin, who had been sprawled on the arena, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You are finished. You are finished. The Demon King has personally arrived. Enough of this prattle." Dawn, who had been vigilantly overseeing Dambelin, lifted his foot and kicked him away. Dambelin, already severely injured, crashed against the surrounding walls of the arena, gasping for breath and spewing blood, on the verge of collapse. The flying craft slowly opened a large door, and the Demon King Piccolo descended gracefully to the ground beside Dambelin. "Dambelin, who has injured you?" Piccolo demanded angrily. Before Dambelin could respond, Dawn coolly interjected, "It was I." "What? Old man, are you seeking revenge for him?" Piccolo, incensed by the audacity of this individual who remained so brazen after his arrival, retorted with a sardonic laugh, "It seems that after centuries of my absence, the world has forgotten the terror of the Demon King Piccolo." The audience began to murmur amongst themselves in response to Piccolo's words. A bold spectator shouted from the crowd, "Hey, greenskin monster, where do you hail from? You are exceedingly arrogant. This is the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament, a gathering of the world's finest warriors. In the presence of such skill, who grants you the audacity to speak so brazenly? You should return from whence you came." Laughter erupted from the crowd at this person's remarks. Piccolo's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he pointed a finger, unleashing a crimson beam aimed directly at the audacious spectator. Vegeta suddenly appeared before the spectator, shielding him from the impending attack. Although Chinese martial arts have gained widespread recognition, not everyone has mastered them. In truth, the majority of Earth's inhabitants remain frail and unremarkable, mere shadows of legendary warriors. "To think you can casually kill on my territory, you truly underestimate me," Vegeta declared, addressing King Piccolo. Chapter 70. The villain's weakness. King Piccolo furrowed his brow as he regarded Vegeta, yet a chill ran through him. He had just witnessed clearly that his recent energy blast had been effortlessly blocked by this young man with nothing but his hand. It is worth noting that the blast possessed immense heat and energy, a force that even he would hesitate to confront directly. Yet, this young warrior had nonchalantly intercepted his attack. Could he, in his current state, truly hope to defeat such power? "Who are you? With your strength, You should not be a mere nobody, King Piccolo inquired. Vegeta slowly descended before the demon King Piccolo, introducing himself with a regal air. I am Vegeta, the master of the martial arts academy on Earth. Humph, given your youth, you likely do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself as well. Despite the turmoil within, Piccolo's countenance remained impassive as he sought to daunt his opponent through the pretense of self-introduction. Yet, Vegeta raised a hand to interrupt the self-introduction of the demon King Piccolo, declaring, I am aware of your infamy. You are the demon King Piccolo, who terrorized the world 3 centuries ago. You nearly annihilated all the martial artists of that era, only to be sealed within a rice cooker by the esteemed martial arts master, Master Roshi. The turtle hermit and crane hermit exchanged glances in the stands, simultaneously inquiring, Did you inform him? I did not. The turtle hermit continued, Although we were direct participants in that event, we cannot deny that others must have passed down the tale. The crane hermit nodded in agreement, then posed a question. Can that young man in the arena truly contend with the demon King Piccolo? Surely he won't be slain? The turtle hermit, with a hint of disdain, replied, Do you presume he is like you? He is a martial arts master who has forged an entirely new school, the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Nearly half of the martial artists participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament are either his students or disciples. The demon King Piccolo, This is no longer 3 centuries ago. The martial arts on Earth have flourished beyond his imagination. In the arena, Piccolo was astonished that a younger generation could recognize him. Young one, since you are aware of my reputation, why not surrender? I could consider making you my right-hand general. Piccolo attempted to persuade. Since when does the demon King Piccolo need to resort to trickery to defeat his opponents? Vegeta laughed heartily, continuing. If you wish for my submission, it is quite simple. Just defeat me. I trust this should not be a daunting task for you, demon King Piccolo. Piccolo clenched his fists, intent on launching an attack at Vegeta. However, as he gazed upon him, he found himself unable to unleash even a single punch. For in his eyes, Vegeta had transformed into a towering mountain and a vast ocean. What impact would striking a mountain or an ocean have? Observing the perspiration streaming down Piccolo's face, Vegeta slowly approached him and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. Instantly, Piccolo was sent flying back as if struck by an immense force, crashing into the wall. The sturdy red brick wall crumbled upon impact, prompting the audience to erupt into enthusiastic applause. The crane hermit, Tien Shinhan, and many other martial artists watched in astonishment at Vegeta in the arena, as they recognized the overwhelming might and presence he exuded. Tien, standing beside Yamcha, marveled, He is the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. He is truly formidable. Yamcha replied, Of course. What do you think? It is through mastering their martial arts secrets that I have become so formidable. Had I remained the person I once was, I would never have stood a chance against you. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Tien Shinhan nodded in understanding. So that is the reason behind the abundance of skilled fighters in the world today. It seems I must pay a visit to the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. With great effort, the great demon King Piccolo emerged from the rubble, gazing at Vegeta before exclaiming, You despicable fiend, how utterly loathsome you are. Vegeta slowly began to speak, urging, Surrender, for you stand no chance. I am aware that you are the embodiment of evil, separated from the divine. To slay you would mean the demise of the deity as well. Hence I shall lead you back to your divine unity. I see now. You are but a hound of the divine. Humph, do you truly believe I would reunite with him? You are lost in a fantasy, roared King Piccolo defiantly. If death is our fate, then let us perish together. As King Piccolo, I shall never yield to anyone. With that declaration, King Piccolo began to gather energy, his aura vibrating chaotically. Do you intend to self-destruct? With me here, do you think you can achieve that? Vegeta swiftly darted in front of King Piccolo, his hands striking with precision. As Vegeta's fingers made contact, a torrent of energy surged from his hands into King Piccolo's body. The gathering energy within King Piccolo faltered abruptly. Not only did he cease to accumulate power, but his body also became immobile, leaving him with only the ability to move his eyes and mouth. In a state of panic, King Piccolo exclaimed, What have you done to me? Why can I no longer move my body? Vegeta spoke, This is a pressure point technique. However, do not worry. This restriction can only confine you for a maximum of 1 hour, after which it will automatically release. At that moment, Goku rushed over, standing beside Vegeta, and exclaimed, Master. He then curiously glanced at the demon King Piccolo. What are you staring at, kid? Piccolo inquired, somewhat irritated. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Vegeta then turned to Goku and asked, Goku, Would you like to visit the temple and see what the deity looks like? What? A deity? Absolutely. Goku responded with excitement. Thus, Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, and Goku escorting the demon King Piccolo, boarded a plane heading towards the Korin forest. Observing the towering white tower in the distance, Goku eagerly questioned, Master, is that the Korin tower ahead? Does the deity reside near there? Vegeta remarked, Indeed, however, the deity does not reside near Korin Tower, but rather above it. Ah, how high must that be above Korin Tower? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 71. The Supreme Deity. Before long, Bulma piloted the spacecraft to the vicinity of Korin Tower, then elevated the nose and continued ascending above it. The tail of the vessel erupted with immense flames as it soared upwards. In a short while, they reached the residence of the Korin Sage at the pinnacle of the tower. Goku cheerfully waved to the Korin Sage, and, under the watchful gaze of the Cat Sage, the spacecraft ascended further. The Cat Sage observed the vessel as it continued its ascent, stroking his beard and silently sighing. I wonder if their meeting with the deity will bring about fortune or misfortune. The Cat Sage's lament went unheard by Vegeta and the others as Bulma continued to pilot the craft upwards. With remarkable ease, they encountered no adversities such as the storms described in the original narrative. After approximately 10 minutes, they beheld the magnificent god's temple floating in the sky. What a grand structure! Is this where the deity resides? Goku marveled while perched by the window. Indeed, this is the goddess temple. The deity and his attendant reside above, Vegeta remarked. Bulma carefully landed the spacecraft on the temple's floor. As Vegeta and his companions escorted the Demon King Piccolo out of the craft, the deity and his attendant, Popo, awaited them outside. Upon catching sight of the deity, Bulma and Goku gasped in unison. Goodness, the deity bears an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo. At that moment, the deity solemnly spoke, Yes. For Demon King Piccolo was separated from the malevolent aspects of my being. I sincerely apologize for the suffering I have inadvertently caused the world. Vegeta, not entirely satisfied with the deity of Earth and Dragon Ball, slowly responded, You should not apologize to us. Rather, you owe an apology to those humans who perished at the hands of Demon King Piccolo and his minions 3 centuries ago. The deity fell silent, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Popo interjected, The deity did not act with malice. To become a deity, he must ensure that his body, heart, and mind are pure and benevolent, devoid of any trace of evil. You speak the truth. However, he ought to eliminate the evil within rather than merely separate it. Vegeta countered. Popo was about to continue speaking when the deity interrupted. All right, Mr. Popo, Mr. Vegeta is correct. You are not beyond redemption. At least in terms of acknowledging your faults, you are quite capable, Vegeta asserted. Mr. Vegeta, may I inquire as to why you have brought Demon King Piccolo to the goddess temple? The deity asked. Deity, what is your assessment of your own powers? Vegeta did not respond to the deity's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question of his own. The deity furrowed his brow, and though reluctant, he answered honestly. Currently, on Earth, there are numerous individuals whose strength surpasses mine. I am no match for them. Vegeta, unabashed, continued to inquire, if formidable extraterrestrial beings were to invade Earth, what assistance do you believe you could provide? The deity took a deep breath and slowly asked, Mr. Vegeta, have you come here solely to provoke my ire? Vegeta shook his head and responded, Your role is indeed significant. It is you who brought forth the Dragon Balls. While you cannot restore the deceased, the Eternal Dragon possesses that power. Therefore, your paramount contribution to Earth at this moment is to ensure the continued existence of the Eternal Dragon. Would you concur with my statement, Divine One? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the deity nodded and said, You speak the truth. This is indeed the greatest contribution I can offer to Earth in the future. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction and then brought the Demon King Piccolo before the deity, stating, Now, you and Piccolo must merge once more. In doing so, no one will be able to eliminate you by merely slaying Piccolo. Furthermore, upon your reconstitution, you shall become a new god, significantly enhancing your power, perhaps even rivaling my own. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo erupted in a high-pitched scream, fervently protesting, I refuse to merge. Let me go? The deity, equally astonished, turned to Vegeta and inquired, You must understand that as a god, one cannot harbor malevolent thoughts. If I were to merge with Piccolo again, I would no longer be worthy of divinity. Vegeta retorted, Why not? You are a god now, if you decree it. It shall be so. Or do you doubt your ability to govern even the slightest hint of darkness within you? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, The deity suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. Vegeta firmly grasped the deity's hand and pressed it against the chest of the Demon King Piccolo, proclaiming, "Hasten, for the question of your divinity holds little significance for our Earth. What we truly require are the Dragon Balls. If we cannot vanquish the Demon King Piccolo, then you must merge with him, for it is only through this union that we can ultimately resolve the menace he poses." The deity remained hesitant, lingering in indecision. While Bu cast a worried glance at him, the Demon King Piccolo, observing the deity's vacillation, could not help but burst into laughter, declaring, "He dares not. He fears the merging with me, for he is unable to subdue the malevolence that resides within his own heart." Vegeta paid no heed to the words of the Demon King Piccolo. Observing that the deity hesitated, he exclaimed loudly, "Why are you still waiting to fuse? What is there to ponder? It is merely a matter of becoming divine or demonic in thought." Upon hearing Vegeta's final remark, the deity was suddenly struck with clarity. Indeed, divinity and malevolence resided within the realm of one's own thoughts. There exists no absolute god nor absolute demon. With this realization, the deity resolutely placed one hand upon the chest of the Demon King Piccolo. The Demon King, witnessing the deity's determined demeanor, became alarmed and shouted, "No. You cannot fuse with me. Since I was once separated from your being, we should not merge again." The deity disregarded the incessant protests of the Demon King and began to chant the incantation, ultimately proclaiming, "Fuse." In an instant, the Demon King transformed into a torrent of emerald energy, and a brilliant radiance erupted from both entities. Ultimately, the verdant current that represented Piccolo completely merged into the deity's form. In the blink of an eye, the light faded, leaving only the deity standing in place. Chapter 72. The Celestial Sanctuary. Isn't this splendid? The Demon King Piccolo has vanished, the deity remains, and the Dragon Balls are intact. What more could one desire? Vegeta remarked. The deity, regaining his composure and sensing an unprecedented surge of power within, turned to Vegeta and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta." Vegeta waved his hand and, accompanied by Bulma and Goku, made his way towards the spacecraft, stating, "Well, the matter with King Piccolo has been resolved, and it is time for us to return. If time permits, I extend an invitation for the gods to visit West City." After his words, the trio boarded the spacecraft, preparing for their journey back to West City. At that moment, Bulma voiced her discontent softly to Vegeta, saying, "Are we really heading back already? This is my first visit to the temple. Shouldn't we take a moment to explore?" Vegeta had yet to utter a word, but the deity, not far away, had already caught wind of Bulma's remarks. For the hearing of the Namekian was indeed exceptionally acute. The deity quickly interjected with an invitation. "Indeed, Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma, Mr. Goku. Why not stay and explore the temple? There are many delightful curiosities within." "Absolutely yes." Without allowing Vegeta a chance to decline, Bulma readily accepted. Leaping from the craft and making her way towards the temple, Vegeta found himself at a loss. For him, the temple held little allure. However, Bulma's curiosity compelled him to accompany her. Together with the deity and Popo, the trio explored the vast expanse of the Grand Palace complex. As Vegeta had anticipated, the Heavenly Temple offered no entertainment, and the deity and Popo, residing within its confines, exhibited no particular interests, leading lives reminiscent of ascetics. Thus, apart from the essential provisions, the temple housed nothing extraordinary. With each passing moment, Bulma's disappointment grew. The temple was nothing like her imaginative vision. In jest, she inquired, "Is there truly no mention of angels here, God?" Upon hearing Bulma's mention of angels, the deity hastily gestured with his hands, exclaiming, "Miss Bulma, please do not speak of such things. Angels are not within the reach of a minor deity such as myself. You overestimate my capabilities." Initially, Bulma had presumed angels to be mere myth, yet the deity's response suggested the existence of a race of angels in this world. "Are you implying that angels indeed exist in this realm, and that their status surpasses yours?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. Vegeta was certainly aware of the nature of angels, yet he chose to remain silent. It was not out of fear, but rather due to the cumbersome task of explaining the intricacies of angels, the King Kai, the Supreme Kai, and the God of Destruction. Thus, he preferred not to elucidate these matters for Bulma. Upon hearing Bulma's inquiry, the deity hastily interjected, stating, "This matter is not to be disclosed. Should the opportunity arise, you will have the chance to meet an angel." With that, the deity fell silent. Although Bulma was brimming with curiosity, she could not compel the deity to provide further explanation, so she continued to follow him as they toured the temple. Before long, The group arrived at the heart of the temple, where a vast water pool lay before them. Intrigued, Bulma remarked, "I never expected to find such a large bathing area at the deepest point of the temple. It seems that you and Mr. Popo enjoy a good life." Hearing her words, the deity quickly waved his hand, stating, "Miss Bulma, you're mistaken. This is not a bathing pool, but rather a conduit through which the deity can traverse various realms and times." "What do you mean?" Bulma inquired, glancing into the pool, only to be astonished by the scene reflecting within it, depicting the ongoing World Martial Arts Tournament at Papaya Island. "Ah, so this is how you spy on Earth," Bulma exclaimed in surprise. The deity, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her words, quickly responded, "This is not spying. It is the deity's duty to safeguard the Earth from significant harm." Bulma, unfazed by the deity's explanation, pressed on with her questions. "You mentioned that this can also lead to the past?" The deity nodded and elaborated. "While it is referred to as the past, it does not allow one to return and alter the timeline. Instead, it offers a reflection of past events within the time pool, enabling us to relive those moments." As he spoke, the deity gently tapped his finger on the surface of the time pool, causing the images within to shift, revealing a scene of young Bulma and Vegeta at play. Upon witnessing this memory, Bulma could not help but smile as nostalgia washed over her. After exploring the time pool, the group, under the deity's guidance, proceeded to exit. A few minutes later, they arrived before a door. The deity opened it, introducing it as an extraordinarily unique space. As he spoke, he led them inside. "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed as she stepped in, suddenly feeling an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Had it not been for Vegeta's swift embrace, she would have collapsed to the floor. Vegeta had anticipated this moment. Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, he had already begun to channel a considerable amount of energy into Bulma's body. The Guardian, witnessing Bulma's condition, was taken aback and promptly ushered everyone outside. With lingering trepidation, Bulma inquired, "What was that room?" The Guardian explained, "That is the hyperbolic time chamber, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The air is thin with oxygen levels only 50% of what they are on Earth, and temperatures fluctuate between 50 degrees Celsius and -40 degrees. What a terrifying place!" Bulma exclaimed, astonished by the Guardian's description. While it may be daunting for an ordinary person, for a martial artist, it is indeed an exceptional training ground. The most crucial aspect is that 1 year spent inside is equivalent to merely 1 day in the outside world, the Guardian added with a smile. "Indeed," Bulma marveled. "If one trains there for just a few years, wouldn't they emerge invincible?" Turning to Vegeta and Goku, she urged, "Don't you two want to give it a try?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "There is no necessity at present. If the need arises in the future, we can train then." Indeed, at this moment, Vegeta's power level had already reached several million, and with 7 or 8 years remaining before his confrontation with Frieza, it was conceivable that his strength could escalate to tens of millions or even billions. Should he truly fear Frieza? Having finally completed their tour of the sacred realm, satisfying Bulma's curiosity, the trio departed the temple, bidding farewell to the deity and his attendant, Bubbles, as they piloted their spacecraft westward. Chapter 73. Birthday time passed swiftly, and before long, Vegeta had reached the age of 22, while Bulma had turned 21. On this day, after leaving the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, Vegeta returned home, only to find the house enveloped in an eerie silence. The lights dimmed. There were no servants present, nor were the robotic butlers attending to their duties. What could have happened? Puzzled, Vegeta extended his senses and quickly detected the presence of numerous individuals in the dining room. As Vegeta entered the dining hall and switched on the lights, a dazzling array of fireworks erupted, and everyone joyously exclaimed, "Happy birthday!" Upon hearing their enthusiastic cheers, he suddenly realized that it was indeed his birthday, which left him feeling quite touched. Bulma approached him, holding a gift, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired, "Why aren't you screaming? You have no sense of entertainment at all." "Ah!" Vegeta feigned a shout. "Is this sufficient?" This elicited uncontrollable laughter from Bulma, who responded with a teasing, "Is that genuine or not?" Vegeta replied, "You are all huddled in the restaurant like countless light bulbs in my perception. How could I possibly be afraid? How dull. I almost forgot that you could sense people's auras." Bulma then interjected, handing over the gift box she held, and, with a hint of mystery, said, "Take a look. This is a present for you." Vegeta received the gift and opened it, discovering a key inside. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is this key for?" Bulma replied mysteriously, "This surprise awaits you after your birthday, in the room to the left on the top floor." "The left side on the top floor?" Vegeta pondered, recalling. That seemed to be an empty room. It was an empty room, but it is no longer so. I had it renovated. You will find out tonight, Bulma explained, urging Vegeta to cut the cake. Thus, surrounded by friends, Vegeta celebrated his 22nd birthday since his rebirth in the Dragon Ball world. That evening, Vegeta ascended to the top floor, retrieving the key Bulma had given him. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. As he fumbled to find the light switch, a shadow suddenly enveloped him from behind. It was not that Vegeta lacked vigilance, rather. This person posed no threat to him, hence his energy did not react. In that instant, as the figure embraced him, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, Bulma. Vegeta jestingly remarked, Bulma, why are you hiding in this room? What about the mysterious gift you mentioned? Bulma, exhaling a fragrant breath, whispered softly into Vegeta's ear, Brother, tonight I am your birthday gift. Do you like it? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta felt an immediate rush of warmth course through him, and in a slightly hoarse voice. He replied, Woman, you are dancing with wolves. You are playing with fire. He then added, Just tell me whether you will accept this gift or not. Bulma wrapped her arms around Vegeta's robust neck and gently breathed her fragrant words into his ear. What a little enchantress. Vegeta swiftly turned and pulled Bulma into his embrace. Although the bedroom was shrouded in darkness, to Vegeta, it was as bright as day, and he could see Bulma's face clearly. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed like the dawn, radiating a rosy hue. Despite her bold words, her countenance betrayed a sense of shyness. Vegeta believed that if the lights were turned on now, Bulma would undoubtedly flee. He also understood the immense courage it required for a girl to utter such words. Vegeta gently cradled Bulma in his arms, making his way towards the grand bed in the center of the bedroom. After tonight, you shall be mine, he declared. And do not harbor any regrets. Whoever regrets is but a pup. Bulma, wrapping her arms around Vegeta's neck, resolutely replied. Gazing at the captivating Bulma, who was more radiant than any flower, Vegeta softly professed, Bulma, I love you. The moonlight outside bathed the sheer curtains in a soft glow, casting a dreamy luminescence that gently stirred the fabric, dispelling the heat of the night. The following day, although Bulma found walking a tad challenging, she felt greatly relieved after Vegeta assisted her in consuming a small healing pill. She playfully tapped Vegeta on the shoulder and declared, From now on, I am yours. And you must not entertain thoughts of any other woman. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, having been scrutinized relentlessly since childhood, never having even laid eyes on Bulma's closest friends. Observing the expression on Vegeta's face, Bulma instantly comprehended his thoughts and playfully remarked, From now on, only I shall reside in your heart. She then tenderly added, Of course, in my heart, there will forever be only you. Bulma, rest assured, in my heart. You are the most exquisite and significant person in this world, the universe itself. No one can ever supplant your place within me, Vegeta replied with heartfelt sincerity. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, the Briefs couple awaited the arrival of Vegeta and Bulma, having long considered Vegeta as their beloved son-in-law. Last night's events had been a long-anticipated dream for them. Mrs. Brief, brimming with joy, beckoned to Vegeta and Bulma, saying, Come, take a seat. I specially had someone prepare chicken soup for you both to replenish your strength. Vegeta, feeling somewhat bashful, awkwardly said, Auntie, thank you. To which Mrs. Brief replied, Why call me Auntie? You should address me as Mother. Mother. Vegeta responded with surprising ease, showing no reluctance to change his terms of endearment. Oh, hurry, have some soup, Mrs. Brief exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Dr. Brief interjected, When are you planning to hold the wedding? I believe the 7th of next month would be an excellent date. Why not have the ceremony then? Upon hearing Dr. Brief's suggestion, Vegeta remained unfazed, while Bulma, having just taken a sip of her soup, spat it out in shock. Dad, are you so eager to marry me off? Bulma inquired with displeasure. What is wrong with that? Isn't it your long-held wish? Dr. Brief responded, puzzled. Didn't you always say as a child, when I grow up, I want to be my brother's bride? Now that your relationship is as such, why not marry? The sooner you tie the knot, the sooner you can have children. While your mother and I are still youthful, we can help take care of them. I can also pass the Capsule Corporation into your capable hands, Dr. Brief stated emphatically. I see you're not really interested in our marriage. You just want to take it easy, don't you? Bulma looked at Dr. Brief with skepticism. Regardless of my thoughts, the date is set. You are getting married next month, Dr. Brief insisted playfully. Just as Bulma was about to voice her objections, Vegeta interjected, Let our parents decide. Bulma and I have no objections. As long as we acknowledge each other and are committed to one another, The timing of our marriage is inconsequential. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma fell silent, her heart brimming with joy. It was not that Bulma was unwilling to marry. Rather, she did not want Vegeta to feel coerced into marriage due to their relationship. She desired for him to willingly choose to marry her. Thus, upon Dr. Brief's remarks, Bulma had initially refused. However, with Vegeta now expressing his willingness, she had no further qualms. Consequently, the news of the union between the heiress of Capsule Corporation and the master of the Martial Arts Association quickly spread across the globe. Both were renowned figures, and naturally, their wedding attracted considerable attention. Yet, neither Bulma nor Vegeta were fond of the spotlight. Thus, they clandestinely held their ceremony on a beautiful island, surrounded by their close family and friends. Goku, as Vegeta's most cherished disciple, served as his best man, joyfully watching Bulma and Vegeta exchange vows on stage. Vegeta addressed Goku, saying, "When you eventually marry, I shall present you with a remarkable gift." Intrigued, Goku eagerly inquired, "Is it a particularly formidable martial skill?" Vegeta could only respond with exasperation. The wedding ceremony unfolded splendidly, with both Vegeta and Bulma unburdened by concerns, as a professional wedding company meticulously orchestrated every detail. Ultimately, amidst the joyous laughter of all attendees, a grand group photograph was captured on the island, preserving an exquisite memory. In the second year following their marriage, Bulma gave birth to their first child, whom she named Trunks. Vegeta gazed down at the small Trunks nestled in his arms and murmured softly, "You emerged rather early, didn't you? I wonder how you will compare to the future Trunks when he arrives. I imagine he will be utterly astonished. This scene will certainly be quite amusing." Perhaps sensing Vegeta's words, the slumbering Trunks broke into an innocent smile. When Trunks turned 1, the year 759 in the Age of Peace, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was once again upon them. This edition saw an unprecedented number of participants, reaching 5,000. What was originally expected to conclude in 3 days was extended to 10, turning the entire Papaya Island into a bustling spectacle. Goku, who had claimed victory in the previous 2 tournaments, had no intention of competing this time. However, as he awaited Chi-Chi's arrival, Vegeta insisted that he participate in the tournament. "Master, why must you insist I take part in this tournament? There is no challenge in it," the 18-year-old Goku remarked while playfully engaging with little Trunks. "You will understand soon enough. This is for your own good. Once I achieve my goal, you may withdraw at any time, and I will not hinder you," Vegeta replied. Very well. With Vegeta's insistence, Goku naturally chose not to contest his mentor's wishes. Before long, 8 days had passed, and the final 8 competitors were determined. It must be said that Tien's martial prowess was truly remarkable. After studying the Chinese martial arts manual, his strength improved rapidly, allowing him to finally secure a spot among the top 8. Unfortunately, Kaiatsu faltered once more in the preliminaries. Alongside Kaiatsu, the other competitors included Tien, Krillin, Goku, Yamcha, the enigmatic unknown, Chi-Chi, and the final contender, Roa, another prodigy hailing from the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Roa was not Vegeta's direct disciple. He was a 19-year-old from East City, 2 years younger than Goku. At the drawing of lots for the finals, Vegeta stood silently on the second floor, observing intently. He turned to Kaiatsu beside him and instructed, "Assist me in ensuring that Goku draws the number 1 lot, and that the unknown draws the number 2. "Yes, Mr. Vegeta." Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. Soon, Goku and the unknown ascended the stage to draw lots. With Kaiatsu's assistance, they were successfully paired together. Goku glanced at his drawn number. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he couldn't fathom why this girl, known as the unknown, seemed so intent on opposing him. Chi-Chi approached Goku, declaring, "It seems destiny has conspired for us to face each other. Just wait and see. I will undoubtedly defeat you." Beside them, Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien stood in astonishment. Krillin whispered to Goku, "Hey, Goku, be careful. This girl is also a practitioner of Chinese martial arts, and her skills are quite formidable. Don't let your guard down." Yamcha, filled with curiosity, asked, "Goku, are you certain you don't recognize this girl? A beauty like her. If I knew her, I would certainly remember." Goku, looking distressed, replied, "I truly do not know her. For the past 3 years, I have been following my master to learn martial arts. Aside from Bulma and the girls from the dojo, I haven't met any other girls." "Oh, what a pity. Perhaps she is the girl who has a crush on you," Yamcha exclaimed excitedly, playfully pinching Goku's neck. "What kind of luck is this, that you know such a beautiful and charming girl? What does that have to do with me? I have no intention of knowing her." Goku coughed awkwardly and said, "Listen, Is this even human language? Brothers, give him a beating. Yamcha shouted, prompting Krillin and Tien to join in playfully teasing Goku. Soon, the first final match commenced, and Chi-Chi and Goku stepped onto the stage. This time, Vegeta did not remain in the VIP room on the second floor. Eager to witness this spectacle, he and Bulma joined Yamcha and the others at the back of the venue, watching the match unfold. On the stage, Chi-Chi looked at Goku and asked, Goku, I will ask you once more, do you truly not recognize me? Goku, feeling helpless, replied, Miss, I genuinely do not know you. If we have met before, please enlighten me. Chapter 75. Goku gets married. Chi-Chi took a deep breath and said, All right, I am not angry. Being angry serves no purpose. I can tell you who I am, but only if you defeat me. Hearing this, Goku's spirits lifted. It was that simple. If you had said so earlier, I would have defeated you already. Simple? You underestimate me. Do you think I am one of those weaklings from the preliminaries? Allow me to show you my true strength. Chi-Chi immediately assumed a stance, ready to counter Goku's attack. However, she did not anticipate that Goku would not strike directly at her. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful gust of energy that sent Chi-Chi flying off the stage. How formidable! The other 9 competitors watching the match gasped in astonishment. They had not expected that over the past 3 years, the gap in strength between Goku and everyone else had not only remained but had widened significantly. Goku approached Chi-Chi and helped her back onto the stage, asking, Now, can you tell me who you are? Rubbing the back of her head where she had bumped it. Chi-Chi smiled and said, Goku, I am the daughter of the Ox King, and I am your fiancée, Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Goku gazed intently at Chi-Chi for a considerable time before recalling the young girl who once accompanied him to seek the wise Master Rashi. My heavens, you were Chi-Chi. I can hardly believe how much you have grown. No wonder I failed to recognize you. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I remember you wore. Just as Goku was about to divulge Chi-Chi's attire from their childhood, she swiftly covered his mouth, threatening, If you dare to reveal what I wore back then, you shall be in grave trouble. Goku, perplexed by her serious demeanor, felt a twinge of fear and nodded in acquiescence. So, Chi-Chi, what brings you here today? Surely it is not to challenge me to a duel. Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. What nonsense, Goku. Am I the type of girl to resort to violence? Chi-Chi replied, slightly embarrassed. Do you recall the promise you made to me long ago? When you departed from Fire Mountain, I came to hold you to your word. Promise. Goku pondered, struggling to recollect the details of their past, but the years had clouded his memory, and he could not recall what he had vowed to Chi-Chi. Could you remind me? I genuinely cannot remember, he asked earnestly. Have you truly forgotten? You promised to marry me and take me as your bride. Do I mean so little to you? Chi-Chi, now revealing her identity, felt a wave of urgency as Goku still failed to remember their promise. However, after expressing their connection, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully covered her face with her hands. The onlookers, who had been eavesdropping, erupted in astonished exclamations. Marriage? A bride? Yet, the only one who remained unfazed was Vegeta, who nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the narrative had aligned with the original storyline. Bulma, equally surprised, observed Vegeta's expression and teasingly remarked, It seems you have always been aware of Chi-Chi and Goku's history. Otherwise, you would not have insisted that Goku participate in this tournament. Vegeta shook his head in denial, asserting, I have not, so stop your baseless speculation. I am not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know their circumstances in advance? Despite Vegeta's words, Bulma was not convinced. However, she refrained from pressing further and merely gazed at Goku with delight, wishing him happiness in finding his true love. Krillin and Yamcha looked on with envy, exclaiming, Goodness, why is it that someone as simple-minded as Goku can attract such a lovely bride? Just as everyone anticipated that Goku would approach his bride for an embrace, he unexpectedly turned to Vegeta and the others, asking, Do you know what a bride is? Upon hearing Goku's foolish question, Krillin and the others staggered and fell to the ground, while Bulma, exasperated, exclaimed, You fool. A bride is simply the bride, the person with whom you will share your life. After saying this, Bulma clasped Vegeta's arm and added, I am currently Vegeta's bride. Do you understand, you dimwit? Oh, so that's what a bride is. Goku exclaimed. Indeed, last year on the island, the ceremony Vegeta and I held was a wedding. Bulma continued to elucidate. Realizing the truth, Goku nodded in comprehension, then scratched his head and remarked, I thought a wedding was a grand feast, and that a bride was simply a delicious dish. At once, Goku's words left everyone in astonishment. Bulma, speechless, remarked, You only remember the food. and I truly cannot fathom what Chi-Chi sees in you." Upon hearing Goku's words, Chi-Chi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, inquired, "So, does that mean you no longer wish to marry me?" Goku shook his head and replied, "Since I have already promised you, I must fulfill it. Therefore, let us marry." Upon hearing Goku's declaration, Chi-Chi joyfully embraced his arm. Exuding childlike glee, the audience surrounding them erupted into enthusiastic applause. At that moment, the host ascended the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Goodness! I have hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament for many years and have never witnessed a wedding occur live. This will surely leave a significant mark in the annals of our tournament's history. Let us sincerely wish Mr. Sun Wukong and Miss Neo Chi-Chi a lifetime of love and companionship." And so, amidst the joyous cheers and encouragement, Goku and Chi-Chi descended from the stage together. Vegeta approached with young Trunks in his arms and addressed Goku, saying, "Now, you may choose whether or not to participate in this martial arts tournament." Upon hearing his master's words, Goku instantly understood and exclaimed, "Master, so you compelled me to enter this tournament solely for this purpose." After speaking, Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, made his way towards the exit of the venue. With curiosity, Bulma inquired, "Aren't you going to watch this year's World Martial Arts Tournament?" Vegeta replied, "No need. I merely wish to know that under my leadership, the martial arts on Earth are now flourishing. There is no necessity to continue observing." A month later, Vegeta, along with Bulma and other dear friends and family, attended the wedding of Goku and Chi-Chi at Fire Mountain. Following the ceremony, Goku and Chi-Chi returned to live at the Capsule Mountain, while Vegeta and Bulma gifted them an extraordinarily luxurious capsule house. Thus, Earth enjoyed 5 years of tranquility, with Chinese martial arts fully emerging as the dominant force. Chapter 79, The Gathering Trunks. "Have you changed your clothes yet? Gohan and the others are about to arrive." Bulma called out from beside Trunks' bedroom. "Almost done. I'm just selecting my outfit for today," Trunks responded loudly. Now 9 years old, Trunks had been training alongside Vegeta since he was 3. Although still young, his battle power had already surpassed 10,000. Most importantly, Trunks was practicing the Tai Chi Jing, a comprehensive martial arts manual that integrated internal skills, lightness techniques, boxing, palm techniques, swordplay, and more. The mere acquisition of the Tai Chi Jing required a staggering 1 billion martial arts points, nearly depleting Vegeta's reserves. In terms of internal cultivation, the 9-yang divine skill was not inferior to the Tai Chi Jing, and the dragon subduing 18 palms was equally formidable when compared to the palm techniques documented in the Tai Chi Jing. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the Tai Chi Jing was exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing all forms of martial arts, hence its exorbitant price. "I'm ready, Mom. When will Gohan and the others arrive?" Trunks followed Bulma into the dining room. "They should be here shortly. Not only your Uncle Goku and Aunt Chi-Chi, but also Gohan. And others like Uncle Krillin and Uncle Yamcha will be coming," Bulma replied. At this moment, Vegeta sat in the garden, sharing tea with Dr. Brief, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their companions. Over the course of 5 years, much had transpired. Vegeta's strength had ascended to new heights, with his 9 sons' divine skill now reaching the realm of the 5 sons, boasting a battle power exceeding 90 million, tantalizingly close to the 100 million mark, thus nearing the advanced stage of the 9 sons realm. The Chinese Martial Arts Academy had flourished across Earth, boasting tens of thousands of disciples, alongside millions who had purchased the Academy's martial arts manuals for self-study. While these martial artists may seem insignificant compared to Earth's billions, it is essential to recognize that cultivating martial arts requires inherent talent. Not everyone is suited for such rigorous training. Moreover, the pursuit of martial arts demands considerable time and financial resources, and the majority of individuals struggle to meet their basic needs, leaving little room for martial cultivation. With good news comes bad, and the most significant piece of unfortunate news over the years has been Don's departure from the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Don was a remarkably arrogant individual, wielding formidable power. Within the academy, only Sun Wukong could rival him, as no other could match his prowess. However, his arrogance was his downfall, and Vegeta discerned the ambition lurking within him. Hence, he refrained from imparting the supreme martial arts teachings to Don. Ultimately, 2 years ago, after seizing victory in the 24th World Martial Arts Championship, Don departed without a word, leaving even the vast Chinese Martial Arts Academy unaware of his whereabouts. Vegeta paid little heed to the matter. His primary concern lay in the expansion of Chinese martial arts. He firmly believed that his strength was sufficient to dominate the entire planet, thus rendering any trivialities irrelevant. Around 10 in the morning, Goku arrived at Bulma's residence, accompanied by Chi-Chi and Gohan, riding on the Nimbus cloud. "Good morning, Master, Dr. Brief." Goku greeted Vegeta and Dr. Brief, who were seated in the yard. Chi-Chi gently urged Gohan, "Gohan, shouldn't you greet your uncle and grandpa?" Wearing a 4-star ball cap, Gohan approached Vegeta and Dr. Brief, bowing politely and saying, "Hello, uncle. Hello, grandpa." Although Gohan was already 4 years old, it was his first outing with Goku and the others. Dr. Brief, delighted by Gohan's politeness, exclaimed joyfully, "Such a courteous young boy. Goku, you have truly raised him well. Unlike my own Trunks, who is a mischievous little rascal always causing a ruckus." At that moment, Bulma arrived with Trunks. Hearing his grandfather's remarks, Trunks, a bit disgruntled, retorted, "Grandpa, you're no spring chicken yourself. Why say such things about me?" This elicited a hearty laugh from everyone present. Trunks then politely greeted Goku and Chi-Chi before turning to Gohan, saying, "So you are son Gohan. Come on. Let us go to my room. I have lots of fun toys waiting for you." Upon hearing Trunks' invitation, Gohan glanced at his mother, Chi-Chi, seeing her smile and nod. He eagerly followed Trunks into the house. Bulma, a touch envious, remarked to Chi-Chi, "You've done an excellent job raising Gohan." Chi-Chi beamed with satisfaction. Although their families shared a close bond, she couldn't help but compare herself to Bulma. Her husband was incomparable, as Goku was Vegeta's disciple. As for her own accomplishments compared to Bulma's, Chi-Chi shook her head. In terms of knowledge and wealth, she found herself lacking. Perhaps her only advantage over Bulma was her culinary skills, yet with Bulma's affluence, she could easily hire the finest chefs in the world. Thus, the only area left for comparison was their children. Chi-Chi proudly declared, "Our Gohan is destined to become a great scholar." "A scholar?" Bulma exclaimed, surprised, glancing at Goku. Goku scratched his head helplessly and replied, "There's no helping it. Chi-Chi believes that with so many powerful warriors protecting Earth, we don't need another Gohan. She insists that true progress for humanity comes from scientific knowledge, so she is adamant that Gohan should focus on learning science rather than martial arts." "Is that so?" "That makes a great deal of sense." Bulma smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "In fact, the pursuit of martial arts does not conflict with scholarly endeavors. It is time for Gohan to establish a foundation in martial arts, for an exemplary scientist requires a robust physique. Otherwise, if one's body is frail, it becomes impossible to sustain prolonged scientific research." Much like Bulma, who has persistently engaged in martial arts training. The martial arts she practices is the remarkable technique that preserves her youthful appearance, though her natural talent for combat is rather lacking, and her perseverance is minimal. Nevertheless, propelled by the elixir of great rejuvenation, Bulma possesses a formidable reservoir of internal energy, albeit with negligible combat experience. Hearing Vegeta's words, Chi-Chi began to ponder, and ultimately turned to Goku, saying, "All right, I believe Vegeta is right. Once we return, you shall teach Gohan martial arts." Goku's spirits soared upon hearing Chi-Chi's concession. However, she cautioned, "But he can only train for no more than 2 hours a day. Fear not, even if you wished for him to train longer. It would be impractical. Martial arts training requires a gradual approach. It cannot be mastered in a single day," Vegeta interjected with a smile. Chapter 77. Visitors from the cosmos. Just as Vegeta and the others were conversing in the courtyard, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and several others landed in the yard aboard their aircraft. Krillin and Yamcha joyfully embraced Goku, excitedly recounting the events of their recent adventures. As they were all merrily preparing for lunch, a peculiar egg-shaped spaceship suddenly descended from the cosmos, hurtling towards Earth. The spacecraft pierced through the dense atmosphere, tracing a graceful arc across the azure sky before crashing with a resounding thud onto a desolate expanse. Not far away, a farmer was tending to his fields when he spotted an unidentified flying object plummeting to the ground. He hastily tossed his pitchfork into his truck and drove towards the site of the crash, recognizing the potential value of a meteorite. With great anticipation, the farmer arrived at the landing site, only to find a white, egg-shaped spaceship nestled within a crater. As he stood there in astonishment, a figure clad in bizarre attire emerged from the spacecraft. The farmer quickly rushed to his truck and retrieved a rifle from behind the seat, aiming it at Raditz, and demanded, "Who are you?" Raditz, observing the farmer before him, activated his power-level scouter, only to burst into laughter upon seeing the reading of 5. With disdain, he declared, "So, it's merely a weakling with a power level of 5. Enraged by Raditz's words, the farmer retaliated by firing his weapon. To his astonishment, Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet with his bare hands. The farmer exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you a martial artist?" "What martial artist?" "I am Raditz, a scion." As Raditz heard himself referred to as a martial artist, he immediately retorted with disdain. "Humph, whether you are a scion or a martial artist. The Martial Arts Association has established rules. Warriors must not strike against ordinary people. Otherwise, they will be hunted by martial artists across the globe." The farmer, attempting to intimidate, hoped that Raditz would fear the Earth's Martial Arts Association. "What nonsense are you spouting? I shall kill you, and not even the gods can intervene," he declared. With that, Raditz deflected the bullet he had just caught back towards its origin. In an instant, the immense kinetic energy pierced through the farmer's body and lodged itself in a nearby pickup truck. "You dare strike against an ordinary person?" The farmer gasped in horror before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Raditz looked disdainfully at the corpse before reopening his power-level scouter, which immediately erupted with frantic beeping. "What is happening?" Raditz exclaimed, astonished as he observed the readings on the scouter, indicating numerous warriors with power levels in the hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands surrounding him. How is this possible? Why are there so many powerful beings on this remote planet? Wasn't the Earth supposed to be an ordinary planet? Raditz clenched his fists, fear rising within him. No wonder so many people exist on this planet. Kakarot is merely a low-level warrior. His current power level must be only in the hundreds or thousands, making him incapable of confronting these formidable foes. I wonder if Kakarot is safe. Could he have already been killed? Raditz pondered anxiously. With this thought, he used the scouter to contact his comrades on other planets. "Belarus, you must be aware of my current situation. What should I do now?" Although Vegeta was no longer with them, it seemed Raditz and his companions had acquired a new leader. "Indeed, you must continue your search for Kakarot. No member of our Scion clan should wander alone." Belarus responded cryptically. Despite the presence of warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 on Earth, it is inconsequential. Remember, this planet has a moon. Belarus continued. "Nappa and I will swiftly make our way there. Together, we possess the strength to cleanse Earth of its inhabitants." Hearing Belarus's words, Raditz felt a surge of confidence and boldly replied, "Regardless of whether Kakarot is alive or dead, I will find him. If he lives, I shall see him. If he has fallen, I shall find his body." With that, Raditz began his search across Earth, stealthily approaching each warrior indicated by the scouter. By coincidence, his path led him in the direction of West City. None of these warriors are Kakarot. Surely, he has not truly perished? With a furrowed brow, Raditz spoke. While searching, he soon arrived at West City, one of the largest metropolises on Earth. Standing outside the Chinese Martial Arts Hall, Raditz remarked, "Once again, the Chinese Martial Arts Hall. It seems that many formidable warriors on this planet are affiliated with this institution. Could it be the dominant organization on Earth?" With that, Raditz boldly entered the hall. Initially, he moved stealthily, but soon realized that as long as he refrained from making any provocative gestures, the martial artists of Earth would not confront him. As Raditz stepped further inside, a disciple of the Chinese Martial Arts Hall approached him and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Have you come to seek a master or to purchase martial arts manuals?" Having been asked the same question in previous martial arts halls, Raditz skillfully responded, "I am looking for someone. May I see the photographs of your esteemed warriors? There are many powerful individuals who have left our hall. What is the name of the person you seek?" The disciple politely asked. "Perhaps he has changed his name. He used to be called Kakarot," Raditz continued. "Kakarot? That is indeed an unusual name. I can assure you that there is no one by that name within our ranks," the disciple replied. Raditz persisted. "Might I see your roster? He may have altered his name." "Are you jesting? That is certainly not permissible. The roster is a confidential document of our hall, accessible only to senior members. I suggest you search elsewhere." The disciple promptly refused. Raditz had anticipated such a response, for he had encountered the same treatment in other martial arts halls. He engaged in this dialogue merely to allow himself time to observe the entire establishment. As he turned to leave, his eyes fell upon several posters affixed to the wall, and he immediately recognized an image of Sun Wukong. However, the name inscribed was not Kakarot, but rather Sun Wukong. Chapter 78, Confrontation. Raditz excitedly pointed at the image of Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "Is this Sun Wukong one of your hall's champions?" The disciple, gazing at the peculiar individual pointing at his senior brother's portrait, proudly replied, "Indeed. Senior brother Sun is a 3-time champion of the martial arts tournament and the esteemed disciple of our Grandmaster Vegeta. He is now a renowned warrior across the globe." As a martial artist, you should certainly be familiar with him. Noticing Raditz' fervor upon seeing the image of Sun Wukong, the disciple regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Raditz suppressed his excitement and responded, "Of course I know him. He was previously known as Kakarot. I never imagined he would now go by Sun Wukong." Gazing at the portrait of Sun Wukong, Raditz couldn't help but reflect, "At last, I have found you, Kakarot. It seems you have been thriving on Earth." Raditz turned to the disciple and inquired, "May I ask where your senior brother resides?" The disciple replied, "I truly do not know. Ever since my senior brother married 5 years ago, he has secluded himself and rarely makes an appearance." Upon hearing this, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. However, at that moment, the disciple continued, "Although I am unaware of his whereabouts, our Grandmaster must know, as he is my senior brother's mentor." "Grandmaster? Where can I find him?" Raditz eagerly asked. The disciple responded, He resides in this city. If you follow this road westward and proceed about 5 intersections, you will find the largest private mansion in West Capital. Our Grandmaster lives within." Pointing in the direction, the disciple elaborated. Having listened to the directions, Raditz said nothing further and immediately soared towards the indicated path. "How rude. Not even a word of thanks," the disciple muttered in dissatisfaction. Raditz soon arrived at the grand private mansion described by the disciple. He recognized it from a distance as he spotted Sun Wukong conversing with others in the courtyard. "Kakarot, I have finally found you," Raditz exclaimed with excitement. The group in the courtyard quickly sensed a formidable energy approaching them. They all frowned and looked up. Perceiving the hidden malice within this energy, Raditz soon hovered above Vegeta and the others, casting his gaze downward, particularly fixating on Wukong. Upon seeing that distinctive long hair, Vegeta instantly recognized him, but he was displeased that anyone would dare to hover above him, looking down with such presumption. Vegeta raised his hand and executed a swift dragon grab, pulling Raditz down with unexpected force. Raditz, caught off guard, felt an immense pull from below that yanked him downwards, causing him to crash heavily into the courtyard. Furious, he exclaimed, "Do you know who I am?" as he rose from the ground, directing his gaze towards Vegeta. "Who are you, Raditz?" Vegeta replied coolly. "What?" Raditz turned in disbelief, astonished that someone on Earth could recognize him. His pupils widened as he beheld the figure before him, which quickly aligned with his recollections of King Vegeta. Raditz gasped, "King Vegeta? King Vegeta?" The others in the courtyard turned their attention to Vegeta, with Bulma smiling as she remarked, "Isn't this one called Vegeta? When did he become King Vegeta?" Realizing the situation, Raditz came to his senses. The individual before him was indeed younger than King Vegeta. Suddenly, he recalled the taboo matter from planet Vegeta, the mysterious disappearance of King Vegeta's firstborn, Prince Vegeta. Could this person standing before him truly be the prince of that time? Raditz confirmed aloud, "You are not King Vegeta. You are His Royal Highness, Prince Vegeta." Vegeta folded the newspaper in his hands and turned his gaze towards Raditz, slowly nodding as he spoke. "Indeed, I am Vegeta, Raditz. It has been a long time." After Vegeta's birth, Raditz came into the world shortly thereafter, thus he was familiar with Raditz. Raditz immediately beamed at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Wonderful! With Prince Vegeta by our side, our chances of victory have significantly increased." He then surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Your Highness, why do you find yourself amidst these contemptible earthlings? Have you forgotten your true identity? We could easily eliminate these earthlings and sell the planet for a handsome profit." Upon hearing Raditz refer to herself as a contemptible earthling, Bulma erupted with fury, turning to Vegeta and demanding, "How can you remain passive while this scoundrel insults your wife?" Vegeta instructed Trunks, who was playing with Gohan, saying, "Trunks, assist your mother in teaching this ill-mannered individual a lesson." "All right, Dad." Trunks promptly discarded his toy and approached Raditz with a serious expression on his youthful face, asking, "Are you the one who bullies my mother?" Raditz gazed at the blue-haired child before him, astonished that the Saiyan Prince had sired a child with a human, and that this hybrid was now to confront him. Amused, Raditz chuckled derisively, "Vegeta, do not presume that your past as a Saiyan Prince grants you the audacity to act so brazenly. The planet Vegeta has been obliterated by meteors. You and I are now both solitary beings." Raditz's confidence stemmed from his battle power scanner, which revealed that Vegeta's power was a mere 500. In contrast, the young boy before him possessed a power level slightly exceeding Vegeta's, yet still only at 1000. Raditz, an elite warrior with approximately 1500 power, remarked boastfully, "Little one, while I concede your strength at such a tender age is impressive, you should not dare to challenge me, for I am beyond your capabilities." Trunks, displeased by Raditz' taunts, had intended to resume his play with Gohan but decided to take action. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Raditz and delivered a swift kick that sent Raditz flying. Trunks was not finished. He pursued Raditz and unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering Raditz unconscious. Chapter 79. Bellish Trunks returned to Vegeta, tugging at Raditz's clothing, and proclaimed, "Dad, this guy is quite weak. He fainted so easily." "Very well. You may go play. I will handle this," Vegeta replied with a smile. Trunks joyfully resumed his play with Gohan. At that moment, Goku inquired, "What shall we do with this fellow?" Vegeta sighed and remarked, "Let us wait until he regains consciousness. After all, he is our kin, your brother. As long as he does not commit any unforgivable sins against Earth, we can spare him." Raditz's condition appeared stable, and given Trunks' relatively weak prowess at this time, Raditz awakened after a mere 10 minutes. The instant he regained consciousness, he swiftly turned to face Vegeta and the others with caution. "Awake now? Come and have a bite." Vegeta invited, as dusk began to settle and they prepared for a barbecue in the yard. However, Raditz did not appreciate the invitation. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, as the prince of our Scion race, why do you willingly associate with these Earthlings? Compared to you, Prince Beerus is far more capable of shouldering the responsibility of revitalizing our Scion lineage." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta handed his grilled meat to Trunks and suddenly unleashed a swift strike, sending a wave of sword energy that shattered Raditz's power-level scouter. Raditz stood frozen, drenched in sweat. Had Vegeta aimed his attack at him instead of the scouter, he might have met his demise. Even though the target was merely the scouter, Raditz could sense the fierce momentum of that sword energy. "It is because of your ignorance, your foolishness, and your reckless mischief," Vegeta declared emphatically. Raditz was utterly bewildered by Vegeta's sudden outburst and struggled to comprehend his words. Mindless slaughter is a path to destruction. The most crucial point is that the Scions have willingly become tools in Frisia's hands. Do you not understand the adage that a cunning rabbit leaves no more than 3 burrows? Vegeta continued. Do you believe planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor? Wrong. It was obliterated by Frisia. This is impossible, Raditz exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation, retreating in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Wait. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, you had been missing for over a year. How could you possibly know that Frisia was responsible for its destruction?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "This is the truth. When I first encountered Frisia, I could see in his eyes his intent to annihilate planet Vegeta. You were lying. If you were aware of this, why did you not inform King Vegeta? He is your father." Raditz retorted once more. "Indeed, he is my father. But do you think discussing this matter with him would yield any favorable outcome? He would merely hand me over to Frisia. What does familial affection mean to the Scions?" Vegeta sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Raditz fell silent, for he was all too familiar with such sentiments. "Do you know why I destroyed your power-level scouter?" Vegeta inquired again. "Why?" Raditz asked, his heart racing with curiosity. "Because you fools have been under Frisia's surveillance all along," Vegeta stated. "What?" Raditz gasped, genuinely terrified. "Are you saying Frisia has been monitoring us through the scouters?" "Of course, what else would you presume?" Vegeta scoffed. "Though, you likely were not being monitored. It was probably my foolish brother who was the target." Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the universe, on a remote planet, Nappa spoke to Beerus, saying, "Beerus, I just lost Raditz's signal. Has he been eliminated by Vegeta?" Beerus took a bite of the freshly roasted, unidentified meat and remarked, "It matters not. If we must eliminate him, so be it. What difference does it make with that fool Raditz? Whether he exists or not changes nothing. Then what shall we do now? Are we to journey to Earth?" Nappa inquired. "Indeed, we shall go. Knowing that my brother is on Earth compels me to seek him out. If possible, it would be preferable to eliminate him," Beerus declared, discarding the bone from his grasp. "Why? We could enlist him into our ranks," Nappa responded, perplexed, unable to comprehend Beerus's desire to kill Vegeta. Beerus gazed at Nappa with a mix of bewilderment and exasperation. This fellow was truly lacking in intellect. Even Raditz surpassed him in cunning. Yet it was precisely due to his simplicity and commendable strength that Beerus found it relatively easy to manipulate him. After all, he is my brother. Once he joined the team, whose orders do we follow? Beerus elucidated. Nappa, though still somewhat perplexed, feigned comprehension. "Let us depart at once. It will take us approximately a year to reach Earth," Beerus declared, leading the way toward the spacecraft park nearby. Thus, time swiftly passed, and a year elapsed. During this period, Raditz was confronted by the Martial Arts Oversight Committee concerning the incident with the farmer. Ultimately, after Vegeta resurrected the farmer using the Dragon Balls, the committee, swayed by Vegeta's stature, decided to let Raditz off the hook. Raditz, witnessing the miraculous Dragon Balls, began to entertain new thoughts. He speculated that Vegeta and Kakarot's extraordinary prowess must stem from their use of the Dragon Balls to wish upon the Eternal Dragon. If they could achieve such greatness, surely he could as well, provided he collected the Dragon Balls. However, Vegeta's shrewdness was formidable, while his brother Kakarot possessed a certain naivety. Thus, Raditz feigned camaraderie and ultimately gleaned crucial information about the Dragon Balls from Kakarot. The most significant revelation was that the Dragon Balls were crafted by a deity of Earth, a being he recognized as an Namekian. If the Namekian on Earth could create Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling any wish, then the Namekians on planet Namek must possess similar abilities. On Earth, he was under constant surveillance by Vegeta and his allies, and he was no match for them. Therefore, it became evident to him that he could venture to Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. Chapter 80. A reunion of brothers resolved in his intentions. Raditz quietly lingered on Earth. However, the past year had not been spent idly. Through his calculated flattery, Goku had grown almost completely unguarded around him. As for Vegeta, he had never regarded Raditz as a foe and thus had not cautioned Goku to remain vigilant. With Goku's assistance, Raditz had even managed to learn a few martial arts techniques, and with diligent practice, his strength would surely flourish in the future. Boom, boom. Two spaceships pierced through Earth's dense atmosphere, heading toward the planet. Following the previous incident involving Raditz, Earth had intensified its surveillance of outer space. The moment Belis and Nappa's ship neared Earth, the monitoring personnel quickly detected their presence. Soon after, Vegeta received word from the space agency. Very well, I understand. You each have your roles. I shall handle this personally. Rest assured, with my presence, they shall not stir significant waves. Should any developments arise, I will promptly inform you. After concluding the call, Vegeta reached out to Goku. Goku, summon Raditz, Beerus, and Nappa have descended upon Earth. Let us confront them together. Certainly, Master. Goku readily acquiesced, simultaneously calling upon Raditz, who was outside training Gohan. In swift succession, the three converged, and guided by the calculations of the space agency alongside their intuition regarding energy levels, they arrived at the designated landing site of the spacecraft. Boom, boom. With two resounding crashes, the spacecraft piloted by Beerus and Nappa touched down upon the Earth. Soon after, a man resembling Vegeta, albeit with a notably different hairstyle, and a bald warrior emerged from the crater. Upon locking eyes, both parties fixated on one another. Beerus exclaimed, "My dear brother, I never anticipated that after all these years since my birth, we would finally meet for the first time." Beerus, "It was only upon Raditz's arrival that I became aware of your existence," Vegeta replied, his expression tinged with complexity. "Life in the Frisia Force has not been easy." "Has it?" Vegeta inquired. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Belis was instantly reminded of the days spent after being sent to Frisia's army by King Vegeta. This was a life that should have belonged to Vegeta, yet he fled, ultimately leaving Belis to confront all of this. Spare me the pretense. I have but one question for you. Are you willing to join our team?" Belis inquired. Vegeta composed himself, for he was not of this world. The Scion race held little emotional significance for him. Comparatively, Earth was truly his home. "Belis, you know I cannot accompany you. Nor can I roam to other planets to indulge in senseless slaughter. That is not the life I lead," Vegeta stated. "You could also choose to stay. Earth could become your new sanctuary," he urged, observing the grim expression on Belis's face. With arms crossed, Belis remarked, "Vegeta, we Scions have never been sentimental. Since you refuse to accompany me, I shall annihilate this Earth. You are well aware of my capacity for destruction. Indeed, it seems that unruly children only heed words after receiving a sound thrashing." Vegeta suggested, "How about a competition? It will be 2 against 2, Goku, and I versus you, and Nappa. The victors shall dictate the terms. What say you?" Raditz silently implored from the sidelines. "Do not agree, for the love of all that is sacred." Alas, his unvoiced plea went unheard by Belis, who, upon observing the two combatants with power levels of 500 on his scouter, scoffed and replied, "I expected something more. I accept your challenge. Rest assured, we shall not take your lives. After all, we shall soon be allies." Sighing at Belis's naivety, Raditz covered his face and discreetly ascended to a nearby mountain to avoid the impending chaos. "Choose your opponents," Vegeta inquired. "Nappa, You shall face Kakarot and demonstrate how we have endured under Frisia's regime. As for Vegeta, he is mine, Bellis declared. Understood, Bellis, Nappa acknowledged. Stepping forward to face Goku. Kakarot, come forth. I hope you can endure my onslaught for a while. Without hesitation, Goku approached Nappa, grinning as he said, I advise you not to trust what you see with your eyes. Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. Enough prattle. With that, Nappa launched a fierce punch at Goku. Yet, Goku nimbly evaded the attack. Nappa was taken aback. He had unleashed that punch without warning and with full force. How could Kakarot have dodged so effortlessly? Surely, it was mere luck. Resolving to press on, Nappa continued his assault, throwing a flurry of punches. Though lacking in finesse, each strike was devoid of superfluous motion, honed from the crucible of life and death battles. However, despite Nappa's relentless efforts, he could scarcely graze the hem of Goku's attire. Most critically, Goku always seemed to exude the impression that he could easily counter with even greater speed. Yet, no matter how much Nappa increased his velocity, Goku remained just a step ahead. Observing the duel, Bellis's expression darkened. He began to realize that Kakarot's displayed prowess far exceeded what the scouter indicated. Bellis swiftly turned his head and spotted Late Eyes, who was spectating nearby. He gestured towards him with a wave. Without uttering a word, Late Eyes immediately soared to Bellis's side. Bellis inquired in a low voice, Raditz, you have been here for a year. Tell me, what is their true strength? Raditz replied succinctly, incomprehensible. What do you mean specifically? Bellis pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Raditz leaned closer to Bellis and whispered, not weaker than Frisia. Although Raditz's voice was barely a whisper, it resonated in Bellis's ears like thunder, shaking him to his core. Chapter 81. The duel. Bellis turned his gaze back to the battlefield at their center, observing how Kakarot toyed with Nappa as if he were a mere plaything. Finally, Bellis could no longer contain himself and shouted, enough! Upon hearing Bellis's command, Nappa ceased his assault, panting heavily as he stood there. He turned to Bellis and inquired, Bellis, what is it? I am on the verge of victory. What victory? You are no match for Kakarot. Stand down. Bellis replied sternly. However, being immersed in the fray, Nappa was unable to recognize the reality of his situation. He attempted to argue, but was swiftly interrupted by Bellis. I command you to withdraw. I do not wish to repeat my orders, Bellis declared, his expression darkening. Upon witnessing Bellis's grim demeanor, Nappa felt a shiver run down his spine, and he fell silent, casting a glare at Goku before quietly retreating to stand behind Bellis. Despite Raditz's assertion that their strength rivaled that of Frisia, Nappa remained skeptical and felt the need to validate this claim personally. Bellis strode to the center of the battlefield and turned to Vegeta, declaring, Vegeta, I seek to engage you in combat. Just moments ago, had he not called him brother? How could he so swiftly deny it? Vegeta questioned aloud. Spare me your trivialities. If you wish for my acknowledgement, first you must defeat me. Bellis clenched his fists and assumed an offensive stance. Vegeta extended his hand towards Bellis, gesturing for him to make the first move. Upon witnessing Vegeta's disdainful demeanor, Bellis was instantly consumed by rage. He lunged forward, closing the distance to Vegeta and launched a fierce punch. However, the outcome mirrored that of the encounter between Nappa and Goku. No matter how fervently Bellis attacked, he could not land a blow on Vegeta. After exchanging dozens of strikes, Bellis exclaimed to Vegeta, Why do you not retaliate? Do you hold me in contempt? Am I so unworthy that I do not even merit a response from you? Observing his brother for the first time, and noting the serious expression on his face, Vegeta slowly nodded and replied, Very well, since you wish for it. I shall make my move. I hope you do not come to regret this. With Vegeta finally preparing to strike, Bellis was filled with excitement and once more launched his fist towards Vegeta. Vegeta raised his arm, effortlessly deflecting his opponent's attack, and then pressed his palm against Bellis's chest. As he released a surge of energy from his palm, Bellis felt as if he had been struck by an immense mountain, propelling him through the air. With a thunderous crash, Bellis's body collided with the summit of a nearby peak, causing the small mountain to crumble under the impact. Suddenly, Bellis sprang forth from the rubble, launching yet another assault against Vegeta. Vegeta, a master of counterattacks, felt the dual energies of yin and yang surging within him. The fist launched by Bellis unexpectedly turned against its master, spiraling back with an uncontrollable force. With a resounding impact, Bellis's own fist struck his face under Vegeta's command. Instantly, the force of the blow sent Bellis hurtling away, accompanied by a pained and anguished cry. Bellis, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, What is this technique? To which Vegeta replied, Even if I were to explain, you would not comprehend it. Why do you insist on competing? Compete? Of course, I shall. I have yet to be defeated, Bellis asserted with determination. Is that so? That was merely me showing restraint. Since you insist, I shall reveal my true strength, Vegeta declared. Yet, deep down, Vegeta refrained from unleashing his full power, fearing that a complete assault might inadvertently harm his long-lost brother. Nevertheless, Bellis was exhilarated. Eager to validate the convictions that resided in his heart, Vegeta raised his hand and executed a swift motion, ultimately unleashing a thunderous roar, the dragon of retribution. In an instant, a colossal golden dragon erupted from his palm, hurtling directly towards Bellis. The immense pressure of its presence rendered Bellis utterly defenseless. He could only hastily cross his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself from the impending assault. Fool, observing Bellis. Frozen in place and bracing for impact, Vegeta inwardly cursed, then waved his hand, causing the golden dragon to veer past Bellis with a swift flick of its head. The powerful gust of wind generated by its passage sent Bellis soaring away, while the magnificent dragon, with its grandiose form, ascended through the atmosphere into the vastness of outer space. With a resounding crash, the golden dragon collided with a small asteroid, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the entire sky with its brilliant shockwave. Finally regaining his senses, Bellis gasped for breath, acutely aware that he had just brushed against the specter of death, a truly terrifying sensation. Bellis rose to his feet, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he regarded Vegeta. He spoke, "Your strength is formidable. This time, victory belongs to you. However, I shall return, and I will undoubtedly surpass you." With that, he turned to Nappa and said, "Let us depart." At this moment, Nappa no longer exhibited the arrogance he had displayed upon arriving on Earth. The sheer power of Vegeta's recent attack had indeed left him quite intimidated. Thus, he followed Bellis like a quail, making his way toward the spaceship. Bellis turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, what about you? Will you remain on Earth, or accompany us?" Raditz longed to flee Earth at that moment, yet he lacked the courage to act without Prince Vegeta's consent. Thus, he turned to Vegeta and Goku and asked, "Prince Vegeta, brother, what are your thoughts?" Upon witnessing Raditz's demeanor, reminiscent of a fledgling chick, Vegeta could not suppress a bemused smile. He then remarked, "You are free. The choice of whether to stay or depart rests entirely within your own heart." In response to Vegeta's words, Raditz promptly declared, "Then I shall depart with Prince Beerus. It is not that I harbor a dislike for Earth, but I yearn for those days filled with unceasing battles." Hearing Raditz's proclamation, Nappa was momentarily taken aback. "Enjoying combat? Raditz? Am I mistaken? Is he not the laziest among us?" Raditz, catching the peculiar gaze from Nappa, swiftly signaled with his eyes for him to refrain from speaking. Subsequently, Raditz activated the controls of his spacecraft, which swiftly approached him from the distance. As Vegeta observed the trio preparing to depart from Earth, uncertain of when they might reunite in the future, he cautioned them, "Exercise caution amidst the vastness of the universe, and refrain from engaging in further acts of slaughter. Such actions will serve only to amplify the animosity that other races harbor towards the Scions, yielding no benefits whatsoever." Bellis paused for a moment and then remarked, "You should focus on yourself. Our affairs do not require your concern." After speaking, he led the way into the spacecraft. Under the watchful gazes of Vegeta and Goku, the three spacecraft vanished into the vastness of space beyond Earth. Chapter 82. The Secrets of Dragon Ball. As the three spacecraft disappeared from view, Goku couldn't help but inquire, "Master, will we have the chance to meet them again?" Vegeta gazed thoughtfully at the sky above and remarked, "Of course, I believe that day is not too far off." Vegeta was, of course, unaware that Raditz had already discovered the secret of the Dragon Balls. His statement was merely a reflection of his belief that Frieza, upon learning of his existence, would inevitably come seeking him. In the vast expanse of space, Raditz spoke into the communicator, "Bellis, Nappa, let us land on a nearby planet. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing the words of Raditz, Bellis could not help but furrow his brow. However, he ultimately acquiesced. Thus, three spacecraft sequentially descended upon the surface of Mars. Nappa, known for his volatile temper, bellowed at Raditz, "Raditz, speak quickly if you have something to say. Dawdle any longer, and I shall crush your arm." Had this been a year prior, Raditz might have felt genuine fear of Nappa, but after a year of rigorous training on Earth, he now stood unafraid. "Humph, do you think my time on Earth was spent idly? Do you believe you can bully me as you once did?" Raditz retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing Raditz's audacity in addressing him thus, Nappa was instantly filled with rage and launched a punch towards Raditz in an aggressive assault. Bellis did not intervene. Instead, He was eager to witness the extent of Raditz' strength after a year on Earth. Confronted with Nappa's assault, Raditz neither dodged nor evaded, but met the attack head-on with a powerful punch. The sound of their fists colliding echoed as Nappa was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain peak. Surprised at being overpowered by Raditz, Nappa seethed with rage, brushing off the debris from his body, and bellowed, "Humph, come again. I was unprepared just now." After uttering these words, Nappa attempted to charge at Raditz once more, but was halted by Bellus's commanding voice. Nappa, still unwilling to concede, sought to voice his objections, yet Bellus raised his arm and sternly stated, "I do not wish to hear the same words again. This is my second warning." Upon hearing Bellus's admonition, Nappa begrudgingly ceased his aggressive stance, though his eyes betrayed his lingering dissatisfaction. Bellus turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, pray tell, what is the purpose of summoning us here?" Raditz did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly approached Bellus's side, suddenly reaching out to seize the battle power detector that Bellus was wearing, and without hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. Barristan was momentarily taken aback, not by the fact that Raditz had shattered his combat power detector, but rather by the suddenness of Raditz's action, leaving him utterly unresponsive. "Raditz, have you lost your mind? Why would you destroy our combat power detector?" Nappa exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulity. Raditz paid no heed to Nappa's words. Instead, he approached him and seized the combat power detector by his ear, crushing it in his grip. Witnessing Raditz's disregard for him and the destruction of his device ignited a fury within Nappa, compelling him to retaliate once more. Yet, this time, Barristan intervened. Casting a complex gaze upon Raditz, he inquired, "Pray tell, Raditz, I trust you have a valid reason for vandalizing our combat power detectors." Raditz replied, "Have you not contemplated a certain issue? If you can utilize the combat power detectors to eavesdrop on my conversations with Vegeta, do you not think that Frieza could also employ these devices to listen in on us?" Nappa, taken aback by Raditz's revelation, exclaimed, "What? Frieza would dare to do such a thing? How despicable!" Meanwhile, Barristan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, nodded affirmatively, stating, "I am indeed aware of this matter. It is not difficult to deduce." Nappa, perplexed by Barristan's knowledge, pressed further, "Why, Barristan, if you were aware of this, did you not inform us?" Bellus spoke up to clarify, "What does it matter? It merely heightens our conflict with the Frieza force. At present, we are not their match. We must exercise patience." Raditz was taken aback that Bellus was aware of this matter and could not help but silently lament, "Vegeta, your brother is not as foolish as you think. Rather, it is I and Nappa who are the simpletons. Raditz, what is it that you wish to convey to us? Speak up." Bellus's words interrupted Raditz's reverie. Regaining his composure, Raditz replied, "Bellus, Nappa, have you never pondered why the powers of Vegeta and Goku surpass ours by such a wide margin?" Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bellus furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you truly mean? Is there some hidden truth behind their formidable strength?" "Indeed, Raditz, do enlighten us," Nappa urged anxiously. Raditz continued, "Consider this. Vegeta is somewhat understandable. He is an elite warrior, older than us, and through diligent training, he has indeed surpassed our capabilities. However, what about Kakarot? When he was born, he was even weaker than a low-class warrior, with a power level of merely 2. How could he possibly possess such immense strength? So, you suspect that their power stems from other factors?" Bellus pondered aloud. "Precisely. After spending a year on Earth gathering information, I have uncovered their secret." Raditz paused momentarily to heighten the suspense. Nappa, unable to contain himself, pressed on, "Do tell us. I am on the edge of my seat." Raditz did not keep them waiting long and continued, "Their remarkable power is entirely due to the existence of the Dragon Balls, an extraordinarily potent artifact on Earth." "Dragon Balls?" Bellus queried, perplexed, having never encountered such a phenomenon in his many years traversing the cosmos. "Indeed, the Dragon Balls, there are 7 in total. When gathered, they can summon the Eternal Dragon, who is capable of granting any wish." At last, Raditz unveiled what he deemed the secret behind Vegeta and Goku's strength. "Are you suggesting that Vegeta and Kakarot made wishes to the Eternal Dragon to significantly enhance their power?" Bellus followed Raditz's line of thought. "Yes. Otherwise I cannot fathom how their strength could have escalated so rapidly." By this point, Raditz had become so enraptured by the notion of the Dragon Balls that he entirely overlooked the invaluable martial arts wisdom he had acquired during his time on Earth. Chapter 83. The Crisis on Namek. However, Earth is entirely the domain of Vegeta and Kakarot. We have no means to collect the Dragon Balls ourselves. Nappa, At last, displaying some cleverness, voiced his concern. Bellis turned to Raditz and inquired, Raditz, your summoning of us here cannot merely be for these trivial discussions. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Upon hearing Bellis's words, Raditz chuckled confidently and replied, Dragon Balls are not a natural phenomenon. They cannot materialize out of thin air. Surely, someone must have crafted them. Do you know who that might be? Raditz continued to build suspense. Who is it? Bellis, now aware of Raditz's mischievous nature, played along. It is the Namekians. At last, he revealed his answer amidst the eager gazes of Bellis and Nappa. The Namekians. Bellis exclaimed in astonishment. How did you come to this conclusion? Are you certain? Raditz affirmed. I am indeed certain. It was the Namekians. Over 3 centuries ago, a Namekian inadvertently found his way to Earth. After a period of training, he ascended to the status of a deity on Earth and subsequently created 7 Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish of humanity. So your intention is, indeed, while we cannot gather all 7 Dragon Balls on Earth, the existence of Dragon Balls there suggests that they must also exist on Namek. We can travel to Namek to collect the Dragon Balls. Raditz finally disclosed his true intentions to Bellis and Nappa. Excellent, Raditz. You have accomplished something that has truly impressed both Nappa and me, Bellis praised Raditz. Now you understand why I had to shatter your power-level scouter. The matter of the Dragon Balls must remain concealed from Frisia. Raditz then elaborated on his reason for destroying the scouter. Indeed, you were right to do so. This is a secret that Frisia must not learn, Bellis concurred. Nodding in agreement. Time is of the essence. We must set forth to Namek immediately. With that, the trio boarded their spacecraft, heading towards Namek. In the far reaches of the cosmos, at the headquarters of Frisia's army, a subordinate with a frog-like head reported to Frisia, Lord Frisia. We have detected the movement of Bellis and his crew's spacecraft. Frisia nodded and remarked, they have finally taken to the skies. Tell me, where are those 3 traitors headed? The frog-headed subordinate checked the computer and responded, report to Lord Frisia. According to the computer's calculations, they appear to be heading to Namek. Namek? What business do they have there? Frisia questioned, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, standing beside Frisia, Sabra seemed to recall something, hesitatingly saying, Lord Frisia, I have heard a legend regarding Namek. A legend? What sort of legend? Pray, enlighten me. Frisia inquired with keen interest. It is said that on Namek, there exists a miraculous artifact known as the Dragon Balls, which can summon a formidable dragon capable of granting any wish one desires. Is it true that any wish, even immortality, can be realized? Frisia asked, astonished. Sabo hesitated momentarily before responding. The legend states that any wish is possible. Previously, I found it too far-fetched to believe. However, witnessing the actions of Bellis and his companions now makes me question its veracity. Better to trust in a fallacy than to miss an opportunity. I am convinced these 3 individuals do not engage in frivolous endeavors. Frisia declared, Sabo, gather the troops. We shall embark for Namek at once to confront these 3 young beings. Yes, Lord Frisia, Sabo replied, standing at attention. Shortly thereafter, the headquarters of Frisia's army resounded with the alarm for assembly as countless warriors armed with laser weapons surged towards the nearby spaceship. In no time, the spacecraft ascended into the sky, swiftly making its way to Namek. On Namek, the Grand Elder abruptly awakened from slumber. Having just experienced a dream in which the entire planet was engulfed in flames, and all Namekians perished. Neru, are you outside? The Grand Elder called out. Yes, Grand Elder. I am here, Neru replied, hastily entering the chamber upon hearing the Grand Elder's summons. Observing the sweat glistening on the Grand Elder's brow, he inquired, Grand Elder, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? The Grand Elder took a moment to compose himself before stating, Neru, I dreamt that Namek was consumed by fire, and all Namekians were slaughtered by a powerful demon. Grand Elder, it was merely a nightmare. It is not reality, Neru reassured him. The Grand Elder shook his head, responding, No, this is not a mere nightmare. It is a portent, a harbinger of Namek's future. However, in my dream, I saw a mighty warrior who aided us in confronting the demon. Thus, I need you to find this powerful warrior. The Grand Elder instructed Neru. A powerful warrior? Neru asked, somewhat perplexed. Do you know who this warrior might be? The Grand Elder shook his head, replying, I could not discern his appearance in the dream. But I saw him surrounded by 7 Dragon Balls, so this warrior must reside on a planet where 7 Dragon Balls exist. You journey to various villages to collect the Dragon Balls, subsequently beseeching the dragon god Purunga for a wish, seeking the planet that harbors the 7 Dragon Balls. Your quest leads you to the Namekian who forged these mystical orbs, requesting his assistance in locating the formidable warrior capable of vanquishing the demon. As the sole combatant among the Namekians, Nairu feels a twinge of defiance upon hearing the elder's request for aid from another warrior, leading him to bow his head in silence. The elder, discerning Nairu's thoughts, sternly rebukes him. "Nairu, do you intend to defy my command?" Startled by the elder's grave tone, Naira hastily assents, proclaiming, "Yes, elder, I shall set forth at once to gather the Dragon Balls." With that, Naira swiftly departs, soaring towards the villages, where 9 Dragon Balls are safeguarded across the Namekian settlements. Chapter 84. Summoning Vegeta swiftly, Nairu collects all 7 Dragon Balls, and before the assembled crowd, he summons the Namekian dragon, Purunga. Many Namekians are now aware of the elder's prophetic dream, while they harbor doubts about the impending crisis. Their curiosity is piqued by the existence of the Namekian who has wandered afar. Thus, they gather to witness the spectacle. In no time, at Nairu's invocation, the majestic Purunga materializes before them. "State your wishes, whatever they may be. I can grant you 3. Purunga's voice resonates through the heavens. Naira boldly addresses Purunga. "Purunga, I wish to locate a Namekian residing on another planet, one who can create the 7 Dragon Balls." This wish seems straightforward, yet Purunga inquires, "Once found, what shall you do?" Hearing this, the crowd begins to believe that there indeed exists a Namekian lost among the stars. "Please assist in transporting him here," Nairu implores. "Very well, this is but a trivial task," Purunga replies with a booming voice. On Earth, the Guardian is enjoying tea with Mr. Popo in the sacred temple. Since his fusion with the Demon King Piccolo, the Guardian has been living a life of unparalleled tranquility. Just as he prepares to speak, an unexpected tremor courses through his body, and he vanishes from Mr. Popo's sight. "Guardian!" Mr. Popo exclaims in astonishment, his teacup slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground. In a frenzy, Mr. Popo scours the temple, attempting to uncover the Guardian's whereabouts, but all efforts prove futile. Meanwhile, the Guardian finds himself on the Namekian planet, greeted by a breathtaking scene, surrounded by hundreds of fellow Namekians. "You are my kin? After centuries, I have finally rediscovered my homeland." The deity gazed at his kin surrounding him, his voice choked with emotion as tears moistened his eyes. Many Namekians were equally touched and stepped forward to embrace him, offering words of comfort. At that moment, Nera suddenly spoke up, saying, "I still do not know your name, but that is of little consequence. I summoned Shinran Purunga to assist us with an urgent matter." Upon hearing Neru's words, the deity paused for a moment, then inquired earnestly, "Speak freely. Whatever you require, as long as it is within my power, I shall gladly assist." Nera briefly recounted the dream that the Great Elder had experienced, continuing, "According to the Great Elder, only warriors from your planet can aid us in overcoming our plight. Can you summon them to help us?" The deity contemplated Neru's request for a moment before responding, "If the Great Elder's dream holds any truth, the only warrior on our Earth capable of saving the Namekian race is one named Vegeta. Is Vegeta truly formidable?" Nera asked with curiosity. The deity smiled softly and replied, "To call him formidable would be an understatement. He is unfathomably powerful. Can you bring him here to assist us?" Nero inquired, his face filled with hope. The deity, weighing his words carefully, refrained from making promises and said, "First, please return me to my home. I shall visit his residence and see if I can persuade him." "Thank you. You are truly a great help," Neru responded before once again wishing for Shinran Purunga to transport the deity back to Earth. Thus, the deity reappeared within the heavenly temple, coincidentally catching sight of Bobo, who was overjoyed at the sudden return, tears of happiness streaming down his face. "Deity, you have returned. I thought you had abandoned me," Bobo exclaimed, gazing tearfully at him. The deity gently patted Bobo's head, assuring him, "Fear not. How could I ever forsake you? I merely had some matters to attend to. Now, I must visit Mr. Vegeta's home for an important request," he added. With that, the deity summoned a flying carpet and leapt onto it. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Bobo called from below. "No, Bobo. Please remain here to oversee the temple," the deity replied before urging the carpet to soar swiftly from the heavenly temple towards Vegeta's abode. In a short while, the deity arrived at the residence of Vegeta and Bulma, fortuitously encountering Trunks, who was playing in the yard. The deity politely inquired, "Is Mr. Vegeta at home?" Trunks, intrigued by the green-skinned stranger before him, asked, "Who are you?" The deity introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am the god of Earth. I seek Mr. Vegeta for assistance with an important matter." Trunks, captivated, continued to inquire, "What is it? Is it something fun?" In the depths of the divine heart, A palpable sense of urgency lingered. Yet, in the presence of the child before him, he found himself unable to hasten the conversation. He continued, "Indeed. It is far from enjoyable and fraught with peril. Otherwise, I would not have sought the assistance of Mr. Vegeta." Just as Trunks was poised to inquire further, Vegeta returned from the dojo and beheld the god conversing leisurely with Trunks in the yard. Vegeta possesses a profound understanding of Trunks, whose insatiable curiosity often leads him to probe deeply into matters, sometimes driving adults to the brink of madness. Thus, Vegeta swiftly interjected, addressing the deity, "God, I am rather surprised to find you gracing my abode. Please, come inside for a cup of tea." The deity promptly halted Vegeta's polite gesture, grasping his arm, and replied, "Mr. Vegeta, there is no need for tea. I have come with a matter for which I seek your assistance. If you require my help, please do not hesitate to elaborate." Vegeta eagerly responded. The deity then succinctly recounted the events concerning Namek, concluding with, "Mr. Vegeta, do you think you could lend a hand?" Upon hearing the words of the deity, Vegeta immediately understood that he was about to confront Frieza, a moment he had long anticipated. He promptly nodded and replied, "Certainly. I shall assist. However, I may require additional support. I shall enlist the help of another." The deity, slightly perplexed, inquired, "Who?" Yet, he quickly realized, responding, "You must be referring to Mr. Son Goku." "Indeed, who else could it be? The most formidable opponent I shall handle, while the remaining minions shall be dealt with by Son Goku." After concluding the conversation, Vegeta returned home and placed a call to Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's description, Goku's enthusiasm surged. He had not yet exhausted his battle with Nappa and was eager for another opportunity to fight. Chapter 85. Arrival at Namek after the call. Vegeta turned to the deity and asked, "Goku has agreed. How shall we proceed? Shall we travel by spaceship?" "No need for that. I possess a more expedient method." The deity closed his eyes and inwardly summoned, "Naru, can you hear me? Mr. Vegeta has agreed to assist, and there is also Mr. Son Goku. Please summon the dragon to aid us." Soon, the deity received a response, "Understood. I shall request the dragon." After relaying this message to Vegeta, the deity said, shortly, "The dragon on Namek will summon you and Mr. Son Goku." "Very well." Just as Vegeta finished speaking, he suddenly vanished before the eyes of the deity and Trunks. Startled by his father's abrupt disappearance, Trunks pointed at the deity and exclaimed, "You wicked being! Where have you taken my father? Return him at once." The deity hurried to explain, but Trunks refused to listen, firmly believing the deity to be malevolent. Ultimately, their commotion attracted Bulma, who was conducting experiments in her laboratory. After inquiring about the situation, she managed to soothe Trunks. Meanwhile, upon their arrival on Namek, Vegeta and Goku were swiftly escorted by Nara to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta with delight and said, "Indeed, there is no mistake. The warrior I dreamed of is Mr. Vegeta. Your hairstyle matches precisely what I envisioned." In response to the Grand Elder's words, Vegeta chuckled and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this crisis on Namek may have been instigated by me." The Grand Elder, upon hearing Vegeta's statement, regarded him with a look of confusion. Vegeta spoke slowly. "This may indeed be related to the matter of the Dragon Balls on Earth. I'm not actually an Earthling, but a Scion, although I was raised on Earth. The last time my brother Belus came to Earth, he sought to recruit me into his team to conquer other races' planets, but I managed to drive him away. Perhaps it is this incident that has led him to learn about the Dragon Balls on Earth and the fact that the Namekians can create them. Here on Earth, he is not my equal and cannot seize the Dragon Balls, so he intends to come to Namek to claim yours." At this moment, Nail interjected, "Is your brother truly formidable, to be referred to as a demon by the Grand Elder?" Vegeta smiled and shook his head, then turned to Naru and said, "His strength may surpass that of an ordinary Namekian, but he is certainly no match for you, Naru. However, behind him stands a true tyrant of evil. And that is Frieza." "Frieza!" Naru exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Vegeta inquired, "Naru, are you familiar with Frieza?" Naru nodded and replied, "Indeed, some interstellar travelers, while resupplying on our planet Namek, spoke of this tyrant with palpable terror. They recounted how innumerable races across the galaxy had fallen victim to Frieza's annihilation. Since that day, I have pondered the nature of Frieza and the fate that might befall us should he come to Namek. I never anticipated that this day would eventually arrive." After a moment of reflection, Naru turned to Vegeta and asked, "Brother Vegeta, do you possess the confidence to vanquish Frieza?" Upon hearing Naru's words, Vegeta fell silent for a brief moment before responding, "With my current strength, I may at best achieve a stalemate with him. However, fret not. As long as I am here, I shall not allow him to inflict harm upon Namek. Neru, reassured by Vegeta's declaration, found solace not merely in Vegeta's words but in the wisdom of the elder. If the elder had dreamed of Vegeta successfully standing against Frieza, then such a feat was surely within reach. Thus, Vegeta and Goku remained on Namek, dedicating their days to training and engaging in conversations with the Namekians, thereby familiarizing themselves with many of their abilities. As Nara needed to remain close to the elder for protection, he requested Dandy to accompany Vegeta and Goku. Dandy, filled with curiosity about Earth, spent the following days closely following Vegeta and Goku, inquiring about their home planet. Eventually, he learned that both Vegeta and Goku had sons around his age, which sparked a sense of anticipation in him as he exclaimed, if given the opportunity, I must visit Earth to play with Trunks and Gohan. Vegeta nodded and said, there is no issue. Once we resolve the crisis on Namek, you shall accompany us to Earth for a few days of leisure. Approximately a fortnight later, while meditating atop a mountain peak, Vegeta suddenly sensed 3 familiar energy signatures racing towards Namek. Beside him, Goku opened his eyes and remarked, Master, it seems that Bellis and the others are approaching. Vegeta rose to his feet and proclaimed, Indeed, it is them. Let us go and greet them. I suspect they will be quite pleased to see us again. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku couldn't help but chuckle. After his laughter subsided, Goku followed closely behind Vegeta as they soared through the air and inquired, Master, may I ask you something? Is Frieza truly that formidable? Even you can only manage to hold your ground against him? Vegeta nodded and said, Indeed. There is no doubt that this Frieza fellow is on an entirely different level from the foes we have previously encountered. Had the Namekians not summoned us for assistance, their fate would have inevitably been one of annihilation. You must understand, our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza himself. Over half of the galaxy is under the dominion of Frieza's forces. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated the sheer strength of Frieza and his army. However, rather than feeling fear, Goku was filled with exhilaration. With no rivals left on Earth aside from his master Vegeta, he eagerly anticipated the impending battle with Frieza. Vegeta, discerning the exhilaration within Goku's heart, smiled and remarked, You are indeed looking forward to this. I share your anticipation. After years of diligent training, I shall finally have the opportunity to unleash my full potential. Chapter 89. Wishing upon the dragon quite effortlessly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding explosions struck the surface of Namek, creating 3 small impact craters. Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz emerged from the spacecraft, setting foot upon the sacred soil of Namek. As Bellis gazed upon the verdant expanses of Namek, he could not help but exclaim, This planet is truly magnificent, a sea of green. When I first beheld it from the cosmos, it resembled a splendid emerald. Nappa, accompanying him, chimed in, Indeed, Bellis. Perhaps once we gather all the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes, we should claim this planet for ourselves. I am certain it would fetch an exceptional price. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Bellis furrowed his brow. The brute had shattered the fleeting beauty that had just blossomed in his heart. Just as Bellis was about to voice his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated from behind them, startling the 3 companions. Bellis, my dear brother, I never anticipated that so soon after our parting, we would meet again. It was Vegeta. Upon recognizing the voice, Bellis turned around in shock. Confirming that it indeed belonged to his brother, Vegeta, he exclaimed, How did you come to be on Namek? And ahead of us at that? Goku, noticing that Bellis and his companions had turned to look, waved in greeting, particularly to his brother Raditz, saying, Raditz, ever since you left, Gohan has been incessantly mentioning you. Raditz, slightly irked by Goku's remark, retorted, I am not your family's caretaker, and I have no fondness for children. Goku, momentarily taken aback, replied, Oh, it seems you get along well with Gohan. I assumed you liked him. When I return this time, I shall inform him of your sentiments, so he may let go of any hopes. Raditz, startled by Goku's words, quickly interjected, No, perhaps it is best not to mention it. After all, he is my nephew. It would be wise to leave him with some semblance of hope. Goku burst into laughter at Raditz's response, yet he refrained from exposing Raditz's innermost feelings. Stealing a sidelong glance at Bellis, Raditz noted his apparent indifference to the dialogue between him and Goku, and he felt a slight sense of relief. In Bellis's eyes, only Vegeta remained. He continued to press, Vegeta, you have yet to answer my question. Is there even a need for an answer? I assumed you would already know. Vegeta replied with a smile. I should know? Bellis paused, and then, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the Dragon Balls. You used the Dragon Balls to transport yourselves to Namek." Acknowledging Bellus's newfound understanding, Vegeta nodded with a smile. You two scoundrels," Bellus shouted in fury, his voice rising. "Such a precious wish, and you squandered it to teleport yourselves from Earth to Namek." Overcome with rage, Bellus trembled with indignation. Raditz interjected from the side. "Why didn't you wish to be the strongest in the universe, or to possess eternal life, or even immortality? To waste such a valuable wish like this is truly disappointing." Raditz expressed his frustration. Having already surmised their intentions, Vegeta, upon hearing their words, confirmed that their visit was indeed for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta let out a faint sigh and then remarked, "Do you harbor some misconceptions about the dragon's abilities?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bellus paused momentarily and then inquired, "Isn't the dragon capable of granting any wish? Who informed you that the dragon can fulfill any wish?" Vegeta questioned. Bellus turned to Raditz, who readily admitted, "It was I who said it. Are you two so formidable not because of your own prowess, but rather due to the wishes you made to the Dragon of Earth? Who informed you that our strength was bestowed upon us by the dragon?" Vegeta continued to inquire. "No one told me. It was merely my conjecture," Raditz retorted defiantly. "Vegeta, although you are an elite warrior, it does not justify the vast disparity in our strengths. Even with your exceptional talent in such a comfortable environment as Earth, it is simply improbable and inappropriate for you to surpass us. Therefore, your remarkable abilities can only be attributed to the dragon." Vegeta sighed and remarked, "The dragon is not omnipotent. His powers are indeed limited. For instance, the wishes you propose, such as attaining the strength to become the supreme being of the universe, possessing eternal life, or achieving immortality, all transcend the very capabilities of the dragon. If the dragon were truly endowed with such formidable powers, the Namekians would have long since ascended to become the sovereigns of the universe, and they would not have been on the brink of extinction." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bellus and the others felt as though they had been struck with a heavy blow. Bellus murmured, "Am I destined to forever remain your defeated subordinate?" In response to Bellus's lament, Vegeta could only chuckle incredulously, saying, "Did you summon the dragon merely to surpass me?" Bellus nodded resolutely and declared, "Of course. I am determined to surpass you." Observing the unwavering gaze of his younger brother, Vegeta subtly acknowledged with a nod and replied, "After this incident concludes, return to Earth with me. I shall teach you the art of Chinese martial arts. This is the very reason for my formidable strength." "Chinese martial arts? Are you certain it possesses the prowess you claim?" Bellus inquired skeptically. "Indeed. Did Raditz not mention it? He spent a year on Earth mastering Chinese martial arts, and he should have significantly improved by now," Vegeta asserted. Upon hearing his name invoked, Raditz momentarily paused, then interjected, "You are not mistaken. I did study Chinese martial arts on Earth, and my strength has indeed progressed. However, is it not the result of my own diligence?" Goku, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Brother, you are overthinking it." Raditz felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but fortunately, his thick skin prevented anyone from noticing the flush on his face. At this moment, Vegeta continued, "By the way, I must mention that while the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls may hold immense value for you, they are rather commonplace for us. On Earth, I can make a wish once every Earth year, while the Dragon Balls of Namek allow me to make 3 wishes every 130 Earth days. Therefore, our actions can hardly be deemed wasteful." Upon hearing Vegeta's ostentatious display of wealth, Bellus and his companions couldn't help but roll their eyes. Chapter 87. The evil Emperor Frieza, realizing that the Dragon of Namek could not fulfill the wishes they desired, Bellus lost all inclination to remain on Namek. He addressed Vegeta, saying, "Since the dragon is not as formidable as you claim, and you have already exhausted your wishes, let us hasten our return to Earth. What purpose does it serve to squander time here? The sooner we return, the sooner you can impart to us the martial arts of China. I am determined that my strength will one day surpass yours." "Are you really planning to leave just like that?" Vegeta inquired upon hearing Bellus's words. "What other option do we have? Shall we slay the Namekians, conquer their planet, and sell it for a handsome price? I would have no objections if you consented," Bellus replied. Upon hearing Bellus's persistent talk of violence, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he admonished, "Bellus, I warned you when you departed from Earth not to indulge in wanton slaughter. Such acts only serve to unjustly incite hatred from other races towards us Scions." Hearing Vegeta's reprimand, Bellus merely scoffed, refraining from further retorts. At that moment, Raditz asked, "Since you do not permit us to conquer Namek, what are we still doing here? Would it not be better to return to Earth sooner?" Vegeta cast a piercing glare at Raditz, rendering him momentarily speechless. He then continued, "We must eliminate the threat pursuing us before we can return to Earth. This predicament is of your making, thus you must remain to assist us in addressing the existential crisis on Namek." "The enemies trailing us?" Belis queried, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. With a darkened tone, he inquired, "Are you referring to the Frisia Force?" Vegeta nodded and replied, "It is not merely the Frisia Force. To be precise, it is the Frisia Force led by Frisia himself." Upon hearing the name of Frisia, Belis felt a shiver run through his body, instantly overwhelmed by the urge to turn and flee from this place. Vegeta seemed to perceive the innermost thoughts of Belis, and with a slight smile, he inquired, "What? Are you frightened and contemplating escape? But have you considered where you could possibly flee?" Vegeta continued, "From the moment you entered Frisia's army, you have been under his watchful gaze. Do you truly believe that by leaving Namek, you can evade Frisia's relentless pursuit?" At this moment, Belis suddenly shouted loudly at Vegeta, "This is all your fault. It was supposed to be you who became a hostage in Frisia's army. You fled, and as a result, I was thrust forward by my father to take your place." Vegeta fell silent for a moment before speaking in this lifetime. "The only ones I may have wronged are my father, King Vegeta, and the Scion people on planet Vegeta. However, you're the exception. Had it not been for my intervention, you too would have vanished alongside planet Vegeta into the vast cosmos. I now grant you an opportunity, a chance for vengeance on behalf of our kin. I hope you cherish it." Upon hearing Vegeta's audacious proclamation, Belis could not help but feel a mix of rage and amusement. He retorted, "Raditz claimed that your strength rivals that of Frisia, which I find utterly implausible, for he has never witnessed Frisia in action. But I, on the other hand, have seen Frisia unleash his power, and it is overwhelmingly formidable, beyond what we mere mortals could possibly withstand." As he spoke, Belis paused, seemingly lost in the memory of Frisia's terrifying display, his face betraying sheer horror. Vegeta smiled faintly and remarked, "I am well aware of Frisia's formidable strength. None understand him better than I do. For years, I have diligently trained in preparation for this very day, specifically to confront him. Therefore, I shall take on Frisia himself, while you shall handle the other members of his army." Observing Vegeta's unwavering confidence, Beerus skeptically replied, "Very well, since you possess such conviction. I shall temporarily place my trust in you. However, should you prove to be no match for Frisia, I shall not accompany you to your demise. I will depart immediately. Rest assured, if I am unable to contend with Frisia, I shall hold him off to grant you a chance to escape," Vegeta assured with a smile. Just as the five of them concluded their discussion, an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested within their perception. Although the majority of this presence was formidable, it was not particularly fearsome. Even Beerus and his companions could manage it. However, among this group of warriors, a few possessed an extraordinarily potent energy, especially one that was so immensely powerful that it was beyond comprehension, weighing heavily upon the hearts of Vegeta and Goku like an imposing mountain. Belis clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to flee, and then spoke, "Indeed, this energy belongs to Frisia. He has truly arrived." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder awoke from his slumber and addressed Neru. "Neru, have you sensed it?" Neru, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement. "Grand Elder, can Mr. Vegeta truly contend with such a formidable foe?" The Grand Elder smiled and replied, "Do not underestimate Mr. Vegeta. His strength is genuinely unfathomable. While the aura of Frisia appears immense, it is, in fact, a mere facade, dispersed and insubstantial. He could never rival Mr. Vegeta." Having explained this, the Grand Elder turned to Neru and continued, "Go assist Mr. Vegeta. Frisia can be confronted by him alone, but given the vast numbers of the Frisia force, your aid is also necessary." Just as Neru was about to speak, the Grand Elder interrupted, saying, "No need for further discussion. Your task is to eliminate these enemies on the spot. They pose no threat to me or the other Namekians." After contemplating the Grand Elder's words, Neru nodded and soared towards the location of Vegeta and the others. At that moment, Vegeta and his companions had reached the site where the Frisia force was about to land. A spaceship soared over their heads, its massive form hovering above them for more than a minute before descending upon a plane more than 300 meters away. Once the ship stabilized, its doors opened slowly, and numerous members of the Frisia force emerged, weapons in hand, on high alert. Then, the diminutive Frisia descended from his distinctive hoverpod, followed by a cadre of his elite fighters, such as the Ginyu Force, Dodoria, and Zarbon. Frisia gazed at the five scions in the distance, smiling as he focused on the leader among them. I never anticipated that our paths would cross again after such a long time, Mr. Vegeta. Indeed. It has been a while, Frieza. Vegeta stepped forward, acknowledging Frieza in return. Mr. Vegeta, why did you stealthily depart from planet Vegeta all those years ago? I once believed you could become my most loyal subordinate, Frieza remarked. However, it is not too late. I still extend a sincere invitation for you to join us and contribute to our imperial ambitions. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Vegeta smiled slightly, then replied, spare me the charade. Frieza, while others may be oblivious, I am well aware of your true nature. From the moment I first encountered you, I sensed your trepidation toward our Scion race. Which is why you subsequently destroyed planet Vegeta, is it not? Frieza gradually withdrew his hand that was reaching towards Vegeta and said slowly, Mr. Vegeta. When did you Scions begin to care about familial bonds? Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed difficult to articulate. He could only reply, perhaps I am simply different from them. It appeared that Mr. Vegeta was poised to decline the kind invitation. After Frieza's words, his expression shifted dramatically, and he continued, well, the pleasantries are over, Mr. Vegeta. I trust you understand my intentions. Hand over the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, you say? I must sincerely apologize. But I have just exhausted the wish granted by the Dragon Balls on Namek. Should you wish to utilize them again, a year must pass first. Though he feigned remorse, Vegeta's countenance betrayed no emotion. At hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza's expression turned grim, and he remarked, Mr. Vegeta, it seems you truly wish to stand against me. With that, Frieza turned his gaze toward Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz, inquiring, Bellis, Nappa, Raditz, what say you? Will you join Vegeta in opposing me? Or will you come forth to assist me? Without a moment's hesitation, Bellis declared, do not even entertain the notion of assistance. As the Prince of the Scions, I shall never submit to anyone. For all these years, I have merely been indulging you in this charade. Frieza nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, it seems you Scions are indeed a stubborn bunch. We should never have allowed you to remain. However, it is not too late to rectify that mistake. Allow me to cleanse this filth from our midst. With that, Frieza turned to his subordinates, addressing them. Who among you is willing to step forward and eliminate these Scion monkeys? As the elite members of the Jinyu Force, they looked down upon the Scions before them, and none dared to answer the challenge. Yet, the Scions were not mere fodder for the average members of Frieza's army. Thus, the somewhat weaker member, Chio-E, boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, Majesty Frieza, allow me to take the first strike. He then advanced to the forefront and shouted at Vegeta and the others, your Lord Chio-E is here. Who among you dares to challenge me? Upon witnessing this, Vegeta turned to Beerus and the others, saying, would you like to step in and exchange a few blows with him? Otherwise, if either Goku or I intervene, there will be no opportunity left for you. Bellis shook his head, acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and Chio-E. His combat prowess could be likened to the numerical value of 937929299 in the realm of FFF novels, whereas Chio-E's strength soared to a staggering 937929299. It was utterly inconceivable for him to prevail against Chio-E. Vegeta had long been prepared and was indifferent, ready to call upon Goku to take action. However, at that moment, Naru spoke up, Mr. Vegeta, may I join the battle? Upon hearing Naru's desire to fight, Vegeta nodded and replied, of course, Mr. Naru, you may proceed. Naru acknowledged Vegeta with a nod and stepped out from the crowd, approaching Chio-E. Chio-E, observing Naru standing before him, furrowed his brow. He was somewhat familiar with the combat prowess of the Scions, which led him to accept the challenge. Yet, he had not anticipated that none of the Scions would step forward to confront him. Instead, they sent forth a mysterious Namekian warrior. Despite feeling a surge of caution, he did not let it show and boldly exclaimed, how dare you underestimate me? I suggest you check your power level meter to gauge Naru's strength. Vegeta advised. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Chio-E promptly activated his power level meter, only to witness the numbers climbing steadily, soon surpassing his own. As the readings escalated, Chio-E's expression darkened further until the meter displayed the final value, 42,000. How is this possible? Chio-E gasped in shock. Behind him, Bellis and Raditz exchanged glances, having also underestimated the Namekian. They had previously believed they could easily defeat these Namekians and seize the Dragon Balls. Now, it appeared that unless they transformed into their gorilla forms, they might indeed find themselves outmatched by this individual named Naru. Naru then took a fighting stance and inquired of Chio-E, so, what's it going to be? Are you going to fight or not? Chioe found himself in a precarious position. To engage meant risking defeat and potentially death at the hands of his opponent, while retreating would place him under Frisia's watchful gaze. Frisia was known for being intolerant of weakness, and failing to fight could lead to dire consequences. Stealing a glance at Frisia's expression for any hint of guidance, Chioe was immediately startled by the unsettling glint in Frisia's red eyes, prompting him to turn away in fear. Faced with Neru, Chioe, resigned to his fate, adopted a fighting stance and declared, "Very well, if you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige." With that, he launched a punch towards Neru, but Neru did not hold back. He struck first, intercepting Chioe's attack and landing a blow on him. To everyone's astonishment, Chioe was sent flying from the impact, soaring over the heads of Frisia's soldiers before crashing onto a mountain peak. Despite having defeated Chioe, Neru did not exhibit any signs of triumph. Instead, his face was etched with confusion. I didn't even land a proper hit on him. How could he have been sent flying? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Frisia once again addressed his subordinates, inquiring, "Chioe has been defeated. Who among you is prepared to step forward?" At this moment, Sabo stepped up and declared, "Lord Frisia, this Namekian possesses a battle power of 42,000. Allow me to experience his combat prowess firsthand." Upon hearing Sabo's eagerness, Frisia's countenance brightened, and he nodded approvingly, saying, "Excellent, Mr. Sabo. I entrust this opponent to you." Sabo approached Neru and proclaimed, "Now it is my turn to face you. Prepare yourself." As another adversary emerged to engage him, Neru ceased pondering Sabo's capabilities and focused entirely on this new challenger. Instantly, the two clashed, their battle fierce and seemingly without a clear victor. While all attention was riveted on the confrontation between Neru and Sabo, Chioe, nursing his injuries, slowly made his way to Frisia's side. "Lord Frisia, I apologize. I did not anticipate being unable to withstand even a single blow from the enemy," he uttered apologetically. Frisia shifted his gaze from the fierce struggle of Sabo and Neru to Chioe, and upon observing the dust covering him, he broke into a smile. Seeing Frisia's sudden amusement, Chioe's expression faltered. He was acutely aware of Frisia's unpredictable nature, recognizing that a smile did not necessarily indicate satisfaction. Suddenly, Chioe felt a sharp pain in his chest. He glanced down and was horrified to discover Frisia's left hand embedded within his torso. This unexpected turn of events captured the attention of everyone present, including the battling Neru and Sabo. Confusion spread among them as they wondered why Frisia would strike down one of his own. Frisia, why?" Chioe gasped in disbelief. With a swift motion, Frisia withdrew his hand from Chioe's chest and remarked, "Surely, you did not think I would be oblivious to your deliberate surrender." Upon hearing Frisia's words, Chioe's face contorted in terror. He wished to utter a response but found himself unable, as all strength drained from his body, leading him to collapse to the ground. Frisia produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands, casually tossing it onto Chioe's lifeless form. He proclaimed, "I can tolerate failure, but I will never condone deceit. Therefore, Mr. Sabo, I trust you understand what must be done." Startled by Frisia's words, Sabo snapped to attention and declared loudly, "Yes, Lord Frisia, I will unleash my full power at once." Afterward, Sabo turned back to Neru and stated, "Very well, I shall not waste any more time with you. Allow me to bring our battle to a close." After finishing his words, Sabo let out a tremendous roar, and in an instant, his once handsome visage transformed into that of a monstrous creature with a toad-like face. However, his muscles had indeed swelled significantly, and his energy had surged to a remarkable degree. Witnessing Sabo's latest transformation, many observers furrowed their brows, though Vegeta had seen it in the original story. Witnessing it live still prompted him to grimace, exclaiming, "It is truly hideous." Even Frisia could not help but frown, remarking, "No wonder Sabo has always been reluctant to transform. His second form is indeed repugnant." Standing behind Frisia, Jinyu chimed in, "With Sabo's current strength, he could easily join our Jinyu force, but he is far too ugly. His presence would severely diminish our aesthetic appeal." Hearing Jinyu's words, Frisia turned to examine his elite squad, shaking his head in disbelief, pondering, "With your current appearances, what more could you possibly affect?" Sabo was well aware of the grotesque nature of his transformed visage, which is why he typically refrained from changing forms, striving to maintain his first form's appearance. However, this transformation was imperative, as without it, he could not hope to defeat his adversary before him. "Come, I shall tear you apart," he declared, launching himself at Neru with astonishing speed. The disparity in power following his transformation was palpable. What had been an evenly matched battle moments ago now saw Sabo seize the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering Neru and swiftly sending him flying. Unyielding, Sabo pursued, striking with a hand like a blade aimed at Neru's neck, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In a state of alarm, Neru quickly turned his head and raised an arm in defense. With a sound of tearing flesh, Sabo severed Neru's arm, though he narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Observing the dismembered Neru, Sabo remarked, "I didn't expect your speed to be quite so impressive. You managed to evade my strike. However, now that you've lost an arm, I shall take your life." Gasping for breath, Neru did not respond to Sabo's taunt, but instead summoned all his strength, a new arm sprouting from the stump, astonishing those around him. Sabo was equally taken aback, initially believing Neru to possess an immortal body. Yet upon closer inspection, he stated, "I assumed you were invulnerable. While your severed limb has regenerated, it comes at a cost. The energy within you has significantly diminished during this resurrection, rendering you still unable to match me." Neru took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, I am not your equal, but I was never meant to be the main force in today's battle. I merely harbor a sense of reluctance, unwilling to accept the reality that our beloved Namek must rely on others for salvation. I pondered why we could not rescue our own homeland. However, I have come to a profound realization. If one's capabilities are insufficient, one must concede. Otherwise, the futile struggle could jeopardize the entire clan. Thus, I surrender." With that, Neru resolutely turned and walked away. Sabo, witnessing his imminent victory, was incensed by his opponent's admission of defeat. He sprang forward, intent on launching an attack on the retreating Neru. Yet, his advance was abruptly halted as a hand intercepted his strike, none other than that of Sun Wukong. Grasping Sabo's arm tightly, Wukong disdainfully remarked, "While an unseemly visage might be overlooked, an equally vile heart renders one irredeemable." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Sabo's fury ignited. He despised having his transformed appearance ridiculed. "You insolent, wretched scion! How dare you speak of me, Sabo, in such a manner? I shall see you dead," he bellowed, struggling to free himself from Wukong's iron grip. To his dismay, despite his frantic efforts, Wukong's hold remained unyielding. In a fit of rage, Sabo swung his left arm at Wukong, but his assault proved futile. Wukong effortlessly absorbed the blow and employed his mastery of the instant transmission technique, redirecting Sabo's own hand back towards his chest. With a sickening thud, Sabo's left hand plunged deep into his own heart. He pulled it out forcefully, a torrent of blue blood erupting forth. Desperately, he pressed down on his wound, casting a helpless glare at Wukong while cursing, "Cursed brat." How infuriating. Wukong cast a dismissive glance at Sabo before carelessly tossing him like a rag doll toward Frisia, who awaited him with narrowed eyes, the crimson hue of his irises obscuring his thoughts. Slowly, Wukong extended his hand and boldly challenged, "Frisia, make your move. Surely you do not intend to wait until your minions lie dead before you act?" Taking in Wukong's provocation, Frisia clapped his hands together, preparing to rise from his throne. At that moment, his subordinate, Jin Yu, interjected, "Lord Frisia, it is merely a trivial scion. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. Allow us, the Jin Yu force, to handle these scion monkeys." Frisia, upon hearing Jin Yu's words, nodded and returned to his infantile throne, remarking, "Very well, Jin Yu, I trust you shall not disappoint me again." Jin Yu responded confidently, "Rest assured, Lord Frisia, our Jin Yu force is invincible." With that, Jin Yu turned to the other 4 members of the Jin Yu force and proclaimed loudly, "Now it is our turn to take action. Jin Yu force, assemble." The 5 members then leaped forward to stand before Frisia. Noticing that Frisia had yet to make a move and that he was confronted by 5 unfamiliar warriors, Goku replied, "Are you all planning to attack together? Very well. I have no objections. Let us engage." With that, Goku adopted a fighting stance, preparing to counter the impending assault of the 5. However, to Goku's astonishment, the newly emerged warriors did not strike immediately. Instead, they posed dramatically. Rikum, Burda, Jis, Guldo, Jinyu. After striking their individual poses, the 5 united and shouted in unison, "Jinyu force." As they completed their flamboyant display, the soldiers behind Frisia erupted into applause, cheering enthusiastically. Goku, bewildered by this spectacle, questioned, "Do you require an introduction before we fight?" Rising to his feet, he boldly declared, "I am Son Goku," and struck a rather awkward pose. This foolish gesture left Vegeta and the others embarrassed, prompting them to cover their eyes in disbelief. Bellis inquired of Leitais, "Is this your brother?" Leitais, covering his face, replied, "No, I do not recognize him." Observing Goku's stance, Jinyu disdainfully remarked, "Your pose is quite unappealing. It is evident that it was improvised, unlike ours, which have been meticulously crafted after much contemplation." Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Goku appeared rather embarrassed and responded, "I apologize. I truly lack experience in this regard. Once this battle concludes, I shall reflect upon it more thoughtfully." At this moment, Vegeta interjected, "Goku, they are fools. Do not follow their example, lest you too become a fool." Goku, holding a certain respect for Vegeta, promptly acquiesced. He then turned his gaze back to the Jinyu force and declared, "All right. The display of poses is complete. You may all come at me together." Jinyu frowned and retorted, "Who told you we were coming at you together?" After uttering this, he turned to his 4 comrades and inquired, "Which of you will go first?" "I'll go first." "No, I will." The 4 began to bicker, each eager to engage Goku in battle. Ultimately, they resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would strike first. The outcome favored Guldo, granting him the opportunity to confront Goku first. Upon witnessing Guldo step forward, Beerus kindly cautioned Goku from behind, "Kakarot, be wary. This Guldo possesses the ability to manipulate time." "Manipulating time? How impressive." Goku responded, momentarily taken aback. Guldo, overhearing Goku's words, grinned and said, "Are you afraid? If so, you might as well surrender." Goku assumed a fighting stance and replied, "Indeed, manipulating time is no trivial ability. However, to surrender without a fight would be sheer cowardice. Let us dispense with idle chatter and commence." With that, Goku launched an attack, catching Guldo off guard and silencing his retort. However, when Guldo looked up, Goku had vanished from sight. Just as he was about to unleash his powers, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending him hurtling away. Boom, boom, boom. To prevent Guldo from activating his abilities, Goku exerted considerable force, causing Guldo to collide with several mountains before being buried under a pile of rubble. After waiting a considerable time, Goku noted no signs of Guldo emerging from the debris. What? Is he really that weak? Goku mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment at having so easily defeated his opponent. He then turned to the remaining 4 members of the Jinyu force and stated, "I suggest you all attack together. No single one of you stands a chance against me." "Guldo, that imbecile!" Jinyu exclaimed loudly, fully aware of Guldo's weakness, his greatest fear being opponents with superior speed. Jinyu then looked at Goku and said, "I never imagined your speed could be this remarkable. But do not assume yours is the fastest." "Berta." "Yes, Captain Jinyu." The blue-skinned Berta stepped forward from the group, declaring, "Leave it to me, Captain. I will teach this fellow a lesson, so he understands what true cosmic speed is like." After speaking, Bart turned to Sun Wukong and said, "You have truly incited the ire of our Jinyu force, and I intend to torment you thoroughly. Let me first assess your combat prowess." With that, Bart activated the power level scanner affixed to his eyes. As the scanner emitted a series of beeping sounds, the displayed values flickered incessantly, ultimately revealing a figure, 2000. Bart gazed at the reading with a hint of confusion. How could someone capable of defeating Goku possess merely a power level of 2000? At that moment, Jinyu interjected, "You fool, this scion is evidently someone who can manipulate his power levels." Upon hearing his captain's words, Bart suddenly grasped the situation. There exist beings in the universe who can adjust their own combat strength. The Jinyu force had encountered such individuals before, albeit in lesser numbers and with comparatively weaker abilities. So he is indeed a combat-level manipulator, but judging by your current display, you likely max out at around 590,000. Come on, you take the first shot. I fear that if I strike first, you might not get the chance." Sun Wukong, upon hearing Bart's words, merely smiled faintly before vanishing from his sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly behind Jinyu, their backs pressed together. Jinyu froze in place, his face etched with terror. Wukong, aware that Jinyu was the leader of the group, remarked, "I told you, you should have attacked together." Jinyu snapped back to reality and swung around, but Wukong nimbly leaped to evade the incoming assault. With a simple side kick, he struck Jinyu squarely on the head, sending him flying. Without pause, Wukong launched another series of strikes, landing 2 powerful punches into the abdomens of Raikum and Jis, causing them to collapse to the ground, clutching their midsections and crying out in agony. Only Bart remained upright, frozen in place, his face a mask of sheer terror as he gazed at Sun Wukong, as though he had seen a ghost. "You," Bart stammered, unable to articulate a single word as he looked at his fallen comrades. Wukong responded, "Now, do you still want me to strike you?" "Aye." Bart longed to utter a fierce retort, yet found his throat parched, rendering him speechless. Wukong then turned his gaze towards Frisia, seated comfortably in his infant chair, and said, "Now, you may take your turn. Your subordinates have been bested by me." Just as Frisia prepared to rise, Jin Yu, who had just been knocked down, suddenly called out, "Wait. It's not over yet." With that, he clutched his swollen cheek and struggled to rise from the ground. The side of his face that Wukong had struck was now swollen, and one of his eyes was completely shut. As Bellis observed the arduous struggle of Jin Yu to rise from the ground, he could not help but mock. "Jin Yu, perhaps it is time for you to concede. Are you truly so devoted to Frisia?" Jin Yu turned sharply, retorting with a loud voice, "Silence, defeated fool. You lack the standing to speak before me." At that moment, Frisia gazed at his loyal subordinate and chuckled, saying, "Captain Jin Yu, I sense your unwavering loyalty. Why not withdraw for now?" Jin Yu dismissed Frisia's gracious offer with a sly grin, proclaiming, "Majesty Frisia, I have yet to unveil my ultimate technique." Upon hearing Jin Yu's words, Frisia's mind raced as he discerned the nature of this technique, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall witness your final gambit." Naturally, Goku also caught wind of Jin Yu's declaration and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You possess an ultimate technique? I am eager to see the strength of your final move." Jin Yu, fearful of Goku's premature intervention, felt an overwhelming joy upon realizing that Goku intended to wait for him to execute his technique. What a fool. This powerful body will soon be mine. Once I seize this formidable form, Frisia and Cooled are no match for me. I shall rename the Frisia Force to the Jin Yu Force and ascend as the ruler of the universe. Jin Yu slowly stretched out his arms and turned to face Son Goku, shouting, "Exchange!" But before he could complete his utterance, an invisible sword-like energy pierced through his chest from behind, obliterating his heart. Jin Yu struggled to turn and saw that the assailant was Vegeta. He barely managed to utter, "Despicable," before collapsing heavily to the ground. Goku, looking perplexed, turned to Vegeta and asked, "Master, why did you kill him? At his current strength, he poses no threat to me. What if his ultimate technique involves exchanging bodies?" Vegeta replied coolly, "What? Exchanging bodies?" Goku gasped in shock, staring at the fallen Jin Yu, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Therefore, Goku, remember never to underestimate your enemies. Even if they appear weaker than you, Vegeta seized the opportunity to admonish Goku's complacency. Nodding repeatedly, Goku acknowledged, understanding the lesson imparted by Vegeta. Vegeta turned to Frisia and declared, "Frisia, surely you do not still expect those petty minions behind you to come to your aid against us. Let us engage in a fair one-on-one battle." Upon hearing his master's intent to fight, Goku grew anxious and interjected, "Master, it should be me who battles now." Vegeta smiled and remarked, "You've been fighting for so long. My hands are itching to join in. Now it's my turn to take action." Chapter 92, The Battle on Namek. Part 5. After Vegeta spoke, he disregarded whether Goku agreed or not and boldly stepped to the forefront of the gathering. Alas, Goku felt a sense of helplessness. Yet there was nothing he could do, for Vegeta was his master. All eyes were now fixed on Frisia, eager to see how he would respond. Would Frisia be frightened? Certainly not. He slowly rose from his rocking chair and, for the first time, planted his feet upon the soil of Namek. With a swift flick of his tail, like a whip, he shattered the very chair he had been seated upon. The remnants of the chair scattered across the ground, a testament to Frisia's pent-up fury. "Excellent, Vegeta. You are the first to dare confront me so boldly in many years. So be it. I shall oblige you," Frisia proclaimed. As he spoke, he raised a finger and, with eyes closed in self-satisfaction, declared, "I know you have all been speculating about the extent of my combat prowess. Feel free to take a guess." Vegeta remained silent, while Bellis pondered for a moment and speculated, "A power level of 200,000. Upon hearing Bellis's words, Frisia erupted into laughter, turning to his subordinates behind him and commanding, "Throw them a few power level scanners, so they may truly comprehend the essence of fear." In response to Frisia's order, several subordinates removed the scanners from their eyes and tossed them to Bellis and the others, one of which landed right before Vegeta. As Bellis donned the power level scouter, Vegeta lifted his foot and crushed the device beneath it. Frisia's eyes twitched slightly, but he remained silent, allowing his rage to escalate. Instantly, the readings on Bellis's scouter began to fluctuate wildly. At last, the numbers stabilized at 530,000. 530,000. Bellis and his companions gasped in astonishment. "Ha!" Frisia bellowed with arrogance, laughing heartily. "Vegeta, prepare to meet your demise." With that, Frisia launched himself forward. delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "Is a mere combat power of 530,000 truly worthy of such pride?" As he spoke, Vegeta deftly evaded Frieza's punch, swiftly countering with a powerful blow that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. The immense force surged through Frieza's body, emerging from his back. The intense pain compelled Frieza to gasp and spit out a mouthful of saliva. Vegeta seized Frieza by the neck and declared, "I forgot to mention, I am no longer the helpless child you once manipulated." With that, Vegeta flung his hand, sending Frieza hurtling into the throng of his minions. As Frieza was tossed toward them, they instinctively raised their hands to catch him, unaware that Vegeta had imbued Frieza with an immensely powerful internal force. The moment the minions made contact with Frieza's body, that formidable energy erupted, scattering them in all directions. Consequently, Frieza could not be caught and crashed heavily to the ground. Rising from the earth, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and furiously exclaimed, "You despicable fiend! Your crimes are unforgivable. I will see you dead." Following his words, a brilliant light radiated from Frieza's body, causing him to swell in size. His arms, legs, torso, and tail, culminating in his head, all grew significantly larger. The surrounding minions, witnessing their king's transformation, erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Long live King Frieza, majestic and formidable." Vegeta gazed upon Frieza, who had transformed into his second form, and shook his head, uttering, "Why do you refuse to learn from your mistakes?" With that, he launched another powerful punch, unleashing a wave of force that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. Once again, Frieza was sent flying, crashing heavily against the mountainside, a resounding boom echoing through the air. Enraged, Frieza was truly furious this time. The insufferable Saiyan monkey would not be forgiven. "How dare you inflict pain upon my esteemed body not once, but twice? I shall see you dead. You claimed my combat power was lacking, did you not? Very well, allow me to reveal my ultimate form. But do try not to soil yourself in fear." With that declaration, Frieza unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, his body radiating a brilliant light. As the illumination faded, he transformed into a being with a blend of light blue and purple skin. The menacing horns that once adorned his physique had vanished, rendering him surprisingly rounded and almost endearing in appearance. Nappa, upon witnessing this visage of Frieza, could not contain his laughter. "Frieza, oh Frieza, is this truly your ultimate form? You look rather unthreatening." Frieza, fixing his gaze upon Nappa, suddenly raised a finger and shot forth a beam of crimson light directed straight at him. Vegeta suddenly appeared before Nappa, swiftly deflecting Frieza's attack with a single wave of his hand. Nappa, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Vegeta. Without your intervention, I would surely have met my demise." Vegeta replied lightly, "Exercise caution. If you lack the strength, do not recklessly provoke foes more powerful than yourself." Chastised by Vegeta, Nappa found himself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing his attack thwarted by Vegeta, Frieza remarked, "It appears that in order to eliminate those behind you, I must first deal with you. Enough of the idle chatter. I am now eager to engage in a battle with you," Vegeta declared with fervor. "Very well, if you are so keen on death, I shall oblige." Frieza lunged directly at Vegeta. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, charged at Frieza with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of fists, arms, and knees, colliding at an almost imperceptible speed. Among the spectators, aside from the exhilarated Goku, the others could only discern fleeting afterimages in the air. After tentatively gauging each other's strengths, they momentarily utilized one another's force before separating, landing atop two adjacent peaks. Chapter 93, The Battle on Namek is about to commence. Upon witnessing their renewed stances, Goku exclaimed, "What does this mean? Are you suggesting that they were merely warming up?" Bella asked. "Indeed, this is just the beginning. I cannot speak for Frieza, but my master possesses far greater power," Goku replied. Frieza, standing atop the mountain, gazed at Vegeta and remarked, "I never anticipated that a fleeting act of kindness from years past would yield such a remarkable surprise." Vegeta spoke softly, "Frieza, for so many years, you have led your Frieza force in the ruthless slaughter of countless races across various planets. Your sins are heinous, and today marks your demise." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza erupted into laughter. "Mr. Vegeta, when it comes to carnage, your Saiyan kind is hardly any less guilty than I am, especially your father, King Vegeta, who has also taken many lives." "You are not wrong," Vegeta retorted, "and thus he, along with the entire Saiyan race, perished by your hand. It is fate. Fate. I, Frisia, have never believed in fate. If there is such a thing as destiny, then I, Frisia, am destiny incarnate. With that proclamation, Frisia unleashed a furious roar, causing a surge of purple energy to erupt around him. Vegeta let out a mighty roar, declaring, "Frisia, behold the true extent of my power." As he spoke, a radiant golden aura enveloped his form. Simultaneously, it appeared as though 5 golden suns emerged behind him, an embodiment of the pinnacle of the 9-yang divine art. With a fierce determination, Vegeta clenched his fists and unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts that surged forth towards Frisia. Frisia, wary of a direct confrontation, swiftly evaded the onslaught. The golden projectiles whizzed past him and detonated amidst his ranks. Countless members of Frisia's army were sent soaring into the air, only to crash back down to the ground, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Frisia, prepare to face my ultimate technique, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Vegeta bellowed, his movements relentless and fluid. Golden dragons began to swirl around his hands as he launched his palms forward. In an instant, 18 colossal golden dragons erupted from his grasp, expanding rapidly and emitting resonant roars as they surged toward Frisia. Having encountered numerous energy blasts and waves throughout his life, Frisia had never witnessed such an extraordinary technique. He attempted to evade Vegeta's assault once more, but to his astonishment, the golden dragons, akin to living beings, twisted their massive forms and charged back at him. Unprepared for the relentless onslaught, Frisia was struck squarely by the 18 golden dragons, propelled into the sky like a mere rag doll. Vegeta pursued him closely, charging towards Frisia before delivering a powerful strike upon his shoulder. With a surge of internal energy, he pressed down gently, causing Frisia to plummet to the ground as if struck by a tremendous force. The onlookers were taken aback, utterly astonished that Frisia, now in his ultimate form, was not only unable to contend with Vegeta but appeared utterly powerless. They gazed silently at the deep crater left by Frisia's fall, their expressions a mix of disbelief and apprehension. Could it be that the universe's most notorious tyrant was on the brink of defeat today? Had Frisia truly been vanquished? Certainly not. After a brief span of over a minute, he emerged slowly from the depths of the crater. However, the visible wounds etched across his body revealed that, while he had not been defeated, he had indeed sustained significant injury, the severity of which remained unclear to the onlookers. Unforgivable, you wretched scion monkey. I will see you dead. I will annihilate you all. Frisia roared in fury, his purple aura morphing from flickering flames into a razor-sharp blaze. Simultaneously, his muscles began to swell, transforming him from a lithe figure into a formidable giant. In tandem, every device measuring Frisia's combat power shattered explosively. With an expression of trepidation, Velas cast a glance at Frisia and exclaimed, 100 million. His battle power has actually surged to 100 million. The sheer magnitude of this figure left Nappa and Raditz, who stood nearby, utterly astounded. It is worth noting that their own battle powers barely exceeded 10,000 at that moment. The concept of 100 million was beyond the realm of their imagination. Upon hearing this, Goku also felt a twinge of surprise. Although he lacked a power-level scanner, he quietly assessed the disparity between his own energy and Frisia's, estimating his strength to be around 10 million, significantly less than Frisia's. As for his master, Vegeta, his power was likely just above 90 million, but still shy of 100 million. Thus, in a mere comparison of battle powers, it became evident that Vegeta was indeed no match for Frisia. Frisia, observing Vegeta before him, regrettably found no trace of the panic he had anticipated. Instead, Vegeta remained as composed as ever. Vegeta, Frisia declared, I shall speak frankly. My current battle power stands at 120 million, while yours, I estimate, hovers around 90 million. With such a vast disparity, what do you intend to fight me with? However, it is futile to consider surrender now, this time. I am determined to eradicate every last one of you scions from this universe, Frisia proclaimed, clenching his fist loudly. Vegeta gazed at the smug Frisia before him and declared, whoever told you that the manifestation of combat power is merely a reflection of one's ki is gravely mistaken. If that were the case, would not the stars scattered throughout the universe be the most formidable of all? He continued, moreover, your overclocked form cannot be sustained for long, can it? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frisia's eyes twitched involuntarily, for the prince's assertion struck at his deepest fears. Nonsense. Even if the duration is brief, it is more than enough for me to defeat you. With that, Frisia lunged at Vegeta once more. In this manner, the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The tide of combat had shifted. It was no longer a one-sided affair but a clash of equals, the spectacle of their confrontation becoming increasingly captivating. Frisia's fighting style was relatively straightforward, relying heavily on his immense strength and speed to launch direct assaults on Vegeta. However, the techniques employed by Vegeta were somewhat incomprehensible to the onlookers, save for Goku. As Frisia unleashed close-range attacks, Vegeta executed a technique reminiscent of the Celestial Dance, deftly redirecting Frisia's incoming punches with an invisible force. Chapter 94, The Battle on Namek. Frisia was taken aback, bewildered by how his strikes were slipping beyond his control. Moreover, some of his own attacks were deflected back at him by Vegeta. What sort of bizarre technique is this? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment, casting a questioning glance at Vegeta. Chinese martial arts. Vegeta replied resolutely. I care not what martial art it is. You shall perish. Frisia retorted with a booming voice. Realizing that his close-quarter assaults were ineffective, Frisia created distance between them. He then began to point rapidly, unleashing a barrage of searing purple rays from his fingertips. The violet beams surged forth like a relentless machine gun, mercilessly targeting Vegeta. Vegeta, unyielding in spirit, unleashed the central sword of the nine-channel divine sword, launching a fervent barrage of strikes towards Frisia. The intangible blade energy collided with Frisia's violet beams, dissipating into the air. After countless exchanges, Vegeta suddenly raised his left pinky, and in an instant, the lesser sword was released. Unlike the grand and sweeping motions of the central sword, the lesser sword flickered in and out, its movements exquisitely subtle. Originally, the nine-channel divine sword embodied an invisible blade energy, nearly impossible to track by the naked eye. Thus, under the cover of the central sword, the lesser sword swiftly advanced towards Frisia's head. It was only when the attack neared Frisia that he barely perceived it, just as the lesser sword grazed his cheek, its sharp energy slicing through his visage and leaving a wound. Purple blood oozed down from the gash. Oh, what a pity, it nearly eluded me, Vegeta remarked with a teasing grin. The members of Frisia's army, who had been fervently cheering for him, fell silent upon witnessing their leader's injury. It became evident to all that, even in Frisia's full power state, he was still being subtly suppressed by Vegeta. If what Vegeta claimed were true, that Frisia could not maintain such a state for long, it suggested that Frisia had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle, leading to his impending defeat. Frisia's expression twisted in disbelief. The outcome was one he had never anticipated. He had assumed that annihilating these Scions and Namekians would be an effortless task, one that could be accomplished without lifting a finger, relying solely on his subordinates. Yet here he was, having exerted all his strength, unable to overcome a once subjugated adversary. Vegeta, your strength is indeed formidable. Even in my current state, I cannot defeat you swiftly. However, I regret to inform you that this round is still mine, Frisia proclaimed with a hint of pride. Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired, what gives you the right? To which Frisia retorted, let me ask you this. Can your Scions survive in the vacuum of space without assistance? Certainly not. Vegeta comprehended Frisia's implication. Do you intend to obliterate this planet? He questioned calmly. Haha, Vegeta, I must commend you. You are indeed the most astute and formidable Scion I have ever encountered. Yet, you also stand as nothing more than a mere stumbling block in my quest for universal domination. And as a stumbling block, you can simply be removed. So, Vegeta, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Frisia swiftly ascended into the sky above Namek, even venturing into the depths of outer space. Noticing that Vegeta did not pursue him, Frisia felt a slight relief and then erupted with exhilaration. He proclaimed, Vegeta, you fool. Just moments ago, you did not hinder me, and now, no one can stop me. Let me rid myself of this obstacle and annihilate you along with Namek. As Frisia finished his declaration, a colossal energy sphere materialized above Namek, radiating a scorching aura akin to a miniature sun. The intense heat dispersed all the clouds, leaving the sky remarkably clear. On the surface of Namek, everyone, including Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz, wore expressions of sheer terror. Even Goku, who had previously exuded an air of indifference, now gazed anxiously at his master, Vegeta. At the sight of this immense, searing energy sphere, the members of Frisia's army erupted in jubilant cheers, shouting, All hail Frisia. However, a sudden voice pierced through the excitement. Wait, we are still on Namek. If Frisia drops this massive energy sphere, we will perish alongside it. Upon hearing this, panic swept through the ranks of Frisia's army. The realization of imminent destruction sent them into a frenzy, abandoning their cheers as they frantically rushed towards the nearby spaceships. Upon witnessing the scene, Bellas exclaimed loudly, Quick! Come with me to seize that spaceship. However, regrettably, the trio's strength proved insufficient, although none could best them in a one-on-one confrontation. The sheer numbers of Frisia's army overwhelmed them. Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz soon found themselves engulfed in a sea of people. Fortunately, this group of individuals had no desire to confront Bellis and merely sought to rush into the spacecraft. One acquaintance of Bellis spoke up, saying, "Bellis, if we continue to clash like this, none of us will escape unscathed. There exists no animosity among us. Now, with Frisia in a frenzy, intent on annihilating us all along with Namek, perhaps it would be wiser for us to join forces and flee this planet. What do you think?" Bellis nodded immediately, saying, "You are indeed correct. Our foremost priority is to flee." Upon uttering these words, both parties swiftly reached an accord and charged towards the spacecraft. At the entrance of the vessel, Bellis shouted loudly to the still-watching son Wukong, "Kakarot, are you not coming with us? Are you planning to await your demise there?" Unperturbed, Wukong replied, "You go ahead. I have faith in my master. He will surely triumph over Frisia." "Humph, two lunatics. I shall not concern myself with you any longer." With that, Bellis stepped into the spacecraft. However, just as the hatch began to close, he glanced upward at the figure in the sky and silently implored, "Brother, please do not perish." Chapter 95, The Battle on Namek. At this moment, all the Namekians on Namek had gathered beside the Grand Elder Esabode, anxiously gazing at the colossal energy sphere in the sky, which loomed like a star. Neru, observing the formidable energy blast capable of obliterating Namek multiple times, remarked, "I find myself regretting my decision. Had we not wished upon the Dragon Balls, we could have implored the Eternal Dragon to eliminate this energy sphere. Might the outcome have been any different? The Eternal Dragon cannot take lives. Would the ultimate result not still be the annihilation of Namek or its people at the hands of that fiend?" The Grand Elder spoke calmly. "Everything in this world is predestined. If the heavens decree the extinction of our Namekian race, no matter how many wishes we may make, we cannot alter this fate. Conversely, if the heavens do not desire our demise, then no matter how powerful the adversaries we face, our people shall endure." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone nodded in agreement, unaware of the quiet sigh that escaped his heart. In truth, the Grand Elder's statements were mere words of consolation for the others. Even he harbored doubts about Vegeta's ability to withstand Frisia's final onslaught. Frisia, gazing down at the minuscule Vegeta, spoke, "Vegeta, are you not feeling utterly despondent? Such is fate. Last time, you escaped the doom that awaited you with planet Vegeta, and now you present yourself willingly. Allow me to reunite you with your loathsome King Vegeta in the depths of Hades." With that, Frisia prepared to unleash the immense energy sphere above him. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly called out, "Frisia, do you know why I chose to confront you on Namek, fully aware of my inferior strength?" Frisia paused, his expression contorting slightly as he replied, "What do you mean? Are you attempting to mock me?" "No, not mockery. I merely wish to convey one thing. I still possess a hidden card yet to be revealed," Vegeta declared loudly. "A hidden card? Humph, absurd. Do you think I cannot see through your ruse? This is merely a display of your utmost power. I perceive your words as nothing more than a tactic to buy time." Frisia bellowed, preparing to unleash the energy sphere in his hand downward. "Is that so, Frisia? Behold what I possess," Vegeta proclaimed, channeling his inner energy, which erupted forth in a tremendous wave. A colossal golden figure materialized behind him, resembling a gigantic golden gorilla that roared ferociously at Frisia. The overwhelming aura startled Frisia, causing him to retreat several meters. "What on earth is this?" Frisia gasped, astonished. Without responding to Frisia's query, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, and with a thunderous explosion, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, while his black irises shifted to a striking green. The golden energy surrounding him blazed like an inferno. Once his transformation was complete, Vegeta gazed upwards at Frisia and declared, "I am a Super Saiyan." "What? A Super Saiyan?" Frisia's mind raced back to the legendary tales of the Golden Warrior that had circulated among the Saiyans. However, he quickly masked his astonishment, sneering contemptuously, "What nonsense! Vegeta, do you genuinely believe that merely altering the hue of your hair will suffice to thwart me? You are utterly naive." With that, Frisia disregarded any further words from Vegeta and unleashed the energy he had gathered, hurling it down towards him with unrestrained ferocity. Vegeta positioned both hands before him, summoning all his strength as the dual forces of yin and yang within him began to manifest. The immense crimson energy sphere, under Vegeta's relentless effort, gradually started to contract and diminish in size. Frisia, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, was struck with profound disbelief. "This is impossible. How can you, merely by changing your hair color, become so formidable? I refuse to accept this. I will see you perish." Frieza bellowed furiously. With that, he swiftly gestured with his hands, unleashing two violet energy blades that hurtled towards Vegeta, intent on seizing the opportunity to vanquish him. Vegeta vanished in an instant, evading the two energy discs, only to reappear at the same spot. Frieza, with a swift motion of his hands, redirected the energy discs, sending them hurtling back towards Vegeta with renewed intensity. At this moment, Vegeta had compressed the enormous energy sphere into a small orb, which he held firmly in his right hand. As the energy disc hurtled towards him, he raised his left hand and proclaimed with great intensity, "Flame Blade." With two swift motions, two golden blades of fire surged forth, slicing through the air towards the energy disc. The ensuing explosions echoed with thunderous roars as the flame blades collided with the energy disc. Vegeta then turned his gaze towards Frieza and shouted, "Frieza, meet your demise." With that, he hurled the golden orb in Frieza's direction. The orb transformed into a blazing streak of light, racing towards Frieza with astonishing speed. Frieza, attempting to evade, was unprepared for the orb's velocity. By the time the thought of dodging crossed his mind, the orb was already upon him. "No, block it." Frieza extended his hands in an effort to shield himself from Vegeta's assault. Yet, just as the golden orb was about to collide with Frieza, it suddenly expanded to its original massive form and struck him with tremendous force. The colossal golden energy sphere propelled Frieza deeper into outer space before erupting in a brilliant explosion. With a resounding boom, a dazzling display of fireworks illuminated the skies of Namek as a massive shockwave swept across the landscape. On the planet's surface, all vegetation was flattened by the force of the blast. After several moments, the brilliant light dissipated, revealing a serene azure sky, devoid of any trace of Frieza. At this juncture, Goku soared into the scene, approaching Vegeta and inquiring, "Master, is Frieza dead?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain whether such an explosion could truly vanquish him. The situation remains ambiguous. After all, the narrative has shifted, and I am left in doubt as to whether Frieza will survive this encounter." Chapter 99. Return to Earth. After a brief moment of gazing into the sky above, the two returned their attention to one another. Goku, admiring Vegeta's new form, exclaimed, "Master, you look incredibly magnificent. As a fellow Saiyan, you too possess the ability to transform." Vegeta, with a smile, replied, "Given your current strength, transformation should be quite effortless for you." "Is that so? But how can I achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan?" Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Well, the conditions are rather straightforward," Vegeta said, reverting to his original form as they soared towards the Elder of Namek's dwelling. As they flew, Vegeta elucidated the requirements for achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Soon, they arrived beside the Elder's residence, where they were greeted by a throng of Namekians, their faces brimming with excitement as they looked upon Vegeta and Goku. A chorus of applause erupted, the Namekians overwhelmed with joy, and a suggestion arose to hoist Vegeta and Goku into the sky. However, Vegeta, with repeated insistence, managed to dissuade them from proceeding. At that moment, Nail parted the crowd and approached Vegeta and Goku, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Goku, the Elder has requested your presence." Upon hearing Nail's words, the surrounding Namekians finally retreated from their encirclement. Nail walked alongside Vegeta, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. Without your intervention, our people on Namek would have surely struggled to overcome this crisis so easily." Vegeta nodded with a smile and remarked, "You are most welcome. After all, this crisis arose due to our Scion lineage. Assisting you in overcoming this peril is, in essence, a means of aiding ourselves." Before long, the three arrived at the Grand Elder's abode, where he once again expressed his gratitude to both Vegeta and Goku. The Grand Elder stated, "I am truly grateful to you gentlemen for rescuing our Namekians. Without your intervention, we would have undoubtedly faced the grim fate of annihilation." At this moment, Vegeta, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Elder, I wish to ask, since you possess the Dragon Balls, why do you not select a new place for everyone to reside?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Elder let out a deep sigh and replied, "Alas, this has been the ancestral home of our Namekian people for generations. Even when we faced a dire survival crisis in the past, we did not choose to flee. How could we so easily abandon it now?" As he spoke, the Elder fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and continued, "However, I must admit that my perspective has been narrow. In truth, wherever the Namekians are is our homeland. If there are no people left, what significance does clinging to a so-called homeland hold?" After finishing his thoughts, The elder turned to Nail and instructed, Nail, my time is likely drawing near. After my passing, utilize the Dragon Balls to select a suitable remote planet and relocate all Namekians there. Upon hearing the elder's command, Nail appeared puzzled and asked, Elder, but did not Mr. Vegeta just help us resolve our crisis? The elder continued, while the greatest threat has indeed been eliminated by Mr. Vegeta, the location of Namek and the existence of the Dragon Balls have inevitably spread throughout the universe. Thus, to prevent others from seeking to claim the Dragon Balls, we must relocate. After listening to the elder's words, Nail finally nodded in agreement. Seeing that the elder and Nail had concluded their discussion, Vegeta spoke up. Since the crisis has been averted, we shall prepare to return to Earth. Are you leaving so soon? You both may remain on Namek a little longer. Once the Dragon Balls here are usable again, we can use them to send you back, the elder suggested. No, we have been away for quite some time, and our families are waiting for us on Earth. Besides, we can use the Dragon Balls there to summon us back, Vegeta replied. Very well, then. On behalf of the Namekian people, I once again extend my heartfelt gratitude to you both. The elder did not continue to persuade. Subsequently, Nara harnessed the extraordinary abilities of the Namekians to connect with the deities of Earth, relaying the circumstances surrounding Vegeta. Approximately half an hour later, both Vegeta and Goku vanished from the surface of Namek. While their joyful reunion on Earth is a tale of its own, the trio of Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz found themselves navigating the vast cosmos aboard a spaceship, accompanied by the remnants of Frisia's army. Days later, the spacecraft received the shocking news of Frisia's defeat at the hands of Vegeta, leading to his demise on Namek. Frisia, the notorious and fearsome tyrant who instilled terror across the galaxy, was dead. Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz gathered, repeatedly murmuring in disbelief, momentarily lost in thought. After a considerable time, they emerged from their stupor, and Bellis inquired, Do we know how Frisia met his end? He was clearly in a position of power during his final moments, though Raditz had previously been of modest strength. He possessed a knack for socializing and had maintained good relations with numerous lower-ranking warriors within Frisia's ranks. It was from them that he gleaned the details of Frisia's demise. According to those warriors, prior to Frisia's death, Namek had experienced an immense surge of energy, with readings detected at nearly 1 billion units. Raditz spoke up. 1 billion. Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. What sorcery is this? After just encountering Frisia's energy level exceeding 1 million, how is it possible that a billion-level energy has now emerged? What is happening in this universe? Bellis remained silent, yet a profound intuition stirred within him, suggesting that the immense energy, surpassing 1 billion units, was undoubtedly conjured by Vegeta. He could not fathom why his heart whispered this conviction, but he resolutely believed he must return to Namek to seek answers from Vegeta. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and declared, Let us return to Namek and find Vegeta. He must hold the key to the enigma surrounding Frisia's demise, as well as the nature of that extraordinary energy. With that, Bellis surged towards the cockpit of the spaceship, intent on instructing the pilot to alter their course. Chapter 97. Breaking through the siege. Upon entering the cockpit, Bellis commanded loudly, Quickly, we must return to Namek at once. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The pilots continued their course without acknowledging him. Just as Bellis prepared to speak again, a voice emerged from behind him. Bellis, why the haste? Although King Frisia has perished, the Frisia force is not yet obligated to heed the words of Science. Turning to identify the source, Bellis was taken aback to find it was Dodoria, one of Frisia's elite warriors. The other 7 had perished on Namek, yet Dodoria had somehow survived. So it is you, Dodoria. I did not anticipate your escape, Bellis thought, though he maintained an exterior of composure. Do you not wish to verify the fate of King Frisia for yourself? Bellis inquired. Dodoria scrutinized Bellis for a moment before responding. Fear not, I shall return to ascertain the truth. Furthermore, I intend to hand over you 3 scions to King Cold. With that, Dodoria gestured to the soldiers behind him, commanding, Go, apprehend the 3 scions aboard this vessel. Yes, Lord Dodoria, replied the soldiers, brandishing laser guns as they aimed at Bellis, ready to capture him. Naturally, Bellis was not one to submit easily. With a swift leap, he burst forth from the cockpit's entrance. As he dashed out of the encirclement, a soldier attempted to raise his laser gun to shoot, only to be halted by an elder warrior beside him. Are you mad? Do you wish to doom us all by firing inside the spacecraft? The elder soldier bellowed. After him. Remember, do not discharge your weapons within the ship. With that, he led the charge towards the direction in which Bellis had escaped. Doria commanded the soldiers in the cockpit, Immediately alter the ship's course towards Namek. We must locate King Frisia. We shall encounter him alive or find his remains. After issuing his orders, Doria too dashed out of the cockpit, intent on capturing Bellis himself. He harbored no faith that these lesser warriors could apprehend the three Psyots. Bellis dashed into the chamber of Nappa and Raditz, exclaiming urgently, "Hurry, we must abandon this vessel. Midoriya is aboard, and he intends to capture us." Upon hearing Bellis's words, both Nappa and Raditz were taken aback, but they swiftly followed in Bellis's wake. Racing toward the ship's lower deck, Bellis remarked, "Although Frisia has perished, Kurd remains alive, and a significant portion of the galaxy is still under the dominion of Frisia's forces. Thus, once we procure the egg-shaped spacecraft, we shall navigate towards Earth, for it is likely the safest haven in the entire galaxy at present." Just as Bellis spoke, Dodoria had already positioned a group of henchmen to obstruct their advance. Dodoria declared, "Bellis, Nappa, Raditz, you are now surrounded. Surrender willingly, and perhaps I can plead with King Kurd to spare your lives." "Humph, Dodoria, you are merely a dog of Frisia and his progeny. What is there to be proud of?" Bellis retorted. "I may be a dog, but what are you? A stray dog? Since you are so ungrateful, prepare to meet your demise. Kill these three Psyots." Dodoria commanded loudly. Upon hearing Dodoria's orders, his subordinates charged towards Bellis and his companions with fervor. Soon, the trio was engaged in battle with the minions of Frisia's army. Naturally, these lackeys were no match for Bellis and his allies. However, they had no desire to become entangled with them, especially with Dodoria lurking in the shadows, akin to a venomous serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. "Quickly push through. Do not linger. They are multiplying," Bellis urged. With that, Bellis raised his hand, gathering an energy blast within his palm, and unleashed it towards the henchmen, creating a clear passage. The blast struck the spaceship, resulting in a gaping hole in the wall. Caught off guard, dozens of minions were sucked out into the vastness of space through the breach. "Quickly, follow me down." Upon witnessing the opening of a passage, Bellis, accompanied by Raditz, hurried towards the solitary spacecraft storage area on the lowest level. However, at that moment, the concealed Doria made his move. After careful observation, he realized that Bellis and Raditz's current strength was comparable to his own, making it uncertain whether he could apprehend them. Thus, the weakest among the trio, Nappa, became Doria's target. As Bellis and his companions excitedly surged through the chaos, eager to board the spacecraft, Doria struck unexpectedly, delivering a powerful blow that sent Nappa flying. Just then, Bellis and Raditz managed to board their respective spacecraft, plunging them into a dilemma. Should they descend to rescue Nappa, they risked being surrounded once more, potentially thwarting their escape. Doria afforded Bellis no time for contemplation, swiftly rendering Nappa unconscious with another punch. A throng of minions dragged Nappa away as if he were a lifeless pig. Witnessing Nappa's defeat, Bellis relinquished his inner turmoil and, alongside Raditz, piloted their spacecraft away from the colossal vessel. Observing Bellis and Raditz's escape, Doria momentarily gazed blankly at the receding spacecraft beyond the glass. At that juncture, a subordinate approached him, inquiring, "My lord Doria, we could have captured Bellis and Raditz just now. Why did we not detain them?" A cornered beast fights back. Doria replied slowly, continuing, "We share the same spacecraft. If we resolutely prevent their escape, the only outcome would be mutual demise in this vast cosmic expanse. With the weakest among them, Nappa, now in our grasp, we have sufficiently appeased King Kuld. As for avenging Lord Frisia, we shall heed King Kuld's directives in due course." Hearing Doria's rationale, the subordinate expressed immediate admiration, exclaiming, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord Doria." Chapter 98. Return to Earth. At this moment, Vegeta remained oblivious to Bellis's predicament, reveling in a joyful family life on Earth. Presently, those on Earth endowed with martial arts talent had begun to embrace traditional Chinese martial arts. The number of martial arts points within the system had exceeded Vegeta's capacity to utilize. He had already redeemed the entire suite of Jin Yong's martial arts and displayed them in the exhibition halls of various martial arts schools, allowing Earth's practitioners to select and learn at their leisure. "System, please check my current physical data," Vegeta commanded. Name: Vegeta. Age: 30 years. Normal battle power: 110 million. Super Saiyan 1 battle power: 1 billion. Physical condition: healthy skills: 9 Yang divine art, 9 Yang realm. Qian Kuan great shift, 7th level, 18 dragon subduing palms, 9 meridians divine sword, 1 Yang finger, flame knife, Tian Shan plum blossom hand. Tai Chi, other skills, omitted, martial arts points, 1. 3 billion. Upon observing the displayed battle power, particularly concerning the Super Saiyan 1 strength, Vegeta could not help but voice his inquiry. In the original work, when Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, his battle power increases 50-fold compared to his normal state. Why is mine only 10-fold? Cultivating any martial art is essentially an exploration of one's physical potential, including transformations. However, Chinese martial arts delve deeper into the body's potential, which is why you can hold your ground against Frieza with your normal strength. It is because your potential has been maximally harnessed by Chinese martial arts. Thus, your Super Saiyan transformation can only amplify your strength 10-fold, rather than 50-fold, the system elucidated to Vegeta. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Vegeta immediately comprehended its meaning. It was not merely the training in Chinese martial arts that rendered them so formidable, but rather that they inherently possess such potential. Vegeta glanced once more at the 3 billion martial points displayed on the system and could not help but inquire, now that there seems to be nothing left for me to exchange, what other purposes do these abundant martial points serve? In response to Vegeta's query, the system's marketplace underwent an update. After approximately an hour, Vegeta observed the emergence of a skill exchange within the marketplace, where the top-ranking items included the King Kai's instant transmission skill for 10 billion martial points, the Namekian limb regeneration technique for 10 billion martial points, and the immortality skill for 1 trillion martial points. Upon viewing these skills, Vegeta found himself somewhat speechless. Just moments ago, he had believed his martial points to be ample, only to realize now that they were, in fact, rather insufficient. Vegeta, unable to contain his frustration, asked, "System, are you not the renowned martial arts system of Jin Yong? What significance do all these Dragon Ball skills hold?" The system promptly responded with a curt phrase, "I do as I please." Infuriated, Vegeta seethed with rage. Had the system possessed a physical form, he would undoubtedly have engaged in a fierce confrontation. However, he found himself powerless. Gazing at the newly updated skills displayed in the marketplace, Vegeta could not help but feel a pang of envy. He had previously endeavored to collect Dragon Balls in secret, wishing upon the Eternal Dragon for these very abilities. Unfortunately, the Earth's Eternal Dragon was far too feeble to fulfill Vegeta's aspirations. As for the Super Dragon Balls, alas, Vegeta's current strength was insufficient to even move those colossal orbs, which were akin to planets. They seemed as though they were never intended for humanity. Thus, after approximately 10 days, 2 spaceships descended upon the outskirts of West City. Bellis and Lottie struggled to emerge from the confines of the solitary spacecraft. Gazing up at the azure expanse above, Lottie's inquired solemnly, "Bellis, what fate awaits Nepeta in the end?" Silently, Bellis refrained from responding, for the outcome was all too evident. "Let us seek out Vegeta. I wonder if he has returned to Earth," he suggested, rising to lead the way to Vegeta's residence in West City. It was the weekend, and Trunks and Gohan were joyfully playing in the yard. Trunks, carefree as ever, spent his days either diligently following Vegeta to learn martial arts or frolicking about. In contrast, Gohan found himself in a more unfortunate predicament. With Chi-Chi having hired a tutor, his playtime was now limited to a mere hour each day, leaving only the weekends for genuine enjoyment, hard-won time facilitated by the support of Vegeta and Bulma. Suddenly, the two boys sensed the presence of 2 familiar energies hovering above them. Trunks looked up and recognized the figures of Bellis and Raditz, who had previously visited Earth. Discarding the toy in his hand, Trunks positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan and shouted, "What are you 2 rascals doing back on Earth? Watch out, or I might just give you a beating." "Rascals? I am your dear uncle. Where is your father, Vegeta?" Bellis replied, somewhat exasperated, casting a glance at Trunks. Raditz then turned to Gohan, exclaiming, "Gohan, do you not recognize your uncle?" Having spent a year on Earth living with Goku, Raditz had trained alongside Gohan, fostering a close bond. When animosity faded, familial ties flourished, resulting in a more harmonious relationship. Emerging from behind Trunks, Gohan instantly recognized the uncle who had once played with him, and he joyfully ran forward to embrace Raditz, exclaiming, "Uncle Raditz, you've come to see Gohan." Raditz, equally pleased, appreciated the camaraderie with his nephew, despite his reservations regarding Goku. Noticing that the 2 visitors were not there to provoke him, Trunks lowered his guard slightly and said, "If you're looking for my dad, please wait a moment. I'll call him. He should be at the dojo." "The dojo? What is that?" Bellis inquired, unfamiliar with the concept of the Chinese martial arts hall. Raditz offered a brief explanation, and upon learning that Vegeta was imparting martial arts teachings to Earthlings through the dojo, Bellis' interest was piqued. He had come to understand that Vegeta and Goku's strength was not merely bestowed by the dragon, but rather developed through rigorous training. Eager to witness this for himself, he asked Trunks, "May I visit this dojo? What is there to see at a dojo?" Trunks pondered, unable to comprehend why one would wish to visit a dojo when there were amusement parks to enjoy. However, there was no alternative, since the others were intent on departing. Trunks decided to accompany them. He greeted Bulma in the laboratory before leading them towards the martial arts dojo. Chapter 99. The Chinese martial arts. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes of flight, Trunks and Gohan arrived at the Chinese Martial Arts Academy with Bellis and Raditz. Along the way, Bellis was utterly astonished by the martial artists within the dojo. Observing the disciples who greeted Trunks, he discerned the immense energy emanating from their bodies. The dojo's disciples, in turn, recognized Bellis and Raditz and were acutely aware of the formidable energy they possessed, their eyes brimming with a spirit of challenge. Had it not been for Trunks and Gohan's presence, they likely would have mistaken Bellis and Raditz for intruders and engaged them in combat. As they ventured further inside, the prowess of the warriors intensified. Upon reaching the innermost dojo, they discovered an ongoing match, surrounded by a throng of disciples, while Vegeta and Goku, clad in martial arts attire, sat cross-legged on the sidelines, intently observing the contest. Vegeta, upon noticing Beerus and Raditz behind Trunks, couldn't help but pause momentarily. He then turned to Jim beside him and murmured a few words in a hushed tone, before decisively halting the ongoing match before him. Soon, all the disciples present rose to bow respectfully to Vegeta, and then swiftly exited the room, leaving only Vegeta, Goku, Beerus, Raditz, Trunks, and Gohan remaining. Vegeta addressed Trunks, saying, "Trunks, why don't you take Gohan outside to play with your fellow comrades? I shall have a discussion with Goku and the others." Obediently, Trunks led Gohan outside as requested. Vegeta led Bellis into a quaint tea room and inquired, "Would you prefer tea, coffee, or perhaps milk?" Bellis was utterly perplexed by the assortment of beverages that Vegeta mentioned and turned towards Raditz for guidance. Raditz suggested, "You might consider drinking milk. Is it palatable?" Bellis inquired with curiosity. Raditz replied, "I can only assert that it is the least unpleasant of these 3 options." At that moment, Goku chimed in, "I believe tea would be a splendid choice. My master's tea is quite exquisite." Upon hearing Goku's words, Bellis, who had initially intended to heed Raditz's advice and opt for milk, found himself in a state of indecision, uncertain of which path to take. Just then, Vegeta interjected, "Why not choose tea? It surpasses milk by a considerable margin. Vegeta's tea is truly exceptional, comprised entirely of exquisite varieties exchanged from the martial arts point system. It includes an array of renowned Chinese teas from his past life, such as Longjing, Biluakun, and Dahongpo. Since one must indulge in Gongfu tea, it is imperative to savor Dahongpo." Thus, Vegeta retrieved his cherished Dahongpo to brew a pot of Gongfu tea for the 4 of them. These superior teas do not come cheaply, requiring a staggering 100,000 martial arts points for merely an ounce. Vegeta, being a connoisseur of tea, refuses to drink anything less than the finest, making his annual tea exchanges a significant drain on his martial arts points. Soon, the rich aroma of Dahongpo wafted through the tea room, and Bellis felt as though the mere scent lightened his very being. He could not help but cast a reproachful glance at Raditz, as if to say, "Is this the unpleasant beverage you spoke of?" At that moment, Raditz was too captivated to respond. His previous experiences with tea on Earth had been limited to roadside vendors, far inferior to this exceptional Dahongpo. Raditz greedily inhaled the fragrant air, utterly entranced. Vegeta poured a small cup for each of the 3 individuals using a tea set. Goku picked up his cup, first inhaling the aroma, then slowly sipping the liquid, savoring each taste. Over the years, Goku had followed Vegeta in his martial arts training. But what lingered most in his heart was the endless array of culinary delights and beverages that Vegeta had to offer. Bellis, unfamiliar with the art of tea drinking, hastily consumed the entirety of the tea in his cup, yet the lingering fragrance left him with an exquisite aftertaste. Observing Bellis's unrefined manner, Raditz could not help but exclaim, "Bellis, you cannot drink tea like that. It is akin to a cow chewing peonies, a sheer waste." Following his remark, Raditz meticulously instructed Bellis on the proper way to savor tea. At this moment, Vegeta and Goku exchanged knowing smiles. One might ponder why Raditz, after spending a year on Earth, had seen a significant reduction in his previously volatile temperament. This transformation was largely due to Vegeta and Goku intentionally engaging him in the intricate practices of tea ceremonies and martial arts, aiming to temper his nature. Initially, Raditz was resistant to conform, but whenever he refused, Vegeta or Goku would administer a stern lesson. Faced with their prowess, Raditz ultimately had no choice but to comply, leading to a dulling of his once fierce disposition, which had been so prevalent upon his arrival on Earth. As the four of them gradually enjoyed the exquisite Da Hong Pao tea, Bellis began to feel a sense of urgency. For he had not been tempered over a year like Raditz had. Bellis observed the three individuals leisurely sipping their tea and could no longer contain his curiosity. He inquired, Vegeta, during your battle with Frieza, your energy level was measured at 1 billion. Was that you? Upon seeing Bellis's eager expression for an answer, Vegeta set down his teacup and replied, You are not mistaken. That was indeed me. Although Bellis had anticipated this revelation, a sense of despair washed over him. How did you achieve such power? Raditz, who was nearby, also expressed his curiosity. You should already know the answer to that, Vegeta remarked. Should we? Bellis and Raditz exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend. At that moment, Goku interjected, It is the Super Saiyan transformation, a state that transcends our normal capabilities. Super Saiyan. So the legends of old are true, Bellis exclaimed. Raditz, who had never been one to indulge in scholarly pursuits, was unaware of the Super Saiyan legend and asked, What kind of legend is that? Bellis composed himself and proceeded to explain to Raditz the legends he had encountered in his readings. Upon concluding his narrative, he could not help but beseech, Could you transform into a Super Saiyan for me? Observing Bellis's eager expression, Vegeta nodded and inquired of Goku, Goku, are you capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at this moment? Goku affirmed with a nod, declaring, No problem, Master, just watch me. At Vegeta's words, Bellis was taken aback and exclaimed, Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan too. Of course, transforming into a Super Saiyan is quite simple. Allow me to elucidate the method, and you too shall be able to achieve it, Goku interjected. Chapter 100. Super Saiyan, what are we waiting for? Hurry, show me. Bellis urged impatiently. There's no need to rush. We certainly cannot transform here. Let us venture outdoors instead. When one transforms into a Super Saiyan, an immense aura radiates from the body, capable of toppling my dojo, Vegeta interjected, restraining the excitement. As he spoke, Vegeta leisurely savored his Da Hong Pao tea alongside Goku. As Bellis observed Vegeta's demeanor, he found it inappropriate to urge him further and could only watch the two with eager anticipation. Eventually, after both had drained the last of the Da Hong Pao from the teapot, Vegeta rose and announced, Let us proceed to the outskirts. The four of them exited the dojo and soared towards the countryside. Selecting a serene plain, Vegeta descended first and then turned to Goku, saying, Goku, why don't you transform into a Super Saiyan for everyone to witness? Goku, filled with joy, nodded enthusiastically and replied, All right, I shall demonstrate. Though I must admit I am not as adept as my master and might not succeed in the transformation. This modesty belied Goku's true nature. For a warrior of his caliber, the urge to master a new skill was so compelling that it could disrupt his very sleep if left unpracticed. With fists clenched and adopting a martial stance, Goku began to gather his energy, causing the ground beneath him to tremble violently. Debris, pebbles, and tufts of grass began to levitate in response to his burgeoning power. At the peak of his concentration, Goku unleashed a mighty roar, and a multitude of golden auras erupted from his body, enveloping him in radiant energy. His hair stood on end, transforming from its natural black to a brilliant gold, while his dark pupils shifted to a striking green. The overwhelming force of his energy surged forth, causing Bellis and Raditz, who were comparatively weaker, to stagger under its intensity. Once Goku reigned in his power, Bellis and Raditz regained their balance, steadied by the sheer magnitude of the display they had just witnessed. Vegeta sensed the energy within Goku, estimating his battle power to be over 500 million, likely augmented tenfold. Once Raditz steadied himself, he immediately called out to Goku, Kakarot, you did that on purpose. Goku rubbed his nose and replied, How could that be? I'm not so childish. Haven't I already mentioned that I still cannot control my energy properly? However, Raditz was undeterred. He exposed Goku's deceit without hesitation, continuing, You may deceive others with your words, but you cannot fool my eyes. You always touch your nose when you lie. Goku, unfazed by Raditz's accusation, chuckled and responded, Is that what you think? In truth, Raditz was correct. Goku had indeed acted intentionally. Both he and Vegeta had devised a plan to test the temperaments of Bellis and Raditz, with the primary objective of overpowering them through sheer strength. Bellis did not dwell on Goku's subtle intentions. He gazed upon the transformed Super Saiyan Goku, feeling the immense aura emanating from him. vast as mountains and oceans. In that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must surpass Goku in strength and transcend Vegeta as well. Bellis took a deep breath and inquired, "What exactly is required to transform into a Super Saiyan? Could you enlighten me?" Goku, ever the willing teacher, recalled how Raditz had once purchased those ancient martial arts texts from the dojo, yet struggled to comprehend them and thus made little progress. It was Goku's intervention that provided Raditz with the guidance necessary to embark on his journey, albeit without a systematic approach to training, resulting in only a marginal improvement in his abilities after studying the martial arts. Goku retracted his Super Saiyan transformation and began to elucidate the secrets of achieving the Super Saiyan form. "This is how one can ascend to become a Super Saiyan," he declared, before once again transforming into a Super Saiyan. This time, however, the transformation was executed with remarkable simplicity and immediacy. "Did you see that? It is as effortless as it appears," Goku concluded. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bellis's initial thought was a realization of the ease involved. Had he known earlier, he could have transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanquished Frieza long ago. With this in mind, Bellis exclaimed, "So that is how it works. Allow me to attempt it as well, to see if I can transform into a Super Saiyan." With determination, Bellis clenched his fists, assumed a half-squat stance, and began to channel his energy, enveloped in a white aura that surged skyward. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, Bellis found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku, observing from the sidelines, shouted encouragement, "Get angry. Be furious. Channel that extreme anger." However, it proved futile. Bellis's eyes reddened with strain, yet the transformation eluded him. Moreover, the relentless exertion drained his energy rapidly, and ultimately he sighed heavily, his body succumbing to fatigue as he collapsed onto the ground. Beads of sweat cascading down his face and mingling with the earth. Goku sighed in disappointment. "What a pity. You should have persevered a little longer. You were so close." Hearing Goku's remark, Bellis, lying on the ground, felt a surge of frustration. Was it truly close? It felt like a vast chasm away, as he had not sensed the latent power within him throughout the transformation attempt. Bellis disregarded Wukong and turned his gaze towards Vegeta, inquiring, "Vegeta, what caused my recent transformation to fail? Is the Super Saiyan transformation truly as Kakarot described?" After observing the unfolding events, Vegeta finally spoke up. What Wukong stated is not entirely inaccurate. However, there were details that I neglected to share with him initially. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong curiously asked, "Master, what details did you withhold?" Vegeta explained, "It pertains to the energy levels within one's body. Transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates a fundamental requirement for combat prowess. The reason I did not convey this earlier is that your innate abilities have long surpassed the most basic criteria. What is the minimum requirement for combat power?" Bellis and Raditz inquired in unison. Observing Bellis's failed transformation, Raditz refrained from attempting, as he did not believe he could surpass Bellis's capabilities. "The minimum requirement is 3 million, Vegeta stated, raising 3 fingers and speaking slowly. Chapter 101. Frieza invades Earth 3 million. Upon hearing this staggering figure from Vegeta's lips, Bellis and Raditz were left utterly astonished. It is worth noting that, having never experienced the brink of death, their current combat power was merely around 20 to 30,000. They wondered how long it would take them to cultivate their power to 3 million. Is that truly so difficult? "Goku and I achieved it within just a few years." Vegeta replied nonchalantly. "How did you accomplish that?" "Initially, I believed your remarkable increase in power was solely due to the dragon's influence. But I later realized that was not the case," Raditz questioned. "There are 2 methods. One is to train under my guidance in the martial arts, which can significantly and continuously tap into the potential within your bodies. The other is a unique Saiyan technique that involves training under extreme pressure. Each time you come close to death, your combat power experiences a substantial boost," Vegeta elucidated. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bellis and Raditz exchanged glances and declared, "We shall both choose to pursue both methods, for we aspire to catch up to your level in the shortest time possible." Thus, Bellis and Raditz resumed their tranquil existence on Earth, diligently training in the art of Chinese martial arts under the guidance of Vegeta and Goku. They often pushed their limits within the confines of the gravity chamber set to 300 times Earth's gravity, fervently striving to enhance their abilities. In this manner, a harmonious year unfolded on Earth. On a particular day, Vegeta was instructing Trunks in the intricate techniques of the Taishin Sutra. Rather than compelling Trunks to push his potential through near-death experiences or overwhelming gravity, he chose a methodical approach, progressively unlocking Trunks' capabilities through Chinese martial arts. Much like Vegeta and Goku, the Goku of this world had never resorted to the use of the ultra-divine water since meeting Vegeta, and had seldom consumed the sins of beans, choosing instead to elevate his strength through the brink of death. Coupled with the robust health benefits of the internal energy practices inherent in Chinese martial arts, both Vegeta and Goku enjoyed exceptional vitality, free from any ailments. Suddenly, a cacophony of weak yet chaotic energies emanated from beyond the earth, among which two powerful auras stood out. Most notably, one of these energies felt strikingly familiar. It was Frieza, who was presumed to have perished in the depths of space near Namek. Trunks immediately halted his movements and turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Father, these two energies are formidable. Are they foes?" Vegeta nodded and said, "Indeed, it is an enemy, one of whom is likely the Frieza I previously defeated." "Frieza? Wasn't he supposed to be dead?" Trunks inquired. "I do not know. I can only assert that his vitality is remarkably resilient, still clinging to life. However, it matters not, since he has not perished before. We shall send him to the depths of hell this time," Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. At that moment, Trunks eagerly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Father, Father, last time it was you who defeated that Frieza. Let me take on this challenge." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Your ambition is commendable, but alas, it is not feasible. Your current strength pales in comparison to Frieza's. Even if I transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks asked, somewhat dissatisfied. "That will not suffice. You have only just mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, and your strength remains inadequate. You would likely only manage to achieve a stalemate with Frieza," Vegeta stated. As a hybrid Saiyan, Trunks possessed innate talents that far surpassed those of both Vegeta and Goku, and the martial arts of the East had significantly enhanced their potential. Thus, last month, Trunks finally achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. However, his base power was not formidable, resting at just over 3 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surged 50-fold, culminating in a fighting strength of 150 million. If it had been Frieza from a year prior, Trunks could have managed to defeat him, but now he might not stand a chance against Frieza at all. While Vegeta and Trunks were conversing, Bellis rushed out from the gravity room, exclaiming loudly, "Vegeta, is that energy's signature Frieza?" "Yes, your perception is correct. It is indeed him. Well done. Your sensitivity to energy has greatly improved. Keep it up," Vegeta teased. "Is this truly the time for jest? If Frieza dares to approach Earth, it must be to seek vengeance. What are you planning to do?" Bellis asked. "What can we do? We shall meet force with force and eliminate them all," Vegeta replied. "With such meager strength, do they truly believe they can exact revenge upon me? I doubt they will even manage to leave this place." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bellis was immediately reminded of the formidable martial artists on Earth, boasting battle powers in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, which brought him a sense of relief. "So, what shall we do now? Are we to remain idle at home?" Bellis inquired. "What nonsense are you speaking? Naturally, we must confront them directly," Vegeta replied. "Moreover, we have Frieza and that accomplice of his to deal with. Then let us depart swiftly," Trunks exclaimed, his excitement for battle growing ever stronger. Before long, Goku arrived with Raditz, joining the trio. Noticing Gohan's absence, Trunks expressed his disappointment, asking Goku, "Uncle Goku, why didn't Gohan come with you?" Goku, somewhat helpless, responded, "Gohan has 2 private lessons today, so he couldn't join us. Ah, what a pity. He misses the chance to see Frieza, the once mighty tyrant of the galaxy." Trunks sighed. "There's nothing to be done. Chi-Chi insists Gohan pursue academia, so he must study diligently," Goku said with a smile. "But what's so great about being a scholar? Martial artists are far superior. I aspire to be as formidable as you and Dad," Trunks declared loudly. "Is that so? Then you must train hard. Becoming a powerful martial artist is no easier than studying," Goku encouraged. "Yes, I will give it my all," Trunks affirmed resolutely. As Vegeta and the others continued their flight, more martial artists from Earth joined their ranks, the majority being disciples of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 102. Is this all you've got? "Vegeta, Goku," a voice called from behind. Vegeta and Goku turned to see Krillin and Yamcha approaching. "What brings you here?" Goku asked cheerfully. "Just came to take a look." "I wanted to see what aliens are like," Krillin shouted. "Aliens are just aliens. What's so fascinating about them?" Goku queried, puzzled. Krillin was rendered speechless. Goku's intelligence often fluctuated, sometimes soaring above the average, only to plummet below it moments later. At this juncture, Vegeta remarked, "Let us proceed together. Once we have dealt with Frieza, we shall gather as a group. It seems we have not enjoyed a meal together in quite some time. Consequently, Krillin and Yamcha joined the main party, soaring toward the location where Frieza's spaceship had descended. Shortly thereafter, they landed upon a modest hill in a desolate expanse. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings and noted that there were approximately thousands of martial artists from Earth present, with even more continuously arriving. Goku, gazing at the throng atop the hill, couldn't help but exclaim, "There are quite a number of martial artists here." Vegeta, with a smile, remarked, "It appears that none of you have encountered extraterrestrials before, which is why there is such keen interest in discovering what they truly look like." At that moment, a time machine suddenly materialized from a considerable distance, heralding the arrival of Future Trunks from a parallel world. After concealing the time machine, Future Trunks was taken aback by the multitude of martial arts masters gathered atop the mountain, perplexed by the sheer number of formidable warriors present in this era. He instinctively concealed his presence, eager to observe the current state of affairs in this timeline. Approximately 10 minutes later, a colossal spaceship soared overhead, captivating the attention of those below. For many, it was their first encounter with such a grand vessel, prompting several martial artists to exclaim, "What an enormous spaceship! How many aliens could possibly inhabit it? If only it were ours." Another seasoned martial artist interjected, "Enough talk. Let us seize that spaceship. We can have Capsule Corporation replicated, and each of us can purchase one to venture into the cosmos." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in approval. Yet another martial artist cautioned, "There are two exceedingly powerful beings aboard that spaceship, so whether we can capture it will ultimately depend on Master Vegeta and Master Goku." Vegeta and Goku immediately clasped their hands together and spoke to the crowd, "Rest assured, everyone, we shall handle those formidable foes. We will surely retrieve this spaceship intact for all." "Excellent." The crowd responded in unison. Subsequently, they followed in the wake of Vegeta and Goku, soaring towards the landing site of Frieza's spacecraft. Before their watchful eyes, the massive spaceship opened its doors, and countless minions of Frieza's army emerged from within. Amidst this throng, Frieza and Cooler stepped out of the spacecraft together. Upon seeing the drastically altered Frieza before him, Bellis could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "I had my doubts. But with such a colossal explosion, it was impossible for you to emerge unscathed. Who would have imagined you would be transformed into this ghastly form, neither human nor specter?" Hearing Bellis's words, Frieza's rage surged. He touched the modified parts of his face, suppressing his fury, and then turned to Vegeta, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, who would have thought we would meet again?" Vegeta nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it seems I had not anticipated this. Your technique lacks a certain potency, serving merely as a fleeting spectacle." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza was instantly consumed by rage, his body crackling with electric energy, a sound reminiscent of friction between his aura and the air. Just as Frieza was about to strike, King Cold raised his arm to halt them, saying, "Frieza, do not be hasty. Good things take time. We have already encircled our adversaries. Do we truly fear their escape?" Upon hearing King Cold's declaration of their encirclement, the martial artists from Earth erupted into laughter. One martial artist exclaimed loudly, "Good heavens, did I hear that correctly? Did he just claim they have us surrounded?" Another chimed in, "Hey, aliens, it is not you who have surrounded us. We have encircled you. You should lay down your weapons and surrender. We on Earth treat captives with kindness." King Cold, incensed by the insolence of the Earth martial artists, felt deeply insulted, for as a former ruler of the galaxy, he had never endured such humiliation. He immediately commanded his subordinates, "Who will eliminate these insignificant insects for me?" Following his orders, one of Frieza's minions soared forward, shouting, "King Cold, I shall take care of this." He then positioned himself between the two factions and bellowed, "Which of you Earthlings dares to face death?" In unison, a multitude of Earth martial artists responded, "I will. Count me in." As they realized so many wished to engage in battle, chaos ensued, each vying for the opportunity to confront the alien. Amidst the commotion, a few approached Vegeta, pleading, "Master Vegeta, you are the pioneer of our martial arts and the Grandmaster of Earth. Please tell us, who should strike first? We shall heed your guidance." "Indeed, we will follow your lead," they echoed. Vegeta experienced a slight headache. Having numerous powerful individuals around him proved to be quite troublesome, as their combative nature was overwhelming. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "How about you all engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors? The victor shall strike first." Upon hearing Vegeta's proposal, the martial artist readily consented, stating, "Very well, we shall play, and fate will determine who shall act first." Thus, these formidable warriors, each boasting a combat power in the hundreds of thousands, began to play as if they were children, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, witnessing this blatant disregard for their presence. A low-ranking member of the Frisia force became enraged. "You insufferable earthlings, I shall see you perish." In a fit of fury, he raised his arm, and from his weapon, several missiles were launched toward the martial artists engaged in their playful game. Chapter 103. Is this all the power you possess? The martial artists, taken aback by this sudden assault, were momentarily delighted. They ceased their playful gestures, executed a swift maneuver, and with a flick of their hands, they deflected the missiles back. The projectile soared hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground, erupting in a cacophony of explosions. He struck first, now it's my turn. The most powerful among the warriors, having repelled the missiles, charged toward the Frisia force's minion. "Hey, are you cheating? Didn't we agree to let fate decide?" Another warrior vociferously questioned. I have changed my mind." The first warrior to act swiftly engaged the enemy, drawing the attention of all present. However, the low-ranking minion was no match for the newly refined martial artists, and within mere moments, he was sent flying by a single powerful strike from the Earth Warrior. The defeated foe was propelled back, landing directly before Frisia. "Well done." All the observing martial artists erupted in cheers and applause upon witnessing their allies' triumph. Frisia, witnessing the defeat of his subordinate, was consumed by fury, his fist clenched, and his entire being crackled with energy. His crimson eyes bore down upon the vanquished minion, brimming with murderous intent. Trembling in fear at Frisia's ominous demeanor, the defeated minion hastily prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. Frisia's cold voice pierced the air. A defeated warrior no longer deserves to remain in the Frisia force. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast, annihilating the fallen minion. Frisia's action startled the Earth martial artists, prompting one to question, "Why would you do such a thing? Why kill him? He was your subordinate." Unfazed by the inquiry, Frisia replied, "What right do you have to question me? I merely rid myself of the unnecessary debris." After speaking, Frisia bellowed once more, "Everyone, heed my command. Annihilate this group of earthlings." With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, the entire Frisia army surged forward, brandishing their weapons as they advanced toward Earth. Witnessing the onslaught of these extraterrestrial invaders, the martial artists on Earth were equally exhilarated, shouting, "Let us charge forth as well. We must intercept these aliens and protect the ordinary people of our planet." Warriors faced warriors, generals confronted generals, as Vegeta and his comrades once again stood against Frisia. "Frisia, you should not have come to Earth. After narrowly escaping from Namek, do you seek your demise here?" Vegeta proclaimed. "If you truly desire vengeance against me, you ought to train diligently before returning, instead of seeking revenge immediately upon your resurrection." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frisia could no longer contain the fury that surged within him, crackling with electricity around his form. "I cannot wait even a moment longer. My sole desire is to extinguish your life, for only then will my heart find peace." "Very well, then let me assist you in achieving that tranquility," Vegeta declared loudly. "Let the battle commence." Frisia, observing Vegeta's calm demeanor, Frisia could no longer suppress the rage within him. He raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of purple energy blasts directed at Vegeta. In the eyes of the spectators, Vegeta appeared to dance effortlessly, evading all of Frisia's assaults with an almost ethereal grace. When the barrage ceased, he stood as if untouched, remaining perfectly still. "Impressive," Goku marveled, awestruck by Vegeta's seemingly effortless maneuvers. In his base form, Goku knew he could never achieve such a feat. Belarus and Raditz were also momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Vegeta had grown even more formidable than during their time on Namek. Belarus spoke with a somewhat hoarse voice. "What a detestable scoundrel," Frisia bellowed, launching himself towards Vegeta with a powerful kick. Fists and feet were incessantly directed at Vegeta, yet none of the attacks bore any fruit, failing to so much as graze his form. "Is this truly all you are capable of?" Vegeta feigned a sigh. "With such paltry strength, you dare to come to Earth seeking vengeance? I truly wonder who instilled such audacity in you." With that, Vegeta finally made his move, casually drawing his hand in a circular motion, effortlessly deflecting Frisia's fist aside, thereby creating an opening. Vegeta raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike directly to Frisia's midsection. Caught off guard, Frisia was unable to evade, and a resounding dragon's roar echoed as a magnificent golden dragon, carrying Frisia, soared towards a mountain face. With a thunderous crash, the entire peak collapsed under the impact. King Cold, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in astonishment, turning his gaze towards Vegeta. He had never anticipated that among the Saiyan race, who had once struggled under his dominion, there would emerge such a formidable being. Although Vegeta's power now slightly surpassed Frisia's, allowing him to maintain the upper hand, the force of his attacks was insufficient to seriously wound Frisia. Shaking off the debris that clung to him, Frisia rose again, indignantly questioning Vegeta, "Are you underestimating me? Why do you not transform into a Super Saiyan?" "You are correct. I do indeed look down upon you. In your current state, you cannot even match my base form." Vegeta retorted, "Curse you. I will see you dead." Frisia bellowed, his body enveloped in a surging purple aura that erupted into the sky, tinting the heavens in violet hues. "If I perish, you shall all follow." With that, Frisia unleashed a thunderous roar, his hands glowing with ominous purple energy, gathering immense power as he prepared to strike the ground. Vegeta was acutely aware of his opponent's intentions. It was evident that he sought to annihilate Earth and, with the aid of the vacuum of space, eliminate Vegeta and his companions. Fully cognizant of the unfolding narrative, Vegeta had long anticipated Frisia's cunning maneuver. He promptly transformed into a Super Saiyan, thrusting his hands forward, from which a colossal golden dragon erupted, swiftly lunging towards Frisia. The dragon's immense jaws clamped down on Frisia, lifting him skyward into the cosmos, where an explosive detonation ensued, casting a brilliant display of fireworks that momentarily obscured the sun's radiance. Chapter 104. Is this all the strength you possess? With a deep exhale, Vegeta reverted to his normal form, releasing a breath laden with relief. Beside him, Goku also exhaled deeply, expressing gratitude. "Master, it is fortunate that you acted swiftly. Otherwise, Frisia would have obliterated the entire Earth." At that moment, Bellis and Ruthies were equally bewildered by the unfolding events. They had merely observed Vegeta vanquishing Frisia. Curiosity compelled them to inquire, and upon receiving Goku's explanation, they were immediately drenched in cold sweat. King Cold found himself in a rather awkward predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. The most formidable force at his disposal, Frisia, had already been eliminated by Vegeta. Meanwhile, the majority of his subordinates were on the brink of defeat, facing the imminent threat of being overpowered by the Earth's martial artists. What to do? Should he continue to fight or retreat? King Cold stood there, his expression shifting continuously. In truth, the decision required little contemplation. Considering the prowess of Vegeta and his companions, it was evident that Frisia was no match for them. And thus, he too stood no chance of victory. The only viable course of action was to retreat. King Cold raised his gaze towards Vegeta and the others, only to furrow his brow in concern. Would they permit his withdrawal? "Vegeta, I can see that our invasion was indeed reckless. I promise to retreat immediately and vow never to return to Earth. Will you accept this?" King Cold proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing King Cold's desire to escape unscathed, Bellis was instantly displeased. He exclaimed vehemently, "Retreat? You believe you can simply withdraw? Such thoughts are utterly fanciful. Vegeta, do not let him go. All his promises are nothing but hollow words." Vegeta nodded and then remarked, "Curd, I will not take your life." Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration of mercy, King Curd felt an immediate surge of joy. However, the subsequent words from Vegeta struck him like a brutal blow, plunging his heart into an abyss of despair. "I shall hand you over to the Galactic Patrol for judgment. Your fate, whether life or death, will depend upon your fortune," Vegeta proclaimed. After uttering these words, he retrieved his phone and dialed Bulma, requesting her assistance in contacting her sister, who was in touch with Galactic Patrol Officer Jace. Bulma's sister, Ties, had aspired to be a writer since childhood and had traveled the cosmos, ultimately meeting Jace along her journeys. Upon learning that Vegeta intended to surrender him to the Galactic Patrol, King Curd was filled with discontent. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta was on the phone, he swiftly turned and lunged toward his spacecraft. Goku, witnessing this, bellowed, "Don't run." He then soared through the air, intercepting King Curd. Noticing that it was merely an ordinary Saiyan blocking his path and not Vegeta, Curd felt a glimmer of hope and retaliated, "Get out of the way." Yet, he underestimated Goku's formidable strength, which far exceeded his own. Before long, he was vanquished. Goku swiftly employed his pressure point technique to immobilize King Curd. "You shall remain here." Obediently, Goku exclaimed with delight. However, this modest exertion did not suffice to satiate his appetite for action, and he soon set his sights on the remaining members of the Frisia force who were still resisting. As Goku approached, intent on joining the fray, one of the warriors cried out, "Goku, these are our enemies. Do not interfere." Yet, Goku paid them no heed, cheerfully responding, "The Galactic Patrol will be here shortly." I will help you subdue these foes quickly. Thus, with Goku's intervention, the martial artists, who had initially sought to prolong the battle, swiftly subdued the invading forces. Approximately an hour later, Jace piloted his spacecraft to Earth, accompanied by a massive vessel designated for transporting the captured Frisia Force members. Observing that King Kurd and the remaining Frisia members had been completely subdued, Jace was taken aback. The Galactic Patrol had been engaged in a fierce struggle against the Frisia Force and had been on the losing end. He had not anticipated that such a formidable faction could falter on the humble planet Earth. Grasping Vegeta's hand, Jace expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, I cannot thank you enough for aiding us in capturing so many members of the Frisia Force." After surveying the area, he added, "It is a pity we could not apprehend Frisia himself. Otherwise, the entire Frisia Force would have been utterly dismantled." At this moment, Goku spoke up. "Frisia, he was slain by my master for attempting to annihilate the Earth." After a moment's reflection, he considered that this might not be entirely accurate. After all, during their last encounter on Namek, Frisia had not perished. Thus, Goku continued, "It seems that may not be the case. However, Frisia has just been defeated by my master. If he has not met his demise, he is likely gravely injured, floating in the vastness of outer space." Vegeta remarked, "You may utilize a life detector outside of Earth to ascertain whether Frisia still draws breath." Jace nodded in agreement and responded, "Thank you. We shall venture beyond the confines of Earth shortly. One must either see the living or the dead. Frisia holds immense significance for us." Vegeta nodded and declared, "Very well. These individuals are entrusted to you. We shall take our leave." With Vegeta's summons, the group of Earth martial artists, still lingering with unquenched enthusiasm, dispersed in pairs, each soaring towards their respective cities. Vegeta observed as Goku, Trunks, Bellis, and Krillin prepared to return to West City after Gak escorted all the prisoners onto the spaceship. Suddenly, an unfamiliar boy appeared in their path. As Vegeta looked up, he realized that the boy was none other than his son from the future. Goku and the others regarded the boy with curiosity, feeling that his face bore a certain familiarity, though they could not quite place it. The one most perplexed by the encounter was Trunks, who gazed at the newly appeared boy, finding his features strikingly familiar. Krillin stepped forward, inquiring, "Who are you? Are you also a member of Frisia's army?" The boy's expression was complex and enigmatic as he shook his head and replied, "No, I am not affiliated with Frisia." "Oh. Then what is your purpose in blocking our path?" Krillin pressed. The future Trunks stared deeply at his counterpart, having previously mistaken the boy for Gohan. Only upon closer proximity did he realize that this child was, in fact, his younger self. Young Trunks felt intimidated by the scrutiny and instinctively stepped back behind Vegeta. Chapter 105. The mysterious boy from the future Trunks turned his gaze back to Vegeta and then to Goku, finally speaking, "Mr. Goku, may I have a moment to speak with you?" Although he was uncertain as to why the timeline had become disrupted and unsure of how to confront his father, Vegeta, he resolved to first converse with Uncle Goku. "Looking for me?" Goku queried, bemused, as he wondered what this strange boy wanted, glancing towards Vegeta for clarification. Vegeta was naturally aware of the situation, and with a nod towards Goku, he remarked, "Go ahead, we shall wait for you here." Acknowledging Vegeta's consent, Goku turned to the enigmatic young man and said, "Though I am uncertain as to why you seek me, I am willing to accompany you for a conversation." The young Trunks expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Mr. Goku, please follow me." After casting one last glance at little Trunks, the young Trunks led the way, soaring towards a nearby hill. Watching Goku depart with the mysterious figure, Krillin remarked, "Do you all find that this enigmatic youth bears a striking resemblance to someone? I have an uncanny feeling that I have encountered him before." Beside him, Yamcha nodded in agreement, adding, "I concur, there is indeed something familiar about him." Bellis and Lottie nodded in agreement, with Bellis remarking, "Indeed. It appears that everyone feels a sense of familiarity," suggesting that one among us bears a striking resemblance to this youth. But who could it be? After a brief moment of silence, the group found themselves at a loss. Just then, Klin suddenly spotted the young Trunks standing behind Vegeta and exclaimed loudly, "Ah, I understand now. That enigmatic boy must be an adult Trunks." Klin pointed at the young Trunks with fervor. Upon hearing Klin's declaration, everyone turned their attention to the young Trunks, then to the mysterious boy, all nodding in unison, exclaiming, "The resemblance is uncanny. Goodness, Vegeta, could that boy also be your son?" Yamcha jestingly inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and then shook his head. What was initially intended as a jest by Yamcha unexpectedly prompted Vegeta to both nod and shake his head, leaving everyone exchanging puzzled glances. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "Once Goku finishes his conversation with him, we shall ascertain the true circumstances." Not far away, Goku gazed at the enigmatic young man before him, increasingly convinced that the stranger's visage was strikingly familiar. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Have we met before? Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity?" Upon hearing Goku's words, the mysterious youth's face flushed slightly, and he replied, "Mr. Goku, I assure you we have not crossed paths prior to this day. This is our first encounter." Accepting the denial without further inquiry, Goku directly asked, "Then, what brings you to me, and why do you wish to avoid my friends?" The mysterious youth finally lifted his gaze to respond, "Before I answer your question, Mr. Goku, could you transform into a Super Saiyan?" "A Super Saiyan? I suppose I can." Goku replied, pausing momentarily to contemplate the reason behind such a request. "Please, once you transform, I shall elucidate my origins and all pertinent matters," the young Trunks interjected. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan," Goku declared. Upon uttering these words, his energy surged, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura as he ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Nearby, Belus observed Goku's transformation with a dismissive curl of his lip, scoffing. "Is that all? What's the fuss about being able to transform into a Super Saiyan?" Yet, those around him could discern the underlying bitterness in his tone. "Is this sufficient? What should I do next?" Goku inquired of Trunks after completing his transformation. "Excellent. This will suffice. Now it is my turn. I too shall become a Super Saiyan," Trunks proclaimed. "What? You are going to transform as well?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Then, under the astonished gazes of Goku, Belus, Raditz, and others nearby, the young Trunks also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Belus clenched his fists tightly, an aura of fury enveloping him as he growled in a low voice. "How infuriating. It's utterly unforgivable. Why, oh why, can others transform into Super Saiyans?" In contrast, Raditz maintained a much calmer demeanor as he replied, "Belus, you must find your composure. No one has claimed that only Vegeta and Kakarot can become Super Saiyans. If they can transform, it stands to reason that there may be other Super Saiyans as well." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Belus gradually quelled his surging energy and, with a fierce determination, declared, "I will undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan and surpass them all." Vegeta, standing with his arms crossed, nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad, but your power still lags behind a bit." On a nearby hill, witnessing Trunks, similarly surrounded by a golden aura, Goku asked in astonishment, "Who are you? Did some Saiyans escape before the destruction of planet Vegeta?" Trunks did not respond directly. Instead, he continued, "Mr. Goku, we shall discuss this later. For now, shall we engage in combat?" As he spoke, he drew the sword strap to his back, assuming an offensive stance. The others, seeing the mysterious youth brandish his sword and adopt a battle posture, became exhilarated. Krillin shouted, "Are we going to spar?" Goku, equally thrilled at the prospect of a duel, eagerly nodded and replied, "Sure, no problem. Let's go." With that, Goku also took up an aggressive stance. As Goku prepared for battle, Trunks swung his sword toward him. In response to the incoming attack, Goku extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the blade mid-swing. With a flick of his fingers, the sharp sword emitted a buzzing sound, causing Trunks to lose his grip. The sword flew from his hand, performing several flips in the air before embedding itself into the hard rock below. Subsequently, the two began to exchange blows, with Goku holding back slightly, creating a balanced exchange. After several exchanges, Trunks shouted, "Stop." He then distanced himself, returning to his normal state, and picked up his sword, sheathing it once more. Goku, who was caught up in the excitement of the fight, expressed his dissatisfaction, asking, "Why did you stop? I was just getting into it. Since I became a Super Saiyan, I haven't had a proper spar." Trunks, upon hearing Goku's words, froze momentarily and inquired anxiously, "Mr. Goku, did you just say that since transforming into a Super Saiyan, you haven't fought anyone?" "Yes. Why?" Goku replied. Yukong inquired with an air of curiosity, "Who was it that defeated Frisian planet Namek?" Trunks, filled with urgency, pressed further. "It was my master, Vegeta," Yukong responded, albeit perplexed by the question. Upon hearing that it was indeed Vegeta who had triumphed, Trunks fell momentarily into a daze. Murmuring to himself, "It was my father who achieved this victory, and he is, astonishingly, also Uncle Wukong's master. How could this be? Has the timeline of the past been altered? If so, will the androids still come into existence?" Panic washed over Trunks in that instant. Noticing Trunks' distressed demeanor, Wukong gently asked, "Hey, are you all right? Would you like me to summon my master?" In this timeline, he had already been born, the entire chronology. Even his father Vegeta's life had transformed, and Frieza had been vanquished by his father. Realizing there was no longer any need for concealment, Trunks nodded earnestly and replied, "No need to call them. Let us go together. I have exceedingly important matters to discuss with everyone." "All right then, let us hasten," Wukong responded enthusiastically. "If you encounter any difficulties, you can speak with my master. He is exceptionally capable and will surely assist you." Not far away, Vegeta and the others observed Wukong conversing with the enigmatic youth for a brief moment before their return. Krillin remarked, "Did they finish their discussion?" Yamcha chimed in, "What could they possibly have talked about in such a short time?" However, before they could engage in further debate, Wukong, accompanied by the mysterious young man, rejoined the group. With palpable excitement, Wukong exclaimed, "Master, Raditz, Beerus, did you see? This young man can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. It is truly remarkable." Bellis curled her lips and remarked, "I see. Are you really that excited? It's merely a Super Saiyan transformation. Give me another year, and I too shall undoubtedly achieve it." Upon hearing Bellis's words, Trunks turned his gaze towards this warrior he had previously overlooked. "Are you also a Saiyan?" Trunks involuntarily inquired. For only a Saiyan or a half Saiyan could attain the form of a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the youth inquire whether he was a Saiyan, Bellis was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me?" With that, he was prepared to teach the boy a lesson. Despite the latter's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks hastily waved his hands, saying, "I apologize, that was not my intention. It is merely that in my timeline, you do not exist." At Trunks' words, Bellis paused momentarily, then queried, "What do you mean by that? What is this timeline of yours? And what do you mean by my non-existence?" Now that he stood before everyone, Trunks decided to reveal the truth. He surveyed those around him before fixing his gaze on Trunks, stating, "I actually hail from the future, and my name is Trunks." Upon hearing that he came from the future and was named Trunks, all eyes, save for Vegeta's, turned towards the younger Trunks. The latter, equally astonished, produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere, constantly comparing his features with those of Trunks, exclaiming, "It's uncanny. We truly resemble each other." After making the comparison, the younger Trunks approached Trunks, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and remarked, "So this is what my future self looks like. Not too shabby, I must say." Bellis continued to inquire, "What do you mean by stating that my existence is absent in your future?" Future Trunks interjected, "May I ask, who are you? And what is your relationship with my father?" "I am Bellis, your uncle," Bellis proclaimed. "So that is the case. In my future, I am quite certain that I hold no memory of you. My mother never mentioned that my father had any siblings," Future Trunks replied. "Wait, why is it your mother who spoke of this? What about your father?" Bellis pressed on. At that moment, Vegeta finally spoke up. "There is no need to question each detail individually. It is evident that the timelines are distinctly different. Trunks, why don't you recount your story from the beginning, along with the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Future Trunks cast a deep glance at him and slowly began to elaborate on the events that transpired in his timeline. While Vegeta was already well acquainted with these details, the others listened intently, unaware of the unfolding narrative. When they learned that Raditz was slain by Goku and Piccolo, and that Vegeta was defeated and severely injured while fleeing Earth, Goku could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, I didn't realize I was so formidable in the future." Raditz, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Am I truly that wicked in that world?" Meanwhile, Bellis furrowed his brow with increasing concern and stated, "It appears that my absence in the future is indeed a reality. Most likely, it is because Vegeta was taken captive by Frieza. Without my past, I was killed along with planet Vegeta by Frieza." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the most plausible scenario. At that moment, Trunks remarked, "I cannot comprehend why the events in this timeline differ so entirely from those in mine." At this moment, Vegeta remarked it could possibly be a parallel universe. Returning to the past seems implausible, thus the only feasible action would be to traverse to a parallel dimension. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was likely the most plausible explanation. Chapter 107, Androids. Vegeta was not inclined to allow the assembly to dwell excessively on this matter, for none present were physicists, and delving deeply into such topics seemed unnecessary. Thus, he addressed the elder Trunks, saying, "Trunks, please continue. Your arduous efforts surely extend beyond merely recounting the distinctions between the future and the past. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the audience quickly regained their focus, turning their attention toward the elder Trunks. He nodded and replied, "Father, you are correct. My mother and I painstakingly constructed the time machine to come here and warn everyone." With that, the elder Trunks recounted the events surrounding the emergence of the androids in the future. In that time, Father, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, and Master Roshi all perished in battle, leaving only me and Gohan by the end. However, it was futile. Those two androids were far too formidable. And Gohan ultimately fell as well, leaving me as the sole survivor. I desperately wished to prevent such a tragedy from recurring, which is why I traveled back to the present to inform you all. At this point, Goku, visibly agitated, interjected, "Wait a moment. In your list of names, everyone is mentioned, but why is mine absent?" The elder Trunks then explained, "Uncle Goku, you had already passed away before the androids appeared, due to viral heart disease." "What? I died first?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Beerus erupted into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, cockroach. Who would have thought you would succumb to a mere viral heart disease? Truly, it is a disgrace to our Saiyan lineage. It seems that even the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan is of no avail against a heart condition." Goku, feeling somewhat troubled, remarked, "Indeed, it is quite vexing. I wonder if Shenron can cure diseases." Young Trunks chimed in, "Shenron must be able to. He can even resurrect the dead. Curing ailments should be a trivial matter." Krillin turned to the elder Trunks and inquired, "When your Goku fell ill, why didn't you wish for Shinran's help?" The elder Trunks responded, "The onset of the illness was too sudden. After Uncle Goku became ill, we began gathering the Dragon Balls. But before we could complete the collection, Uncle Goku passed away, due to a previous incident where Goku and Uncle Raditz perished together. Earth Shenron was no longer able to revive him. We intended to seek the Namekian Dragon Balls to make a wish, but unexpectedly, the androids appeared. And before we knew it, everyone had fallen in battle." "Oh, I see. What a tragic loss. Fortunately, you came to warn us. Otherwise, we would have been caught off guard by the androids." Yamcha spoke up, expressing his unwillingness to meet an untimely demise shrouded in ambiguity. At that moment, Goku exclaimed in frustration, lamenting, "How unfortunate it is that I am unable to confront such formidable foes." In response, Future Trunks retrieved a small vial from his coat pocket and handed it to Goku, saying, "Uncle Goku, this is a miraculous remedy for viral heart disease. Should you experience any heart complications, take this, and it will cure your ailment. However, this era is markedly different from the future I am familiar with, and I hope you will not need to resort to it." Goku, elated, accepted the medicine from Future Trunks and remarked, "This is truly wonderful. With this in hand, I need not worry, and I can engage in battle with powerful adversaries. My excitement grows ever more palpable." Yet, he pondered aloud, however, in the timeline we have traversed, everything has changed. I am uncertain if the androids will still make their appearance. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "There should be no issue. The androids will indeed manifest." For Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army did not perish with the organization's demise. He has remained concealed in the shadows. Given your description of Dr. Gero's character, he is certain to create androids to confront us. Furthermore, it is plausible that these androids may possess even greater strength than those from the future. Goku nodded in agreement, stating, "Master, you are absolutely correct. This is a highly likely scenario. Therefore, we must remain vigilant in facing the impending crisis." At this moment, Bella spoke up, declaring, "I shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan within these 3 years. As for the androids, I will shatter them with my fists, one by one." Raditz replied in a deep voice, "Indeed, androids created by Earth's scientific advancements cannot possess great strength. Just wait and see in the eyes of a Saiyans. They're mere weaklings." Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and remarked, "The future rests upon your shoulders. If we were to intervene, we would likely hinder your progress." Over there, Future Trunks, witnessing the confidence of everyone, exclaimed, "Then let us all strive forward. I shall return to this era in 3 years to fight alongside you." He continued, "I must now return to the future and share this splendid news with my mother." At that moment, young Trunks stepped forward, gazing at Future Trunks, and said, "Future me, you must also do your best and take good care of our mother. I will be waiting for you in 3 years. During this time, I will train diligently. So do not be surprised if I surpass you." Future Trunks extended his hand to shake with his past self, stating, "Let us both put in our utmost effort. I believe that this time we shall defeat those wretched androids." Future Trunks glanced once more at the group, particularly at Vegeta and young Trunks, then waved, saying, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again in 3 years. Young Trunks inquired, aren't you going back to see Mother? Future Trunks shook his head, replying, not this time. I'm not adequately prepared. I must hurry back to the future. With that, he leaped away from the peak and soared towards a nearby plane. A few minutes later, everyone observed Future Trunks piloting a peculiar machine appearing above them. That must be the time machine. Bulma is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed while waving goodbye to Future Trunks. Future Trunks waved back from within the machine, and then, with a sudden motion, the time machine vanished from their sight. Chapter 108. 3 years all right. Everyone, let us return and train diligently. We must not fall victim to the androids in the future, Vegeta declared. Rest assured, this time, you shall not have the opportunity to intervene. I will eradicate all the androids, Belis confidently asserted. At this moment, Goku added, leave some for me, too. Frieza was entirely dealt with by Master alone, and now my hands are itching for a fight. Belis replied, at that time, we shall see whose strength prevails. Goku, unwilling to concede, retorted, is that even a question? Clearly, I am superior. You should focus on transforming into a Super Saiyan first. As their banter escalated, Vegeta intervened, pulling them apart and declaring, enough. We must return swiftly. The martial artists have already departed, and we remain. Bulma might worry that something has transpired. With 3 years remaining, I propose that you both take the lead in battle while I provide support from the sidelines. Agreed? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Belis and Goku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they chorused in unison. Simultaneously, Goku suggested to Belis, given that there are 2 androids, it would be fair for each of us to take one. Agreed. Belis promptly concurred. However, young Trunks, dissatisfied, interjected loudly, no, I object. There are only 2 androids, and you intend to divide them between yourselves? What about me and my father? I had even promised to challenge him 3 years from now. Belis placed his hand on young Trunks' head and said, rest assured. If it comes to that, you two can have a match, and we shall act as your judges, haha. After finishing his words, Belis soared towards West City. I wish to return. From this moment onward, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. No one is to disturb me. Me too, Goku exclaimed loudly. Come, Raditz. Accompany me in my training. Subsequently, everyone departed, flying towards their respective homes, preparing for the battle 3 years hence. In West City, Bulma learned of the news about Future Trunks from her son, and she let out a high-pitched scream. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I missed the chance to see what my son will look like in the future. Vegeta, why didn't you call me? In her habitual manner, Bulma tossed a pot at Vegeta. It's my fault. I should have called you. But it's all right. He will come again in 3 years, Vegeta replied. But we have to wait 3 years. I cannot bear to wait even a year, Bulma retorted in dissatisfaction. At that moment, young Trunks took out his phone and said to Bulma, Mom, look at this. I recorded my conversation with my future self. What? You are truly amazing, Trunks. You are my sweetest treasure, Bulma exclaimed, embracing Trunks' face in a kiss. The two of them then huddled together to watch the recorded video. Wow. I didn't expect my son to grow up so handsome, Bulma marveled. Young Trunks expressed his satisfaction, saying, I didn't think I would look so handsome in the future. I no longer need to worry about having a girlfriend. Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but laugh and said, Oh my, Trunks, how old are you? And you're already thinking about girlfriends? Come, tell Mom. Is there a girl you like at school? Immediately, young Trunks' face turned crimson. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, Oh my, Trunks, I can't believe you actually like someone at school. When will you invite her over? I want to meet her. Mom, we're still young. Inviting someone now would only scare her away. Let us talk about this later. My mind is consumed with the battle 3 years from now. Matters of the heart can wait, young Trunks replied as he stood up and walked towards his room. Hey, don't go. Let us talk. Is it that sweet-looking little May, or that strikingly beautiful Yulan? Bulma chased after young Trunks, calling out names in a teasing manner. Observing the lively exchange between mother and son as they entered the house, Vegeta felt a surge of joy. He then turned his gaze towards the azure sky and softly declared, Androids, come forth. I shall not allow the future to unfold in this era. Thus, through everyone's diligent cultivation, 3 years swiftly passed. At the appointed time mentioned by Dado, everyone, except for Belis, gathered at Vegeta's residence. Alongside Goku and Raditz, Gohan also joined the group. Seeing his friend Gohan arrive, Trunks joyfully inquired, Gohan, how did Aunt Chi-Chi allow you to come out and fight this time? Hasn't she always insisted that you become a scholar? Gohan, equally elated, replied, 3 years ago. My father recounted the events that would unfold in the future to my mother and me. Upon learning that everyone, including myself, could potentially fall victim to the androids, my mother expressed that if the threat posed by the androids was so dire that we could not cope, then all the knowledge in the world would be of no use. Consequently, since 3 years ago, I have been training alongside my father and Uncle Raditz. This is truly wonderful. Gohan, we can finally fight side by side. United as brothers, we shall overcome any obstacle. We must eliminate those androids. Trunks shouted enthusiastically. Indeed. Let us strive together. Goten chimed in, fist-bumping Trunks with fervor. As everyone assembled, Vegeta declared, all right, it's time for us to depart. We have an hour until the time Dado specified, and we should arrive just in time. Let's go. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Together, they soared towards the small city indicated by Dado. Shortly after Vegeta and the others took flight, Bulma, accompanied by Chi-Chi, boarded a plane and followed closely behind them. Chi-Chi whispered to Bulma, Bulma, is it all right for us to follow? Bulma nonchalantly replied, don't worry, it's fine. We're just going to observe my future son and the androids. Once the battle begins, we will retreat, ensuring we do not interfere. Aren't you curious about the androids that will take my life in the future? Chi-Chi asked. Of course. I do not wish to perish without understanding, she responded. All right, let's hurry and depart, Chi-Chi said. Chapter 109. The arrival of the androids nearby the small city stood a prominent mountain peak, providing an excellent vantage point to oversee the entire area. Vegeta addressed everyone, saying, let us proceed. We shall await each other atop that hill. After uttering these words, Vegeta descended first, followed closely by the others. Upon their arrival at the summit, Raditz inquired, Vegeta, where has Barris gone? Has he not always been consumed by the desire to vanquish the androids? Where is he? Vegeta replied, I am not entirely certain. Ever since he piloted his spacecraft into the cosmos a year ago, he has yet to return. I wonder if he will make it in time for this battle. Raditz chuckled, saying, that's splendid. Let us swiftly eliminate the androids and leave a heap of scrap metal for him. The others erupted in laughter, nodding in agreement. As time trickled by, Vegeta glanced at his phone and remarked, the time that Daidoku mentioned has passed, yet the androids have yet to manifest. Could it be, as Daidoku Trunks suggested, that significant alterations have occurred in our timeline, leading to their potential non-appearance? At this moment, Krillin spoke up, there is a possibility. But regardless of how the timeline shifts, the androids are creations of Dr. Gero. No matter the timeline, his nature remains unchanged. His deep-seated animosity towards Goku and me is unlikely to wane, so I firmly believe the androids will indeed appear. It is merely a question of when. Vegeta echoed his sentiments, insisting that the androids would show up. Goku nodded in agreement, stating, the Red Ribbon Army was incredibly formidable back in the day, nearly conquering the world, only to be thwarted by my master and me. Therefore, their remaining members must harbor intense hatred towards us, unless something unforeseen occurs. The androids that Daidoku Trunks mentioned will surely appear, we just cannot ascertain the timing. As time slowly ebbed away, an hour had passed unnoticed. It seems that the androids will not make an appearance today. Perhaps we should all return for now, Yamcha suggested. At that moment, a flying carpet descended from the sky, landing before them. Everyone looked up to discover that it was Mr. Popo. He produced a small bag and handed it to Vegeta, saying, Mr. Vegeta. This is a gift from Kami and Master Karen. What is it? Vegeta inquired as he opened the small bag. Mr. Popo explained, these are senza beans. They can heal your wounds and restore your stamina. Ah, senza beans. I had no idea they were so potent. I thought they merely allowed one to go without food for 10 days. Exclaimed Goku in surprise. Thank you, Mr. Popo. You've worked hard. This is exactly what we need. Vegeta expressed his gratitude immediately. Mr. Popo nodded and then leaped onto the flying carpet, ascending back towards the heavenly temple. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared above Mr. Popo, launching an attack upon him. The abrupt onset of battle instantly captured everyone's attention, and Goku shouted, is it them, the androids? Upon concluding his words, Wukong was the first to charge towards the adversaries besieging Mr. Bobo, with the others swiftly following in his wake. Meanwhile, Vegeta ascended leisurely into the sky. Vegeta is well aware of Mr. Popo's formidable prowess. Even an ordinary Super Saiyan may not triumph over him. As anticipated by Vegeta, Mr. Popo managed to hold his ground until Goku and his allies arrived to provide assistance. Soon, Goku, Raditz, and the others liberated Mr. Popo from the encirclement of their 4 unfamiliar adversaries, engaging in battle with them. At this moment, Vegeta had also arrived near the battlefield. He turned to Mr. Popo and inquired, Mr. Popo, are you unharmed? Mr. Popo shook his head and replied, I am fine. These must be the androids that Trunks mentioned, correct? Vegeta mused. It seems so, but he only spoke of 2. I never anticipated that our timeline would present us with 5. He gazed at the 5 androids before him, recognizing 2 of them as the infamous androids 19 and 20 from the original narrative. Yet, the additional 3 androids raised questions. Mr. Popo remarked, very well. We shall leave the battle to you. I must return to the lookout to tend to Kami. Vegeta nodded and remarked, thank you for your efforts, Mr. Popo. If time permits, I shall visit the sacred temple again. Popo acknowledged with a nod and resumed his flight on the magic carpet towards the temple above. After a brief exchange of blows with the androids, Goku and his companions disengaged. Krillin quietly inquired, why are there 5 androids? Shouldn't there only be 2? Yamcha interjected. Perhaps this is where our timeline diverges from the future. However, their strength is formidable. I am no match for them, Tien Shinhan remarked, wincing as he clutched his injured arm, a result of the brief skirmish. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, you all needn't intervene. Leave everything to us. It is evident that these are no ordinary androids. Goku then inquired of the adversaries, you are the androids created by Dr. Gero, are you not? One of the androids, resembling an elderly man, responded, indeed, we are the creations of Dr. Gero. I am android 20. A round-faced, plump android interjected, I am android 19. A short android, donning a large hat, announced, I am android 15. Another android, remarkably tall with gray skin, declared, I am android 14. The final android, dressed in green pants and resembling a young human, stated, I am android 13. 13, 14, 15, 19, 20. Surely, there are not also androids 16, 17, and 18? Trunks questioned. You must be Vegeta's son, Trunks. As for those 3 androids, you may take a guess. Android 20 replied. Goku cautioned the group. It appears that our timeline is indeed more chaotic than that of future Trunks, given the emergence of so many androids. Chapter 110, Battle with the Androids at this juncture. Android 20 lifted his gaze towards Vegeta and Goku, stating, Vegeta, son Goku, we finally meet. I never anticipated that you would come seeking us before we found you. Initially, I intended to eliminate you one by one. However, since you have so graciously presented yourselves together, I have no qualms about eradicating you all at once. Vegeta replied, as an artificial being, your confidence is quite remarkable. Very well, let us engage in some amusement. After speaking, he surveyed his surroundings and then raised his arm, pointing toward a distant plain. Let us proceed there. The structures here are too numerous for us to fully unleash our potential. With that, Vegeta took the lead, guiding everyone toward the nearby plain. The androids, engineered with the sole purpose of eliminating Vegeta and Goku, would not allow these 2 to escape, thus they promptly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the expanse of the plain, descending onto the ground below. Vegeta inquired, how shall we engage in battle? Shall it be one-on-one in turns? Or shall we partake in a grand melee? The android number 20 responded, such an intriguing game must surely be one-on-one. I fear that if I eliminate you too swiftly, the enjoyment would be lost. He then turned to android number 19 and declared, 19, you shall have the honor of being the first to enter the fray. Yes, sir, replied the plump android number 19, stepping forward to the center of the 2 factions. He boldly challenged, who dares to face me in combat? Upon hearing number 19's challenge, Goku eagerly raised his hand and exclaimed, me. As he advanced, he turned to Vegeta and the others, stating, I barely had a chance to fight against Frieza last time. This time, I must be the first to strike. Trunks, who had also wished to engage, conceded, all right. Uncle Goku, I shall let you go first this time. After all, there are several others waiting, so I am not in a rush. Raditz nonchalantly added, you are stronger than I. You may take the first strike. Meanwhile, Gohan cheered for Goku from the sidelines. Go for it, Dad. Goku approached android number 19 and said, I shall grant you the first move. Hearing Goku's confident declaration, android number 19 pointed to his own head and retorted, do not be so smug. All your martial techniques have been recorded by our miniature reconnaissance devices and uploaded into our computers. Thus, every move you make will have a counter in my sight. Is that so? Your computers are that advanced? Goku expressed disbelief, preparing to test him. With that, Goku launched the first attack toward android number 19. As Goku threw his punch, number 19's eyes captured the motion, transmitting it to the massive supercomputer in the laboratory. The supercomputer swiftly analyzed the action, deciphering Goku's technique within mere milliseconds and relaying the information to android number 19. Following the analysis, number 19 executed a counterattack. As a result, Goku's initial flurry of attacks proved futile. Not only did he fail to land a blow on android number 19, but he also found himself struck by number 19's retaliation. Rubbing the area where he had been hit, Goku remarked, "Now I believe you. You have indeed been observing us from the shadows. However, that was merely a preliminary display of my abilities. The true depth of Chinese martial arts is far greater than what I have just shown. Allow me to demonstrate the profound essence of true Chinese martial arts." After speaking, Goku approached android 19 with a sweeping motion of his arm. Upon reaching close proximity to 19, Goku swiftly raised his hand to launch an attack. Android 19 remarked, "Has anything changed? You are still the same as before." As he spoke, android 19 continued to strike at Goku. However, to his surprise, Goku altered his technique mid-move. What began as a punch transformed into a palm strike that struck android 19's chin with precision, sending him flying. Caught off guard, android 19 found himself propelled through the air, tumbling several times before finally regaining his balance. He declared, "Indeed, there is something there, but what of it? Your attacks are feeble and cannot breach my defenses." Goku replied with a slight smile, "Rest assured, that was merely a warm-up. We are now entering the true battle." With that, Goku discarded all his weights, which thudded heavily upon the ground. Krillin, witnessing this, was astonished and exclaimed, "Goodness, Goku was fighting with such heavy weights? That is truly impressive." Once freed from the weights, Goku's speed dramatically increased. In a flash, he materialized before android 19. Completely unprepared, 19 was struck squarely in the face by Goku's kick, sending him reeling backward. Following this, Goku called out and unleashed the Cloud Dragon 18 palms. His palms moving like dark clouds, relentlessly slamming down toward android 19's head. Though Vegeta had imparted numerous martial arts techniques to Goku, such as the Cosmic Shift and the One Yang Finger, Goku found a greater affinity for the Cloud Dragon 18 palms, mastering it with exquisite finesse. Faced with Goku's relentless barrage, android 19 had no choice but to raise his arms in a desperate attempt to counter the assault. With a series of resounding clashes, Goku used the momentum to land gracefully, while android 19 was overwhelmed, crashing to the ground beneath the force of Goku's palm strikes. Bravo! As they witnessed Goku gaining the upper hand, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, the absence of android 19 raised a sense of unease among everyone present, prompting immediate caution. Regrettably, the android emitted no noticeable energy, rendering them incapable of sensing android 19's whereabouts. Goku, ever vigilant, kept his gaze trained on the ground, wary of a potential ambush. Chapter 111. The battle with the androids. At that moment, android 20 broke the silence, exclaiming, "Hey, son Goku. Do you have any idea what preparations we have made for each other all these years?" "What?" Goku replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yet, as he looked up, the earth beneath him began to stir, and android 19 suddenly emerged from the ground. "Watch out!" Krillin shouted in alarm. Goku finally registered the threat, but his reaction was too late. Android 19 seized Goku's ankles with both hands. "Aha! I've got you now," android 19 proclaimed triumphantly. Meanwhile, android 20, who had distracted Goku, rejoiced, "We've won." Seeing his ankles caught in the clutches of android 19, Goku executed a backflip in an attempt to shake off his assailant. However, android 19 was unfazed, maintaining a firm grip on Goku's ankles while declaring, "Son Goku, you might as well give up. I will never let go, even if it costs me my life. I will drain every ounce of energy from you and surpass all of you." Upon hearing android 19's words, Goku momentarily froze, realizing that his energy was being siphoned away through his ankles. "You can absorb my energy with your hands," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that is correct. I will not release you until I have drained your energy completely," android 19 shouted back. "My goodness, what is happening?" Krillin cried out. It seemed that there was some mechanism in android 19's hands capable of absorbing energy, which explained the tight grip on Goku's ankles. Raditz calmly analyzed. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Given Goku's current energy, even two android 19s would not be able to drain him completely." As anticipated by Vegeta, Goku was indeed astonished upon hearing that android 19 could absorb his energy. However, When he realized that the rate at which his energy was dissipating was far slower than he had imagined, he composed himself, a smile gracing his features. So you can absorb others' energy, huh? I thought you possessed some extraordinary technique. Just remember what you said earlier. Don't let go. With that, Goku raised his hand and began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts toward Android 19's head. Countless energy blasts struck the android's skull, producing a thunderous cacophony as Android 19's head swayed violently from the onslaught. In a short while, scratches began to appear on Android 19's face, which, under Goku's relentless attack, gradually morphed into wounds that exposed the mechanical structures within. I will never let go. Despite this, Android 19 resolutely clung to Goku's ankle, refusing to release his grip. Aware that a fifth of his energy had already been siphoned away, Goku decided against further grappling. Instead, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, determined to eliminate the foe in one decisive blow. Goku declared, "Very well, you have successfully provoked me, and now I shall demonstrate my true power." Upon uttering these words, he began to gather energy, causing the surrounding earth and debris to rise around him. "Huh!" Goku exclaimed softly, and in an instant, a golden aura enveloped him. His hair turned golden, standing upright, and his eyes glowed a vibrant green. What is happening? Android 20, witnessing Goku's sudden transformation, could not help but exclaim in surprise. What do you mean? Haven't you been observing my father and Uncle Goku's battles and lives? Surely you know about Super Saiyans? Trunks responded with an expression of astonishment. Your strength is probably just adequate. There is no need for constant surveillance, Android 20 retorted dismissively. In truth, it was not that he didn't want to monitor them, but rather a lack of funds. Ever since the Red Ribbon Army was obliterated by Vegeta and Goku, especially after Vegeta transferred most of their bank assets, Dr. Gero's research budget had dwindled to a precarious state. 5 years ago, he had nearly exhausted all his funds. Nonetheless, abandoning research on the androids was not an option, forcing Dr. Gero to cease monitoring Vegeta and Goku. Naturally, he could not divulge this predicament to the individuals before him. Is that so? What a pity, in that case. Your defeat is inevitable. Trunks smiled and spoke, while Gohan shouted loudly to Goku, "Dad, go for it. Defeat this group of evil androids." Humph, what is Super Saiyan? It merely involves a change in hair and eye color, scoffed Android 20. Yet, despite his dismissive words, Android 20's thoughts belied his expression, for he could perceive that Goku's energy had surged exponentially the moment he transformed. Meanwhile, Android 19 clung tenaciously to Goku's ankle, shouting, "No matter how you transform, I will not let go." Upon hearing Android 19's declaration, Goku revealed a slightly cruel smile and replied, "You know, when a Saiyan becomes a Super Saiyan, their temperament can turn rather ruthless, allowing them to strike down their opponents without hesitation. I hope your neck is as resilient as your words." Following this, Goku raised his hand and softly uttered, "Spirit Bomb Slash." Instantly, a golden disc began to spin rapidly above Goku's palm, its circumference lined with sharp teeth. He then directed his gaze at Android 19, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the Spirit Bomb Slash sliced through the air, aiming directly at Android 19's neck. The attack effortlessly severed Android 19's head, which then soared into the air. When Android 19's massive head crashed to the ground and rolled several meters, it came to a stop before Android 20. "20, save me," pleaded Android 19, oil spilling from the severed neck as he called for assistance. However, before Android 20 could intervene, Goku, having freed himself from Android 19's grip, leapt forward and heavily stomped down on Android 19's head, reducing it to shattered fragments. Goku then pointed at the remaining androids and boldly proclaimed, "Now, which one of you shall be next?" The scattered debris beneath his feet and Goku's commanding words instilled fear in the remaining 4 androids before him. Noticing their silence, Goku furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this all the courage you possess?" Android 20 cast a penetrating glance at Son Goku, and then commanded, 14, "You entertain our Mr. Goku." "Yes, 20, replied the imposing Android 14, stepping forward to face Son Goku. He spoke in a deep voice, "Goku, I am not the worthless 19. You had better be cautious." "Oh." Goku raised an eyebrow at Android 14's words and assumed a fighting stance, saying, "Bring it on. Show me what you're capable of." Boom, boom, boom. As the sound faded, the 2 individuals swiftly engaged in combat. Initially, Wukong refrained from employing any techniques, opting instead for a direct confrontation grounded in sheer strength. The collision of their fists generated shockwaves that reverberated through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. However, Wukong, being flesh and blood, inevitably found himself at a disadvantage against his opponent's mechanical form. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Wukong ultimately decided to invoke the technique of the cosmic shift. As Android 14 launched another punch toward Wukong, expecting to dominate the encounter, he was unprepared for Wukong's dual energies. With a deft maneuver, Wukong redirected Android 14's fist to the side. With a thunderous crash, the android's punch struck the ground beside Wukong. Unfamiliar with the principle of controlling one's force, Android 14 lost his balance after Wukong's redirection. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong thrust forward, sending Android 14 hurtling away, crashing heavily into a nearby mountain. With a resounding rumble, the small peak collapsed under the impact. Of course, such an attack inflicted minimal damage on Android 14, who quickly rose from the rubble, roaring in fury, "You wretch! I shall slay you." With that, he charged at Wukong, who remained unfazed. Utilizing the cosmic shift, Wukong rendered Android 14's attacks ineffective. Furthermore, he harnessed the force of Android 14's strikes, amplifying them with his own power and redirecting it back onto the android's form. Spectators witnessed an astonishing spectacle as Android 14's punches, aimed at Wukong, inexplicably reversed mid-flight, striking his own body instead. The heavier the blows Android 14 unleashed, the more he found himself injured. Observing the chaotic scene, Android 20's expression darkened as he remarked, "15. A system. Understood, 20. The diminutive Android 15 leaped forward, attempting to ram his head into Wukong. Though engaged with Android 14, Wukong remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Upon noticing Android 15's assault, he first exerted force to send Android 14 flying, then caught Android 15's head with both hands. With a swift twist, he set Android 15 spinning in place, followed by a powerful kick to the android's abdomen that sent him soaring through the air. Witnessing two androids gang up on Wukong, Raditz erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Scoundrels! 2 against 1 is utterly unjust. I shall take you on." After finishing his words, Raditz prepared to launch an attack on Android 15. Although he had trained for 3 years and his power had nearly reached 3 million, he had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Thus, Raditz could only engage Android 15 in his normal state. At that moment, Android 20 spoke up, instructing Android 13, "Intercept him." "Understood, 20. With that, Android 13 swiftly intervened, blocking Raditz's advance. Instantly, 2 battlefields emerged, one where Androids 14 and 15 teamed up against Goku, and another where Android 13 faced Raditz. However, Raditz was no match for Android 13, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Trunks, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Dad, Uncle Raditz can't handle the androids. I'm going to help." Without waiting for Vegeta's approval, he charged forward. Yet, before Trunks could launch his attack, a powerful energy wave struck Android 13, sending him sprawling off Raditz. Everyone turned to see Bellis, enveloped in a golden aura, his hair transformed from black to gold, and his eyes now gleaming green. "Uncle Bellis, a Super Saiyan!" Trunks and Gohan exclaimed in delight. Then Bellis shouted, "Androids, meet your demise." With that, he dove forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Android 13, rescuing Raditz in the process. As Bellis engaged in battle with Android 13, he addressed Raditz, saying, "Raditz, you are falling behind. After 3 years, you remain in your base form. Enough, step aside. I shall take care of this android. Observe how I shall vanquish him." Raditz, though dissatisfied, could not conceal the envy in his gaze. Bellis had already attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Why had he not achieved this yet? Although a semblance of equilibrium had returned to the battlefield, Android 20 was consumed with trepidation. How could this be? Why had their powers surged so dramatically? "I cannot remain here idle. I must devise an escape plan." Such were the thoughts racing through Android 20's mind. Yet, just as he contemplated fleeing, he looked up to find Vegeta's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, causing him to tremble. Those eyes seemed to peer into his very soul. Android 20 felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before this individual named Vegeta. Why was he staring? Did he uncover my identity? Of course. He is Bulma's husband and Dr. Brief's son-in-law. Perhaps he learned of my situation through them. Cursed be these wretches. I cannot linger here any longer. I must escape at once and return to my laboratory to release androids 17 and 18. Chapter 113, The Battle with the Androids 4. With this in mind, Android 20 suddenly shouted, 14, 15, what are you doing? You cannot even defeat a single Son Goku, you worthless fools. If you cannot win, why not perish together? At these words, a wave of shock rippled through the gathered crowd, especially affecting Son Goku. Androids 14 and 15 exchanged sinister grins and simultaneously lunged toward Goku, their bodies radiating a blinding white light. As Goku realized they were about to self-destruct in a bid to take him down with them, he shouted and spun on the spot. In an instant, the approaching androids were flung away from him. The white light surrounding androids 14 and 15 intensified as Vegeta swiftly grasped Trunks and Gohan, propelling them skyward. Boom, boom. Two thunderous explosions erupted, sending mushroom clouds billowing into the sky. Is everyone unharmed? Vegeta called out. I'm fine, came the chorus of responses, relieved that they had all evaded the devastating blast unscathed. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, that was truly perilous. I nearly fell victim to their explosive demise. Everyone else gazed at the mushroom cloud, nodding in relief. At that moment, Trunks shouted loudly, The android number 20 has vanished. Disappeared. A wave of surprise washed over the crowd as they turned their eyes to the spot where android 20 had once stood, only to find no trace of it. Why on earth did it flee? Krillin inquired, puzzled. At this moment, Vegeta, with a somber expression, remarked, This android number 20 is none other than Dr. Gero himself. Once the dust settled, Gohan joyfully exclaimed, That android number 13 is still here. He hasn't fled. At this moment, Bellas remarked, That's splendid. We shall capture him and then inquire about the whereabouts of Dr. Goro's laboratory. We must not eliminate Dr. Goro. Who knows how many more artificial bombs he might create. Upon hearing Bellas's words, the others nodded in agreement and descended around artificial human number 13, encircling him. Trunks boldly called out, Hey, you might as well surrender. Your leader has already fled alone. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, Number 13s. I can discern that you are unlike numbers 14 and 15. They appear to be entirely mechanical, whereas you seem to be a modification based on human anatomy. You need not devote yourself entirely to serving Dr. Gero. If he could implant bombs in numbers 14 and 15, he could certainly do the same to you. Surrender and assist us in locating Dr. Gero's laboratory, and we shall help you remove the bomb from your body. The android number 13 dismissed Vegeta's words with indifference, surveying the group before declaring, No, I am different from 14 and 15. They were developed as weapons, whereas I chose this path voluntarily. Why? Trunks questioned, perplexed as to why someone would willingly undergo transformation into an android. Because I seek vengeance for the destruction of our Red Ribbon Army. Android number 13 proclaimed emphatically. Truly obstinate. Bellas fumed, his rage boiling over. Enough of this idle chatter. Allow me to subdue him. With that, Bellas prepared to charge at his opponent. However, at that moment, an overwhelming energy surged toward them, one that was eerily familiar. It was future Trunks arriving from the future. Instantly, everyone looked skyward, and soon enough, future Trunks descended from above. They witnessed future Trunks, astonished, gazing at android number 13 below. How can this be? He exclaimed. Upon seeing future Trunks, Goku flew to his side, draping an arm over his shoulder, and remarked, Hey, Trunks, it seems that our timeline has shifted. We now have 5 androids on our hands. Thankfully, you warned us in advance, and we have already dispatched 3 of them. The remaining 2 include one who has fled and another we have surrounded, leaving him no escape. What? 5 androids? Future Trunks quickly glanced downward and saw the severed heads of the 3 androids they had defeated. Yet, none of these 4 were the 2 formidable androids I encountered in the future. Uncle Goku, could you describe the appearance of the android that has escaped? Future Trunks inquired. At this juncture, Vegeta interjected, No need to ask. The one who fled is none other than Dr. Gero himself, and he has undergone transformation into an android. The 2 more powerful androids you mentioned have likely not yet been released, so we must urgently locate Dr. Gero's laboratory. Vegeta exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of the crowd swiftly shifted towards android 13. Reacting to Vegeta's proclamation, android 13 declared, What do you mean by a more powerful android? I am the mightiest creation of Dr. Gero. Allow me to eliminate you wretched beings in honor of Dr. Gero. Immediately after his declaration, for components that had exploded from a previous android sword directly into android 13's chest, merging seamlessly into his being. It was evident to all present that these components were the power cores and chips of androids 14 and 15. I am the most formidable creation, android 13 bellowed. Following this, his muscles swelled dramatically, and his once flesh-toned skin transformed into a deep purple hue. If the previous form of android 13 resembled a human, His current incarnation bore a striking resemblance to a creature from the depths of the underworld. Once his transformation was complete, Android 13 proclaimed, "Humans, I apologize. For this is my true form. I am a demon from the abyss, and I shall rise to become the demon king of the abyss. My path to kingship begins with your annihilation." With that, Android 13 abruptly lifted his head and, with a powerful push against the ground, launched a fist towards Son Goku. Chapter 114. The battle with the androids come at me. Goku exclaimed, delighted to see his opponent charging towards him, and he too raised his fist to retaliate. However, the spectators watched in astonishment as Goku was struck and sent flying by the sheer force of Android 13's blow. Dad, Uncle Goku. After being propelled hundreds of meters away, Goku managed to stabilize himself and, executing a roll, landed back on the ground, but the immense impact left 2 long skid marks in his wake. What incredible power! Goku shouted. Just as Goku was recovering, Belis transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards Android 13. "Don't steal my opponent." Goku cried out anxiously upon witnessing Belis take on his adversary. Yet Goku's concern was unfounded. For Belis could barely withstand a few blows before Android 13 landed a devastating kick to his side, sending him flying. Not only that, but Android 13 also reverted Belis from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state, leaving him with a broken arm. Belis. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Krillin hurriedly retrieved a magical bean from his pocket, placing it into Belis's mouth. Meanwhile, Goku charged towards Android 13, engaging in an intense battle where neither could gain the upper hand despite their formidable skills. Goku's martial prowess was indeed impressive. Yet the sheer strength of Android 13 proved overwhelming. Whether attempting to neutralize his opponent's force or matching him blow for blow, Goku found himself at a disadvantage. Time was slipping away, and we must locate Dr. Gero swiftly, Vegeta proclaimed. With that, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Android 13. In stark contrast to Goku's abilities, Vegeta's power at that moment was significantly greater. He effortlessly intercepted Android 13's punch aimed at Goku, executing a deft maneuver that sent the android staggering forward. Following this, Vegeta delivered a powerful knee strike that connected with Android 13's chin, sending him hurtling through the air with a resounding crash. A swift sidekick followed, propelling the airborne Android 13 into the distance, where he collided with and obliterated a small mountain peak. In just a few moves, Vegeta's relentless assault left Android 13 utterly defenseless, unable to retaliate against the onslaught. Vegeta soared into the sky, his palms radiating with pulsating energy, before launching a concentrated energy sphere towards the rubble of the collapsed stone pile. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the realm, the force of the blast violently scattering the debris, while the earth itself was rent asunder, creating a profound crater. At the heart of this crater lay Android 13, who had reverted from his monstrous form back to his human guise. Vegeta descended beside Android 13, raising a finger to point at him, inquiring, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Where's Dr. Gero's laboratory?" Android 13 chuckled ominously and replied, "You cannot thwart Dr. Gero. Androids 17 and 18 should have been unleashed by now. Fear not, for your hell is about to descend upon you." Just as Android 13 was about to continue, Vegeta unleashed a powerful and precise attack, the 9-pulse sword, which pierced through his skull, ending his life. Witnessing the demise of Android 13, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Vegeta. Trunks, the elder, spoke up, "Father, what shall we do next?" "Indeed, Vegeta, how do we locate Dr. Gero's laboratory?" Goku inquired at that moment. Suddenly, Vegeta's phone rang, and he answered it. "Hello, is this Vegeta? I have located Dr. Gero's laboratory." Bulma's voice resonated through the line. "Goku, Gohan, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's greetings could also be heard in the background. "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to remain at home?" Vegeta questioned, somewhat exasperated. "Is this really the time for such conversations? Hurry and come to me. I am currently outside Dr. Gero's laboratory." Bulma urged loudly. "Very well, be cautious. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately." Vegeta responded, realizing the gravity of the moment. As he prepared to end the call, Bulma added, "By the way, has my eldest son arrived? If so, bring him along." "What eldest son? Future Trunks is the eldest, while present Trunks is the youngest. Enough with the chatter. Just hurry over," Bulma shouted. "Just to clarify, my dear sons, my ire is directed at your father, not at you. Do not be frightened," Bulma explained after her outburst. After hanging up, Vegeta activated the tracking program and flew towards Bulma's location. This is truly terrifying. Is this what it means to be a married woman? Krillin remarked in shock. Yamcha added, indeed, after witnessing Bulma like this, I doubt I will ever marry. Goku chimed in, Chi-Chi is the same. Always critiquing me on this and that. Sigh, life was much more comfortable when I was alone. Suddenly, Goku remembered Gohan was still by his side and said, Gohan, you must not share this with your mother. Gohan nodded in a state of confusion. Thus, the group chatted amiably as they hurried towards the location provided by Bulma. Exercising caution, Bulma and Chi-Chi took refuge on a nearby hill, armed with binoculars, intently observing Dr. Gero's laboratory. Upon noticing Vegeta and the others approaching, Bulma spoke up. Do you see that cave? That should be Dr. Gero's secret laboratory. Chi-Chi and I witnessed them entering. Excellent. From here on, it's up to us. You and Chi-Chi should hurry back to avoid frostbite, Vegeta urged, noticing Bulma shivering uncontrollably. He promptly removed his coat and draped it over her. Bulma nodded appreciatively and turned to her eldest son, Trunks, saying, My dear son, I never imagined I would witness your growth at such a young age. Once you all have resolved the android crisis, let us convene in West City. I will await you there. As she spoke, another shiver coursed through her. It's too cold. We must retreat. Chapter 115. Battle with the Androids 9. As Bulma piloted the aircraft away with Chi-Chi, Vegeta addressed the others. Let us proceed to Dr. Gero's laboratory and confront this brilliant yet malevolent scientist. The group followed Vegeta to the entrance of Dr. Gero's lab. At that moment, Dr. Gero had released Android 17, who was now activating the containment unit for Android 18. At Android 17's gesture, Android 18 cheerfully greeted Drive Gero. Hello, Dr. Gero. Hearing such a sweet salutation from Android 18 filled Drive Gero with immense joy. He exclaimed, Splendid. It appears you have indeed been repaired. Now, Vegeta and Goku are outside our laboratory. I command you to go out and eliminate them. Understood, Dr. Gero. Android 17 replied obediently as he made his way towards the laboratory's entrance. However, as he approached Dr. Gero, he suddenly struck, swiftly snatching the control device that could halt their operations from Dr. Gero's grasp. What are you doing? Are you defying me? Dr. Gero's fears materialized as the device controlling Androids 17 and 18 was seized. He realized his oversight. He had been deceived by their false facades. Android 17 declared, Did you think we would allow you to once again deactivate our eternal engines like last time? After speaking, number 17 exerted force and swiftly crushed the reclaimed controller. Once the controller was shattered, both number 17 and number 18 relaxed completely, surveying the new, rudimentary laboratory around them. Number 17 remarked, Dr. Gero, it seems your circumstances have not fared well over the years. The environment here is surprisingly primitive. Upon noticing the storage unit for number 19 standing nearby, number 17's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, There's even an android. Number 19. Number 18, release our companion. Hearing number 17's words, number 18 turned towards the storage unit for number 19, her face beaming with joy as she replied, Sure, it appears to be entirely mechanical. I never imagined such an archaic android still existed. Dr. Gero, didn't you claim you had destroyed them all? As she spoke, number 18 prepared to liberate number 19. Just as number 18 was about to release number 19, Dr. Gero shouted angrily, Do not release him. Do you wish to bring about the end of the world? However, without the controller, Dr. Gero's words fell on deaf ears. Number 18 paid him no heed and continued her approach to the storage unit. In a fit of desperation, Dr. Gero raised his hand and fired an energy blast at number 18. She effortlessly evaded the attack, witnessing Dr. Gero's audacity to assault number 18. Number 17 swiftly executed a sidekick, sending Dr. Gero flying. He collided with the wall behind him and then fell heavily to the ground, his iron helmet rolling off and coming to rest before number 17. Observing Dr. Gero's head, encased in biological fluid, number 17 chuckled, I never expected, Dr. Gero, that you would transform yourself into an android. Yet, what surprises me even more is that you chose to undergo the outdated absorption modification instead of utilizing the advanced eternal furnace. Dr. Gero did not respond to number 17's jibe. He understood that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against either number 17 or number 18. Thus, he earnestly attempted to persuade them. Number 17, number 18. This number 19 is a failed creation, uncontrollable and more powerful than both of you. If you release him, the entire Earth will be doomed. Is there truly an android more powerful than I? I find that hard to believe. Your words only pique my interest further. Number 17 replied, turning to number 18. Number 18, release number 19. I refuse to believe he can surpass me. Seeing that androids 17 and 18 were utterly disobedient to his commands and still sought to unleash the creation known as Android 19, Dr. Gero, engulfed by rage, made the most regrettable decision of his life. Do you too presume that by destroying the controller, I am rendered powerless against you? I can conjure countless replicas of it at will. Therefore, I command you both to cease your actions immediately. Dr. Gero bellowed. Upon hearing his words, a glint of menace flashed in 17's eyes, and he swiftly struck, his claw piercing through Dr. Gero's chest. The doctor gazed down in horror at the wound that had been inflicted upon him and exclaimed, You dare to do this? I am the one who created you. I bestowed upon you everything. After absorbing Dr. Gero's words, 17 retracted his arm and delivered a high kick that severed the connection between the doctor's brain and his body. Simultaneously, outside the laboratory, Vegeta and the others overheard the conversation between androids 17 and 18 and Drive Gero. Future Trunks remarked, Indeed, those two androids from the future are 17 and 18. But why is there an even more formidable android 19? This does not add up. Vegeta responded, The timeline has already been altered, for other androids have previously emerged. Why should we not expect the number 19 to appear as well? Let us first open this accursed door, Krillin. Yamcha, step aside. I shall take care of it. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin and Yamcha quickly moved aside, allowing Vegeta to stride to the imposing iron gate. With a surge of energy, he activated the technique of instant transmission, and the massive door creaked and groaned as it swung open under his force. As the door swung ajar, Dr. Gero was sent reeling, his head severed by android 17, rolling to the entrance before Vegeta and his companions. Dr. Gero gazed at them, then turned to android 17, exclaiming, You wretched fools, you will all perish. Do you think I possess only this handful of tricks? Await your fate. I shall be waiting for you in hell. With a resounding thud, before 17 could react, Vegeta crushed Dr. Gero's head beneath his foot, reducing it to a mere heap of parts. Chapter 119. The battle with the androids. He was unbearably verbose. Facing the astonished gaze of android 17, Vegeta rubbed his foot, having obliterated Dr. Gero's skull, and remarked coolly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, android 17 nodded in agreement, replying, You are absolutely right. Dr. Gero is not only excessively talkative, but also quite bothersome. He imposed restrictions on our actions, and even threatened to shut down our power cores. He has done so before, leaving me no choice but to eliminate him. I trust you, 1T Mind? Of course not. After all, we cannot exactly call ourselves friends. Rather, it is more fitting to say we are enemies. Vegeta concurred with a shake of his head. Excellent. With that, 17 turned to android 18 and continued, 18. Please liberate this giant, so we can witness the true capabilities of number 19. Upon hearing 17's words, Krillin and the others looked to Vegeta, eager to see his response. However, Vegeta made no move, merely observing the two androids with a detached demeanor, allowing them to proceed. Meanwhile, Dr. Trunks, witnessing his father's inaction, grew anxious and shouted, No, I cannot allow you to do this. I will not permit the emergence of yet another demon after the appearance of two others. After speaking, Future Trunks did not wait for others to respond. He immediately raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy towards the storage unit of Android 19. Upon witnessing this bold maneuver, everyone was taken aback and hurriedly fled the scene, resulting in a tremendous explosion within Dr. Gero's laboratory. Goku, somewhat displeased, remarked to Future Trunks, You shouldn't have done that. Launching an energy blast in such a confined space could inadvertently affect us. I apologize, Uncle Goku. But I must prevent him from unleashing a new menace. Future Trunks initially expressed his regrets, but resolutely continued. Do you truly believe that your energy blast could inflict any damage upon them? It was merely a grand display of fireworks, Vegeta interjected nonchalantly from the side. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Future Trunks was taken aback and quickly glanced ahead. As the dust settled, he indeed discovered that androids 17 and 18 were unscathed. Even the storage unit containing android 19, which had been shielded by android 18, suffered no damage except for a severed life support cable. Stunned by this revelation, Future Trunks stood there in disbelief, exclaiming, How can this be? Androids 17 and 18 landed gracefully on the ground, whereupon 17 urged 18, Hurry, release android 19. The emergency power supply in the life pod can only sustain it for a brief moment. Understood, understood. Android 18 responded, pressing the button on Android 19's life pod. Following a hissing sound, the imposing figure of Android 19 awakened from the pod and emerged. Judging by his size alone, it was evident to everyone that Android 19 was extraordinary, possessing formidable strength that would undoubtedly rival that of Androids 17 and 18. At this moment, Vegeta cast his gaze upon Androids 19, 17, and 18, inquiring, "What are your intentions? Will you execute Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate me and Goku?" Upon hearing Vegeta's question, 17 suddenly seemed to recall something and replied, yes, Dr. Gero created us to eliminate you and Son Goku. I would have forgotten had you not reminded me." He then turned to 19 and asked, "Surely you were manufactured for the same purpose?" Android 19 looked at Vegeta and Goku, nodding as he affirmed, "Indeed, that was Dr. Gero's intent in creating me." Android 17 then asked once more, "Now that both Vegeta and Goku are present, should we not consider attacking them?" The mention of this provoked immediate tension among Krillin, Yamcha, and Belis, while Trunks and his companions assumed fighting stances. However, Android 18's response left everyone momentarily stunned as she declared, "I refuse. As a lady, how could I partake in such violent acts?" After glancing at her attire, she continued, "This outfit is quite unappealing, an outdated style from years past. What I truly desire is a shopping spree to acquire a more fashionable wardrobe." Upon hearing 18's words, Vegeta's allies were left dumbfounded. Even Vegeta, well versed in the narrative, furrowed his brow, realizing that the plot was diverging unexpectedly. Meanwhile, future Trunks unsheathed his sword, exclaiming, "This is impossible. In the future, you nearly exterminated all of humanity on Earth." He insisted, "Your reluctance to attack must conceal some ulterior motive." With that, future Trunks raised his sword, ready to strike at the trio of androids. However, Vegeta intervened, halting him with the words, "Have you condemned them before they have committed any crime?" Upon hearing future Trunks' accusation, 17 scrutinized him closely before experiencing a moment of clarity. "I see now. No wonder there is no record of you in my database. You hail from the future. You assert that in your timeline. 18, and I nearly annihilated all humans on Earth. Yet, I can deduce that our future selves, despite bearing a resemblance, differ vastly in character, strength, and other attributes. Why, then, do you impose their crimes upon us?" Future Trunks, clearly not an evil individual, hesitated as he processed the statements made by Vegeta and 17, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, he could only say, "You had better refrain from wrongdoing. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Android 17 shrugged and replied, "That is your liberty. Do as you please." He then turned to Android 19 and inquired, "I, along with Android 18, do not intend to heed Dr. Gero's commands. What about you, 19? Will you take action?" In Chapter 117, The Second Time Machine, upon receiving 17's question, Android 19 gazed into the distant forest and towering mountains before responding, "No, I cherish nature and tranquility. I have no desire to take lives. Consequently, Dr. Gero imprisoned me for defying his orders. Now that I am free, I prefer to travel, thus I too refuse to carry out Dr. Gero's commands." "Very well. It appears our decisions align," remarked 17. "Let us first assist Android 18 in finding a lovely outfit, and then embark on our journey around the world." After hearing 19's words, 17 snapped his fingers and articulated the forthcoming plan of action. Having concluded his statement, 17 waved goodbye to Vegeta and the others, saying, "Let us part ways. Should the future allow, it is likely we shall never meet again." With that, the three androids soared toward the nearest city before the eyes of all present. Vegeta and the others watched as the three androids departed, and then Krillin, in a daze, exclaimed, "So we are just letting them go?" Hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha replied, "If you believe they should not be allowed to leave, you could step forward and stop them." At Yamcha's response, Krillin became anxious, waving his hands frantically as he hurriedly retorted, "Don't joke around. I am just relieved to be alive. Thankfully, my fate is not like that of the future, where I perish at the hands of the androids." After uttering this, as if reassured that his destiny had indeed shifted, Krillin relaxed the tension that had gripped him and remarked, "I have never felt life to be so beautiful. After experiencing this, I believe I should truly enjoy the remainder of my life." Upon hearing Krillin's words, everyone present burst into hearty laughter, with the exception of future Trunks. Vegeta gazed at the still troubled Trunks and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not fret any longer. Rest assured, Both Goku and I are here. Have you not noticed that the progression of events in this timeline diverges entirely from what you experienced in the future? My strength far surpasses that of the Vegeta from your era. Even if there were not merely 3 androids, but countless more, they could never match my prowess. So do not worry. I shall keep a vigilant watch over those 3. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement, exclaiming, in truth, I do not necessarily wish to eliminate those 3 androids. It is simply that in the future world, our plight was so harrowing that I dread the thought of experiencing such despair once more. Vegeta nodded and said, I understand. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Now that the crisis with the androids has been resolved, how long do you plan to remain in this world? If possible, train with me for a while. I wish to impart to you some traditional Chinese martial arts, so that upon your return to the future, you can effectively deal with those 2 androids. Trunks replied, I cannot stay for too long, for my mother in the future would be worried. Vegeta smiled and remarked, it's perfectly fine. Within the sacred time chamber, 1 year equates to merely 1 day in the outside world, thus we have ample time. Hearing Vegeta's words, future Trunks nodded enthusiastically and replied, that truly sounds wonderful. Then it is settled. We shall first return to West City to meet your mother for a chat, and subsequently proceed to the time chamber, Vegeta declared. After saying this, Vegeta looked at everyone and added, all right, comrades, we have successfully navigated through the crisis posed by the androids. Let us return to West City together. I believe we should indulge in a grand feast. Upon hearing Vegeta's suggestion, everyone immediately raised their hands in agreement, especially Goku, who raised both hands and exclaimed, fantastic. I feel as though I could consume 10 bulls right now. The group then commenced their leisurely flight towards West City. However, as they were midway, Vegeta's phone began to ring. Upon checking, he discovered it was Bulma calling. Answering the call, before Vegeta could greet her, Bulma exclaimed loudly, Vegeta, is my eldest son with you? Please hand the phone to him. I have matters to discuss. With no other option, Vegeta handed the phone to future Trunks. Meanwhile, the younger Trunks, feeling somewhat jealous, remarked, come on, Mom, don't you have anything to say to me? You call and go straight to him without even mentioning me. Oh, our little Trunks is feeling the pangs of jealousy. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but tease him. At this moment, Vegeta quietly remarked to Trunks, you are the one who will continue to live with us in the future, while he will inevitably return to his own time. I believe that if you were to venture into the future, that Bulma would undoubtedly cherish your presence. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks finally regained his joy. Just then, the sound of future Trunks on the phone suddenly grew louder, exclaiming, this is impossible. I can confirm that the time machine produced only one. The others, upon hearing future Trunks' statement, were momentarily taken aback and soon began to murmur amongst themselves. Vegeta commanded, Date, activate the speaker on your phone. He then addressed the others. Let us descend. Something seems amiss. The group followed Vegeta to the expansive plain below, where Date Trunks enabled the phone speaker, and Bulma's voice resonated forth. I have seen the photographs sent by others. They are identical to those that little Trunks previously showed me, and they bear the Capsule Corporation's logo. Mother, may I see the photographs? Date Trunks inquired. Certainly, please hold on a moment, Bulma replied before ending the call. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived, and Date Trunks opened it to reveal a photograph. Everyone leaned in to observe, and then little Trunks exclaimed, this is indeed a time machine, albeit rather antiquated and covered in moss. The others nodded in agreement, having also witnessed Date Trunks' time machine. Goku turned to Date Trunks, asking, are you certain your time machine is still intact? Yes, Date Trunks affirmed, though he retrieved a capsule from his pocket, a capsule that contained the time machine. Is this the capsule for the time machine? The group did not urge Date Trunks to open it. The mere existence of the capsule sufficed to assure them that the time machine had not been lost. Indeed, this is the time machine I utilized, Date Trunks confirmed. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, let us proceed. It seems that this gathering must be postponed. We should head towards the time machine that has appeared so unexpectedly. I have a strong feeling that the sudden arrival of the time machine is no mere coincidence. A greater crisis may be looming. Very well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Vegeta then called Bulma, requesting her to send the location of the time machine to his mobile device. All right, I will pilot the aircraft there immediately. If you arrive before me, please wait, Bulma responded. That may not be necessary. None of us can predict what dangers await there. We shall return to West City shortly. So you can simply await us there, Vegeta insisted, wishing to refuse. Bulma, however, raised her voice defiantly. Are you saying that even you, Vegeta, cannot protect your beloved wife? Enough of this. I'm going there now. If you are unable to accompany me, I still have 2 sons who will surely keep me safe. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no room for Vegeta to argue. Noticing that everyone was staring at him, Vegeta shrugged and remarked, "Did you all see that? This is what women are like. They often act irrationally without any apparent reason." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group erupted into laughter. Vegeta observed that both Goten and Trunks were joyfully laughing nearby, and he promptly remarked, "You 2 youngsters must refrain from revealing my shortcomings to your mother." Goten, having had limited interactions with Vegeta, merely chuckled in response without uttering a word. However, Trunks was less reserved and cheerfully retorted, "Father, that will depend on your performance." "Very well, starting next month, your allowance shall be doubled." Vegeta conceded with a smile. After exchanging lighthearted banter, the group set off towards the location sent by Bulma. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived near the designated spot. It was a vast forest, with towering trees and dense foliage. The time machine, relatively small in size, was not immediately visible to them. Consequently, the group dispersed in various directions to search for it. Before long, Trunks' voice echoed through the trees as he called out, "Hey, Dad, everyone, I've found the time machine." Upon hearing Trunks' exclamation, everyone swiftly flew towards his position and soon laid eyes on the time machine depicted in the photograph. They descended around the time machine and began to discuss its severely deteriorated condition. A particularly large hole marred the machine's cover, which was enshrouded in moss and vines, indicating that it had been abandoned in this location for an extensive period. Goten, equally astonished by the sight of the time machine, stepped forward to wipe away the moss. Observing Goten's actions, it seemed that the group had arrived at an unspoken conclusion. Bellis inquired, "Trunks, what are the results of your examination? Is it a time machine?" Trunks gazed at the hope inscription that had just been revealed by his touch, and with a look of astonishment, he replied, "Not only is it a time machine, but it is indeed the very one I traveled in." "The one you traveled in?" The group was taken aback. Trunks nodded and continued, "Everyone, look at this." With that, he retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it aside. With a resounding boom, a pristine time machine materialized not far away. Trunks pointed at the hope inscription on the supporting frame and then gestured to the dilapidated time machine. The group quickly observed that both bore the word hope in English, with identical handwriting and positioning. Beneath the letters was a prominent numeral 1, and both machines displayed the Capsule Corporation's emblem. Trunks explained, "This inscription was written by me before my initial departure. I can now confirm that this worn time machine is also the one I traveled in." At that moment, Gohan, peering into the cockpit of the time machine, exclaimed, "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, look in here, there's a peculiar eggshell." Hearing Gohan's words, everyone soared to the top of the time machine and beheld a purple eggshell within the cockpit. Trunks opened the hatch and jumped inside, stating, "I will check the time settings of this time machine to ascertain which year it came from and the year it is set to leap to." As Trunks operated the controls, the display screen on the time machine began to flicker with numbers. At that instant, an aircraft was approaching, and Vegeta directed young Trunks, "Go. Bring your mother here." "All right, I'm on it," young Trunks replied as he ascended into the sky to summon Bulma. Shortly thereafter, Bulma arrived, disembarking from the plane and calling out, "Where's my eldest son? Let me see him." Vegeta whispered, "Shoo, quiet down. The situation is quite dire." Upon hearing his words, Bulma immediately lowered her voice and inquired, "What is happening? Is it serious?" Nearby, young Trunks recounted the circumstances to Bulma. As he spoke, the readings on the time machine were fully calibrated. A look of horror spread across adult Trunks' face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? What's wrong? Is the timing off?" Goku chimed in, his voice filled with curiosity. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, adult Trunks took a deep breath to steady his nerves before responding, "Indeed, the time this machine has arrived from is 3 years after my own departure. However, the time we've reached here is 4 years prior, a year earlier than my initial arrival." "What?" The rest of the group, aside from Vegeta, gasped in astonishment. Who, aside from adult Trunks, could have possibly traveled through time? They couldn't help but direct their attention towards the 2 halves of the cracked egg. Chapter 119, The Resistance of the Martial Artists. At this moment, Vegeta spoke up, declaring, "The current situation is quite evident. An unfamiliar yet exceedingly dangerous creature has piloted a time machine from the future to our era. Its arrival must be purposeful, and this time machine undoubtedly belongs to future Trunks. Under normal circumstances, such a pivotal device would never be entrusted to another. Yet, here it is. Commandeered by this unknown entity, suggesting that it has been forcefully seized. Future Trunks is a Super Saiyan, and the future version of him must possess even greater strength. The fact that such a crucial time machine has been taken indicates that this mysterious being poses a significant threat. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution and never let our guard down. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone nodded in agreement, sensing the gravity and seriousness in his tone, which conveyed an atmosphere of impending danger. Just then, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, come quickly and see what this is." Responding to Gohan's call, the group turned to look, discovering a massive cicada lying on the ground. "What on earth is this?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Young Trunks approached, examining it closely, and remarked, "This is not a creature. It appears to be the shell of one, from which it has recently molted." After saying this, young Trunks noticed that the enormous cicada shell contained a shimmering liquid. He reached in and scooped some out, finding his hands covered in a purple substance. "How disgusting!" Young Trunks exclaimed, shaking his hands. "Everyone, be careful. This must have been shed not long ago, and the bodily fluids inside have yet to dry." Upon hearing young Trunks' warning, the group became vigilant, scanning their surroundings, wary of the potential presence of the dangerous creature. Bulma, glancing at the shadowy depths of the forest, felt as though countless eyes were upon them. She tightly grasped Vegeta's arm and nervously confessed, "I feel a bit afraid." Vegeta offered a comforting word to Bulma, then remarked, "Bulma, this place is indeed perilous. You should take the aircraft back to West City for your safety. Should any danger arise, I may not be able to protect you." Glancing at the darkened forest surrounding them, Bulma quickly nodded, then climbed aboard the aircraft that had just arrived. Before takeoff, she addressed Trunks, saying, "My dear son, if you have the time, please accompany Vegeta and little Trunks back home. Your grandparents are eager to see you." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Trunks nodded in agreement and replied with a smile, "All right, Mom. If I have the chance, I will return with Dad." Seeing Trunks' affirmation, Bulma joyfully waved her hand and piloted the aircraft towards West City. In the heart of Geneville, a martial artist observed the monstrous figure blocking his path and said with a deadly seriousness, "Are you the one who slaughtered the entire city?" Cell, eyeing the earth martial artist before him, responded with delight, "This era is truly splendid. I am utterly thrilled." In the future, due to the relentless killings by androids 17 and 18, nearly all martial artists had perished. However, he had not anticipated such a plethora of formidable martial artists in this era, abundant with rich bioenergy. With excitement, Cell proclaimed, "Thus, I declare that your bioenergy is now mine." Upon finishing his statement, Cell lunged at the martial artist, his long tail transforming into a swift shadow as it aimed to pierce the human warrior. The martial artist dodged, albeit somewhat clumsily, evading Cell's attacks. After several exchanges, he was ultimately swept aside by Cell's tail, landing ungracefully on the ground nearby. "Your bioenergy is mine," Cell exclaimed joyfully, lunging again, intent on impaling the opponent with his tail. The martial artist hurriedly tossed out a capsule, from which a sharp sword emerged. Wielding the longsword, he transformed into an exceptional swordsman, charging at Cell. Blades flashed as the martial artist momentarily subdued Cell, thrusting his sword repeatedly. With a sharp sound, the martial artist's blade cut through Cell's skin, causing a spray of purple blood. "What technique is this?" Cell inquired with curiosity. "Huashan sword technique," the martial artist declared. Swinging his sword fiercely, "Monster, meet your end." Seeing his swordplay inflict damage on Cell, the martial artist's confidence surged, and he prepared to unleash his full power to strike down Cell. As he charged forward, Cell, noticing the martial artist resolved to fight instead of flee, erupted into laughter and said, "The disparity in our strengths cannot be bridged by mere swordplay." Upon concluding his words, Cell immediately unleashed his entire aura, the overwhelming force sending the approaching martial artist hurtling backwards. Not only was the martial artist thrown aside, but even the sword he wielded was cast away, leaving him in horror as he beheld Cell advancing towards him step by step. "You cannot kill me. I am a martial artist of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Our master, Vegeta, is an undefeated god of war. If you slay me, you shall not survive either." In his terror, the martial artist invoked the name of Vegeta. "Vegeta is merely a relic of the past," Cell retorted, a sinister calm enveloping him. "Rest assured, once I have dispatched you, I shall ensure your master accompanies you to the afterlife." With that, Cell flicked his tail, the sharp stinger piercing the martial artist's body. A piercing scream erupted from the martial artist, but as Cell began to absorb him, the cries gradually faded into the ether, until naught remained but a few garments strewn upon the ground. as the battle raged between the martial artist and Cell. Their unleashed auras were sensed by Vegeta and his companions not far away. Who is this? Such a formidable martial presence, only slightly weaker than our own. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. However, as soon as his words left his lips, an even more powerful aura erupted forth, causing the previous martial artist's energy to extinguish rapidly. Akin to a massive balloon being punctured, its air dissipating swiftly into the atmosphere. Chapter 120. The android Cell. This unfamiliar yet potent energy was imbued with malevolence, likely belonging to the strange entity that had arrived via time machine. Let us hasten towards it and see if we can confront this fiend, Vegeta commanded loudly, propelling himself swiftly towards the source of the recently unleashed aura. Yet, upon arriving in the city, they were met with an eerie stillness. The entire locale was devoid of life, clothing scattered across the ground. Vegeta picked up the garments strewn upon the ground, casting a discerning glance. Fully aware of the reasons behind these occurrences, Cell. Yet, he pondered how to ensnare his elusive foe. If the adversary persistently evaded him, capturing him seemed an arduous endeavor. Young Trunks descended from the sky and remarked, "Father, I have just surveyed the vicinity, and there is not a soul within these abodes. Much like the streets. Only garments remain. It appears the entire populace of the city has vanished." Others soon arrived, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. We have encountered no signs of life, neither humans nor even pets like dogs and cats. To unravel the mystery of this phenomenon, we must locate that enigmatic creature," Vegeta declared. As they contemplated their next steps, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from a nearby city, more potent than before. Strangely, they sensed several eerily familiar yet somewhat foreign presences within this dark aura. The familiarity arose from the unmistakable essences of Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Tien, Frieza, and others. However, upon closer scrutiny, they discerned an unsettling ambiguity in these energies. Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening? Why does that individual's energy resonate with mine?" The others nodded, equally perplexed, feeling as though they faced a grotesque amalgamation, yet the energies harmonized remarkably, devoid of discord. Following this surge of malevolence, an even more formidable presence erupted from the same location, one they recognized all too well, for it was the essence of the Supreme Being. What is transpiring? Why has the deity descended? We must hurry. The divine must not perish. Vegeta shouted loudly, swiftly leading the group towards the location where the divine presence had erupted. At that moment, the malevolent aura was engaged in combat with the deity. Although the divine energy was significantly more potent, for reasons unknown, it seemed to be locked in an evenly matched struggle with the sinister force. The divine presence was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even the transformed Super Saiyan form of Belis. Consequently, Belis wore a grim expression. He had painstakingly achieved his Super Saiyan transformation, only to find himself so easily overshadowed by a Namekian. The malevolent aura, too, was a surprise. Its previous outburst had been brief and unremarkable, but this time it lingered, and Belis could distinctly perceive that its strength exceeded that of his Super Saiyan form. In a mere 2 or 3 minutes, the group arrived above the battleground. They beheld the two combatants. One was the deity, and the other was an exceedingly grotesque monster. Rather than resembling a human, the creature appeared more like a gigantic humanoid cicada. Sensing the approach of Vegeta and the others, the humanoid cicada leapt back and unleashed a solar flare, momentarily blinding the group and catching them off guard. The only one unaffected was Vegeta. Upon witnessing the opponent's initial move, he immediately comprehended the technique being employed. Thus, he swiftly closed his eyes and bowed his head, evading the attack. However, in that brief moment, when Vegeta lifted his gaze again, he discovered that the creature had burrowed into the earth. The others were not as fortunate as Vegeta. They felt as though their eyes were on the verge of blindness, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Vegeta swiftly descended, landing near the entrance of the hole that Cell had burrowed. Gazing at the dark, narrow opening, he retracted his foot that was poised to leap, his prideful nature whispering to him that perhaps it would be wiser to wait for another opportunity to confront the creature. After a minute or two, the stinging sensation in their eyes gradually subsided, and the tears that had been flowing ceased their relentless stream. "Damn it, that was the solar flare," Goku remarked, rubbing his eyes. "If one is caught off guard, it can be quite debilitating." At that moment, the Supreme Kai inquired, "But isn't that Tien's signature move? Why does this monster possess it?" Krillin chimed in with an explanation. "The solar flare isn't a particularly difficult technique to master. I can do it, and so can Goku. Anyone who wishes to learn it can easily pick it up. Enough about the solar flare, Vegeta interjected, turning his attention to the suddenly youthful Supreme Kai, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Supreme Kai, how is it that you become so youthful and powerful all of a sudden? Hearing Vegeta's question, the others also turned their gaze towards the Supreme Kai with interest. With a smile, the Supreme Kai responded, I enlisted the help of Nail, who used the Dragon Balls of Namek to restore my youth. Over the years, I have diligently studied the martial arts of Earth, so I can assure you that I am not necessarily weaker than any of you now. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, everyone erupted in applause, with Krillin chuckling, you could say you've become a super Namekian. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Vegeta cleared his throat, and the atmosphere gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Vegeta inquired, Heavenly One, you are the sole individual among us who has confronted this creature. Could you enlighten us regarding its origins? The Heavenly One sighed, and recounted the tale of Cell's genesis. Upon the conclusion of his narrative, a collective gasp echoed among them. The artificial being Cell. Who could have fathomed that this entity was, in fact, a creation of Dr. Gero? Exclaimed young Trunks in astonishment. He then turned to his older counterpart, stating, in comparison to us, the future version of ourselves is quite unfortunate. Rather than being vanquished by androids 17 and 18, he met his demise at the hands of the artificial being Cell. Older Trunks nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it is imperative that we eliminate Cell in this era, as a means of avenging the future version of myself. Chapter 121. The confident androids 17 and 18 at this moment, Vegeta remarked. Since Cell's objective is to absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect form, we must adopt a two-pronged approach. The first step is to continue tracking Cell, ideally eliminating him beforehand. The second step involves notifying androids 17 and 18 about Cell's intentions, urging them to join us. By doing so, we can protect them and subsequently lure Cell into a trap, ultimately vanquishing him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Goku then stated, in that case, I shall pursue Cell. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Both Trunks and Bu raised their hands eagerly. Goku then addressed Goten and Gohan, saying, you two should refrain from joining. You are still too young. It would be best for you to return home. With that, Goku, Trunks, Bu, and Raditz soared toward a nearby metropolis. For Cell's quest to absorb bioenergy necessitated seeking out densely populated cities. Vegeta turned to the Kaioshin and said, Kaioshin, you should return to your Kaioshin realm. In comparison to your combat prowess, the Dragon Balls hold far greater significance for us. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Kaioshin nodded in agreement and sighed, very well. I shall return to my realm. Truth be told, I do enjoy fighting, but alas, I am the only one capable of creating the Dragon Balls on this planet. With that, the Kaioshin waved farewell to everyone and ascended towards the Kaioshin realm. Once the Kaioshin had departed, Vegeta addressed Krillin and Yamcha, saying, your strength is the weakest, so do not involve yourselves in the fray. A crucial task has been assigned to you. Eliminate the version of Cell from this era. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, there exists a basement where the young Cell is still being cultivated. You must proceed there and put an end to him. Additionally, investigate the underground laboratory for any valuable information and gather it to present to Bulma. It would be ideal to uncover some effective strategies to combat Cell. Upon hearing Vegeta's instructions, Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement, responding, leave this matter to us. They then soared towards Dr. Gero's laboratory. Finally, Vegeta turned to young Trunks and Gohan, saying, come along, you two, and assist me in locating androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, young Trunks and Gohan were filled with joy, thrilled at the prospect of being able to contribute. Young Trunks couldn't help but ask, Father, how do we intend to find androids 17 and 18? At this question, Vegeta paused, a wry smile forming on his lips as he replied, you've reminded me. To locate androids 17 and 18, we must seek the assistance of the Kaioshin. But didn't Uncle Kaioshin just leave? Goku inquired, somewhat perplexed by Vegeta's statement. Vegeta responded with a hint of frustration, asserting, this fellow must be doing it intentionally. Deep down, he is fully aware that the androids emit no energy signature, rendering us incapable of sensing their whereabouts. The only means to locate them is through the deity, as he possesses the ability to survey the entire earth from the heavenly palace. Thus, this individual is acting with malice, deliberately withholding this information until his departure, purely out of vengeance for my earlier command to leave and refrain from fighting. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the two youngsters exchanged glances, uncertain whether to trust his claims. Come now, Once you accompany me to the heavenly palace, you will truly understand what kind of being the deity is, Vegeta remarked somewhat exasperatedly. Then led the way as they soared towards the heavenly palace. As anticipated by Vegeta, at the edge of the heavenly palace, the deity was grinning broadly, clearly awaiting their arrival. Vegeta cast an irritated glance at the youthful yet undeniably more mischievous deity, and remarked, "All right, you must be aware of our purpose. Pray tell, where can we find androids 17 and 18? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the deity erupted into hearty laughter and replied, "I have already located them for you." With that, the deity grasped his staff and gently tapped it against the divine hall. Instantly, the magnificent structure began to shift, gradually accelerating towards the direction of androids 17 and 18. At that moment, what were the androids 17 and 18 engaged in? Accompanied by android 19, they were aimlessly cruising along the rural roads in their vehicle. In the distance, the clashes between martial artists and Cell reverberated, and the trio felt the tremors of those two battles. As 17 navigated the car, he inquired of his companions. In these two confrontations, there are 3 participants. One is merely an ordinary martial artist, and the only one to have perished. The most formidable presence must belong to the deity of Earth. Once, this deity was split in 2, with one part becoming the deity and the other the malevolent King Piccolo. Later, under Vegeta's coercion, King Piccolo fused back with the deity, resulting in a new entity with an overwhelmingly powerful aura, which we can certainly comprehend. As he spoke, Android 17 furrowed his brow and added, "However, the final aura feels both familiar and alien. Our computer records contain no information on this individual. Strangely, this being's essence encompasses that of Goku, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Frieza, and others. It is indeed an exceedingly peculiar entity." Android 19, seated at the rear of the vehicle, wore a serious expression and remarked, "The most critical aspect is that this entity exudes an exceptionally malevolent energy. I have a foreboding feeling that he will be extremely dangerous." At this juncture, Android 18 confidently declared, "Dangerous? Are we to fear danger? We are the ultimate weapons crafted by Dr. Gero, the most formidable arsenal on Earth." Hearing Android 18's words, 17 nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Haha, 18, you are absolutely right. We are the mightiest." Upon hearing the words of Androids 17 and 18, Android 19 fell silent, closing its eyes once more. Chapter 122, The Final Move of Dr. Gero. Goku, accompanied by future Trunks, Belis, and Raditz, lay in ambush in the largest city nearby, hoping to seize the opportunity to capture Android Cell. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai maneuvered the Supreme Kai Palace, bringing Vegeta, young Trunks, and Gohan towards the location of androids 17 and 18. Without delving into the current conditions of these two groups, Krillin and Yamcha, after a flight lasting several minutes, finally arrived at the northern continent where Dr. Gero's laboratory had been destroyed. Observing the chaotic debris scattered about the lab, Krillin and Yamcha descended, with Krillin remarking, "After following them for so long, it feels like we've merely been bystanders. Indeed, we would like to intervene, but our abilities simply do not permit it." Yamcha lamented in agreement. "Thus, we must ensure that we carry out the task of clearing the laboratory impeccably," Krillin reminded. Yamcha nodded in affirmation and began to assist Krillin in tidying up the lab. After a couple of minutes, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, "Yamcha, I've discovered a hidden door here. It must lead to the underground laboratory." Upon hearing this, Yamcha rushed over in excitement, and together they exerted their strength to open the heavy iron door. It was indeed quite a weighty entrance, requiring considerable effort from both. With a resounding crash, the iron door slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gazing into the darkened entryway, Krillin said, "I will descend first. Please wait until I ascertain that it is safe before you follow." With that, Krillin flew into the underground laboratory. After a brief moment, as Krillin's eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, he finally spotted the laboratory's most crucial computer. He approached the rock wall's edge and pressed the light switch. After surveying the area and finding no immediate danger, he called upward, "Yamcha, you can come down. It's safe." Once Yamcha descended, he noticed the small, embryonic forms of Cell within the central incubation chamber. Curiously, he remarked, "This must be Android Cell, right?" Krillin, standing before the computer, activated its screen, which displayed various forms of Cell. Nodding, he affirmed, "Indeed, this is the Cell of our era." Upon hearing this, Yamcha immediately declared, "In that case, let us destroy it at once." He raised his hand, ready to unleash a Kamehameha. At that moment, Krillin quickly intervened, saying, Hold on. Let us first check if there is any useful information in this laboratory that could help us deal with Cell. The two individuals wandered around the laboratory once more, eventually discovering a few blueprints on a nearby table. After scrutinizing the documents before him, Krillin remarked, "Here are the modification schematics for androids 19, 17, and 18. However, the markings are somewhat perplexing. I hope they prove useful to Bulma." He then rolled up the blueprints and continued his search, exclaiming joyfully, "I never expected to find the control schematics for androids 17 and 18 here." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha responded with delight, "That's splendid. Since Cell needs to absorb both androids 17 and 18 to achieve his perfect form, if we cannot locate Cell, we can utilize the control devices to eliminate either android." Krillin nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. Let us roll these up and take them to Bulma." Yamcha then suggested, "Let us continue searching to see if there are any other useful blueprints." Following Yamcha's lead, Krillin resumed his search, and soon they stumbled upon several additional blueprints on the table. Androids 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Krillin gasped in astonishment. There are 5 more androids. Yamcha, upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, approached to examine the blueprints in his hands. However, unlike the clearly delineated designs of androids 19, 17, and 18, these new blueprints were rendered quite crudely, marked with numerous question marks. Yamcha speculated, these might be conceptual designs, they likely haven't been constructed yet. Nodding in agreement, Krillin, initially taken aback by the unexpected find, now recognized the validity of Yamcha's assessment. They had indeed not yet been fabricated. "Let us roll them up and present them to Bulma," he stated. Afterward, Yamcha inquired, "What about the remaining blueprints? Should we not also roll them up and take them to Bulma? We may not understand them, but who knows, they could be of use to her." Krillin agreed, saying, "You are right. Let us pack them all up and take them with us." Two individuals meticulously gathered all the blueprints from the laboratory, conducting a thorough inspection before concluding that there was nothing of further utility. Subsequently, they unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating the entire underground facility. Instantly, the laboratory erupted into a fierce conflagration, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. In the midst of the final detonation, Krillin and Yamcha ascended rapidly into the sky, heading towards West City. However, unbeknownst to them, beneath the ruins of the destroyed laboratory lay a far larger underground complex, where a colossal computer abruptly activated, emitting a mechanical voice. Backup plan initiated. On the surface of this subterranean facility, 5 dormant pods illuminated, each distinctly marked with the numbers 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. At that moment, Vegeta stood alongside young Trunks and Gohan beside the Supreme Kai. "We have arrived," the Supreme Kai declared, gently tapping the ground of the Supreme Kai's temple with his staff. The temple began to decelerate, gradually coming to a halt in the sky after several seconds. Androids 17 and 18 are on the mountain path below, driving a pink van. In a few minutes, 17 will pass by in the van, so you must descend quickly. The Supreme Kai instructed Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, then gestured slightly, swiftly descending with the 2 little ones. Chapter 123, The Unheeding 17. Before long, Vegeta landed on a road below with the 2 youngsters. Vegeta surveyed the surrounding landscape before declaring, "Let us ascend the nearby peak and await the arrival of those 2 androids." After approximately 2 minutes, Vegeta gazed into the distance, spotting a pink van racing towards their location. Young Trunks exclaimed, "Father, they are coming." Vegeta nodded and then spoke, "Let us proceed. We shall wait for them here." Leading the 2 young ones, Vegeta descended into the middle of the road, anticipating the arrival of androids 17 and 18. At that moment, android 17 was piloting a van, cruising steadily at approximately 70 kilometers per hour. In no time, he spotted Vegeta standing in the center of the road, accompanied by the 2 youngsters. With a swift motion, he pressed the brake, and the pink van gradually came to a halt before Vegeta. Inside the vehicle, androids 17, 18, and 19 lifted their gazes towards Vegeta. "What's the meaning of this, 17? 18 inquired. "We have spared them. Why do they seek us out?" With a smile, 17 replied, "It matters not. Whether it is a confrontation or a negotiation, I am prepared to engage. It simply depends on how they choose to proceed. Please wait a moment in the vehicle. I shall step out and converse with them." With that, 17 opened the door and strode towards Vegeta. Upon seeing android 17 descend, Vegeta smiled and raised his hand in acknowledgement, saying, "Hello, it is a pleasure to see you again." with his hands tucked into his pockets. Android 17 glanced around before inquiring, "You must have come specifically to seek me out, correct? Is there something you wish to discuss? Or do you intend to eradicate the issue entirely?" Vegeta hastily gestured, saying, "Number 17, do not misunderstand. I have not come here to engage in combat with you. I wish to discuss other matters." "Other matters?" Number 17 replied, "I must clarify that we are not particularly well-versed in the affairs of Dr. Gero. Years ago, he captured my sister and me without our consent and transformed us into androids." With a slight sigh, Number 17 continued, "Thus, our animosity towards Dr. Gero is no less than yours. After our transformation, we attempted to rebel, only to be thwarted by his use of a control device that halted all our bodily functions. He then imprisoned us in sleep chambers, resuming his modifications until our recent liberation." Casting a glance at Vegeta, Number 17 remarked flatly, "In truth, if we are to consider the circumstances, you could be regarded as our saviors. However, it is precisely for this reason that we refrained from carrying out Dr. Gero's orders to eliminate you. Thus we have settled our accounts. As for Dr. Gero, we genuinely know little of his current situation. So I must apologize that I cannot assist you." Upon hearing Number 17's words, Vegeta nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your decision not to follow Dr. Gero's orders. However, my purpose in seeking you today is not related to Dr. Gero. It is about you. About us." Upon hearing Vegeta's statement, Number 17 furrowed his brow and replied, "Please clarify what you wish to discuss with us." Vegeta did not explicitly reveal his intentions. Instead, he inquired, "Did you feel the two battles that erupted in the distance?" Number 17 nodded and replied, "Indeed, I sensed three distinct forces. One belonged to a human martial artist, another to a divine being, and the last emanated an exceedingly malevolent aura, intertwined with the essence of many individuals. The reason for this remains a mystery." Vegeta nodded in agreement and remarked, "The malevolent aura we sense belongs to an android known as Cell." "Cell?" Number 17 inquired, frowning. "Was he also created by Dr. Gero?" "Indeed, you are correct." Vegeta elucidated briefly the origins of Cell to Number 17 and the others. "TCH that Dr. Gero, even in death, refuses to grant us peace," remarked Number 18 disdainfully, who had just alighted from the vehicle. Number 17 continued to question, "Even if this Cell is another creation of Dr. Gero, what concern is it of ours? His intention must be to eliminate you and Goku, is it not?" Vegeta shook his head and then said, "This time it is not about that. The purpose of this Cell's emergence is not to eliminate me and Goku, but rather to target you and Android 18. "Me?" Android 18, upon hearing Vegeta's words, inquired with a hint of confusion, "What does he want with me? We are both androids. Could it be that he seeks vengeance for Dr. Gero?" Vegeta shook his head once more and said, "No, he seeks evolution. The computer that created the android Cell informed him that in order to evolve into his perfect form, he must absorb androids 17 and 18, which are you. It is precisely because the 17 and 18 from the future were eliminated by Trunks that Cell killed that era's Trunks, subsequently using the time machine to arrive in this era where you exist. Absorb us. Ha, what a jest. What gives him the right? Just because of those mixed life forces within his body?" Android 17 laughed heartily. "However, we appreciate your bringing us this news. Since our rebirth, we haven't had the chance to truly engage in battle. We await this fellow's arrival to absorb us. I intend to dismantle him into 8 pieces." Android 17 declared with confidence. Upon hearing such assertive words, young Trunks interjected, "You are overly confident. This monster is formidable. He can enhance his strength by absorbing the biological energy of others. Thus, even if you are powerful, there will come a time when he surpasses you. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to stay with us. This way, we can protect you." Listening to Trunks, Android 18 crouched down and looked at him, saying, "Thank you for your concern, little one, but you are still a child. We understand your fear of monsters. However, your Uncle 17 and Aunt 18 are quite formidable. We do not fear this creature. When he comes, we will assist you in eliminating him." Upon hearing Android 18's words, young Trunks, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "I am not a child anymore. I can transform into a Super Saiyan and help my father defeat the villains." Chapter 124, The Advancing Cell. Hearing Trunks, Android 18 burst into laughter, saying, "Very well, you are a grown-up now. But if Auntie cannot defeat the monster, you must come to her rescue, all right?" At that moment, young Trunks was eager to prove himself in front of the adults. especially since he was conversing with such an extraordinarily beautiful lady. He promptly patted his chest and declared, "Any 18, rest assured, I will protect you." Vegeta turned to Android 17 and inquired, "Do you truly have no desire to accompany us? Allow me to speak candidly. I implore you to join us, for our intentions extend beyond mere protection of you." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Android 17, intrigued, asked, "Pray tell, what is your purpose?" Vegeta continued, stating that the android cell had traveled from the future using a time machine, with the intent of absorbing both him and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. Therefore, regardless of how much biological energy this creature consumes, as long as you both remain on this planet, he will never relinquish his objective to absorb you. Are you suggesting that I and Android 18 serve as bait? Interrupted number 17, cutting off Vegeta's words. Vegeta nodded with a smile and then inquired, "So, are you afraid?" Number 17 turned his gaze towards the distant verdant hills and disdainfully replied, "Are you joking? Am I to fear such monsters? Very well. If you wish to use us as bait, so be it. However, do not expect us to cooperate with your plans." After speaking, number 17 addressed number 18, who was chatting with young Trunks, saying, "18, let us depart. Our journey continues." Upon hearing number 17's words, number 18 gently patted young Trunks on the head and remarked, "All right, my little hero, I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, number 18 followed number 17 back onto the van, and as they drove away in front of Vegeta and the others, number 17 steered the vehicle further into the distance. Observing their departure, Gohan turned to Vegeta and asked, "Uncle Vegeta, what shall we do next?" "What can we do? Let's call the Guardian to follow them," replied Vegeta, as he led the two young ones toward the Guardian's temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the Guardian greeted the three with a cheerful smile and inquired, "So, did you reach an agreement with them?" Vegeta, feeling rather disinclined to engage with the deity, noted the peculiar shift in the latter's demeanor since he had regained his youth. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, "Did you not observe everything within the heavenly realm? Why then do you inquire of me?" The deity, maintaining a jovial countenance, replied, "I may have seen, yet I could not hear your discourse, thus I find it necessary to ask you." As Vegeta fell silent, the deity's smile faded, and he pressed on, "What shall we do next? Shall we simply allow that android, Cell, to roam freely?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "How could we possibly stand idly by? However, this Cell possesses an extraordinary mastery over his aura. We are utterly incapable of sensing his presence. Therefore, I need you to assist by monitoring Android 17 and the others. As soon as Cell locates them, alert us immediately. Meanwhile, we shall continue our pursuit of Cell, hoping to eliminate him before he can reach Android 17 and his companions." The Supreme Kai nodded and replied, "Very well, let us proceed with this division of labor." Vegeta swiftly led little Trunks and Gohan towards West City. Meanwhile, what was Cell up to? He was stealthily slaughtering humans, absorbing their life energy. As the life energy flowed into him, Cell felt a surge of power within his body and exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent. Just a few more 100,000. And no one on this planet will stand a chance against me." With that, Cell continued his flight toward a nearby metropolis. Goku sat cross-legged atop a mountain near the city, fully extending his senses to perceive the diverse life forces below. Each life force flickered in his mind like a distant star. Suddenly, those flickering lights began to inexplicably vanish from his consciousness at an alarming rate. Frowning, Goku abruptly stood up and called out to Bellis, future Trunks, and the others, "Hurry, Cell has appeared in this city. We must descend and trap this monster here. We must eliminate him." After speaking, Goku was the first to leap toward the city below. At that very moment, Cell's internal computer alerted him, immediately informing him of several extraordinarily powerful presences approaching. Quickly, Cell concealed himself within a building, intent on discovering who had tracked his location. To his surprise, he saw Goku, future Trunks, Raditz, and an unfamiliar human warrior. With only these three in sight, a smile crept across Cell's face. He hadn't anticipated such fortune. He had expected to absorb the energy of hundreds of thousands more, yet here were some ready to deliver themselves to him. Cell had no intention of engaging in fair competition. Ambush was his preferred tactic. He first set his sights on Raditz, the weakest of the group, preparing to eliminate him first. The four began their search through the city, and in a brief span of time, the area transformed into a desolate wasteland. "Damn it!" Goku shouted in frustration. "This fiend is utterly despicable. I will take him down." As he continued to search fervently, he called out loudly, You coward. Cell, show yourself. Goku's voice echoed through the silent city, but aside from the four of them, there was no other sound to be heard. At this moment, Bellis inquired. Could it be that Cell has left this place to evade us? How infuriating. Goku was also unaware of Cell's whereabouts, as he could not sense his presence at all. Just then, the mighty Trunks suddenly asked, Where is Uncle Raditz? Why has he vanished? What? Upon hearing Trunks' words, both Goku and Bellis realized that Raditz had disappeared as well. Chapter 125. The death of Raditz. Raditz had initially been searching the city alongside Goku and the others, with only a short distance separating the four of them. While Goku was furiously shouting Cell's name, Raditz unexpectedly caught sight of a dark green figure flitting by not far from him. Turning to Goku and the others, Raditz exclaimed, I've spotted something here. I'm going to investigate. He then dashed off in pursuit. Unfortunately, Raditz's voice went unheard amidst Goku's loud cries. As Raditz pursued the dark green figure, he unwittingly distanced himself from Goku and the others, weaving left and right. On a straight path, Raditz finally discerned the figure. It was the android Cell, the very being they had been relentlessly tracking. Seeing this figure invigorated Raditz, who then exerted all his strength to chase after it. Thus, the two unknowingly ventured outside the city, one in pursuit of the other. Whether it was due to Cell's dwindling strength or by design, Raditz eventually found himself right behind Cell and launched a punch toward him. With a swift turn, Cell crossed his arms in front of himself, blocking Raditz's attack, then retreated, increasing the distance between them. Gazing at Cell before him, Raditz positioned himself and excitedly declared, At last, I've caught you, you bastard. I shall end your life. Cell, with a mocking expression, looked at the exhilarated Raditz and replied, Oh, why do you think you have captured me and not the other way around? Taken aback by Cell's words, Raditz hesitated momentarily. Cell continued, Do you know why I lured you here? Don't you find this place to be your perfect burial ground? Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression shifted, the earlier excitement giving way to solemnity as he finally comprehended that Cell had intentionally drawn him away from Goku and the others. With a grave demeanor, Raditz proclaimed, Are you so confident that you can kill me? I'm a scion, a warrior of the universe. How could a being like you possibly defeat me? Cell smirked and replied, Scion? I'm afraid I possess your very cells as well. So does being a scion hold any significance for me? The reason I sought you out is that your strength is the weakest among them. With a smile, Cell spoke. Raditz, feeling utterly belittled by their disdain, was instantly filled with rage and shouted, You despicable creature, I will slay you. With that, Raditz lunged at Cell, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, Cell was no longer the mere infant he had once been, having absorbed the life energies of countless individuals. He deftly evaded Raditz's attack with a low crouch and retaliated with a powerful punch to Raditz's abdomen. A gasp escaped Raditz's lips as he suffered a devastating strike, causing him to cry out in anguish. In a swift motion, Cell spun and swept Raditz off his feet, sending him crashing through several trees before he landed heavily on the ground. Raditz, in excruciating pain, attempted to rise, but the agony in his abdomen forced him back down to his knees. Hearing approaching footsteps, he looked up to see Cell's distinctive three-toed foot looming above him. Cell seized Raditz by the hair, lifting him effortlessly. Overwhelmed by immense suffering, Raditz struggled to break free from Cell's grasp. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gasped, Do not revel in this moment. As you said, I may be the weakest among them. But even if you kill me, you will never be their match. Surrender, and I can plead for your mercy. A cruel smile spread across Cell's face as he replied, You must understand that my power knows no bounds. Even if I cannot defeat them now, given time, you and your kind will merely serve as my sustenance. Realizing that Cell would not spare him, Raditz resolved to unleash his full energy to draw Goku and the others' attention. However, just then, a sharp pain coursed through his body, and looking down, he saw Cell's tail embedded in his chest, moving slowly as Raditz felt his life force being siphoned away. In the city, the moment Raditz engaged Cell, his energy burst was felt by Goku and the others. Goku pointed towards the direction of their battle, exclaiming, Over there? With that, they raced towards the source of the energy. Midway, they sensed Raditz's energy waning, diminishing rapidly, and they understood that he was being drained of his life force, much like the ordinary people who had vanished before him. Hold on, Raditz, Goku shouted. Cell, stop. Thus, the already swift pace accelerated further by a minute or two. By the time Goku and his companions arrived, Raditz's body had already withered significantly, his skin wrinkled like that of an elderly man on the brink of burial. Cell! Goku shouted loudly, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts towards Cell. With a slight smile, Cell grasped Raditz and retreated beyond the reach of Goku's assault, cruelly taunting him. Is it not agonizing to witness your loved ones perish before your very eyes? At that moment, Goku had descended before Cell, and upon hearing his words, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his formidable aura dispersing all surrounding debris and soil. I shall end you, Goku proclaimed, leaping forward to strike at Cell. Meanwhile, in West City, Vegeta and the others sensed Goku's overwhelming energy. Gohan exclaimed, "That's my father's energy. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta nodded and then said, "You all stay at home. I shall investigate." The one capable of confronting Goku must undoubtedly be Cell. Young Trunks felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and desired to accompany him, but Bulma intervened, stating, "Your mother needs your protection too. Are you truly willing to leave her alone in West City?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, young Trunks hesitated, and by the time he lifted his head, Vegeta had already vanished into the horizon. Chapter 129. The escape. At this moment, Cell was confronted by Goku's formidable strike. To unleash the fury within him, Goku executed the most powerful move from the Dragon Fist technique, the Ascending Dragon's Regret. A magnificent golden dragon surged forth from Goku's palm, its ferocity directed at Cell. Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Cell could not help but be taken aback. He had never anticipated that this world's Goku would become so immensely powerful upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, far surpassing the future timeline's Trunks, whom he had slain. I cannot withstand this. Upon witnessing Goku unleash his attack, Cell resolved instantly. He swung his tail and hurled Raditz, who was impaled upon it, towards Goku. Following the release of Raditz, Cell leaped backward, intent on creating distance from Goku, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. As Raditz was thrown towards him, Goku deftly flicked his wrist, redirecting the golden dragon to soar past Raditz and once again charge towards Cell. Caught entirely off guard, Cell was struck by the devastating Ascending Dragon's Regret, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing into a towering mountain behind him. Goku swiftly caught Raditz, only to find his body nearly weightless. It was evident that Cell had drained him of all energy, leaving him devoid of life. Witnessing Raditz's lifeless form before him ignited an overwhelming rage within Goku, and a singular thought consumed him, to utterly dismantle Cell. With a thunderous roar, Cell shattered the debris that weighed him down, surrounded by a blazing aura of golden energy. He then bellowed, "Goku, you bastard, behold my technique, Kamehameha." In an instant, a blue energy wave coalesced within his hands. Seconds later, this formidable energy wave was propelled towards Goku. The colossal energy wave emitted a high-pitched, piercing sound as it surged towards Goku. Unfazed by this overwhelming Kamehameha, Goku did not flinch or evade. Instead, he turned, bent at the waist, extended his arm, and swung it forcefully. With a resounding clash, he struck the Kamehameha, causing it to ricochet back, landing not far away in the city. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Cell was once again astonished by Goku's actions. Although that Kamehameha was not his full power, it still represented 80% of his strength. The fact that such a potent attack was deflected merely by Goku's arm left Cell pondering the extent of his opponent's might. Realizing he was outmatched, Cell thought to flee. Yet, escaping was far from simple. Beerus and future Trunks had transformed into Super Saiyans, encircling him. Goku, perceiving Cell's intentions, spoke up, "You cannot escape. Today, I will exact vengeance for Raditz with your life." Hearing Goku's words, Cell glanced at Beerus and future Trunks, who were focused on him. "Just because you say I can't escape doesn't mean I can't. If I wish to leave, none of you can stop me," he retorted. With that, Cell turned and charged towards future Trunks, having discerned that among his three captors, Trunks from the future possessed the least strength. This timeline is truly peculiar, he mused. With so many powerful beings present, Goku swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself directly in Cell's path, thwarting his advance towards Trunks. Cell abruptly halted, and upon seeing Goku blocking his way, he attempted to turn and flee. "Can you really escape?" Goku bellowed, then unleashed a powerful strike with both palms. Instantly, two golden dragons twisted and surged towards Cell. Understanding Goku's prowess, Cell hesitated to confront the attack directly. His eyes glowed red, and he fired two beams towards the advancing dragons. However, the outcome was not as Cell had anticipated. The golden dragons, though struck by his beams, were utterly unaffected, continuing their relentless pursuit of him. As the dragons closed in, Cell hastily raised his hands to defend against the impending assault. Boom, boom. With two resounding crashes, Cell was struck by two colossal dragons. Emitting a shriek as he plummeted from the sky, Goku pursued him directly, fists clenched, delivering a fierce blow to Cell's head. Instantly, Cell accelerated towards the ground, crashing into it with a thunderous boom, creating a vast crater. He lay motionless at the center of the pit, his fate uncertain. Goku, future Trunks, and Beerus descended around the crater, gazing at Cell's still form. Future Trunks, observing Cell lying inert, could not help but inquire, "Is he dead?" Goku shook his head and replied, "I care not if he lives or dies. My intent is to see him perish." With those words, Goku extended his arm, flames igniting along the edge of his hand, the intense heat seemingly igniting the very air around him. "Flame blade," he declared, as he forcefully swung his hand towards the prostrate Cell. In an instant, a fiery blade materialized, enveloped in fierce flames, slicing towards Cell. Just as the flame blade was about to cleave into Cell's body, he flipped and leaped, narrowly evading the attack. The blade grazed past him, striking the ground behind, carving a deep, smoldering mark into the earth. Cell, glancing at the searing trace, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Goku, with a chilling gaze fixed upon him, coldly remarked, "I knew you wouldn't perish so easily, but today, no matter how you evade, you cannot alter my resolve to end your life." After uttering these words, Goku raised his arm once more and unleashed 8 flame blades towards Cell. After a series of leaps, Cell attempted to evade Goku's fiery assault. Yet, the final blade in Goku's meticulously crafted attack was inescapable. Despair filled Cell as he beheld the last flame blade descending upon him. "Am I to meet my end here? But I have yet to evolve into my perfect form," he lamented, a sense of sorrow washing over him. Chapter 127. The emergence of a mysterious foe just as the last flame blade was about to strike Cell. A powerful beam of light suddenly shot from a distance, shattering Goku's flame blade. "Who?" Goku exclaimed. And the three of them turned to face the source of the unexpected beam. They beheld 4 figures standing atop a nearby hill. More androids created by Dr. Gero? Goku furrowed his brow, questioning the 4 silhouettes. Meanwhile, future Trunks was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "How could this be? Why have 4 more androids appeared? How many artificial beings has that wretched Dr. Gero truly created?" Meanwhile, Cell appeared astonished, casting a bewildered glance at the 4 newly emerged androids. At that moment, one of these androids addressed Cell, exclaiming, "Fool, are you not going to flee? Are you waiting to meet your demise?" Upon hearing the android's words, Cell was jolted into action, abruptly rising to escape into the distance. Observing Cell's retreat, Goku shouted, "Damn it, don't run away." Without hesitation, he dashed towards Cell's fleeing figure. However, the 4 inexplicably manifest androids immediately launched an assault against Goku and his companions, unleashing a torrent of energy beams and ki blasts in their direction. Such a highly saturated barrage effectively obstructed the path of Goku's pursuit. Once the onslaught ceased, both Cell and the 4 newly appeared androids had vanished without a trace. "Cursed, despicable scoundrels!" Goku bellowed, his powerful aura creating a deep crater in the ground beneath him. Even the formidable Trunks and Beerus were nearly swept away by Goku's overwhelming presence, forcing them to cross their arms defensively before them to withstand this sudden eruption of energy. After a tense 15 seconds, Goku gradually quieted his voice and reined in his explosive aura. It was only then that Trunks stepped forward and inquired, "Uncle Goku, are you all right?" Goku replied calmly, "I'm fine. This petty matter won't bring me down. Let us return to West City." Hearing Goku's words, Beerus asked, "Are we going back now? Aren't we going to continue pursuing Cell?" Goku responded, "Cell is now sufficiently intimidated by me. He will surely exercise caution henceforth and will not allow us to discover his whereabouts again, unless he experiences a significant power increase. He will not dare to confront us again. Given this, we might as well return to West City and reassess our strategy." In agreement, Trunks and Beerus nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct. Let us return together and inform Vegeta and the others of our encounter." The 3 then soared swiftly towards West City. At this moment, Vegeta had already returned home with the 2 little ones, while Goku and Cell were engaged in their fierce battle of auras. Vegeta and his companions sensed the 2 powerful energies from West City. Goten, filled with concern, turned to Vegeta and asked, "Uncle Vegeta, should we go help Dad?" Vegeta, sensing the disparity in their auras, smiled and remarked, "It is quite evident from their energies that Goku's presence is far more formidable than that of this Cell. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Cell is undoubtedly no match for your father. Beside him, young Trunks chimed in with excitement. Indeed. Gohan, you need not worry. Across the entire Earth, or perhaps even the whole universe, aside from my father, Uncle Goku is the most powerful. Cell will certainly not be able to contend with him. Vegeta chuckled as he patted little Trunks on the head and remarked, "Ah, you hold your father in too high regard. I cannot even claim to be the strongest on Earth, let alone in the entire universe. How could that be? I refuse to believe there exists anyone more formidable than you on Earth, father. You are deceiving me." Little Trunks did not buy Vegeta's words. He had unwavering confidence in Vegeta's prowess, even more so than Vegeta himself. At that moment, Bulma rushed out of her laboratory, waving the controller in her hand and exclaimed, "Look at what I have. The controller to stop androids 17 and 18. I created it." Upon hearing Bulma's declaration, everyone immediately brightened with joy and eagerly inquired, "So, who among you is ready to wield the controller and halt androids 17 and 18? As all eyes turned to Vegeta, he promptly replied, "I have already stated that when you were crafting this controller, androids 17 and 18 are not inherently evil. At least in our timeline, they possess no malicious intent. Thus, I will not wield the controller to harm their bodies." Vegeta then turned to Krillin and Yamcha, saying, "Give it to them. It is their creation." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin and Yamcha quickly waved their hands in protest. "No, no, no. While we did bring back the schematics for the controller, it was merely for Bulma's reference. We had no intention of controlling or damaging androids 17 and 18. However, their reasoning did not earn Bulma's approval. She thrust the controller into Krillin's hands and declared firmly, "I do not care what your intentions may be. I am solely responsible for creating devices based on the blueprints, so you will take this controller, whether you like it or not." Krillin wished to resist, to return the controller to Bulma, but upon meeting Vegeta's intense gaze, he swallowed hard and conceded, "All right. I will take the controller for now, just in case it becomes necessary." Hearing Krillin's words, Bulma nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I also examined the other blueprints you brought back. I must say, Dr. Gero is truly remarkable. In the realm of biological modification, he undeniably ranks first. However, I discovered a concerning issue within these schematics. Essentially, every android's body contains a super bomb implanted by Dr. Gero. The destructive power is immense, if detonated. Each super bomb could level our West City." At Bulma's revelation, the gathered individuals gasped in shock, and Yamcha exclaimed in horror, "What kind of scientist is Dr. Gero? A scientist or a terrorist?" Chapter 128. Android Ron. Indeed, considering the previous actions of the Red Ribbon Army, labeling him a terrorist would not be an exaggeration. Bulma spoke up. While everyone pondered how to deal with the bomb within the artificial being, Goku returned to Bulma's home in West City, accompanied by the remnants of Trunks, Beerus, and Raditz' body. The sight of Raditz's lifeless form cradled in Goku's arms astonished everyone, particularly Bulma, who covered her mouth in shock. "How could this happen?" Bulma exclaimed incredulously. Meanwhile, Gohan rushed to Goku, tears streaming down his face, sorrowfully calling out, "Uncle Raditz." Goku gently placed Raditz on the ground, his own face etched with grief as he lamented, "It is my fault for not taking better care of Raditz, which led to his demise at the hands of Cell." At this moment, Vegeta advised, "It matters not. We still possess the Dragon Balls, and resurrecting Raditz poses no challenge whatsoever. Indeed, we still have the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone erupted in exclamations, for after so many years of not seeking the aid of the Eternal Dragon, they had momentarily forgotten that the Dragon Balls on Earth could restore the deceased. Goku, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to gather the Dragon Balls." At this moment, Vegeta remarked, "Why the haste? The Dragon Balls can grant but a single wish. We must eliminate Self first, and only then can we resurrect all those who have fallen to his hand." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku, who had been anxious, gradually calmed his agitated heart. He then turned to Bulma and said, "Bulma, could you assist in creating a device to preserve Raditz's body? Once I have defeated Cell, I will gather the Dragon Balls to bring him back." "Certainly, rest assured, I'll take care of it," Bulma replied before promptly making her way to her laboratory. Vegeta turned to Goku and inquired, "Goku, what is the current situation? Has Cell managed to escape once again?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku and the others nodded. And Goku replied, "Under my overwhelming power, Cell was on the verge of perishing at the hands of my burning blade. However, at that moment, 4 more androids suddenly emerged." 4? How could there possibly be 4 more androids? When Yamcha and I visited Dr. Gero's laboratory to eliminate Cell's embryos, we found no other androids. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, we can be utterly certain that those 4 adversaries were indeed creations of Dr. Gero, declared Trunks. We could sense no energy from them as they attacked. At this moment, Vegeta spoke. Do you all remember the words Dr. Gero uttered just before his demise? The inquiry left everyone somewhat puzzled as they turned their gazes toward Vegeta. It was then that young Trunks chimed in. Do you think I possess only this small repertoire of cards? Huh, not a chance. Just wait, I shall await your arrival in hell. Upon hearing Trunks' recollection, a wave of realization washed over the group, leading Goku to declare, it seems these 4 unfamiliar androids are indeed Dr. Gero's hidden trump cards. A sigh escaped Krillin's lips as he lamented, alas, this is quite a predicament. We not only have to contend with Cell but also these newly emerged androids. At that moment, Vegeta's phone began to ring unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and discovered it was a call from his student, Jim, at the martial arts dojo. Among Vegeta's disciples, the most formidable, aside from Goku, is undoubtedly Tien. Vegeta had initially intended for Don to manage the Global Chinese Martial Arts Association. However, Don was reluctant, as he did not wish to let management duties impede his training. Consequently, he departed from the association and embarked on a journey around the world to pursue his martial arts cultivation. Jim was chosen by Vegeta as his successor, and after several years of observation, Vegeta entrusted the management of the Chinese Martial Arts Association to Jim. Jim did not disappoint Vegeta's expectations, elevating the association to unprecedented heights, with at least one branch in nearly every city. Jim, what has transpired? Is it yet another martial artist fallen victim to Cell? Vegeta inquired, having previously informed Jim about the situation concerning Cell and instructed him to alert all martial artists within the association. Master, it is not Cell, but rather Brother Ron. He is seeking vengeance against our association, Jim responded over the phone. Who? Upon hearing the name Ron, Vegeta paused, sensing a familiarity that eluded his recollection. Jim proceeded to recount the details regarding Ron, particularly the incident involving his match against Goku. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled who Ron was, furrowing his brow as he asked, what means does he employ to exact his revenge upon us? Jim elaborated, there are 4 of them, and they are continuously ambushing and killing our martial artists. Thus far, over a dozen branch masters have already been slain. Upon hearing Jim's words, Vegeta's brow furrowed further. Instruct everyone to exercise caution. They should remain at the dojos and avoid returning home. I will devise a strategy to deal with these 4 individuals. The moment he learned there were 4 assailants, Vegeta had already considered the implications, as he had never been one to believe in mere coincidence. After ending the call, Vegeta turned to Goku and asked, have you encountered these newly emerged androids? Goku, upon hearing Vegeta's question, shook his head and replied, not yet. They fled before we could engage. What is the matter? Vegeta stated, the Ron you defeated back then has returned, and now he is rampaging with his 3 underlings, mercilessly slaughtering our martial artists across various dojos. What? Why would he do such a thing? Goku inquired in astonishment. It must be an act of vengeance, however. I am more concerned about why they have chosen this moment to strike, Vegeta articulated thoughtfully. The others exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion, and instinctively turned their attention to Vegeta. Vegeta continued, consider this. There are 4 newly emerged androids, and Ron and his companions also comprise 4 individuals, appearing almost simultaneously. Do you truly believe such coincidences exist in this world? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone gasped in astonishment, and Goku spoke up. Master, are you suggesting that Brother Ron and his team were also transformed into androids by Dr. Gero? Vegeta affirmed, that seems to be the case. In fact, it's possible that these 4 individuals were strategically deployed by the Red Ribbon Army to infiltrate our Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 129. Protecting Androids 17 and 18. What should we do now? Goku inquired. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Vegeta, seeking his guidance on the matter. Vegeta remarked, I cannot disregard the martial artists of the Chinese Martial Arts Hall. Ordinary individuals, transformed by Dr. Gero, have become remarkably powerful. One can only imagine the strength of Ron and his companions. If I do not intervene, the martial artists of the Chinese Martial Arts Hall may very well be annihilated by those 4. The others, upon hearing Vegeta's words, nodded in agreement. What shall we do about Cell? Future Trunks inquired. Goku. Vegeta turned to face Goku and continued, the matter concerning Cell must remain your responsibility. You are to keep a watchful eye on androids 17 and 18 alongside the Supreme Kai at the Kai's palace. Cell has been thoroughly intimidated by you this time. It is unlikely he will reappear easily. He will probably lie in wait, continuously absorbing life energy until he believes he can overpower androids 17 and 18. Therefore, it is imperative that you safeguard 17 and 18, preventing Cell from merging with them. Ideally, we should eliminate Cell entirely. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku immediately nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter." Vegeta continued, stating, "Now that Cell is aware of your strength, to bolster your capabilities. Once you arrive at the sacred world of the Kais, you can immediately enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. A year spent in there equates to merely a day outside. A year of concentrated practice should suffice to significantly enhance your power." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was filled with immense joy, exclaiming, "Great! I will head to the sacred world of the Kais right away. I intend to train diligently. And once my strength has increased considerably, I will defeat those androids." After discussing Vegeta's plan, the group organized themselves, and Goku, accompanied by Belis, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha, set off for the sacred world of the Kais. Meanwhile, Vegeta took his sons, Trunks and Goten, to confront the 4 newly emerged androids. After contacting Jim and learning of the last known location of Ron, Vegeta, along with his 2 sons, flew towards the nearby Chinese martial arts school. While awaiting Ron and his companions, Vegeta began imparting the intricacies of Jin Yong.'s martial arts to Trunks. Having faced the challenges of a grim future, Trunks understood that mastering these Chinese martial arts would render the future androids, number 17 and number 18, utterly incapable of being his adversaries. Hence, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his studies, devoting all his time to training, save for sleep. If not for Vegeta insisting he rest, Trunks would have likely sacrificed even his sleeping hours for training. 2 days later, a sudden battle erupted outside the city, with energy surging and radiating outward. Trunks immediately spoke up. "It must be the androids attacking Master Roshi. Father, amidst this energy, I can only sense Master Roshi's presence. I cannot detect anything from the opposing side." Vegeta nodded and declared, "Indeed, let us hasten our departure. It would be best to eliminate these 4 adversaries swiftly." With that, Vegeta, accompanied by both Trunks, surged towards the battleground outside the city. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 sonic explosions reverberated through the skies, and the trio vanished from the city's expanse in an instant. At that moment, Luoyang, battered and bruised, stood on the outskirts of the city. Finding it increasingly arduous to remain upright, he longed to flee, yet regrettably, he was no match for the monstrous entity before him. "Who are you? Why do you seek to confront me?" Luoyang inquired, attempting to buy time, for he was aware that the master, Vegeta, was within the city and needed to endure until his arrival. "I was once called Manon, but now you may refer to me as Android 23, the entity replied. "Why do I confront you?" "It is for vengeance against Vegeta, against Son Goku, against the Chinese Martial Arts Academy," Android 23 proclaimed. "Vengeance against us? Do we harbor any enmity towards you?" Luoyang pressed further. "Indeed, we do, and it is a profoundly deep-seated hatred. We were once students of the Martial Arts Academy as well. Yet what did Vegeta do? Merely for the sake of a newly accepted disciple, he sought to expel us. Thus, we have come to exact our revenge." Android 23 continued. "Is that so? You are mistaken. From beginning to end, I did not expel you. It was you who chose to abandon our Chinese Martial Arts Academy." A voice resounded from above. Everyone quickly looked up to see Vegeta, along with both Trunks, descending before them. "Vegeta!" exclaimed Android 23 in astonishment, turning to regard another figure standing behind him. "Vegeta!" The voice belonged to none other than Ron, who removed his glasses, revealing his entire visage, the very same Ron who had been vanquished by Goku in the past. Vegeta produced a Senzu bean and tossed it to Trunks, instructing him to administer it to Luoyang. He then remarked, "Master Luoyang, you should return now. You will not be able to partake in the forthcoming battle." Fully restored from his injuries, Luoyang gazed gratefully at Vegeta and replied, "Thank you, esteemed master. I shall take my leave. Do take care." With that, Luoyang soared back towards the city. Vegeta cast a glance at Ron and let out a sigh. "Ron, I never anticipated that after all these years, upon our reunion, you would have transformed into a cyborg. This is my retribution, a response to the indignity you once inflicted upon me. To confront you and Goku, I descended into the depths of hell, only to emerge once more, imbued with unparalleled strength. Ron replied in a grave tone and dignity. You have mistaken my imparting of martial arts to you as an insult. If that is indeed the case, then it seems you have accumulated quite a number of affronts over the years. Vegeta retorted, enough with the trivialities. I have returned with the sole purpose of claiming your life, not just yours, but also Goku's and the entirety of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. Once I have obliterated you, I shall erect a grand red ribbon empire upon the ruins. Ron spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, what an ambitious vision. How much wine must you have consumed to dream such a dream? Vegeta mocked. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ron cast a nonchalant glance at him, as if he were gazing at a lifeless corpse. It was rather amusing. Both individuals were convinced of their inevitable victory, leading to mutual disdain. Chapter 130, Vegeta versus Ron. With a thunderous sound, Ron propelled himself off the ground, creating a large crater, and then lunged towards Vegeta. Since negotiations had faltered, a battle was inevitable. Vegeta, brimming with confidence, knew he was invincible in the current Dragon Ball universe. Ron, too, was filled with self-assurance. For years, he had tirelessly honed his skills, driven by the desire to avenge his past defeat at the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. However, he was acutely aware that all his techniques had been imparted by Vegeta, and there were undoubtedly secrets that Vegeta had withheld. This realization meant that no matter how diligently he trained, he could never surpass Vegeta. Consequently, under the persuasion of Dr. Gero, he partook in the android enhancement project. Ron and his three companions, all of whom hailed from a background in Chinese martial arts, had been taught the iron cloth technique by Vegeta. In terms of physical prowess, apart from Vegeta and Sun Wukong, there was no one on Earth who could surpass them. Thus, Dr. Gero had long coveted the bodies of Ron and his companions, believing them to be ideal candidates for enhancement. The results were astonishing. After undergoing modifications, the quartet's strength far exceeded Dr. Gero's expectations, surpassing that of androids 17 and 18 by a significant margin. Out of fear of their power, Dr. Gero deceived Ron and his companions into entering a state of suspended animation, setting the condition for their awakening. They would only be roused when both laboratories above experienced a power outage. This was the reason they awakened following the destruction of the lab cultivating the cell embryo. With hands claw-like, Ron executed the eagle claw technique that Vegeta had once taught him. As his aura intensified, to the spectators, Ron seemed to transform into a golden giant eagle, swooping down upon Vegeta. Vegeta, unwilling to concede, unleashed a fierce palm strike towards Ron. The formidable and radiant 18 dragon-subduing palms surged forth, accompanied by a fierce gale, resembling a colossal golden dragon charging at the dark eagle. The cries of the eagle and the roars of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as the conjured black feathers and golden scales scattered and vanished into the void. Onlookers stood in awe, gazing skyward, while little Trunks murmured, "Father has transformed into a great dragon." The battle did not endure for long. Suddenly, a mournful cry erupted from the dragon as the black eagle shattered its head in a single grasp, and then it vanished into the air. Vegeta's form emerged, plummeting swiftly towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, the ground was indented deeply by Vegeta's descent. Subsequently, the colossal black eagle that had soared above vanished, giving way to Ron's reappearance. "At last, I have triumphed over you, Vegeta. I am the world's strongest, ha ha ha." Ron bellowed with maniacal laughter from above the sky. "Dad!" Young Trunks rushed towards Vegeta, his concern palpable. However, Ron's minions were determined not to allow young Trunks to disrupt the battle between Ron and Vegeta. Instantly, Android 23 charged toward him. Yet, adult Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, brandishing his sword to intercept Android 23. Nevertheless, adult Trunks' strength remained insufficient. Despite having begun his training in martial arts under Vegeta, the time spent was far too brief. Within mere exchanges, adult Trunks was sent sprawling by Android 23, reverting from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state. Android 23 regarded adult Trunks with disdain and remarked, "How ostentatious. Do you truly believe that merely altering your hairstyle will enable you to defeat me? Such naivety is laughable. Now, although you are not on our list of targets, your interference cannot be tolerated. Allow me to send you to the depths of despair." With that, Android 23 advanced towards adult Trunks, intent on delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, a round of applause resonated across the battlefield, causing everyone to turn and witness Vegeta, unscathed, emerging from the depths of the crater. As Vegeta clapped his hands, he spoke with a tone of admiration. "Impressive indeed. You four are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that your strength could ascend to such formidable heights. Yet, Do you genuinely believe that this modest power is sufficient to triumph over me? Ron, having restored Vegeta to his unscathed stature, scoffed and replied, "What? Do you possess some hidden trump card?" Vegeta paid no heed to Ron's inquiry, and with a resounding shout, he was instantly enveloped by a golden aura. His once ebony hair transformed into a radiant gold, and his dark pupils shifted to a vibrant green. The Super Saiyan. Ron furrowed his brows as he observed Vegeta. His scouter indicated a remarkable surge in power, at least 2 to 3 times greater than before. However, Ron was acutely aware that for those who practiced the martial arts of China, the combat power detectable on the surface was entirely misleading, as they possessed the ability to conceal their true strength. Ron's expression grew grave as he turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What technique is this? Is it a form of martial arts from China?" Vegeta shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but sometimes this world is utterly merciless. This transformation is an inherent gift of my race. You may regard my metamorphosis as akin to your artificial enhancements. Is that so? However, do you truly believe that merely altering your hairstyle will enable you to triumph over me?" Ron inquired. "Whether I can defeat you or not, we shall ascertain through combat," Vegeta declared as he assumed a fighting stance once more. "You underestimate the prowess of our artificial enhancements. This time, I shall eradicate you completely," Ron shouted, subsequently transforming into a colossal eagle and lunging at Vegeta. Yet, just as the eagle's sharp talons were poised to strike Vegeta's forehead, he made his move. None could perceive how Vegeta executed his maneuver. It was as if their eyes had deceived them. In an instant, Vegeta seized Ron's talon, yanked it, and activated his instant transmission. Ron could only watch in disbelief as his own talon slipped from his control, reversing direction and crashing into his own chest. The sheer force of Ron's own strength, compounded by Vegeta's, resulted in a resounding impact that propelled Ron away. Chapter 131. The Demise of 3 Androids. It is worth noting that Ron's training in the Iron Shirt technique, coupled with Dr. Gero's modifications, had endowed him with exceptional physical prowess, allowing him to withstand such an immense assault. Ron, somewhat disheveled, rose from the ground and turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "The technique you just executed, I encountered it during my battle with Sun Wukong. You have indeed concealed your true abilities from us, withholding the more formidable techniques. Do you not consider this unjust? So, you have betrayed me, betrayed the Martial Arts Academy, have you?" Vegeta questioned. "Betrayal, you say? I have always been a member of the Red Ribbon Army. I paid to learn Chinese martial arts from you, and therefore, you should impart all that you know." Ron retorted loudly, never perceiving himself as having betrayed Vegeta and his comrades. Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "You yourself have stated that you pay, and I impart knowledge. As for the extent of my transmission of Chinese martial arts, it is naturally subject to my discretion. On what grounds do you believe that a fee of 1 million Sony could grant you access to the entirety of my martial expertise? If you were in my position, would you share all your martial arts skills with your students?" Faced with Vegeta's inquiry, Ron found himself at a loss for words. However, Ron was not one to concede easily. He continued, "In this world, whatever our Red Ribbon Army desires, it must be provided. Those who refuse shall be eliminated." With that declaration, Ron let out a fierce roar and charged at Vegeta with all his might. Vegeta, undeterred by Ron's aggression, elegantly waved his arms, his hands resembling orchids, and unleashed the Tianshan Plum Blossom technique. All of Ron's assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta, who countered with strikes from fists, palms, and even sword-like motions aimed at Ron's vulnerabilities. Within mere moments, Ron, who had been attacking with full force, found himself forced into a defensive stance. Even in defense, Ron struggled immensely. A momentary lapse allowed Vegeta to exploit an opening and strike him directly. In just a few minutes, Ron had endured multiple blows and was sent hurtling backwards. With great effort, Ron staggered to his feet, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta was acutely aware that Ron had mastered the Iron Cloth technique, and his proficiency in it was profound. Consequently, with each strike, he employed a technique akin to striking a bull across a mountain, channeling all his internal energy through Ron's skin to impact his opponent's internal organs. "This is impossible. I practice the Iron Cloth technique. My skin bears no wounds. Why then, am I spitting blood and severely injured?" Ron questioned incredulously. The Chinese martial arts are vast and profound, particularly in the application of internal energy, Vegeta replied coolly. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ron's frustration peaked, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Ron!" The 3 androids behind him exclaimed with concern, rushing towards him. At this moment, Vegeta spoke in a deep voice, "Enough. It is time to conclude. Since it was I who imparted to you the essence of Chinese martial arts, I shall now reclaim what is rightfully mine. With that, Vegeta lunged forward toward Ron, transforming his hand into a claw, a dragon's claw, aiming a golden talon at Ron's abdomen. No. Ron's face turned pale with terror as he gazed at Vegeta, realizing he was on the brink of death at the hands of the dragon's claw. In a desperate act, his companion, Android 23, pushed Ron aside and positioned himself in front of Vegeta's lethal strike. The golden talon pierced through Android 23's abdomen, emerging from his back. Vegeta, upon realizing he had mistakenly taken a life, remained unfazed. He had initially intended to eliminate the remaining 3 androids as well. Unlike androids 17 and 18, who were coerced into their roles and bore no inherent malice, these particular androids, led by Ron, harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Vegeta. Thus, there was no chance that Vegeta would allow these 4 to escape. As he attempted to withdraw his hand, the severely injured android 23 desperately clutched Vegeta's arm, exclaiming loudly to Ron, "Ron, hurry. I can't hold him for long. No, you must restrain him. I intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate him." Ron, seeing Android 23 grasping Vegeta's arm, felt a surge of hope and prepared to strike down Vegeta on the spot. However, a glint of cold light flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he declared, "Do you truly believe this can contain me? You are woefully naive." With that proclamation, Vegeta's arm quaked, unleashing a force that rendered Android 23's grip ineffective, freeing him from the android's hold. Vegeta swiftly withdrew his arm, then swung it like a blade, cleaving Android 23 in two with a single, decisive strike. Ron, who had intended to charge at Vegeta, was momentarily startled by the sudden display of power, causing him to halt abruptly and retreat in haste, only to stumble and fall in his frantic attempt to escape. Vegeta's face was smeared with the blood of Android 23, lending him an air of ferocity. Ron, somewhat disheveled, managed to rise to his feet, only to be met by Vegeta's piercing gaze, brimming with murderous intent, which sent tremors of fear coursing through him, making him wish to flee at once. However, he found himself ensnared in Vegeta's unyielding stare. Akin to a prey caught in the sight of a tiger, his courage utterly diminished. Just as Vegeta was poised to eliminate Ron, the remaining 2 androids, Androids 24 and 25, lunged at him, their arms outstretched as they engulfed him in a tight embrace. "Hurry, Ron," urged Android 24. "Flee now. We can't hold him for long," echoed Android 25, witnessing his comrade's valiant effort to restrain Vegeta. Ron's heart surged with elation as he swiftly turned to escape into the distance. Trunks attempted to intervene, but was sent flying by Ron's punch. As for Vegeta, he yearned to thwart Ron's escape, yet he found himself firmly held in the grasp of androids 24 and 25. Vegeta gazed at the 2 androids embracing him and calmly remarked, "You cannot confine me." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Android 24 lifted his head to meet Vegeta's gaze and chuckled. "Indeed, I cannot restrain you, but we can perish together." Chapter 132, Vegeta on the Brink of Death. What? Upon hearing Android 24's declaration, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. And then he recalled Bulma's words. Within each android's body lies a powerful bomb, each capable of obliterating the entirety of West City. Vegeta instantly comprehended the intentions of androids 24 and 25, and in a fit of desperation, he sought to break free from their grasp. He urgently shouted to both Trunks and his younger counterpart, "Hurry, flee this place." No sooner had Vegeta's words echoed than the bodies of the 2 androids began to radiate an ominous glow. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The sheer force of the shockwave propelled both Trunks and his younger self far from the epicenter. Even Ron, who had distanced himself significantly, was caught in the turbulent blast, flung away over great distances. The small city, situated several dozen kilometers away from the battlefield, was utterly obliterated by this violent wave, erasing its inhabitants in an instant. At the moment the explosion reverberated, Bulma, far away in West City, felt a sharp pain in her chest, compelling her to clutch it tightly. "What is happening? Why do I sense that something terrible has occurred?" she voiced, her concern deepening as she pondered whether something had befallen Vegeta or Trunks. Simultaneously, Goku, who was training in the hyperbolic time chamber, experienced a sudden jolt of unease, momentarily losing focus and being sent flying by Gohan's punch. Gohan quickly rushed to support Goku, inquiring, "Dad, are you all right?" Goku waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I'm fine. I'm not quite sure what just happened. I lost my focus for a moment. Perhaps we've been training too long." Let us take a break. With that, Goku led Gohan to the rest area to recuperate. Meanwhile, above in the Supreme Kai's realm, both the Supreme Kai and Beerus felt a tremor ripple through their bodies. Supreme Kai, did you feel that? Beerus asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Why did Vegeta's energy suddenly vanish? The Supreme Kai, equally astonished, halted his observation of androids 17 and 18 and promptly struck his staff, causing the Supreme Kai's realm to hasten towards the location of Vegeta's previous battle. Upon their arrival, they were met with desolation. A massive crater marred the outskirts of the city. Descending to the ground, Beerus gasped in horror. Has this area been struck by a meteor? Just then, the Supreme Kai exclaimed with excitement, quickly, Beerus, over here. I sense two faint energies. It seems to be Trunks and his younger self. Upon hearing the words of the deity, Bella swiftly attuned himself to the surroundings and soon sensed two faint energies. Without hesitation, he soared towards them. The two individuals worked in unison to unearth the two Trunks from the depths of the earth. They observed that the garments of these two were tattered and that they had sustained severe internal injuries. The deity promptly produced two magical beans, administering one to each of them. True to their reputation, the beans worked wonders. As soon as Trunks ingested the beans, both individuals rapidly regained their strength. Young Trunks immediately cried out, Father, please save Father. I'm sorry, Trunks. We cannot sense Vegeta's energy, the deity lamented. His energy should be located in that direction, replied the elder Trunks, taking flight towards the location where Vegeta had last battled. The other three quickly followed suit. This is the very spot where Father fought against the androids, young Trunks exclaimed with excitement, echoing his elder's words. But where was Vegeta? The deity meticulously scanned the vicinity, but could not detect Vegeta's presence. Father, where are you? Young Trunks shouted desperately. Vegeta. The others joined in the call. But where could Vegeta be? Upon sensing the androids' intentions, Vegeta unleashed his full power, breaking free from their grasp. However, it was too late to escape. The two androids detonated. As the epicenter of the explosion loomed, Vegeta braced himself, inhaling deeply and conjuring a protective shield with all his might. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta was violently propelled away. And under the immense shockwave, his shield faltered and shattered within mere seconds. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed the brunt of the initial explosion, allowing Vegeta to be thrown away from the core of the blast. Ultimately, however, after the shield's collapse, he sustained grievous injuries, collapsing to the ground, buried beneath the earth, fighting for breath. The host's body has suffered severe damage and is on the brink of death. The life support system has been activated, consuming 1 million martial points per second. The host must seek treatment before depletion of martial points. 1 million martial points consumed. 1 million martial points consumed. The incessant notifications from the system finally roused the slumbering Vegeta. Faced with this relentless system intent on exhausting his martial points, Vegeta felt a profound sense of helplessness. He longed to express, "You may abandon this life support system. I can be resurrected with the Dragon Balls." To comprehend these martial points, one must recognize that they were diligently accumulated by Vegeta in preparation for exchanging them for extraordinary Dragon Ball abilities such as instantaneous movement and immortality. As he witnessed the gradual disappearance of countless martial points, Vegeta felt a tightening in his heart. At that moment, the distant sounds of shouting stirred Vegeta from his buried state. Dad. Vegeta. It was Trunks, both the young and older version, along with the Supreme Kai and Beerus. Vegeta attempted to respond, but as he opened his mouth, he was met with a mouthful of dirt. Helpless, he could only laboriously lift his arm towards the surface. Dad. The young Trunks continued to shout fervently above. Suddenly, with a startling thud, a bloodied arm emerged from the ground, startling young Trunks. However, upon noticing the ring adorning the finger, Vegeta's cherished wedding band, Trunks erupted in joy. Dad is here. With that exclamation, he began to dig fervently, striving to unearth Vegeta from the soil. Chapter 133. Absorbing androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the other three quickly rushed over, swiftly excavating Vegeta from the earth. In that moment, Vegeta appeared utterly disheveled, covered in blood and tattered clothing, with one arm severed. The Supreme Kai hastily placed a Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Without chewing, Vegeta struggled to swallow the bean, and within a mere 3 seconds, his injuries were fully healed. Simultaneously, the incessant system alerts that had been ringing in his ears finally ceased. Gazing at the remaining 30 million martial points on the system display, Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief. That was far too perilous. Had you arrived any later, I might have been taken by the enemy. If you wish to see me again, You would have had to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me, Vegeta remarked. Hearing his words, the others burst into laughter. The Supreme Kai surveyed the devastation wrought by the androids upon the environment and the city, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Dr. Gero is truly despicable. Those remaining androids are nothing but walking bombs." At this moment, Vegeta addressed the Supreme Kai, inquiring, "Hey, Supreme Kai, with your newfound strength, shouldn't we consider enhancing the Dragon Balls? The Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes, while those on Earth can only bestow 1 wish, which is rather insufficient." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Supreme Kai shook his head and sighed. Alas, the desires of humanity truly know no bounds. 1 wish is not enough. And you yearn for 3. However, before the Supreme Kai could finish his lament, Vegeta interrupted him, saying, "Just say whether you will do it or not." "Very well. I shall return to the Supreme Kai's temple to modify the Dragon Balls immediately," the Supreme Kai replied with resignation. At that moment, Future Trunks suddenly posed a question. "Uncle Supreme Kai, since you are here, who is monitoring androids 17 and 18? The Supreme Kai was taken aback by Trunks' inquiry and exclaimed, "Oh no, we must hurry back. We cannot allow Cell to find androids 17 and 18 during this time." With that, the Supreme Kai swiftly flew towards the Supreme Kai's temple, followed closely by Vegeta and the others. As they soared through the sky, the Supreme Kai explained, "I have dispatched Krillin and Yamcha to keep an eye on androids 17 and 18. Krillin possesses a controller. If the situation turns dire, he will activate it to halt the operations of androids 17 and 18. However, I doubt Krillin will have the heart to push the button," Vegeta remarked. Upon hearing Vegeta's comment, the others paused, somewhat puzzled by his implication, yet they chose not to press for further clarification. Let us rewind time to when Vegeta was engaged in battle with Ron. Cell immediately sensed a formidable battle aura that he feared belonged to Vegeta. "How splendid. Vegeta is preoccupied. This means I need not worry about him causing me trouble," Cell declared. "Now, my strength has surpassed that of androids 17 and 18. It is time to absorb them. Where are they?" With that, Cell produced a detection radar, a device bestowed upon him by the computer that created him. Since the androids could completely conceal their energy signatures, the radar was essential to locate them. Upon activating the radar, the screen promptly displayed the locations of androids 17 and 18. Cell, upon seeing this, let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Not bad. This future radar can indeed detect the positions of androids 17 and 18 in this world. Quite impressive." Stowing the radar away, Cell swiftly made his way towards the locations of androids 17 and 18. "Androids 17 and 18, let us unite and become the strongest, most perfect life form." At this moment, androids 17 and 18 had arrived at a nearby larger city. Android 18 cheerfully exclaimed, "At last, we have reached a more substantial city. How delightful it is, quite bustling indeed. Shall we linger here for a while?" Android 17 nodded in agreement, responding, "I have no objections. If this pleases you, let us stay for a few days. It would be an opportune time for me to earn some money to procure you a more exquisite wardrobe and jewelry." Upon hearing her brother's words, Android 18 smiled and nodded in approval, and the trio seamlessly blended into the throngs of people. As they entered the city, Cell finally arrived at its outskirts, where he spotted androids 17, 18, and 19 making their way into the metropolis. "I found you," Cell called out from a distance while scanning his surroundings, eager to ascertain whether Goku and his companions were trailing behind the trio of androids. After a few minutes of following, Cell concluded that he had not detected any sign of Goku, filling him with delight. He licked his lips and declared, "Excellent. This is splendid news. At last, no one stands in the way of our fusion." With that proclamation, Cell leaped forward, positioning himself in front of androids 17 and 18, obstructing their path. "Greetings, androids 17 and 18. We finally meet," he announced. At that moment, the Supreme Kai sensed the distress of Vegeta and his companions, prompting him to abandon his pursuit and instruct Krillin and Yamcha to track down androids 17 and 18. Thus, by mere coincidence, their paths diverged. Staring at the grotesque figure blocking their way, androids 17 and 18, particularly the latter, furrowed her brow in discontent. "Who are you, you hideous creature? Begone at once," she demanded. "You must be android 18. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. Once we merge, we shall become exceedingly handsome, and you shall no longer find me repugnant," Cell replied with a smile. Following his words, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Come now, androids 17 and 18. Let us unite and fulfill Dr. Gero's legacy, becoming the supreme beings of the universe. We refuse. Whatever Dr. Gero's legacy may be, it holds no significance for us. Android 17 retorted defiantly. I warn you, grotesque one, vacate our path, or I shall eliminate you. Upon hearing the androids refer to him as a hideous creature once more, Cell felt a surge of anger. With a raspy voice, he declared, I had hoped for a peaceful merger, but it seems I must now resort to force. On the 17th, upon hearing Cell from across the way proclaim his intention to strike, number 17, with a tone of disdain, replied, Very well. It is about time we took action. I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Among the three androids, both number 17 and number 18 exuded confidence in the face of Cell. The only one who appeared solemn was Android 19, who swiftly positioned himself in front of numbers 17 and 18. You two must leave this place at once. This cell is beyond your capabilities, warned number 19. Upon hearing this, number 17 felt a surge of indignation, retorting, Do you truly believe this grotesque creature is superior to me? What a jest. I am the strongest android created by Dr. Gero. Observing number 17's disbelief, number 19 was momentarily at a loss for words, his tone slightly agitated as he implored. Number 17, could you not act so immaturely? You are not alone. You must also protect number 18. This cell is an exceedingly malevolent being, forged by Dr. Gero, whose heart is steeped in slaughter and destruction. You must not allow him to absorb you, for if that occurs, the entire world will be doomed. Startled by number 19's words, number 17 hesitated to argue, but upon seeing his furious expression, he relented with a nod. Very well, but do take care of yourself. With that, number 17 grasped number 18's hand and dashed toward the outskirts of the city. Run, can you escape? Cell bellowed, propelling himself over Android 19 with his lengthy tail, lunging towards numbers 17 and 18. Yet, number 19 would not allow Cell to bypass him so easily. He swiftly turned and seized Cell's tail, swinging him around vigorously before hurling him toward a nearby skyscraper. With a thunderous crash, Cell collided with the building's wall, shattering it. Numbers 17 and 18 turned to witness the clash between Cell and number 19, exclaiming, We have never seen number 19 in action before. His strength is quite impressive. However, just as they marveled, Cell emerged unscathed from the debris of the skyscraper, relentlessly pursuing numbers 17 and 18, disregarding number 19's onslaught. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha, guided by the Supreme Kai's instructions, approached the vicinity of the city, searching for the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18. As they prepared to enter the city, they spotted the two androids fleeing in haste. Why are they so frantic? It seems as though something is pursuing them, Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Krillin quickly pulled Yamcha down, urging, Hurry, hide. Yamcha, a bit disgruntled, questioned, What's the rush? Why did you pull me? With urgency, Krillin replied, That monster is right behind them. Monster? Who is it? Yamcha initially failed to comprehend, but within moments, he gasped in realization. Could it be Cell? Krillin nodded affirmatively and remarked, Indeed. But how on earth did he locate androids 17 and 18? Had it not been for the deity's assistance, we too would have been unable to find them. They were both creations of Dr. Gero. Perhaps that is why Cell was able to track them down. Yamcha observed quietly and noted that Cell had once again blocked the path of the two androids, engaging them in combat. Stay here, Krillin. If things go awry, press the button immediately. I shall return to the sacred land to seek Goku, Yamcha instructed before stealthily retreating and launching himself skyward towards the deity's realm. At that moment, the battle between Cell and the three androids had escalated to a fever pitch. The androids relentlessly pressed their attack on Cell, yet his defenses remained impenetrable. Despite being on the back foot, he sustained minimal damage. However, as the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably falter. Under the relentless assault, Cell ultimately made a defensive blunder, and both androids 17 and 18 seized the opportunity to unleash their most potent attacks, each firing a formidable energy blast at Cell. Prepare to meet your end, shouted androids 17 and 18 in unison. Facing the dual onslaught, Cell harbored no intention of evasion. He crossed his arms defiantly over his chest, bracing himself to absorb the blows. A tremendous explosion erupted as Cell withstood the android's assault, yet the Earth itself could not bear the brunt of the impact, and Cell was sent plummeting deep into the ground. Is he dead? After the tumult subsided, android 17 peered into the vast crater below and spoke. I can no longer sense that grotesque creature's energy. He must have perished, android 18 chimed in. At that moment, Android 19 interjected. Regardless of whether he is alive or not, I shall send him on his way. With that, 19 dismantled his own hands, revealing two ominous black openings at his wrists. He aimed his arm cannons at the deep pit and unleashed an immense flare of light. Hell Flash Cannon, Android 19 bellowed, and two colossal energy blasts erupted from his cannons, hurtling towards the chasm. The pit erupted again with a deafening explosion, sending a small mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Nearby, Krillin, witnessing the sheer power of the attack, could not contain his excitement and leapt up, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We won!" Upon hearing Krillin's exuberant shout, Android 17, 18, and 19 turned to face him, leaving Krillin feeling exceedingly awkward. Hello everyone. I just happened to pass by. Please, continue without me." Krillin gently caressed his bald head, then awkwardly chuckled as he spoke. Fortunately, Android 17 and Android 18 had no objections to this situation. He turned his gaze back towards the vast pit below, eager to ascertain whether Cell was still alive. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Cell must be dead by now. Hasn't he emerged? Android 18 inquired. After a brief silence, Android 19 responded, "You too, be cautious. I shall descend to verify. Under no circumstances can we allow this fiend to survive." Upon concluding his words, Android 19 leaped swiftly into the depths of the chasm. Androids 17 and 18 stood at the edge, peering down, as Cell's fate became their utmost concern. Krillin, concealed behind a massive boulder, attentively monitored the unfolding events. Suddenly, a look of horror transformed Krillin's expression. Panic surfaced on his visage as he shouted to 17 and 18, "17, 18, be cautious. Look behind you." Upon hearing Krillin's warning, 17 and 18's expressions shifted dramatically, and they swiftly turned to look behind them. At that moment, Cell stood menacingly behind them. His tail's stinger expanded ominously, resembling a trumpet. In the instant they turned, Cell's tail enveloped 17 entirely, akin to a giant python consuming its prey, beginning to engulf him bit by bit. Android 18 momentarily froze in shock, but quickly regained her composure, launching a furious assault on Cell while shouting, "You monster, release 17." Unfazed by her onslaught, Cell grasped Android 18's arm and hurled her aside effortlessly. "Fear not. Once I absorb 17, you shall be next. Soon, you, I, and 17 will be eternally united," Cell proclaimed with a sinister laugh. As Cell uttered these words, 17 was gradually absorbed into Cell's body through his tail. The instant 17 melded into Cell, a brilliant light erupted from Cell's form, heralding a significant evolution. His once insect-like visage began to morph towards a more human appearance, and his three-toed feet gradually transformed into a more human-like shape. During Cell's evolution, Android 19, who had been below, realized that 17 had been absorbed. He ascended rapidly, his expression darkening as he beheld the evolving Cell, sensing the surge of power emanating from him. He immediately turned to Android 18 and urged, "Quickly, we must leave this place. The current Cell is beyond our capability to confront." Upon finishing her words, Android 19 attempted to grasp Android 18's hand to lead her away from the scene. However, 18 vehemently broke free from 19's grasp and declared with anguish, "No. I refuse to leave. I must avenge Android 17. As she spoke, 18 desperately aimed to launch an attack on the evolving Cell. "Have you lost your mind? If we do not leave now, once Cell completes his evolution and absorbs you, the entire world will be doomed," 19 insisted, clasping 18's hands, determined to flee this place. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" Cell's voice resonated ominously, causing both 19 and 18 to freeze momentarily before turning their gazes towards him. Before their eyes, the radiant glow enveloping Cell began to dissipate, revealing a form that bore a closer resemblance to humanity, shedding his monstrous appearance. He clenched his fists, savoring the immense power coursing through his newly evolved body. "Run!" Seeing that Cell had completed his evolution, 19 seized 18's hand and propelled them into the sky in a frantic escape. "Humph, do you think you can truly flee?" Cell remarked coolly, watching as 19 and 18 desperately soared away. "It is time for you to witness my evolved strength." With a thunderous crash, Cell launched himself from the ground, swiftly positioning himself in front of 19 and 18. "How is this possible?" 19 exclaimed in disbelief. "Your speed cannot be this rapid." Cell chuckled. "No matter where you attempt to hide, I will always find your trail." Upon hearing Cell's words, 18's expression shifted dramatically as she uttered, "It's Dr. Gerald." "Indeed." Knowing this, do you still believe there is a reason to continue fleeing? Cell retorted. With that, he lashed his tail, delivering a powerful strike that collided with 19's cheek. The mechanical skin on 19's face shattered upon impact, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. 19. 18 cried out in alarm, instinctively wanting to rush to his aid. However, Cell swiftly intervened, seizing 18 by the neck and lifting her effortlessly. His tail extended once more, the final needle unfurling into a trumpet-like opening, poised to absorb 18. Struggling against Cell's grip, 18 gasped defiantly, "You scoundrel, I will never merge with you, even if it costs me my life." Cell remained unfazed, retorting, "Neither did 17 wish to, yet he was still absorbed into my being." Without further ado, Cell opened his tail to envelop 18. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Solar flare." Instantly, Cell's heart raced with panic as he realized, this is bad. Then, a brilliance more dazzling than the sun erupted, instantly blinding Cell, rendering him incapable of discerning anything before him. Simultaneously, he felt a void in his grasp as the number 18 he had just seized vanished from his clutches. "Damn it! Do not let me discover your identity. I shall annihilate you," Cell bellowed while rubbing his eyes. The one responsible for the solar flare was none other than Krillin, who had rescued number 18 from Cell's grip and was now pulling her away towards the distant mountains. When number 18's vision was restored, she beheld Krillin, her savior. Although she felt a surge of gratitude for his audacity in rescuing her from Cell, she cautioned, "You should flee at once. Cell possesses a device capable of detecting my whereabouts. No matter how I hide, he will always find me." Hearing her words, Krillin froze momentarily, finally grasping how Cell had located number 17 and number 18 previously. "Let us try. We cannot simply resign ourselves to fate. Yamcha has gone to the lookout to seek Goku. If we can endure for a while longer, he will come to our aid," Krillin replied with a reassuring smile. For reasons unknown, in the face of Krillin's smile, number 18's previously anxious heart suddenly found solace. Chapter 139. Absorption of number 17 and number 18 4 as the blinding white light before Cell gradually dissipated and his vision returned to normal. He noted that the android number 18 and the assailant had vanished. Had it not been for the unexpected intervention, he could have evolved into his perfect form. Instead, he was left to squander time, uncertain of whether this delay would lead to unforeseen complications. "Damn it," Cell exclaimed, glancing at the nearby city before unleashing a ki blast. Meanwhile, the crowd in the city was still engrossed in discussions about the fierce battle that had just unfolded nearby when they witnessed a colossal ki blast trailing a long tail as it descended upon the heart of the city. They stood bewildered as the ki blast struck the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent a massive shockwave and searing heat radiating outward. The ordinary citizens were swept away in an instant, experiencing no pain. By the time they gained consciousness, they found themselves in the realm of the afterlife. From the distant mountains, Krillin heard the resounding explosion and clenched his fists in rage, shouting, "Damn it, you fiend! How dare you commit such an atrocity?" Number 18 wore a solemn expression. Although she and number 17 were not particularly law-abiding individuals, they would never resort to the heinous act of taking so many lives. The recent events, which were indeed instigated by her and number 17, weighed heavily on her heart. Observing the profoundly sorrowful Krillin, number 18 suddenly exclaimed, "You mustn't concern yourself with me any longer. Allow Cell to absorb me. Do not sacrifice yourself on my behalf." Upon hearing her words, Krillin immediately repressed his own sorrow and replied, "What nonsense are you speaking? My intention in rescuing you is to save countless others. Only if Cell does not achieve his perfect form do we stand a chance against him. Moreover, do not despair, we still possess the Dragon Balls, which can resurrect all those whom Cell has slain. Therefore, you must live on. Do not let Cell absorb you." Moved by the earnestness of the man before her, number 18 nodded vigorously. After annihilating an entire city, Cell retrieved his scouter and began searching for number 18's whereabouts. "Let me see where that little mouse is hiding. Since you enjoy playing the game of cat and mouse, let us indulge in it," he declared, activating the device. A bright dot began to flicker on the scouter. Upon realizing that the dot was nearby, nestled within the mountains, Cell erupted into laughter. "So, you were hiding right here. I thought you had escaped far away." With that, he prepared to pursue number 18 according to the scouter's readings. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly recoiled. 2 red laser beams shot past him, obliterating the scouter in his grasp. "This is bad," Cell exclaimed in frustration, glancing down to discover that the assailant was the battered number 19. You fool. I will deal with you later, he retorted, disregarding the injured number 19 as he swiftly took flight toward the mountains where number 18 was located, guided by his memory. Quick, we must leave. Number 18 urged Krillin as she hastily led him away from their previous position, uncertain whether they could evade Cell's scouter. Yet, she was determined to exert every ounce of her strength, not for herself, but for the entire planet, all of humanity, and for the man who had steadfastly supported her. Cell arrived at the location where number 18 had previously been, but finding no trace of her, he was consumed with rage. He unleashed a torrent of energy blasts into the forest below. Hearing the cacophony of explosions behind her, number 18 felt a surge of joy and remarked, Cell's scouter must be damaged. Curious, Krillin asked, how do you know that? If he still possessed the detector, he would undoubtedly rush over to seek me out. Rather than squander time bombarding the mountains and forests, explained Android 18 with a smile. That is reassuring in that case. We merely need to conceal our presence and prevent this fellow from discovering us. If we can endure just a little longer. Yamcha has already gone to the sacred world of the Kais to find Goku. Once he arrives, we shall be saved, Krillin expressed gratefully. Yes, I have faith in you, Android 18 replied with a smile. Upon witnessing her sweet smile, Krillin felt a flush creep across his face and hastily sought a different topic. Somehow, he found himself retrieving the device Bulma had crafted to control androids 17 and 18 from his pocket. Upon seeing the device, Android 18's expression shifted dramatically, turning decidedly grim. Krillin quickly reassured her, I apologize, we harbor no intentions of using this to threaten you. He proceeded to elucidate what the device was and the consensus reached among them. Finally, Krillin declared, rest assured, I shall destroy it immediately. Just as he was about to obliterate the control device, Android 18 suddenly interjected, wait, what is it? Krillin asked. Taken aback by her interruption, curiosity piqued. Take this control device and keep it safe. If we are discovered by Cell, press the button immediately to halt all my bodily functions, Android 18 stated with unexpected seriousness. Even in death, I refuse to merge with that grotesque creature. Krillin was momentarily stunned by her words, then nodded with difficulty. At that moment, Yamcha had already soared into the sacred world of the Kais and was making a beeline for the hyperbolic time chamber. Although the chamber presently did not permit more than 2 individuals to cultivate within, it did not hinder Yamcha from opening the door from the outside to call out to those inside. Yamcha? What brings you here? Where is the Supreme Kai? Goku, who was training alongside Gohan, inquired curiously upon seeing Yamcha open the door. Yamcha promptly called out, hurry, Goku, we're in trouble. Cell has located androids 17 and 18. You must go stop him. Goku, startled by Yamcha's words, quickly donned his new battle attire and, accompanied by Gohan, burst forth from the hyperbolic time chamber, following Yamcha towards Cell's location. Chapter 137, absorbing androids 17 and 18. At this moment, Android 18 and Krillin remained concealed within the forest, while Cell hovered ominously above. Fixated on their hiding spot, should he detect any movement below, he would unleash a ki blast without hesitation. Cell was confident that any sign of activity from Android 18 would allow him to swiftly pinpoint her whereabouts. Android 18, come now. Let us unite. I have never felt better, and all that is missing is you. Suddenly, a voice resembling that of number 17 echoed from the sky. Number 18 was momentarily stunned, ready to venture outside to ascertain the situation. However, Krillin reacted swiftly, grasping number 18's hand and stating, do not go out. He is deceiving you. That is not number 17 speaking. It is Cell mimicking his voice. Upon hearing Krillin's words, number 18 quickly grasped the reality of the situation, and the two remained motionless behind the trees. Cell, noticing that number 18 was unaffected by the voice of number 17, grew increasingly agitated and exclaimed, Number 18. You cannot escape. I will remain here, and we can stalemate indefinitely. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue, for after absorbing number 17, I am invincible on this planet. Having uttered this, Cell fell silent and began to levitate cross-legged in the air. Thus, the standoff ensued. One immobile above in the sky and the other motionless within the forest. Yet, this impasse did not last long, as Android 22, also known as Ron, who had escaped from Vegeta, arrived on the scene. Cell, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you absorbed Android 18 yet? Ron shouted as he flew beside Cell. Cell turned to Ron and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, I recognize you. You saved me when I nearly perished at the hands of Goku. But how do you know I have yet to absorb Android 18? I know because my sensors indicate that 18 is right below. Accompanied by a foolish martial artist from the turtle school, Ron responded, glancing downwards towards number 18's location. Upon hearing Ron's words, Cell was elated, exclaiming, "This is splendid. I was unaware of number 18's whereabouts. Otherwise, I would have descended to absorb her long ago." At this moment, number 18 and Krillin, witnessing yet another android approaching, exchanged worried glances. They observed the two conversing above and soon realized their position had been compromised. Grabbing number 18's hand, Krillin urged, "We must flee." Without hesitation, the two dashed out of the forest and soared into the distance. "Aha! At last, you have emerged, little mice." Cell shouted excitedly upon spotting number 18 and Krillin. Turning to Ron, he said, "Thanks, brother. Once I evolve into my perfect form, we shall converse." With that, he swiftly moved and appeared right before number 18 and Krillin. In a flash, Cell extended his hand, seizing number 18 by the neck and drawing her towards him. Number 18. As 18 was captured by Cell, Krillin immediately rushed forward, eager to rescue her. With a sudden crash, a shadowy figure flickered, and Krillin was sent flying by Cell's elongated tail. He hurtled like a projectile into the forest below, shattering dozens of trees and embedding himself deep within the mountainside. Upon witnessing Krillin being flung away, 18 gasped, struggling to free herself from Cell's grasp. However, escaping from Cell's hold was far from simple. He revealed a sinister grin and remarked, "Krillin, such an affectionate name. I never expected that within mere minutes you would fall for a human. But fear not, once we merge, I shall ensure to cherish your beloved Krillin. Ha ha ha." Following his words, Cell erupted into laughter. "You grotesque monster, I would rather die than merge with you." 18 retorted angrily, throwing punches and kicks in a desperate attempt to break free from Cell's restraints. Cell, however, remained unfazed, as the end of his tail unfurled like a trumpet, aimed menacingly above 18's head. Just as 18 appeared on the brink of being absorbed, Krillin finally surged forth from the ground, charging towards Cell once more. "Wait, Krillin, don't come any closer. Have you forgotten the promise we made?" 18 urgently called out as she noticed Krillin's intent to advance. Yet, Krillin felt helpless, torn between his instincts in the pressing situation. "What are you waiting for? You promised me." 18 continued to shout. Cell, oblivious to the pact between 18 and Krillin, cast a mocking smile at Krillin while slowly extending his tail towards 18. He was filled with confidence, believing that every circumstance lay within his control. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, he found no qualms in witnessing the tragic fate of humanity's love. How poignant this is. Tell me, human, what will you do? If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late. With your beloved woman about to be absorbed, what is your plan? Cheru erupted into laughter. Clint struggled to extract a controller from his pocket, fixating on the crimson button at its center before glancing at the scene where half of his body was ensnared by Cheru's tail, on the verge of being completely absorbed. Gritting his teeth and steeling himself, he shut his eyes, preparing to press the red button. However, upon doing so, he realized he had not pressed anything at all. The controller had vanished from his grasp. Hastily, he opened his eyes, only to witness that the individual named Ron had snatched the controller away. "You think you can halt Android 18's operation? How naive," Ron scoffed before crushing the controller into fragments with a fierce grip. "You scoundrel." Clint, filled with fury, charged at Ron, throwing a punch. Ron deftly seized Clint's wrist and hurled him downward into the forest, concluding with a dismissive, "Trash." At that moment, Goku, accompanied by Gohan and Yamcha, finally arrived at the scene, witnessing Ron's defeat of Clint and Cheru on the brink of absorbing Android 18. Cheru, having noticed Goku swiftly approaching, smiled faintly and exerted his strength, completely assimilating Android 18 into his tail. "You bastard." Goku realized he was out of time, unleashing a flurry of fiery blades towards Cheru. Unfazed by Goku's onslaught, Cheru gracefully evaded the hurried attacks with a few agile movements. After eluding all assaults, he entirely absorbed Android 18. In that fleeting moment of her complete absorption, Cheru's form began to radiate with brilliant light, transforming once more. His previously robust physique shrank slightly, achieving an even more perfect proportion. Having evolved into his ultimate form, his lengthy tail gradually diminished, ultimately concealing itself behind Cheru's wings. As the luminescence faded, Cheru stared vacantly at his hands, lost in thought. Observing that Cheru had indeed absorbed Android 18, Goku refrained from charging again, instead surrounding Cheru with Gohan and the others, cautiously eyeing the newly evolved being. On the surface, Cheru's ultimate form appeared deceptively benign, Yet Goku sensed an undeniable potency. He was uncertain if he could contend with this formidable adversary. Ron cast a glance at Goku, his eyes brimming with hatred. Yet recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to confront him, he turned back to Sharu. Hey, Sharu, are you alright? If evolution has been completed, then hasten to eliminate this Sun Wukong. Ron shouted vehemently. However, unfazed by Ron's words, Cell descended silently onto a nearby plane, commencing to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks as he acclimated to his newly transformed physique. At that moment, Krillin emerged once again from the forest and beheld Cell in his fully evolved form. Upon witnessing this new manifestation of Cell, Krillin instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Android 18 had been entirely absorbed into Cell's being. 18. Krillin exclaimed in fury, raising his hand to unleash a golden energy disc aimed at Cell. With a resounding clash, Krillin's energy disc struck Cell's neck, only to shatter into fragments. Yamcha and Gohan were left astounded. This was an energy disc. And even they would not dare to confront Krillin's technique head-on. Yet, surprisingly, Cell's neck, a seemingly vulnerable area, sustained no damage whatsoever. Realizing that his attack had failed to injure Cell in the slightest, Krillin momentarily paused, though his wrath remained unabated, driving him to charge at Cell once more, undeterred. Krillin. No. Goku shouted anxiously, witnessing Krillin's reckless advance towards Cell. But at that moment, blinded by rage, Krillin disregarded Goku's counsel, launching himself into the air, poised to strike. With a thunderous impact, Krillin's fist failed to connect with Cell, as the latter swiftly pivoted and delivered a sweeping kick that sent Krillin crashing into the mountainside like a cannonball. Krillin! Goku exclaimed, immediately diving to his aid. Followed closely by Gohan and Yamcha. In Goku's grasp, Krillin's eyes were glazed, his breath shallow, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Gohan quickly retrieved a senzu bean, placing it into Krillin's mouth. Swallow it quickly, Krillin. It's a senzu bean. As he spoke, Goku carefully channeled energy to ensure the bean reached Krillin's stomach. True to its nature, the senzu bean worked wonders. The moment it entered Krillin's system, he revived instantly. Blinking in Goku's arms, Krillin rose to his feet once more. Wonderful. You're alive again, Krillin. Goku exclaimed joyfully. Though Krillin had regained his vitality, he instinctively touched his neck, his expression tinged with fear. Goku. Just now I experienced the closest brush with death. I still feel as though my neck is broken. With a serious demeanor, Krillin warned Goku, be cautious. This fully evolved Cell possesses an unfathomable strength. I am uncertain whether you can defeat him with your current power. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Goku nodded and stood up, directing his gaze towards Cell, who was still nearby acclimating to his new form. At that moment, Ron approached Cell from behind and attempted to manipulate his body, saying, What are you doing here? Now that you have evolved into your perfect form, why don't you help me eliminate Son Goku? Ron believed he had significantly contributed to Cell's evolution, thus expecting obedience to his commands. However, in response to Ron's actions, Cell retaliated with a swift strike. Unaware, Ron was swiftly pierced through the chest by Cell's claw. Struggling, he looked down at the blood streaming from his wound and, with great difficulty, addressed Cell. Why? Why would you turn against me? We are comrades. Not only Ron, but even Goku and the others standing nearby were astonished, completely bewildered as to why Cell would attack his fellow android. In response to Ron's question, Cell withdrew his claw and nonchalantly replied, I dislike the tone in which you speak to me. You show me too little respect. Ron, taken aback by this seemingly irrational response, was left in shock. Was this truly the reason for his demise? Merely a matter of tone? Enraged, Ron spat forth a considerable amount of blood before collapsing, lifeless, his face still etched with disbelief. Having dispatched Ron, Cell raised his gaze towards Goku and the others, revealing a cruel smile. Goku immediately spread his arms to shield Gohan and Krillin behind him. His expression serious as he addressed Cell. I never anticipated that even after achieving your perfect form, you would remain as ruthless as before. Chapter 139. Perfect Cell vs. Super Saiyan Son Goku. Cell showed no sign of anger at Goku's words. Instead, he erupted into laughter, proclaiming, I take your words as praise. You may view me as cruel, but that is only because you still speak to me as a human. However, now that I have attained my perfect form, in this world, in this universe, I am a god, capable of deciding the fate of any being at will. With that declaration, Cell spread his arms wide, embodying the gesture of embracing the entire world, as if, in that moment, he were the very center of existence. Hearing Cell's proclamation, Goku scoffed, a god? I know that in this world, there is only one true god, and that is the Supreme Kai. As for you, you are merely a hybrid concocted by Dr. Gero using various human cells. Shara proclaimed to Sun Wukong that he was indeed cruel, interpreting this as a compliment. However, upon being called a mongrel, Shara's fury ignited. He retracted his hands and glared at Sun Wukong, stating, "You may possess little strength, yet your words are foul. It seems I must teach you a lesson, to make you understand that respect is a virtue of utmost beauty." With that, Shara swiftly leaped towards Sun Wukong. Faced with the full power of Shara's assault, Sun Wukong dared not confront him in his usual form. With a resounding roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, without the time to counterattack. He crossed his arms in defense, hoping to withstand Sharu's onslaught. The impact was overwhelming. Sun Wukong was unable to withstand the force and was sent flying, crashing through dozens of towering trees before finally landing back on the ground. Shara did not relent. He swung his hands once more, continuing his barrage against Sun Wukong. Rising from the ground, Wukong raised his hand to strike, unleashing several golden dragons that roared as they surged toward Shara. Fortunately, this was not their first encounter, and Shara was prepared. He skillfully countered the golden dragons with deft movements of his palms. After momentarily stalling Shara, Sun Wukong launched a formal counterattack, employing a myriad of intricate techniques, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms and the 9 yang palms of Tianshan. In their previous battle, the disparity in strength had been overwhelming, with Sun Wukong dominating the fight and giving Shara no chance to appreciate the intricacies of Wukong's martial prowess. However, this time, Shara's power surpassed that of Sun Wukong, and in a direct confrontation, Wukong stood no chance against him. Thus, Shara began to grasp the essence of Chinese martial arts. In a short span, despite Sun Wukong's disadvantage, they found themselves evenly matched. Yet, Shara's strength was formidable. As a complete entity, his physical prowess was extraordinary. When struck by Wukong's techniques, he only staggered back a few steps, suffering no significant harm. Conversely, Wukong, if struck by Shara, would endure considerable damage. Shara, possessing the cells of various gifted individuals, particularly those of the Saiyans, quickly adapted to Wukong's attacks. After merely hundreds of exchanges, he was able to respond effectively, even occasionally employing techniques from Chinese martial arts to counter Wukong's strikes. In a flash, Shara exploited his speed, seizing an opening in Wukong's attack, delivering a powerful blow to his shoulder that sent him crashing away. Wukong, father, Klein and Gohan hurriedly rushed over to assist Sun Wukong, inquiring about his well-being. Wukong glanced at his arm, which had been struck, and it began to swell visibly before their eyes. Cell surveyed the individuals before him and declared, "Indeed, I am the most powerful being in this world. Do you possess any other abilities? If this is all you have, I shall send you to the depths of hell." At this moment, Sun Wukong replied, "Do not take pride in yourself. On this earth, the most formidable warrior is not I, but my master, Vegeta. Furthermore, I can assure you that given just one more day, I shall surpass your strength." Upon hearing Wukong's audacious confidence, claiming he could exceed Cell's power in merely a day, Cell erupted into laughter. "A day? What grandiose claims you make. What gives you the right to believe you can surpass me in just one day?" Cell scoffed. "It all depends on whether you grant me that day." Wukong persisted. "Very well, a mere day is trivial. I shall grant you that, and not just one day, but 9 days. After uttering these words, Cell surveyed his surroundings and pointed towards a nearby plain, stating, "Here shall be the battleground. Within these 9 days, I shall construct a platform, and after this period, I will invite martial artists from around the world to partake in a tournament. At that time, I shall face you and Vegeta atop this arena." "Agreed. I accept your challenge," Wukong immediately responded. He then soared towards the heavenly temple alongside Klein, Gohan, and the others, having at least secured 9 days for them all. Upon Wukong's return to the heavenly temple, Vegeta, along with Trunks and the Supreme Kai, arrived simultaneously. Wukong addressed Vegeta, saying, "I apologize, Master. I was unable to stop Cell from absorbing androids 17 and 18, allowing him to evolve into his perfect form." Vegeta calmly remarked, "It is of no consequence, merely a perfect form. As long as our strength is sufficient, no perfect form can ever be our adversary." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku nodded vigorously and then declared, "Master, I have devised a method to defeat this Cell. If I can transcend the Super Saiyan, I shall be able to vanquish this fiend." "Super Saiyan 2, you say? That is an intriguing notion. Do you possess the confidence to achieve it?" Vegeta inquired. "Indeed. If I could spend another year in the hyperbolic time chamber, I am certain of my success. I already have a plan, Goku responded. Very well, for the first day, you shall train, accompanied by Gohan. On the second day, I shall take over along with Trunks, Vegeta stated. Hearing this, the younger Trunks expressed his discontent, looking up at Vegeta and asking, what about me, father? Fear not, on the third day, I shall train with you for an entire year, which will significantly enhance your strength, Vegeta assured him. Chapter 140. Training, transcending the Saiyan. Unlike Vegeta, Goku and the others training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Cell remained at the location, observing as Vegeta and the others departed. He then made his way to the largest city on Earth. The capital, Central City, is the largest metropolis on the planet, serving as the political and economic hub, with a population exceeding 30 million. Cell arrived at the largest television station in Central City, whose signal could reach the vast majority of the Earth. Bursting into the studio with a flash of energy, the hosts, who were live on air, were startled as Cell crashed through the wall. The hosts fled in terror, and although Cell paid them no heed, he noticed the cameraman attempting to escape. With a fierce glare, he unleashed 2 crimson beams from his eyes, blocking the cameraman's path. If you dare to flee, I shall end your lives, Cell warned. He then turned his gaze to the camera, addressing everyone in the studio. Now, I demand you interrupt your programming and broadcast an urgent news announcement to the entire world. Immediately. Otherwise, I will eliminate you all. With that, Cell raised his hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast that obliterated half of the studio. The audience gasped in shock. And under the director's command, all cameras were swiftly turned to face Cell, broadcasting live. Simultaneously, the televisions that were originally airing other programs abruptly cut to display Cell's image. Who is this guy? The viewers wondered as they began to inquire among themselves. I don't know, do you? I have no idea either. As discussions ensued, the figure of Cell on the television boldly proclaimed, Greetings, everyone. I am Cell, the most perfect android created by Dr. Gero. In accordance with Dr. Gero's legacy, I shall rule the entire Earth. However, before I embark on my quest for dominion, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will construct an arena in the suburbs outside City X, welcoming martial artists from around the globe to challenge me. Should anyone succeed in defeating me, I shall relinquish my ambitions of world domination. The competition is set to take place in 9 days, adhering to the rules of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but without the prohibition against killing. Thus, those who fear for their lives need not attend. Furthermore, should the need arise, I reserve the right to alter the rules at my discretion. That is all I wish to convey. Let us reconvene in 9 days. With that declaration, Cell soared into the air, breaking through the ceiling of the studio and piercing through the entire building before returning to City X. Following the conclusion of the broadcast, the entire planet erupted in excitement, with countless martial artists eager to participate in the event that had been dubbed the Cell Games. However, at that moment, all martial artists from the various Chinese martial arts schools received a directive from the Grandmaster Vegeta. No one was permitted to leave the city to partake in the Cell Games. All were instructed to remain in their respective cities to prevent any unrest. As for Cell, the Grandmaster would handle the situation. Upon receiving this command, the vast majority of individuals obediently remained in their respective cities, with only a select few martial artists choosing to defy the order and make their way to City X to participate in the Cell Games. After all, the edict issued by Vegeta did not specify any consequences for those who chose to disobey. Among these martial artists was one particularly well-regarded figure, known as Satan. A member of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Satan had mastered the Great Vajra demon-slaying fist and the Jin Jing. Although his prowess was commendable, he did not rank among the elite fighters. Nevertheless, Satan possessed an exceptional talent for self-promotion. While other martial artists preferred to live in obscurity, he consistently sought the limelight through media engagement. He relished the opportunity to challenge weaker opponents, and upon defeating them, he would boast extensively about his victories. Conversely, he refrained from confronting those he deemed formidable, often resorting to covertly bribing such individuals. Coupled with his respectable skills, this strategy helped Satan cultivate a significant reputation. Encouraged by the adulation surrounding him, he planned to showcase his abilities during the Cell Games, aiming to vanquish Cell on behalf of the others. As time passed, Goku and Gohan finally emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. However, the sight of this father-son duo astonished everyone, for they maintained their Super Saiyan forms without reverting to their normal states. Krillin gazed at Goku, his face lighting up with excitement as he inquired, Goku, do you truly believe you can defeat Cell? Goku nodded promptly, a smile gracing his lips as he assured, rest assured, after the true 9th day, I will triumph over Cell. He then approached Vegeta, smiling as he remarked, "Master, do you see? I am quite formidable now. My power should have surpassed yours." Vegeta utilized the system to assess Goku's strength. In his normal state, Goku's power had already surpassed 900 million, while in his Super Saiyan form, his combat power had escalated to over 90 billion. The reason for the notation of 90 billion is that 90 billion represents Goku's minimum combat power at present. As Goku's energy surges, his strength will continually rise until it reaches its zenith. However, the system did not indicate the transformation to Super Saiyan 2, clearly suggesting that the year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber did not enable Goku to attain this form. So, what is Cell's current power level? Vegeta has observed that Cell's power level is over 10 billion. Therefore, merely from a numerical perspective, Goku's strength does not differ significantly from that of Cell. Vegeta remarked to Goku, "It seems you have yet to surpass the Super Saiyan transformation. It appears that this time, it falls upon me to deal with Cell." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku's expression immediately soured, and he replied, "I may have underestimated the challenge. Achieving Super Saiyan 2 is not as effortless as I presumed. Now, it is up to you, Master." Vegeta nodded and then addressed the great Trunks, saying, "Let us proceed. Allow me to meticulously train you. For in the battles that lie ahead, you shall need to fight on your own." Chapter 141, Prelude to the Cell Games. Vegeta entered the room of spirit and time with future Trunks. The moment the door closed behind them, they were enveloped in silence, cut off from the external world. Vegeta did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he turned to Gotenks and inquired, "What do you believe a Super Saiyan is?" Taken aback by Vegeta's question, Gotenks was momentarily perplexed, unsure of the intent behind his father's inquiry. However, he refrained from contesting it, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "A Super Saiyan must pertain to evolution, I suppose." Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "No, the Super Saiyan transformation is merely a manifestation of our latent potential as Saiyans. In our normal state, we cannot fully unleash the hidden power within us. The transformation serves as a key to unlock this potential. During the process of becoming a Super Saiyan, the overflow of energy alters the color of our hair and our eyes. There are two prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan: the accumulation of S cells within our bodies, which can naturally build up over time, and intense emotional fluctuations." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks nodded in understanding, finally grasping the essence of the matter. "Now that we have discussed the Super Saiyan, let us move on to Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta continued, "Super Saiyan 2? This form transcends the Super Saiyan state. In simpler terms, it is an advanced manifestation of our potential." Trunks inquired, "How do we transition from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2? We can indeed deduce the transformation method for Super Saiyan 2 based on the Super Saiyan 1 transformation," Vegeta elucidated. He then stood up, walked to the white courtyard outside, and with a sharp exclamation, he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. In fact, I must clarify that while S cells and intense emotional fluctuations are two conditions for becoming a Super Saiyan, there exists a crucial prerequisite. Our strength must reach a certain limit. Without this foundation, it is impossible to transform into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta continued to explain. Upon hearing this, Trunks' eyes lit up. "So, is this why Uncle Goku always maintains his Super Saiyan state?" "Indeed, you are correct. To achieve Super Saiyan 2, we must elevate our Super Saiyan state to its utmost limit. This limit cannot be merely a fleeting moment. It requires prolonged maintenance and adaptation. Only by acclimating to such a state can we hope to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta continued to speak. After his words, he began to elevate his energy incessantly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. In that moment, Trunks, caught off guard, was swept away by the force of Vegeta's unleashed energy. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not cease to amplify his power. With a mighty roar, he successfully transcended the limits, transforming from Super Saiyan 1 into Super Saiyan 2. At this juncture, Vegeta's muscles appeared slightly more pronounced than in his Super Saiyan 1 form, causing his battle attire to stretch tightly against his physique, although his hair retained its golden hue. The length of his locks in Super Saiyan 2 was notably greater than in Super Saiyan 1. The most striking transformation was the aura surrounding him, crackling with white lightning as it clashed with the air, emitting a series of sharp sounds. It could be said that upon achieving Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta resembled a formidable god of thunder. Once Vegeta completed his transformation, Trunks returned, gazing in awe at his father's new form, and enviously inquired, "Father, you have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta retracted his transformation and nodded, stating, "Indeed, my strength has long since reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. However, my usual pursuit lies in enhancing my power in its base form, rather than attempting to transform into Super Saiyan 2. For both Super Saiyan forms, the foundation is merely the development of potential in 1's base state. The higher 1's base strength, the mightier the transformation becomes. If your base power is sufficiently elevated, you can achieve not only Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, but even Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3! Exclaimed Future Trunks in astonishment. Why not? Since we have Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2, why shouldn't there be a Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta inquired. Future Trunks promptly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this statement. Vegeta retracted his transformation and addressed the Great Trunks, saying, "Well, I have imparted all that I needed to convey. Now it is your turn to diligently train. Best of luck, for you have but a year." Thus, Vegeta commenced an intense regimen of training for the Great Trunks. In preparation for this endeavor, Vegeta had previously visited Master Karin to procure a bag of senzu beans. As time gradually passed, the Great Trunks completed his training within the hyperbolic time chamber, while the young Trunks also entered to engage in his own training. In addition to them, Beerus, the Supreme Kai, Krillin, Yamcha, and others also utilized the hyperbolic time chamber for their respective training sessions. Their purpose was not solely to surpass Cell, but rather to ensure their own power continued to grow, preventing any significant gap from forming between themselves and Vegeta. Thus, the 9th day arrived. Following their training, everyone took several days to rest and recuperate, and at this juncture, all were poised to embark towards the venue of the Cell Games. Vegeta declared, "All right, let us embark on our journey. This time, we shall decisively put an end to Cell. This affair must conclude." With that, Vegeta took the lead, soaring towards the arena constructed by Cell as the sun began to rise. Meanwhile, atop the arena, Cell was in a meditative state, honoring his previous promise not to take the life of any ordinary person during these 9 days. As the sun gradually ascended in the east, Cell slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "At last, it is about to commence. Let me see how many will participate in this round of the Cell Games." However, he was somewhat taken aback when the first individual to approach his arena was a jester-like character. Did this fellow truly fear not for his life? Chapter 142. The Advancing Satan. Due to Vegeta's influence, Satan in this world did not possess the immense fame he enjoyed in the original Dragon Ball universe. Instead, he held a modest reputation within a limited circle. Yet, Satan was unwilling to accept this reality, constantly seeking an opportunity to achieve greatness. The Cell Games presented such an opportunity. Why? Did Satan possess the strength to vanquish Cell? Certainly not. He was well aware of his limitations. Although he remained uncertain about Cell's true power, he understood that he might not be a match for him. So why did he consider this his chance? Because of Vegeta's announcement, nearly all martial artists were barred from participating in the Cell Games. Of course, many formidable martial artists would not heed Vegeta's command. However, precisely because of their strength, they were acutely aware of Cell's formidable nature. Although the Cell Games adhered to the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Cell himself stated that this time, killing was permitted. Thus, the more powerful martial artists were even less inclined to join. Did Satan not fear being slain by Cell? You underestimate him. He believed that, while he might not rival Cell, preserving his own life was certainly within his grasp. This was why he chose to partake in the Cell Games, seeking to seize his moment of fame, driving his somewhat dilapidated car. Accompanied by 2 close associates, a cameraman and a host, Satan arrived at the venue of the Cell Games, at the edge of the arena. Cell furrowed his brow as he observed Satan disembarking from the vehicle, followed by the cameraman and host. He mused, "Are these individuals here to broadcast the Cell Games to the entire world? If so, it would serve well to showcase my might, making it easier to conquer the world afterward." As Shara contemplated, Vegeta and the others descended from the heavenly temple, landing around the arena. Shara gazed at the assembled figures and exclaimed, "Vegeta, Son Goku, Trunks, you have finally arrived. The mere thought of battling you fills me with exhilaration, causing my entire being to tremble with excitement." Upon hearing that Sheru had chosen to disregard him, Bellis was instantly filled with rage. "You scoundrel, are you mocking me?" He then turned to Vegeta and the others, declaring, "In this round against Sheru, I shall strike first. I seek vengeance for Raditz." Shara cast a fleeting glance at Bellis, causing him to tremble as he was taken aback by the murderous glint in Sheru's eyes. However, following this moment of fear, Bellis was consumed with fury at himself for allowing Sheru to intimidate him with merely a glance. After all, he was the noble prince of the Psyots. Fueled by anger, he was determined to leap onto the arena to engage Sheru in a fierce battle. Just as the enraged Belus was about to charge forward, Vegeta seized his arm and said, "Acting in wrath is unwise. It would be prudent for you to remain calm for now." He then turned to Goku, stating, "I believe we should swiftly eliminate Sheru. This incident with the androids has dragged on far too long. What do you all think?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others exchanged glances, particularly Goku, who had initially wished for a third encounter with Sheru. However, since it was Vegeta who spoke, Goku reluctantly nodded and replied, "Very well. Master, you may proceed first." Vegeta nodded immediately, preparing to step onto the arena. However, just as he was about to confront Cell, a commotion erupted from the side of Satan. With a leap, Satan ascended to the stage, forming a V sign with his fingers, and exuberantly declared to the cameras below, "Hello. Dear audience, it is I, your friend Satan, who will soon engage in a life-or-death battle with Cell. Please, lend me your applause so that I may feel your encouragement. I firmly believe that with your support, I shall triumph over Cell." At that moment, viewers around the world watching the Cell games began to speculate about this sudden, self-important figure. Who is this fool, so brimming with confidence? One remarked, "Indeed, is he really going to participate in the Cell games without knowing his own strength? Will he be slaughtered by Cell?" Lamented another. "What a pity it is that we must witness such a spectacle of this man being defeated by Cell," someone else added. "Perhaps we should still applaud to offer some encouragement. After all, among the myriad martial artists in the world, only a few dare to challenge Cell." And so, a sparse applause ensued, but alas, it was too faint for Satan to hear. Unbeknownst to him, he fancied himself showered with accolades. As he foolishly posed for the cameras, Krillin remarked, "Is this guy an imbecile? What's he doing? Does he think this is a circus?" Goku scratched his head and replied, "It's quite puzzling, Master. Should you make your entrance now, or wait until the other match concludes?" Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Satan, retracted his foot, and continued, "If he wishes to engage in a contest with Cell, then let him compete. It is essential for the youth to experience the harsh realities of life." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the onlookers silently observed Satan, watching his foolish antics. Cell, somewhat displeased, pondered why Vegeta, who was evidently prepared to strike, was holding back. He glanced at Vegeta and the others, only to find them all fixated on Satan, which led him to grasp their intentions. Thus, he too scrutinized Satan, examining the jester-like figure before him. Could this individual truly be a hidden master? Cell mused, deciding to refrain from urging Vegeta and the others further, opting instead to assess Satan's prowess. After greeting the viewers at home, Satan turned to Cell and boldly proclaimed, "Cell, if you possess any self-awareness, you should surrender at once. Otherwise, when I strike, you won't even have the opportunity to withdraw." Chapter 143, The Advancing Satan. Cell, taken aback by Satan's audacity, began to ponder whether this clown was indeed a martial arts expert comparable to Vegeta or Goku. Consequently, Cell inquired, "What will you do if I refuse to concede?" Satan was momentarily stunned by Cell's response, not anticipating such a retort. Was Cell merely a fade of strength? Doubts began to swirl in Satan's mind. He contemplated a pressing question. Everyone claimed Cell was formidable, but could this assertion be false? After all, no one had witnessed Cell in action. Although there were scenes of Cell's prowess on television, could they have been mere special effects? If Cell were truly as powerful as advertised, why would he engage with Satan so cautiously? As these thoughts crystallized, Satan's conviction grew stronger, and he burst into laughter. "Cell, since you are unwilling to concede, allow me to demonstrate my true might." With that declaration, Satan retrieved a capsule from his pocket, pressed a button, and tossed it onto the arena. With a resounding thud, a massive travel bag appeared on the stage. What was his intention? Everyone looked on in confusion, uncertain of the extraordinary actions that were to follow. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd and viewers worldwide, Satan began to extract numerous tiles from the bag. Hush! Upon witnessing Satan's antics, the audience gathered before the television erupted in disapproval. Unlike the easily deceived spectators of the original tale, these viewers could hardly tolerate Satan's preposterous display of attempting to break tiles like a juggler. Across the globe, the only person extolling Satan's virtues was the host in front of the camera. "Ah, can you see? Our Mr. Satan has brought forth countless tiles. What might he be preparing to do? Can you guess? It appears our Mr. Satan intends to perform a tile-breaking act." With that, the host ascended the stage and began counting the tiles. 35 tiles. A total of 35. Our Mr. Satan is poised to break them all in one go. Let us give him a resounding applause, he exclaimed. Does he take us for fools? Young Trunks remarked, clearly dissatisfied. Without waiting for others to intervene, he soared towards Satan. Observing the sudden appearance of the child beside him, Satan was perplexed and inquired, Child, what do you intend to do? Trunks, unwilling to allow Satan to showcase his foolish tile-breaking performance, feigned a childish tone and asked, Mr. Satan, may I help you test the sturdiness of these tiles? Unbeknownst to Satan, this seemingly innocent child was, in fact, a formidable being. He crouched down and asked, Child, how do you plan to assist me in this verification? Watch me, Trunks replied, stepping up to the 35 tiles, raising his index finger skyward. Before the gaze of the onlookers, his finger became enveloped in a white energy. Huh, he exclaimed, swiftly pressing down with his finger, causing the tiles to shatter effortlessly. The 35 tiles crumbled like tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Startled by Trunks' display of power, Satan stumbled back, utterly astonished by the child's unexpected strength. Why you? He stammered, at a loss for words. Trunks smiled, picking up a shattered piece of tile and gently crushing it in his hand until it turned to dust. Mr. Satan, these tiles are of poor quality, akin to tofu. You might want to consider selecting new ones. After speaking, Trunks leaped back to the side of Vegeta and the others, and they all turned their gazes towards Satan, eager to see how he would proceed. Satan now found himself in a precarious position. The tiles meant to showcase his prowess had been shattered by a mere child. Although there were still a few tiles left in his bag, after witnessing the destruction of 35 tiles, no one would believe in the integrity of the remaining ones. Yet, he was reluctant to concede defeat. This was his meticulously crafted path to fame. At this critical juncture, the host stepped in to provide support, exclaiming loudly, Mr. Satan is preparing for his challenge against Cell. Upon hearing the host's words, Satan was momentarily taken aback, but then he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Aha, I am ready. Let me officially challenge Cell. With that, Satan assumed a fighting stance and directed his gaze at Cell. However, when confronted with the murderous intent reflected in Cell's eyes, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Time was of the essence. If he delayed any longer, he might lose the courage to act altogether. Satan thought to himself, regardless of the outcome, compared to those martial artists who dared not even show their faces, at least he would be commended for his bravery in facing defeat. With that realization, Satan finally steeled his resolve and charged towards Cell with all his might. Cell, however, remained motionless, his arms crossed over his chest. With a resounding thud, as Satan approached, it felt as though he had collided with an invisible barrier, sending him flying backward. Holding his nose, which was now bleeding from the impact, Satan stood up, bewildered, and asked, What just happened? He then reached out with his hand, attempting to feel his way forward, only to encounter an unseen wall. No matter how forcefully he pushed against it, he found himself unable to penetrate through. Vegeta and his companions were certainly aware of the unfolding events. However, the ordinary host and many spectators remained oblivious, believing that Satan was merely jesting. Consequently, they resumed their derisive cheers. The host, bewildered, turned to Satan and inquired, Mr. Satan, what are you doing? Struggling against an invisible barrier, Satan replied, I am engaged in a duel, yet it seems there is an unseen wall before me that I cannot breach. Chapter 144. The game of Cell. Upon witnessing this clownish individual fail to overcome his own energy barrier, Cell was rendered speechless, devoid of any desire to engage such a fool. Subsequently, Cell unleashed a surge of energy, sending Satan hurtling away. Unprepared, Satan soared through the air, shouting as he passed over the heads of the host and cameraman, How could this happen? This is not the outcome I anticipated. Cell, you wait for me. I shall return. With that proclamation, Satan vanished into the distant sky. Little Trunks shielded his eyes from the sun and gazed into the distance, lamenting, What a pity. Such an entertaining clown has vanished so swiftly. Meanwhile, Cell on the platform turned his attention to Vegeta and the others, asking, Vegeta, Goku, who among you is prepared to make the first move? Allow me, Vegeta declared, stepping onto the arena. Excellent, Cell replied, Vegeta, since my arrival in this world, I have longed to face you in combat. In my previous realm, the strongest was Goku. I never expected that here, the strongest would be you, Vegeta. This revelation indeed surprises me. He cast a glance at Goku before continuing, yet, it also excites me greatly. I have fought Goku thrice and can see that his power has significantly increased. Nevertheless, I am confident that he remains no match for me. However, you, Vegeta, are an enigma. I cannot gauge your true strength. After a moment of contemplation, Cell fixed his gaze on Vegeta and slowly remarked, "Yet, I am assured that, regardless, you cannot rival my prowess. I trust Dr. Gero. Once I absorb androids 17 and 18, I shall become invincible." Vegeta ascended the stage and approached Cell, declaring, "What, Doctor? Gero perceives as invincibility is merely a reflection of data gathered many years ago. However, throughout these years, we have not remained stagnant. Our strength has been continuously enhancing, and the pace of this enhancement has accelerated. Thus, while you may believe yourself to be invincible, you are but a shadow of your former self. The current you is merely a moderately powerful adversary." Cell retorted, "Huh? Your words are mere bravado. You will need to witness my true strength before you relent. Come forth." Vegeta bellowed, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, his form enveloped in a golden aura that radiated his immense power. He then took a deep breath, drawing all his energy inward. "This is Super Saiyan at full power," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Bellis inquired, "What does full power mean?" Wukong slowly elucidated, "It is quite simple. Generally, when we transform into Super Saiyans, our energy overflows, enveloping us in a golden aura. However, this leads to a dilemma. We cannot fully harness the complete power of a Super Saiyan, as much of the energy dissipates into the surroundings." At this juncture, Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Vegeta and added, "However, my Master's current state is different. He has managed to contain all that overflowing energy within his body, ensuring that he can unleash the full strength of a Super Saiyan." Krillin then interjected, "So, Wukong, can you also fight in such a state?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Wukong scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "I'm sorry, I just recently managed to reach such a realm." Thus, Bellis remarked, "Does this mean Vegeta's power is exceptionally formidable, rivaling that of Cell?" Sun Wukong responded, "It's hard to say. I cannot fully gauge Cell's strength. However, full power in Super Saiyan form has its drawbacks. While my master has absorbed the overflowing energy, it also scorches his body. His body temperature will continuously rise. So he must conclude the battle before he can no longer withstand it. Otherwise, he risks being burned by his own energy." Upon hearing Wukong's words, everyone cast worried glances at Vegeta, uncertain if the outcome would unfold as Wukong had predicted. "Oh, are you planning to unleash your full power right from the start?" Cell exclaimed in astonishment. "If that's the case, I shall give it my all as well," he declared loudly. Then, an overwhelming aura erupted from Cell, its immense force compelling Wukong and the others to raise their arms to shield themselves from the onslaught. Once the aura subsided, Wukong remarked nonchalantly, "My master is bound to win." "Why?" Everyone looked at Sun Wukong in confusion, unsure why he felt Vegeta had the upper hand even before they had engaged. "After my master unleashed his aura, it felt like a gentle breeze, almost imperceptible. Yet, Cell's aura was so powerful it nearly swept us off our feet. This clearly indicates that my master's control over his energy surpasses Cell's by a significant margin," Wukong explained. "Really? Is that so?" Everyone expressed their astonishment in unison. However, Wukong quickly added, "Yet we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Cell is deliberately doing this to intimidate us." At this moment, Trunks suddenly spoke up, asserting, "No. Uncle Goku is absolutely correct. In this confrontation, my father is destined to prevail. Everyone should simply watch." Upon hearing Trunks, the crowd momentarily paused in surprise, then recalled that Trunks had trained alongside Vegeta for a year. His unwavering confidence surely indicated he was privy to Vegeta's hidden strategies. Before the onlookers could ponder further, Vegeta initiated the assault, launching an attack on Cell. Initially, Vegeta refrained from using his most formidable techniques, opting instead for conventional punches, palm strikes, and claw attacks against Cell. The two combatants quickly became embroiled in a fierce struggle, evenly matched in their exchange. After 2 encounters with Goku, Cell had acclimated to the intricacies of martial arts. And moreover, he had devised his own techniques inspired by these skills. The dazzling and intricate maneuvers captivated the audience worldwide. This match truly hinges on Mr. Vegeta. What was that previous spectacle with Satan? Utter nonsense, exclaimed an irate spectator. Indeed, echoed the sentiments of those surrounding him, nodding in agreement. Chapter 145. The Cell Games 2. The two fighters ascended from the ground into the air, their strengths nearly equal. As they grew familiar with each other's techniques, the battle evolved into a contest of power, speed, and skill. While Cell held the advantage in strength and speed, Vegeta undeniably outclassed him in technique. Thus, throughout their hundreds of exchanges, neither combatant managed to gain a definitive upper hand. With a resounding thud, they both landed back on the arena floor. Cell, his expression grave, regarded Vegeta and stated, "I never anticipated that after evolving into my perfect form, I would encounter someone who could match me so closely. However, I realize that your ability to hold your ground for this long is solely due to your techniques approaching perfection. Your skill compensates for the disparity in our strength and speed, but what of your stamina? What of your energy? Can it sustain you through an extended battle against me?" The critical question remains, if I were to engage you in a direct contest of energy, would you dare to face it head-on? Upon concluding his words, Cell crouched low and bellowed, "Kamehameha." Krillin and Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment. Though they were aware of Cell's capacity to perform the Kamehameha, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. This guy can truly unleash the Kamehameha. As Cell's declaration echoed, an immensely powerful Kamehameha surged from his palms, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta could not possibly confront Cell's Kamehameha head-on. Instead, he leaped gracefully into the air, evading Cell's formidable attack. Observing Vegeta's maneuver, Cell let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "Do you truly believe that evading in such a manner will spare you from my assault?" With that, he raised both hands, and in an instant, the Kamehameha he had unleashed altered its trajectory, pursuing the direction in which Vegeta had leapt. Indeed, Cell exhibited remarkable control over his power. It was impressive how effortlessly he could redirect such a potent Kamehameha. Vegeta continued to evade Cell's relentless assaults, while Cell redirected the Kamehameha wave towards him. However, a sense of confusion enveloped the onlookers. Why did Cell persist in controlling the Kamehameha wave to track Vegeta, even when it was evidently incapable of striking him? After a tense interval of approximately 10 seconds, Cell abruptly ceased his barrage, causing the immense Kamehameha to disintegrate into numerous energy spheres that floated ominously in the air. Most critically, these suspended orbs encircled Vegeta at their center. "Trouble!" Goku exclaimed, his voice piercing through the tension. Before anyone could voice their concerns, Cell let out a chilling chuckle, then spread his arms wide and with a sweeping motion commanded the multitude of floating energy spheres to surge towards the encircled Vegeta. There was no escape. This was the singular thought racing through Vegeta's mind as he bellowed, "Kaioken." Instantly, the oncoming energy spheres were enveloped in the force of his technique, swirling and elongating as they began to rotate around his form. Vegeta continued to unleash the intricate yin and yang energies of his instant transmission technique. The energy spheres encircling his form began to converge towards his hands, ultimately being gathered and compressed into a singular, resplendent energy orb. Cell gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, disbelief evident in his expression. How could it be possible? How could you compress even my energy blasts? The diminutive energy orb nestled quietly and obediently within the palm of Vegeta's hand. Vegeta did not respond to Cell's words. Instead, he abruptly appeared before him. "What do you intend to do?" Cell exclaimed, immediately wishing to retreat and evade Vegeta's impending assault. However, Vegeta struck first, forcefully pressing the energy sphere he had condensed against Cell's chest. The orb swiftly penetrated Cell's formidable physique as if his extraordinary physical resilience were non-existent. The energy spread from Cell's torso like mercury, unfurling and enveloping the upper half of his body in a manner reminiscent of blooming flowers. Vegeta leapt with a singular bound, propelling himself away. With a thunderous explosion, the upper half of Cell's body was obliterated by his own energy blast. Krillin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed loudly, "We won. We triumphed." Yamcha, with arms wide open, embraced Krillin tightly, and the two of them jubilantly leaped and bounced in celebration. However, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Among the crowd, only the two of them were reveling in joy, while the others gazed solemnly at the half-destroyed Cell. "What is wrong with you all?" Krillin inquired softly. Goku, with a grave expression, replied, "Because Cell is not dead, his energy has hardly diminished." The others nodded in agreement, and Belis clenched his fists, exclaiming, "That scoundrel!" Vegeta gazed at the motionless Cell, still sprawled upon the arena, and inquired, "Is this amusing to you? Are you not going to rise?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Cell executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself upright. The onlookers beheld in astonishment as a new upper body materialized seamlessly from the severed remnants. The rejuvenated Cell rotated his neck and remarked, "Am I not doing this for your amusement?" Vegeta bent down and continued, "There is no need. Once I have defeated you, we shall revel in our triumph." "Oh, defeat me? Do you possess such capability?" Cell interjected, "You have just witnessed that even with half of my body annihilated, I can regenerate. But you, can you sever your own limbs and return anew? Thus, I assert that I am the most perfect being in existence. All of you, including you Scions, are merely inferior creatures." Vegeta retorted, "No matter how you argue, it does not alter the fact that you are merely an artificial being, a mere hybrid. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the previously jubilant Cell's expression shifted dramatically. His visage darkened as he replied, "It seems I must shatter your skull to silence your incessant chatter." With that, the two combatants once again plunged into an intense battle atop the arena. Chapter 149, The Cell Games 3 this time. The clash between the two was even more ferocious, no longer a mere probing of strengths, but a relentless exchange of lethal blows. With a resounding crack, Cell's fist struck Vegeta's cheek. In retaliation, Vegeta executed a sweeping kick that connected with the back of Cell's head, and they both plummeted heavily onto the arena floor. The prolonged confrontation had drained much of their energy, rendering them nearly incapable of sustaining flight. Gasping for breath, they stood on the arena. And it was Cell who broke the silence with a laugh. "You're finished, aren't you? This battle is mine for the taking." Cell guffawed, adding, "Unlike you, I have absorbed androids 17 and 18, who possess an everlasting energy core, allowing my energy recovery to outpace yours." Just as Cell claimed, within the brief exchange of words, the energy he had expended began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. "So prepare to meet your demise." Cell clenched his fists, a formidable aura once again radiating from him. Vegeta remained silent, standing tall as he brushed off the dust from his attire. "Do you believe that you alone possess a trump card?" he remarked. Cell, relishing the opportunity to engage Vegeta in conversation to buy time, continued, "Is that so? If you possess such a card, why not avail it? Anyone can boast. I could claim to be the strongest in the universe." Upon hearing Cell's mocking words, Vegeta showed no inclination to retort. Instead, he spoke to himself. "You should recognize this form of mine, shouldn't you?" Cell paused, momentarily caught off guard, and inquired, "Super Saiyan, what of it?" Vegeta pressed on. "Do you think that we Saions are limited to merely transforming into Super Saions?" At this moment, Cell's smile faded, and he replied, "What do you mean by that?" He hesitated, unsure if he had accurately discerned Vegeta's implication, and thus chose not to elaborate further. Vegeta, continuing from Cell's words, proclaimed, "Indeed. It is the transformation of the Super Saiyan who transcends the Super Saiyan." Hearing this convoluted title, Cell furrowed his brow and retorted, "What a ridiculous name. Are you trying to deceive me?" "Whether I am deceiving you or not, you shall soon find out," Vegeta replied, as he clenched his fists and began to elevate his own energy. In mere moments, Cell witnessed Vegeta's previously feeble energy surge dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of power they had just exhibited in their prior confrontation. Even more alarming to Cell was the fact that Vegeta's energy continued to ascend. After a few more seconds, Vegeta's power surpassed Cell's peak level. Instantly, Cell was engulfed in terror, exclaiming, "This is impossible. By what right do you possess strength that surpasses mine? I am the perfect being." Following this declaration, Cell, consumed by rage, launched a frenzied assault on Vegeta, unleashing countless energy blasts in his direction. Yet, it was futile. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 transformation was already fully matured. He merely sought to psychologically overwhelm Cell with this display. Just as Cell's attacks were about to strike Vegeta, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. An overwhelming aura erupted from Vegeta's being, shattering Cell's oncoming assaults. The energy blasts that were deflected scattered in all directions, with some rebounding towards Goku and the others. Goku and his companions swiftly dodged, especially the two Trunks, while Gohan assisted Krillin and Yamcha in evading the formidable energy blasts. "Thank you, Big Trunks, Gohan, Little Trunks." Krillin and Yamcha expressed their gratitude to the young warriors, acknowledging how perilous the moment had been. Had they been alone, they might not have escaped unscathed. Once pleasantries were exchanged, their focus shifted back to the arena, where they beheld Vegeta enveloped in a golden aura, crackling with energy. The essence of Super Saiyan 1 flickered like a candle's flame, powerful yet somewhat insubstantial, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. In stark contrast, the essence of Super Saiyan 2 radiated with undeniable brilliance, its golden aura spreading forth like a blinding light. Vegeta proclaimed, "I have only recently perfected my transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and thus I am unable to unleash my full power as I did in Super Saiyan 1. Consequently, my endurance is limited. We must expedite the conclusion of this battle." With that, Vegeta charged once more at Cell, launching a relentless assault. This time, the fight was no longer evenly matched. Confronted with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form, Cell found himself utterly incapable of mounting a defense. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, rendering Cell akin to a mere punching bag, subjected to Vegeta's unyielding barrage. Ultimately, Vegeta delivered a powerful blow to Cell's abdomen. Struck by such a formidable hit, Cell could no longer withstand the force, and with a gasp, a figure was expelled from his mouth. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze to discover that it was none other than Android 18 who had been ejected from Cell. How is this possible? How could I have expelled 18? She should have been fully assimilated into me by now. Cell bellowed, enraged, as he attempted to absorb 18 back into his being. How could Vegeta possibly allow the absorption of Android 18 to occur once more, only to subsequently send Cell flying with a flurry of punches and kicks? Without glancing back, Vegeta commanded, Krillin, assist Android 18 and ensure her well-being. I shall take it upon myself to eliminate Cell once and for all. After uttering these words, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Cell and inquired, do you possess any remaining trump cards? Though I suspect you do not. It is time to conclude this. Allow me to extinguish your wretched life. Cell, unwilling to accept defeat, bellowed in defiance, you insolent fool, I am meant to be invincible. If that is the case, let us meet our demise together. Vegeta, well aware of the original storyline, offered a faint smile before unleashing a tremendous force from his palms. In an instant, a colossal golden dragon surged forth from his being. Racing towards Cell. Chapter 147, The Cell Games 4. At this moment, Cell's physique had swelled considerably. It was evident to all that he intended to annihilate the Earth through self-destruction. However, this plan required time, and before Cell could initiate his detonation, he was swiftly overpowered by the immense golden dragon. With its gaping maw, the dragon clamped down on Cell's form and ascended into the sky. No. Cell bellowed in a frenzy, desperately thrashing to escape the dragon's grasp. Yet, it was futile. Given Cell's current power, he was utterly incapable of breaking free from Vegeta's assault. A thunderous explosion erupted as Cell self-destructed, a deafening sound reverberating through the heavens, with a powerful shockwave surging towards Vegeta and his companions. Almost immediately, another deafening blast followed, as the golden dragon unleashed by Vegeta detonated. Thus, an even mightier shockwave descended upon the Earth. The weaker fighters, Krillin and Yamcha, were pinned to the ground, while others, including Trunks and Goku, transformed into Super Saiyans to withstand the onslaught. As for the two ordinary individuals, the host and the cameraman, they had been blown away by the residual force of the previous battle, fortuitously avoiding the brunt of the two shockwaves. Otherwise, their frail bodies would have been reduced to mere pulp. After approximately a minute, the dust began to settle, and everyone rose to their feet, only to behold a vast area of several hundred kilometers where the ground had sunk over 50 meters, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Vegeta retracted his Super Saiyan 2 transformation and addressed his companions, stating, "It appears that Cell has been entirely vanquished. Let us return to the sacred temple. I believe the Supreme Kai has gathered all the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group nodded in agreement and swiftly ascended towards the celestial realm of the Supreme Kai. True to Vegeta's expectations, the Supreme Kai presented the 7 Dragon Balls, placing them upon the temple floor, and summoned the Eternal Dragon. "I can grant you any 3 wishes. What is your first desire?" The dragon intoned. "Please, restore all those who fell at the hands of Cell." Goku exclaimed. "That wish is quite simple." The dragon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and in an instant, the wish was fulfilled. As the dragon enacted the wish, individuals who had perished across the globe materialized once more upon the earth. "Shouldn't I have been dead? Was I not slain by that monstrous being?" A newly revived individual cried out. Nearby, another echoed. "Indeed, I too distinctly remember being killed by a creature. Could it be that we have all merely been dreaming?" One person pondered aloud. "You dreamed alone, while the rest of us shared the same vision," another retorted dismissively. While the world contemplated the enigma of their resurrection, the Eternal Dragon in the sacred temple inquired about their second wish. At that moment, the group found themselves at a loss for further desires, glancing at one another and asking, "Do you have any wishes remaining?" Others shook their heads, responding, "It seems there are no further desires to fulfill." At this juncture, the Supreme Kai chastised them. "You fools, insisting that I modify the dragon to grant 3 wishes. Yet you have only made 1. This is unacceptable. You must present 3 wishes without fail." At this moment, Vegeta proclaimed, "Dragon, please restore the buildings, forests, mountains, and everything else that were destroyed by Cell." Upon hearing Vegeta's wish, everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that his request was truly splendid. The dragon acknowledged the wish and stated, "This wish is quite simple." With a flash of its crimson eyes, it promptly granted Vegeta's request. After fulfilling his desire, Vegeta turned to the others and said, "All right. We have one last wish remaining. Who among you shall claim it?" Just then, the unconscious Android 18 awakened, her enchanting eyes surveying the surroundings. "You're awake," exclaimed Krillin, joyfully rushing to support her. "Wasn't he, I suppose, to have been absorbed by Cell?" "Where am I?" Android 18 inquired. Krillin explained, "Cell has been vanquished by Vegeta. During the battle, you were expelled from Cell's body by him. We are currently in the sacred world of the Kais. We just made a wish to the dragon to resurrect those killed by Cell." At this point, Bella suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Raditz!" Oh heavens! Raditz is still in the capsule refrigerator. Without delay, Bellis called Bulma to inquire about Raditz's condition. Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly retrieved the capsule containing Raditz's body and pressed the button to release it. With a thunderous explosion, the capsule transformed, bursting open. Moments later, Bulma witnessed Raditz gasping for air in the yard. She chuckled awkwardly and picked up the phone to inform Bellis, "It's all good. Raditz has indeed been revived and is alive." Returning to the sacred world of the Kais, the dragon inquired, "Have you all decided what your final wish shall be?" Just as Goku was about to call the dragon back, Android 18 asked, "I would like to know about 17. Has he been revived as well?" The group was uncertain. But Vegeta replied, "You should have been revived. Let us ask the dragon." "Do you think the dragon can answer that question?" Yamcha expressed skepticism about the dragon's ability to respond to Vegeta's query. Nevertheless, Vegeta boldly addressed the dragon, saying, "Dragon, please resurrect Android 17. The dragon then responded, "Android 17 has already been revived and cannot be resurrected again." Upon hearing the dragon's answer, Vegeta shrugged his shoulders and remarked to the others, "See, the dragon has indeed answered." Everyone fell silent. In the end, it was Krillin who made the final wish to the eternal dragon, saying, "O dragon, please assist in removing the bombs from the android's body." This wish was quite simple. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light and promptly fulfilled Krillin's request. Chapter 148. 7 years later for the dragon. Eliminating the bombs from the android's body was an effortless task, accomplished with but a mere thought. "Well, I have granted all 3 of your wishes. Now farewell." With that, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the earth once more. The removal of the bombs felt like an immense weight lifted from Android 18, and she cast a grateful glance at Krillin, saying, "Thank you." Upon hearing 18's words of gratitude, Krillin blushed deeply, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, responding, "It's no trouble at all. I would do anything for you." At Krillin's declaration, laughter erupted among the others, particularly from young Trunks, who mimicked Krillin's words with exaggerated enthusiasm. "It's no trouble at all. I would do anything for you. You little rascal, just wait. I shall teach you a lesson," Krillin retorted while chasing after young Trunks. Observing the playful exchange between Krillin and Trunks, everyone burst into hearty laughter. After a moment of amusement, 18 rose from the ground and addressed the group. "I am immensely grateful to all of you for saving me and 17. I must now go find him, so until we meet again." Having said this, 18 turned back to Krillin, her expression a blend of complexity and hesitation, seemingly on the verge of saying something, yet held back by an unspoken concern. Ultimately, she said nothing and swiftly flew out of the heavenly temple. Krillin extended his hand and opened his mouth, but no words came forth. He could only watch as Android 18 soared away. "Goodness, what are you waiting for? Go after her," the love expert Yamcha urged, visibly anxious. Vegeta interjected, "Indeed. It is quite evident. Why are you hesitating? Are you training to be foolish?" Krillin, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Should I really pursue?" "Of course," came the unanimous response from everyone present. Bolstered by their encouragement, Krillin surged forth with renewed determination toward the Temple of the Gods. "Go, Uncle Krillin!" shouted little Trunks and Gohan in unison. Meanwhile, not far from the venue of the Cell Games, a figure was laboriously making his way toward them. With his mouth agape and tongue lolling like a lost dog, he trudged onward. Should anyone have been nearby, they would have immediately recognized this unfortunate soul as Mr. Satan, who had previously been sent flying by Cell. As he stumbled forward, he muttered to himself, "Where am I? Am I heading in the right direction?" Looking around, Mr. Satan found himself surrounded by an endless stretch of desert, utterly unable to discern the correct path. As he continued on, he suddenly tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, his body too weary to rise again. He wished to succumb to the earth. Yet, Fortune's favor arrived unexpectedly. A voice emerged around him, exclaiming, "My goodness, Mr. Satan, I never anticipated that you would be the one to ultimately triumph over Cell. You are truly remarkable." Upon hearing the voice, Mr. Satan looked up to see that it belonged to the host who had accompanied him earlier, followed closely by a cameraman. Unfortunately, the camera had been lost, as both individuals had also been blown away by the shockwaves of the battle. After enduring great hardship, they had finally managed to return. Initially dazed, Mr. Satan quickly regained his composure, stood up, struck a pose, and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, it is true. It was through my own efforts that Cell was vanquished. I am the guardian of world peace." Instantly, the host and the cameraman erupted in enthusiastic applause, though the clapping was somewhat sparse. Nevertheless, despite their excitement, Satan and his companions were confronted with a pressing dilemma: how to return to the city. Fortunately, the host was not directionally challenged, and soon he discerned the correct path, leading the three of them as they supported one another on their way to the city. Time flowed by like a gentle stream, and within approximately 6 months, the impact of Cell on the Earth had swiftly faded, especially since Vegeta and the others had utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect all those who had perished and to restore the damaged buildings and environment. People around the world began to perceive Cell's previous emergence as nothing more than a fleeting dream. Although this dream felt strikingly real, it was difficult for anyone to believe in the devastation that Cell had wrought. Upon returning to the city, Satan, alongside the host, boisterously proclaimed his victory over Cell. However, apart from a select few, the vast majority remained skeptical. They doubted the very existence of Cell, let alone Satan's claims. Thus, the man who had hoped to achieve fame and recognition found his dreams shattered once more. A year later, Vegeta's second son, Bulla, and Goku's second son, Goten, were born. The birth of Berta indeed took Vegeta by surprise, as this character was evidently absent from the original narrative. However, given the existence of time travel, the notion of having an additional son did not seem particularly implausible. The name Bert was bestowed by Bulma, and it is evident that Vegeta finds it rather unappealing. However, it is clear that Bulma holds the reins in their household, leaving Vegeta with no choice but to accept this rather unpleasant name. After the arrival of their two little ones, Krillin, who had been absent for an entire year, reappeared alongside Android 18. This sudden appearance elicited laughter from everyone, who began to jest at the couple. Thus, in the following year, Krillin and Android 18 tied the knot. Their wedding was rather modest. Krillin, an orphan raised in the Korin Tower, and Android 18, with only Android 17 as her kin, had a ceremony attended primarily by familiar faces like Vegeta. A year later, Krillin and Android 18 welcomed their daughter, Marin, making Yamcha the only one among their circle of friends yet to marry. Initially, they urged him to settle down, but upon witnessing his prowess in courting, they ceased their encouragement. Consequently, 7 years of tranquility followed the conclusion of the Cell games. Chapter 149. Strength after reunion. A new day dawned, and Trunks prepared to return to school, now a high school student. Bulma had envisioned that Trunks and Gohan would attend an elite private academy. However, during their very first week, the pair engaged in a brawl with several aristocratic youths, resulting in quite severe injuries, though fortunately not life-threatening or likely to cause permanent disabilities. Naturally, the parents of those noble children were displeased by the violence inflicted upon their offspring and banded together to demand the expulsion of Trunks and Gohan from the institution. Their families were formidable, their influence rivaling that of Bulma's Capsule Corporation. In a fit of anger, Bulma ultimately enrolled the two troublemakers in a public school and hired a private tutor to instruct them at home. Today marked the official start of their freshman year, and as Bert watched her brother depart with his backpack, she curiously inquired, "Brother, what time will you be back today?" Trunks replied, "I'll be back soon, probably around 3 in the afternoon. Just behave at home and wait for me so we can play together." With that, he set off, driving towards the school. At this moment, Vegeta emerged from the training chamber, having just completed his regimen for the day. At his current level of mastery, there was no longer a necessity for him to engage in relentless daily practice. The forthcoming breakthroughs demanded a more nuanced approach, one that could not be achieved solely through diligent training. System, please display my attribute panel. I wish to assess my current physical attributes. The system offered no verbal response but promptly revealed Vegeta's statistics. Name, Vegeta. Age, 41 years. Normal battle power, 8. 83 billion Super Saiyan 1 battle power, 88. 3 billion Super Saiyan 2 battle power, 441. 5 billion Super Saiyan 3 battle power, 883 billion. Physical condition, healthy. Martial arts, 9 suns. Divine art, realm of 7 suns. Other skills, omitted. Skills, immortal body, instant transmission. Martial points, 34, 590. Gazing at his attributes, Vegeta exhaled deeply, reflecting, not bad. These 7 years have not been in vain. However, the realm of 7 suns proves quite challenging to master, as I have yet to achieve perfection despite the passage of time. For Vegeta, the most significant accomplishments over the past few years included procuring the immortal body and instant transmission from the system's marketplace. The years had been arduous during the Cell games. His martial points were nearly depleted. To acquire several divine skills from the marketplace, Vegeta had to tirelessly promote Chinese martial arts over the span of 7 years. Not only on Earth but also on several nearby planets, he ardently advocated for this discipline. Ultimately, after months of relentless effort, he amassed sufficient martial points last month to learn the 2 skills he coveted most. Following the acquisition of these abilities, Vegeta finally felt a sense of relief, easing the burdens he had carried, and only yesterday did he return to Earth from other planets. After taking a refreshing shower to cleanse himself, Vegeta found Bulma immersed in her experiments within her laboratory. Vegeta embraced Bulma from behind, intending to express his longing for her. However, his words were swiftly silenced by Bulma's subsequent request. Vegeta, if possible, could you perhaps leave my laboratory for a while? I am currently immersed in an extraordinarily important research project that has reached a critical phase. Could you grant me some time? After speaking, Bulma turned and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Vegeta before ushering him out. Vegeta was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that after such a prolonged absence, Bulma would treat him in this manner. However, there was no recourse. He had already been expelled by Bulma, and he was acutely aware of her temperament. Should he dare to re-enter, he could be certain that Bulma would swiftly retaliate and expel him once more. Thus, with no other options, the idle Vegeta resorted to entertaining himself by playing with Berta. In the afternoon, Trunks and Gohan returned from school and made their way to Vegeta's residence. Uncle Vegeta, you're back, Gohan exclaimed joyfully, greeting Vegeta. Vegeta scrutinized Gohan and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, Gohan, has your father neglected to teach you martial arts over the years? Your strength remains disappointingly low. Upon his assessment, Vegeta noted that Gohan's power level was merely over 30 million in his normal state. Fortunately, Gohan retained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. Nonetheless, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan's strength was still insufficient to match Vegeta's normal state. In contrast to Gohan, Trunks exhibited significantly superior prowess, boasting a power level exceeding 80 million in his base form, along with the ability to transform into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2. Shortly thereafter, Goku arrived with Chi-Chi. Krillin accompanied by Android 18, Yamcha with his new girlfriend, Raditz with his wife and son, and Bellis with his wife and companion. Additionally, the gathering included Puar, Oolong, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu, all convening at Bulma's residence. Raditz and Bellis's wives were both ordinary yet beautiful Earthlings, having decided to reside permanently on Earth. Ultimately opting for marriage and parenthood, Raditz welcomed a son named Petter, aged 5, while Bellis had a daughter named Banana, also 5 years old. As for Tien's presence, unlike in the original narrative, he did not initially betray his master, Master Roshi. However, their philosophies began to clash. During the emergence of Cell, Tien wished to intervene but was restrained by Master Roshi, leading to a significant conflict that resulted in their eventual separation. Later, when Goku promoted Chinese martial arts on Earth, he encountered Tien once more, rekindling their camaraderie. This gathering was held to celebrate Vegeta's return to Earth, as it had been years since they had all convened, and they sought to revel in each other's company. Suddenly, at that moment, the Supreme Kai appeared at Vegeta's doorstep accompanied by 2 unfamiliar individuals. Is this Mr. Vegeta's residence? Inquired a short-statured figure to the Supreme Kai. Indeed, Lord Kaioshin, let us enter. They should all be inside, the Supreme Kai responded. Thus, under his guidance, the 3 entered Vegeta's home. Chapter 150, the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. The unexpected arrival of the 3 individuals sparked curiosity among the group. While everyone was familiar with the Supreme Kai, his rare descents from the Kaioshin realm to the mortal world were generally dictated by duty. The 2 companions beside him, however, were even more enigmatic to the assembly, save for Vegeta, who recognized them as Kaioshin Shin and his attendant Kibito. Shin greeted everyone present with ease. Hello, everyone. It seemed as though he were the master of this place. Subsequently, Xian approached a dining table, gazing at the roasted meat upon the plates, and inquired, May I sample these delectable offerings? Of course, please indulge yourself. Although Bulma appeared slightly taken aback, she graciously invited him to partake in the culinary delights she had prepared. Bulma had faith in the deity, since he was brought by the divine, These two strangers must also be allies. Sun Wukong quietly approached the deity and asked, Divine One, who are these two individuals? The deity responded in hushed tones, both of them are significant figures, notable personages from the heavens. Significant figures? Are there beings greater than you on earth? Sun Wukong queried, puzzled. The deity promptly replied, Sun Wukong, do not be so hasty with your words. I am merely the god of earth, while these two eminent figures govern the entirety of the universe. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong suddenly understood and, with a broad grin, advanced towards the Kaishin, extending his hand. Greetings, celestial being from the cosmos. I am Sun Wukong, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Jebet, witnessing Sun Wukong's audacious gesture towards the Kaishin, was instantly filled with rage and positioned himself between them. He shouted, You impertinent brat, how dare you? Fortunately, the Kaishin intervened, halting Jebet's impending rebuke. Otherwise, he would likely have faced a severe reprimand from the assembly. Jebet, refrain from speaking so carelessly. We are in their abode and must exhibit courtesy, the Kaishin admonished. After this, he extended his hand to shake Sun Wukong's, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Sun Wukong, I am Xin. The Kaishin refrained from disclosing his true identity, perhaps believing that revealing it would astonish Vegeta and the others. If Vegeta were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark that he was overthinking the situation. Due to his prolonged absence from Earth, Vegeta only returned yesterday. As a consequence, Bulma assigned him the task of preparing a barbecue for everyone. At that moment, he approached the gathering with a platter of grilled meat in hand. Placing the dish on the table, Vegeta addressed the Supreme Kai, inquiring, Hello? Are you two here to sample the barbecue I've prepared? The Supreme Kai swallowed the morsel in his mouth and extended his hand towards Vegeta, saying, You must be Mr. Vegeta. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shin. I have admired you for quite some time, and it is truly an honor to finally meet you. Vegeta firmly grasped the hand of his counterpart, reminding him, Sir, you have yet to answer my question. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Xian suddenly exclaimed, I became so excited upon meeting Mr. Vegeta that I momentarily forgot to convey the purpose of my visit. He continued, The reason we have come here, Mr. Vegeta, is to extend an invitation to you all to participate in the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. The mention of the World Martial Arts Tournament left everyone, aside from Vegeta, momentarily speechless. Although the martial artists on Earth had become significantly more powerful than during the original timeline due to Vegeta's influence, the tournament promised to be far more exhilarating than before. Not only had Earth's martial artists grown formidable, but even Krillin and Yamcha had reached extraordinary levels of strength. Should Krillin and Yamcha choose to enter the tournament, the championship would likely fall into their grasp with ease. Thus, the unexpected invitation to participate in the tournament left them at a loss for words. May I inquire, Mr. Xian, why you wish for us to join the World Martial Arts Tournament? Vegeta asked. I presume your intentions extend beyond merely having us step into the ring for a match? Indeed. If you do not reveal your true purpose, we certainly will not participate in the tournament, the others echoed in agreement. At this moment, Xian fell silent, hesitating over whether to disclose the matter concerning Majin Buu. After contemplating the necessity of Vegeta and his comrades' assistance in vanquishing Majin Buu, Xian ultimately resolved to share the truth. Setting aside the bamboo skewer in his hand, Xian spoke, Very well. I believe that if I do not reveal the genuine reason for my visit, you likely will not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, allow me to explain. Millions of years ago, a monster named Majin Buu was born in the universe, embodying the most malevolent forces and representing the epitome of evil. Following Buu's emergence, another sinister sorcerer named Deity utilized magic to exert control over Buu, unleashing destruction across the cosmos and annihilating countless planets. However, during this process, Majin Buu began to evolve and sought to break free from Bibidai's grasp. Ultimately, Bibidai's power proved insufficient to contain Majin Buu, leading to Buu being sealed away on Earth. After sealing Majin Buu, we eliminated Bibidi, and thus, millions of years have passed. Wow. Upon hearing Xian's introduction, everyone was taken aback. They had never imagined that the formidable Majin Buu was still sealed on Earth. What relevance does this have to our participation in the martial arts tournament? Can participating in the tournament truly vanquish Majin Buu? Son Goku inquired further. Xian continued, explaining that Majin Buu had been sealed away, and left to his own devices, he would eventually perish with the passage of time. However, it was unforeseen that Bibidi had a son, an evil sorcerer named Babidi, who was currently searching for Majin Buu on Earth with the intent of awakening him. The revival of Majin Buu demands immense power, thus I hope everyone will participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, as this would facilitate deity in absorbing energy. Subsequently, we could trace their whereabouts, locate the seal of Majin Buu, and eliminate deity. Chapter 151. Participation in the Martial Arts Tournament. Eliminate deity. But what of Majin Buu? Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, Son Goku furrowed his brow. The others nodded in agreement, and Bulma chimed in. Surely, you do not intend to leave such a dangerous creature as Majin Buu on Earth. Before the Supreme Kai could respond, his attendant Jebet interjected dismissively. Are you jesting? Majin Buu is not something you can contend with. The Supreme Kai promptly halted Jebet as further remarks, stating, the power of Majin Buu is immensely formidable, particularly with his immortality and ability to absorb life to enhance his strength. Should he be released, the entire Earth and universe would be in grave peril. Thus, if we eliminate deity, Majin Buu will gradually perish due to the absence of his power source. While the Supreme Kai's words were met with silent acknowledgement, opposition was not voiced, as respect for the Supreme Kai prevailed. However, it was evident that the Supreme Kai discerned the skepticism in their hearts, and he continued. I understand that you harbor doubts about my words. I also recognize that Frieza was defeated on Earth, but trust me, I could effortlessly vanquish Frieza a dozen times over. Yet against Majin Buu, no number of me would stand a chance. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai pierce through their thoughts and draw a comparison with Frieza, the group concealed their apprehensions, not out of fear of Majin Buu, but rather of being further scrutinized by the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai then asked, what are your thoughts on my invitation to participate in the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament? Instantly, the majority of gazes turned towards Son Goku and Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, I shall refrain from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside Goku. It appears that several young ones have yet to experience this grand event. Why not allow them to partake this time and savor the thrill? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks and Gohan were immediately filled with excitement, cheering exuberantly. The other youngsters, Berta and Goten, also jumped with glee, exclaiming, we wish to join the tournament and compete alongside our brothers. If you are to participate, that is splendid. However, you must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training during this period. Otherwise, you shall find it challenging to contend with your brothers, Vegeta praised. Upon hearing Vegeta's endorsement for everyone to enter the tournament, the Supreme Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him, joyfully expressing, thank you, Mr. Vegeta, for your support. We shall take our leave for now and reconvene at the tournament. With that, Jebet swiftly transported himself and the Supreme Kai away from the estate. At this moment, Vegeta addressed everyone. This time, Goku and I will not participate in the tournament. You others may join if you wish. Bulma chimed in, indeed. I have heard that this martial arts competition offers substantial prizes. It seems the champion will receive 10 million zeni, the runner-up 5 million. And those finishing from 3rd to 5th will each earn 3 million zeni, with the 9th and 10th places still receiving 1 million zeni each. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Krillin and Android 18 were immediately intrigued. Compared to other families, their lives were relatively modest. With such lucrative rewards on offer in the tournament, it felt like a gift. Even if the 1st and 2nd places were claimed by Trunks and Gohan, securing a position from 3rd to 5th would still net them a total of 9 million zeni. After deliberation, they decided to participate in this martial arts competition. Not only did they join, but Raditz and Bellis encouraged their husbands to enter as well. For these prizes seemed like a generous gift from Bulma. Indeed, everyone believed that these rewards were a benevolent gesture from Bulma. Traditionally, only the champion received a prize. So having rewards for the top 10 was unprecedented. This grand martial arts tournament belonged to the Bulma family, who could dispute the amount of the prizes. Thus, after their discussions, everyone returned home to prepare for the upcoming tournament. As the day of the grand event approached, all gathered at Bulma's estate, ready to board the family's colossal aircraft to Papaya Island. On the plane, everyone gazed curiously at Gohan, who was clad in a peculiar outfit. Gohan, why are you wearing such an unusual ensemble? They inquired. Gohan was adorned in the classic Super Saiyan attire from the original series, which appeared rather flamboyant, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. Gohan replied, don't you all think this outfit is quite stylish? Observing Gohan's unique taste, the others exchanged awkward smiles, uncertain whether to commend him. However, Berta, Goten, and Raditz's son, Pet, looked on with envy, wishing for such a splendid outfit themselves. At that moment, Trunks remarked nonchalantly, that's because Gohan fears being recognized by his classmates. Why is that? If Gohan is afraid, why aren't you, Trunks? Krillin asked. Trunks responded. Why should I be concerned? Gohan is worried because he has been out there fighting for justice, whereas I have not. I am not a celebrity. So there is nothing to fear. Fighting for justice? Gohan, you certainly have your own way. Instantly, the others began to shower Gohan with compliments, leaving him feeling rather bashful. Before long, approximately an hour later, Bulma piloted the aircraft to a landing on Papaya Island. It had been quite some time since their last visit, and he was astonished at how prosperous Papaya Island had become. Vegeta remarked, nodding in agreement as everyone else followed suit. Indeed, the island now thrived with vibrancy, transformed into a colossal amusement park that attracted millions of tourists each year. Let us proceed to register for the martial arts tournament, Vegeta proclaimed, prompting a chorus of affirmative responses from the group. Together, they melded into the throng of people and made their way towards the heart of Papaya Island, where the tournament of the world's greatest martial artist was set to take place. Chapter 152. Startling the Serpent What? Participants under the age of 14 can only enter the junior division? Belt felt an immediate surge of displeasure upon learning he could only compete in the junior category. For him, the true purpose of attending was to compete alongside his brothers. As for the prize money, with his mother being the world's wealthiest individual, did he truly need to concern himself with financial matters? Thus, Belt turned to Bulma, hoping she might persuade the tournament organizers to amend the rules. However, after inquiring with the committee, Bulma regretfully informed Belt, I'm sorry, Belt, but this has already been established, and I cannot alter the regulations. You will just have to make do. Belt yearned for a touch of affection, prompting Vegeta to interject. Very well, that shall suffice, Belt. In this society, one must learn the art of compromise. Left with no choice, Belt consented to enroll in the youth division alongside Gohan. Following the completion of their registrations, the competitors proceeded to the contestants' lounge, while the remaining attendees made their way to the audience seats outside the arena. As the children's division matches were scheduled to precede the adult category competitions, the children's matches require no elaborate introduction, culminating in a final showdown between Belt and Goten. To prevent excessive displays of power that might obliterate the entire arena, Bulma instituted a regulation forbidding transformations beyond Super Saiyan during the tournament. Ultimately, the contest between Belt and Goten concluded with Belt narrowly claiming victory. After Belt was crowned champion of the youth division, the adult matches commenced in the afternoon. Vegeta and Goku gazed upon the published list of competitors, their attention swiftly drawn to two participants adorned with the emblem of a nup on their foreheads. Goku remarked, these two must be the contestants manipulated by the nefarious sorcerer Babidi, don't you think? Vegeta nodded in agreement and remarked, it must be them. Let us uncover the whereabouts of that Majin Buu hidden on Earth. Come, we shall seek out those two, Vegeta proclaimed. Are we truly going to confront them now? Shall we not heed the Grand Kai's instructions? Goku inquired in astonishment. Vegeta replied, why should we await the commands of the Supreme Kai? His sole objective is to eliminate Babidi, while our true aim is to vanquish Majin Buu. Why should we depend on the instructions of others when we possess absolute power? Why should we bide our time? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku nodded in agreement but continued to inquire, however. How can we persuade those two to guide us to the location of Majin Buu? He pondered for a moment and then added, if we startle the mice, where do you think they will flee to feel safe? Vegeta interjected, surely to their lair, for once frightened. The only place that can offer them a sense of security is their nest. Vegeta nodded with a smile and finally remarked, what are we waiting for? Let us stir things up for these two wayward mice. After uttering these words, Vegeta exchanged greetings with Bulma and the others before leading Goku towards the competitors' resting area. The two approached the two contestants under Babidi's control. Instantly, their actions attracted the attention of the other competitors. Gibbet inquired of the Supreme Kai, what do these two intend? My lord? Trunks also approached Vegeta, asking, Father, what are your plans? Vegeta did not respond to Trunks' words. Instead, he merely gazed at the two individuals before him. Spopovich, glaring at both Vegeta and Goku, furiously inquired, what do you two intend? Do you seek a fight? Get out of my way. However, his words were met with the force of a punch from Vegeta. Vegeta delivered a formidable punch directly to Spopovich's abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. Immediately following this, Goku executed a sweeping kick that sent the other controlled contestant, Yamcha, flying through the air. Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Goku, King Kai exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to intervene and halt their forthcoming actions. However, Trunks and Gohan swiftly restrained King Kai and Kibito. Although they were perplexed as to why their father and uncle would resort to violence against these two individuals, they were confident that there was a justifiable reason behind it. The other contestants stood by, motionless, observing as Vegeta and Goku mercilessly assaulted Yamcha and Spopovich. For these two had an air of disdain towards everyone around them. Vegeta gazed at Spopovich and declared, "Begone, with your meager strength. You ought to abandon any thoughts of gathering energy." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Yamcha and Spopovich were taken aback, astonished that their intentions had been so easily discerned. Realizing their secret had been unveiled, they dared not linger any longer in that place. Consequently, the two of them surged forth, breaking free from the encirclement and soaring into the distance. Seeing the two escape, King Kai was immediately alarmed and inquired of Vegeta, "Mr. Vegeta, why would you do such a thing? We have finally located them. What if they do not return to Babidi?" After a moment's pause, Vegeta responded, "We can pursue them now. As for not finding Majin Buu, that is nearly impossible. The frightened pair will undoubtedly return to Babidi's side. And even if we cannot pinpoint Majin Buu's location this time, we can simply make a wish to the dragon, as long as he is on Earth. There is no scenario in which we cannot find him." "Dragon?" King Kai pondered for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment. "How is it that a dragon from Namek can also exist on Earth?" "Oh, I recall now. Your Earth's dragon is indeed an Namekian." It was only at that moment that King Kai grasped the reason, prompting everyone to roll their eyes, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward position. Vegeta replied, "Let us proceed at once. We shall see if these individuals dare to seek out Babidi." With that, Vegeta and Goku soared out of the venue, closely followed by the Supreme Kaishin and Kibito. Trunks and Gohan exchanged a glance. Should they follow? Of course, they should. Such an exhilarating adventure was too enticing to miss. Thus, Trunks and Gohan hastened to join the pursuit. Chapter 153. The King of the Demon Realm. After Trunks and Gohan had caught up, Raditz and Beerus also followed suit without hesitation. Beerus voiced his thoughts. How could the martial arts tournament be entertaining with the presence of Majin Buu? We should follow them. Raditz, who had always regarded Beerus with utmost respect, naturally pursued without hesitation. Krillin initially intended to follow suit, but was abruptly restrained by Android 18. She remarked, "What purpose would it serve for you to chase after them? They're all scions, capable of transforming. What significance does your pursuit hold, now that they have departed? We stand to gain more rewards ourselves. After the tournament concludes, we can observe the situation. If Majin Buu proves to be weak and is swiftly defeated, your presence would be of little consequence, merely witnessing Vegeta and Goku overpowering the feeble. Conversely, should Majin Buu's strength indeed be as formidable as the Supreme Kai suggests, your pursuit would only amount to delivering yourself as an offering." Contemplating Android 18's words, Krillin nodded in agreement, ultimately deciding to heed his wife's advice and remain there, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the tournament. In the distance, Vegeta and his companions trailed behind two individuals without a hint of concern for losing their quarry. The aura emanating from these two was tumultuous, radiating with an intensity akin to the sun amidst the night. Before long, approximately half an hour later, the duo they were shadowing finally opted to descend. "Ah, they have landed. Let us hasten to follow," Vegeta declared, prompting the group to quicken their descent to a nearby cliffside. The King Kai leaned forward to observe below, where he beheld Babidi and the Demon Realm King Dabura emerging from their spacecraft to greet Yamcha and Spopovich. It became clear that Majin Buu was concealed underground. The King Kai realized with a start. His astonishment grew as he caught sight of Dabura, exclaiming in shock, "The Demon Realm King Dabura, has he also fallen under Babidi's control? This is dire." Vegeta spoke up to offer reassurance, saying, "Do not worry. We shall assist you in dealing with this foe, and you need not lift a finger." Babidi, accompanied by Dabura, exited the spacecraft with a gleeful demeanor. At that moment, Dabura remarked, "Master Babidi, a few mice have followed us." Babidi replied, "They must have been brought here by that Kaishin fellow. Wait a moment, you will engage them shortly, but do not kill them all. Simply lure them into the spacecraft. Once they are injured, their energy will flow into Majin Buu." Dabura nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Spopovich had landed before Babidi, kneeling in reverence as they proclaimed, "Master Babidi." Babidi extended his hand with delight and inquired, "How goes the energy collection? Quickly, present me with the energy storage device." However, his inquiry was met with an unsettling silence. "What is the matter? Do you intend to defy me?" Babidi exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing his words, Yamcha and Spopovich were instantly flustered. Yamcha hastily explained, "No, Master Babidi, we intended to gather energy at the martial arts tournament, but complications arose. That scoundrel Vegeta exposed our identities and gave us a beating, leaving us no choice but to retreat. At this revelation, Babidi finally grasped why those pesky mice had managed to locate them. He quickly deduced that it was indeed the Kaishin's scheme. Nevertheless, understanding the situation did not quell his anger. Babidi shouted furiously, "You two imbeciles, not only have you failed to bring me the energy I require, but you have also attracted those pests." Yamcha and Spopovich were taken aback by Babidi's words, and they immediately fell prostrate, begging for mercy and offering to assist him in dealing with their pursuers. Upon hearing their plea, Babidi's expression softened into a sinister smile as he replied, "Very well. I happen to require your assistance." Babidi then seized the energy storage device from Yamcha's grasp and inserted the nozzle into Yamcha's waist. Yamcha screamed in agony as the energy from his body surged into the device. Within a matter of moments, approximately 10 seconds later, Yamcha collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. Spopovich, stunned, gazed at Babidi and shouted, "Master Babidi, why would you do this? Yamcha is your most loyal subordinate." Babidi extracted the storage device from Yamcha's body and turned to Spopovich, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, I am well aware that he is my most loyal subordinate. However, it is precisely because of his loyalty that I must extract the energy from his body. This is, after all, your greatest contribution to me." After speaking, Babidi turned to Dabura and commanded, "Dabura, seize this fellow for me. I cannot afford to waste a single drop of energy." "Yes, Master Babidi," Dabura responded promptly. Seeing his impending capture by Babidi, Spopovich attempted to flee, but he was vastly outmatched by Dabura's strength. He barely managed to turn before being apprehended. Babidi swiftly inserted the storage device into Spopovich's body, eliciting a piercing scream from him. The Supreme Kai, observing the plight of the two below, turned to Vegeta and the others, saying, "Do you see? Babidi is an exceedingly malevolent sorcerer, one who stops at nothing to achieve his goals. We must prioritize eliminating him." Goku replied, "What are we waiting for? Let us strike and put an end to him." As he prepared to act, the Supreme Kai immediately intervened, stating, "Dabura down there is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance against him. With Dabura's protection, it will be exceedingly difficult to defeat Babidi. We must wait until they are separated before we can act." "Wait again? I don't believe this Dabura fellow possesses any remarkable strength," Goku retorted. Yet, the Supreme Kai's authority compelled him to concede to the situation. Chapter 154. The battle inside the spaceship. Once Babidi finished absorbing Spopovich's energy, he retrieved the storage device and turned to enter the spaceship. At the threshold, he addressed Dabura. "Now that these two are of no use, dispose of them. Afterward, teach the other rodents a lesson and lure them here." "Yes, Master Babidi," Dabura replied, watching Babidi enter the spaceship, the hatch sealing behind him. After ensuring there were no other threats, Dabura raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast at the fallen Yamcha and Spopovich. With a resounding explosion, the two were vaporized, vanishing completely from this world. This action startled Goku and the others, prompting Goku to exclaim with indignation, "These two are already defenseless. Why must you kill them?" Vegeta shook his head and remarked, "It is not difficult to comprehend, for these two individuals have become of no use to Babidi. To him, those who no longer serve a purpose ought not to exist." Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the group. At that moment, the Supreme Kai intervened, stating, "Thus, this is precisely why we must eliminate Babidi." Suddenly, Dabura appeared before the Supreme Kai and his companions as if he had materialized out of thin air. He raised his hand and aimed directly at the weakest among them, Gibbet, unleashing a ki blast. However, Vegeta would not allow this fiend to act with impunity before him. He had been prepared all along. As Dabura launched his attack on Gibbet, Vegeta swiftly maneuvered and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Dabura's cheek, sending him hurtling away with a resounding impact. Consequently, Dabura's ki blast veered off course, narrowly missing Gibbet's face. Gibbet, now trembling in fear, dared not make a single move. Enraged by being struck, Dabura aimed to retaliate against Vegeta. Yet, at that moment, Babidi's voice echoed in his ears, "Dabura, do not engage them here. Bring them aboard the spaceship." "Yes, Lord Babidi," Dabura responded promptly, turning to Vegeta and the others, challenging, "If you possess the courage, come with me." With that, Dabura dashed into the spaceship, leaving the hatch wide open, like an inviting mob beckoning them inside. As the prospect of battle loomed, Goku eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "It has been far too long since I faced a formidable opponent. Let us hasten inside." Without hesitation, he surged toward the entrance of the spaceship. Seeing Goku charge ahead, the others followed suit, racing toward the vessel. The Supreme Kai, realizing the urgency, called out, "Wait, should we not devise a battle strategy?" Only Vegeta remained, turning to the Supreme Kai and declaring, "For us, the battle plan is simply to engage." With that, he too joined the fray, charging toward the spaceship's entrance. Pausing at the threshold, he glanced back at the Supreme Kai and the others, urging, "Hey, Supreme Kai, shouldn't you hurry inside? We may not be able to protect you out here." After which, Vegeta entered the spaceship. Observing the group rush into the vessel, Gibbet turned to the Supreme Kai and inquired, "Supreme Kai, what shall we do next?" The Supreme Kai sighed, gritting his teeth as he replied, "What else can we do? We must follow them inside." Thus, the Supreme Kai, accompanied by Kibito, surged into the spaceship. Upon their entrance, they found Vegeta and the others awaiting them in the central chamber of the first tier of the vessel. As they stepped inside, the outer hatch slammed shut with a resounding thud. Hearing the ominous sound of the door sealing, the Supreme Kai sighed and remarked, "Alas, we are now like fish in a barrel, or perhaps inviting a tiger into our midst." Vegeta retorted. The Supreme Kai felt a tinge of annoyance towards Vegeta, for this fellow always seemed to relish opposing him. "What do you propose we do now?" the Supreme Kai inquired, just as Vegeta was about to respond. A voice echoed around them, Babiti's voice. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to my spaceship. Soon, I shall present you with a feast of battles. However, I must caution you to be vigilant. Should you sustain injuries, the energy within your bodies will be siphoned by my vessel, serving as sustenance for reviving you. Therefore, strive to endure as long as you can." "Ah, I see. As long as we avoid injury, we shall be fine, correct?" "Quite simple indeed. Now, hurry and send out our opponents," Goku exclaimed joyfully. "Such audacity!" The Supreme Kai gasped, staring incredulously at Goku. Beside them, Bella spoke with an air of arrogance. "Our confidence stems from our formidable strength. Just wait and see. Our power will astonish you." Hearing Goku's words, Babidi responded, "Very well, since you are so confident, let us introduce your first opponent. Please welcome our first warrior, the super warrior Pai from the cosmos." As Babidi's voice echoed, a portal suddenly opened before Vegeta and his companions, revealing a peculiar figure. Goku remarked, "This fellow bears a striking resemblance to Frieza in his second transformation." After a brief pause, he continued, It seems his strength surpasses that of Frieza's third form." With that, Goku clenched his fist and struck his palm, declaring, "Excellent. Let me take the lead in this first battle." He stepped forward, preparing to engage. However, the others were unwilling to allow Goku to take the initiative so easily. The previous encounter with Cell had been overwhelmingly challenging, leaving them with no opportunity to fight. Now, with a seemingly weaker opponent before them, they could not permit Goku to claim all the glory. Thus, Bellis promptly seized Goku's arm, saying, "Wait, why should you go first? We must decide by rock, paper, scissors." "Indeed, rock, paper, scissors. The winner shall go first." Raditz chimed in, excluding Vegeta, insisting it should be just the four of them. Chapter 155, The Battle Aboard the Spaceship. Why am I being left out? It has been nearly 7 years since I last fought. Vegeta inquired, visibly displeased. "That is irrelevant. If you engage, there will be no chance for us. You merely need to stand as our support," Raditz explained. Thus, the group effectively sidelined Vegeta and commenced their game of rock, paper, scissors. Observing the 5 of them engaged in this trivial contest, the Kaioshin was left bewildered. He turned to the arms-crossed Vegeta, who was watching the spectacle, and asked, "Mr. Vegeta, shouldn't we be fighting together?" Vegeta furrowed his brow as he gazed at the Supreme Kai and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed Supreme Kai, are you truly confident that you can vanquish dozens of Frieza without deceiving me?" The Supreme Kai, taken aback by Vegeta's question, responded, "Indeed, is there something amiss? Each of the 9 of us here is capable of defeating Frieza, and this fellow named Pui Pui is even weaker than Frieza himself. Why should we join forces against him? That would be rather presumptuous." Vegeta continued, "This is inconceivable. Frieza's meager strength renders him no match for this Pui Pui warrior." The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment, "Frieza is no match for Pui Pui?" Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's assertion that Frieza could not contend with Pui Pui, Vegeta pondered for a moment and then asked, "Esteemed Supreme Kai, are you aware that Frieza possesses the ability to undergo 3 transformations?" The Supreme Kai, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Transformations? Frieza can transform? I have never witnessed such a thing." Vegeta suddenly grasped the situation, realizing why the Supreme Kai had claimed he could vanquish dozens of Friezas. It was evidently the initial stage Frieza he referred to. Supreme Kai, it seems you need to update your gathered information, Vegeta remarked, giving the Supreme Kai a pat on the shoulder. Just as Vegeta concluded his conversation about Frieza with the Supreme Kai, Goku and his companions finally determined the victor, with Beerus emerging triumphant as the first to strike. Haha, it appears fortune is on my side. I am the first to take action this time. Let me enjoy a good bout with this fellow. With that, Beerus approached Pui, who had been spectating. Pui addressed Beerus, asking, "Have you decided who will make the first move? It seems it is indeed you. Your greatest folly, you lot, was to send but a single combatant into battle. I shall demonstrate to you that my strength cannot be withstood by just one of your number." Upon finishing his declaration, Pui let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of white energy that surged forth from his being, radiating an imposing presence. Beerus gazed at the ever-fuming Puyi and, with a swift motion, unleashed a punch that connected squarely with Puyi's cheek. In an instant, before he could even revel in his bravado, Puyi was sent careening away, crashing against the wall of the spacecraft. The aura surrounding Puyi dissipated, and he fell heavily onto the floor, leaving a dent in the wall where he had collided. Rising to his feet, Puyi clutched his injured cheek and furiously exclaimed to Beerus, "You scoundrel, I shall end you." Without a hint of concern, Beerus nonchalantly raised his hand and beckoned to his opponent, exclaiming, "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." Puyi retaliated with a punch, yet alas, his strikes were deftly evaded by Beerus. Not only did he fail to land a blow on Beerus, but he was also met with a knee strike that struck him in the abdomen. With a gasp of agony, Puyi fell to the ground, clutching his midsection in pain. At that moment, Babidi and Depura, who were observing the battle through a crystal ball, exchanged glances filled with surprise. Babidi turned to Depura and inquired, "What kind of environment would favor Puyi in this combat?" Depura responded, "It should be a planet with supergravity. Puyi was born on such a world." "Very well. Let us alter the battle environment to a supergravity planet." With that declaration, Babidi began to mutter incantations in an unintelligible language. Instantly, the surroundings of Vegeta and the others transformed into an utterly unfamiliar planet. Goku, bewildered, looked around and asked, "What is happening? Are we no longer on the spaceship?" At that moment, the Kaioshin spoke up, clarifying, "It must be Babidi. He has cast a spell to transport our battleground to a planet conducive to Puyi's combat abilities." Beerus surveyed the surroundings and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there anything remarkable about this environment?" "I perceive nothing particularly different." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Puyi opposite him broke into a smug smile and replied, "This is my birthplace, a planet of intense gravity, where the force is tenfold that of Earth. Here, I move with ease, while you must endure the oppressive weight of 10 times the gravity." However, to Puyi's astonishment, Beerus displayed no signs of discomfort and casually remarked, "Oh, it's merely tenfold? I had anticipated something far more extraordinary." At this, Puyi's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted in anger, "Surely you must be feigning. I refuse to believe that you can remain so untroubled as before." Beerus waved his hand and said, "You may come and test your abilities to discern whether I am feigning or genuine." Of course, Puyi was compelled to accept the challenge, regardless of his own willingness. Babidi would insist. Thus, Puyi lunged at Beerus once more, throwing a punch. Unfortunately, he miscalculated again, as all his attacks were deftly evaded by Beerus. The Kaioshin observed the scene in astonishment. Was Beerus truly this formidable? Trunks, having long harbored disdain for the Kaioshin, took delight in his astonishment and remarked, "Are you surprised? Wait until the rest of us join the fray. Then you may be truly astonished." The battle soon approached its conclusion, and Beerus, having lost interest in toying with Puyi, delivered a powerful punch that sent Puyi flying. He then raised his hand, directing a formidable energy blast towards Puyi, obliterating him entirely. After vanquishing Puyi, Beerus disdainfully scoffed, "So weak, hardly worth the effort. How dull." Following Puyi's defeat, the surrounding environment reverted to resemble the interior of a spaceship, and the door to the next level swung open. "Let us proceed. This feels akin to advancing through a video game," Trunks exclaimed excitedly as he leapt down to the next level. Chapter 159, Battle Aboard the Spaceship, Part 3. The decor on the second level mirrored that of the first, nearly indistinguishable. However, the combatants had yet to reveal themselves. "Are they not emerging? If they do not show soon, I shall destroy this wretched spaceship," Trunks shouted. Indeed. The second challenger was Trunks himself, who, while exuberantly calling out, turned to make a face at Gohan, clearly relishing the fact that he had acted before Gohan. Gohan rolled his eyes and disdainfully remarked, "Is it merely luck that has you so pleased? What is there to boast about? I shall be the next to strike." and I am certain I can defeat my opponent more swiftly than you did." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks replied, "Very well, if you wish to compete with me. Let us see whose timing prevails in vanquishing our foes." With that, Trunks called out loudly once more, "Hey, why are you still not appearing? Surely you haven't run out of subordinates." In the control room, Babidi, infuriated by the audacity of this brash youth, instructed Dabura, "Go. This time we shall send out Dabura to battle." "Dabura? Are we dispatching him so soon? Is that not overly optimistic?" Dabura questioned. Babidi glanced at the large sphere behind him that contained the sealed Majin Buu and replied, "We must expedite the unsealing. Once Majin Buu is unleashed, we shall dominate the universe. No Kaioshin will stand a chance against us." "Indeed, Lord Babidi." Dabura spoke up and proceeded to arrange for Yego to enter the fray. Meanwhile, Babidi addressed the microphone, urging the audience not to rush, promising to present a formidable opponent, hoping they would retain their spirited enthusiasm when the time came. Babidi's voice reverberated throughout the entire second level of the spaceship. Hearing that Babidi was arranging an adversary, Trunks patiently awaited the outcome. After a minute or so, a creature resembling a praying mantis emerged from a nearby door. Trunks assessed his opponent and remarked, "This creature bears quite a resemblance to a mantis, and it is rather tall." As he spoke, he gestured to indicate their heights. Hearing Trunks' words, Yego observed his youthful opponent and, extending his tongue to swirl around his mouth, said, "Little fellow, you look quite tender. I bet you'd taste delectable if I were to consume you. You want to eat me?" Haha. Trunks, finding amusement in this, turned to Gohan and exclaimed, "Hey, Gohan, did you catch what this guy just said? He wants to eat me." Gohan, slightly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My hearing is intact. I can hear just fine. If he wishes to devour you, then you could certainly do the same to him." Upon hearing Gohan's suggestion, Trunks rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing his opponent before responding, "Your advice holds merit. We once indulged in fried grasshoppers during our childhood, and this mantis is large enough that, if roasted, it should prove quite appetizing." At this thought, Trunks couldn't help but salivate. Thus, both combatants gazed at each other as if they were delectable treats. Suddenly, Babidi's voice rang out once more, urging, "Yego, why are you still hesitating? What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing Babidi's command, Yego promptly acquiesced, declaring, "Rest assured, Lord Babidi, leave it to me. I shall draw some blood from these fellows." With that, Yego lunged at Trunks with his claws poised for attack. Trunks, however, effortlessly evaded Yego's assault, responding, "Is this truly all the strength you possess? If this is the case, I may have to retaliate." Yego, hearing Trunks' words and witnessing his attacks being effortlessly dodged, revealed a sinister grin. Suddenly, two glimmers of cold light flashed, and Trunks found himself caught off guard, his shirt sliced open at the chest, buttons flying. Quickly, he distanced himself, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and murmured, "That was close. That was truly close." As he looked up, he saw Yego's arms extended, brandishing two gleaming blades. "How treacherous of you, attempting to ambush me." Trunks voiced his dissatisfaction, while Yego brandished his dual blades, striking them together to produce a series of sharp clanks. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Little one, your lack of battle experience is evident. Allow me to send you to the depths of hell, so your family need not suffer your demise again." In response to Yego's taunt, Trunks retorted, "The battle has only just begun. Now it is my turn to counterattack." With that, Trunks launched himself at Yego with determination. Yego swung his blades towards Trunks, but Trunks executed a sudden aerial halt, evading the attack effortlessly. A cold smile crossed Trunks' face as he slashed with his hand, severing Yego's weapons with a resounding clang. Leaping over Yego, Trunks kicked off the wall of the spaceship and spun around to send Yego flying with a powerful strike. "You scoundrel! How dare you destroy my weapons? I will see you dead!" Yego shouted furiously as he surveyed the remnants of his shattered arms. Yet, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. And without his most formidable weapons, he found himself utterly outmatched by Trunks. Not only did he fail to inflict any harm, but he was also wounded, blood streaming from his injuries. Babidi, observing the clash within the confines of the second-tier spaceship, furrowed his brow and inquired of Dubra, "In what environment can Yego unleash his full potential?" Dubra replied, "On Dark Star, for Yego was born there, where the absence of stellar light renders it dim and shadowy. He possesses the innate ability to see in darkness, so if we alter the battleground to Dark Star, Yego will surely triumph over his foe." "Very well. Let us transition to Dark Star," Babidi declared, before reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Before long, the surroundings of Trunks and Yego transformed into an oppressive void of darkness. What is happening? Why is there no light? Son Goku queried, his demeanor remaining calm and unfazed. Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain. It is likely the work of that Babidi again. However, I am confident that Trunks will vanquish his adversary. Chapter 157. Battle aboard the spaceship. As the surroundings plunged into complete darkness, Yeager erupted into a cacophony of laughter, though it was a most unpleasant sound. He proclaimed, Lord Babidi truly understands me, knowing that I possess the innate ability to see in the dark, thus transforming the battleground into the shadowy realm of my birth. The Dark Star. Boy, are you frightened? Do not worry, I shall take my time to toy with you, allowing you to fully experience the terror that emanates from the abyss. Yet, before Yeager could finish his taunt, Trunks launched a swift kick. Ah, how did you discern my location? Yeager shrieked in astonishment. Trunks remained silent, continuing his assault, and soon the air was filled with Yeager's cries of anguish. Babidi, somewhat dissatisfied, cast a questioning glance at Dabura. Dabura, what is happening? Why, even with the environment altered to the Dark Star, is Yeager still unable to contend with that boy? After a moment of contemplation, Dabura responded, could it be that sound plays a role? Many skilled fighters can discern their opponent's position through sound, particularly when deprived of sight. Their hearing becomes acutely heightened. Upon hearing Dabura's words, Babidi nodded in agreement. Listening to Yeager's continued wails and curses, Babidi bellowed into the microphone, fool. It is your own voice that has betrayed your position. Now silence yourself. Realizing the truth in Babidi's words, Yeager quickly sealed his lips, ceasing all sound. However, at that moment, Babidi began to prattle incessantly, declaring, now you cannot locate him, can you? Submit to your defeat and allow my Majin Buu to absorb the energy from your bodies. Trunks retorted, you are truly delusional. Do you believe that such an environment can hinder my victory over my foe? Prepare to witness my true power. I vowed to roast him, and I shall fulfill that promise. With that declaration, Trunks unleashed a mighty roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan, the golden aura surrounding him illuminating the entire area. Yeager, witnessing Trunks' transformation, was not taken aback. Rather, he was filled with delight. I shall gladly accept your energy, he exclaimed joyfully. With that, Yeager opened his mouth wide and inhaled forcefully, drawing in Trunks' energy, causing Trunks to revert from his Super Saiyan state back to normal. What just happened? Gohan inquired with curiosity. Yeager, having swallowed the energy, gleefully explained, for us, all light is sustenance. We are intrinsically the nemesis of illumination. Perhaps you could bring me some more. I have yet to satiate my appetite. Upon hearing this from Yeager, Trunks felt a surge of irritation, yet he responded with a smile. Well, since you desire it so much, I shall ensure you are well fed. With that declaration, Trunks unleashed a mighty roar, transforming once again into a Super Saiyan. Yeager, seeing this persistent little creature before him, opened his mouth wide and began to draw in air, causing the golden energy surrounding Trunks to flow towards him. While maintaining his Super Saiyan form, Trunks raised his hand to gather a massive energy sphere and launched it directly at Yeager. No, Yeager shouted in terror, helplessly watching as Trunks' energy sphere hurtled towards him. With a thunderous explosion, the sphere struck Yeager, and as the dust settled, only the charred remains of Yeager were left. After Yeager's demise, the group was transported back to the spaceship. Trunks reverted to his normal form and rushed towards the scorched remains of Yeager, exclaiming, come, everyone. You must taste this. I carefully controlled the energy sphere's power. With that, Trunks proceeded to tear off Yeager's thigh, discarding the outer shell to feast upon the tender flesh within. The others, save for the Supreme Kai and Kibito, eagerly followed suit, sampling this extraordinary delicacy. Goku, savoring the succulent white meat from the shell, noticed the Supreme Kai and Kibito standing idly by. He cheerfully beckoned, Supreme Kai, Kibito, you must join us. It's delicious, reminiscent of crab meat. The Supreme Kai and Kibito hastily waved their hands in refusal. No, no, no. You enjoy it. We shall abstain. Internally, the Supreme Kai mused. Are you all devils? Not only have you slain your adversary, but you are now feasting upon him. Babidi, observing through his crystal ball the Scions devouring Yeager, seethed with rage. How infuriating. You are utterly useless. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. Hearing Babidi's words, Dabura quickly interjected, do not worry, Lord Babidi. I shall take matters into my own hands and ensure that Majin Buu receives ample energy. Excellent, Dabura. The task is now yours, Babidi affirmed, patting Dabura on the shoulder. I shall prepare, Dabura replied before departing to the training chamber to ready himself for battle. A mere yegua proved insufficient to satisfy the voracious appetites of multiple scions, and it took only a short while for Yegua to be completely consumed by Vegeta and the others. Goku patted his belly and remarked, "It was a bit lacking. If only we could have 5 or 6 more, that would surely suffice." Others nodded in agreement. The Kaioshin, upon hearing Goku's words, felt that this group of individuals were akin to demons, and he ought to distance himself from them to avoid being roasted and consumed should their hunger arise. At that moment, the door leading to the 3rd level of the spaceship had already been opened, and Vegeta and the others proceeded to the spacecraft's 3rd-tier space. "Hey, Babidi, we have arrived. Are you not sending anyone out to battle? If you delay any longer, I may just blow your spaceship to smithereens." Goku shouted loudly. His impatience was palpable, as this time he was the one to fight, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in combat. However, for reasons unknown, this battle was unlike the previous 2. The enemy had not emerged promptly. Vegeta and the others had been in the 3rd level for over 10 minutes. Yet the adversary remained absent. Chapter 158. The battle within the spaceship. Growing increasingly restless, Goku inquired of the Kaioshin, "Lord Kaioshin, may I destroy this spaceship?" The Kaioshin quickly gestured for him to refrain, saying, "Absolutely not. Majin Buu must be deep within this spaceship. If you destroy it, he will surely awaken from his seal." "Damn it. I wish to obliterate that Majin Buu alongside this," Goku exclaimed in frustration. The Kaioshin hurried to calm him, while Babidi, who had been monitoring the situation, feared that Majin Buu might awaken prematurely due to insufficient energy. Thus, he hastily interjected, "Do not rush. Dabura will emerge shortly and will annihilate you all." "Dabura, the king of the demon realm, is about to make his move?" the Kaioshin remarked with astonishment. Indeed, Goku's excitement surged upon hearing that the king of the demon realm would soon engage. At this moment, Vegeta recalled Dabura from the original work and cautioned Goku, saying, "Goku, be wary of Dabura. His saliva possesses the power to petrify, so do not let it touch you." The Supreme Kai, somewhat astonished, turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, how do you know about Dabura's formidable technique?" Vegeta casually remarked, "There exists an entrance between our Earth and the demon realm." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai immediately began to conjure an array of details in his mind, refraining from further inquiries. After approximately 5 minutes, the hatch opposite them finally opened, and Dabura emerged from behind the door. Goku, seeing that his opponent had finally arrived, exclaimed with excitement, "You've finally come out. I've been waiting for far too long." Just as Dabura was about to speak, Goku launched an attack towards him. Fortunately, Goku was in his normal state. Despite Dabura appearing somewhat flustered, he managed to counter Goku's assault. The two engaged in a fierce clash within the confines of the spaceship. The shockwaves from their battle reverberated against the walls of the cosmic vessel, warping the very structure around them. Observing the chaos, Babidi quickly cast a spell to transport them outside, aiming to prevent his spaceship from being obliterated. At this point, the change in environment failed to spark any concern among the onlookers. They merely paused momentarily before focusing intently on the duel between Goku and Dabura. The battle raged fiercely. Yet it was evident that Goku was at a disadvantage. The Supreme Kai, feeling anxious, turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Is Mr. Goku unable to contend with Dabura? Do you think we should intervene to assist him?" Vegeta cast a glance at the Supreme Kai and remarked, "It is far too early to declare Goku defeated. He has yet to transform." Although Dabura held the upper hand, he could not inflict any harm upon Goku. In a moment of desperation, he conjured a gleaming sword and lunged at Goku. The unexpected assault startled Goku, who had not anticipated his adversary wielding a weapon, prompting him to evade the attack in a rather clumsy manner. "How despicable!" Goku exclaimed, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly gaining the advantage and engaging Dabura in combat. As Dabura swung his sword once more, Goku effortlessly caught the blade with his bare hands, pinning it between his grasp. With a firm exertion, a resounding clang echoed as Dabura's sword shattered into pieces. "Cursed fiend!" Dabura hurled the broken blade aside and continued his assault on Goku. However, Goku was no longer a foe Dabura could easily manage. Unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a multitude of golden dragons surged forth to strike Dabura. In no time, Dabura found himself battered and bruised. Babidi, witnessing his ace, Dabura, faltering against Goku, was consumed by frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless, as his expertise lay solely in sorcery, not in combat. Dabura was reluctant to resort to his ultimate technique, the petrifying saliva, for once his opponent was turned to stone, their energy would not be released, rendering it impossible for Majin Buu to absorb it. However, faced with imminent defeat, he had little choice. As he closed in on Goku, he unleashed 2 streams of saliva. Caught off guard, Goku felt his attire tainted by the petrifying substance, and he began to turn to stone. There was no time to shed his clothing. With a fierce cry, he detonated his shirt with a surge of energy, as he gazed at his now completely petrified garments. A cold sweat broke out on Goku's brow as he exclaimed, "That was close, too close." Goten, witnessing the scene, called out urgently, "Dad, be careful." Goku turned to Dabura and said, "You are quite formidable, particularly with that unique ability of yours. Had I not known about it in advance, I surely would have fallen victim to it. Out of respect, I shall unleash my full power to defeat you in one fell swoop." Upon realizing his ultimate move had been evaded, Dabura let out an exasperated sound, and when he heard Goku mention using his full strength, he fell silent. Goku landed on the ground and unleashed a mighty roar, his body radiating with electric energy as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. "Now that I am transformed into Super Saiyan 2, prepare to witness the full extent of my power." Transformed once more, Sun Wukong charged at Dabura with fervor. A resounding sonic boom echoed through the air, and a streak of lightning illuminated the scene as Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage upon Dabura. Babidi, witnessing the transformation of Dabura into a figure scarcely recognizable from his former self, found himself at a loss for words. Dabura was his most formidable subordinate, should he falter. The Supreme Kai would undoubtedly bring forth his formidable allies to confront him. It appeared that there was no other recourse but to liberate Majin Buu in advance. Babidi announced, making his way towards the chamber where Majin Buu was sealed away. As he caressed the seal that contained the formidable Majin Buu, he uttered, "Majin Buu, you are my father's most potent weapon, a force that once ravaged the entire realm of the Kais alongside him." He hoped that, as in the past, Buu would once again wreak havoc. Suddenly, the indicator beneath Majin Buu emitted a startling sound. Taken aback by this noise, Babidi glanced down, only to discover that the energy gauge had reached its maximum capacity. How could this be? Babidi pondered, and then realized it was due to Dabura's injuries, which had allowed the sealed energy to be absorbed. Had I known, I would have extracted Dabura's life energy and infused it into the seal. I wouldn't have had to wait so long. Chapter 159. The emergence of Majin Buu. At this moment, Dabura lay sprawled upon the ground, utterly defeated and devoid of strength. Recognizing that his opponent posed no further threat, Sun Wukong refrained from delivering any additional blows. Observing Dabura's defeat, the Supreme Kai was utterly astonished, while the other Scions exhibited no signs of surprise. Curiosity getting the better of him, he inquired, "Aren't you astonished? This is the king of the demon realm. You have triumphed over him." Trunks replied with pride, "Is there really a need for astonishment? A being as feeble as this can be dispatched by any one of us with just a modicum of effort." In response to Trunks' remark, Raditz couldn't help but scoff lightly. "Do you think everyone possesses the same extraordinary abilities as your peculiar group?" Vegeta proclaimed, "Let us proceed to confront the malevolent sorcerer Babidi and swiftly resolve this matter, for I find myself rather famished." "Very well, allow me to obliterate this wretched spacecraft." With palpable excitement, Belus advanced toward the entrance of the next level. Just as he was gathering energy for a powerful attack to destroy the spacecraft, the hatch leading downward swung open. It was indeed prudent to employ a forceful approach. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to our prowess, Belus remarked with a sense of pride. Together, they ascended to the lower tier of the spacecraft, but to their astonishment, Babidi had not only opened the next hatch but also those of the subsequent levels. They continued their descent, passing through several levels until, after traversing approximately 5 more, they finally reached the lowest tier. At that moment, this level was teeming with countless minions, who surged toward Vegeta and his companions upon their arrival. Gohan, Trunks, Raditz, and Belus eagerly charged into battle, and within a short span, they vanquished the minions, leaving them strewn across the floor. "Truly, they are remarkably feeble," Raditz exclaimed. After Vegeta and the others dealt with the swarm of minions, he declared, "Let us proceed. We should soon catch sight of Babidi." Thus, they arrived at an expansive chamber, the centerpiece of which was a colossal purple orb that captivated their attention. This orb pulsated vigorously, resembling a beating heart. Babidi, positioned beneath the orb, expressed his dissatisfaction upon their arrival, exclaiming, "A bunch of useless fools, incapable of even stalling for time." Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of excitement as he proclaimed, "You have arrived too late. Majin Buu has absorbed sufficient energy and will soon emerge to conquer this universe." "What? How could this be? Why are we unharmed? How could Majin Buu have absorbed so much energy? The Supreme Kai inquired anxiously. Vegeta pondered for a moment before responding. It must be Dabura and his companions. While we remain unscathed, they have undoubtedly suffered injuries. You are quite astute. How about submitting to me? I can not only significantly enhance your power, but also elevate you to the esteemed position of the third in command within my organization, Babidi proposed to Vegeta. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Vegeta paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, in all these years, this is the first time someone has invited me. If you agree to let me take the lead, I might consider joining your ranks. Babidi's eyes narrowed at Vegeta's response, and he remarked, It seems you are rejecting my offer. What a pity. I would genuinely regret having to kill you. After uttering this, Babidi turned to the others and continued. Given your expressions, I assume you are also unwilling to accept my invitation? Since we already know the answer, why even ask? Trunks interjected. Very well, come forth, Majin Buu. Babidi shouted towards the large, gelatinous sphere. The Supreme Kai looked at Vegeta and his companions, urging, We must act swiftly. We cannot allow him to unleash Majin Buu. I shall strike first. Bellis exclaimed loudly, raising his hand to unleash a powerful energy blast towards the sphere containing Majin Buu. In an instant, the sphere was propelled away by Bellis's attack, crashing onto the ground and splitting into two halves. This is terrible, the Supreme Kai lamented. But upon seeing the empty halves of the sphere, his spirits lifted. Haha, it's empty. It's truly empty, he exclaimed, almost delirious with joy. How is this possible? Where is my Majin Buu? Why is there nothing? Babidi questioned, bewildered by the absence of Majin Buu within the now hollow halves of the sphere. The Supreme Kai composed himself and explained, It appears that due to the prolonged sealing, Majin Buu could not receive the necessary energy and perished. Yes, that must be it. This cannot be. Majin Buu is the embodiment of evil throughout the universe. He cannot simply die. It's inconceivable, Babidi shouted in fury, refusing to accept the notion of Majin Buu's demise. The Supreme Kai turned to Vegeta and the others, ready to share his excitement. Only to notice that they were all gazing upward, their expressions markedly less enthusiastic. What is the matter with you all? He inquired. Vegeta spoke softly. Majin Buu is not dead. He is above us, and we can sense his overwhelming malevolent aura. What? The Supreme Kai also looked up, only to see a mass of pink energy enveloping the sky above them. Babidi, upon hearing Vegeta's words, looked up excitedly and exclaimed, I knew it. I knew Majin Buu would not perish. At this, everyone's gaze shifted towards Babidi. Trunks, with a somber tone, remarked, regardless of whether Majin Buu is alive or dead, I believe we should eliminate you first. With that, he prepared to strike. However, once again, the Supreme Kai intervened, stating, No, we cannot kill Babidi. If we do, there will be no one to restrain Majin Buu. But what does that have to do with Babidi? Trunks furrowed his brow and asked. The Supreme Kai explained. Babidi cannot control Majin Buu, just like his father. Eventually, he too will have to seal Majin Buu away. As long as we buy some time, Babidi will inevitably have to seal him. Initially, Babidi was filled with dread at the thought of being killed before Majin Buu fully manifested. But upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, his heart was instantly reassured. Chapter 190. The Great Battle Against Majin Buu. Realizing that Majin Buu could serve as a shield once he emerged, Babidi erupted into laughter. Haha. The Supreme Kai is indeed correct. You cannot triumph over Majin Buu. Only I have the power to seal him away, and you cannot kill me. Not only can you not kill me, but you must also protect me. Otherwise, if I perish, there will be no one to control Majin Buu. Haha. Trunks, however, remained unfazed. He had complete confidence in his father. He declared loudly, as if Majin Buu is uncontrollable. Such grandiose claims. I refuse to believe it. No matter what, I will take you down first. With that, Trunks pointed his hand, a fierce grin spreading across his face, and an astonishing aura erupted from him. He then unleashed the Shashing sword from his right thumb, aiming it at Babidi. The overwhelming force caused Babidi to panic. Evasion was futile. He shouted desperately, Barrier. Assemble. Instantly, countless green energy barriers appeared before him. Unfortunately, these overlapping barriers could not withstand the might of the Shashing sword. The sword pierced through the energy shields effortlessly, heading straight for Babidi. As he faced imminent death beneath the sword's energy, Babidi cried out in terror, Majin Buu, if you don't save me, I swear I will seal you away again. With a sudden exclamation, the once pink mist transformed into the formidable Majin Buu. who appeared before Babidi. With a light flick of his hand, he effortlessly sent the sword of Shoshang flying. Babidi opened his eyes to behold the imposing figure of Majin Buu standing before him. Quickly checking his body, he found himself unscathed. And a wave of joy washed over him as he exclaimed, "Splendid! I am unharmed." Gazing at the towering Majin Buu, Babidi's confidence surged, prompting him to command, "Majin Buu, eliminate these individuals at once." Upon hearing Babidi's directive, Majin Buu turned his curious gaze towards him and inquired, "Who are you? Were you the one who released me from my seal?" It dawned on Babidi that he had yet to introduce himself to Majin Buu. Thus, he promptly replied, "I am Babidi, the son of Babidi. Therefore, you must obey my commands." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu squinted his small eyes and remarked, "Babidi. Babidi, no wonder you bear such a resemblance." With clarity on the matter, Majin Buu began to amuse himself, playfully manipulating his own face as though it were dough, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Trunks, observing the newly emerged figure that the Supreme Kai had heralded as the Great Demon, questioned the Supreme Kai. "Are you certain this being is Majin Buu? He doesn't appear to be anything but a fool." Yet, the Supreme Kai's face was etched with terror as he replied, "You cannot fathom his nature. He revels in mischief, but his antics can indeed be lethal." Babidi, witnessing the disobedient Majin Buu engrossed in his own amusement, felt a surge of frustration and bellowed, "Majin Buu, do you dare disregard my commands? Do you wish to be sealed away for millennia once more?" At last, Majin Buu ceased his playful antics, raising his gaze towards Vegeta and the others. He then asked, "How would you prefer to meet your demise? Shall I transform you into cotton candy, chocolate, or perhaps candy?" I think pudding would be delightful." According to the results of their game, it was Raditz' turn to engage. He stepped forward and declared, "Are you suggesting you wish to turn us into snacks? How utterly arrogant of you." Following his proclamation, Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, maintaining a cautious demeanor despite his dismissive words. For those new to the Dragon Ball universe, witnessing Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 would surely evoke astonishment. Vegeta undoubtedly comprehended the truth behind Majin Buu's words. Raditz, at present, could merely transform into a Super Saiyan, having yet to surpass even the Super Saiyan 2 threshold. Thus, it was evident that he stood no chance against Majin Buu. Should he fall victim to Buu's transformation into various confections, restoring him would necessitate invoking the Eternal Dragon, which would be rather troublesome. Consequently, Vegeta approached Raditz and asserted, "Allow me to take on this challenge. With your current strength, you are not a match for Majin Buu." At that moment, Raditz was indeed in a state of utter panic, acutely aware of the overwhelmingly malevolent aura emanating from Majin Buu. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, he hastily retracted his transformation and responded, "Very well, Vegeta, I too believe I am not equipped to face him. So it is fortuitous that you have chosen to step in." Majin Buu, witnessing Raditz's withdrawal from the transformation and the subsequent change of opponents, was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why have you switched opponents?" Vegeta declared, "My hands are itching for a fight. So it has been decided that I shall engage you in battle." Majin Buu nonchalantly replied, "It matters not who you are. None of you will prove to be my match. The inevitable outcome is that you shall merely become a snack in my mouth." Vegeta remarked, "Not necessarily. What you perceive is merely based on your own understanding, yet the changes in this world occur at an astonishing pace, and it only accelerates. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, surrounded by crackling energy and exuding an imposing aura. "What is this? Is it magic? You think that by merely altering the hue of your hair, you can defeat my Majin Buu? Ha! You are truly naive." Babidi laughed heartily. Following his laughter, Babidi commanded Majin Buu, "Majin Buu, swiftly eliminate these fools, and then we shall conquer the entire universe." Although Majin Buu did not fully comprehend Babidi's words, he was eager to engage in battle with the one who underestimated him. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu charged at Vegeta, and the two immediately commenced their fierce clash. Techniques such as the Dragon Claw, the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the Qian Kuan Great Relocation, and Tai Chi were unleashed by Vegeta. Standing on a massive Tai Chi diagram, a golden dragon encircled Vegeta, launching an assault on Majin Buu, as its thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. Chapter 191. The fierce battle against Majin Buu 2. The dazzling combat effects left the Supreme Kai in awe, prompting him to ask Son Goku, "Mr. Goku, is this how Mr. Vegeta typically fights?" Goku nodded and inquired of the Supreme Kai, "Lord Supreme Kai, is your combat style not similar?" The Supreme Kai replied, "No. The battles I have experienced have merely involved fists and feet. This, golden dragons and the black and white. At that moment, the Supreme Kai struggled to identify the Tai Chi diagram, so Goku quickly interjected, Tai Chi diagram. Exactly, Tai Chi diagram. In my millions of years of existence, I have never encountered such a thing outside of your realm. While the Supreme Kai and Goku conversed, a golden dragon erupted from Vegeta's hand, transforming into a golden spear that pierced through Majin Buu's body, creating a vast hole in its wake. Have we won? Trunks exclaimed with excitement. Babidi, taken aback by the seemingly invincible Majin Buu being pierced, grew alarmed and shouted, Majin Buu, are you all right? You can't be hurt, can you? As he spoke, Babidi circled the motionless Majin Buu lying on the ground. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Majin Buu stood up again, the sizable hole still present in his body. Curiously, he touched it, and with a forceful effort, the wound instantly healed as if it had never existed. Witnessing Majin Buu's effortless recovery, Trunks' expression fell, and he remarked, "What is this creature made of, rubber?" Babidi exclaimed with fervor, "Long live Majin Buu. Majin Buu, you are truly remarkable." Majin Buu, having restored his form, glared furiously at Vegeta and declared, "You, wretched creature, have inflicted pain upon me, and I shall not let this go unpunished. I will transform you into chocolate. Prepare to be turned into chocolate." With that, Majin Buu shouted loudly, and a beam of white light shot forth from the antenna on his forehead, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta faced the magical light of Majin Buu and immediately unleashed his ultimate move, the instant transmission. In an instant, the white magical light, under Vegeta's manipulation, changed direction and shot towards Babidi. Little did Babidi anticipate that he would be caught in the crossfire, completely unprepared, and was struck by the magical light of Majin Buu. How could this happen? Babidi let out a final, anguished scream as he was transformed into a humanoid chocolate figure. Majin Buu, too, was taken aback by the unintended consequence of his attack, realizing that he had not struck his intended foe but rather the one who controlled him. However, Majin Buu quickly regained his composure, extending his tongue to roll Babidi's chocolate form into his mouth, and began to chew. Upon witnessing Babidi's transformation and consumption by Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "It's over. Babidi has been killed, and no one can restrain Majin Buu." Hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Goku responded with disbelief, saying, "What are you worried about, Supreme Kai? We are here. You are here, but your master should be in his most powerful state now." And yet look at the outcome. Vegeta's attack had no effect on Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai pointed out. This creature is invincible, possessing immortality, without absolute power to annihilate him. He cannot be defeated, the Supreme Kai said with a heavy heart. Unfazed by the Supreme Kai's words, Goku reassured, "Don't worry, Supreme Kai. My master surely has a hidden card yet to be played." After devouring Babidi, Majin Buu launched another attack on Vegeta, his speed and strength having surpassed previous levels. Under the overwhelming force, Vegeta was sent flying by Majin Buu. Vegeta executed a swift maneuver, landing solidly upon the ground, leaving behind 2 elongated marks etched into the earth. Just as Majin Buu prepared to launch another assault against him, Vegeta raised his hand in a gesture of pause and declared, "Wait." Majin Buu, being rather straightforward and somewhat simple-minded, complied with Vegeta's request and halted in his tracks, inquiring, "What is it? Are you conceding?" Vegeta shook his head and then spoke. "Do you not wish to engage in a battle with me at my utmost peak?" "What do you mean by utmost peak? Is it possible for your strength to become even greater?" Majin Buu inquired. "Indeed, my current battle state surpasses that of a Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Soon, I shall transcend this state once more, transforming into a form that exceeds even the Super Saiyan, referred to as Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta declared. Super Saiyan 3. A transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2? The others, aside from Goku, were taken aback. The Supreme Kai, equally astonished, turned to Goku and asked, "What is this? Can Vegeta still transform further?" Goku nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, as I suspected, he too can achieve Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing Goku's words, the others gazed at him in astonishment. Bellis, slightly envious, asked, "What do you mean, Goku? Can you also transform into Super Saiyan 3? Goku nodded again, replying, "It's sheer luck, entirely by chance. Not long ago, I accidentally transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Listen, is that even a sensible thing to say? Luck? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" Meanwhile, Vegeta had begun to gather energy, his aura erupting violently around him. Countless stones, liberated from the Earth's gravitational pull, soared into the sky. As Vegeta's energy intensified, the ground itself began to tremble, the tremors spreading across the entire planet. On the site of the martial arts tournament on Papaya Island, where the finals of the World Martial Arts Championship were taking place, the arena also began to shake in response to Vegeta's transformation. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Bulma cried out in panic. Chapter 192. The Great Battle Against Majin Buu 3. No one offered Bulma an explanation. As the entire venue of the martial arts tournament was filled with individuals in a state of sheer panic, frantically seeking refuge, fearing that the tremors might lead to the collapse of the arena, endangering their lives. Fortunately, by the time the vibrations caused by Vegeta's transformation reached the tournament hall, they had considerably diminished. Although there was some shaking, it did not result in any significant damage. Meanwhile, on the scene at Papaya Island's tournament, Vegeta was nearing the conclusion of his transformation. He let out a powerful roar, and suddenly, an overwhelming golden aura erupted from his being. Vegeta's hair elongated, cascading down to his waist. Not only that, but his brow also protruded prominently, and his once green irises transformed into a mesmerizing blend of green and blue. The dazzling white lightning flickered around him, more intense than in his Super Saiyan 2 form. The soaring golden aura was then completely reined in, as Vegeta unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's state, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Master, you are truly remarkable. I have only just managed to transform into Super Saiyan 3, while you are already capable of wielding its full power." Majin Buu gazed at the completed transformation of Vegeta before remarking, "Is that your transformation? It seems like your hair has merely grown a bit longer." Vegeta paid no heed to the words of Majin Buu. He lightly sprang upon the ground, effortlessly leaping several meters into the air. As if the force of Earth's gravity held no sway over him, Vegeta proclaimed, "Come, let us engage in the next battle," and with that, he launched himself at Majin Buu with all his might. Instantly, the two resumed their aerial duel, and with the full power of Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta relentlessly pummeled Majin Buu's pudgy face. However, Buu's body, composed of a pliable substance, was impervious to Vegeta's onslaught, but the strikes were somewhat painful. His energy not only remained unaffected but surged due to his rising fury. At this moment, the Kaioshin was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the sheer destructive potential that humanity could unleash to such an extent. The battle raged on, with Vegeta maintaining the upper hand. Yet no matter how fiercely he attacked, Majin Buu remained undefeated, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. After several minutes, the outcome of the conflict showed no signs of change, and the expressions of those present grew grave. The Kaioshin, initially cheering for Vegeta, could not help but inquire upon noticing the serious countenances of others. "What is it? Why do you all look so solemn?" Goku responded, "Something seems amiss." The Kaioshin surveyed the battle, noting that Vegeta had consistently held the advantage. He wondered what could possibly be wrong. Goku elaborated, "Although Master has maintained the upper hand, he has yet to defeat Majin Buu. Furthermore, he has been unable to inflict even the slightest damage upon him. It is as if Buu possesses immortality and boundless energy, no matter how Master attacks. He cannot even manage to harm him." Upon hearing Goku's explanation, the Kaioshin grasped the situation, and as he observed the ongoing struggle, the reality of their predicament became clear to him. Although Vegeta possesses an immortal body, this immortality requires the restoration of energy, unlike Majin Buu, who can rejuvenate his strength by absorbing the malevolent forces from the universe. Consequently, as time progresses, Vegeta's own power begins to wane, gradually diminishing to a level comparable to that of Majin Buu. This alarming shift in Vegeta's aura does not go unnoticed by the others, who swiftly comprehend that the situation is deteriorating. Goku quickly interjects, "I will assist my master. You all must retreat to the Supreme Kai's realm without delay. I cannot guarantee that I can defeat Majin Buu." With that declaration, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 3 and joins forces with Vegeta to confront Majin Buu. With Goku's reinforcements, the duo once again overwhelms Majin Buu, mercilessly assaulting him from both sides. Buu, in a state of utter frustration, retaliates with all his might. Yet the reality is that he stands no chance against these two formidable warriors. Goku turns to Vegeta and states, "Master, we must devise a strategy to eliminate Majin Buu." Vegeta spoke, "Let us give it a try. You hold him off while I gather my energy, and we shall see if we can vanquish Majin Buu once and for all." "All right." Goku agreed, engaging in a fierce battle with Majin Buu alone, buying time for Vegeta. Vegeta ascended into the sky, gradually gathering energy as countless golden auras began to coalesce from his body into his hands. Suddenly, a radiant golden sphere materialized between his palms. rapidly expanding as a formidable energy surged skyward. This energy, uniquely amassed by Vegeta himself, differed from the spirit bomb accumulated by Goku in the original tale. The spirit bomb could be visually perceived, yet remained imperceptible to one's senses. In contrast, Vegeta's self-gathered energy was palpable, and Majin Buu immediately sensed this overwhelming power. Even perceiving a threat to his very existence, he swiftly turned to behold the massive energy sphere hovering above Vegeta's hands. Majin Buu was no fool. Upon witnessing this potentially lethal energy sphere, he abandoned Goku and charged towards Vegeta. However, Goku was determined not to allow Majin Buu to escape the fray. He soared after him, swiftly seizing Buu's foot and with a vigorous toss, hurled him into the ground. The earth trembled beneath the impact, creating a deep crater, and Majin Buu vanished into the depths below. Observing this development, Goku felt a surge of alarm, straining to sense Majin Buu's presence. Where could he be? Just as Goku searched frantically for Majin Buu, a figure erupted from the earth, launching itself toward Vegeta. Vegeta was utterly astonished to discover that Majin Buu had acquired the ability to conceal his energy signature, lurking beneath the earth itself and launching an attack from directly below. In Chapter 193, A Strategy Against Buu, most of Vegeta's energy was concentrated in the energy sphere he held in his hands, rendering him incapable of engaging Majin Buu in direct combat. As he witnessed Buu prepare to strike with a powerful punch, it became evident that he had no time to devise an alternative counterattack. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta bellowed, "Get away from me." However, he could not simply hurl the energy sphere downward, as doing so would not only impact Majin Buu but also risk obliterating the earth itself. Thus, Vegeta executed a rapid instant transmission, materializing beneath Majin Buu while cradling the massive energy sphere. Upon seeing Vegeta suddenly appear below him, Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback. Unfazed by Buu's astonishment, Vegeta exerted all his strength and hurled the colossal energy sphere directly at him. The sphere hurtled towards Majin Buu with astonishing velocity, propelling both Buu and the sphere beyond the confines of Earth, accompanied by Buu's anguished cries. As the energy sphere struck the void beyond Earth, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the blinding light compelling all witnesses to shield their eyes. Subsequently, a tremendous shockwave rippled through the atmosphere, sweeping across the globe. Most individuals experienced a fierce gust of wind. Those fortunate enough to grasp onto something remained unscathed, while others, unable to find support, were unceremoniously toppled to the ground, tumbling away for considerable distances. At this moment, Vegeta had returned to his normal state, breathing heavily. Goku descended from the sky and landed beside Vegeta, promptly supporting him and apologizing, "Master, I am truly sorry. I could not stop Majin Buu." Vegeta shook his head and replied, "It's of no consequence. Majin Buu is not an ordinary foe. Neither of us possesses the strength to confront this being alone." Glancing up at the sky, Goku inquired, "Master, do you think that recent attack could eliminate Majin Buu?" Vegeta gazed contemplatively at the sky above, momentarily lost in thought before articulating, "I cannot say for certain, but instinctively, I sense that this adversary will not succumb so readily. Therefore, we must return and make more formidable preparations, given our current capabilities. Vanquishing Majin Buu appears to be a daunting endeavor." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he eagerly inquired, "Master, do you possess an even more potent technique? Could it possibly be the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta shook his head, opting not to respond directly to Goku's words. He remarked, "Let us return to the sacred temple and reunite with the others. Are you not feeling hungry?" Upon hearing Vegeta's statement, Goku's stomach audibly growled. The immense energy expenditure from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation had left him significantly drained, and a mere brief skirmish had consumed the majority of his stamina. The two swiftly soared towards the sacred temple. Just as Vegeta and Goku departed from their original location, a swirling pink tempest erupted in the sky above the earth. This tempest conjured fierce winds that coalesced, ultimately revealing a rotund figure, Majin Buu. The instant Majin Buu materialized, a singular thought surged within him, the desire for vengeance. He swiftly descended from the heavens towards the ground. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the two adversaries he had previously battled had vanished without a trace. Perplexed, he pondered, where have those two rascals gone? Buu searched the surroundings, but could find no sign of Vegeta or Goku. Finally, he shrugged and said, "Never mind. I am hungry. I shall seek something to eat." With that, Majin Buu gleefully flew towards a nearby city. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku had arrived above the sacred temple, where everyone gathered around them, eager to inquire about the outcome of the battle. Vegeta addressed everyone's inquiries, and then turned to Mr. Popo with a request. Mr. Popo, could you assist me and Goku in preparing some food? We are quite hungry. Upon hearing Vegeta's plea, Mr. Popo was exceedingly pleased and replied, certainly. Please wait a moment while I prepare a grand feast for you. It will be ready shortly. Just as Vegeta and Goku were savoring the splendid meal prepared by Mr. Popo, the Supreme Kai entered and proclaimed, Majin Buu has been resurrected. Vegeta's hand momentarily stiffened before he responded, undoubtedly, this fellow is indeed formidable. Particularly with his immortality, surpassing even the Cell of Yore. While Cell could be resurrected as long as his central core remained intact, Majin Buu necessitates annihilation at the molecular level, requiring all of his cells to be obliterated. Should even a single cell persist, Majin Buu can regenerate anew. Kaishin, would you assist us in monitoring Majin Buu? Let us first enjoy this splendid feast, and then we shall devise a method to vanquish him. At that moment, the Supreme Kai interjected with a suggestion. I possess a plan that may prove effective against Majin Buu. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, the group instantly perked up, directing their attention toward him, eager for further elucidation. Noticing their rapt gaze, the Supreme Kai continued, in our realm of the Kaishins lies a divine sword known as the Kaishin sword. It is exceedingly heavy and extraordinarily sharp, having remained embedded in the highest peak of the divine realm since its inception, with no one ever able to draw it forth. I am convinced that if we can extract this sword, we shall triumph over Majin Buu. Hearing the Supreme Kai's proclamation, Son Goku displayed a look of skepticism. Unable to fully grasp the existence of such a divine sword capable of defeating Majin Buu, he then turned to Vegeta, seeking his judgment on the matter. Vegeta contemplated for a moment before stating, regarding this matter, Goku and I shall refrain from joining. We must remain on Earth to monitor the movements of Majin Buu, ensuring this fiend does not go berserk and wreak havoc upon our world. He then turned to Trunks and Gohan, declaring, Trunks, Gohan, you both have matured and are now prepared to shoulder the responsibilities of battle. This task of retrieving the Kaishin sword shall be entrusted to you. Are you capable of drawing the sword? Yes, father. Yes, uncle. Trunks and Gohan replied in unison, their excitement palpable. Until now, all adversaries had been confronted by Vegeta and Goku, but at last, they were poised to bear such a significant responsibility. Chapter 194. The old Kaishin. Although the Kaishin preferred to have either Vegeta or Goku accompany him to the Kaishin sword, he recognized the wisdom in Vegeta's words. Consequently, he, along with Kibito, instantaneously transported Trunks and Gohan back to the realm of the Kaishin. Upon regaining his sight, Trunks realized he was no longer on Earth. The scenery was breathtaking, adorned with blooming flowers and shaded by verdant trees. Numerous tiny fairies flitted about, their transparent wings aglow as they gathered nectar from the blossoms. The sudden appearance of the Kaishin startled these fairies, causing them to retreat into the foliage, peeking cautiously at the four newcomers. Upon recognizing two of them as the esteemed Kaishin and Kibito, many fairies emerged to greet them, though Trunks could not comprehend their words. Intrigued by these enchanting fairies, Trunks was inclined to approach them for a closer look. Yet one fairy, disliking his proximity, stuck out her tiny tongue at him and swiftly darted away. The Kaishin dismissed the fairies and inquired of Trunks and Gohan, would you two like to rest in our Kaishin palace? Trunks promptly replied, no. We must ascertain Majin Buu's situation. Let us hasten to draw the Kaishin sword. With this formidable weapon in our possession, I shall return to Earth and eliminate the threat. Gohan nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. The Kaishin, pleased with their resolve, cheerfully remarked, very well, let us proceed. With that, the Kaishin led the three towards the Kaishin mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Trunks and Gohan beheld the Kaishin sword firmly embedded in the peak. This must be the Kaishin sword. Allow me to give it a try. Trunks exclaimed with enthusiasm, stepping forward to attempt to draw the sword with one hand. Observing Trunks' audacity and underestimating their powerful sword, Kibito remarked with disdain, one hand? You greatly underestimate our divine blade. As anticipated by Gibbet, Trunks, even with one hand, was unable to draw the divine sword. Not only with one hand, but even with both hands exerting force, he could not extract the King Kai sword. Observing Trunks struggle, Gohan became quite excited and quickly pushed Trunks aside, exclaiming, let me try. Let me try. Initially, Trunks intended to transform into a Super Saiyan to pull the sword. But upon seeing Gohan's eagerness, he stepped aside. It was evident that if Trunks could not succeed, Gohan would stand no chance of drawing the sword either. Gibbet found himself in a rather conflicted state of mind. On one hand, He wished for Trunks and the others to draw the sword and vanquish Majin Buu. While on the other, he was reluctant for them to succeed, as it would reflect poorly on the King Kais and their apprentices. Trunks, once again pushing Gohan aside, stated, "All right, let us cease these attempts and instead draw upon our utmost strength to extract this sword." Following this declaration, Trunks let out a powerful roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his body enveloped in crackling electricity. He had not anticipated that his first confrontation upon achieving this form would be with the sword. With a mighty shout, Trunks unleashed all his power, and to everyone's astonishment, the King Kai's sword, which had remained unyielding for countless millennia, was finally drawn forth by Trunks. Gibbet was taken aback, his mouth agape, while the King Kai expressed his exuberance, exclaiming, "This is splendid. I knew they could do it." With the sword now in their possession, the next task was to learn its use. However, the sword proved to be exceedingly heavy, prompting Trunks and Gohan to continue training in the King Kai's realm. They took turns, one training until fatigued, then switching with the other. Given their already formidable abilities, it wasn't long before they adeptly wielded the King Kai's sword. At this juncture, the King Kai excitedly proclaimed, "Now, let us test the sharpness of this sword." With that, he summoned a mysterious metallic cube into his hand. The King Kai elaborated, "This is Kaizen steel, the hardest metal in the 7th universe. It is perfect for assessing the sharpness of the King Kai's sword." After his explanation, he tossed the Kaizen steel to Gohan. Gohan lightly tapped the Kaizen steel in his hand, producing a resonant sound, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is quite hard. However, King Kai, are you certain the sword can withstand this? If it were to break, please do not hold me accountable." To this, the King Kai responded with utmost confidence, "Fear not, there is no issue. After all, it is the King Kai's sword, the greatest artifact in existence." Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of the Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong remarked, "Very well, Supreme Kai, let us commence the test. Trunks, are you prepared? Here I come." Trunks brandished the Supreme Kai sword with great assurance, declaring, "Bring it on. I firmly believe this divine blade can cleave the casing steel as effortlessly as slicing through tofu." With that proclamation, Sun Wukong hurled the casing steel towards Trunks. Trunks swung the Supreme Kai sword with all his might, aiming to sever the casing steel. A resounding clang echoed. Yet instead of the steel being split in two, the legendary indestructible Supreme Kai sword shattered into two pieces. Trunks narrowly dodged a potential blow from the falling debris. The Supreme Kai, Kibito, and Sun Wukong were all left in a state of utter astonishment. How can this be? Why did this happen? The Supreme Kai's face reflected sheer disbelief, questioning why the fabled sword had broken. Trunks discarded the remnants of his shattered sword and remarked, "Even the Supreme Kai can boast. What use is a sword that seems merely heavy without any real function?" Upon hearing the word heavy, the Supreme Kai suddenly enlightened. "I understand now. The Supreme Kai sword is indeed quite weighty. This must be a method to train its wielder. Once the user acclimatizes to the sword's heft, they will be able to defeat the Majin Buu." Chapter 195. Satan takes action. Hearing the Supreme Kai's reasoning, both Trunks and Sun Wukong shook their heads in unison, stating, "That is impossible, Supreme Kai. With our current strength, we cannot hope to conquer Majin Buu." "Is that so? But why does the legend persist in the Supreme Kai realm that drawing the divine sword grants invincibility?" The Supreme Kai pondered, clearly troubled. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind them, exclaiming, "That would be me." Startled, the group turned to see an elderly man standing behind the Supreme Kai. "Elder, who are you?" The Supreme Kai inquired, noting the figure was clad in similar attire. "I am Peter Toro, the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior." The old man introduced himself with a dignified tone. "What? 15 generations prior to the Supreme Kai?" The Supreme Kai was taken aback. At this juncture, Trunks asked, "Elder Supreme Kai, may I inquire what you meant by your previous statement?" In response to Trunks' inquiry, the Elder Supreme Kai elaborated on his abilities, concluding with pride, "I possess the power to unlock your latent potential. What do you think? Am I not remarkable?" Upon hearing the words of the old Kai, Trunks and Gohan conferred briefly. Trunks then approached the old Kai and inquired, "Esteemed old Kai, might you assist us in unlocking our potential? With such power, we could vanquish Majin Buu." Before the old Kai could respond, Trunks continued, "If you are willing to help us enhance our abilities, I could offer you a chance to touch a girl's body." The old Kai, initially taken aback, suddenly appeared exhilarated and asked, "Really? What kind of girl? What is her name? Is she truly beautiful?" Trunks promptly replied, "Of course. She is one of the most beautiful girls at our school, named Videl." "What? Videl? How could you do this?" Gohan exclaimed, visibly displeased at Trunks' suggestion to present Videl. Oh, it's just a touch. It won't cost you anything, Trunks retorted. But why Videl? Gohan pressed, his dissatisfaction growing. Because I don't have a girlfriend, Trunks answered innocently. Gohan was left speechless, while the old Kai, brimming with excitement, declared, very well, we have a deal. Thus, the old Kai instructed the two young warriors to sit side by side as he began to assist them in unlocking their potential. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku had finished the grand feast prepared by Mr. Popo. Vegeta approached the Supreme Kai and gazed down at the realm beneath the Kai's temple. Unfortunately, all he could see was a sea of white clouds enveloping the area below. Vegeta turned to the Supreme Kai beside him and inquired, Supreme Kai, what do you perceive? What is the current state of Majin Buu? The Supreme Kai observed the antics of Majin Buu below and replied slowly, this Majin Buu resembles a child, devoid of any sense of right or wrong. Indeed, had Bibidi and Babidi taken the time to properly educate him, Majin Buu would not have become the being he is today. Vegeta replied, that's precisely why Bibidi and Babidi are known as malevolent sorcerers. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he continued to observe the actions of Majin Buu. At that moment, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta and Son Goku inquired, what is it? Has something occurred with Majin Buu again? The Supreme Kai replied, do you recall the individual named Satan who battled against Cell before our time? Satan? Vegeta certainly remembered him. And Son Goku also held a vivid impression of Satan. What has become of him? Son Goku questioned, suddenly astonished. He wouldn't dare attempt to confront Majin Buu on his own, would he? The Supreme Kai, somewhat at a loss for words, nodded in affirmation and said, indeed, that Mr. Satan is stealthily approaching the vicinity of Majin Buu's residence. Well, I must say, this Mr. Satan possesses a certain bravery, Son Goku remarked, however. This time he may find himself in peril, for Majin Buu is not akin to Cell. Cell still adhered to his semblance of honor and would disdain to slay someone like Satan. But Majin Buu, with his childlike temperament, is capricious and will kill without hesitation, showing no mercy simply because his opponent is weaker. The Supreme Kai stood beside them, nodding in agreement, acknowledging that Satan's fate might be grim this time. However, the unfolding of events often holds unexpected twists. After meeting Majin Buu, astonishingly, he did not end Satan's life, but instead welcomed him as a servant. Thus, the two surprisingly coexisted in harmony. Most remarkably, under Satan's persuasion, Majin Buu agreed to become a good individual, refraining from indiscriminately taking lives. How is this possible? The Supreme Kai expressed astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. He could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated to such an extent. What transpired? Please, tell us. Son Goku implored anxiously beside the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, the Supreme Kai regained his composure and instructed. Place your hands on my shoulders and close your eyes. You will witness the scene I beheld. At the Supreme Kai's words, Vegeta and Son Goku were filled with elation. Son Goku exclaimed, you should have mentioned this sooner. After which, he promptly placed his hands on the Supreme Kai's shoulders. Once the Supreme Kai felt their hands resting upon him, he asked, do you see the scene below? At that moment, within the minds of Vegeta and Son Goku, they beheld Mr. Satan and Majin Buu playing with a small dog in an open field. The image was extraordinarily harmonious, epitomizing the coexistence of humans and animals. No wonder the Supreme Kai was astonished. After witnessing this scene, Son Goku was equally taken aback. Is that really Majin Buu down there? At this moment, Vegeta remarked, as I have said before, the true nature of Majin Buu is not inherently malevolent. The real villains are Bibidi and Babidi. Similarly, Satan, despite his fervent desire for fame, is fundamentally not a bad person and has committed no heinous acts. Thus, under Satan's influence and assistance, Majin Buu has now embarked on a path of redemption. As he spoke, Vegeta suddenly recalled the instances in the original narrative where the thin Buu made his appearance. The storyline had diverged significantly, leaving him to ponder whether such circumstances would still manifest. As Chapter 199, The Emergence of Evil Buu, unfolded, Vegeta's thoughts were interrupted as the plot inevitably reverted to a previous state. The serene atmosphere was shattered by the sound of a gunshot, as a malicious bullet struck a running puppy. Which fool is responsible for this? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock, soon spotting two gunmen not far from Majin Buu's residence, one of whom had fired the wicked bullet. Turning his gaze back to Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai noticed an unknown gas escaping from the creature's pores. Will the situation deteriorate? Goku inquired. The group remained silent, anxiously observing the unfolding events. Just when they anticipated Majin Buu might retaliate with lethal force, Satan's subsequent actions astonished them. He stealthily approached the two assailants from behind, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent them sprawling. Then, upon discovering the puppy still alive, Majin Buu used his magic to revive it. Phew. The three figures in the Supreme Kai's chamber exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Once again, Satan has made a significant contribution. The Supreme Kai mused aloud. I never imagined that Satan, who was of no consequence during the previous cell incident, could play such a pivotal role in this Majin Buu affair. He may very well become a hero who saves the world. Hearing the Supreme Kai's reflections, both Vegeta and Goku nodded in agreement. Vegeta then stated, thus, anyone in this world has the potential to become a hero. The narrative shifted to depict the harmonious coexistence of Majin Buu, Satan, and the puppy, and with Majin Buu's cessation of violence, the world entered a state of peace. Surely, there should be no further issues, the Supreme Kai voiced hesitantly, observing the situation below. At this moment, Vegeta inquired, by the way, what became of those two scoundrels who were sent flying by Satan? We must ensure they do not cause any further trouble. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Supreme Kai was taken aback and hastily surveyed the vicinity around Majin Buu, yet he found no trace of the two rascals. The absence of their presence suggested they had likely fled. The Supreme Kai spoke with a hint of uncertainty. At this moment, Vegeta recalled the original storyline, remarking, could it be that they have already infiltrated the lair of Majin Buu? Goku interjected, surely not. Those two wouldn't be foolish enough to trespass into Majin Buu's domain. Neither Majin Buu nor Satan would pose a challenge to them. Are they really resorting to bullying a mere puppy? Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Recognizing the likelihood of the scenario, it is important to note that the current Satan, having trained in Chinese martial arts, is impervious to ordinary bullets. As anticipated by Vegeta and Goku, the young man who had been defeated by Satan did not, as depicted in the original tale, infiltrate Majin Buu's residence. However, he was not inclined to let either Majin Buu or Satan off the hook, especially Satan, aware that standard bullets would be ineffective against Satan. He returned home to retrieve a high-energy laser weapon. This advanced weapon was developed in response to the presence of formidable warriors on Earth, modified from armaments left behind during the previous invasion by Frieza's army, unless one attained mastery in Chinese martial arts to the level of Vegeta or Goku. Very few warriors on Earth would be capable of withstanding such a high-energy laser weapon. It is precisely because the military and police possess such weaponry that they can keep the growing number of powerful warriors in check. Approximately 1,000 meters away from Majin Buu's residence, the rogue lay on the ground, his high-energy laser weapon poised before him, aiming at the window of Majin Buu's home. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he spotted Satan's silhouette through the window, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a crimson beam of energy that shot forth. Through the scope, he witnessed Satan collapse. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly realm, Vegeta and the others observed a red beam streaking toward Majin Buu's abode. The Kai hurriedly adjusted his gaze and recognized that the shooter was indeed the very same rogue from before. What manner of weapon is this? Vegeta inquired, somewhat astonished. Like Goku, he had been so engrossed in training that he remained unaware of the current advancements in Earth's weaponry, especially since Bulma's Capsule Corporation had never engaged in weapon research. High-energy laser weapon. The Kai gritted his teeth in response. The trio then turned their attention back to Majin Buu's residence, with Goku expressing concern. Who was struck by that weapon? Let it not be Satan or that little puppy. It would be best if it were Majin Buu. Indeed, it is best to consider Majin Buu, for he is impervious to such assaults. The celestial beings, unable to perceive the conditions within Majin Buu's abode, found themselves in a state of silent anticipation within the heavenly realm, eager to discern the unfolding events. After approximately a minute, they witnessed Mr. Satan, in a disheveled state, hastily emerging from Majin Buu's residence, seemingly terrified of something lurking behind him. It was evident that the source of his fear was none other than Majin Buu himself. Subsequently, they beheld Majin Buu tumbling out of his window, his form appearing disheveled and in excruciating agony. Countless streams of gas erupted from the pores of his body. What could be the cause of his distress? Goku inquired aloud. No one responded to his query. The deities remained silent from ignorance, while Vegeta, though aware, refrained from speaking. This state of affairs persisted for several minutes until, suddenly, a multitude of gray gas erupted from the pores of Majin Buu's body, swirling and coalescing ominously above his head. What is this? Upon witnessing the situation, The celestial beings and Sun Wukong were momentarily taken aback as they sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from the swirling gray vapor. Before everyone's gaze, the cloud coalesced into a slender, gray entity. The celestial being was acutely familiar with such a phenomenon, having once separated the evil within his own being in a similar manner. However, his was a conscious choice. While the emergence of the malevolent beau was a reaction to provocation, at the instant the evil beau materialized, the fat and thin beau's locked eyes, especially the fat beau, whose face was etched with indignation at the sight of his lean counterpart. Indeed, it was not without reason for his ire, as the appearance of the thin beau had siphoned away a significant portion of his strength. Instead of immediately confronting the fat beau, the thin beau first approached the rogue who had previously attacked Satan. Witnessing the thin beau materialize before him, the assailant raised his high-energy laser weapon and unleashed a barrage of red laser projectiles. Countless beams pierced the thin beau's form. However, he remained unfazed, his wounds healing rapidly without any discernible change in his aura. Realizing that his weapon was ineffective, the assailant, in a fit of panic, discarded his firearm and attempted to flee. With a mere gesture, the thin beau unleashed a ki blast, obliterating both the rogue and the surrounding rocks into mere ash. After dispatching the foe, the thin beau turned to face the fat beau, and an intense battle ensued. Yet from the very outset, the fat beau found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Observing the unfolding chaos, the celestial being inquired, "Vegeta, Sun Wukong, do you possess any means to intervene?" It is evident that the fat beau is no match for the thin beau. Sun Wukong remained silent, casting a glance at Vegeta, and asked, "Master?" After observing the battle below for a while, Vegeta spoke up, declaring that to truly vanquish Majin Buu, there was but one course of action left. We must evolve into Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Goku and the Supreme Kai exclaimed in unison. They were familiar with Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan 3, yet the concept of Super Saiyan God was unfamiliar to them. Once their astonishment had subsided, Goku, brimming with excitement, eagerly inquired, "Master, can you truly transform into a Super Saiyan God? Please, show us." Vegeta turned to Goku and said, "I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan God on my own. I require your assistance to achieve this transformation." "Our assistance?" Goku exclaimed, a look of astonishment on his face, utterly perplexed about how he could aid his master in this transformation. Vegeta discerned Goku's confusion and elucidated, "I require 5 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of justice, to channel their inner strength into my being. In doing so, I shall transcend from an ordinary Saiyan to a Super Saiyan God." "Oh, now it makes sense," Goku exclaimed with delight. "I wondered why Master remained so at ease upon witnessing our inability to vanquish Majin Buu. It turns out he possesses such a formidable trump card." Vegeta nodded, then continued, "All right, we shall now discuss the 5 Saiyans possessing hearts of justice." Suddenly, he halted mid-sentence. "What is it, Master?" Goku inquired, noticing Vegeta's abrupt silence. Vegeta revealed his sorrowful visage and lamented, "Have you all forgotten? Trunks and Gohan have been dispatched by me to the Kaioshin realm." Indeed, Vegeta himself was taken aback by such a significant oversight. Initially, the presence of 5 righteous Saiyans seemed perfectly adequate. He had 2 sons. Goku had 2 sons. And with Goku himself included, there were precisely 5 virtuous Saiyans. However, now, they found themselves bereft of Trunks and Gohan. It was somewhat his fault. For upon hearing the Kaioshin speak of the Kaioshin sword, he became singularly focused on having the 2 young ones enhance their potential under the tutelage of the elder Kaioshin, thus sending them away. The consequence of this decision now left Vegeta lacking the necessary participants to ascend to Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, Raditz and Beerus had previously been adversaries. He pondered whether they possessed any sense of righteousness. "Should we give it a try?" suggested the Kai, who stood nearby. Vegeta nodded at this thought, seemingly convinced that in recent years, those 2 individuals had not committed any heinous acts and must possess a sense of righteousness. Subsequently, he summoned Belshot to call upon the Bellis family and instructed Goten to fetch the Raditz family. Both families had refrained from accompanying the others to the Heavenly Temple, instead opting to remain at home, prepared to escape Earth in their spacecraft should circumstances take a turn for the worse. When Bellis arrived at the Temple of the Gods with his family, he was exceedingly dissatisfied. He raised his voice and inquired of Vegeta, "Vegeta, do you possess a method to confront Majin Buu? If not, we should hastily flee the Earth, for the universe is vast." Raditz, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. At this moment, Vegeta remarked, having lived on Earth for so many years, do you not possess even a fragment of the desire to protect her? Bella scoffed and remarked, Vegeta, are you jesting with me? When did we Scions ever have a homeland? At that moment, Bellus's daughter, Banana, overheard her father's words and, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Father, is it any wonder you summoned Grandpa and Grandma to our home? Is this your notion, to flee in the face of danger? Are you still the defiant Scion I once knew, unyielding to heaven and earth? Indeed, Uncle, how can we consider retreating when confronted by foes? We must devise a way to conquer them, echoed Raditz' son, Pet. The words of Banana and Pet flushed Bellus's face with embarrassment, while Vegeta's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing the children speak. He had not anticipated that Bellus and Raditz had yet to instill a sense of justice in their offspring. Yet their children possessed it in abundance. Bellus found himself unable to contend with his daughter, and thus he turned directly to Vegeta, inquiring, Speak up, Vegeta. What is it that you wish for our assistance with? For the sake of my daughter, I shall offer my help if it is within my power. Banana promptly approached Vegeta, grasping his hand and declaring, Indeed, Uncle, whatever you need, just delegate it to my father. Should he refuse, simply inform me, and I shall ensure he is dealt with. As she spoke, Banana cast a reproachful glance at Bellus. Upon witnessing the close bond between his daughter and Vegeta, Bellus was consumed by a fit of rage, nearly causing his nose to contort. Alas, what could he do? After all, she was his own daughter. He resigned himself to fate. After a brief spell of anger, Bellus realized he was powerless against the two and had no choice but to accept his circumstances. Vegeta knelt down, gazing at the young Banana before him, and remarked, Good child. However, dear uncle has realized that this matter does not require your father's assistance. Your help is sufficient. Chapter 198, The Super Saiyan God 2. Upon hearing that Vegeta no longer needed his aid but instead extended his malevolent intentions toward his daughter, Bellus grew quite displeased. He swiftly pulled his daughter behind him and exclaimed, Vegeta, what are you planning? You are her uncle, and she is merely 5 years old. Do you truly wish for her to embark on such perilous adventures? Upon hearing Bellus's words, Vegeta felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, while Goku quickly interjected, Bellus, you have misunderstood. The assistance master referred to does not necessitate combat. It can be accomplished within the confines of the sacred temple. Goku then proceeded to explain the transformation into a Super Saiyan God to Bellus and Raditz. Upon hearing Goku's assertion that they lacked a sense of justice, Bellus became incensed, retorting, You two have not even attempted it. How can you claim we lack justice? Indeed, exactly. Raditz chimed in, equally furious. Just as the debate was about to escalate, the Supreme Kai, observing the battle between Fat Bu and Skinny Bu at the edge of the sacred temple, called out loudly, Have you all finished your bickering? Hurry and transform into Super Saiyan gods. Fat Bu cannot endure much longer. If you remain in this stalemate, it will be too late once Skinny Bu triumphs over Fat Bu. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Vegeta immediately responded, Enough with the idle chatter. There is no time for frivolity. We must transform at once. Once we resolve the crisis with Majin Bu, I will assist you in your attempts, after all. Once I complete my transformation, you will still need to transform. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bellus understood that it was indeed perilous. If they did not assist Vegeta in completing his transformation promptly, they would have no opportunity to test their abilities should Majin Bu approach. Thus, Bellus nodded and said, Very well, let us proceed swiftly, but let it be clear that Banana shall remain at the sacred temple. Of course. As Bellus finally relented, Vegeta promptly agreed and began to arrange everyone's positions. Ultimately, Vegeta stood at the forefront, with Beerus and Goku placing their hands upon his back. As their combined energies flowed into Vegeta's being, the 9 of them began to levitate into the air. A gentle breeze swept through, and the sky became adorned with golden clouds, leaving everyone in awe as they gazed upward. Once the golden clouds enveloped the heavens, the central mass began to part, revealing a grand opening from which countless wisps of vapor cascaded like a waterfall at the edges. At the same time, golden sunlight streamed through the gap in the clouds, bathing the scene in a divine radiance that complemented the earlier golden hues. Concurrently, ethereal chants resonated from above, filling the air with an otherworldly melody. As the celestial singing subsided, all eyes returned to Vegeta, who had undergone a remarkable transformation, although he retained his usual form. His once ebony hair had turned a vibrant red, and his black pupils were now interspersed with shades of crimson. His physique, once robust, appeared somewhat frail, and even his visage had taken on the countenance of youth. Bulma, Upon seeing Vegeta's youthful appearance, felt a twinge of envy and remarked, "Oh dear, life is truly unfair. Those scions merely transform and emerge so youthful, while I have spent so much only to face the inevitable march of age." "Master, have we succeeded?" Goku inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he observed Vegeta's condition. Vegeta nodded and proclaimed, "I have succeeded. My current state is that of a Super Saiyan God. However, why is it that we cannot sense your energy?" Upon hearing that Vegeta had completed his transformation, Beerus felt Vegeta's aura and couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this moment, Vegeta replied, "It is because I have now enveloped myself in the aura of a deity. In this state, my presence cannot be sensed. Only those who possess the same divine state as I can perceive it." Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. Vegeta approached the Supreme Kai and inquired, "How fares Majin Buu?" The Supreme Kai gazed downward and shook his head, replying, "He has been defeated, consumed by the Slender Buu, who transformed him into chocolate. The Slender Buu has now absorbed the power of the Fat Buu, once again becoming the most formidable Majin Buu." After speaking, the Supreme Kai regarded Vegeta with a hint of concern and asked, "Are you certain you can prevail against him?" Vegeta nodded confidently and proclaimed, "Rest assured. Super Saiyan 3 can contend with Majin Buu on equal footing. I have transcended to a level far beyond him." He then addressed the others in the Divine Temple, saying, "I shall descend to engage in battle with Majin Buu. You all remain here, as this place is much safer." With that, Vegeta leaped downward, his incredible speed generating fierce flames that enveloped him, resembling a blazing comet as he hurtled towards Majin Buu. At that moment, Majin Buu was poised to strike at Satan, yet was hindered by the lingering effects of the recently devoured Fat Buu, preventing him from unleashing his attack. Ultimately, left with no other choice, Majin Buu withdrew, rising to a standing position, only to behold Vegeta soaring towards him from above. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's head collided with Majin Buu, driving him deep into the earth. Vegeta then stood resolutely on the surface, awaiting Buu's emergence from below. With a thunderous impact, Majin Buu burst forth from the ground, clutching his forehead in pain and glaring at Vegeta with fury. "You scoundrel! You have hurt me. I will annihilate you," he exclaimed, charging at Vegeta. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Vegeta effortlessly deflected Buu's assault. In a swift motion, he brought his other hand down in a powerful strike. With a sharp crack, his blow connected with Buu's forehead, forcing the creature back to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited pained cries from Majin Buu, who hastily rolled away, scrambling to distance himself from Vegeta. Buu sensed no trace of Vegeta's energy and was utterly perplexed as to how this seemingly formless opponent could possess such formidable strength. Despite having gained some clarity from absorbing several Kaioshins, it was evident that his understanding was still insufficient. In his confusion, Majin Buu could only persist in launching further attacks against Vegeta. Chapter 199, Vegeta vs. Majin Buu. Vegeta's body trembled as a colossal Taiji symbol materialized beneath his feet. Standing upon this emblem, it appeared as though he had dominion over this realm, crafting an absolute domain. When Majin Buu's attacks encroached upon the confines of the Taiji, they could not even graze Vegeta's form, instead skimming past the edges of his being and falling away. Remarkably, after a barrage of numerous strikes, not a single one managed to touch him. In stark contrast, as Majin Buu's assault fell short, Vegeta countered with a swift retaliation. His fist, embodying the essence of the Diamond Monk Fist, surged forth, conjuring a golden-skinned bodhisattva that charged directly at Majin Buu, sending him soaring into the air. The palm technique. The 18 dragon-subduing palms unleashed a torrent of golden dragons that roared fiercely as they lunged at Majin Buu, their sharp fangs and claws inflicting grievous wounds upon him. Vegeta's subsequent barrage of strikes left Majin Buu questioning the very essence of his existence. The two combatants had clearly transcended different realms of power. After a series of blows, Majin Buu found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly unwilling to rise again. "Come on, get up and continue the fight." "I'm not done yet," Vegeta taunted, bouncing lightly beside the defeated foe. The onlookers in the sacred realm gazed in awe at the spectacle below, particularly the Saiyans. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! I never anticipated that the Super Saiyan God would wield such power. I too must transform. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall also achieve the form of a Super Saiyan God." The others standing beside Goku nodded fervently in agreement. They had witnessed both Vegeta and Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3, a form that was already astonishing in its might, yet the Super Saiyan God surpassed it magnificently. If Super Saiyan 3 was merely a manifestation of mortal strength, then the Super Saiyan God represented a true divine essence. What of the Earth's deities? Were they truly divine? Seeing that Majin Buu showed no inclination to rise and resume the battle, Vegeta sighed and lowered his arms, remarking, "You were truly useless. Giving up so easily. But how shall I deal with you now?" Vegeta pondered that his ultimate objective was to completely obliterate Majin Buu. However, the fiend had ceased his struggles. Faced with the unyielding passivity of Majin Buu, Vegeta found it inappropriate to strike. Yet, as he contemplated, a surge of pink liquid suddenly lunged from behind him, enveloping him completely. Majin Buu, who had previously lain motionless on the ground, immediately sprang to his feet, erupting into uproarious laughter. "Arrogant, are you? Now your power belongs to me," he cackled, as the mask that encased Vegeta reintegrated into Majin Buu's form. "This is disastrous. How could this happen?" The onlookers in the sacred realm were astounded. They had never anticipated such a drastic turn of events, especially given their apparent advantage. Goku shouted to the others, "Be on your guard. I'm going down to intercept Majin Buu and see if I can rescue my master." He then turned to the Supreme Kai. "Can you reach out to Lord Kaioshin? We must summon Trunks and Gohan back immediately. And one of them must transform into a Super Saiyan God." With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and dove downward. Why didn't Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God? It was impossible without the presence of another. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, as the divide within Majin Buu occurred, the Kais sensed the tumultuous changes transpiring on Earth. When Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the old Kai, the Supreme Kai, and Kibito were left in utter disbelief. Kibito addressed the two Kaioshins. "Masters, can mortals truly ascend to divinity? Mortals can become gods, but typically, they are minor deities tasked with overseeing planets. The divine energy within them is largely bestowed by the Kais, granting them only a modicum of special abilities. However, to witness someone like Vegeta, who has acquired such formidable divine energy through sheer will, is unprecedented in my lifetime." As for Trunks and Gohan, though they could not comprehend the Kais dialogue, their spirits soared with joy. They rose, unleashing a tremendous aura that nearly swept the three Kais off their feet. The old Kai, infuriated, barked, "Sit down. Control yourselves. The potential development is not yet complete." Trunks and Gohan had not anticipated that the old Kai possessed such astonishing abilities to unlock their latent potential. Trunks muttered under his breath, "My dad has already transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Even if we fully realize our potential, it might be of little consequence." However, despite uttering such words, his body remained exceedingly obedient, promptly returning to sit before the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin did not attend to the two young ones, but continued to observe the crystal ball alongside the Kaioshin, eager to witness the outcome of the battle between Vegeta and Majin Buu. Suddenly, they beheld the scene of Vegeta being absorbed by Majin Buu, leaving both Kaioshins in shock. The old Kaioshin erupted in expletives, exclaiming, "Is this fool Vegeta truly so dim-witted? Having gained such an advantage, how could he allow Majin Buu to turn the tide? Can he be any more foolish?" The Kaioshin, filled with despair, contemplated Vegeta's prowess in conjunction with Majin Buu's strength, lamenting, "Who in the entire universe could possibly subdue him? It is over. The universe is doomed." Trunks sought to defend his father, asserting, "My dad isn't foolish. He just made an error." "Silence," the old Kaioshin retorted. "He could have easily vanquished Majin Buu with another strike. Why does he merely stand there, posing? Is that not sheer folly?" Saliva flew from the old Kaioshin's mouth, landing squarely on Trunks' face. Faced with the old Kaioshin's irate demeanor and the concern for his father's safety, Trunks was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 170. The annihilation of Majin Buu. Just when everyone believed the world was on the brink of destruction, the Kaioshin suddenly discerned something amiss. "This is not right. Something is wrong," he exclaimed. At that moment, the crystal ball revealed Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, engaged in battle, yet the fight was not as one-sided as anticipated. It was evenly matched. "This cannot be," the Kaioshin declared. After absorbing Vegeta, Majin Buu should not be able to contend with Super Saiyan 3 Goku on equal footing. Upon further examination, he confirmed, "Indeed, it is so," as perplexity spread across the faces of those present. Where, then, was Vegeta? Familiar with the original narrative, Vegeta was well aware of Majin Buu's unique ability to absorb. Although initially caught off guard by this tactic, he had promptly activated a protective shield, utilizing his energy to encase his entire body as soon as Majin Buu's cellular structure enveloped him. Now, Vegeta found himself within the confines of Majin Buu's body. Unlike a typical human's anatomy, Buu's interior was composed of a purple, web-like biological structure rather than the usual veins and organs. Initially, Vegeta intended to annihilate Majin Buu, whether the benevolent or malevolent version. However, now that he was within Buu's corporeal form, he resolved to show compassion and rescue the kind-hearted Majin Buu. Vegeta soared within the body of Majin Buu, diligently searching for the benevolent Buu's essence. After approximately a minute's passage, he finally discerned the figure of the rotund Buu. At that moment, the chubby Buu lay with his eyes tightly shut, ensconced within the corporeal framework of Majin Buu, continuously supplying energy to the fiend. With a swift motion, Vegeta severed the connection between the corpulent Buu and the malevolent Buu. The instant Vegeta disrupted their link, Majin Buu became acutely aware, diverting his focus to engage in battle with Goku outside while simultaneously manipulating his own corporeal form to conjure a diminutive Buu within. As Vegeta prepared to liberate the rotund Buu entirely, the slender Buu launched an assault against him, intent on thwarting Vegeta's endeavors. Yet, Vegeta was not one to be intimidated. He did not flinch but instead raised a hand, conjuring an energy barrier that effortlessly repelled all of Majin Buu's attacks. With a smile directed at Majin Buu, Vegeta proclaimed, "There is no time left." Following his declaration, he forcefully yanked away the bindings that ensnared the chubby Buu. "No!" Majin Buu shrieked in despair. Before reintegrating into his own body, in the midst of combat with Goku, Majin Buu abruptly halted his movements, only to be sent flying by Goku's strike. "How have I suddenly become so powerful?" Goku marveled, gazing at his own fists in astonishment. Just as Goku prepared to launch another attack on Majin Buu, the figures of Vegeta and the rotund Buu materialized in the air above. "Master, are you all right?" Upon witnessing Vegeta's reappearance, he exclaimed joyfully. Vegeta cast aside the fat Buu in his grasp and remarked, "It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? And what of Majin Buu?" Sun Wukong gestured towards the horizon, where Majin Buu stood atop a towering peak. At this moment, however, Majin Buu was neither the fat Buu nor the slim Buu, but rather resembled a diminutive version of Buu. Vegeta would certainly not allow Majin Buu to wreak havoc upon Earth as depicted in the original tale. Upon tracing the whereabouts of the malevolent creature, he swiftly clasped his hands together, channeling energy. A formidable energy wave was unleashed from his palms. At that moment, little Buu was still bewildered and utterly unprepared for the overwhelming ki blast that awaited him. The azure energy wave surged skyward, enveloping little Buu entirely. His anguished cries echoed as he gradually dissipated into the air. However, even though little Buu's voice faded from existence, Vegeta did not cease his onslaught. For as long as even a single cell of Majin Buu remained, resurrection was inevitable. Thus, he maintained his stance, ensuring that every trace of Buu's essence was vaporized into the ether. Only when he could no longer sense the presence of Majin Buu did Vegeta finally relent, allowing the energy wave to gradually diminish and ultimately vanish into nothingness. Was this truly a victory? Goku pondered, sensing the absence of Buu's aura. "Indeed, we have triumphed," Vegeta remarked, reverting from his Super Saiyan God form and savoring the tranquility that enveloped the air. It is worth noting that Majin Buu was an immensely formidable foe. Particularly due to his repulsive immortality, in the original narrative, Goku had to gather the energy of the entire Earth to eradicate him. In the Kaishin realm, upon witnessing Vegeta's return and the demise of Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai and Kibito joined hands in jubilant celebration. "We have won. Majin Buu has finally been vanquished." The elder Kaishin beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, the youth are teachable. Splendid work." Upon hearing the elder Kaishin's words, Trunks felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and retorted, "What do you mean by the youth are teachable? My father defeating Majin Buu seems to have little to do with you." Now that Majin Buu had been eliminated, Gohan was no longer inclined to linger in the Kaishin realm, and he quickly inquired, "Elder Kaishin, has our potential been fully unlocked?" The elder Kaishin, initially poised to engage Trunks in debate, paused at Gohan's question and replied, "Oh, it has indeed been unlocked. I had intended for you to make your entrance in a time of crisis, but alas, there was no opportunity for you to showcase your prowess." "What do you mean it's been completed? Let us hurry back," Trunks exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement and calling to the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, let us return to Earth at once. I imagine my father and the others are celebrating heartily. Indeed, I too wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku," he added eagerly. The Supreme Kai responded with delight, and in an instant, he transported Trunks and Gohan to the Divine Hall of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 171. For years later within the Divine Hall, the matter concerning the treatment of Majin Buu had become a pressing concern for all. Mr. Satan had also arrived at the Divine Hall, where he knelt before the deities, pleading, "Esteemed gods, I beseech you to spare Buu." The Supreme Kai regarded the kneeling Satan thoughtfully for a moment before replying, "It is indeed simple to grant him mercy. Yet what if he were to unleash chaos upon the innocent once more?" Satan immediately countered, "I will take full responsibility. I shall watch over him and ensure he does not err. He possesses the heart of a child, merely craving sweet treats. As long as I can fulfill his desires, he will not cause any trouble. I will patiently impart upon him the knowledge of everyday life and the principles of civility. I firmly believe that with perseverance, he can indeed transform into a virtuous being. Beside them," Bella suggested, "I believe it would be best to eliminate him. That way, we can put an end to this concern once and for all." At that moment, the Supreme Kai returned to Earth alongside Trunks and Gohan. Upon their arrival at the Heavenly Temple, Gohan spotted Mr. Satan kneeling on the ground and exclaimed, "Mr. Satan, what brings you here?" Mr. Satan, being the father of Videl, had indeed met Gohan previously. Naturally, Gohan could not allow his girlfriend's father to remain on the floor, so he hurried over to assist Mr. Satan in rising. Meanwhile, Goku, witnessing his son's acquaintance with Mr. Satan, felt a surge of curiosity and promptly inquired of Trunks, who was watching the scene unfold, "Hey, Trunks, how does Gohan know Mr. Satan?" Upon hearing Goku's question, Trunks quickly replied, "Uncle Goku, aren't you aware? Mr. Satan is the father of Gohan's girlfriend, Videl." "What? A girlfriend?" Goku was taken aback by Trunks' revelation. His astonished exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, especially Chi-Chi, who rushed to Gohan's side and asked, "Gohan, have you started dating at school?" Gohan's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Mr. Satan implored Gohan, "Gohan, for Videl's sake, could you possibly ask the deities to spare you?" As Gohan pulled Mr. Satan up, he glanced towards Vegeta, knowing that if Uncle Vegeta lent his voice in support, there would be no issue whatsoever. Vegeta nodded and then remarked, "Very well, let us spare Majin Buu. In truth, we have already witnessed his gradual improvement. Should Majin Buu revert to his malevolent ways, we shall intervene to teach him a lesson. As for those who fell victim to his wrath, we can summon the eternal dragon to resurrect them." The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement and added, "That sounds acceptable. As long as you are willing to keep an eye on him, I will also request the dragon to erase the memories of ordinary people regarding Majin Buu. This way, he can proceed on his path unimpeded." Thank you, Satan exclaimed, overwhelmed by gratitude, and immediately knelt before them, bowing his head in thanks. Gohan, startled, rushed to assist him, while Vegeta and the others, having learned that Satan was the father of Gohan's girlfriend, could not allow him to remain prostrate before them, and quickly helped him to his feet. Subsequently, the group celebrated at Bulma's estate, where an abundance of exquisite delicacies and fine wines were served by the attendants. They indulged heartily, particularly the Science and Majin Buu, who even engaged in a friendly competition to see who could consume the most. It was also the first time they met Satan's daughter, Biddy, Gohan's girlfriend. Outdoors, Biddy exuded a formidable presence. Yet her assertiveness stemmed entirely from her eccentric father's relentless pursuit of fame. This was merely a fade. Upon meeting Vegeta and the others, especially Gohan's parents, Goku and Chi-Chi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. When Chi-Chi inquired about Biddy's plans to marry Gohan, Biddy blushed profusely, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Satan, overhearing Chi-Chi's question, exclaimed loudly, "Dear mother-in-law, once Gohan and Biddy graduate, we shall arrange their marriage." This prompted Biddy to pout playfully, "Dad," and elicited laughter from those around them. Gohan's close friend Trunks, on the other hand, found himself being chastised by Bulma, who pulled him aside. With a heavy heart, Bulma lamented, "Trunks, do you not possess any ambition? You are 2 years older than Gohan, and though you are in the same grade, why has he found a girlfriend while you remain single?" Trunks was taken aback by his mother's words, unable to comprehend how his lack of a romantic relationship could be deemed a fault. "Look at yourself. You are no different from Gohan. Your mother is the chairwoman of Capsule Corporation, and your father is the Grandmaster of the Martial Arts Association. When comparing your attributes to Gohan's, what do you lack? Why has he found love while you have not?" Bulma paused momentarily before continuing, "Except for your height, which is somewhat diminished, but that is due to your father's genes. He is shorter than Goku, and such hereditary traits are beyond our control. Listening innocently to Bulma's reprimand, Vegeta felt a sense of injustice. He had said nothing, yet found himself caught in the crossfire. Bulma was furious, lamenting the ineptitude of her eldest son, who, despite possessing remarkable qualities, had somehow fallen short in the pursuit of a romantic partner compared to Gohan. The source of Bulma's ire lay in the incessant comparisons women engage in, comparing husbands, children, and everything else. Although she had undeniably surpassed Chi-Chi in many respects, the fact that her son was struggling to find a girlfriend left her deeply unsatisfied, resulting in Trunks bearing the brunt of her frustration. Meanwhile, Bellshot, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle, drawing Bulma's attention. She fixed her gaze on Bellshot and warned, "Should you lag behind Goten in the pursuit of a girlfriend, beware of your allowance." Instantly, Bellshot fell silent, retracting his neck and ceasing his laughter. While Bulma busied herself instructing Trunks on how to woo young ladies, Vegeta beamed with contentment as he watched the joyous gathering, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Thus, amidst the chaos, for years passed peacefully after the incidents involving Majin Buu. Chapter 172. The arrival of the God of Destruction. During these 4 years, what events transpired? Firstly, the summoning of the Eternal Dragon took place, to resurrect those Earthlings who had perished at the hands of Majin Buu. Indeed, it was true. The original intention of the Supreme Kai, who was responsible for granting wishes, was to restore those slain by Majin Buu. However, Vegeta intervened, asserting, "The malevolent sorcerer Babidi was also slain by Majin Buu. Thus we should wish for the resurrection of the Earthlings who fell victim to his destruction." After the Eternal Dragon granted the initial wish of the people, they subsequently requested assistance to erase the memory of the villain Majin Buu from the minds of all Earthlings, except for their group. This wish was easily fulfilled by the Eternal Dragon. During these 4 years, the most significant endeavor was the attempt of all Saiyans, with the exception of Vegeta, to transform into Super Saiyan gods. Ultimately, the results were mixed. Son Goku, Trunks, and Gohan successfully achieved the transformation, while Beerus and Raditz, whether due to their strength or temperament, failed to do so after numerous attempts. As for the younger ones, including Belciad, they had only just begun to learn how to transform into Super Saiyans, so thoughts of becoming Super Saiyan gods were far-fetched for them, due to their potential development. Trunks and Gohan quickly surpassed Goku in strength, which filled them with pride. Next, there was Mr. Satan, who finally realized his dream of winning the championship at the 29th World Martial Arts Tournament, thanks in part to Majin Buu's assistance. Even Gohan and Videl found Mr. Satan's feat somewhat embarrassing, yet they felt compelled to refrain from discussing the matter further. Lastly, 2 crucial events occurred. Trunks and Gohan graduated from high school and entered university, and Gohan married Videl. This prompted Bulma to scold Trunks once again, and she began to arrange blind dates for him intermittently. Trunks found it incomprehensible that the future chairman of Capsule Corporation and the future head of the Chinese Martial Arts Association was being subjected to such matchmaking endeavors. Seeking help from his father, Vegeta, Trunks was met with indifference, as Vegeta claimed he could not assist him in this matter. After nearly a year of playing hide-and-seek, Bulma finally gave Trunks a temporary reprieve. On Bulma's birthday, although she continued to celebrate yearly, no one dared to mention her age in her presence, lest they provoke her ire. On a luxurious cruise ship, all the friends and family gathered for the birthday celebration, and with the sound of a horn, the world's largest super cruise ship set sail. While Vegeta and the others were celebrating on board, significant events transpired in the depths of the universe. As a planet exploded, in the Kaioshin realm, within the Kaioshin Palace, the Supreme Kai and the old Supreme Kai were enjoying tea. The old Supreme Kai was explaining to Shin how to manage and develop the universe. Since Shin's ascension was sudden, many matters had not been conveyed to him by his predecessor, resulting in utter chaos in the management of the 7th universe. For instance, there was not even a proper Supreme Kai residence in the Kaioshin realm. While the old Supreme Kai was elucidating the duties to Shin, they suddenly sensed an explosion occurring on a planet in the universe. Furious, Supreme Kai Shin rushed outside the palace, shouting, "Who is it? Who is destroying the planets in the universe?" The old Supreme Kai, having emerged from his astonishment, leisurely followed out of the Supreme Kai Palace and stood beside the Supreme Kai, saying, "It is the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction." The Supreme Kai, upon hearing this unfamiliar title, was utterly perplexed that such a deity existed in the 7th universe. The old Supreme Kai cast a glance at Shin, but bore no resentment, as this matter was not something he was expected to know. especially given the abruptness of the situation. Thus, the old Supreme Kai began to elucidate in the vast cosmos. We Supreme Kais are tasked with maintaining order and striving for the evolution of the universe, making it increasingly formidable. However, corresponding to the Supreme Kais, there exists a god of destruction, whose role is to eliminate planets, races, and entities that he deems necessary to eradicate. The one who recently destroyed a planet is indeed this god of destruction. But, ancestor, why have I never encountered this god of destruction before? The Supreme Kai inquired. Because our god of destruction is exceedingly lethargic, spending his days in slumber, the old Supreme Kai replied, somewhat exasperated. Did you not wish to know why I was sealed within that divine sword? Could it be that it was the god of destruction? The Supreme Kai suddenly contemplated this possibility, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, you are correct. The god of destruction, irked by my incessant disturbances to his slumber, sealed me within the divine sword. So heed my warning. Do not disturb the god of destruction unless absolutely necessary, particularly when it comes to his rest. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai nodded vigorously, fearing that a careless action might invoke the god of destruction's wrath. Observing his apprehensive demeanor, the old Supreme Kai continued, you need not worry. The god of destruction would merely seal you away. Much like he did with me, he would not take your life. Why is that? The Supreme Kai asked, still bewildered as to why the god of destruction would spare him. Do you not understand? The Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are two halves of the same essence. If either of you were to perish, the other would follow suit. The old Supreme Kai reiterated. Ah, the Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment's reflection, he remarked, no wonder. When the great Supreme Kai was confronting Majin Bu, he transferred his position to me and instructed me to preserve my life at all costs, refraining from taking action. It appears that my existence as the Supreme Kai is now intertwined with that of the god of destruction. The old Supreme Kai nodded in agreement, saying precisely, in this regard, that young fellow performed admirably. Otherwise, should both the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai meet their ends simultaneously, the entire universe could face obliteration. Chapter 173. The unexpected guest at the birthday party. The Supreme Kai was fully aware of what the old Supreme Kai meant and nodded with a hint of trepidation. The two Supreme Kais continued to gaze into the cosmos, only to be startled when they noticed that the path of the god of destruction was directed towards Earth. Panic ensued between the two of them. How could this be? Why would the god of destruction venture to Earth? It is merely situated at the edge of the universe. What could possibly draw the god of destruction there? The old Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The Supreme Kai echoed, but Earth is just an ordinary rocky planet, utterly barren and devoid of any special minerals. Could it be the Scions? Both Supreme Kais gasped in unison. What should we do? Should we inform Vegeta and the others? The Supreme Kai inquired. The old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps it is best not to. If this notification angers the god of destruction, it could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Vegeta is a person who understands the nuances of circumstance and should refrain from provoking the god of destruction. Despite this reasoning, both remained fixated on the direction of Earth, fearful of events that could spiral out of control. Just as Bulma's party was about to transition into the lottery segment, a radiant beam of rainbow light descended upon the vast helipad of the cruise ship. Everyone's attention was captivated by this magnificent spectacle, and as the light dissipated, two oddly dressed figures materialized on the helipad. As the host of the cruise, Bulma naturally approached to greet them. May I inquire the names of my unfamiliar guests? You are most welcome to join my birthday celebration, she said. Having lived with Vegeta for many years, her discernment was sharp, and she was acutely aware that these two individuals could not possibly be weaklings. Thus, her tone remained courteous and respectful. Vegeta immediately recognized the two individuals before him. One was the god of destruction, Beerus, and the other was the angel, Whis. Beerus's gaze also fell upon Vegeta at first sight, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Vegeta rose to his feet and approached Beerus, greeting him with, "It has been a long time, Lord Beerus." "Indeed, it has been a while, Vegeta. I never anticipated that you would manage to escape from Frieza's grasp, let alone defeat him." "You have truly surprised me," Beerus replied. Following this exchange, the two engaged in a prolonged silence, their gazes locked. At that moment, Bulma approached with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "I never imagined that you two were friends of Vegeta. Today is my birthday party, and I warmly invite both of you to join us. I hope you won't be a bother." "Not at all. The more, the merrier," Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Under her guidance, Beerus and Whis soon became part of the festivities. Upon savoring Earth's culinary delights for the first time, Whis discarded the lunch he had prepared, declaring, "I have wasted these past millennia, compared to the cuisine of Earth. My previous meals were akin to swine feed." Beerus echoed his delight, relishing every dish and experiencing a newfound joy that momentarily dulled his disdain for the Psyots. After indulging in the feast, Vegeta approached Beerus and inquired, "Lord Beerus, you aren't here solely to celebrate my wife's birthday, are you? May I ask the reason for your visit?" Beerus, casually using a toothpick, responded, "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it, Lord Beerus?" "Please, if it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly share it with you. However, if it is beyond my understanding, I can only apologize," Vegeta replied earnestly. "You are a Scion, so you must be aware of the Super Saiyan God, correct?" Beerus inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. He was confident that within this universe, no one would dare to deceive him. Vegeta smiled as he gazed at Beerus, then slowly nodded and said, "I understand." Upon receiving the desired answer, Beerus was instantly filled with excitement. He grasped Vegeta's collar and exclaimed, "You clever boy. You actually know about the Super Saiyan God. Quickly, tell me, where can I find him? Hand him over to me. I yearn for a fierce battle with him. If you are willing to reveal his whereabouts, I may forgive your previous disrespect." Beerus's sudden movement startled the others aboard the ship who were engaged in playful activities, causing them to halt and turn their attention to Vegeta and Beerus. Trunks, witnessing the newcomer's blatant disrespect towards his father, felt compelled to intervene, but was halted by Goku. Goku spoke up, "Wait, this Beerus is no ordinary being. You must not act rashly. Furthermore, Master has yet to clash with him, so it is wise for us to bide our time." Vegeta regarded Beerus with a subtle gaze, then smiled as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, your actions hardly reflect the demeanor of one seeking assistance." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus paused momentarily, then released his grip and responded, "Vegeta, it has been years since we last met, and you dare to address me in such a manner. I am curious to know who has emboldened you so. Yet I shall state this only once. Divulge to me the secrets of the Super Saiyan God, and I shall spare both you and this planet." Vegeta gently adjusted his collar before ascending into the sky, declaring, "Lord Beerus, if you wish to locate the Super Saiyan God, then follow my lead." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus revealed a menacing grin and replied, "I hope you are fully aware of the implications of your actions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you regret it." With that, Beerus soared upwards alongside him. After reaching an altitude of approximately 300 to 400 meters, Vegeta came to a halt. Beerus inquired once more, "Can you now reveal to me the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta cast a glance at Beerus and proclaimed, "Lord Beerus, you must pay close attention. I am about to showcase my transformation." As he spoke, a deep crimson light enveloped his form. Once the brilliance dissipated, Vegeta had transformed into the red-haired Super Saiyan God. Beerus gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, particularly captivated by the profound divine aura emanating from him. He mused, "I never anticipated that the Super Saiyan God would be you, Vegeta." Chapter 174, Vegeta vs. Beerus. Oh, what an unexpected revelation. "I cannot believe that such a being as the Super Saiyan God truly exists in this world," Whis remarked, observing the crimson-haired Vegeta hovering in the sky. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he turned his attention to the delectable feast before him, indulging heartily. The battle seemed trivial compared to the sumptuous spread laid out before him. As he savored a piece of takoyaki, Whis felt as though he had wasted years of his life, realizing that such exquisite cuisine existed in the world. He felt as if he were in paradise, wishing he could remain on Earth perpetually. Meanwhile, all eyes were fixed on the sky, particularly Bulma, Trunks, and Beerus, who were all marked by expressions of concern. Vegeta proclaimed, "Lord Beerus, do you remember? Ever since I laid eyes on you at the tender age of 2, I have silently vowed to surpass you in martial arts." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus paused for a moment, a hint of surprise crossing his face, before breaking into a smile and responding, "Oh really? To surpass me in the art of combat is no easy feat. Are you certain you possess such strength?" Vegeta proclaimed, "We shall ascertain the extent of our powers through battle." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping himself in a crimson aura of divine essence, and charged towards Beerus. "You underestimate the divine," Beerus remarked as he responded with a swift punch. However, he was taken aback to discover that Vegeta's strength surpassed his expectations. Vegeta deftly deflected Beerus's punch with a mere flick of his wrist, momentarily leaving Beerus vulnerable. Vegeta lunged forward, delivering a direct punch that sent Beerus flying. However, Vegeta was relentless. Before Beerus could fully regain his composure, he continued his assault, employing the fierce Dragon Fist and the fluid Taijiquan. The contrasting styles left Beerus disoriented and searching for direction. After sending Beerus hurtling away once more, the god of destruction's fury ignited. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "Enough." Instantly, a surge of purple destructive energy erupted from Beerus, overwhelming the entire planet with his formidable presence. The powerful shockwave propelled Vegeta, who had intended to press the attack, away with force. Beerus had never anticipated that he, a mighty god of destruction, would be bested by someone on this remote planet. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Vegeta with a dangerous glint and declared, "I underestimated you. Who would have thought that you few surviving scions could actually pose a threat? But this ends now. You will soon learn that there is a hierarchy, even among gods." In uttering these words, Beerus acknowledged Vegeta's strength. He charged forward, launching a punch infused with immense power and destructive force. As Vegeta attempted to deflect the blow, he felt a sharp pain as if pierced by needles, and his attire was instantly torn apart by the overwhelming destructive energy. Unable to withstand the assault, Vegeta was sent crashing into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. Vegeta soared back into the sky from the ocean, largely unscathed, his energy enveloping him and shielding him from the destructive force. Beerus, pleased to have finally landed a punch on Vegeta, smugly remarked, "Though I am unaware of the peculiar nature of your technique and how it managed to deflect my fist, I am certain that in the presence of absolute power, any flamboyant maneuver is rendered futile." Vegeta nodded and said, "Very well, Lord Beerus, let us formally commence our duel." Upon finishing his sentence, Vegeta assumed an official stance, revealing a vast Taiji diagram beneath his feet, with himself positioned at its center. "What? You mean to say that you did not employ your full strength during those previous attacks?" Beerus exclaimed, astonished and enraged. How dare this individual underestimate a god of destruction by withholding his true power? However, upon noticing the Taiji diagram beneath Vegeta, Beerus quickly regained his composure. For he recognized that Vegeta was utilizing a domain. A domain is a manifestation attainable only by those who have reached an elevated pinnacle of martial prowess, such as the gods of destruction, who possess their own destructive domains. Each angel also wields their unique domain, within which no attack can evade their perception. Those lacking a domain stand no chance of striking an opponent within one. You have truly grasped the concept of a domain. I am utterly astonished," Beerus remarked. To counter a domain, one must also wield a domain. With a light step, Beerus unleashed a purple domain that swiftly enveloped him, its scope far exceeding that of Vegeta's. As both warriors unleashed their full power, they clashed once more. Initially, Vegeta was able to hold his own. However, after a series of exchanges, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, being pressured by Beerus. Yet, he could only be overwhelmed. His defenses were impeccable, successfully blocking the majority of Beerus's assaults. At this juncture, Beerus was thoroughly entertained, marveling at the scion before him, who could contend with his formidable strength. Unable to breach Vegeta's defenses, and having enjoyed the bout, Beerus took a step back, creating distance between them. In a tone of admiration, Beerus remarked, "Your strength is commendable. You were able to match me at approximately 5 or even 8 levels of power. You were truly impressive." Originally, Beerus intended to mention 5 levels of strength, but feared it might demoralize Vegeta's training spirit, hence he exaggerated to 8. "I have had my fill of this sparring. It is unnecessary to continue. Once your strength sees further advancement, we shall resume our contest. Until then." With that, Beerus soared towards the awaiting ship below. Vegeta scratched his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Beerus would so readily spare them this time. A stark contrast to the violent encounters depicted in the original narrative. However, this unexpected turn of events felt rather pleasant. After contemplating this, Vegeta returned to the luxurious cruise ship. Chapter 175, The God of Destruction Conquered by Culinary Delights. Upon his return to the ship, Beerus remained silent until he spotted was seated at a small dining table, indulging in an array of delectable dishes. Witnessing this scene, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, "Whis, how could you indulge in these delicacies all by yourself? You are truly incorrigible." After uttering this, Beerus hurried over to Whis's side and called out loudly, "Did you reserve any for me?" With a smile, Whis replied, "Lord Beerus, it is best to enjoy these dishes while they are still warm. They lose their appeal once they cool down." Hearing Whis's words, Beerus promptly shouted to the chef behind the cart, "Please prepare additional servings for me. I must savor these delights properly." As Vegeta descended back to the cruise ship, Bulma rushed over, expressing her concern. "Vegeta, are you all right? You're not injured, are you?" Everyone had observed from below how Beerus, the god of destruction, had relentlessly pressured Vegeta in their encounter. In response to Bulma's inquiry, Vegeta smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. Lord Beerus was careful to control his strength and did not harm me. After saying this, he glanced at Beerus and Whis, then quietly instructed Bulma, please summon the ship chef to prepare an exquisite feast. We must properly entertain Lord Beerus and Whis. If we can impress these two, we will be able to navigate the cosmos with ease. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma's eyes lit up with excitement, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Of course. I will arrange it immediately. With that, she set about instructing the ship's head chef to prepare a grand banquet. At that moment, Whis and Beerus were indulging primarily in snacks, barbecues, and fried treats, yet true culinary excellence extended far beyond mere appetizers. Vegeta approached Beerus and Whis with a smile, as they were savoring the delectable cream pudding. Upon seeing Vegeta, Beerus smiled and remarked, Vegeta, I must say, you Scions are truly fortunate to dwell on a planet that offers such exquisite delicacies. The mere thought of you indulging in such delightful treats daily fills me with a twinge of jealousy, rendering me restless at night. Vegeta smiled in response, Lord Beerus, if you find the cuisine here to your liking, we would be delighted to have you visit us frequently. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus nodded and with a hint of regret remarked, what a pity. If circumstances allowed, I would truly wish to remain on Earth indefinitely. Alas, as a god of destruction, I have my own responsibilities and numerous tasks that demand my attention. Meanwhile, Whis, who was indulging in pudding, heard Beerus's statement and accidentally spilled the entire contents of his cup into his mouth. He promptly found himself choking and began to cough incessantly, patting his chest in an attempt to swallow the pudding lodged in his throat. Aware of Whis's choking, Beerus, having shared many years with him, understood the implications of his actions and chose to feign ignorance, continuing his conversation with Vegeta. Vegeta, I have overstayed my welcome today. I shall take my leave. But I shall return to Earth to savor the delicacies when time permits. Whis, let us depart. With that, Beerus rose, signaling Whis to prepare for their return to the universe of destruction. At that moment, Whis finally managed to swallow the pudding lodged in his throat. Observing Beerus and Whis preparing to leave Earth, Vegeta remarked with a smile, Are you and Mr. Whis really heading back, Lord Beerus? That is quite unfortunate, as I have just asked Bulma to prepare a sumptuous feast. He continued, however, since you are set to depart, it seems we shall have to enjoy it ourselves. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus and Whis, who were just about to stand, suddenly froze in place and exchanged glances. Beerus then spoke, I just remembered. It seems I have no pressing tasks today. Returning would only lead to sleep. Moreover, I am quite hungry, and I recall that without a full belly, one cannot rest soundly. Since you are so gracious, I shall grant you this favor. What say you, Whis? Whis quickly chimed in, Indeed, Lord Beerus. Only a full meal can ensure a restful sleep. If we were to return and prepare a meal, it would consume far too much time. Therefore, let us dine here before we head back. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus nodded in satisfaction and turned to Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta could not refuse him, and promptly agreed. It is our honor that Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis grace us with their presence at my wife's birthday celebration. After speaking, he swiftly led Beerus and Whis into the most opulent restaurant aboard the cruise ship. Due to Vegeta's past lifestyle, he had developed a profound fondness for Chinese cuisine. Over the years, Bulma's household had nurtured numerous skilled Chinese chefs. Thus, when Beerus and Whis entered the restaurant alongside the others, they beheld the central dining table adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Merely gazing upon the presentation of these culinary delights evoked a sense that they would be utterly delectable. Vegeta smiled as he led Beerus and Whis to the esteemed seats, saying, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, you are our most revered guests, so please take your place at the head table. The head table? Although he was previously unaware of its significance, the name alone conveyed its importance, and Beerus felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Nevertheless, he remained courteous and replied, How could I possibly accept? After all, today is your wife's birthday. Vegeta naturally did not take Beerus's words seriously and insisted on placing him in the principal seat, remarking, It's fine. Today the guest is of utmost importance, and I believe Bulma wouldn't mind. Indeed, Bulma would not object. In truth, there was no real hierarchy at the round table, as these remarks were merely a means to flatter Beerus and Whis. Once everyone was seated, at the invitation of Vegeta and Bulma, they promptly began to indulge in the sumptuous feast. Particularly after a few rounds of drinks, Beerus, with his formidable prowess, remained impervious to intoxication. Nonetheless, The alcohol stimulated his mind, and after 3 rounds, he began to regale everyone with tales of his past experiences. His accounts, especially those of battles against the colossal beasts of the primordial universe, captivated the audience. Chapter 179, The Resurgence of Frisia. Bulma's birthday banquet lasted several hours, stretching from noon into the evening, and by the time it concluded, the moon had risen high in the sky. Beerus stood behind Whis, his hand resting on Whis's shoulder as they prepared to depart back to the destroyer planet. Before their departure, Beerus turned to those who had come to see him off, and after letting out a burp, he addressed Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, isn't it? From this day forth, we shall be friends." He then faced the gathering and continued, "When you find the time, you are all welcome to visit my destroyer planet." After uttering these words, Beerus patted Whis on the shoulder, and with a gentle tap of Whis's staff, the two transformed into a beam of rainbow light, vanishing from the earthly realm. As they watched the two disappear into the sky, many let out a sigh of relief. Although the banquet had appeared lively, everyone had been holding their breath, fearing that the destroyer might unleash his wrath and obliterate the earth. With Beerus finally departed, the majority of the attendees felt a sense of liberation. Krillin spoke up from the sidelines, saying, "Visit? I truly hope we never have to encounter that Lord of Destruction again." Vegeta expressed his exasperation, while Goku, standing beside him, voiced his confusion, saying, "Isn't Lord Beerus quite wonderful? If given the chance, I would love to visit Lord Beerus's home." Upon hearing Goku's words, Krillin rolled his eyes in disbelief. As time gradually passed, several months slipped by, and Goku's granddaughter, Little Fong, daughter of Gohan, was born. Gazing lovingly at Little Fong nestled in her cradle, Goku felt a wave of tenderness. When Gohan was born, Goku himself was still grappling with many uncertainties, let alone the responsibility of caring for him. Thus, the arrival of Little Fong filled Goku with immense joy, as he proudly boasted to Vegeta, "Master, did you see? I am now a grandfather." Yes, you are a grandfather. I am aware of your elation. However, there is no need to repeat it to me." Vegeta replied with a tone of exasperation. At that moment, Vegeta noticed Trunks amusing Little Fong nearby. He strode over and firmly grasped Trunks by the ear. Regardless of Trunks's formidable prowess, he could not defend his ears, especially when they were being held by his father. No matter what, Trunks was unable to channel his energy to protect his ears. If he dared to attempt such a thing, it would only lead to a more severe reprimand. Thus, Trunks had no choice but to comply with Vegeta's firm grip, standing up and exclaiming loudly, Dad, be gentle. This is my ear, not your practice dummy." Vegeta led Trunks aside and, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, inquired, "Trunks, I must ask you, amidst all the beautiful young ladies your mother introduced you to, did none of them capture your heart?" Trunks, caught off guard by Vegeta's line of questioning, replied, "Dad, those girls are indeed lovely, but they are rather superficial. They chatter endlessly about handbags and shoes, and I find it difficult to connect with them." "I see," Vegeta nodded, acknowledging the truth in Trunks' words. Indeed, exceptional beauties like Bulma or nurturing, kind-hearted girls akin to Videl are quite rare. Vegeta pressed on, "Do you not have any aspirations of your own? Look at Gohan. He is not only married, but also a father. You are 2 years his senior. Are you truly indifferent?" To Vegeta's astonishment, Trunks retorted, "What is there to be excited about? Girls are no match for martial arts, Dad. I've discovered that the Super Saiyan God can evolve further." Vegeta, nearly exasperated by Trunks' response, felt his temper flare. "What nonsense is this? Are you saying that girls lack the thrill of combat?" He promptly delivered a light smack to Trunks' forehead, the sound startling those gathered around Pan. Realizing they had drawn attention, Vegeta swiftly led Trunks away and, adopting a serious tone, declared, "Listen closely, Trunks. I present you with a choice. Either you find me a daughter-in-law within a year, or I shall cut off your allowance entirely. The choice is yours." Trunks, bewildered by the predicament he found himself in, pitifully asked, "Dad, can I choose neither?" Just then, Bulma's voice chimed in from behind them. "What do you think?" Trunks froze and turned to see his mother standing there with a look of utter disbelief. Immediately, he clasped his hands together, a sorrowful expression on his face, and said, "All right, Mom and Dad, I'll pick the first option. I'll go out now and find you a daughter-in-law." Bulma, pleased with Trunks' decision, nodded approvingly and stated, "This is your choice, not something we forced upon you. You have 1 year. If you do not find a girlfriend by then, we will have no choice but to cut off your allowance. When you restore it depends on when you find your partner." Trunks nodded repeatedly in agreement and swiftly fled the house of Gohan. After his departure, Bulma's face radiated with joy. It seemed her son had finally matured. With a contented sigh, she decided to visit Goku's granddaughter, Pan. Vegeta naturally followed suit, joining the others and playfully teasing Xiaofeng. Just then, several skilled martial artists present suddenly sensed a surge of malevolent energy manifesting on Earth. Goku furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this sinister aura? Why does it seem so familiar?" Just as everyone prepared to concentrate further on the sensation, the ominous presence abruptly vanished. What was this malevolent energy? It turned out that Frieza had been resurrected on Earth by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls. Gazing at the planet before him, Frieza stifled the urge to annihilate it and boarded his spaceship, declaring, "Let us depart swiftly from this nauseating place." Chapter 177. Android 21 Not to mention Frieza, upon his resurrection, returned to his lair to lick his wounds and diligently train, preparing to exact revenge on Vegeta and the others. Meanwhile, our dear Trunks, having escaped from Gohan's residence, wandered aimlessly down the bustling street. Standing amidst the vibrant thoroughfare and reflecting on the tender moments shared between Gohan and Videl, Trunks finally realized that it might be time for him to seek a romantic partner. He mentally reviewed the young women that Bulma had previously introduced to him, only to shake his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, no. These girls possess nothing but superficial beauty. How could such women ever become my future wife?" Yet, where could he find a girl who possessed both stunning looks and an intriguing spirit? Trunks scratched his head, feeling as though this task was rather daunting. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a woman, an exceptionally attractive one, broke through a wall and emerged, leisurely munching on a piece of bread. The bakery owner rushed out, seizing the woman's arm, and shouted furiously, "You scoundrel! Not only did you fail to pay for your purchase, but you also vandalized my shop. You cannot leave. We are going to the police station." However, the woman paid no heed to the baker's outburst, continuing to enjoy her bread as she walked forward. Trunks, having often accompanied Gohan in acts of justice, could not stand idly by in the face of such wrongdoing. He stepped directly into her path and called out, "You must stop. You owe this gentleman for the bread and for the repairs to the wall." The beautiful girl looked at Trunks with confusion before delivering a swift punch. Trunks, struck suddenly and violently in the abdomen, collapsed to the ground, clutching his midsection in excruciating pain. Witnessing the young man who had come to his aid being felled by the woman, the bakery owner was startled and immediately released his grip, watching helplessly as she walked away into the distance. Kneeling on the ground, Trunks was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined someone could strike him without his awareness. Who was this individual? Trunks began to recall the details of her appearance and the emblem on her white lab coat. Adorned with a scarlet ribbon, an insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero's creations. A chill ran down his spine. Once the pain subsided, Trunks sprang into action. Pursuing the newly revealed android, he chased her to the outskirts of the city, where the android abruptly halted, turning to call out, "Come forth." Acknowledging that he had been discovered, Trunks stepped out slowly from behind a large tree, facing the stunning android before him. He asked sharply, "Who are you? Are you another of Dr. Gero's creations?" With her arms crossed, the android's posture caused Trunks to blush, as her ample figure was accentuated even more by the gesture. She was taken aback by Trunks' innocent demeanor and approached him, saying, "You must be Vegeta's son, am I correct?" "How do you know that?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. "The computer informed me," she replied. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Android 21. She extended her delicate hand to Trunks. He grasped it, but in an instant, Android 21 exerted force, flinging him away, causing him to land heavily on the ground. Crouching beside him, she whispered, "Did Bulma not teach you? The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she may be. So be cautious around lovely ladies in the future." "Do you know my mother?" Trunks asked, still bewildered. "Of course," she responded. "A scientist as formidable as your mother is rare on this planet." Then, with a playful tone, she added, "Remember to call me Andy 21 from now on." After speaking, Android 21 turned and continued walking towards Vegeta's home. Trunks immediately recalled Dr. Gero's intention behind creating the androids, to eliminate both Vegeta and Goku. This thought filled him with anxiety, prompting him to rise and chase after Android 21 once more. Sensing Trunks' energy trailing closely behind, Android 21 smiled slightly and quickened her pace. Observing her acceleration, Trunks followed suit, knowing that he had been empowered by the old Kaioshin and that, at his peak, he was not weaker than a Super Saiyan 3 in its transformed state. However, Trunks was somewhat astonished to find that even at 80% of his strength, he could barely keep up with her. Feeling the persistent presence of Trunks behind her, Android 21 smiled again and further increased her speed, swiftly widening the gap between them. Frustrated by this relentless android, Trunks had no choice but to unleash all of his power, clinging tightly to her rear. Their full-speed pursuit was remarkably swift. Pedestrians merely sensed a sudden gust of wind rush past them, yet saw nothing. In less than a minute, Android 21 arrived at Bulma's doorstep, with Trunks trailing closely behind. Arriving just a second later, upon realizing that Android 21 intended to confront his father, Trunks grew frantic and shouted, "Wait, you cannot go in there." However, Android 21 paid no heed to Trunks' command and boldly entered Vegeta's home, where Vegeta and Bulma were casually conversing in the yard. Vegeta noticed a strange woman entering his house, while Bulma's eyes lit up at the sight of Android 21. Just as she was about to greet her, Trunks' loud voice rang out, "Stop right there." With that proclamation, Trunks positioned himself directly in front of Android 21. Chapter 178, Trunks vs. Android 21. Android 21, gazing at the small figure blocking her path, narrowed her eyes and inquired, "What if I must make a move?" Hearing her words, Trunks' expression turned grave as he took a defensive stance, declaring, "Then I can only apologize. I will stop you, defeat you, and even eliminate you." As the two conversed, Vegeta opened his mouth to speak, but Bulma quickly silenced him with a shake of her head, signaling him to remain quiet. Vegeta found himself in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the unfolding events. It seemed that both Bulma and Trunks possessed knowledge beyond his comprehension, leaving him to question the authenticity of his identity as a traveler. Just as he grappled with these thoughts, Trunks had already engaged in a fierce battle with Android 21. The fight was intense yet restrained. While their strikes were undeniably powerful and visually captivating, particularly with Trunks summoning golden dragons that roared fiercely towards 21, there was a mutual understanding between them that prevented any fatal blows. Trunks refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan God, and Android 21 appeared to harbor untapped potential as well. Their duel reached a stalemate, neither able to claim victory. Just as they prepared to continue, Bulma suddenly intervened, positioning herself between them and commanding, "You both must cease this at once." Upon hearing her words, the fighters halted their movements. Bulma turned to Android 21 and inquired, "Womi, after all these years, are you truly here to dismantle my home?" "Womi, Mom, you know this person?" Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Why refer to her as this person? You ought to address her as Auntie. She was our Capsule Corporation's chief researcher and a dear friend of mine," Bulma explained to Vegeta and Trunks. "Womi, this is my husband, Vegeta, and my eldest son, Trunks." Bulma introduced her family to Womi. "But Mom, she is an android created by Dr. Gero, Android 21. Trunks protested. Bulma, unaware of this detail, looked at Womi with surprise and hesitantly asked, "Womi, have you been transformed into an android by Dr. Gero?" Android 21 nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. I am now Android 21 of the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma's expression shifted to one of distress as she exclaimed, "Why would Dr. Gero do this? How could he treat you this way?" After a moment of contemplation, her demeanor brightened as she remembered, "Ah, we have the Dragon Balls. We can wish for the Eternal Dragon to restore you to your original form." Android 21 promptly declined. "No, I requested to be transformed into an android." It was not an act of coercion by Dr. Gero. "But why?" Bulma questioned, struggling to comprehend why anyone would desire such a transformation. "Because human lifespans are too short, and aging occurs too swiftly," Android 21 replied candidly. As she boasted to Bulma about her physique, the Android 21 smugly remarked, "Don't you think I look younger and more attractive than you now?" Upon hearing her words, Bulma was momentarily at a loss for words, before erupting in anger. "Womi, you are as insufferable as ever. Get out of my house. I'm furious." Noticing Bulma's ire, Womi quickly pleaded, "All right, I won't say another word. I've just come out, and I have nowhere to stay and no money. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me homeless." After all, they had once shared a close bond like sisters. Seeing Womi's apology, Bulma ultimately relented and said, "Fine, you may stay at my place. But you must promise not to irritate me again." With a nod of agreement, Womi eagerly accepted. The initially irate Bulma soon brightened and joyfully began to show Womi around her home. Trunks, somewhat bemused by the scene unfolding before him, turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Dad, I find it hard to comprehend the nature of female friendships. Do you perceive anything I might be missing?" Vegeta glanced at Trunks and remarked, "Now I understand why you struggle to find a girlfriend. Are you not aware that a girl's mood can shift as swiftly as the skies in September?" After uttering this, Vegeta retreated to his training room, preparing to resume his rigorous regimen. However, before entering, he turned to Trunks and added, By the way, you are responsible for the damage in the yard. You must restore it to its original state. Trunks surveyed the expansive yard, riddled with large craters, and indignantly exclaimed, "Why? Because I am your father," came Vegeta's voice from within the training room. Left speechless, Trunks begrudgingly commenced the laborious task of filling the holes with soil, when suddenly, a group of young ones, Bells, Goten, Pet, Banana, and Marin, burst through the front gate. Elated, Trunks called out, "You all, come help me fill in these holes." The energetic youngsters, always eager to lend a hand, dashed to the tool shed at the sound of his plea, retrieving tools to assist Trunks in tidying up the yard. Ever since Lord Beerus and Whis savored Earth's culinary delights, Whis had frequently visited to indulge in various dishes. Today, Vegeta accompanied Whis on another culinary outing and inquired, "Mr. Whis, are you not Lord Beerus's attendant? Why have you come alone? Where is Lord Beerus?" At that moment, Whis was savoring a delectable soup dumpling, utterly captivated by its flavor. Once he swallowed, he replied, "Lord Beerus requires an extensive amount of time to rest, sometimes sleeping for days or even years. So there is no cause for concern." With that, Whis resumed enjoying the exquisite food before him, feeling immensely fortunate to have Earth in this universe. At that moment, Whis's staff began to emit a faint glow from where it rested. He grasped it, and soon, Lord Beerus's voice resonated from within. "Whis, you scoundrel! How dare you sneak off to Earth for a feast while I slumber? You are utterly despicable." Maintaining his composure, Whis calmly swallowed his food, waiting for Beerus to cease his outburst. Once the commotion subsided, Whis inquired, "Shall I come to fetch you, Lord Beerus?" "Is that even a question?" Beerus bellowed. "Hurry back to the destroyer planet and retrieve me." After Beerus's words echoed, Whis severed the communication and, with poised elegance, addressed Vegeta, "Mr. Vegeta, please hold for a moment while I go to collect Lord Beerus." "Very well, Mr. Whis. I shall instruct the chef to prepare an abundance of delicacies." After such a prolonged slumber, Lord Beerus must be ravenous. Vegeta replied, "Although our acquaintance has been brief, I must say, Mr. Vegeta, you possess an extraordinary understanding of Lord Beerus." Whis then spoke up. After uttering these words, Whis exited the room and made his way to the courtyard, where he transformed into a radiant light and vanished into the heavens above. Just as Bulma, having concluded a recent experiment with Android 21 and preparing to step outside for a moment of respite, observed Whis disappearing into the sky, she inquired of Vegeta, "Vegeta, why has Mr. Whis departed?" Vegeta responded, It is because Lord Beerus has awakened. Whis must return to fetch him." At that moment, Android 21 emerged from the laboratory, stretching languidly and revealing her ample figure. Just then, Trunks, who had just entered the kitchen, was struck dumb upon seeing Android 21's exquisite physique, eliciting a delightful laugh from her. Instantly, Trunks' face flushed crimson at the sound of her laughter. Bulma glanced at her foolish son and, somewhat displeased, directed her gaze towards Android 21, saying, "Womi, I am aware of your splendid figure, but could you be considerate of me and my family, especially my son, who is only 21 years old? You are his aunt. Is it appropriate to entice him so?" Unperturbed, Android 21 replied, "Your words displease me. When I became an android, I was merely 20 years old and had remained in a dormant chamber until I awakened only a few days ago. Thus, if we consider it this way, I am actually younger than Trunks." At this juncture, Android 21 turned to Trunks and teasingly remarked, "Trunks, if you wish, Annie could be your girlfriend. Who doesn't adore an aunt?" Bulma, instantly incensed, exclaimed, "Shameless. How dare you, at your age, attempt to lead my son astray? But rest assured, my son listens to me. If I tell him not to like you, he shall not." Just as Bulma confidently declared this, Trunks blushed and replied, "If Aunt 21 is willing, I would be open to it." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Bulma froze, while Android 21 erupted in laughter, saying to Bulma, "See, just as I said, no one can resist a beautiful aunt." Having said that, Android 21 turned and departed the dining room to rest. Once she was gone, Bulma shot a glare at Trunks and angrily said, "Why don't you hurry and leave? What are you still doing here, unable to find a girlfriend? Yet you are infatuated with an old hag?" Hearing his mother's words, Trunks hastily fled the dining room in a panic. After both had left, Vegeta suddenly spoke. "All your anger is feigned, isn't it?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma's face brightened with a smile, as if her earlier anger had merely been an illusion. She seated herself at the dining table and remarked, "Of course, Android 21 thinks she can challenge me, but she is still rather naive. As long as I choose to, she shall not escape my grasp." At this point, Bulma let out a slight sigh and continued, I have no choice, Trunks. As both you and Belsholt are more inclined towards martial pursuits than research, I must consider the future of Capsule Corporation. After all, Capsule Corporation stands on the foundation of technology, not brute strength. Wolmy was once a brilliant scientist, no less formidable than myself. Over the past few days, I have been assessing her research capabilities. Despite her prolonged dormancy, her scientific prowess remains remarkably intact, perhaps only slightly inferior to my own. If she were to marry Trunks, I would have no concerns for the future of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta inquired curiously, how can you be so certain that 21 will marry Trunks? Bulma, with a sense of pride, replied, this is where your understanding of her falls short. Wolmy thrives on opposing me. The more I discourage her from doing something, the more determined she becomes to pursue it. So just you wait, Wolmy will not escape my grasp. Their conversation was brief, and whether events would unfold as Bulma predicted remained to be seen. Vegeta was eager to discover if the outcome would align with Bulma's assertions. As Bulma finished her meal and prepared to rest, Whis finally returned to Earth with Beerus, a radiant beam of light once again gracing the courtyard of the Vegeta residence. At this moment, Beerus was in a significantly irritable mood. He stormed into the dining room, exclaiming, Vegeta, is the feast ready? This time, I intend to indulge thoroughly. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta responded, it is all prepared, Lord Beerus. Upon witnessing the table laden with delicacies, Beerus was immediately filled with satisfaction. Nodding in approval as he remarked, Vegeta, you have truly outdone yourself. My admiration for you is growing. Once I savor this meal, I shall invite you to my God of Destruction planet. The environment here on Earth is far too mundane. You require a more extreme setting for your training. In the entirety of the 7th universe, there is no place better suited than my God of Destruction planet. Given Beerus's enthusiastic invitation, Vegeta readily accepted, and the three of them resumed their indulgence in the delectable feast. Approximately an hour later, an array of chaotic and malevolent energies manifested beyond Earth, one of which Vegeta recognized all too well. It was Frieza. Beerus, with a hint of curiosity, glanced upward and remarked, that energy it seems to belong to Frieza. Doesn't he it? Vegeta nodded and remarked, indeed, that is correct, Frieza. I never anticipated that this fiend would be resurrected. It seems the malevolent energy I sensed during my previous visit to Gohan's home was indeed emanating from you. Curious, Beerus inquired, aren't you going to intervene to stop Frieza? He observed Vegeta calmly seated at the table, savoring his meal, despite the knowledge of Frieza's approach. Vegeta replied, there's no rush. Goku and the others must have already arrived. We can head over after we finish savoring these delicacies. Chapter 180, Golden Frieza. While Vegeta accompanied Beerus and Whis at the dining table, Frieza had already confronted Goku and his companions. Frieza surveyed the group of scions before him, but the absence of his most despised foe, Vegeta, ignited his fury. Where is Vegeta? Why has he not shown himself? Goku rubbed his nose and responded, we don't need my master to deal with you. We can handle it ourselves. Curse those scion monkeys. Since Vegeta refuses to emerge, I shall annihilate you all. He will have no choice but to appear then, Frieza declared fiercely. With that, Frieza rose from his rocking chair, preparing to engage Goku. At that moment, his subordinate Tagoma, who had been training alongside him, interjected, Lord Frieza, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to fight in your stead. Frieza turned to Tagoma, who had been his training partner, and inquired with interest, oh, do you believe you can defeat them? Remember, those are the scions who once vanquished me. Tagoma clenched his fist and proclaimed loudly, Lord Frieza, for the past few months, I have trained diligently by your side, enduring great hardships and teetering between life and death. It is precisely because of your guidance that my power has evolved exponentially. As he spoke, Tagoma emanated an overwhelming aura, crackling with energy. Lord Frieza, permit me to fight. I will triumph over these scions. Hearing Tagoma's unwavering confidence, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Since his Ginyu Force had been defeated by Vegeta and his allies on Namek, he had not encountered such a loyal subordinate. He settled back into his rocking chair and said, very well, since you are so devoted, you shall represent me in battle. Upon receiving Frieza's approval, Tagoma stepped forward to face Goku and the others, boldly challenging, Scions, who among you dares to fight me? Goku was about to step forward to accept the challenge when Trunks quickly intervened, chuckling, Uncle Goku, that wouldn't be fair. You can't just jump in at the sight of a single enemy. There are so many of us. We should at least draw lots. Goku was about to argue, feeling stiff from the long wait. After such a prolonged period, he was eager to seize the opportunity to engage an opponent. However, his words were swiftly cut off by others. Bellish chimed in, "Exactly. Didn't you all say we lack a sense of justice? Let us fight and nurture our sense of righteousness." Raditz nodded slightly beside them, while 4 little ones behind them cheered enthusiastically. Marlin, lacking martial prowess, refrained from joining. Upon hearing the multitude opposing his initiative to engage first, Goku reluctantly suggested, "Very well, let us decide with a game of odds. It is only fair." Thus ensued a quintessential scene of Scion rivalry, a game of odds. Goku, Trunks, Bellis, and Raditz participated, while Gohan, now a scholar, had let his martial skills languish, particularly with the recent arrival of Little Fong, necessitating his presence at home. "Yes, I won," Trunks exclaimed with exhilaration, having finally triumphed after numerous attempts. He stepped forward, confronting Tagma with a provocation. "You are not capable. Step aside and let Frieza take your place." Tagma, incensed by Trunks' words, retorted, "You little brat, how dare you underestimate me? Do you have any idea what I have endured these past months?" With that, Tagma launched a powerful punch toward Trunks. However, his assault was pathetically feeble in comparison to Trunks. Utilizing the techniques of Qigong and Tai Chi, Tagma was rendered as pliable as a doll, completely at Trunks' mercy. From the perspective of those around, it appeared as though Tagma was merely cooperating with Trunks in a martial arts practice. Tagma, astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of bizarre martial arts is this? Why can't I control my own body?" Trunks replied, "This is the traditional martial art passed down by my father. It is beyond the comprehension of a barbarian like you." With that, all of Trunks' Tai Chi energy erupted simultaneously, sending Tagma flying. Like a rag doll, Tagma arced through the air, crashing heavily into Frieza's forces. The impact was indeed severe. The Tai Chi energy was divided into skillful and clumsy forces. The skillful force would not harm the opponent, but the clumsy force, upon landing, would unleash a tremendous impact, resulting in severe injuries or even death. This time, Trunks had employed the clumsy force. As Tagma fell amidst Frieza's troops, the latent energy within him erupted violently, resulting in a shriek of agony followed by his demise. Simultaneously, those Frieza soldiers struck by Tagma were also caught in the backlash of the unleashed energy, collapsing in grievous pain. Frieza, taken aback by the ineptitude of his boastful subordinate, scoffed, "What a waste of space." He then turned to Trunks, inquiring, "You must be Vegeta's son." Trunks nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, Frieza. Earth is not a place you can invade. You would do well to retreat, lest you risk losing your hard-won life once more on this planet." Upon hearing that even Vegeta's son dared to underestimate him, Frieza was consumed by rage. He indignantly exclaimed, "You little rascal, you certainly have a bold tongue. Even your father, Vegeta, would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. It seems I must take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my training over these past months." With that, Frieza rose from his rocking chair and approached Trunks. In an instant, he transformed into his 4th form, a flash of white light illuminating the space around him. He flicked his tail, striking the ground with a resounding crack. Frieza erupted with a purple aura, a powerful energy surging forth as he maximized his strength. He gazed at Trunks and inquired, "Why do you not transform into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks replied with a smile, "Because dealing with you requires no more than my base form." Chapter 181. Golden Frieza 3. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Goku and the others exchanged glances, internally marveling at Trunks' cunning. Having unlocked his potential with the assistance of the old Kaioshin, he could unleash the power of a Super Saiyan 3 without the need for transformation. However, Frieza remained oblivious to this fact, mistakenly believing that Trunks looked down upon him, which only fueled his fury. He scoffed with a derisive laugh. Very well, very well. You Scions are indeed becoming stronger with each generation. How audacious of the younger generation to treat me with such disdain. In that case, let me show you whether Frieza is merely a name." With that declaration, Frieza launched a punch at Trunks, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Trunks, facing Frieza, did not approach the encounter with the same ease as he had with Tagoma. The moment he struck, his martial prowess was fully unleashed. Tai Chi diagrams, golden dragons, and majestic eagles adorned his technique. Yet in comparison to Vegeta, Trunks' martial effects were significantly diminished, particularly in terms of his domain, which seemed almost negligible and posed little restriction on Frieza. Having previously battled Vegeta, Frieza possessed considerable martial talent as well, and over the past months, He had gleaned profound combat techniques from his experiences with Vegeta and Goku. In an exhilarating clash, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. As Bellis observed Frieza engaging in a fierce contest with Trunks, his expression shifted dramatically. He remarked, "This Frieza truly lives up to his reputation as the former ruler of the universe. After merely a few months of training, he is able to hold his own against Trunks. This is quite unexpected." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, however, if Frieza possessed only this level of power, he would not dare to invade Earth. Hence, he must have a hidden trump card. What could this hidden card possibly be?" The trio began to survey Frieza's army, speculating on what formidable weaponry Frieza might possess. At that moment, Frieza's anger flared. He had not anticipated that after his arduous training, he could only achieve a stalemate with Amir Jr. This was utterly unsatisfactory. Consequently, Frieza clashed palms with Trunks, then leaped back, bellowing in fury, "You are impressive. I indeed underestimated you. But do you think this is the end? Allow me to unveil the culmination of my training over these past months." With that declaration, the purple aura surrounding Frieza began to transmute into gold, and his already peak energy surged once more. Yes, it surged dramatically, multiplying several times over. And as this energy reached its zenith, Frieza's once white skin transformed into gold, marking his metamorphosis into Golden Frieza. With a triumphant voice, Frieza proclaimed, "Behold, this is my new evolutionary transformation, Golden Frieza." Clenching his fists with a resounding crack, he reveled in the immense power coursing through him and declared, "Now, it is your turn to experience fear." With that, Frieza unleashed a full frontal assault on Trunks. In an instant, Trunks found himself on the defensive. Frieza's attacks disregarded his finesse, forcefully breaching his defenses and sending him flying. As Frieza continued his onslaught, Trunks executed a swift maneuver to retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Frieza. Observing Trunks creating space, Frieza taunted, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Trunks shook his head and replied, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think this world allows only you to continually evolve?" Upon hearing Trunks' words, Frieza's brow furrowed in concern. Without waiting for a response, Trunks' energy surged dramatically, transforming his white aura into a vibrant red as he ascended to Super Saiyan God. The moment Trunks transformed, Frieza could no longer sense his energy. Frieza's expression soured at this revelation. The unknown instilled fear in him. He questioned, "What transformation is this?" "This is not Super Saiyan." Trunks, filled with pride, responded, "This is Super Saiyan God. Do you know what a god is? It is akin to the Kaioshin or the god of destruction. Therefore, Frieza, meet your demise." Trunks exclaimed loudly as he launched an all-out assault on Frieza. The sheer force of his attack caused Frieza to retreat steadily. It was not that Trunks had surpassed Frieza in strength. Rather, Frieza was oblivious to the true extent of Trunks' power, unable to sense his energy. However, after exchanging several blows, Frieza sighed in relief, realizing that the opponent was merely posturing. While Trunks had indeed experienced a significant increase in power, he had not entirely eclipsed Frieza. Once Frieza disowned Trunks' ruse, he began to counterattack, gradually unleashing his genuine strength upon Trunks. Trunks, still youthful and inexperienced, had trained under Vegeta in the martial arts. Yet his potential was developed through shortcuts. Once Frieza engaged seriously, it became evident that Trunks was no match for him. After an intense exchange of several hundred blows, Frieza sent Trunks flying with a powerful kick. With a gasp, Trunks rose, coughing up blood. The pent-up pressure in his chest finally alleviated. Frieza erupted into laughter, remarking, "Little one, your prowess is commendable, yet you must train more diligently. Perhaps after a few more years of practice, you can challenge me again." Upon hearing Frieza's words, Trunks was filled with rage and sought to retaliate, but a voice halted him. "Step back. A loss is a loss. You must acknowledge it." It was Vegeta's voice. He had just arrived after dining with Beerus and Whis. "Yes, father." Trunks reluctantly complied, his frustration evident. Meanwhile, on the mountain overlooking the battle, Bulma and Android 21 observed Frieza's victory over Trunks. Android 21 was instantly incensed, exclaiming, "How dare this scoundrel bully my little boyfriend? Watch as I teach him a lesson." Before Bulma could intervene, Android 21 leaped into the air, landing between Frieza and the others. Clad in a white research uniform, coupled with her stunning looks and figure, she captivated everyone's attention. "Android 21, what brings you here?" Trunks exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Without turning, Android 21 fixed her gaze on Frieza and declared, "This ugly creature dares to bully you, which means he has crossed me. I shall teach him a proper lesson. Hearing her words, Trunks' face flushed, and he replied, in 21. I am no longer a child. I do not require you to fight my battles. Upon hearing the audacious declaration from the Earth Woman, Frieza erupted into a hearty laugh. Turning to his subordinates, he boisterously exclaimed, Did you all hear that? This Earth Woman claims she will teach me a lesson. She dares to challenge me. The Emperor of the Universe. As the laughter subsided, Frieza coldly addressed Android 21. What gives you the audacity to speak of teaching me a lesson? You, a mere Earth Woman, daring to utter such grandiose words in my presence, shall face your demise. With that, Frieza promptly raised his finger, unleashing a barrage of violet energy beams aimed directly at Android 21. Watch out. No one anticipated that Frieza would suddenly attack Android 21, and Goku shouted a warning. Yet, Android 21 remained unfazed. She let out a powerful cry, releasing an overwhelming aura that transformed her physique. Her once exquisite visage morphed into a striking green hue, adorned with mottled patterns. Simultaneously, the energy beams aimed at her were effortlessly countered by the force of her aura, reflecting the beams outward in a dazzling display. Humph! Frieza's expression darkened as he realized his attack had been thwarted. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others gazed at Android 21 in astonishment. They had never imagined that the stunningly beautiful Android 21 would transform into such an exotic figure. It was neither entirely unattractive nor conventionally beautiful. The green skin and spots did not conform to traditional standards of beauty. Android 21 examined her transformed appearance and remarked, This is my first time in such a form, and it's rather unappealing. Then, fixing her gaze upon Frieza, she declared, This form is truly hideous, and I dislike it. Thus I shall defeat you swiftly. With that, Android 21 launched herself at Frieza. Unlike Trunks, whose battle style was intricate and sophisticated, Android 21 relied solely on her sheer strength and speed, overpowering Frieza in their confrontation. Had Frieza been at full strength, he would not have been so easily overwhelmed. However, after engaging in a prolonged battle with Trunks, he had already depleted much of his stamina. Faced with the formidable Android 21, he found himself on the back foot, struggling to maintain his ground. Frieza, filled with resentment, could not fathom being bested by an Earthwoman. Such a humiliation threatened his reputation as the universe's sovereign. Yet, there was nothing he could do. The outcome of the battle would not change due to his dissatisfaction. Frieza was gradually losing his bearings under the relentless onslaught of Android 21. As time passed, Frieza became utterly subdued, incapable of mounting even a single counterattack. It was evident that defeat was merely a matter of time. Suddenly, Frieza's energy plummeted, and his once golden skin reverted to its original white hue. He had transformed back from golden Frieza to his original state. How can this be? Why is this happening? Frieza bellowed in fury, unable to accept that his golden transformation had reverted to its original state. Observing this, Goku spoke up, stating, Your golden transformation must be akin to our Super Saiyan transformations, both of which significantly deplete one's stamina. I surmise that after mastering your transformation, you rushed here to seek trouble with us, without fully acclimatizing to your own transformed state. I truly do not know what to make of you. Upon hearing Goku's words, Frieza fell silent, suddenly enlightened as to the reason for his impending defeat. Seeing that Frieza had reverted from his golden form and his power had diminished considerably, Android 21 ceased her transformation and remarked, How dull. I had anticipated a thrilling battle. As Frieza noticed the disdainful gazes directed at him from everyone on Earth, his rage surged uncontrollably. Damn it. These Scions, these Earthlings are all wretches. I shall annihilate you all. With that declaration, Frieza concentrated the remnants of his energy, preparing to self-destruct and take the entire Earth with him. Vegeta raised his hand decisively, employing the technique of the one-finger strike. An invisible force emanated from his fingertip, striking Frieza's body directly. Instantly, Frieza's form stiffened, and the gathered energy dispersed back into his being. Vegeta voiced his thoughts, Frieza, you attempted self-destruction last time, and now you wish to do so again. What on earth are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? You scoundrel. Despite Frieza's considerable power in mere moments, he expelled Vegeta's energy from his body. Realizing that his plan had been unveiled, Frieza bellowed, Even if you have uncovered my scheme, it matters not. I still intend for you all to perish. With that, he raised his hands above his head, conjuring a massive energy sphere in his grasp. Away with you, Frieza shouted, launching the colossal energy orb toward Vegeta and his companions. Goku and the others erupted in fury. Frieza, you seek your own demise. In unison, Goku, Trunks, Beerus, and Raditz unleashed their energy waves to collide with Frisia's orb. The combined might of the four far surpassed Frisia's diminished strength, resulting in his energy sphere being repelled back toward him. Upon merging with their energy waves, the orb grew even larger and collided with Frisia, propelling him into the vast expanse of space beyond Earth. After an indeterminate distance, a brilliant explosion of multicolored light erupted in the sky, compelling everyone to shield their eyes momentarily. Upon careful observation, they realized Frisia's presence had vanished, confirming that he had been vanquished once more. Their gazes then shifted to Frisia's minions, who were startled and hastily fled toward their spacecraft, desperate to escape Earth. However, just as they were about to depart, a tremendous energy wave struck their ship, resulting in a violent explosion. Chapter 183. The Visitor from Zampa. Everyone turned to see that the source of the energy blast was none other than Vegeta, standing resolutely at the back of the group. Noticing the puzzled expressions directed at him, Vegeta declared, "If we are to act, we must do so decisively. We shall eradicate evil without fail." Hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Vegeta, you are quite impressive. I believe you would make an excellent destroyer. How about becoming my candidate for the role?" Vegeta hastily shook his head and replied, "No, Lord Beerus. I would prefer if you sought another candidate for the position of the God of Destruction. I have no interest in such a role." Upon hearing Vegeta's rejection of his kind offer, Beerus couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, saying, "Very well. Should you change your mind in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." With Frisia now vanquished, peace had once again descended upon Earth. The android 21, who had taken up residence at Vegeta's home, spent her days either engaging in scientific endeavors alongside Bulma or playfully teasing Trunks. Initially, Trunks was quite resistant to her advances, but under Android 21's relentless flirtation, he gradually transitioned from reluctance to enjoyment. Indeed, which young man could possibly refuse the charms of a mature and alluring lady? Not even Vegeta himself would be able to turn her away. Vegeta, of course, had little to occupy his time aside from training and inspecting the preaching endeavors of various martial arts schools. As for the system, it had become as silent as a tomb. Vegeta was genuinely perplexed about its significance to him, finding it almost indistinguishable from non-existence. Meanwhile, Earth had blossomed into a hub of prosperity, with countless extraterrestrial warriors arriving in spacecraft to pursue advanced training. The influx of diverse alien races brought cutting-edge technology and a plethora of novel items. On the God of Destruction's planet, since savoring the culinary delights of Earth, Beerus had ceased his centuries-long slumber, often waking after just a few days to indulge in the delectable dishes brought back from Earth. Fortunately, Whis' pocket dimension could suspend the passage of time, ensuring that the stored food remained perpetually fresh, regardless of how long it was kept. However, even the vast stores of food could not withstand the relentless appetites of two voracious eaters, and after 5 days, the supplies were nearly depleted, leaving only a few tubs of instant noodles. Accustomed to sumptuous Chinese feasts, both Beerus and Whis found the prospect of instant noodles somewhat unpalatable. Thus, Beerus cleared his throat and remarked, "Whis, don't you think it's time we ventured out to survey the universe? As a God of Destruction, we shouldn't remain cooped up on our planet, should we?" Having accompanied Beerus for many years, Whis was well aware of his temperament and nodded in agreement, saying, "Lord Beerus, you are indeed correct. I have heard reports of space pirates operating near Earth, and I believe we should investigate." With an appreciative glance at Whis, Beerus rose and declared, "In that case, let us set forth." Just as they were about to embark, an unexpected commotion erupted as the door to Beerus's palace was forcefully blasted open. Infuriated by the audacity of the intrusion, Beerus bellowed, "Which scoundrel dares to assault the entrance of a God of Destruction?" Without awaiting a response, he unleashed a powerful attack, sending a violet sphere of destructive energy hurtling toward the cloud of dust at the door. An explosion reverberated through the air, dispersing the dust and revealing the rotund figure of his brother, Kappa, the God of Destruction of Universe 9. Kappa appeared somewhat disheveled, having not anticipated Beerus's swift reaction. He was caught off guard by the attack and only managed to retaliate at the last moment. "Is this how you greet your brother?" Kappa exclaimed indignantly. Beerus, with a dismissive scoff, replied, "I am certainly welcoming to guests, but if one is ill-mannered, they should not expect my hospitality." Disregarding Beerus's attitude towards him, Kappa, accompanied by Vados, nonchalantly approached Beerus's palace. Beerus furrowed his brows and inquired, "Kappa, why are you here in my 7th universe instead of remaining in your 9th universe?" Kappa, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward and replied, "Beerus, I merely came to visit you. It has been years since we last met, and is this how you welcome me?" With a hint of skepticism, Beerus responded, "You came specifically to see me? How kind of you." Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, Kappa cleared his throat and said, "Indeed. I came to see you and also to share some delicacies I discovered." "Delicacies? You? What could you possibly find?" Beerus questioned, still doubtful, as he believed that only Earth's cuisine could be considered true delicacies. Ignoring Beerus's skepticism, Kappa gestured to Vados, instructing, "Vados, bring forth the delicacies I prepared for my brother to savor." "Yes, Lord Kappa," Vados responded, waving her staff, which summoned an egg cooker containing several unidentified bird eggs. While Beerus had tasted the exquisite flavor of chicken eggs from Earth, he had never tried simply boiled eggs. Could boiled eggs truly be a delicacy? As he pondered, he accepted the bird eggs from Kappa's hand. Kappa enthusiastically praised, "These are the latest delicacies found in our 9th universe, East bird eggs. So delicious they will make you lose your tongue." Skeptical, Beerus cracked open the bird egg, sniffed it, and detected almost no aroma. He then placed the egg in his mouth and slowly chewed, finding the taste quite ordinary. Observing Beerus's reaction, Kappa eagerly asked, "So, what do you think?" "Isn't it delicious?" In response, Beerus disdainfully spat out the egg and remarked, "Your taste is truly limited. You consider this food a delicacy?" Kappa, incensed by Beerus's words, retorted angrily, "If you possess the ability, present a dish more exquisite than this, and I shall see what you deem a delicacy." Chapter 184. The challenge of combat. Unfazed by Kappa's provocation, Beerus turned to Whis and commanded, "Whis, bring out our delicacies for my brother to sample." "As you wish, Lord Beerus," Whis replied. Whis lightly waved his staff, and forth emerged 4 boxes of instant noodles from its celestial space. Beerus then elaborated, "This is a delicacy from our 7th universe, and I must inform you that it is the most commonplace of culinary delights." Kappa furrowed his brow, skeptical of Beerus's claims. He felt compelled to sample it himself. Thus, he urged impatiently, "Enough with the chatter. Tell me how to consume this dish. As for how to eat instant noodles, one simply soaks them." Approximately 5 minutes later, the 4 began to indulge in this earthly cuisine. Beerus and Whis halted after only a few bites. Having grown accustomed to exquisite feasts, they found the noodles rather unremarkable. However, Kappa was quite the opposite. It was his first encounter with instant noodles, and he devoured them eagerly, relishing their delightful flavor and aroma. Upon setting down his bowl, Kappa caught sight of Beerus's teasing expression, causing his chubby cheeks to flush with embarrassment. He stubbornly declared, "These instant noodles are merely average, only slightly better than my delectable bird eggs." Beerus, chuckling, retorted, "If they're so unappetizing, why did you finish them all in one go?" Kappa, flustered and irate, replied, "Yes, your noodles are quite tasty. Satisfied now? Humph. But don't push your luck. I assure you, when it comes to culinary prowess, you shall never surpass me. In our 7th universe lies a planet called Earth, abundant with gastronomic wonders. These instant noodles are merely the lowest tier of cuisine." Beerus boasted, "No, it's not mere boasting. It is the truth. Earth, the epitome of humble delicacies." Hearing this, Kappa felt saliva pooling in his mouth. Suddenly, he turned abruptly to Vados, asking, "Vados, our 9th universe must also possess an Earth, right? Quickly help me locate it." Vados promptly retrieved her staff, commencing the search for Earth in the 9th universe. Whis stood beside her, guiding his sister, and soon they pinpointed the location of Earth. However, upon seeing it, Whis shook his head, stating, "This Earth is in a completely different state from that of our 7th universe. There is no civilization left in your universe's Earth, let alone any culinary delights." "What is the meaning of this, Vados?" Kappa exclaimed, realizing that if Earth in his universe lacked civilization, then it also lacked gastronomic treasures. How could he endure perpetually losing to Beerus? Vados, delving into the annals of time, eventually uncovered the truth. A devastating conflict between civilizations on Earth and the 9th universe had obliterated all forms of culture, rendering the environment inhospitable to human life. Understanding the cause, Beerus erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems your only chance to savor culinary delights in the future will be to come to my realm." Haha. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kappa was immediately dissatisfied. He yearned to savor more delicacies and felt compelled to return to the 7th universe to solicit Beerus. As the god of destruction of the 9th universe, how could he tolerate such a situation? Thus, Kappa abruptly stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Beerus, would you care to wager with me? The stakes are your Earth from the 7th universe." Upon hearing Kappa's declaration, Beerus rolled his eyes in exasperation. Regardless of whether you can prevail, how would you even claim our Earth if you won? In that moment, Kampa, brimming with confidence, replied, that is something you are unaware of, dear Lord Kampa. Vados attempted to interject and deter Kampa from continuing, yet he disregarded her, interrupting her by stating, do not speak. Beerus, in our 9th universe, we possess 7 Dragon Balls capable of summoning a dragon that can fulfill my wishes. Therefore, you need only agree to my contest, Kampa elaborated. Dragon Balls. I thought it was something of significance. We have those in the 7th universe as well, not just on Earth, but also on Namek. However, I am well aware that the dragons summoned by them lacks such extraordinary power, Beerus retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Kampa's pride swelled further. It seemed there were indeed things Beerus was oblivious to. He declared with confidence, the Dragon Balls I speak of are not the ordinary ones, but rather the Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet. The dragon they summon can grant any wish. Remember, any wish. For him, changing a mere planet is an effortless task. Your wager is your universe's Earth, while mine is 9 Super Dragon Balls. Do you dare? Beerus was not one to shy away from a challenge. Having led a rather uneventful life in recent years, he replied without hesitation, very well, we shall wager on this. Let us seal our pact with a handshake. Afterward, the 2 gods of destruction exchanged a firm handshake, solidifying their wager. Suddenly, Whis interjected, so, esteemed gods of destruction, what method do you intend to employ for this contest? Instantly, Whis' question left both deities momentarily speechless. Indeed, how would they compete? Beerus and Kampa exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, a martial contest. I never anticipated that despite our discord over the years, we would share such a moment of understanding, Beerus remarked. Kampa nodded in agreement. Since you concur with this proposal, let us deliberate the details of our combat. In the temple, the 4 individuals deliberated over the details of the martial contest, ultimately deciding that each universe would dispatch 5 warriors to compete in succession, with the last remaining combatant declared the victor. The rules were straightforward. A fighter would lose if they conceded or fell from the arena, and no killing or external forces, such as weapons or poison, were permitted. These regulations bore a striking resemblance to those governing the Earth as prestigious martial arts tournament. Once the discussion concluded, Kampa turned to Beerus and remarked, Beerus, let us now prepare individually. However, considering your penchant for slumber lasting centuries, are there truly capable warriors remaining in the 7th universe? Our 9th universe is quite the opposite. During my tenure as a god of destruction, I have diligently cultivated super warriors. Thus, victory in this contest is assured for me, ha ha ha. With that, Kampa departed from Beerus's god of destruction temple, accompanied by Beerus, transforming into a radiant beam of light before vanishing within the 7th universe. However, once Kampa was out of Beerus's sight, he immediately instructed Vados, quickly, Vados, go and fetch Hit for me, regardless of the conditions. As long as he is willing to fight, we shall agree to them. Chapter 185. 5 warriors upon hearing Kampa's command. Vados burst into laughter and inquired, but Lord Kampa, did you not claim that you were training super warriors? Why then do you still require me to seek out Hit? Kampa, visibly irritated, retorted, Beerus is none the wiser. Surely you understand that I was merely deceiving him. Nonetheless, my earlier statements were not entirely erroneous. Beerus spends all his time asleep, and the 7th universe cannot possibly contend with our 9th universe. As long as Hit is willing to participate, our victory is guaranteed. While Kampa and Vados return to the 9th universe in search of warriors, we shift our focus back to Beerus and Whis. Whis inquired of Beerus, Lord Beerus, what should we do? Who will you choose among the 5 warriors to compete? Beerus stretched lazily and replied, is that even a question? Let us go to Earth and recruit Vegeta and his companions. As long as Vegeta is among the 5 warriors, victory is inevitable. Come, Whis, there is ample time. First, let us indulge in a grand feast. The previous 2 dishes were utterly unpalatable, Beerus declared. Whis, fully aware of Vegeta's prowess, smiled and responded, very well. Let us be off. With that, Whis and Beerus transformed into a beam of light and sped towards Earth. Approximately 10 minutes later, the radiant light of Beerus and Whis descended into the garden of Vegeta's home. Upon landing, Beerus bellowed, Vegeta, Bulma, where are you? Hurry and prepare a sumptuous meal for me. I am famished. Upon hearing the words of Beerus, Vegeta stepped out of the training room, while Bulma emerged from her own laboratory. Meanwhile, Android 21 expressed her dissatisfaction with Beerus's loud proclamations, exclaiming, who dares to make such a racket here? Do you not realize that loud talking is prohibited while I am conducting my research? Beerus, taken aback by the audacity of someone speaking to him in such a manner, was further surprised to recognize the speaker as Android 21, the very individual who had previously battled Frisia. Just as Beerus was preparing to unleash his wrath, Bulma swiftly intervened. Apologizing to Beerus, "My Lord Beerus, I beg your pardon. This young one is rather impolite and lacks understanding. I shall ensure she learns her lesson." She then added, "By the way, I have instructed the chef at home to prepare a feast." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Beerus nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. I shall temporarily overlook her transgression." Having recently finished training, Vegeta emerged after a brief moment of tidying up and inquired, "My Lord Beerus, how long do you intend to stay on Earth this time?" Beerus, seated comfortably as he savored the exquisite dishes presented before him, replied, "I cannot linger for too long. Once I finish this meal, I must depart." Vegeta, perplexed, questioned, "So soon? Previously, you would typically stay for at least half a day, sometimes even a full day. You have come merely for a meal?" Beerus continued, "You will accompany me shortly, and I require your assistance in locating 4 additional warriors." He then recounted the details of his wager with the God of Destruction from Universe 9. Vegeta nodded with a smile and said, "I see. This is quite simple. I shall make a call to gather everyone and see who is willing to engage in battle." Subsequently, Vegeta contacted Goku and the others. The response was remarkably swift. Upon receiving Vegeta's call, Goku, Beerus, and the others quickly made their way to Vegeta's residence. As soon as they landed, Goku exclaimed loudly, "Master, are we preparing to confront the warriors of Universe 9? Vegeta nodded and led everyone to the dining hall, where Whis addressed their inquiries regarding the upcoming battle and the various universes. It was at this moment that they learned they resided in the 7th universe, with 11 other similar universes existing alongside theirs. Universes whose numerical values sum to 13 are classified as mirror universes, with the 9th universe serving as the mirror of the 7th. Regarding the stakes, they discovered for the first time that there existed Super Dragon Balls, each comparable in size to a planet. However, 7 were required for them to activate, and currently, only 9 were available. How, then, could the final Dragon Ball be located? Trunks queried, wondering if the Earth-S dragon could assist. The Supreme Kai shook his head in response, stating that while the dragon might be aware of the Super Dragon Balls, it would be impossible for it to pinpoint their locations. In light of this, Vegeta suggested the creation of a Super Dragon Ball radar to aid in their search. Bulma nodded in agreement, declaring, "Leave it to me and Android 21. We shall construct the Super Dragon Ball radar in the shortest time possible." Ultimately, they concluded their discussions and settled on the final 4 warriors who would participate in the battle. Vegeta and Son Goku need not be mentioned, for they are the paramount warriors. The remaining 3 fighters are Trunks, Beerus, and Raditz. Although Gohan possesses formidable strength, he is unable to participate in the battle today due to a scholarly seminar. Others, such as Fat Bu, Android 17, 18, and 21, have expressed a lack of desire for combat. However, they have also indicated their willingness to join if numbers are insufficient. After Bulma successfully manufactured the Super Dragon Ball radar, Beerus finished his lavish feast, and Whis conjured a transportation cube, guiding everyone inside. Despite the participation of only 5 warriors, the audience was numerous, filling the small transportation cube to capacity. Approximately an hour later, Whis led everyone to a desolate, nameless planet, where Bados had already constructed the arena for the competition. Upon seeing Beerus with his selected fighters, Bados approached and greeted him, saying, "Beerus, I believe it would be wise for you to concede. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to be utterly defeated by my fighters." Beerus scoffed in response, "You should concern yourself with your own lot. Just as you would fall to me, so too shall your warriors succumb to mine." Hearing such insolence directed at him, Kampa was incensed and shouted, "You insolent Beerus! On what grounds do you claim superiority? Shall we settle this in a match? Very well, let us battle." With that, Beerus prepared to engage Kampa in combat, but was ultimately restrained by Whis and Bados. Bados, visibly irate, exclaimed, "Do you wish to incur the wrath of the Omni King?" At the mention of the Omni King, the 2 gods of destruction finally halted their quarrel, though neither was willing to concede. Chapter 189. The battle between the 9th and 7th universes. If they could not settle matters through combat, they sought fulfillment elsewhere. At that moment, a voice from the entourage, Bellshot, called out, "What is this? The audience seating is mere wooden benches. How dreadfully simplistic." Upon hearing Bellshot's remark, Beerus's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, Kappa. It is quite unbecoming of you as the host to allow this, he remarked. Whis. After mocking Kappa, Beerus promptly instructed Whis. Nodding in acknowledgement, Whis waved his staff. And magic poured forth, transforming the wooden benches into luxurious velvet seating. Instantly, several children joyfully leaped onto the soft seating, bouncing with glee. Witnessing his humiliation at the hands of Beerus, Kappa turned to Bados, who stood beside him, and inquired, Bados, did you anticipate these changes? With a smile, Bardos gazed at Kappa and remarked, to create something that even its creator cannot comprehend is a dereliction of duty for an angel. Upon hearing Bardos' words, Kappa was instantly filled with indignation, ready to chastise his little angel. Meanwhile, Beerus, who had overheard their conversation, erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Kappa, do not blame Bardos. Her actions are merely an effort to accommodate your foolishness. You have diminished her artistic appreciation, Beerus mockingly retorted. At this, Kappa fell silent, realizing that any further words would only invite more ridicule. At that moment, the gods of destruction from the 7th and 9th universes appeared on the viewing platform, eliciting great joy among the spectators. Vegeta, accompanied by Goku and Trunks, soared upwards to greet the deities. The god of destruction from the 7th universe greeted the trio with a beaming smile, while the god from the 9th universe appeared utterly bewildered by the casual greetings exchanged by Vegeta and his companions. Once Vegeta and the others returned to their designated area, Fua, the god of destruction from the 9th universe, curiously inquired of the two gods from the 7th universe. How do the common people from your universe dare to address you so? Is it not a sign of disrespect towards the divine? In response to Fua's question, the elder god smiled and replied, You may perceive those individuals as mere mortals, but do you not realize that those mortals can achieve feats far greater than the divine? Fua, somewhat perplexed by the elder god's words, could only gaze at the two gods from the 7th universe, who were laughing heartily. At that moment, the competition was about to commence. The specially invited host and referee stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, Contestants and their supporters, please take your seats. The battle between the 9th and 7th universes is about to officially begin. Hearing the host's words, everyone quickly quieted down and settled into the soft velvet seats of the viewing platform. Please, the two lords of destruction, arrange the order of the combatants. The host continued to call out. Upon hearing the host's request, Beerus glanced at the 5 selected warriors and stated, Decide amongst yourselves who will go first and who will follow. All I ask is that you win the match. In response to Beerus' words, all but Vegeta raised their hands and shouted, I want to be the first to battle. Seeing the 4 eager warriors clamoring to fight, Beerus felt a bit overwhelmed and said, All right, you should play rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. Whoever wins goes first. Following Beerus' instruction, the 4 warriors began their game, ultimately determining that Trunks would be the first to fight, followed by Belis, Raditz, and finally Goku. Goku, staring at his hand in disbelief, lamented, How is this possible? Why have I not won any of the rock, paper, scissors rounds? Trunks exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Excellent. I shall be the first to strike. And I will take on all 5 opponents. Upon hearing Trunks' declaration, the fighters on Xiangpa's side were instantly filled with fury. He turned to his 5 fighters and commanded, This little brat has quite the audacity. Whoever strikes first, I need you to swiftly bring him down from the arena. Bartamo promptly stood up and declared, Lord of Destruction, allow me to be the first to battle. I will teach this little fellow a most severe lesson. Xiangpa, pleased to hear that a warrior was willing to take the initiative to alleviate his concerns, responded, Splendid. Then Bartamo, you shall be the first to engage. With Xiangpa's approval, Bartamo leaped down from the contestant platform and ascended to the arena. Prepare yourself, little one, for you are about to witness the might of Bartamo from Universe 9. He raised his hand and beckoned towards Trunks. Is this a provocation? Trunks was initially taken aback by the gesture, but his astonishment quickly transformed into fury, and he swung his fist towards Bartamo. However, the outcome of his attack surprised Trunks. His opponent showed no intention of blocking and instead embraced Trunks' blows with crossed arms. The dull thuds echoed as Trunks' punches landed, feeling as though they had struck against rubber. Not only did they fail to propel Bartamo away, but all the force was entirely absorbed by him. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Trunks swiftly leaped back to create distance from Bartamo. Since close combat proved futile, he resolved to launch a ranged assault. With determination, he executed the Dragon Fist technique. Dragon of the Rising Sun. The most powerful move of the technique unleashed a magnificent golden dragon that roared as it surged from Trunks' palm towards Bartamo. Faced with such a formidable attack, Bartamo's expression changed. Despite his skin's rubber-like resilience, he was uncertain if he could withstand the might of Trunks' strike. Consequently, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a powerful energy wave that collided with the golden dragon, resulting in a cataclysmic clash at the center of the arena, obliterating both forces. Trunks chuckled. It seems that even with sufficient power, you cannot simply endure these attacks. Following his words, Trunks began to wave his arms vigorously, and immediately, dozens of golden dragons surged forth from his being, charging towards Bartamo. Bartamo was momentarily struck dumb, for he possessed only a single mouth. And how could he withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 187, The Battle Between the Ninth and Seventh Universes 2. Ultimately, under the relentless assault of dozens of golden dragons, Bartamo, along with the arena beneath him, was forcefully blasted away by Trunks. He fell heavily beneath the stage, only to rebound back up before crashing down again. After a series of 2 or 3 such impacts, his body finally came to a halt. Seeing his initial contestant fail so swiftly, Kappa exclaimed in disbelief, "Ah, did he truly fall so easily? Is the disparity so vast?" Batos replied, "Indeed, Lord Kappa. The gap in strength between Bartamo and Trunks is quite significant. And it appears that Trunks may possess hidden abilities." Hidden abilities? How infuriating. Who among you will take my place in the arena? Kappa furiously inquired of the other 4 contestants. When none spoke, Kappa promptly named, "Frost, you shall enter the fray for this second match." "Yes, Lord Kappa," Frost replied, acknowledging his selection. With a deft flip, Frost descended from the contestant platform to the arena below. Upon seeing Frost's appearance, the members of the 7th universe were taken aback, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia from their own universe, the only notable difference being the hue of his skin. Trunks shouted in astonishment, "Frisia?" Upon hearing Trunks misname him, Frost paused momentarily before correcting, "Esteemed opponent, you have mistaken my name. I am Frost. But you truly resemble Frisia," Trunks remarked in awe. On the contestant platform of the 7th universe, Goku and Beerus exhibited similar surprise, as it was astonishing to find someone in the 9th universe who looked so much like Frisia. Even Beerus appeared somewhat taken aback, prompting Whis to explain. The 9th and 7th universes are mirror universes. Their planetary distributions and humanoid species were originally identical. However, over time, the differences between the 2 universes have grown more pronounced. Thus, it is not surprising to find someone in the 9th universe who resembles Frisia. Upon hearing Whis' explanation, everyone nodded in understanding and redirected their attention to the arena. Trunks gazed at Frost in his initial form and declared, "Well then, our battle shall commence. Transform into your ultimate form." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Frost was momentarily taken aback. He had always faced adversaries in this form within the 9th universe, confident that no one could discern his abilities, not even the formidable god of destruction, Kappa. Yet, this opponent from the 7th universe had the audacity to demand that he transform. How did he know of my prowess? Ah, he mistook me for Frisia. There must be someone in the 7th universe who bears a striking resemblance to me. Thus, Frost responded, "Trunks, is it? It is not that I refuse to transform. Rather, my ultimate form is exceedingly difficult to control. I fear I may inadvertently harm you." Upon hearing Frost's words, Trunks erupted into laughter and remarked, "You are indeed more polite than our universe's Frisia, yet equally arrogant. Since you are reluctant to transform, allow me to compel your ultimate form to emerge." With that, Trunks launched a punch toward Frost. Still in his initial form, Frost was no match for Trunks. Before he could raise a hand in defense, he was sent flying. Fortunately, Trunks had restrained his strength, aiming to coax out Frost's ultimate form, and Frost ultimately skidded to the edge of the arena, narrowly avoiding being knocked out. Trunks challenged, "Will you not transform even now? If you delay any longer, you may find there will be no opportunity to do so." Despite Trunks' domineering words, Frost maintained his courteous demeanor, replying, "Thank you for your mercy, Trunks. I underestimated you this time. I shall transform shortly, but do be cautious. Should you find my strength overwhelming, do inform me at once." Hypocrite, Trunks thought, observing the visage reminiscent of Frisia, yet adorned with such polite expressions. He could not suppress his dissatisfaction. In the stands, Goku remarked, "It seems Frost from the 9th universe is quite different from our Frisia. I can't shake the feeling that he is a good person. Is that merely my imagination?" The Supreme Kai of the 9th universe, Fuwa, inquired of the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, "Shin, is your Frisia truly as malevolent as they say? Your warriors appear to harbor intense hatred for him." Shin explained, "In our universe, Frisia is indeed wicked, exceedingly so. He frequently slaughters the inhabitants of planets, only to seize control and sell them to affluent extraterrestrial races. Ultimately, He was vanquished by Vegeta, which is why there is such animosity toward him. Oh, I see. Fuwa nodded in understanding. Yet, in our universe, Frost is a virtuous being, tirelessly leading his subordinates to punish the wicked and uphold peace throughout the cosmos. Is it truly possible for two beings of similar origin to differ so vastly? Sun Wukong, who had been eavesdropping nearby, exclaimed in astonishment. Frost rose to his feet and let out a fierce roar, transforming into his alien form. This was what we refer to as the Frozen Clan's third form, although they themselves typically call it their third state. Initially, one might have assumed that Frost would revert to his ultimate form. However, it became evident that he sought to conceal his true power, inciting Trunks' wrath. With a sardonic smile, Trunks retorted, "It seems you think little of me. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." With that declaration, he began to amplify his energy, a formidable aura erupting from him. He launched himself at Frost with a powerful kick, delivering a punch that sent his adversary careening away. Frost, now in his third form, was utterly incapable of withstanding Trunks' assault and was propelled back, nearly falling off the arena. Just before plummeting, he managed to halt his descent with his flight technique. Realizing he could no longer conceal his strength, Frost let out another mighty roar and transformed into his ultimate form. Observing his opponent's appearance, Trunks sneered, "You should have transformed into this form long ago. You've wasted enough time." With renewed enthusiasm, Trunks declared, "All right, now I shall unleash my full power. Brace yourself." Frost. He charged at Frost once more with all his might. Chapter 188. The clash between the 9th and 7th universes. Upon hearing his opponent utter Frost's name again, Frost felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What had this Frost done to incite such hatred from his adversary? At this moment, Frost could not be bothered to correct Trunks on the misnomer, as he was desperately evading Trunks' onslaught. It was evident to all that despite Trunks claiming to exert his full power, he was holding back, as he had yet to summon the miraculous technique capable of calling forth the golden dragon. "You shall perish, brat." Trunks bellowed, launching another punch at Frost. Frost raised his arm to block the incoming attack, a hint of arrogance creeping onto his face. Yet, this expression of pride was fleeting, swiftly transforming into one of terror as he felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, sending him crashing out of the arena. After launching Frost away, Trunks staggered momentarily on the stage before collapsing heavily onto the ground. "Trunks!" Bulma exclaimed sharply, immediately leaping down from the stands. It is noteworthy that Bulma had trained in the art of the Lesser Wuxiang, and although she had only cultivated its health benefits, she was capable of rudimentary flight. At that moment, the host approached and began a loud countdown. When he reached the end of his 10 counts, Trunks remained unconscious, prompting the host to announce, "I hereby declare that in this match, both contestants Trunks and Frost have been simultaneously eliminated." However, just as the host made this declaration, Vegeta shouted, "Wait. My son did not lose to that despicable opponent. He collapsed due to foul play." Upon finishing his statement, Vegeta jumped onto the stage, taking hold of Trunks' hand, revealing a purple, pinhole-like wound on the back of it. The host scrutinized the injury and confirmed that it was indeed a fresh wound. He then approached Frost and inquired, "Frost, may I examine your arm?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Frost reluctantly extended his arm, and the host immediately noticed a small puncture on it. Upon gently pressing behind the puncture, a tiny needle emerged, and as the host touched it, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The surrounding spectators erupted in commotion, particularly the warriors from Universe 9. Kaba, with disbelief etched on his face, exclaimed, "How could this be? Frost is such a treacherous villain." Kampa directed an accusatory query at Beerus. "Beerus, why would you recruit such a deceitful scoundrel? This is a disgrace before Beerus." Beerus, perplexed, replied, "But Kampa, did you not instruct me to select the 5 strongest fighters from Universe 9? You did not specify any moral stipulations, thus Frost met the criteria. Yet, the use of poison weaponry during combat is an unforgivable stain upon our Universe 9. After declaring this, Kampa raised his arm, gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy in his palm. "To insult a god of destruction is intolerable," Kampa proclaimed, launching the purple energy sphere towards Frost. Enveloped by the destructive force, Frost emitted agonizing screams before being utterly obliterated into dust. For the first time, the true power of a god of destruction was unveiled before all, and it became clear that the prior exchanges of combat were mere trifles. Their ability to engage with the god of destruction had been merely due to the fact that the god had not unleashed his ultimate principle of destructive energy. Humph. After eliminating Frost, Xiangpa let out a dissatisfied huff and continued to summon his next fighter, Wotamageda, it is your turn to battle. I have but one demand, victory. Wotamageda remained silent, merely exhaling steam from his head in response to Xiangpa's words. He did not possess the ability to fly, instead landing heavily on the ground, creating a deep crater before climbing out and stepping onto the arena. The host, addressing the now conscious Trunks, inquired, Trunks, since you were ambushed by Frost, you are not considered eliminated. Will you continue to fight? Just as Trunks was about to respond, Bellis swiftly covered his mouth and exclaimed, No, my nephew is injured and poisoned. He requires rest. It is my turn to fight now. Without waiting for Trunks' reaction, he leaped onto the stage. Trunks, feeling disgruntled and about to voice his objections, was interrupted by Vegeta, who said, Enough, Trunks. Take this time to recuperate. It is only fair that Bellis and the others have their chance to fight. Hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks halted his actions and conceded, Very well. Let my uncle take up the challenge. Bellis gazed intently at the metallic figure before him and declared, All right, Iron Man, it is time for our battle. Make your move. At that moment, Xiangpa interjected, saying, In the previous match, Frost fell outside the ring yet managed to utilize his aerial technique to avoid descending below the arena, which seems quite unjust. If one contestant cannot fly while their opponent can, it would inevitably lead to a stalemate throughout the competition. Before Xiangpa could continue, Bellis interrupted, inquiring, What exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly. With a sly grin, Xiangpa proposed, I believe we should add a barrier to the arena. Thus, if any competitor touches this barrier, aside from the arena itself, it would be considered as falling outside the ring. Xiangpa finally articulated his plan. Bellis, visibly displeased, retorted, What nonsense is this? How can you change the rules mid-competition? Absolutely not. Yet, Xiangpa countered, I think we ought to consult the contestants for their opinions. He then turned to the two fighters on the stage and asked, What do you think of my suggestion? Wotamageda readily nodded in agreement, as this idea had originally been conceived by them, and he certainly would not oppose it. Subsequently, all eyes turned toward Bellis. Bellis, having observed that his opponent had already consented, realized that to refuse would place him at a disadvantage from the outset. Thus, he promptly nodded in agreement, stating, I concur. This rule applies equally to all. Chapter 189, The Battle Between the Ninth and Seventh Universes 4. Upon witnessing Bellis's agreement, Beerus found himself devoid of any grounds for dissent. He remarked, Very well, since they all consent, let it be so. Beerus was certain that Kampa had ulterior motives in proposing this suggestion, however. With Vegeta and Goku by his side, possessing overwhelming power, he felt unperturbed by any potential schemes. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies seemed trivial and inconsequential. As Bardos re-established a new protective barrier around the arena, the match between Wotamageda and Bellis officially commenced. Gurgling sounds filled the air as Wotamageda, immediately after the match was announced, raised a cup brimming with molten magma to his lips. Subsequently, an incessant stream of scalding steam erupted from his head, enveloping the protective shield in a thick haze, causing the temperature within to rise dramatically. In that moment, Beerus and his companions discerned Kampa's treachery, realizing the sudden need for an additional protective barrier. Yet, having already acquiesced, they chose not to voice further objections and instead fixed their gazes upon the arena, eager to witness the ultimate outcome of the battle. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Bellis's forehead. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait, for doing so would result in a complete forfeiture of the advantageous terrain on the stage. Bellis launched a direct punch towards Wotamageda, resulting in a resounding metallic clash, followed by Bellis's anguished scream. The pain was excruciating. The opponent's body, composed entirely of metal, was indeed an indestructible fortress. Bellis's assault proved futile, and the recoil inflicted harm upon himself. As the echoes of Bellis's agonizing cries resonated, onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable durability of his adversary. However, after their moment of astonishment, a furrow of concern emerged on everyone's brows, for they found themselves at a loss regarding their next course of action. Just as Bellis sought to identify a vulnerability in Wotamagade's defenses, the latter took the initiative. With a cacophonous roar, Wotamageda opened his cavernous mouth, unleashing torrents of molten lava that surged towards Bellis in a fierce assault. Bellis could only evade continuously, avoiding the opponent's attacks. Fortunately, the speed of Wotamageda's strikes was not particularly swift, allowing Bellis to deftly dodge each assault. However, mere evasion was insufficient. The molten lava spewing forth elevated the ambient temperature, leaving Bellis drenched in sweat. This could not continue. Belus bellowed. Do you think this is all I am capable of? Soon, you shall comprehend that my strength far surpasses yours. With that declaration, Belus roared and transformed from his normal state into Super Saiyan 2. His body crackling with energy as an overwhelming aura radiated from him. The previously cooled lava on the arena was swept away by this formidable presence. The spectators around, particularly those from Universe 9, were taken aback. Kappa exclaimed, "Is this the ace up Beerus's sleeve?" No wonder the warriors from Universe 7 seemed so weak. They possessed such hidden power. I heard that the 5 warriors from Universe 7 are all Saiyans, correct? Bardos interjected. Indeed, Lord Kampa, came the reply, they are all Saiyans. And their current golden-haired form is known as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Kampa nodded, then turned to his companion, Kaba, and inquired, "Hey, you appear to be a Saiyan as well. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Kaba promptly shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, Lord Kampa. But it seems that none of the Saiyans from Universe 9 can transform into Super Saiyans." "Ah, so you cannot transform." Kampa expressed his disappointment, a hint of disdain creeping into his voice. How utterly useless. The Saiyans from Universe 7 can transform, yet we from Universe 9 cannot. Does that imply that our universe is inferior? Upon hearing the reprimand from his universe's god of destruction, Kaba immediately stood and bowed apologetically. "I apologize, Lord Kampa. It is my fault. I am truly sorry." Seeing the sincere apology from the Saiyan before him, Kampa found his words of reproach faltering, and instead he said, "Very well. Let this apology suffice. However, once this match concludes, you must also learn to transform into a Super Saiyan, just like those from Universe 7. Not to dwell on Kampa's admonishment of his Saiyan warriors, we turn our attention back to the arena. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Belus relentlessly attacked Woda Magetta. Yet, regardless of whether the strikes were close range or ranged, none of Belus's assaults left even a trace upon Woda Magetta's body. Instead, the arena was becoming increasingly filled with steam, and the oxygen was dwindling. Belus found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Damn it. Was the journey to victory for Universe 7 destined to end here? Belus pondered, no. I cannot succumb to failure. At that moment, the image of Frost and Trunks perishing together flashed through his mind. If I find it impossible to conquer you, then let us perish together. Belus bellowed, soaring into the sky and beginning to spiral above the arena, his speed steadily increasing. Once he reached a certain velocity, Belus let out a deafening roar and charged towards Votai Magetta. At that moment, Votai Magetta, having just been disoriented by Belus's previous maneuvers, was unable to prevent Belus from embracing his form. Belus directly embraced Woda Vegeta and, harnessing the momentum from their previous clash, propelled both himself and his opponent toward the edge of the ring. At last, the sensation of weightlessness allowed Woda Vegeta to regain his consciousness, and he immediately recognized his precarious position. Without hesitation, he countered by wrapping his arms around Belus, anchoring his feet firmly on the platform in an effort to halt Belus's advance. The sound of friction between Woda Vegeta's feet and the ring echoed as he was inexorably drawn toward the precipice, both competitors teetering on the brink of falling off the stage. Ultimately, at the very edge, Woda Vegeta succeeded in staving off Belus's momentum, bringing their tumultuous clash to a halt. Without delay, he raised his metallic arm, poised to strike at Belus, who still clung to his waist. Yet, with a final roar, Belus unleashed a powerful shockwave beneath his feet, utilizing the rebound force to ensure they both plummeted off the ring together. Chapter 190, the battle between the 9th and 7th universes v. the joy that had briefly illuminated the faces of Kampa and his cohorts, sparked by Woda Vegeta's momentary halt at the ring's edge, was swiftly extinguished upon witnessing the final outcome. How infuriating to have such a significant advantage overturned by the opponent, Kampa exclaimed in exasperation. Belus, with his head hung low, ascended to the observation platform and addressed the gathered crowd. "I apologize. I simply cannot conceive of a viable strategy to defeat the opponent. The only course left is to choose mutual destruction." Beerus, naturally, refrained from voicing any objections. Although the adversary had not been vanquished, the outcome was indeed one of mutual annihilation. Thus, he commended, "Do not fret. You have exerted your utmost effort. To have achieved a stalemate with this metallic behemoth, Votai Magetta, is the pinnacle of your capabilities." As Belus listened to Beerus's words, he found himself at a loss for words. Such remarks hardly resembled those meant to offer solace. At that moment, Whis interjected, stating, "In truth, there exists a remarkably simple method to overcome Votai Vegeta. Uttering a few disparaging remarks suffices." The members of the Metal Clan possess inherently fragile psyches. Upon hearing negative comments, they swiftly lose all combat prowess. Instantly, both Bellis and Beerus fell silent, and after a pause of several seconds, Beerus remarked, "Whis. Please reserve such comments for before the match next time." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Bellis fervently nodded in agreement. However, Whis erupted into laughter, continuing, "If I were to reveal this in advance, it would be unfair to others. Engaging in battle should indeed revolve around direct confrontation." The group fell silent. For not everyone possesses the ability to triumph over any opponent they encounter. Thus, the third match concluded, with the ninth universe having eliminated 3 participants and the 7th universe 2, leaving the 7th universe in a position of numerical superiority. As the fourth battle was about to commence, the representative from the 9th universe was none other than their scion, Gabe, while the 7th universe sent forth Raditz. Before Gabe stepped onto the stage, Kompa glanced at him, seemingly wanting to offer a word of encouragement, but instead sighed and said, "Never mind, just do your best." Gabe could only ascend to the arena in silence, casting his gaze upon Raditz, who stood opposite him. His most striking impression of Raditz was the thick mane of black hair and the solid physique he possessed. Raditz, observing the slender Gabe before him, recalled the latter's cordial demeanor prior to the match, and slightly furrowed his brow as he remarked, "You are also a scion. Why is your strength so feeble? And your muscles so frail?" Upon hearing Raditz's words, Gabe's face flushed crimson, and he bowed apologetically, saying, "I am sorry for bringing shame upon the scion name." Witnessing Gabe's politeness, Raditz instinctively swallowed the retort he had intended to voice. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right. Let us commence the battle so that I may face my next opponent." After speaking, Raditz assumed a fighting stance and launched a full-force attack on Gabe. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, and Raditz was taken aback by the impressive battle prowess of the seemingly frail figure before him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly weak individual possessed such remarkable strength and speed. Realizing this, Raditz swiftly altered his approach and began to employ the Chinese martial arts he had studied. His primary technique was the eagle claw, and as he unleashed it, Gabe felt as though Raditz had transformed into a colossal eagle, relentlessly attacking him. Especially with the eagle claws that Raditz manifested with his hands, he relentlessly clawed at Gabe, quickly tearing his clothing and inflicting injuries upon him. Had Gabe not been quick to dodge, he might have already fallen severely wounded. With a crash, Gabe ultimately failed to evade Raditz's strike. Observing the ineffectiveness of his eagle claw technique, Raditz shifted his tactics, transitioning from eagle claw to the palm of wisdom, sending Gabe flying away with a single strike. Gabe soared through the air and landed heavily at the edge of the arena. Mere moments away from being knocked off the stage, Raditz approached Gabe, raising his leg and stating, "Transform. In your normal state, you cannot match my strength." Gabe struggled to lift his head to look at Raditz and asked, "Transform? Do you mean to become a super scion?" "I'm afraid we scions of Universe 9 are incapable of transforming into super scions," Gabe replied, his voice tinged with despair. With great effort, he managed to rise again, gazing at Raditz with hope, pleading, "Mr. Raditz, could you teach me the secret to becoming a super scion?" Raditz remained silent, merely observing Gabe before suddenly exclaiming, "It seems that all scions of Universe 9 are worthless. I never would have imagined such a pathetic race has not been eradicated. Once this tournament concludes, I shall journey to Universe 9 and eliminate every last scion, including your friends and family." As he spoke, Raditz seized Gabe by the throat, lifting him high and continuing, "Worthlessness begets worthlessness. You do not deserve to be a proud scion like me." Gabe, filled with indignation, was bewildered by the sudden shift in Raditz's demeanor. Yet, the conviction in Raditz's voice convinced him that this man was indeed capable of such dreadful deeds. The thought of his people being annihilated by this individual ignited an overwhelming fury within Gabe. "I must stop him." Suddenly, a surge of boundless energy erupted from his previously exhausted body, empowering him to break free from Raditz's grip. In a moment of unawareness, Raditz was struck and sent flying by this unexpected surge of strength. Gabe landed back on the arena, enveloped in a golden aura, though he had yet to transform into a super scion. Vegeta and his companions were acutely aware of his current state as a super scion. Gabe glanced at Raditz, who lay defeated upon the arena floor, and declared with fervent anger, "I will defeat you." In an instant, a powerful golden aura erupted from his body, transforming his once ebony hair into a resplendent gold. As he transformed into a super scion, Gabe roared and charged at Raditz. Realizing he had achieved his goal, Raditz understood that pressing further could lead to his downfall, and thus he immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, re-engaging Gabe in battle. Very well, boy. Remember this state. The key to transforming into a Super Saiyan is the pinnacle of rage, Raditz proclaimed. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Gabe paused momentarily, comprehending that Raditz's previous statement was merely a provocation to incite his transformation, rather than a genuine intent to annihilate all Scions in the Ninth Universe. Chapter 191. The battle between the Ninth and Seventh Universes. Seeing that Gabe had grasped his true intentions, Raditz could not help but reveal a cruel smile, stating, "Now, it is time for me to unleash my full power." With a mighty roar, Raditz's golden aura surged dramatically, crackling with electricity, radiating a formidable presence. Gabe instinctively raised his arms to shield himself from the oncoming force. Once the overwhelming energy subsided, he lowered his arms and gazed at Raditz with palpable envy. It was evident that Raditz had transcended the Super Saiyan transformation to an even greater state. Raditz raised 2 fingers and declared, "Behold my current form. This is Super Saiyan 2. Following his proclamation, Raditz launched a punch with such swiftness that Gabe could scarcely comprehend it, only to feel a searing pain in his abdomen before losing consciousness. Raditz lifted Gabe and approached the edge of the arena, where the Ninth Universe warrior, Badama, awaited. He extended his hands to receive the unconscious Gabe. Badama carried Gabe to the resting area of the Ninth Universe and splashed a basin of cold water onto his face. The shock of the icy water jolted Gabe awake, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the resting area of the Ninth Universe. At that moment, the god of destruction, Kampa, gazed at Gabe with evident dissatisfaction. Gabe stammered, wanting to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Kampa shot a glare at Gabe, feeling exasperated by the antics of these fighters. However, now is not the time for accountability, as the competition must continue. He turned to Hit, who sat beside him, and remarked, "Hit, for warriors from our universe have already fallen. You are the last one remaining. You are the ace among us, and I have great faith in your abilities. Therefore, I hope you shall not disappoint me." Hit stood up and proclaimed, "As long as you agree to my terms upon my victory, all shall be well." With that, he sprang up lightly and landed upon the arena. Xiangpa nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly regained his composure and inquired of Bados, "What condition did you agree to when he mentioned his terms?" Bados replied nonchalantly, "Oh, the condition for him to engage is that upon his victory, we must bestow upon him the transcendent cube." "What?" Xiangpa exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. "The transcendent cube is a divine artifact. If we give it to him, what will we have left? How could you agree to such terms?" Bados looked at Xiangpa with curiosity and responded, "But didn't you, Lord Xiangpa, state that we must find the 5 most formidable warriors to partake in this contest, no matter the circumstances?" Xiangpa, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "You have truly been sent by the high priest to vex me." He then turned his gaze towards the arena and declared, "We may concede to his terms, provided he secures victory. However, the usage will be limited to 100 years. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, Bados smiled and nodded. "Let us wait until he triumphs in the competition to discuss it further." The attention of all present returned to the arena, where Hit and Raditz had already taken their stances. Following his victory over Gable, Raditz turned to boast excitedly to Bellis. "Bellis, did you see that? I have also defeated an opponent. Alas, you only managed to perish alongside yours." On the stands, Bellis was immediately enraged, disdainfully curling his lip and retorting, "Humph. It was merely a stroke of luck. What is there to be proud of?" Raditz replied confidently, "Just you wait. I will conquer this fellow before me and prove that I am more than mere fortune." With that, Raditz raised his hand and beckoned to Hit. "Very well. Let us commence the match." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Hit simply thrust his hands into his pockets and lowered his head. Raditz, witnessing Hit's demeanor, was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what his opponent was contemplating. "Are you underestimating me?" Raditz asked. Yet, Hit maintained his previous posture, offering no response. On the grandstand, Bellis erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, Raditz, your adversary underestimates you. He holds you in contempt. Why do you not strike with haste?" Enraged, Raditz raised his fist and lunged toward Hit. Just as the spectators anticipated a spectacular clash, a resounding thud echoed through the arena, as Raditz's forward momentum abruptly sent him hurtling backward. All the warriors seated in the stands sat up straight, and with a grave expression, Sun Wukong inquired of the others, "Did anyone witness Hit's strike?" Both Bellis and Trunks shook their heads, indicating that they had not observed any signs of Hit's actions. Noticing that the other two had also failed to witness any movement from Hit, The trio simultaneously turned their gaze towards Vegeta, who sat nearby. "Master?" Goku inquired. Vegeta slowly remarked, "It is a superpower, as well as a technique." He directly leaped through time to strike Raditz. "A leap through time," the three exclaimed in unison. Though they did not fully comprehend it, they found the maneuver astonishingly formidable. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet and approached the edge of the platform. Continuing his explanation, "For those of us who exist within the confines of normal time, time remains constant and unchanging. A second is simply a second. Regardless of how we attack, within the same temporal frame, the only variable is the difference in speed, with the swifter individuals naturally holding the advantage. However, it is an anomaly. When he employs his time-skip technique, a second compresses to 0.9 seconds, during which he traverses the 0.1 second gap instantaneously. This presents a conundrum. Although Hit appears to be a considerable distance away from us, he has already leaped forward into the future, launching his assault. This explains why we failed to perceive Hit's strike, while Raditz was already sent flying. During that fleeting 0.1 seconds, Hit, and we were no longer synchronized in time." The three individuals listened to Vegeta's elucidation, momentarily taken aback, before Trunks inquired, "If that is the case, are we left with no choice but to endure the blows without the ability to retaliate?" Vegeta turned to Goku, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Goku, with Raditz's defeat behind us, it is now your turn to engage in battle. Have you considered how to counter Hit's time-skip technique?" Chapter 192. The battle between the 7th and 9th universes. The outcome for Raditz was inevitably unchanged. The disparity in strength between him and Hit was insurmountable. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Raditz was effortlessly knocked unconscious by Hit. Goku leaped onto the arena, gently lifting Raditz and handing him over to Beerus, before returning to the battlefield. Instantly, all eyes were fixated on the stage below, eager to witness how Goku would confront Hit. Now that they were aware of his time-skip ability, Goku bowed respectfully to Hit and declared, "Hit, let us engage in a fierce battle." Hit maintained his indifferent demeanor. Having dominated the 9th universe for over a millennium, he had encountered no rival, save for the god of destruction himself. He was unperturbed, convinced that this battle between the two universes would not present him with an opponent of equal measure. Without transforming, Goku launched himself at Hit. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, much like Raditz before him, yet the spectators had not witnessed Hit's attack. However, Goku's strength was far superior to Raditz. He transformed into a Super Saiyan once more and continued his assault on Hit. Yet, he was again repelled. Undeterred, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, reinitiating his onslaught. Still, Hit consistently sent Goku flying away, and the two engaged in a brief exchange of blows. Trunks spoke up, questioning Dad. Why isn't Uncle Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan god? Why is he choosing to battle Hit as a Super Saiyan instead? Vegeta responded, explaining that he was testing and adapting to Hit's attacks, gauging the strength of his opponent's strikes. Have you not noticed how Goku is drawing ever closer to Hit's form? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone swiftly redirected their gaze to the arena. Instead of continuing his assault, Son Goku rose to his feet, looked at Hit, and with a slight smile declared, "I have triumphed. I have discerned the flaw in your time-skip technique." Taken aback by Goku's assertion, Hit initially paused, then chuckled, "What nonsense. For years, no one has been able to uncover the weakness in my time-skip. Do you truly believe that you can dismantle it with just a few moves?" "Indeed." Goku replied, "Allow me to demonstrate how I shall counter your time-skip." With that, Goku transformed yet again, this time into Super Saiyan 3. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and an immense aura radiated outward, overwhelming not only the arena, but also the spectators surrounding it. Whis and Beerus swiftly raised their staffs, conjuring a protective barrier to shield everyone from the overwhelming force. Witnessing Goku's transformation, Beerus could not help but scoff. Honestly, he could have resolved this much sooner. Hit gazed at Goku, who was emanating an intense energy, and furrowed his brow, saying, "I am intrigued to see how you intend to counter my time-skip." Goku grinned, then swiftly charged towards Hit. However, mid-attack, he suddenly pivoted and launched a punch to his side. With a resounding impact, the spectators were astonished to find Hit, who had been previously unperceived, standing alongside Goku. Hit, visibly stunned, stared at Goku, unable to fathom that his time-skip had indeed been thwarted. Without allowing Hit a moment to respond, Goku delivered a swift kick. Hit barely managed to raise his arms to block the blow, using the momentum to create distance between them. The calm demeanor Hit had once possessed was now replaced with a look of incredulity, his hands no longer resting in his pockets. Staring at Goku with astonishment, Hit inquired, "How did you accomplish this?" Goku, with a playful grin, rubbed his nose and explained, "Your time skip allows you to strike 0.1 seconds in the future. Therefore, I merely predicted your position 0.1 seconds ahead." Upon hearing Goku's reasoning, Hit responded, "So you intentionally left an opening, anticipating my attack." "Not exactly an intentional flaw," Goku clarified. "I simply put myself in your mindset. If I were you, I would have aimed for that precise spot." "I understand. But I refuse to believe that my time skip can be so easily countered," Hit retorted. Hit still believed that Sun Wukong's ability to withstand his attack was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, Hit took the initiative to launch an assault, activating his time skip technique. With a resounding clash, despite Wukong's preemptive reaction, he was still sent flying by Hit's strike. However, though Hit had knocked Wukong back, Wukong was prepared. The attack landed upon his raised defensive arm. Haha, Wukong chuckled, proclaiming, "With merely a 0.1 second time skip, you cannot hope to defeat me." Upon uttering these words, Wukong swiftly counterattacked, launching himself at Hit. In response, Hit employed his time skip to retaliate, and for a moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet, as time passed, Wukong grew increasingly adept at anticipating Hit's assaults, not only defending, but also persistently countering. After using time skip, Hit found himself unable to activate it again for the next second or two, and Wukong seized this opportunity to relentlessly attack, catching Hit momentarily off guard. Once more, Hit managed to block Wukong's strikes, retreating slightly, breathing heavily. He gazed at Sun Wukong, a look of admiration crossing his face as he remarked, "You are truly the most formidable warrior I have encountered in over 1,000 years. I never imagined anyone could decipher my time skip from such an angle. However, you have underestimated my strength, for my time skip is capable of evolution." With that, Hit unleashed a powerful roar, and a surge of violet energy enveloped him, radiating outward before settling into calm. He then resumed his battle stance and declared, "You claim to predict my attack position 0.1 seconds ahead? Well, I have now expanded my time skip to 0.2 seconds. How will you anticipate my next move?" 0.2 seconds. The surrounding spectators were taken aback, their faces etched with astonishment. The mere existence of a 0.1 second time skip was already remarkable, and now Hit had doubled that time. However, contrary to Hit's expectations, upon hearing this revelation, Sun Wukong's expression transformed from shock to exhilaration. He exclaimed, "Is that so? That is truly splendid. I thought this battle was nearing its end. But it seems you possess even greater strength. It appears I shall have the opportunity to unleash my full potential." As Sun Wukong spoke, the warriors of the 9th universe were taken aback, astonished that such formidable power was not even his ultimate strength. The emergence of Hit had already left them in disbelief. And now the addition of Sun Wukong made the world increasingly incomprehensible. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Hit's face lit up with excitement as he expressed his inner thrill. "I have lived my life as an assassin, and now I finally have the chance to engage in battle openly as a warrior. Let me witness your true strength." Sun Wukong replied, "That depends on whether you can draw out my hidden power." With that, he initiated his assault. The flash of 0.2 seconds was not merely an increment of 0.1 seconds, it doubled in intensity, allowing these formidable beings to execute numerous attacks. Indeed, the 0.2 second flash technique enabled Hit to once again overpower Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong managed to predict Hit's attack trajectory, it was no longer as effortless as before. After barely fending off 7 or 8 strikes, Sun Wukong was ultimately sent flying by a series of Hit's relentless assaults. Fortunately, in terms of power and speed, Hit did not surpass Sun Wukong and ultimately failed to knock him off the stage. It refrained from pursuing further and remarked, "Now, you can unleash your full strength. Can't you?" Rising to his feet, Sun Wukong nodded and replied, "You possess the capability to witness my utmost power." Following his words, he was enveloped in a crimson light. And as the glow dissipated, Sun Wukong transformed into the Super Saiyan God. The once colossal aura vanished entirely, causing Hit's expression to shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is the divine aura." The Supreme Kai, Destroyer God, an angel of the 9th universe, gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong, particularly affected by the ethereal divine aura that surrounded him, prompting a noticeable change in their expressions. The Supreme Kai Fuwang glanced at the impassive Sin beside him and inquired, "Are you aware that this mortal has attained the ability to transform into a deity?" The old Supreme Kai smiled and replied, "What constitutes a god? We Supreme Kais are merely fruits born from the world tree. The true deities are the Destroyer gods, angels, and Grand Minister, as well as Zeno himself. In essence, a god is simply one who possesses divine aura. Though challenging, it is not beyond the realm of evolution. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's words, Fu Wang nodded. Having regained his composure from his earlier astonishment, he never anticipated that such a powerful individual could emerge from your seventh universe. Zampa, with a troubled expression, turned to Beerus and asked, "Can Hit still contend with this Sun Wukong?" Beerus remained silent for a moment before slowly uttering a single word, "Difficult." Upon hearing the words of Bados, Xiangpa fell into silence, and the other four warriors seated beside him exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Sun Wukong gazed at the astonished Hit, then smiled and said, "All right, Hit, let us commence our final battle." As he finished speaking, a crimson aura erupted around him, resembling flames. With this energy, Sun Wukong launched himself towards Hit. Hit swiftly employed his time-skip technique, instantly appearing beside Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong had anticipated Hit's attack, effortlessly parrying it and executing a powerful counterstrike. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat. In the face of Sun Wukong's formidable strength, Hit's time-skip proved nearly ineffective, forcing him to retreat steadily until he reached the edge of the arena. "Damn it!" Hit roared, and in an instant, countless clones appeared on the stage. Sun Wukong momentarily froze in place. Illusory punch. Faced with such a multitude of Hit's clones, he quickly ceased his offensive and prepared to defend. Yet, as he sensed the energy, he realized that these phantoms were imbued with Hit's essence, not mere visual trickery akin to illusory punch. Remarkable. Xiangpa initially thought Hit might be on the verge of defeat, but he was astonished to discover that Hit still had a trump card up his sleeve. And he couldn't help but applaud loudly. At that moment, Hit's clones spoke in unison. "Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed formidable. But that does not render you invincible. Defeating me will not be so simple." Sun Wukong surveyed the countless Hit clones surrounding him, then smiled faintly and shouted, 18 dragon subduing palms. Instantly, dozens of golden dragons burst forth from his body, soaring toward the Hit clones, wreaking havoc as they danced across the arena, obliterating Hit's phantoms. "I've got you." Sensing a fluctuation in energy, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to strike, executing the Konglong Yui technique, which sent the unsuspecting Hit plummeting from the stage. Once he reverted to his original form, Sun Wukong approached the edge of the arena and helped Hit to his feet, saying, "Apologies, just a minor victory." Hit glanced at Sun Wukong, then brushed his hand away, rising to his feet and making his way toward the stands of Universe 9. Observing this, Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly and instinctively rubbed his nose. Suddenly, Hit halted and remarked, "Sun Wukong, you have won this time, but when we meet again, I shall not be at a disadvantage." "Very well, I shall await that day," Sun Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. Witnessing that they had triumphed over the 5 warriors from Xiangpa's side without even deploying their trump card, Beerus was elated and called out to Xiangpa, "So, Xiangpa? What do you say? Have I triumphed?" Xiangpa is not one to shy away from defeat, and he is acutely aware that his 5 warriors are indeed inferior in strength compared to those from Universe 7. "Indeed, I have lost. The 9 Super Dragon Balls outside now belong to you. However, do not become overly complacent. Although you have triumphed this time, it does not guarantee your victory in the future. We will undoubtedly surprise you next time." After uttering these words, Xiangpa turned to his 5 warriors and declared, "Let us depart. What are we still doing here, merely watching others celebrate?" Chapter 194. This is the Omni King. Something seems amiss. Just as Xiangpa was preparing to lead his warriors and their entourage away from the nameless star, Bados suddenly interjected, "Lord Xiangpa." At that moment, Xiangpa, who was reprimanding his 5 warriors with a look of dissatisfaction, turned to his little angel beside him, asking with irritation, "What is it?" Without a hint of anger, Bados continued, "Lord Xiangpa, look at the arena." "The arena?" Xiangpa gazed toward the arena with a puzzled expression, only to be struck by a look of terror, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. "Ah, Lord Omni King." Meanwhile, Beerus, who was praising his warriors from the stands, was also alerted by Whis. "Lord Beerus, look at the arena," Whis prompted. "What is happening at the arena?" Beerus turned his gaze downward and beheld 3 figures standing upon the stage. His expression mirrored that of Xiangpa, both of them resembling startled mice, their fur bristling as they exclaimed, "Lord Omni King, the 2 gods of destruction," along with the 2 angels and the Supreme Kai, swiftly ascended to the arena. Upon hearing Beerus' exclamation, Vegeta quickly turned to look at the stage and spotted a young man, flanked by 2 blue-skinned guards. This was not right. This was the Omni King. Yet in the original story, the Omni King was portrayed as a bald child. Why then did this Omni King appear as a young man? Vegeta was filled with dread, increasingly feeling that his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe presented some peculiar discrepancies. On the stage, the two gods of destruction promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle in reverence to the Omni King, while all the Supreme Kais knelt upon the arena, bowing their heads. In unison, they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Omni King. May the Omni King be well." The Omni King nodded slightly and spoke in a soft voice, "Peace." Although he showed no signs of anger, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais maintained their position without any alteration. After a brief silence, the Omni King suddenly inquired, "Have you completed your tasks? How is it that you have the leisure to arrange a tournament between two universes?" Upon hearing the words of the Omni King, the two destroyers trembled, drenched in sweat, rendered speechless, for at that moment, any utterance would be deemed erroneous. It was then that Beerus spoke up, "My Lord Omni King, Kampa spends his days either indulging in food or en route to procure it. Just observe how his physique has bloated. I implored him to embark on a weight loss journey, only to be reproached in return. My duties have become utterly impossible." As he spoke, Beerus feigned tears. Concurrently, Whis chimed in with a report, stating, "Lord Beerus, too, devotes the majority of his time to slumber." My words seemed to fall on deaf ears. The two destroyers were utterly taken aback, astonished to discover that their little angels had chosen this moment to stab them in the back, their faces a mixture of disbelief as they gazed at the two angels. The Omni King fell silent for a moment before declaring, "Since the destroyers are incapable of fulfilling their responsibilities, let us replace them." What? Upon hearing the Omni King's proclamation, the two destroyers trembled uncontrollably, their faces etched with shock as they stared at him. Suddenly, the Omni King broke into a smile, saying, "I was merely jesting." Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. The Omni King leaped over the destroyers, angels, and Kais, turning his gaze toward Vegeta and the others standing behind them. "Goku, Hit." The Omni King called out. Goku and Hit stood there, momentarily bewildered, not comprehending what the Omni King desired of them. The Kais of the two universes, Fuwa and Shin, shouted in unison, "Goku, the Omni King is calling you. Hurry up. Hit, the Omni King is summoning you. Come forth." Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, they approached the Omni King. He regarded them both and remarked, "Indeed, I witnessed your battle in its entirety. It was impressive. Even among the 12 universes, your martial prowess is exceedingly formidable. I look forward to witnessing an even more spectacular display at the upcoming tournament of the 12 universes." Upon receiving the Omni King's praise, Goku and Hit felt a swell of joy. Hit, having endured the trials of a millennia as an assassin, maintained a stoic demeanor, while Goku was elated, particularly at the mention of the tournament. He exclaimed, "Omni King, is the tournament among the 12 universes truly happening?" "Of course. Would I deceive you? You must prepare diligently, for there are countless warriors in the 12 universes far superior to you." "Very well, my Lord Omni King, rest assured, upon my return, I shall strive to train harder," Goku declared, his fist clenched with determination. The Omni King nodded, then turned his attention toward Vegeta, calling out, "Vegeta." Upon hearing the Omni King call out for Vegeta, the crowd was momentarily perplexed. Although the inhabitants of Universe 7 were well aware that Vegeta was indeed the most formidable warrior, he had yet to have the opportunity to engage in battle this time. How then could the Omni King possess such knowledge? As for the individuals from Universe 9, they were utterly bewildered. Having never witnessed Vegeta's prowess, they could scarcely fathom why the Omni King would summon him. Vegeta approached with a look of bewilderment, his mind entangled in confusion over why the Grand Zeno appeared so different from his portrayal in the original narrative. The Grand Zeno smiled at Vegeta and extended his hand. Instantly, the onlookers, particularly the gods of destruction, the angels, and the kneeling Supreme Kais, were taken aback. How could the Grand Zeno reach out to an ordinary individual? Seeing the hand extended towards him, Vegeta, still in a state of confusion, reached out to grasp it. The Grand Zeno firmly shook his hand and then moved closer to Vegeta, whispering in his ear, "Son Goku, Uncle Chu sends his regards." Upon hearing the name Son Goku, Vegeta felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, momentarily frozen in shock as he gazed at the Grand Zeno before him. Son Goku, his name from a past life, how could the Grand Zeno possibly know it? And what did he mean by sending greetings from his father? In an instant, memories from his previous existence surged within Vegeta's mind, a torrent of names swirling around him. Who could it be? Vegeta, Master. The chorus of voices finally jolted the dazed Vegeta back to reality. Vegeta glanced at the crowd around him, who were calling out to him, and then, in a state of confusion, surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that the Omni King and the inhabitants of the ninth universe had already departed. Chapter 195, The Wish. Vegeta, what did the Omni King say to you that has rendered you so dazed? Bulma inquired with concern. Vegeta shook his head. Naturally, he felt it inappropriate to disclose matters pertaining to his past life or the King of all to Bulma. Rest assured, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely did not anticipate that the King of all would extend his hand to me. Vegeta fabricated a small lie. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus boisterously remarked, "Do not think you are the only one astonished. We too are utterly taken aback. We never expected the King of all would shake your hand. After all these years as a destroyer, I have yet to shake hands with him. Vegeta, you are indeed fortunate." Initially skeptical of Vegeta's claim, Bulma and the others nodded in agreement after Beerus' declaration. Noticing the lingering doubt in their eyes, Vegeta swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "All right, enough of that. We now possess 9 Super Dragon Balls. Let us hasten to find the final one." At the mention of the Super Dragon Balls, everyone was reminded of their quest and began urging Bulma, "Indeed, Bulma, please retrieve the Super Dragon Ball radar." At this moment, Bulma also recalled the Super Dragon Balls. Glancing at the 9 orbs surrounding the nameless star, she exclaimed with excitement, "I wonder how immense the Super Dragon God will be." Producing a capsule, Bulma pressed a button. And with a resounding boom, a massive Super Dragon Ball radar materialized in her hands. As she activated the radar, a flickering image of the Super Dragon Balls appeared at the center of the screen. Pointing to the screen, Bulma announced, "This flickering orb in the center of the radar represents the 9 Super Dragon Balls. Now, let us expand our search radius to locate the final Super Dragon Ball." As she spoke, Bulma continually zoomed in on the radar screen. However, even after adjusting the radar to its maximum range, the location of the 7th Super Dragon Ball remained elusive. "What is happening? Why can't we detect the Dragon Ball's location?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Son Goku interjected, "Could it be that the last Dragon Ball is concealed within a box that shields it from radar detection?" Hearing Goku's suggestion, Bulma retorted with exasperation, "Where would such a large box exist to contain the Super Dragon Ball?" Goku, scratching his head with a silly grin, replied, "Yes, I suppose I was being foolish." At that moment, Vegeta remarked, "I just took a glance, and it seems the number of Dragon Balls indicated at the center of the radar is not 9, but rather 7. 7? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma hastily adjusted the radar display. This time, everyone meticulously counted the number of Super Dragon Balls, and they exchanged bewildered glances. 7. They quickly scanned their surroundings, yet there were evidently 9 Super Dragon Balls present. Where could the 7th one be? Just as Vegeta was about to remind everyone again, Whis interjected, "Could it be that the final Super Dragon Ball is this nameless planet beneath our feet?" Upon hearing Whis' words, understanding dawned upon them. Indeed, the size of this nameless planet resembled that of a Super Dragon Ball. With urgency, Beerus commanded, "Let us ascend on the transport cube and investigate." Once everyone boarded the transport cube, Whis waved his staff, and the cube began to swiftly rise into the sky. After reaching a considerable altitude, Whis pointed at the nameless planet, causing the ground to crack open with a resounding explosion, revealing the final Super Dragon Ball before them. As this last Dragon Ball appeared, all 7 began to flicker with brilliance. Whis commenced the summoning of the Eternal Dragon using divine language. Instantly, the 7 Super Dragon Balls orbited together, with the 9 Super Dragon Balls revolving around one particular Dragon Ball, emitting flashes of energy, culminating in a powerful golden radiance. A colossal golden winged dragon soared forth from the Super Dragon Balls, engulfing the beings of the 7th universe within its form. Not only that, the enormous Eternal Dragon consumed planets, stars, and galaxies. Within the dragon's belly, an ethereal image of the dragon manifested, inquiring with a divine voice. Whis turned to Beerus and asked, "Lord Beerus, what wish do you desire to make?" After a moment of contemplation, Beerus whispered his wish to Whis. Upon hearing Beerus's wish, Whis was taken aback, confirming, "Lord Beerus, are you certain you wish to make this wish?" Beerus nodded, stating, "Yes, this is the wish. We do not have many desires to fulfill." Whis nodded in agreement and invoked the wish to the dragon using divine language. Subsequently, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes, clearly indicating that Beerus's wish had been granted. After the wish was fulfilled, the dragon ascended, radiating dazzling light, and once the brilliance dissipated, they found themselves back in the cosmos. Curiously, Bulma inquired of Beerus, "Lord Beerus, what wish did you make?" Beerus replied, "I wished for the most comfortable mattress for sleeping." "What kind of mattress?" Bulma and the majority of the onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, what on earth were you thinking? Such a significant wish. And you requested merely a mattress?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Beerus furrowed his brow in indignation and retorted, "What did you say? Do not presume that our amicable relationship grants you the liberty to offend me so brazenly." Realizing her mistake, Bulma quickly offered her apologies, acknowledging that Beerus was not someone she could scold without consequence. "Humph, I shall forgive you this time, but should there be a next, I will show no mercy," Beerus declared haughtily. Once Beerus turned his attention away, Bulma turned to Vegeta and instructed, "Vegeta, you must intensify your training and strive to surpass Beerus in strength. He must not be allowed to continue his arrogant disdain." Vegeta nodded with a smile at Bulma's words, yet his mind remained occupied with thoughts of the Grand King. Who, he pondered, could be the father of this Grand King, possessing such immense power to transport him into the Dragon Ball realm? No, it was not merely a transport. Rather, this Dragon Ball world was a creation of the father-son duo. Chapter 199, Trunks Return System. Are you still alive? Vegeta shouted internally. There was no response. Vegeta sighed in frustration. Ever since he had defeated Frieza, the system had become increasingly insubstantial. Vegeta sighed softly, realizing at least one thing. The entity appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Had it not been for their intervention, he might have perished, and there would have been no second life for him. The transport cube moved at an astonishing speed, and after approximately an hour, it descended into Bulma's garden on Earth. As Bulma emerged from the cube, she stretched her arms in a grand yawn. Standing within the confines of the transport cube had been somewhat cramped, though not overwhelmingly so. Now back on Earth, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Following a hearty meal, they returned to their respective homes, and months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Beerus and Whis returned to Bulma's residence to indulge in culinary delights, while Vegeta, Goku, and others diligently trained in the training room, preparing for the martial arts tournament of the 12 universes as proclaimed by the Grand King. Suddenly, a mysterious machine appeared overhead in the garden. At that moment, only Beerus, Whis, and a few younglings were present. Upon seeing the unfamiliar machine, Belshult was taken aback, assuming a defensive stance, ready to strike should an enemy emerge. However, as the machine hovered in the air and then came to a halt, it came crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Belshult assumed a defensive stance, waiting for a moment that yielded no sign of life from the unfamiliar machine. In a sudden burst of action, he leaped onto the glass dome of the apparatus. And there, he beheld his brother Trunks, unconscious within the confines of the machine. "Oh, brother, how did you end up here? What happened?" Belshult exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Belshot's words, the other young ones rushed forward, only to discover Trunks slumped over the control panel. "Goodness, it's brother Trunks. I'll go fetch Uncle Vegeta and Aunt Bulma." Goten and Banna shouted in unison before dashing off to the laboratory and training room, respectively. Meanwhile, Belshot circled the machine, searching for the switch to open the glass enclosure. Banna burst into the training room, calling out, "Uncle Vegeta, brother Trunks is hurt." However, as she uttered those words, her voice trailed off, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her. "How can this be? Brother Trunks, how are you here?" Trunks, hearing Banna's words, was equally perplexed. "Little one, have you lost your wits? I have been here training with Dad and the others all along. Could you be mistaken?" He wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Banna, playfully pinching her chubby cheek as he smiled and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Banna shook her head firmly. "No, I am certain. It was brother Trunks inside that strange machine. We all saw it." Upon hearing Banna's declaration, Vegeta, Goku, and the others exchanged glances, then spoke in unison, "Big Trunks." Without delay, they rushed out of the training room, and Vegeta asked, "Banna, where did you see him?" Banna, keeping pace beside him, replied, "In the garden, inside a peculiar machine." By the time Vegeta and the others arrived, Belshot had already managed to extricate Big Trunks, who now lay on the adjacent corridor floor. Belshot, upon spotting his father and the others approaching, hurriedly rushed over, his face marred with distress as he exclaimed, "Father, my brother has sustained grave injuries." Just after uttering these words, he noticed Trunks trailing behind Vegeta. "Am I seeing things?" Belshot rubbed his eyes and gazed again, remaining silent. It was indeed his brother. Yet, if his brother was here, who lay there? Could it be that his brother from years past was, in fact, a twin? At this moment, Beerus and Whis regarded the unfolding scene with keen interest, prompting Beerus to inquire of Whis, "What do you make of this?" Whis nodded thoughtfully and replied, The information is still incomplete. Further investigation is necessary. Beerus nodded in agreement, stating, "Then let us observe further. I believe this matter may prove quite intriguing." After Vegeta's arrival, Bulma, accompanied by Android 21, rushed over. One was Trunks' mother, and the other, his girlfriend, both displaying palpable anxiety. However, upon their arrival, they discovered Trunks standing perfectly well beside Vegeta, prompting Bulma to cast a disapproving glance at Goten. Goten, equally bewildered, was at a loss as to what had transpired, given that Trunks appeared entirely unharmed. When they once again laid eyes on the Trunks lying on the ground, those unaware of the situation regarded the two Trunks with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. Vegeta retrieved a mystical bean from the realm of the system and placed it gently into future Trunks' mouth. After a brief span of 1 or 2 seconds, future Trunks awakened, only to be met with the beaming smile of Goku standing beside him. Enraged, future Trunks sprang into action, filled with animosity, and launched an attack towards Goku. Goku, bewildered, was at a loss as to why future Trunks, upon regaining consciousness, would direct such hatred towards him. However, Goku, unafraid of a confrontation, joyfully engaged in combat with Trunks. Yet, aware of Trunks' troubled state of mind, he focused primarily on defense, refraining from delivering any significant counterattacks. Nonetheless, Bulma was not inclined to allow their skirmish to continue. She leaped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the back of future Trunks' head. "Trunks, what are you doing? What on earth has happened?" Bulma inquired, her voice laced with frustration. Her swift action jolted future Trunks into full awareness. He gazed around, recognizing various familiar faces. Father, Mother, Uncle Goku, Little Trunks, Uncle Beerus, Uncle Raditz, he noted, along with many unfamiliar faces, yet he felt assured that these individuals posed no threat to him. He was safe. In Chapter 197, titled Black Goku, everyone gathered around a table laden with food and tea. Future Trunks sipped his tea lightly, his previously tumultuous emotions finally settling into tranquility. Vegeta gently addressed the elder Trunks, inquiring, "What has transpired, Trunks? You bear numerous wounds. Have you encountered peril in the future?" Not far away, Android 21 sat with young Trunks, softly asking, "Who exactly is this individual who bears such a striking resemblance to you? Is he your twin?" Young Trunks quietly elucidated the nature of his relationship with the elder Trunks. Upon hearing his explanation, Android 21's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "From the future? A time machine? You remain here to gather information. I shall venture outside to examine the structure of that time machine, to determine if I can reconstruct one." With that, she dashed into the yard, and young Trunks attempted to grasp her arm but missed. He yearned to follow but was equally curious about the events that had befallen his future self. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately chose to remain. Surely, Android 21 would not dismantle the time machine, would she? No, she wouldn't, young Trunks reassured himself. At that moment, elder Trunks set down his teacup and slowly remarked, "Uncle Goku, I apologize. I mistook you for someone else just now." Upon hearing the apology, Goku waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. You have not harmed me." Vegeta spoke up, stating, "So it seems that the enemy from the future bears a striking resemblance to Goku." Instantly, his words captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned towards future Trunks. Perhaps recalling a troubling thought, future Trunks' body involuntarily trembled, and after sipping a few cups of tea, he managed to regain his composure. The others refrained from urging him, choosing instead to await his account of future events in silence. Upon my return to the future, everything initially progressed smoothly. A year later, I vanquished the formidable Cell, who had attempted to ambush me. 7 years thereafter, the Supreme Kai visited Earth, and together we eliminated the menace known as Majin Buu, restoring tranquility to the planet. However, just a year ago, Black Goku emerged, future Trunks slowly recounted. "Black Goku?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, this individual possesses an appearance and physique identical to that of Uncle Goku. The sole distinction is his preference for donning all black attire. Hence we refer to him as Black Goku," future Trunks elaborated. Upon hearing his explanation, Bulma frowned slightly and remarked, "The name Black Goku is rather unappealing." That name was given by my mother from the future," future Trunks replied in a hushed tone. Bulma felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she softly commented, "Upon reflection, it doesn't sound so bad. It's quite fitting." Laughter erupted among the onlookers in response to their exchange. Once the laughter subsided, future Trunks continued, "Initially, Black Goku's strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, he was unable to defeat my Super Saiyan 2 transformation. However, as time progressed. His power escalated until even my Super Saiyan 3 form proved insufficient against him. After he defeated me, he unleashed a reign of terror upon Earth, simultaneously sealing the planet to prevent our escape via spacecraft. Within a year, nearly all of humanity had been slaughtered by Black Goku. I was utterly powerless against him. And ultimately, my mother from the future once again activated the time machine to send me back in hopes of seeking assistance. Tragically, she sacrificed herself to protect me and was killed by Black Goku. I am truly useless, Future Trunks expressed, his guilt overwhelming him as he crushed the teacup in his hand. At that moment, Bulma offered words of comfort, saying, "Future Trunks, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Now that you are here, we will ensure that your father and the others assist you wholeheartedly." With that, she shot a glare at Vegeta. Vegeta promptly declared, "Leave it to us. In recent years, we have made significant progress in martial arts, and we shall impart our knowledge to you shortly." Beerus and Whis had been listening attentively, and once they had absorbed the entirety of the conversation, Whis remarked, "I see now. No wonder I sensed a certain aversion towards this great Trunks from this world. He hails from the future." Just as Beerus was about to speak, a sudden disturbance rippled through the sky outside, heralding the emergence of an ominous presence. The group rushed outside to gaze upwards, where they beheld a gaping black void in the heavens from which a figure materialized. "Who is that?" Black Goku. Upon recognizing the visage before them, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Particularly, Trunks exclaimed with fury, "Black Goku, you scoundrel, how dare you pursue us here?" With that, Trunks unsheathed his sword, prepared to launch an attack. However, Goku intervened, stating, "Trunks, hold your fire. Let us handle this. This individual resembles me far too closely. And he is certainly more than just a doppelganger." With those words, Goku propelled himself forward to confront Black Goku. "Who are you? You cannot possibly be me," Goku demanded. Black Goku regarded his counterpart and replied, "This is quite unexpected. I never imagined a mere mortal could create a time-traveling machine. I certainly did not anticipate that I would meet my original self once again." With that, Black Goku assumed a combat stance, declaring, "Come. Let us engage in a contest to determine who is more formidable, yourself or I, now that I possess this body." "Oh, you are quite confident, are you? Very well. Let us duel," Goku responded, initiating the attack. Although Goku was currently in his base form, one should not underestimate him in terms of power. Even the Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the original narrative might struggle against his current state. The two combatants exchanged blows. Yet it was evident that Black Goku's prowess surpassed that of base Goku. "No wonder you were able to defeat Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. Your strength is indeed impressive. But that is where it ends. Now, it's my turn to unleash my power." With that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, crackling with electricity, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Chapter 198. Defeating Black Goku, Super Saiyan. Observing Goku's transformation, Black Goku scoffed. "What a primitive transformation. Such a powerful physique is unworthy of you Saiyans." After speaking, Black Goku launched a vigorous attack towards Goku. Unfazed, Goku refrained from showcasing the exquisite martial arts he had mastered, opting instead to test Black Goku's true strength through sheer power and speed. The two engaged in an aerial battle above the garden, the shockwaves of their conflict reverberating through the surroundings, toppling trees and causing the earth to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of potent strikes, Goku successfully sent Black Goku flying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Black Goku suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "This is the feeling, just like this. It has been so long since I felt this way." With that, Black Goku's body trembled, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from him as he declared, "The pain in my body only drives me to elevate my strength further. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You overestimate your capabilities." He then prepared to charge at Goku, ready to strike. However, at that moment, a powerful suction emanated from the dark void above, attempting to draw Black Goku in. Bewildered by the phenomenon, Black Goku was at a loss. Unperturbed, Goku executed a flying kick, sending Black Goku hurtling away until he could discern that something unusual was occurring. Realizing the cause, Black Goku looked up at Goku and lamented, "Unfortunately, I can no longer continue this battle with you. Furthermore, Trunks should abandon any hope of returning to the future." With that, Black Goku turned his gaze towards the time machine stationed in the yard. Raising his hand, he unleashed a ki blast aimed at the time machine. Instantly, Trunks comprehended Black Goku's intention and rushed forward to intervene, shouting, "No!" struggling against the pull of the black hole. Black Goku was eager to see the outcome of his attack, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Yet, at that very moment, his smile faltered. It was 21. Having learned about the time machine, she had been studying its structure nearby, undeterred by the fierce battle between Goku and Black Goku. However, she had not anticipated that. Without her intervention, Black Goku would dare to target her precious time machine, igniting her fury. As the ki blast hurtled towards its target, 21 seethed, "You bastard! I refrained from dealing with you, and yet you dare to assault my creation." Upon concluding his statement, number 21 immediately transformed into his self-form, raising a hand to unleash a formidable energy wave that surged forth, swiftly engulfing the energy sphere and hurtling towards Black Goku. Initially, Black Goku struggled to withstand the force of the pull. However, upon being struck by number 21's energy wave, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting the increasingly powerful gravitational force, ultimately vanishing into the black hole. Consequently, the black hole, having consumed Black Goku, rapidly diminished in size and disappeared above the estate. At that moment, all present gazed in astonishment at number 21, who had reverted to his original form. Yet, number 21 remained unfazed, engrossed in his examination of the time machine before him, murmuring to himself. After several seconds, the onlookers gradually shifted their attention toward Vegeta. Eager to hear his thoughts on the unfolding events, Vegeta slowly cast his gaze upon the crowd and remarked, "You all heard the words that Black Goku just uttered. What insights have you gleaned from them?" Upon hearing Vegeta's statement, the group fell into contemplation. As their previous focus had been solely on the fierce battle between Goku and Black Goku. However, in light of Vegeta's words, they began to ponder the implications of Black Goku's recent declarations. Vegeta did not allow the others to ponder for too long as he continued. When Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, Black Goku remarked, "What a primitive transformation. Such a powerful body is unworthy of you Saiyans." This leads us to a compelling conclusion. Black Goku's body is likely not his own, but rather Goku's. He must have suffered at the hands of the Saiyans, perhaps even at Goku's expense. Upon realizing his inadequacy in combat against Goku, he made a wish to the dragon to usurp Goku's body. This is presumably the origin of Black Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Goku remarked, "It seems there truly is a scoundrel in the future who has taken over my body, but who could this fiend be?" At that moment, Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, did you perceive the aura of that Black Goku, particularly the ring upon his hand?" "Ah, you noticed as well? It is evident that this emanates the true essence of a deity, and that ring is a time ring, a relic exclusive to the Supreme Kais." Beerus replied, "What? The Supreme Kai?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Whis and Beerus's conversation. He continued, "I don't believe I have ever wronged the Supreme Kai. Why would he treat me in such a manner?" Whis, somewhat amused yet exasperated, responded, "Goku, what are you thinking? The title of Supreme Kai does not necessarily refer to our Lord Shin. There are a total of 12 universes, and thus at least 12 Supreme Kais. Not to mention the apprentice Supreme Kais and retired ones as well. So, finding this adversary will not be an easy task." "I see. I thought that the Supreme Kai in question was our Lord Shin." Goku chuckled. At this point, Beerus stated, "Regardless, if we are to uncover the identity of this perpetrator, we should first summon Shin, as he is more familiar with the Supreme Kais across the universes and may provide us with some insights." Whis nodded and waved his staff, causing the crystal orb atop it to shimmer. After a few flashes, the Supreme Kai suddenly appeared before them. Observing the gathered group, he inquired with curiosity, "What seems to be the matter? Why does everyone look so serious?" Whis recounted the events to the Supreme Kai, who was taken aback. He then turned to future Trunks and asked, "Trunks, why has Black Goku acted in such a manner? Why did no Supreme Kai or God of Destruction intervene?" Chapter 199, Kabito? Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's question, future Trunks hurriedly responded, "Master, it is like this." "Wait, why do you call me Master?" Upon hearing the title bestowed upon him by the great Trunks, the Supreme Kai hastily interjected with a question. "It is as follows, in the future world. The Supreme Kai led me in confronting the formidable Majin Buu, and ultimately, in a valiant act, he accepted me as his disciple just before his demise." "What do you mean the Supreme Kai has perished?" The God of Destruction, Beerus, who had been observing in silence, was taken aback and interrupted the great Trunks once more. Great Trunks, momentarily bewildered, stammered, "Indeed, it was due to the overwhelming power of Majin Buu that the Supreme Kai, caught off guard, sustained grave injuries. With the god Gibbet having been slain prior, the The Supreme Kai ultimately succumbed to his wounds. You foolish imbecile. Why did you take it upon yourself to confront Majin Buu? Do you believe you are invincible? Why must you drag me into your demise? Upon hearing Great Trunks' revelation, the god of destruction unleashed a torrent of scathing reprimands towards the Supreme Kai. Although the Supreme Kai harbored a fear of Beerus, he was not one to remain silent in the face of insult, retorting, "Is it not because of you, Lord Beerus, who spends his days in slumber while malevolence proliferates throughout the universe without your intervention?" Beerus, taken aback by the Supreme Kai's rebuttal, fell silent, simmering in frustration. This exchange left the others in a state of confusion, pondering why the Supreme Kai had met his end and why the god of destruction was so agitated. Goku, curious, inquired, "What has gotten into the god of destruction? Why is he so furious?" Whis, smiling, provided an explanation. "Do you not realize? The Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are two halves of a singular existence. The death of one results in the demise of the other." What? The revelation stunned the gathered individuals, and Beerus, astonished that Whis had so easily divulged his secret, erupted in indignation. "Whis, how could you reveal such a significant secret in front of so many? Oh, was that not meant to be disclosed? My apologies, ha ha ha." Whis chuckled heartily. Vegeta stood silently, bewildered. Is Whis truly the attendant of Beerus? This seems like a treacherous stab in the back. Goku, grinning beside him, remarked, "So that's how it is. If we cannot defeat the god of destruction, can we take on the Supreme Kai instead?" At that moment, the god of destruction erupted in fury, seizing Goku by the cheeks and bellowing, "Say that again. I dare you. Do you believe I won't eliminate you right now? All right, I won't say it anymore. It hurts." Goku cried out, struggling. After reddening Goku's cheeks, the god of destruction released his grip and turned seriously to the others, stating, "I do not wish for the words just spoken to escape your lips." Hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, affirming their silence. With that, the conversation shifted away from the Supreme Kai taking Trunks as his apprentice. Beerus directly addressed the Supreme Kai, asking, "Supreme Kai, consider this. With so many Supreme Kais and apprentice Supreme Kais across the 12 universes who might harbor a grudge against Goku and swap bodies with him." The Supreme Kai pondered this inquiry, reflecting aloud, for a body swap with Goku to occur, the individual must be aware of his existence. It appears that aside from our 7th universe Supreme Kai, only the 9th universe Supreme Kai has encountered and comprehended Goku. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he excitedly exclaimed, "It seems Gibbet had expressed dissatisfaction with the Scions before. Is Gibbet the apprentice Supreme Kai who accompanied you, sporting a fierce demeanor?" Upon hearing Gibbet's name, an image of a familiar face flashed in Beerus's mind. Yes, that's him. When I brought Trunks and Gohan to the Supreme Kai realm, he voiced his discontent, claiming they sullied the sanctity of the Supreme Kai realm. The Supreme Kai enthused, "If anyone disdains the Scions, it would undoubtedly be Gibbet. I imagine if you were here, he would be in tears, never anticipating that a mere comment would lead to him being branded a murderer." Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Beerus sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Excellent. Now that we have identified the culprit, let us swiftly capture him." The Supreme Kai, equally exhilarated, replied, "Yes, let us go. He should still be in the Supreme Kai realm." Just as the three prepared to apprehend the culprit Gibbet, he suddenly appeared before them in a flash. "Ah, you, the murderer, dare to show your face." Beerus shouted, ready to strike. Gibbet, bewildered, asked in confusion, "Who have I killed? How did I become a murderer without my own knowledge?" At this moment, the Kaioshin stepped forward to question, "Do you not harbor any hatred towards the Scions, desiring to exchange Goku's body and annihilate all the inhabitants of Earth?" Upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, Gibbet was rendered utterly perplexed. With a slightly mournful expression, he replied, "Lord Kaioshin, why would I harbor animosity towards the Scions? Why would I wish to exchange Goku's body or exterminate the people of Earth?" Noticing Gibbet's continued denial, the Kaioshin promptly recounted the sequence of events along with his analysis. After absorbing the Kaioshin's insights, Gibbet found himself in a state of both amusement and disbelief. He responded, "Although I once held hostility towards Trunks and Gohan, believing they should not tread in the realm of the Kaioshin, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. When they vanquished Majin Buu, I realized that the peace of the universe was beyond my capacity to uphold. They were essential for its maintenance. From that point onward, I adjusted my mindset and have coexisted harmoniously with everyone. Have I ever spoken ill of the Scions or humanity since then?" Upon hearing Gibbet's words, the Kaioshin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Under Beerus's watchful gaze, he nodded and conceded, "It does indeed seem so. If it is not Gibbet, Then who could it be? Could it be the Kaiashins from Universe 9? Beerus interjected. By the way, Jibite, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? The Kaiashin suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, Jibite regained his composure and promptly stated, Yes, I have just received news from Zuno. He sent someone to inform me that a fellow named Zamasu has been inquiring about the Super Dragon Balls in Goku. Zuno, the one known as all-knowing in Universe 7. Beerus remarked, frowning. As a destroyer god, he clearly held no fondness for such an omniscient being. However, he quickly realized the implications and exclaimed, Are you saying that a person named Zamasu has been seeking information about the Super Dragon Balls in Goku? What is going on? Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, Jibite immediately turned to the Kaiashin beside him. Aware that this matter seemed to stem from the Kaiashin, everyone fixated their keen gazes upon him, awaiting a reasonable explanation. The moment the Kaiashin heard the name Zamasu, he recalled the events that had transpired previously. Seeing everyone awaiting his response, the Kaiashin hastily replied, Indeed. This Zamasu is the apprentice Kaiashin of Universe 10. The Kaiashin of Universe 10, Gawasu, invited me to visit their realm, during which Jibite and Zamasu engaged in several sparring matches. But how could the other party possibly know my name? Sun Wukong inquired from the sidelines, expressing a sense of regret for his hasty words. Indeed, Zamasu possesses formidable strength, and Jibite was no match for him, having been defeated in less than 10 exchanges. While this might be acceptable, considering that our Kaiashin does not primarily focus on combat, and there are many whose strength pales in comparison. The situation took a turn when Zamasu, after vanquishing Jibite, boasted, Jibite, upon your return, you must diligently train, otherwise. How can such meager strength protect the Kaiashin and safeguard Universe 7? The Kaiashin articulated this with a hint of exasperation. So, you subsequently mentioned Sun Wukong's name? Beerus inquired. In truth, I did not only mention Sun Wukong. I also referred to Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, and others. However, I remain puzzled as to why he exclusively inquired about Sun Wukong. The Kaiashin replied, somewhat perplexed. Vegeta reminisced about the original storyline and remarked, It could be related to the previous match between the 9th and 7th universes. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and Beerus chimed in. That must be the reason. During that match, Vegeta did not participate. It was Goku who ultimately triumphed over Hit. Zamasu likely regarded Goku as the mightiest scion after witnessing the match footage. At this moment, Whis added, It appears we are not mistaken. That black Goku must indeed be Zamasu. The divine aura surrounding him cannot be concealed. Goku immediately stood up, exclaiming, Then let's set off quickly and apprehend Zamasu to teach him a lesson. Hearing Goku's words, Beerus interjected, No, you need not intervene. Matters concerning gods should be left to us. Whis and I will handle Zamasu in the 10th universe, but our actions will only address the crisis in this universe, having no bearing on the future development of the cosmos. You should remain on Earth and find a way to assist Trunks in dealing with that black Goku. Whis, let us depart. Beerus instructed. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, rising to accompany Beerus to the 10th universe. Lord Destroyer, allow me to teleport you there, suggested the Supreme Kai. Stay put in the Supreme Kai realm. If I find out you have placed yourself in danger, I will seal you away. Beerus exclaimed, startling everyone. The Supreme Kai instantly resembled a frightened rabbit, vanishing in a flash. Observing the Supreme Kai's departure, Kibito awkwardly chuckled before disappearing as well. What a troublesome fellow, Beerus sighed. Placing a hand on Whis' shoulder as they transformed into a radiant beam of light, disappearing from Bulma's estate, as the 4 gods vanished before them. Everyone stood stunned for a moment. After roughly 10 seconds, Vegeta spoke, Let Lord Beerus and Mr. Whis handle Zamasu. We should focus on confronting that black Goku from the future. Goku enthusiastically declared, Is there any need to discuss it? We shall immediately pilot the time machine to the future and eliminate him. The others nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, with Vegeta and Goku here, that mere black Goku will pose no challenge. At that moment, Trunks interjected, however, the energy for the time machine has been completely depleted. Gathering enough energy for a round trip will take a year. What? A whole year? Is it really that long? Sun Wukong was suddenly filled with disappointment. His brow furrowed in distress. At this moment, Bulma inquired, Trunks, what kind of energy does the time machine require? The elder Trunks approached the time machine and pressed a button, causing a glass collector to detach from it. Placing the collector before Bulma, he stated, It requires the blue liquid number 5. Blue liquid number 5? Isn't that the alternative energy source our organization has recently developed? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. She gestured towards the collector in front of her and continued, "It will only take one night to fill this collector." To fill it in just one night? In the future, it would take an entire year. The elder Trunks marveled. Trunks, do not forget that you are not in the future now. The machinery here is incomparable to that of the future, Bulma replied, a hint of pride in her voice. After saying this, she took the collector and added, "All right, Trunks. I will handle this. You should rest well. Tomorrow you will set off to the future to defeat that black Wukong and avenge me." "Understood, mother." The elder Trunks exclaimed loudly. Vegeta glanced at future Trunks and remarked, "You are the sole protector of Earth in the future. It is truly a heavy burden for you. Come with me. I have more to teach you." Simultaneously, Vegeta summoned Goku, young Trunks, and a few others to join them. Chapter 201. The Battle Against Black Goku. The night swiftly passed, and by the following morning, after everyone had finished breakfast, they gathered in the garden to bid farewell to Vegeta and his companions as they embarked on the time machine to confront Black Goku in the future. Vegeta handed a box of universal capsules to future Trunks, stating, "Inside these capsules are provisions and water. I suspect the survivors in the future have not had a decent meal in quite some time." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, future Trunks was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that his father would consider such details so thoughtfully. He quickly secured the capsule box. "All right, let us bid farewell to everyone. And then we shall embark on our journey to the future," Vegeta declared. Future Trunks nodded, waved goodbye to everyone, and boarded the nearby time machine. "Good luck, Trunks. You are the best." Everyone cheered as they waved in encouragement. Subsequently, Vegeta, Goku, and future Trunks climbed aboard the time machine. "Master, could you please move over a bit? It's rather cramped on this side, and I feel quite uncomfortable," Goku called out. "There is hardly any space here either. If you ask me, you should just stay home. I can handle that black Goku by myself. Why must you insist on coming along?" Vegeta replied with some annoyance. "No, that guy dared to swap bodies with me. I must personally eliminate him." The thought of that individual having exchanged bodies with him in the future, possibly even having harmed Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten, filled Goku with rage. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta silently nodded and said, "Very well, let us squeeze in. We shall arrive shortly." With that, future Trunks activated the time machine, which began to ascend before vanishing into thin air with a whoosh. When the time machine reappeared, the three had transitioned from the fragrant and vibrant Earth to a future world shrouded in dark clouds, littered with ruins. Future Trunks piloted the time machine gently to a relatively flat area. Transforming the time machine back into a capsule, Trunks sorrowfully remarked, "This is my future world, a realm almost entirely in ruins." Vegeta surveyed the shattered world around him, where scarcely a single building remained intact. He spoke, "Very well. You should deliver food to the survivors. Goku and I will seek out that black Goku and eliminate him post-haste." "All right, Dad. Please be careful," Trunks replied. "Rest assured, our strength surpasses your expectations. You will witness it shortly," Vegeta assured him. Subsequently, he and Goku selected a battleground, after which Goku launched a ki blast into the sky. The distant black Goku immediately sensed the unfamiliar energy fluctuation and soared toward Vegeta and Goku. "Vegeta, son Goku, you have truly arrived in the future. It seems I must keep you here," Black Goku declared. "You have usurped my body yet dare to boast. Allow me to teach you a lesson." "So you understand that possessing my body does not equate to wielding my power," Goku shouted. With that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Black Goku. "You underestimate me. Do you really believe your current strength can defeat me?" Black Goku retorted loudly, launching a punch at Goku. However, despite his confidence, Black Goku's attack was effortlessly deflected by Goku, who counterattacked, sending Black Goku flying. With a resounding crash, Black Goku was hurled against the ruins. Damn it! How could this be? Black Goku could hardly believe that he was unable to conquer Son Goku, especially after having significantly increased his strength. Yet, no matter how furious or frenzied Black Goku became, Son Goku relentlessly pummeled him. After being knocked away once more, Black Goku, seething with rage, demanded, "Why? Why is your strength so formidable?" Goku looked down at Black Goku and explained, "Did you really think that by occupying my body, you could match my power? You are woefully naive. Had you understood my training methods, you would grasp techniques like the dragon subduing 18 palms or the cosmic shift. But no, you do not know, as you lack even the basic skills of power exertion, relying solely on brute strength and speed against me. It is a wonder you thought you could prevail." Upon hearing Goku's elucidation, Black Goku finally comprehended, replying, "I see now. I had indeed taken things for granted. However, you may be unaware of one fact. Every time you scions come close to death and recover, your strength surges immensely. Just wait, I will return. With that, the severely injured Black Goku instantaneously vanished from before Vegeta and Goku. What an infuriating wretch. Where did he escape to? Goku shouted in exasperation. It appears we have indeed underestimated this Black Goku. He must be retreating to recuperate, Vegeta concluded. Vegeta remarked. This fellow has mastered the art of concealing his aura quite adeptly. It proves rather challenging for us to locate him through mere energy signatures. Goku responded, never mind. He will inevitably seek us out again. Let us first search for Trunks. Just as the two prepared to venture forth in pursuit of Trunks and the remaining survivors, Black Goku suddenly reappeared, blocking their path, his previously wounded form now restored to its original state. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and then spoke. It seems there are indeed others of your kind nearby, and they are remarkably skilled in the art of healing. You are correct, however. This is information that does not concern you. Let us proceed to the second match. With that, Black Goku turned his gaze back to Son Goku. Vegeta spoke to Goku, urging him, Goku, strike decisively and vanquish this foe. He must not be granted another chance to heal. Understood, Goku replied, and with a surge of energy, a crimson aura enveloped his form, transforming his black hair into a vibrant red. Black Goku squinted, commenting, so this is the power of a Super Saiyan God. Goku nodded affirmatively, declaring, indeed, you are correct. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he unleashed the formidable Dragon 18 palms towards Black Goku. Chapter 202, The Battle Against Black Goku 2. A golden dragon-shaped energy surged towards Black Goku, its roar resonating through the heavens, relentlessly assailing him. What kind of technique is this? Black Goku exclaimed, struggling to fend off the golden dragon while simultaneously defending against Goku's onslaught, leaving him flustered. Goku wielded his hand like a blade, launching a fiery strike at Black Goku. The latter, caught off guard, failed to evade the attack, resulting in his clothing being torn. As the flames engulfed him, Black Goku collapsed to the ground, laboriously extinguishing the fire that had erupted upon his garments. At that moment, Black Goku was in disarray. Not only were his clothes riddled with burns, but his hair had also suffered significant damage, and his face was charred. You vile wretch. How dare you treat me, a deity, in such a manner? This is unforgivable. He bellowed, fury surging within him, causing his aura to rise dramatically. A peach-hued energy erupted from him, transforming his hair to a similar shade, while his once black pupils shifted to a striking peach color. Remarkable. Goku gasped, astonished that his adversary could experience such a surge in power under these circumstances. Black Goku clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound strength, proclaiming, I never anticipated such power from anger and divine energy. This is the true strength that a god should possess. This is the form I am destined to embody, filled with an inexhaustible source of power. With a triumphant glance at Goku, he taunted, you are finished. Your current strength pales in comparison to mine. I must concede that your Saiyan physique is indeed impressive and formidable. However, your souls and minds are woefully inadequate, unworthy of such a body. I shall eliminate you, for you do not deserve to share this form with me. After speaking, Black Goku launched another attack against Goku. This time, he was no longer being overwhelmed. Instead, as the battle progressed, he gradually began to gain the upper hand, though he still could not breach Goku's defenses. With a resounding thud, Black Goku unleashed a powerful punch, sending Goku flying as he crossed his arms to shield himself. As Goku landed and regained his footing, he turned to face Black Goku and remarked, you are indeed the most formidable opponent I have encountered in recent years, worthy of witnessing my ultimate power. With that declaration, Goku let out a mighty roar, and his once crimson aura transformed into a brilliant blue, his hair standing upright and shifting to the same hue. Super Saiyan Blue. Observing the astonishment etched on Black Goku's face, Goku added, surely, you did not believe you were the first to discover this transformation. Now, we may commence the third round of our duel. With those words, Goku charged forward, his long blue aura trailing behind him as he attacked Black Goku. In response, Black Goku summoned his own peach-hued aura, shaping it into blades that struck toward Goku. Unyielding, Goku countered, his azure energy morphing into a sword that parried Black Goku's assault. With the formidable technique of the 9 Swords of Solitude, Goku dismantled Black Goku's erratic strikes, his blue blades carving deep gashes into Black Goku's form. Had it not been for Black Goku's keen reflexes evading the fatal blows, he might have already met his demise at Goku's hands. Once again, Black Goku narrowly avoided being cleaved by Goku's sword, barely managing to deflect the attack with his peach blades. However, he was still struck in the abdomen by a kick from Goku, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Black Goku slammed into the ground, coughing up blood. Seizing the advantage, Goku intensified the assault of his blue energy blades, aiming to eliminate Black Goku on the spot. Yet, just as the fatal strike was about to land, a shadow darted in, and Goku's blade struck nothing but air as Black Goku was whisked away to safety. Vegeta and Goku turned their gazes to discover that the individual who rescued the Dark Goku was adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai. However, both warriors swiftly recognized each other's identities. Vegeta exclaimed, "Zamasu?" Zamasu extended his hand, hovering above the Dark Goku, and immediately a surge of magical energy radiated forth, swiftly mending the injuries that plagued the Dark Goku. Once the healing was complete, the Dark Goku rose once more and replied, "Indeed, I am Zamasu." Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "If you are Zamasu, then who exactly is this Dark Goku?" Both Zamasu and the Dark Goku remained silent, merely displaying a cold smirk, one that bore hints of arrogance and disdain. At this moment, Vegeta elucidated, "Black Goku is also Zamasu. He must be Zamasu from another timeline." While this Zamasu is indeed the one from our current timeline. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Black Goku nodded and remarked, "You are quite astute. What you just articulated is entirely accurate. However, even if you comprehend our identities, it changes nothing. The outcome of your impending demise at our hands remains unchanged." Subsequently, Zamasu removed an earring from his ear and handed it to Black Goku. "Allow me to demonstrate the power of the gods," Black Goku proclaimed, donning the earring upon his ear. One adorned the left ear, the other the right, and as they pressed their chests together, a brilliant flash enveloped them, revealing a completely new form before Vegeta and the others. "What is this?" "A fusion," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, this is the Patera earring, a divine artifact that enables the fusion of two individuals who wear them," Black Goku explained. After speaking, Black Goku transformed once more into Super Saiyan Rose. The Patera fusion is not merely the sum of its parts. It transcends the ordinary. "Prepare to meet your end," Black Goku declared, launching a punch towards Goku. "Do you think this will suffice to defeat me? How Navi?" Goku bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth like a meteor, striking towards Black Goku. The two engaged in a fierce battle, and for the first time, Black Goku managed to match Goku's prowess, relying solely on strength and speed. He had surpassed Goku in those aspects. However, Goku's mastery of ki techniques was beyond what Black Goku could rival. Utilizing his superior ki control, Goku exhibited a force and speed amplified to 200, resulting in a stalemate between them. Chapter 203. Vegeta takes action. As time progressed, Goku gradually found himself at a disadvantage, not due to a lack of strength compared to Black Goku, but rather because Goku's stamina could not keep pace with that of Black Goku. With a resounding thud, Black Goku delivered a punch that sent Goku hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Goku looked up at Black Goku with a face of astonishment. "Why, after so long in battle, do you not only maintain your stamina but also seem to have fully recovered from any damage?" Black Goku erupted into laughter, responding, "Your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. I initially believed that after our fusion, I could easily defeat you, yet here you are, holding your own against me." Goku, growing increasingly impatient, pressed on. "You still haven't explained how you can fight for so long without fatigue and remain unscathed." "It is quite simple. I merely need to gather the Super Dragon Balls to wish for immortality," Black Goku remarked. "The Super Dragon Balls, do they still exist in this universe?" Goku suddenly contemplated that once he vanquished Black Goku, he could utilize the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect the deity of this world. However, Black Goku seemed to have discerned Goku's thoughts and smirked slightly, saying, "You wish to use the Super Dragon Balls to revive others?" Upon hearing Black Goku's words, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing he had accurately guessed Goku's intentions, Black Goku wore a smug expression and continued, "Unfortunately, after my wish was granted, I destroyed all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, I regret to inform you that they will no longer exist in this universe." Infuriated, Goku clenched his fists, ready to charge at Black Goku once more. At that moment, Black Goku felt that the previous revelations were not sufficiently shocking, so he added, "Let me share another piece of news. After my wish was fulfilled, I eliminated all the Supreme Kais across the 12 universes. Henceforth, not only will there be no Supreme Kais in the universe, but also no Destroyer Gods. Once I eliminate you two bothersome individuals, I shall become the ruler of the universe. Upon hearing Black Goku's declaration, Goku was filled with rage and was eager to engage in combat again. However, just before Goku could strike, Vegeta finally intervened to restrain him. Master? Goku looked at Vegeta with a hint of confusion. Vegeta did not respond to Goku, but instead turned his gaze toward Black Goku and remarked, "You claim to be the king of the universe. On what grounds? Is it merely due to your lackluster fusion strength or your underhanded attacks on all the Supreme Kais? I genuinely fail to comprehend how you presume that your current power qualifies you to be the strongest in the 12 universes." Black Goku observed Vegeta before him, a figure whom Goku referred to as Master, and someone he had somewhat overlooked due to never witnessing his prowess firsthand. He had previously learned that Vegeta's strength was, in fact, inferior to Goku's. Thus, he pondered why Goku would address Vegeta as Master. Suddenly, Black Goku realized that he was not truly familiar with Vegeta's capabilities. Nevertheless, he defiantly remarked, "Your power is at best equivalent to Goku's. What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? Regardless of the strength of other universe warriors, I can assure you that today I am capable of vanquishing both of you." Vegeta slowly approached Goku, and the energy within him began to surge with escalating intensity. The garments he wore started to flutter dramatically. The moment Vegeta came to a halt, a brilliant blue aura erupted around him. Super Saiyan God, Blue. Yet, despite being in the same realm as Goku, Vegeta's overwhelming presence far surpassed that of his rival. Sensing Vegeta's formidable energy, Black Goku's expression darkened momentarily, but as he recalled his immortal form, his demeanor regained its composure. Black Goku spoke, "Vegeta, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. However, it matters not. With my immortal body, as time progresses, you will never be my match." Vegeta smiled slightly and remarked, "The Super Dragon Balls can grant but a single wish. Given your nature, once that wish is fulfilled, you would undoubtedly obliterate the Super Dragon Balls. Consequently, you would be left with only 2 wishes, which means the 2 Zamasu would each receive one. One wish would involve exchanging bodies with Goku, while the other would grant the other you immortality." Upon hearing Vegeta's analysis, Zamasu's expression darkened. "You speak the truth. But what of it? What significance does your knowledge hold?" Zamasu inquired. "It holds considerable significance, for it indicates at least 1/2 of the cells within your body lack the trait of immortality," Vegeta replied before launching an attack, without awaiting Zamasu's response. Vegeta's power far surpasses that of Son Goku, as he relentlessly overwhelms Black Goku from the very onset. The Dragon Fist, imbued with formidable might, strikes fiercely against Black Goku. In the face of Vegeta's relentless assault, Black Goku realizes that no matter how he attempts to evade, he cannot escape Vegeta's onslaught. And soon his body is left gravely injured. However, in a swift turn of events, those wounds begin to heal, and the previously anxious Black Goku, upon hearing Vegeta's analysis, erupts into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You articulated your analysis with great clarity, yet here I stand, fully recovered from all my injuries." Vegeta smiled slightly and reassured, "Do not rush. Let us take our time." With that, he launched another attack at Black Goku. However, Black Goku was no mere pushover. He had never possessed a disposition to surrender easily. Seeing Vegeta persist in his onslaught, he was instantly consumed by fury and retaliated. Yet, this fury proved futile, as all his counterattacks were deftly evaded by Vegeta, while the latter's strikes relentlessly landed upon Black Goku. This time, the damage inflicted was far more severe than before. And only when Black Goku's entire form lay in ruins did Vegeta cease his assault. With great effort, Black Goku managed to pry open his deformed mouth and proclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am immortal and can still regenerate." Indeed, Black Goku's body was slowly attempting to mend itself, albeit at a significantly reduced pace compared to earlier. By the time he had fully recuperated, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Chapter 204, Defeating Black Goku. Haha. I have recovered. This is the essence of my immortality. You can never slay me. Black Goku bellowed. In response to his boastful declaration, Vegeta remained unfazed, raising his chin to suggest, "Take a look at your own body." "My body?" Black Goku immediately looked down, only to discover that while half of his form had reverted to its original state, the other half lay in a grotesque heap, akin to a puddle of mud. "Why is this? Why does my body appear this way?" he shrieked in horror. "This is the conclusion I previously analyzed. Do you now comprehend? What you perceive as immortality has become a burden to you, Vegeta replied coolly. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. I shall kill you. Black Goku shouted, unleashing a violent aura from his being. With a swift motion of his left hand, a colossal pink scythe materialized. As he waved it, the ominous clouds cloaking the earth were violently dispersed, revealing a canopy of twinkling stars above. Die. Black Goku swung his scythe towards Vegeta. There was no evading the strike. Sensing the overwhelming power of Black Goku's attack, Vegeta realized that he could not escape. To do so would mean certain doom for the earth beneath him. Dodge it. Goku shouted desperately. Do you dare evade? Black Goku echoed, his voice booming. Vegeta executed a swift stance, embodying the essence of yin and yang, and raised his hands in a graceful arc. Suddenly, a colossal Taiji diagram materialized before him. With a resounding crash, the immense scythe of death struck the elevated Taiji, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent debris and remnants flying in all directions. I will end you, Black Goku exclaimed, incredulous that his attack had been thwarted by Vegeta. He summoned every ounce of his strength once more. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta struggled against the onslaught, momentarily kneeling upon the earth. As Black Goku beheld Vegeta falter under his assault, a triumphant smile spread across his face. I have won. However, it was not to be. For Vegeta gradually rose to his feet and declared, it is time to conclude this. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Taiji diagram in Vegeta's grasp began to spin rapidly, emanating a brilliant radiance. Ultimately, a tremendous shockwave surged forth from the heart of the Taiji, hurtling toward Black Goku. Caught off guard, he was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The elongated scythe of death dissipated into the air, its power extinguished. Moments later, Goku inquired, Is he dead? Vegeta replied, he should not be dead yet. An immortal being is not so easily vanquished. As Vegeta's words resonated, Black Goku stirred, gradually rising from the ground. I am immortal. I am immortal. With the eruption of Black Goku's voice, an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming from a rosy hue to a profound black. Powerful black lightning encircled Black Goku's form, shattering stones upon contact and turning the earth into a charred wasteland. His once rosy hair and eyes morphed into an inky black, exuding an aura of malevolence. Those dark, sinister eyes gazed at Vegeta and Goku, devoid of any emotion, leaving only madness in their wake. He has succumbed to darkness. Vegeta's expression tightened, sensing the gravity of the situation. Black Goku clenched his fists and lunged towards Vegeta, abandoning all technique and finesse, leaving only a frenzy of relentless assault. As Vegeta deftly evaded his opponent's strikes, he remarked, both strength and speed have seen significant enhancement. It appears that the dark transformation has indeed augmented his power tremendously. After enduring a flurry of attacks, Vegeta abruptly halted, his fist swinging with force, colliding against Black Goku's own fists. Do you truly believe that your transformation makes you my equal? You underestimate my prowess, he proclaimed with conviction. The clash of fists unleashed a formidable shockwave, scattering in all directions. Black Goku remained no match for Vegeta and was swiftly sent hurtling away. Seize the opportunity to strike. After propelling Black Goku aside, Vegeta raised his right arm high, a cerulean energy blade coalescing in his grasp. It is time to conclude this. With that, he executed a swift motion, slashing towards Black Goku. The powerful sword-like energy cleaved through the earth, aimed directly at Black Goku, who had just regained his footing and was unable to evade in time. The energy sliced him cleanly in half. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain. For the once mindless Black Goku, now split asunder, regained a flicker of consciousness in his eyes, filled with terror. As he beheld his body on the brink of division, he cried out in anguish, No, I am immortal, I cannot perish. With desperation, he flailed his arms, attempting to reassemble himself. Vegeta once again unleashed a torrent of azure energy blades, surging towards Black Goku. His right arm struck with relentless fervor, instantly cleaving Black Goku into countless fragments. You wretched fiend, I am the true sovereign of the universe. As the words escaped Black Goku's lips, his form shattered and dispersed into myriad pieces. Vegeta let out a slight sigh, retracting his hand as he remarked, Dealing with this fellow has indeed proven to be quite a challenge. Goku, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing his master finally vanquish Black Goku. He rushed over and exclaimed, Master, this is wonderful. You have triumphed. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. And at that moment, Trunks dashed over. After taking a moment to organize everything, Trunks was taken aback to witness his father delivering a vigorous thrashing to Black Goku, who was being torn into countless fragments. "Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Uncle Goku. Without your support, I would have been unable to triumph over this Black Goku," Trunks expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Vegeta placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Take heart. This world still requires your guardianship. If you encounter difficulties again, you may return to seek us out." Trunks quickly nodded in agreement. However, at that very moment, a multitude of voices erupted, leaving him no opportunity to find you. Nor would you have the chance to return to the past. Chapter 205, The Sealing of Black Goku. Upon hearing this voice, the three were instantly taken aback. And Trunks exclaimed, "Black Goku, Zamasu." With that, he swiftly unsheathed the sword he carried on his back, scanning the surroundings intently. Vegeta sighed, surveying his surroundings, only to behold dozens of diminutive Black Gokus materializing around the trio. They encircled Vegeta and his companions, proclaiming, "I have foretold this. I am immortal, destined never to perish. That you have fragmented me into countless pieces, each has transformed into a brand new version of myself. You cannot vanquish me, and you shall remain here with me." Following this declaration, the myriad of small Black Gokus charged toward Vegeta and his companions. Vegeta executed a series of leaps, creating a significant distance between himself and Black Goku. He then addressed Goku and future Trunks, saying, "Please hold these adversaries at bay for a moment. I need to prepare my ultimate move." "Understood, Master." "Sure thing, Dad." Goku and future Trunks responded in unison, charging forward to confront Black Goku. Vegeta retrieved a multifunctional capsule and, upon opening it, a rice cooker materialized before him. He then produced several pre-written sealing talismans from his pocket. Lifting the lid of the rice cooker, Vegeta crouched slightly, extending his arms, and proclaimed loudly, "Goku, Trunks, step back. I am ready." After uttering these words, Goku and Trunks swiftly dispatched their respective dark counterparts, sending them flying away, before returning to Vegeta's side. Goku glanced at the rice cooker on the ground and at Vegeta, who had assumed a poised stance, and could not help but inquire, "Master, what is this technique? Would you like to learn it?" "I specifically studied this from Master Roshi to tackle the current situation," Vegeta declared emphatically. The Dark Goku, unaware of the formidable technique Vegeta was about to unleash, continued to charge towards him with his doppelgangers. Upon nearing Vegeta, the Dark Goku halted a few meters away, regarding Vegeta's posture as mere bravado. Mere posturing. Do you think this stance will intimidate me?" With that, dozens of Dark Gokus surged toward Vegeta. As the swarm of Dark Gokus closed in, mere inches from Vegeta, he bellowed, "Evil containment wave." Instantly, a swirling green energy erupted from around Vegeta, enveloping all the Dark Gokus. Confronted by Vegeta's superior power, the Dark Gokus found no strength to escape the evil containment wave, and they were swiftly ensnared within its grasp. As the Dark Gokus were drawn closer by the spiraling energy, Vegeta shouted, "Get inside." With a thunderous command, the evil containment wave propelled all the Dark Gokus into the rice cooker. "Goku, quickly close the rice cooker," Vegeta urged. "Yes." Goku responded promptly, rushing forward to secure the lid of the rice cooker, which immediately began to tremble violently as the Dark Gokus within struggled desperately to break free. Vegeta extracted 2 sealing talismans and placed them upon the rice cooker, which immediately ceased its violent trembling and fell into complete tranquility. "Does this signify victory? Will Black Goku manage to break free?" Trunks inquired aloud. Vegeta replied, "Rest assured, as long as we continuously replace the sealing talismans, Zamasu will not escape. Furthermore, you need not worry. I shall not allow this individual to remain in this timeline. I will take him back and seek assistance to eliminate him. Although I lack the power to vanquish him myself, I am acquainted with individuals who possess the ability to do so." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks exhaled in relief. He truly doubted his own capacity to confront such a foe if he were to remain on Earth in the present. The three of them reclined upon the earth, gazing up at the starry sky, and collectively sighed deeply. After approximately an hour, Trunks broke the silence, saying, "Father, Uncle Goku, shall I escort you back to the past?" Vegeta spoke up, saying, "Let us not be hasty. We must first assist in restoring the Earth to its former state." Trunks, upon hearing Vegeta's words, paused for a moment in surprise and then inquired, "How shall we restore it?" "Reconstruction would require an exceedingly long time." Vegeta smiled and said, "Of course. We should seek the assistance of the dragon." Trunks, perplexed, inquired, "But the dragon, Uncle Piccolo has long been slain by the androids. there is no dragon left on Earth. Vegeta elucidated, it is true that within the vast expanse of the universe, the Dragon Balls are not exclusive to Earth. They were indeed crafted by the Namekians. Upon my arrival to this planet, I discerned the lingering presence of the Namekians, indicating that they still exist within this cosmos. Therefore, it is reasonable to surmise that the dragon, Purunga, from Namek remains as well. I shall journey to Namek to beseech their assistance, which would enable the resurrection of your mother, our former allies, and all those Earthlings who have met their untimely demise. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Trunks trembled with anticipation, eagerly inquiring, is it truly possible? Will I really be able to see them again? Vegeta gazed at Trunks, who bore a disheartened expression, gently ruffling his hair before reassuring him, fear not, for we have come to resolve all your concerns. After uttering these words, Vegeta instructed Goku to guard the rice cooker that contained the sealed Black Goku, and then he vanished in a flash, following the energy signature of the Namekians. Approximately 10 minutes later, Goku and Trunks suddenly sensed two familiar auras materializing on Earth, none other than Piccolo and Kami. Shortly thereafter, Bulma's presence also registered within their perception. In a remarkable turn of events, the Earth transformed as if by magic. The ruins and debris vanished, replaced by lush mountains and pristine waters, with intact buildings rising anew around them. Trunks, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, Dad did it. He truly did it. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he spoke. At that moment, Piccolo, sensing the energy of Goku and Trunks, flew over. Trunks rushed forward to embrace Piccolo, exclaiming joyfully, Uncle Piccolo, it has been far too long. Piccolo, gazing at the grown Trunks, remarked, these years have truly been arduous for you, Trunks. You have matured and grown stronger. Chapter 209. Farewell with Piccolo's arrival. Bulma piloted her aircraft to join them. As she descended, Vegeta reappeared on Earth in a burst of instantaneous movement, accompanied by a fully grown Namekian, Dend. The moment Bulma laid eyes on Vegeta, her excitement surged, and she longed to leap into his arms. However, upon noticing the unfamiliar attire adorning him, she hesitated before him. In that moment, Bulma was at a loss for words. Initially, she wished to embrace Vegeta, but now, confronted with this slightly altered version of him, she understood that this Vegeta belonged to her past, while her own Vegeta awaited her revival. Observing Bulma, whose face bore wrinkles, hair was disheveled, and clad in a white lab coat, Vegeta felt an ache in his heart. Unlike the Bulma from the past, this version had sacrificed her beauty and elegant attire, all for the sake of Earth's survival. Vegeta smiled as he gazed at Bulma before him, remarking, this version of Bulma is a sight I have yet to witness. I can only imagine how heart-wrenching it would be for her past self to see her present form. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma's previously melancholic mood was swiftly dispelled, and she responded with a smile, it's wonderful to see you. Hey, Bulma. Goku chimed in from the side, greeting her warmly. In contrast to her complex feelings towards Vegeta, Bulma felt no such reservations with Goku. She immediately leapt into his embrace, exuberantly sharing the emotions of their long separation. Once everyone had calmed down, Vegeta spoke up, the Dragon Balls on Namek can only resurrect one individual. To bring back all our companions, we will require the assistance of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Bulma, do you still possess the Dragon Radar? He turned his gaze toward her. Bulma replied, I no longer have it, but give me some time, and I will be able to craft a new Dragon Radar. After uttering these words, she returned to her original home to begin the creation of the Dragon Radar. The Namekian dragon had already restored Earth to its former state, and the previously destroyed manufacturing equipment had been reinstated. Under these circumstances, it wasn't long before several Dragon Radars were successfully completed. Vegeta, Goku, Trunks, and Piccolo, each equipped with a Dragon Ball radar, dispersed in 4 directions to commence the search for the Dragon Balls. After approximately 10 minutes, they reconvened in Bulma's courtyard, each bearing a Dragon Ball. Vegeta addressed Trunks, saying, Trunks, it is time. Summon the Eternal Dragon and restore everyone. Trunks glanced at Bulma, who encouraged him with a nod, urging, go for it, Trunks. Everyone is waiting for you to bring them back. Bolstered by his mother's support, Trunks inhaled deeply and shouted towards the shimmering Dragon Balls. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Upon his command, the sky darkened ominously, and as the clouds gathered, a bolt of lightning surged from the Dragon Balls into the heavens. Subsequently, a colossal figure spiraled upwards from the Dragon Balls. As the brilliance faded, the Eternal Dragon revealed itself to the inhabitants of Earth. Gazing upon those before him, the dragon proclaimed, it has been many years. We meet once more. Speak your wishes, and I shall grant any one of them. Trunks called out, "Please, Eternal Dragon, resurrect the Earthlings slain by the androids 17 and 18. This wish is easily fulfilled," responded the dragon, and with a flash of crimson light, the desire was realized. After fulfilling Trunks' wish, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and vanished from sight. Currently, the Eternal Dragon could grant only a single wish, and those who had already been revived could not be restored again. This meant that Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Vegeta were beyond the dragon's reach for revival. The only ones eligible for resurrection were Gohan, Chi-Chi, Ox King, Oolong, Puar, Karin, Mr. Popo, and others who had not yet perished or been revived by the dragon. However, Vegeta had devised a plan for this predicament, which explained why he had brought Dandy along. Vegeta turned to Dandy beside him and said, "Dandy, the responsibility now rests upon your shoulders. You shall become the new deity of Earth, utilizing your powers to transform the Dragon Balls, enabling them to resurrect all those who remain." Dandy nodded in agreement, responding, "This is my duty, Mr. Vegeta." None of us anticipated that Earth would face such a dire calamity. In the past, Mr. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin aided us in overcoming the adversities on Namek. Thus, it is only fitting that we assist Earth in its time of need. Moreover, I will soon be the god of Earth, and as one of its inhabitants, it is my obligation to help everyone. Upon hearing Dandy's words, the others nodded in accord, filled with gratitude. Before long, Gohan and the others, who had been resurrected by the dragon, hurried over, and their joyous reunion was filled with exuberance. Chi-Chi rushed into Goku's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Goku, I thought I would never see you again." At that moment, Chi-Chi believed that this Goku was the resurrected version, but Goku did not push her away. He patiently awaited her emotions to settle before revealing his true identity. Chi-Chi felt no embarrassment, for compared to Vegeta, Goku had not changed significantly. Gohan approached Goku, and as Goku gazed upon his son, whose arm was severed, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He patted Gohan's shoulder and said, "Gohan, you have endured much over these years." Hearing Goku's words, Gohan's eyes filled with tears as he replied, "Father, it has not been a burden. Seeing you again brings me immense joy." Despite the overwhelming happiness of their reunion, the moment of parting eventually arrived. In the final moments, Vegeta and Goku took a photograph with everyone, leaving behind their unique mark in this future era. As the time machine activated and ascended into the sky, tears brimmed in their eyes as they waved goodbye, aware that they may never have another opportunity to meet again. Chapter 207. Audience with the Omni King armed with a rice cooker sealing Black Goku and a photograph, Vegeta and Goku returned to their own timeline. Future Trunks did not linger in this timeline for long, after resting for a night and sharing a meal with everyone. He piloted the fully charged time machine back to the future. After bidding farewell to Future Trunks, everyone gazed at the rice cooker imprisoning Black Goku. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Bulma spoke up, "Vegeta, what are your plans for this rice cooker? If we leave it on Earth, what if someone accidentally releases this fiend?" Vegeta proclaimed, "I have a plan. We shall leave this fellow to Lord Beerus. The god of destruction possesses the power to obliterate any object down to its very molecules." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, a wave of joy swept over everyone. Bulma exclaimed, "Is that so? Then I shall retrieve the communicator to summon Beerus and Whis." Just as Bulma was about to enter the house for the communicator, a radiant arc of light suddenly appeared in the courtyard. When the light dissipated, it revealed none other than Whis. "Mr. Whis, I was just about to seek your assistance," Bulma called out. Upon hearing her, Whis appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Oh, are you aware that Lord Zeno wishes to summon Mr. Vegeta?" Lord Zeno wishes to summon Vegeta. The news left everyone in stunned silence, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Observing their expressions, Whis realized they were unaware of Zeno's summons for Vegeta. Therefore, he explained, "It is true. The Grand Minister has informed Lord Beerus that Lord Zeno wishes to summon Mr. Vegeta. Do you know the reason for this?" Vegeta inquired. Whis shook his head and replied, "The Grand Minister did not disclose any details. None of us can fathom Lord Zeno's intentions unless he explicitly states them." Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded and remarked, "Since it is the Grand Zeno's summons, let us depart at once." However, Whis interjected, "We must wait a moment. The journey to the Grand Zeno's palace will take considerable time. If we have the assistance of the Supreme Kai, we can instantly teleport to the Grand Zeno's palace." As soon as Whis finished speaking, the Supreme Kai appeared before them. Whis approached and expressed, "I appreciate your assistance, Supreme Kai." The Supreme Kai promptly waved his hand and replied, It is no trouble. I am merely assisting the Grand Zeno. At this point, the Supreme Kai turned to Vegeta and said, Mr. Vegeta, let us be on our way. Vegeta nodded in agreement upon seeing the Supreme Kai's arrival. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled the black Goku sealed within the rice cooker and the Grand Zeno's address toward him. Consequently, he turned back to the house to retrieve the sealed rice cooker. Bulma, noticing this, inquired, what do you intend to do with that? Aren't you supposed to be meeting the Grand Zeno? Meanwhile, Whis and the Supreme Kai looked curiously at the rice cooker in Vegeta's hands and asked, what is that? A gift for the Grand Zeno? Upon hearing their questions, Vegeta replied, the Grand Zeno is far more formidable than the god of destruction. With a mere gesture, he could eliminate the black Goku within this cooker completely. Since we are visiting the Grand Zeno, I shall request his assistance with this matter. Whis was taken aback by Vegeta's words, never having anticipated that this individual, summoned by the Grand Zeno, would possess the audacity to ask for the Grand Zeno's help. The Supreme Kai, too, was momentarily stunned by this revelation. After a brief hesitation, he cautioned, Mr. Vegeta, it would be wise to exercise caution in the presence of the Grand Zeno. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement of the Supreme Kai's advice. Thus, the Supreme Kai, along with Whis and Vegeta, vanished from Earth in an instant. When the three opened their eyes once more, they found themselves on an extraordinarily beautiful planet. This scenario diverged significantly from the original narrative, where the Grand Zeno's palace resided in a different dimension. However, Vegeta noted that the Grand Zeno lived on a planet. The entire sphere was a sea of flowers, with countless little fairies flitting about, hiding behind blossoms and leaves, observing the three newcomers who had just materialized on the surface. Is this the planet where the Grand Zeno resides? Vegeta inquired curiously as he surveyed his surroundings. Whis smiled and nodded, stating, indeed, this is the Grand Zeno's planet. Situated in a higher dimensional space, you may observe that surrounding it are spatial storms. Without the Grand Zeno's permission, no one can enter. After absorbing Whis' explanation, Vegeta nodded once more and continued, shall we not set off to the Grand Zeno's palace? Whis shook his head and remarked, we must travel by vehicle. No one is permitted to fly on the planet of the king. As soon as Whis finished speaking, the sound of bells chimed, and Vegeta immediately beheld two majestic white unicorns drawing a luxurious four-wheeled carriage that appeared behind them. Upon the carriage's framework, a bearded driver removed his hat to pay his respects to Vegeta and his companions, and then stated, good day, gentlemen. It has been a while since I last saw you, Mr. Whis. Vegeta and the others quickly bowed in greeting, to which Whis responded with a smile, Mr. Mond. It has been quite some time. The gentleman named Mond leapt down from the driver's seat, assisting the trio in opening the carriage door, and proclaimed, please, do enter. Lord Zeno is eagerly awaiting your arrival in the palace. Whis, with a gentle smile, addressed Vegeta and the Supreme Kai, saying, let us ascend, it is time to proceed. With that, he gracefully stepped into the carriage first. Once all three had boarded, Mond closed the door and then took the reins, guiding the carriage towards the palace of Lord Zeno. Vegeta inquired, who is this Mr. Mond? Is he also a deity? Whis chuckled and replied, no, he is not a god. He is merely a mechanical being with a slight semblance of consciousness. Ah, a mechanical being, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. He appears quite similar to a normal person. Whis nodded with a smile and remarked, casual greetings pose no issue, yet he struggles to comprehend more profound matters at present. However, he has made significant progress. When he was first created, he possessed no understanding whatsoever. It is through many years of learning that he has evolved to this state. Oh, that is indeed quite remarkable, Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 208. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Observing the leisurely pace of the carriage, Vegeta suddenly queried, Mr. Whis, does everyone approach Lord Zeno at such a slow pace? Whis nodded in affirmation and responded, indeed, for Lord Zeno, time is merely a concept. But what if there is an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Zeno? Wouldn't such a slow pace result in missed opportunities? Vegeta pressed on. Whis explained with a smile, you see, Lord Zeno's realm exists in a different dimension, not aligned with our conventional timeline. Regardless of how much time passes here, only a second has elapsed in our universe. Ah, I see now. I understand. Vegeta nodded in comprehension. Thus, while gazing through the window at the exquisite scenery of Zeno's world, Vegeta swayed gently in the carriage as they journeyed toward the palace of Zeno. Perhaps an hour passed. Or maybe two. Just as Vegeta was on the brink of slumber, the carriage finally came to a halt. Have we arrived? He asked, lifting his drowsy head. Whis nodded and said, yes, we have arrived. However, to meet Lord Zeno, we must traverse a considerable distance. As Whis finished speaking, the carriage door swung open, and Vegeta, along with the other two, leapt down. Just as Mond was about to close the carriage door, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. I still have something to retrieve." With that, he climbed back into the carriage to retrieve the rice cooker that contained the sealed Black Goku. Whis and the Supreme Kai were momentarily left speechless. Once the carriage departed, the object obstructing Vegeta's view was removed, revealing a magnificent palace gate, flanked by two Qilin statues. Vegeta initially presumed that the two Qilins were mere inanimate objects, mere stone carvings. However, as he fixated upon them, he witnessed their eyes moving, gazing intently at him. It was then that he comprehended the astonishing truth. The Qilins were, in fact, alive, just as Vegeta found himself locked in a silent stare with the two magnificent creatures. The grand doors of the palace creaked open, revealing two guards adorned with gleaming swords at their waists. One of the guards bowed respectfully to the three individuals and then turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Vegeta?" Vegeta promptly nodded and declared, "I am indeed Vegeta." The attendant acknowledged him with a nod before continuing, then, "Please, the three of you, follow me inside." Such a posture stirred Vegeta's heart, leaving him restless with curiosity. He yearned to uncover the true identity of the Omni King and pondered why he referred to himself as Uncle. As Vegeta followed the attendant through the lengthy corridor and entered the palace, he was immediately struck by the grandeur of the imposing palace complex. To his astonishment, he discerned architectural features reminiscent of the Ming, Qing, and even the Tang and Song dynasties adorning the structures flanking the path. "This is truly astonishing," Vegeta marveled. Whis, wearing a smile, remarked, "Indeed, every time I visit, I am in awe of the greatness of the Omni King, capable of designing such magnificent palatial edifices." Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, his mind now grasping a profound realization. The Omni King within was undoubtedly a reincarnated soul from Earth, and moreover, a Chinese one. Following the two guards, the trio traversed through the numerous layers of the palace, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Omni King's chamber. At this moment, the Grand Minister, a figure familiar to Vegeta from the original narrative, finally made his appearance. He had been awaiting them at the palace entrance and addressed the two guards with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, gentlemen. I shall take it from here." "Yes, Your Excellency, Grand Minister," the guards responded before departing. The Grand Minister then turned to the Supreme Kai of Time and remarked, "Greetings, Supreme Kai. It appears this is your first visit to the Omni King's palace since inheriting your divine duties. I hope you find it enjoyable." The Supreme Kai nodded eagerly, his heart racing with anxiety after such a lengthy ordeal, rendering him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, this summons from the Omni King was directed at Vegeta, not him. After exchanging pleasantries with the Supreme Kai, the Grand Minister assessed Vegeta and said, "Greetings, Mr. Vegeta. Please, do come in. The Omni King is awaiting you three." Vegeta exchanged a glance with the Supreme Kai, following closely behind the Grand Minister as they stepped over the lofty threshold and entered the magnificent hall of the Omni King. Raising his gaze to behold the grandeur of the palace, he was struck by its vastness, with 12 dragon pillars majestically flanking either side. Astonishingly, the dragons coiling upon the pillars were alive. They had been meditating, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe, but upon noticing the arrival of Vegeta and his companions, they opened their eyes, curiously observing the trio. The Supreme Kai, upon witnessing the colossal heads of the dragons, felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. Were it not for Vegeta's support, he might have collapsed to the ground. In short order, the three followed the Grand Minister until they stood before the Omni King. At that moment, the Omni King sat upon a grand throne, his gaze fixed upon the trio before him, and a broad smile graced his face. Without waiting for Vegeta and his companions to pay their respects, he descended from his elevated seat. As the Omni King approached, Vegeta and the others swiftly bowed. "Mr. Vegeta," the Omni King stated warmly, "you are being too formal. We have already met before, and I consider you a friend." Vegeta inquired, "Might I ask why you summoned me?" "Your Majesty?" The Omni King shook his head and replied, "Do you recall the matter I previously mentioned? Lately, I have found myself with little to occupy my time, so I have decided to pursue that endeavor." Hearing these words, Vegeta paused, momentarily perplexed, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of the Omni King referring to him as uncle, leaving little room for other considerations. Noticing Vegeta's apparent forgetfulness, the Omni King continued, "The Universal Martial Arts Tournament." At this, Vegeta's memory was jogged. He had not anticipated that, despite the differences from the original narrative, this Omni King also wished to hold a grand tournament. How do you intend to organize this event? Vegeta asked. I am not entirely certain at the moment. Which is why I called upon you, Mr. Vegeta, to discuss it. The Omni King responded. I simply found the previous martial arts tournament you hosted quite captivating, which inspired this idea. Vegeta felt a twinge of curiosity if the Omni King, like him, hailed from a past life on Earth. It seemed improbable that he would be unaware of the Dragon Ball saga. Might there be some hidden complexities at play? Chapter 209. Eradication of Black Goku. Mr. Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was lost in contemplation, the Grand Minister swiftly called out from ahead to rouse him from his reverie. Vegeta quickly regained his composure and was met with the gazes of the Omni King, the Grand Minister, the Supreme Kai, and Whis. He mused aloud, considering the 12 universes. If we were to compete in the same manner as our match with the 9th universe, even with only 5 representatives from each universe, it would be excessively time-consuming. Therefore, I propose a grand melee upon a colossal arena where all 12 universes can engage in battle. The universe with the greatest number of surviving contestants at the end of the designated time shall be declared the victor. Upon hearing Vegeta's suggestion, the Omni King nodded approvingly and remarked, Indeed, this proposal is quite commendable. A melee is far more exhilarating and captivating than the one-on-one duels I have previously observed. I find no objection to this plan. The Grand Minister, in agreement with the Omni King, also nodded and stated, Very well. I shall promptly commence the construction of the arena for the competition. The Omni King then inquired, What about the rules? Vegeta responded, The rules are rather straightforward. We shall adhere to those of our previous matches. Killing is prohibited, weapon use is forbidden, and any contestant who falls outside the arena is deemed defeated. The Omni King nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Excellent, I will confer with the Grand Minister to finalize the official rules, which will then be announced to all the universes. The Grand Minister nodded in understanding. After concluding this matter, the Omni King's gaze fell upon the rice cooker beside Vegeta. Curiously, he inquired, Mr. Vegeta, what is this object? Is it a gift for me? Vegeta, upon hearing the inquiry from the Omni King, swiftly lifted the rice cooker and declared, Your Majesty. Within this rice cooker is sealed a nefarious individual known as Thomas. He is, in fact, a future apprentice Kaishin, consumed by jealousy towards my disciple, Son Goku. For his martial prowess, believing we have offended the divine. Consequently, he clandestinely gathered 7 Super Dragon Balls, summoned the Eternal Dragon, and wished to exchange bodies with Son Goku. Intrigued by Vegeta's words, the Omni King responded, and then? Surely, he did not merely exchange bodies with Son Goku. For one to be deemed a villain by you, he must have committed heinous acts. Indeed, Your Majesty, Vegeta continued, this scoundrel in the future exterminated all the Kaishins. Since the Kaishins and the gods of destruction share a symbiotic existence, consequently, all the gods of destruction fell alongside them. Upon hearing this, the Omni King's previously cheerful demeanor turned grave as he solemnly remarked, He dares to commit such atrocities against all the Kaishins and gods of destruction across the universes? Does he not fear my wrath? He must be utterly deranged. During our battle, he even had the audacity to consider attacking you, Your Majesty. Vegeta elaborated further. The Omni King, upon hearing Vegeta's account, erupted in a mix of rage and incredulity, scoffing, It appears he truly has lost his mind. However, given his current state, this lunatic does not seem to pose a challenge to you, Mr. Vegeta. Why did you not eliminate him, but rather bring him before me? Vegeta continued, Indeed, my lord. This individual is not my adversary. However, he has fused with another version of himself from a different timeline, using the Patera earrings, and subsequently made a wish for immortality with the Super Dragon Balls in that realm. This Zamasu, now endowed with eternal life, is beyond my capacity to eliminate. Thus I resorted to a secret technique to confine him within this rice cooker. Upon concluding his statement, Vegeta raised the rice cooker aloft. So, you have brought this individual here seeking my assistance in eradicating him? The Omni King finally grasped Vegeta's intent. Vegeta nodded in agreement, then continued, I initially intended to seek Lord Beerus' assistance, but before I had the opportunity, you, the Omni King, summoned me. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Omni King waved his hand dismissively and replied, No matter, there's no need to seek out Beerus. Allow me to assist you this time. I am quite intrigued by the prospect of dealing with the god of destruction who annihilated my 12 universes. After speaking, the Omni King's gaze shifted to the sealing talisman atop the rice cooker, and he instructed, Mr. Vegeta, please remove the sealing talisman. Understood, Omni King. With that, Vegeta placed the rice cooker on the floor and gently peeled away the talisman. The moment he lifted the seal, the rice cooker began to shake violently. As the tremors intensified, it erupted with a loud bang, releasing a cloud of blue smoke, and the fused Zamasu materialized before them. The explosion resonated throughout the palace, alarming the guards outside, who hastily entered with their swords drawn, only to be confronted by the unfamiliar figure within the palace, quickly surrounding the fused Zamasu. However, the Grand Priest waved his hand, commanding, "Stand down. This time, the Omni King wishes to intervene personally." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the guards exchanged glances and retreated from the palace. At this moment, the fused Zamasu lifted his gaze to the 5 individuals encircling him, first noticing Vegeta before exclaiming, "Vegeta, how did you manage to release me? Is it truly impossible to contain me?" Haha. He then turned his attention to the Supreme Kai, Shin, saying, "Supreme Kai Shin, I never anticipated we would meet again. I heard you were killed by a Majin in the future. How utterly amusing." Zamasu did not address Whis, merely casting a provocative glance, aware that he could not contend with Whis, but also confident that Whis would not engage him. He then shifted his gaze to a young stranger and an unfamiliar angel, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Which universe do you two belong to, Supreme Kai and Angel? I don't recall ever encountering you before. Are you perhaps novice Supreme Kais and novice angels? Regardless, it matters not. None of you are my match, and I shall eliminate you all." Having uttered these words, he surveyed the opulent palace with delight, proclaiming, "Vegeta, you've done well this time. I declare this palace shall now belong to me. Given your commendable efforts, I shall save you for last." Chapter 210, The 12 Universes. As they listened to the fusion of Zamasu rambling on, the 5 individuals surrounding him could not help but display expressions of derision. Vegeta finally spoke up. "When I fought you before, you claimed you were prepared to confront the Omni King, but it seems you do not truly understand him, nor the Grand Minister. No need for your concern. I have brought you to the Omni King's palace, and standing before me are the Omni King and the Grand Minister." His tone was laced with a sense of mockery. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the fused Zamasu immediately stiffened, then abruptly turned to face the small figure behind him. He sensed the presence of the Omni King. Although his eyes indicated that the figure stood right there, his perception revealed nothing but a void, as if only a wisp of air existed. Yet, the individual was undeniably before him. The Omni King regarded the fused Zamasu, feeling the immense malevolence emanating from him, and wrinkled his brow in distaste, saying, "You are the one who murdered the Supreme Kai of my 12 universes in the future, and you dare to threaten me?" The fused Zamasu forced a stiff smile and retorted sharply, "Indeed, you are merely a powerful human. Why should you be the Omni King while I am just an ordinary apprentice Supreme Kai?" With that, the fused Zamasu suddenly erupted into action, launching an attack toward the Omni King. The Omni King raised his hand, and in an instant, the advancing Zamasu halted midair, unable to move, as if time itself had been suspended, leaving only his eyes capable of motion. "How audacious of you to strike at me. Such ignorance is astounding. I have no time to waste on you, so be gone." With a swift motion, the Omni King clenched his hand, and the fused Zamasu was enveloped in a blinding light before vanishing from the palace in an instant. The Omni King declared, "Well, your business is concluded. This individual will be utterly erased from all universes." Upon witnessing the Omni King's actions, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Omni King." The Omni King smiled and nodded, then turned to the Grand Minister beside him, saying, "Grand Minister, summon all the Supreme Kais and Destroyers. Let us discuss how to organize this upcoming Universal Martial Arts Tournament." Upon receiving the Omni King's command, the Grand Minister promptly responded, "As you wish, my Lord Omni King." Upon concluding his statement, the High Priest waved his hands. Unlike angels, such as Weiss, who require the assistance of a staff to perform magical operations, the High Priest was capable of conjuring spells out of thin air. Suddenly, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai from 12 universes materialized within the hall of the Omni King. Due to the abruptness of the summoning, some gods of destruction appeared in their sleep attire, as they had likely been resting. Fortunately, Beerus, being anxious, had been waiting on Destroyer Planet, thus appearing somewhat presentable. However, the situation was less favorable for Kappa, who held a knife and fork, a napkin draped around his neck, and upon being transported by the High Priest, unceremoniously plopped onto the floor. It was evident that he had been savoring a meal just prior to the summoning. Unaware of the circumstances, Kappa stood up with a grunt and shouted, "Which fool dares to toy with this god of destruction?" His words were a classic case of speaking before thinking. Before he could finish his tirade, he noticed a group of gods of destruction and supreme Kai standing beside him, along with the Omni King and the High Priest at the forefront. Kampa immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to the Omni King, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the floor with a soft patter. Simultaneously, the other gods of destruction and supreme Kais, along with the angels from various universes, followed suit, bowing in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Omni King," they chorused in unison. "You may rise," the Omni King stated sternly. "I have summoned you all because I sense a certain laxity in your duties. Do you believe that I would allow you to live so leisurely simply because I have not been overseeing you?" The gravity in the Omni King's voice was palpable, causing not only Kampa but all the gods of destruction and supreme Kais to break into a cold sweat, uncertain of the implications behind the Omni King's words. He continued, "The 12 universes were created by my father, and you were selected by him to become the gods of destruction for these realms. However, I am dissatisfied with the level of development across the universes, particularly in terms of combat capabilities." At this point, the Omni King paused, sending tremors of fear through all present, with some supreme Kais collapsing to the ground, unable to bear the weight of their trepidation. Vegeta is aware of the original narrative. However, upon witnessing the unfolding events firsthand, he becomes acutely cognizant of the omnipotence of the Grand Zeno. After exerting substantial pressure, the Grand Zeno continues, expressing his belief that the 12 universes may be excessive. Upon hearing his proclamation, all the gods of destruction and supreme Kais present immediately lifted their heads in alarm, their faces etched with trepidation, while even the normally composed angels exhibited signs of astonishment. Without awaiting their responses, the Grand Zeno elaborated, "I believe retaining only 4 of the 12 universes would suffice specifically. The 4 most powerful, Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5, and Universe 8, as these universes have achieved a civilization level exceeding 7. Upon hearing the Grand Zeno's words, the gods of destruction and supreme Kais from these 4 universes collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to have survived. The 8 individuals wiped the beads of sweat from their brows and exchanged glances, their faces reflecting profound gratitude. Observing their relaxed demeanor, the Grand Zeno glanced at them before stating, "However," at the utterance of "however." The expressions of the 8 gods of destruction and supreme Kais shifted back to seriousness as they gazed once more at the Grand Zeno. "Yet, these 4 universes are still far from the 9th-level civilization I desire. You must continue to strive." It became apparent that this was merely a motivation. The gods of destruction and supreme Kais from the 4 universes felt a renewed sense of ease. Yet in unison, they fervently declared, "Yes, Grand Zeno. We shall endeavor with utmost diligence." The Grand Zeno nodded, then turned his gaze toward the remaining 19 individuals from the other 8 universes, his countenance marred by disappointment. He remarked, "I am quite disheartened by your performance. Among you, Universe 11 ranks the highest with a mere 5.79, still below the threshold of 9. Conversely, Universe 9 languishes at a pitiful 1.89. Is this truly the recompense you offer me after all these years?" The Grand Zeno's voice boomed, sending tremors of fear through the 19 gods of destruction and supreme Kais, causing them to shudder and break into cold sweats. Chapter 211. An opportunity bestowed. The god of destruction from Universe 11 gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to withstand the Grand Zeno's overwhelming presence. He implored, "Mighty Grand Zeno, please grant us another opportunity. Upon returning, we shall earnestly assist in the advancement of our universe's civilization, ensuring we ascend to the ranks of 7th-level civilization in the shortest possible time." Upon hearing the plea from the god of destruction of Universe 11, the remaining 15 individuals echoed in unison, "Please, Grand Zeno, grant us one more chance." The Omni King did not respond immediately, and a profound silence enveloped the entire palace. The god of destruction bowed deeply, while the supreme Kai prostrated himself completely on the ground. No one dared to make a sound or move. The only sound was the rhythmic drip of sweat hitting the floor. After what felt like a minute, perhaps 2, the Omni King finally spoke, "Very well. I am not one to act without reason, nor will I deny you an opportunity." He paused, scanning the gathered assembly before continuing. "I recently witnessed an exhilarating martial arts competition between the 9th and 7th universes, which brought me great delight. Thus, I have decided to host a grand martial arts tournament across all universes." At this juncture, the Omni King paused once more, surveying the crowd, then elaborated, "In this tournament, you 8 universes shall each send forth 10 combatants. resulting in a total of 80 fighters engaged in a colossal battle upon a singular grand arena. Upon hearing the Omni King's proclamation, the 19 gods of destruction and Supreme Kais exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, the god of destruction Beerus ventured to speak. "My lord Omni King, with the competition arises the matter of punishment. May I inquire what that entails?" The Omni King responded with a warm smile, which momentarily eased the tension among the crowd, as they assumed the punishment might be merely a jest, given the Omni King's previous experiences. However, the next words from the Omni King darkened their spirits. "If all 10 participants from a universe are eliminated, that universe shall be eradicated by my own hand, leaving only one universe remaining." Upon hearing this, the 19 gods of destruction and Supreme Kais gazed up at the Omni King in horror. "My lord," they exclaimed, desperately hoping to sway the Omni King's decision, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. With a decisive wave of his hand, the Omni King declared, "It is settled. Anyone who dares to oppose this shall be eliminated immediately." At this moment, the Grand Priest interjected, "The last universe standing will be granted a wish. An opportunity to make a request of the Eternal Dragon. The Eternal Dragon is summoned by the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the 7th and 9th universes and can fulfill any wish." Unfortunately, the Grand Priest's words did little to alleviate the gravity of the situation. The primary concern for everyone now was survival. Only those who endure in the arena would have the chance to wish upon the dragon. However, upon hearing the Grand Priest's announcement, Beerus's eyes lit up as he immediately thought of the most formidable warrior in his universe. With the chance to wish upon the Eternal Dragon, his chances of persuading that individual to join the fray had significantly increased. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips as he contemplated this. After the Grand Priest revealed the rewards for the champion, the Omni King continued, "You may now return to your respective universes and select your 10 participants as swiftly as possible. The competition will commence in 100 ticks. Now, go forth and prepare." "Yes, my lord Omni King," they replied in unison. Subsequently, the High Priest gestured with both hands. And instantly, the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels from various universes were transported back to their respective realms, including those from Universe 7. In the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus sat unceremoniously on a high stone. His demeanor a stark contrast to the composed manner in which he had met Vegeta before, appearing quite disheveled. "Vegeta, the fate of our Universe 7 now rests in your hands and those of your companions. What thoughts do you have regarding the 10 warriors who will engage in battle?" Beerus inquired. Vegeta nodded and said, "No problem. Gathering 10 participants is quite simple. Let us return to Earth." Subsequently, the Supreme Kai transported everyone to Bulma's estate in an instant. At that moment, Son Goku was training with Trunks and noticed the sudden arrival of Vegeta and the others. Goku, filled with excitement, rushed forward and inquired, "What did Lord Zeno want with Master?" Upon hearing Goku's question, the others quickly surrounded them. And soon a dozen pairs of eyes were fixed upon Vegeta. Before Vegeta could respond, Beerus interjected, "We are on the brink of disaster. Lord Zeno has decided to eradicate 8 of the 12 universes, and our Universe 7 is among them." "What?" Upon hearing Beerus's words, everyone was taken aback, none having anticipated such a dire outcome after their prolonged wait. Trunks promptly turned to Vegeta and asked, "Father, what is going on?" Vegeta smiled and remarked, "It is not as terrifying as it seems. The Omni King has granted us an opportunity, allowing each of the 8 universes to send forth 10 representatives to partake in the Tournament of Power. The universe that ultimately triumphs will be spared from annihilation." Upon hearing this, Goku immediately raised his fist and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. I have never feared anyone in battle." Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Goku, and then continued, "All right, enough with the bravado. Let us proceed to select our 10 competitors." Vegeta nodded and remarked, "There are a few individuals we can confirm right now. I count as one, Goku as another, Trunks as one more, and Gohan as well. Thus, we would have 4 contenders." Goku and Trunks enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Beerus then interjected, "What about the remaining 9 participants?" Vegeta continued, "Moreover, both Belis and Raditz have made significant strides in their abilities recently, bringing our total number of competitors to 9. Beerus nodded but furrowed his brow, responding, "Why is it always you Saiyans? Is there truly no other formidable warriors in this vast 7th universe?" "Of course there are," Whis interjected with a smile, "but Lord Beerus, you have never shown interest in the warriors of the 7th universe. Even if they exist, could you possibly locate these contenders?" "Curse be it. Who would have thought that the Omni King would decide to host a universal martial arts tournament? Beerus lamented, his expression one of distress. Chapter 212. The assembly of 10 competitors is complete. Vegeta disregarded Beerus's complaints and continued. As for the remaining 4 warriors, we can include Majin Buu. Is Majin Buu still a viable option? He previously transferred a significant portion of his power to his evil counterpart. How much strength does he have left now? The Supreme Kai inquired. At that moment, Goku interjected, there's no need for concern. Majin Buu remains formidable. Over the years, his strength has continually improved. And he can still hold his own against my Super Saiyan 3 form. Is he truly that powerful? The Supreme Kai appeared taken aback by Goku's assertion, sensing that Majin Buu seemed to have grown even stronger than before. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Whis elaborated, indeed. Majin Buu is an amalgamation of the evil essence of Universe 7, although he previously relinquished a significant portion of his power to evil Buu over time. The new evil energies that emerge in the universe are absorbed back into Majin Buu. Thus, he will only become more formidable as time progresses. Upon Whis' explanation, those who were previously puzzled nodded in understanding. Beerus also nodded and remarked, that's reassuring. With Majin Buu accounted for, we now have 7 contestants. But what about the remaining 3? Vegeta pondered for a moment and remarked, Android 17, Android 18, and Android 21 can also participate in this competition. This way, we will have all 10 contestants assembled. Are the androids truly formidable? Beerus inquired further. Trunks and Goku nodded vigorously, stating, indeed, they are exceptionally powerful, from our understanding. They surpass both Raditz and Beerus. Beerus, being familiar with the strengths of Raditz and Beerus, nodded in agreement and said, very well, then. In that case, hasten to summon all these contestants. Once we have gathered, we shall promptly set forth to the venue. Understood, Vegeta and the others acknowledged. And they quickly divided the tasks to gather the participants. Goku was assigned the most responsibilities. Being related to Satan, he was tasked with inviting Majin Buu. Additionally, as he was also brothers with Krillin, he would reach out to androids 17 and 18. As for Raditz and Beerus, that duty fell to Vegeta, while Trunks would invite Gohan and android 21. Vegeta merely made a phone call to Raditz and Beerus from home, and before long, the two of them soared into Bulma's estate, their faces radiant with excitement. Beerus exclaimed with excitement, is it true that there will be a chaotic battle among 80 contenders from across the universe? Vegeta nodded, yet Beerus interjected, cautioning, be wary. Do not underestimate the gravity of this situation. The universe that fails will be eradicated by the Omni King. Raditz, brimming with excitement, chimed in. The fate of the universe should concern you esteemed figures. My sole duty is to engage in battle. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Beerus's expression soured, and he turned to Vegeta, his face silently questioning whether he truly intended to allow this fool to partake in the fight. Vegeta responded with a knowing glance, assuring, rest assured, it's in my hands. Beerus could only sigh, realizing he had no other option, after all. He was unable to ascend to the ring himself, and could only watch as these warriors took the stage. Before long, Trunks arrived, soaring through the air with Gohan by his side, ready to head to the laboratory to deal with Android 21. Vegeta harbored no doubts regarding the situation, provided that Beerus could consent to a singular condition. After assisting the Grand Trunks, Bulma and Android 21 commenced their research on a time machine. However, upon discovering this endeavor, Beerus promptly obliterated the incomplete time machine. The manipulation of time is an exceedingly perilous undertaking, one that even deities should not attempt. Should Bulma and her companions engage in such endeavors once more, Beerus would undoubtedly annihilate Earth. Nevertheless, this time was distinct, faced with the imminent obliteration of the entire universe. Beerus finally opened a door of opportunity should Android 21 participate in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. He would permit Bulma and Android 21 to continue their research on the time machine. However, the constructed time machine could not be utilized, serving solely as a means for the accumulation of scientific knowledge. As anticipated, upon receiving Beerus's approval, Android 21 promptly declared her intention to partake in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, vowing to assist Beerus in securing ultimate victory. Beerus, upon hearing her words, nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her as a worthy ally, unlike the previous 2 contenders, Raditz and Beerus, who were nothing more than battle maniacs. As time passed, it was now Goku's turn. Gradually, evening approached when Goku, accompanied by Majin Buu and androids 17 and 18, returned to the estate. Beerus immediately inquired, What took you so long? Android 18 cast a sidelong glance at Goku and replied, "You should ask him. He insisted on testing our combat abilities and dragged us into a fierce battle." Upon hearing Android 18's words, everyone turned to Goku in silent disbelief, and he could not help but offer an awkward smile. Whis. Beerus had no choice but to call upon his little angel. Whis, with a smile, waved his staff, and instantly the injuries sustained by the group were healed. Even their torn garments restored. Gazing at the 10 contestants before him, Beerus spoke solemnly, "This crisis is exceedingly grave. Should we falter on the arena? The entirety of our 7th universe will be obliterated by the Omni King. Remember, this encompasses not only your own lives but also those of your loved ones, spouses, children, and friends. Thus, I implore you all to exert your utmost effort in this martial arts tournament." After delivering his plea, Beerus bowed deeply to all present. Witnessing such an act from Beerus, even Whis looked on in astonishment, never expecting the typically haughty Beerus to bow before a gathering of mortals. Vegeta hurriedly stepped forward to support Beerus, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Lord Beerus, this time we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. While we may not match other universes in overall development, in terms of cutting-edge combat prowess, we shall not fall short of those realms." Chapter 213. The competition begins, everyone. Let's give it our all. Goku called out, following closely behind Vegeta. The others immediately echoed his enthusiasm, their voices rising in unison. Even Majin Buu, despite his lack of understanding, joined in the raucous cheer. Beerus nodded with satisfaction, confident that with these 10 warriors, his 7th universe would surely endure until the end. Whis stepped forward, holding a piece of silk cloth, and addressed the group. "Here are the rules for this martial arts tournament. Please take a look. If there are no objections, we shall proceed." Vegeta perused the rules briefly and noted that they bore no significant difference from those in the original narrative. Nodding to signify his agreement, he passed the document to others. Once all 10 had reviewed the material, Whis spoke, stating that since there were no further inquiries, they should embark towards the competition venue. The location of the contest was in the Void, a realm situated beyond the 12 universes, an expanse of utter nothingness. With that, Whis extended his hand, inviting everyone to join hands and form a circle. In an instant, they vanished from Earth. When Vegeta regained his bearings, he found himself on an immense arena. The rules clearly indicated that flying was prohibited within the confines of the arena. Goku attempted to leap upward and utilize his flight technique, but it was evident that it bore no effect as he quickly descended back onto the stage. Realizing the truth, he acknowledged that it was indeed impossible to fly within this arena. Android 17 observed the competitors from other universes, particularly those with wings, and remarked that this condition was exceedingly advantageous for those contestants possessing such appendages. Vegeta followed the gaze of his counterpart and discovered it was directed towards the flying contestants of Universe 10. He remarked that without adequate strength, even the most favorable conditions would merely amount to a castle in the air. Subsequently, the 10 participants approached the edge of the arena, where they were met with an endless abyss that seemed to have no bottom. At this moment, Whis spoke, reassuring them that should any contestant fall from the platform, they would be instantly teleported to the stands, ensuring their safety. Just then, the Grand Minister floated above everyone and announced, "Greetings, everyone. The 80 contestants from the 8 universes have now gathered, and our competition is about to commence. Let us welcome the Grand Zeno." As the Grand Minister's words echoed, the Grand Zeno and his 2 attendants appeared on the throne across from the stands. Upon the appearance of the Grand Zeno, all individuals on the arena promptly bowed in respect. The Grand Zeno raised his hand slightly and proclaimed, "Please rise." Once all had stood, the Grand Zeno continued, "Greetings, everyone. You are here to fight for your respective universes, and only those who survive will safeguard their realms. However, before we commence, I must issue a warning. Do not attempt to cheat or conspire with contestants from other universes to remain on the platform. Should I discover any instances of cheating, I will promptly eliminate all 8 universes." Upon hearing the Grand Zeno's words, several deities of destruction exchanged uneasy glances, subtly shifting their gazes away. The Grand Zeno paid them no mind, and after delivering his message, he gestured to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister descended to the front of the arena and declared loudly, "May the Kaishins, deities of destruction, and angels of each universe return to the stands. The competition is about to begin." As the deities took their places, the Grand Minister announced, "I hereby declare the first Universal Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced." With his proclamation, the arena erupted with the sounds of intense combat. The 7th universe, having arrived later and situated in a more peripheral position, found themselves momentarily unassailed. The remaining 9 contestants turned their attention to Vegeta, seeking his guidance. Vegeta spoke, "We are a total of 10 individuals, paired in groups of 2. Number 17 and number 18, you shall be one team. Trunks and number 21, you will form another. Raditz and Bellis, you are paired together. Gohan and Bu, you will be a duo. As for Goku and myself, we shall operate independently, providing support when you are besieged. Each group must maintain a reasonable distance from one another. Now, let us proceed and demonstrate the prowess of our 7th universe to the other 7. Upon hearing Vegeta's strategy, everyone responded in unison and then dispersed in pairs. Once they had all departed, Vegeta strolled across the arena, activating his keen perception, which began to register every movement and attack in his vicinity. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave was launched from a distance, hurtling directly toward him. However, with a swift motion, Vegeta altered his pace and evaded the incoming attack with remarkable agility. Vegeta halted his steps and turned his gaze towards the direction from which the energy wave had been launched. A Birdman warrior materialized not far from him. Among the 80 warriors present, Vegeta could not recognize all their names, save for a few renowned ones. He could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" The Birdman warrior, filled with pride, replied, "I am Jayam from the 10th universe. You are a warrior of the 7th universe, are you not?" Vegeta nodded silently. The opponent continued, "Kid, you are far too careless. In this chaotic arena, how dare you swagger about alone? It is only fitting that we take advantage of your folly." After uttering these words, another warrior from Universe 10 appeared behind Vegeta, forming a pincer attack with his companion. Vegeta turned to the individual who bore a slight resemblance to a Thai person and inquired, "You are also from Universe 10. What is your name?" The other party performed a small leap and, with a flurry of punches, introduced himself, "I am Murism. Do not hold it against us for surrounding you. It is simply the nature of the rules." Vegeta, unfazed, struck a pose and declared, "I certainly won't blame you. I can only say you have chosen the wrong target for battle." The opposing party perceived Vegeta's words merely as bravado. Jayam was the first to launch an attack, retracting his wings to his sides and diving directly towards Vegeta. Just as Vegeta's attention was focused on Jayam, Murism propelled himself with a kick, aiming an elbow strike at Vegeta. Vegeta, with a swift motion, seized the opportunity to leverage his strength, propelling his opponent directly into the air, where they collided with the descending Jayam. In Chapter 214, the 9th universe is annihilated. Jayam, witnessing Murism charging towards him, was instantly filled with panic, hastily spreading his wings to reduce his diving posture. However, it was too late. The force that Vegeta harnessed was not something his adversary could easily evade. Murism crashed into Jayam with tremendous force, and the two tumbled together, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Without allowing time for a counteraction, Vegeta unleashed a ki blast, sending both opponents plummeting off the stage amidst their expressions of terror. In the stands of the 10th universe, the god of destruction, Ramses, frantically pounded the heads of the two fighters with his long trunk, exclaiming loudly, "Have you both lost your minds?" Confronting Vegeta of the 7th universe. "Did I not warn you to steer clear of both Vegeta and Jiren of the 11th universe upon encountering them? Why did you still engage? Why? You truly infuriate me." Hearing their deity's words, the two fighters hung their heads in dismay while seated in the stands. As time progressed, aside from the 10th universe, competitors from the 4th universe also began to fall from the arena. Yet, in comparison to any other universe, the number of competitors eliminated from the 9th universe was notably greater. Perhaps it was due to the earlier proclamation by the Omni King within the palace, declaring the 9th universe as the weakest, rendering it a target of convenience. The other 7 universes, in a show of unspoken agreement, concentrated their primary assaults on the 9th universe. Before long, the 10 warriors of the 9th universe were reduced to merely 3 formidable werewolves. Standing before these 3 were several powerful fighters from the 11th universe, the 2nd universe, the 4th universe, and the 9th universe. As for the warriors of the 7th universe, they harbored no intentions of bullying the weak and refrained from encircling their adversaries. Vegeta and Son Goku stood silently atop a nearby pile of rubble, observing the unfolding siege. The leader of the remaining trio from Universe 9, Bergamo, spoke up. "Why do you treat us this way? Is it simply because our strength is the weakest?" The 4 cosmic warriors encircling them offered no response. One of the warriors finally declared, "I suggest you cease wasting time and leap off the stage yourselves. The elimination of Universe 9 is an unavoidable outcome. Admitting defeat? A farce. There is only death for Universe 9, no cowards who concede." With that, Bergamo loudly rallied his two brothers beside him. Lafanda, Bazel, let us demonstrate our ultimate technique to those who underestimate us. Yes, brother. Lafanda and Bazel responded in unison. The three brothers then shouted together, dangerous trio. Instantly, their hands ignited with blue, yellow, and red energy waves. These three formidable energy blasts intertwined and surged towards the four cosmic warriors opposite them. The warriors were taken aback by the intensity of this counterattack at such a critical moment. Moreover, as they were not united warriors, their collaboration was fraught with ulterior motives. No one knew whether, in the midst of defense, their counterparts from other universes would strike them down. Consequently, the four warriors began to evade. The powerful energy waves of the dangerous trio pierced through the arena, inadvertently sweeping away the battling warriors in their wake. However, such a potent technique could not be sustained for long. After approximately 2 minutes, the trio finally ceased their energy output. In that instant, the warriors from Universe 4 seized the opportunity to strike, soon followed by those from Universe 2. Lafanda and Bazel were directly knocked off the stage, leaving only the mightiest. Bergamo. With no time for sorrow, Bergamo found himself surrounded by the remaining cosmic warriors, who relentlessly launched their attacks against the last warrior of Universe 9. Each blow landed with brutal force, yet Bergamo stood resolute upon the stage, unwavering. The damage he sustained radiated a crimson glow, flickering incessantly. Gradually, those injuries began to fade away, and Bergamo's form began to swell, swiftly reaching a towering height of 5 meters. Bellegamo declared triumphantly, all your assaults will be converted into my strength. Come forth and continue your onslaught. A warrior from the 4th universe retorted, I do not believe this fellow can perpetually absorb energy. With that, he swung his arms in succession, unleashing countless energy blasts directed at Bellegamo. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations. In response to the barrage, Bellegamo continued to absorb the energy from the attacks, his physique expanding until he reached a towering height of over 9 meters. Bergamo swung his fist towards the warriors of the 4 universes. Fortunately, after his transformation, his attack speed had significantly diminished, allowing the warriors to effortlessly evade his strikes. Belgamo's fist struck the arena with a resounding thud, emanating a powerful reverberation. Frustration loomed. What course of action should be taken next? Faced with the imposing figure of Belgamo, the 4 warriors from the universe found themselves momentarily at a loss. At that juncture, a crimson energy sphere soared towards Belgamo, halting just before his abdomen. As Belgamo stared at it in bewilderment, the energy sphere detonated, unleashing a formidable shockwave that propelled him off the stage, landing him amidst the spectators of Universe 9. All eyes turned in the direction from which the energy blast originated, revealing that the assailant was none other than Jiren, the ace warrior of Universe 11. This singular strike underscored Jiren's immense power. Aware that any direct assault on Belgamo would be absorbed, Jiren had chosen to unleash an energy sphere that lingered near his opponent's form, resulting in an explosion that sent Belgamo tumbling off the arena. While the 9 warriors struggled against Belgamo, Jiren effortlessly dispatched him with a single energy blast, a testament to his formidable prowess. As Belgamo appeared among the audience of Universe 9, the Grand Priest gracefully descended above the arena, declaring, Universe 9, all 10 contestants have been eliminated. I hereby announce the impending eradication of Universe 9. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's proclamation, the fierce battles that had raged on the platform abruptly ceased, with all warriors gazing upward at the Omni King. Chapter 2:15. The eradication of Universe 10. The impending obliteration of Universe 9 left its inhabitants in a state of utter terror, particularly the Supreme Kai of Universe 9, who implored, Oh, great Omni King, we beseech your mercy. Alas, his pleas fell on deaf ears, as all present witnessed the Omni King slowly raise his arm, extending it outward before clenching his fist. In an instant, everyone from Universe 9 vanished from sight. The eradication of Universe 9 made it abundantly clear to all that the Omni King's resolve was genuine. In a moment of collective clarity, the previously engaged fighters withdrew, creating an unexpected tranquility upon the arena. The Omni King had not anticipated that his decree would instill such fear in the warriors, prompting him to gesture to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest, understanding the Omni King's intent, once again ascended above the arena, announcing, Attention, everyone. After 100 attack, only the universe with the most surviving combatants will be spared. All others will face total annihilation. Therefore, it is imperative that you swiftly eliminate one another to ensure your survival. Indeed, as the Grand Priest's words resonated, the once quiet arena erupted once more into fierce combat. Goku, brimming with determination, gazed at Jiren before turning to Vegeta, asking, "Master, will you join the fray? If you choose not to, I shall take the initiative." Vegeta shook his head and declared, "Now is not the time for me to confront Jiren. Before I engage him, I must first eliminate the surrounding minions." In stark contrast to Vegeta's contemplative nature, Goku felt no such burden. He licked his lips and said, "Very well, since you won't step in. I shall first test the strength of this Jiren." With that, Goku leaped from the rubble and charged towards Jiren, exclaiming, "Jiren, let us battle." In response to Goku's provocation, Jiren slightly raised his head and lowered his arms, prepared to accept Goku's challenge. However, a robust figure suddenly appeared before Goku, obstructing his path. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, fingers splayed, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy blasts directed at Goku. As he attacked, Toppo addressed Jiren, saying, "Jiren, you need not expend your energy here. We should retreat for now." Many warriors from various universes were well aware of Goku's prowess due to the battle between Universe 9 and Universe 7. Thus, most formidable fighters were reluctant to face Goku at this moment. As for Vegeta, although no one had witnessed him in action, he was regarded as the trump card of Universe 7, and it was widely believed that his strength was on par with Goku's. To ensure their universe maintained a numerical advantage on the arena, the warriors of Universe 7 united to attack the weaker competitors from other universes. In no time, numerous weaker fighters from various universes were sent plummeting from the stage. As time progressed, the second universe to be eliminated was Universe 10. Compared to other universes, the fighters of Universe 10 were relatively strong, yet they lacked a trump card. Soon, the remaining 8 fighters were collectively defeated and cast off the stage by the other 9 universes. Once all 10 warriors appeared in the stands, the Grand Priest announced, "All 10 warriors from Universe 10 have been eliminated. I hereby declare that Universe 10 is about to be erased." In stark contrast to the dissatisfaction experienced by the inhabitants of the 9th universe, the denizens of the 10th universe stood silently, their heads bowed in sorrow as they faced their impending obliteration. The Grand Zeno, with deliberate grace, extended his hand once more, and with a gentle clasp, all beings from the 10th universe were transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing from the viewing stands. 100 takas roughly equates to 48 minutes on Earth. However, only 10 minutes had elapsed, leaving 9 universes still in contention on the arena. In the second universe, 9 warriors remained. The third universe also boasted 9 warriors. The fourth universe, however, was dwindling, with a mere 4 fighters left, marking it as the universe with the fewest remaining. The 9th universe still had 7 warriors in its ranks. The 7th universe stood intact with a complete roster of 10 warriors, making it the most populous among all the universes. The 11th universe had 8 warriors still standing. As the warriors from the other 5 universes realized that the 7th universe was still at full strength, their gazes collectively turned towards the 10 fighters of the 7th universe. Belus gazed at the warriors from other universes and proclaimed, "Come forth, let us engage in a grand battle." However, to Belus's disappointment, the warriors merely cast a glance in their direction before dispersing once more, concealing their forms. Belarus, filled with disappointment, inquired of Vegeta, "What is the meaning of this? Why do they not launch their assault upon us together?" Vegeta replied, "Because they cannot guarantee that when they make their move, they won't be ambushed by other universes. Therefore, in the absence of security, none of them would dare to launch an attack against us." Belus nodded and continued, "Since they are unwilling to seek us out, I shall take the initiative to find them." After speaking, Belus, accompanied by Raditz, charged towards the other universe warriors. Soon, the arena erupted once more with the sounds of fierce combat, and warriors were eliminated from the stage at a noticeably slower pace than before. While Son Goku was still searching for Jiren on the platform, the 2 female scions from Universe 9 approached him first. "You are Son Goku, the scion from Universe 7. The one who eliminated Hit, correct?" Caulifla interjected, positioning herself before Goku. Son Goku gazed at the female warrior blocking his path and inquired, "I am Son Goku. And you are?" "My name is Caulifla, hailing from Universe 9, and I am also a scion. I wish to fight you." Caulifla boldly introduced herself. A female scion? Goku had yet to encounter female scions in Universe 7, and aside from Android 18, he had seldom engaged female warriors in battle. Thus, he replied, "I'm sorry, but I intend to battle Jiren. You are not my opponent." Goku's words instantly incited Caulifla's wrath. She transformed into a Super Saiyan and shouted, "Do not underestimate me." With that, she unleashed a flurry of punches towards Goku. Faced with Caulifla's assault, Goku effortlessly evaded her attacks, stating, "I have warned you, your strength is insufficient. You cannot defeat me." With that, he swiftly vanished from her sight. Chapter 219. The Pride Team. Caulifla, noticing Goku had disappeared, began to scan her surroundings and asked, "Where did Son Goku go?" From the sidelines, Kale remarked, "Sister, it seems he vanished at an astonishing speed." Upon hearing Kale's words, Caulifla exclaimed, "Damn, that guy? Fine. If he refuses to fight me, I shall seek out the other Scions from Universe 7. Yet before they could act, a voice boomed. "You will not have the opportunity to search for others. You will merely become the defeated pawns of our Pride Team." As the voice echoed, 5 warriors clad in Pride Team uniforms emerged from the rubble. Cassiler, Taba, Catel, Zoir, and Kokot. We are the 5 members of the Pride Team. With a series of explosive sounds, vibrant colors erupted behind them. Cassiler looked at Caulifla and Kale, stating, "One was eliminated by you. Was he? Those who eliminate our comrades shall not be forgiven." After the words were exchanged, Keitel and his companion immediately launched an attack on Caulifla, engaging in a fierce battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Caulifla dominated the confrontation, forcing Keitel to continuously evade her onslaught. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you fight back?" Caulifla exclaimed as she relentlessly struck. After narrowly dodging another of her attacks, Keitel leaped onto a higher platform, smiling as he said, "Did you think I wasn't counterattacking? Just take a look around you." Upon hearing his words, Caulifla glanced about, but saw nothing amiss. "There is nothing here? What trickery is this?" she shouted. Keitel, somewhat exasperated, urged, "Look above you." It was only then that Caulifla noticed the numerous energy spheres encircling her overhead. "When did this happen?" she gasped in astonishment. "Now it's my turn," Keitel declared, waving his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres towards Caulifla. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by the relentless assault, her cries of distress piercing the air. Witnessing his sister's plight, Kair instinctively rushed forward to assist, but the remaining members of the Proud Team would not allow her passage. Kokoti swiftly formed an energy barrier around Kair. "Ha ha ha. Now you are trapped in a different dimension, forced to watch your comrade be eliminated," Kokoti proclaimed triumphantly. Cassiler, known among the Proud Team as the General, smugly remarked, "To deal with just 5 individuals, they actually send our entire team? They truly overestimate their chances." However, as his words echoed, a colossal figure descended from above, crashing down with such force that it shattered the towering pile of rubble. It was indeed the metallic warrior Wota Magetta from Universe 9, who bore a bird amour atop his head, assisting him in covering his ears to shield him from insults hurled by others. Simultaneously, another warrior from Universe 9, Gabe, appeared behind them. "Now it's 5 against 5. How fair," Gabe announced before transforming into a Super Saiyan, specifically a Super Saiyan 2. He charged directly at Cassiler, sensing that this individual was the brain of the Proud Team. Meanwhile, Wota Magetta and Birdamore faced off against Taba and Zoe Lay, with Wota Magetta swinging his long arms down heavily towards the 2 opponents. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the arena was ravaged by Watai Magatta's powerful strikes, leaving it pockmarked and battered. In response to Watai Magatta's formidable onslaught, Taba refused to yield. With a mighty roar, his once gray form shimmered into a metallic hue. He braced himself with all his might against Watai Magatta's crushing blow. Watai Magatta, taken aback by the unexpected resistance to his heavy strike, was momentarily astonished. Taba, filled with pride, proclaimed, "You seem to be not so formidable after all." However, his words were met with an even more frenzied barrage from Watai Magatta, the sounds resembling the rhythmic clang of metal being forged. Soon, Taba's body was driven deep into the arena floor under Watai Magatta's relentless assault. Just as it appeared Taba would be completely engulfed by the platform, Zoe Lay from the Proud Team transformed into a whirlwind, striking Watai Magatta directly. Initially, Zoe Lay believed he could send his opponent flying or at least topple him. Yet, Watai Magatta's weight was overwhelming. He merely staggered back a few steps, absorbing the impact, and swung his arm down forcefully. In an instant, Zoe Lay was slammed heavily onto the arena. Fortunately, the brief delay allowed Taba to rise once more from the arena. As Watai Magatta prepared to attack Zoe Lay again, Taba swiftly intervened to shield him from the impending strike. In a one-on-one confrontation, it was evident that neither Taba nor Zoe Lay could match Watai Magatta's might. They exchanged a glance, and with a unified roar, they unleashed a dual proud spin, merging their energies into a formidable whirlwind directed at Watai Magata. Watai Magata opened his massive jaws, emitting an unintelligible sound, then pounded his fists against his chest, creating a thunderous rhythm. In response to Taba and Zoe Lei's combined assault, Watai Magata spun his body, forming a colossal metallic whirlwind. The two immense whirlwinds collided, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. Two tornadoes spun vigorously upon the arena, relentlessly advancing forward, inadvertently ensnaring the other combatants who were engaged in battle on the stage. Several warriors, caught off guard, were swiftly swept off the platform. The tempestuous duo traversed the arena until they reached the edge, where they came to a halt and resumed their fierce contest. Ultimately, it was Watai Magata whose prowess eclipsed that of the proud teams Tabar and Zwar, sending them hurtling from the stage. After triumphing over his adversaries, Watai Magata ceased his rotation, exultantly raising a toast with a cup of volcanic lava. Chapter 217. The anomaly of the Super Saiyan. Just as Watai Magata reveled in his victory, a sudden energy wave, shot from an unknown source, struck the arena beneath him. The already fractured stage succumbed to the impact and shattered further, compounded by Watai Magata's considerable weight, causing him to plummet beyond the confines of the platform. An involuntary cry of terror escaped from Watai Magata's lips, only to dissolve into the void. Witnessing their victorious fighter being treacherously ambushed, Xiang was consumed by rage, vociferously hurling insults at Watai Magata and Bardamo. The vitriol of his words was as harsh as it was loud, piercing through the air. Watai Magata, whose spirit was already fragile, succumbed to his emotions and wept openly in the stands. The sound of his sobs, mingled with Xiang's tirade, drew the attention of the majority in the audience, including the King of All and the Grand Minister, who turned their gazes towards the commotion. However, Xiang remained oblivious to their scrutiny, continuing to berate Watai Magata until his companion, the Angel Bados, quietly interjected. "Lord Xiang, what is the matter?" Bados inquired. "What is it?" "Bados, can you not see I am reprimanding him? Do you wish to be reprimanded as well?" With a hint of irritation, Xiangpa inquired. However, Bardos paid him no mind, merely raising her hand to gesture towards the direction of the Omni King. Xiangpa turned his gaze accordingly, only to find the attention of the Omni King and the Grand Minister fixated upon him. Instantly, he felt deflated, returning to his seat in the stands with a disgruntled demeanor. After issuing a silent warning through a glance, the Omni King redirected his focus to the arena. At that moment, the battle on the stage experienced a sudden shift. Khalifa was ensnared within Kettle's floating energy sphere, struggling to evade impending injury. Meanwhile, Caulifla, trapped by Kokoti, finally unleashed her latent power, her formidable energy shattering the confines of Kokoti's sphere. Her previously coiled black hair now stood upright, transformed into a vibrant yellow-green. Her pupils turned entirely white, and a powerful aura erupted from her being. This overwhelming force reverberated across the arena, compelling all warriors to momentarily cease their actions and converge towards Caulifla. Unable to locate Jiren, Goku engaged in a few exchanges with Toppo before sensing the commotion and swiftly departing the fray to rejoin Vegeta. Observing Caulifla's transformation, Goku couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Master, it seems this female warrior from Universe 9 is also a Saiyan. What kind of transformation is she undergoing?" Vegeta replied, "The Demon Super Saiyan, a variant form of Super Saiyan. In this state, a Super Saiyan nearly loses all sense of self, yet experiences a substantial increase in power and speed, potentially rivaling our Super Saiyan god, Blue. However, the most terrifying aspect is that in such a condition, a Saiyan becomes exceedingly bloodthirsty, frenzied, and combative, either annihilating their foes or self-destructing." Goku nodded in astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is a truly terrifying state. It's remarkable." Once Caulifla had been rescued, she was exhilarated to witness Kale's transformation. She rushed forward, eager to embrace her friend. However, Gabe sensed something amiss with Kale's condition and seized Caulifla's hand, saying, "Wait, Caulifla, Kale is not herself right now. We should refrain from approaching her." Caulifla, undeterred by Gabe's warning, responded with joy, "Kale is my sister. She just saved me." Before Caulifla could reach out to Kale, the latter's indiscriminate assault had already commenced. Engulfing the arena, contestants hurriedly dodged Kale's energy blasts, fortunate that she had not targeted any specific individual and no one else was sent flying out of the ring. Nevertheless, Kale's offensive power continued to escalate, and the area affected by her formidable energy blasts widened significantly. Vegeta and Goku continuously leaped and dodged the energy blasts. Vegeta remarked, "We must devise a way to eliminate Kale. Otherwise, even if the arena remains intact, she may ultimately succumb to the overwhelming power within her." "Understood, Master." Goku responded affirmatively. However, just as the two prepared to confront Kale, a crimson figure suddenly emerged and appeared beside her. It was Jiren, the foremost warrior of Universe 11. He delivered a powerful punch to Kale, propelling her forcefully upwards towards the arena. After launching Kale, Jiren refrained from pursuing her further and instead fired an energy blast, which surged towards Kale, expanding dramatically upon reaching her and striking with tremendous force. A deafening explosion erupted, sending Kale's body, enveloped in smoke, hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Just as she was about to fall beyond the confines of the stage, a figure soared upward and rescued her. It was Caulifla. Jiren chose not to continue his pursuit, turning his attention instead to his new adversary, Goku, who stood before him. Noticing that Jiren no longer sought to evade him, Goku inquired, "Jiren, why have you ceased to avoid me?" Jiren replied slowly, "There is no need to evade. If I can eliminate all of you in one fell swoop, Universe 11 shall prevail. Moreover, your Universe 7 has far too many fighters. Some must be eliminated." Upon hearing Jiren's words, Goku surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the warriors of Universe 7 were encircled by fighters from other universes, save for those from Universe 9, surrounded by the largest number of individuals. Vegeta found himself encircled by the warriors from Universe 11, Toppo, Kale, and Kakarot. The remaining 8 fighters from Universe 7 were similarly engaged, often facing one opponent alone or even two. Observing this scenario, Goku remained unfazed. His expression radiated fierce determination as he gazed at Jiren before him. "You underestimate Universe 7. He declared. "Once I defeat you, I shall assist my comrades." With that, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full power, readying himself for battle. "Prepare yourself, Jiren, for the mighty dragon's return," Goku exclaimed, summoning a colossal golden dragon that roared as it surged towards Jiren. In Chapter 218, as Vegeta faced the 3 warriors from Universe 11 surrounding him, he remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the clash between Goku and Jiren. From the outset, Goku had found himself at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, he still lagged behind Jiren. However, compared to the original narrative, where Goku stood helpless, he now at least managed to compel Jiren to adopt a defensive stance. Observing Vegeta's apparent disregard for their presence, Toppo, irked, remarked, "Vegeta, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon us?" Vegeta finally withdrew his gaze from elsewhere and turned to face Toppo and the others, declaring, "Should I hold you in high regard? Aside from Jiren, there is no one on this stage worthy of my effort." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Toppo, filled with fury, retorted, "You are exceedingly arrogant. Allow us to demonstrate our strength." With that, Toppo raised his colossal arm, extending 4 fingers, and shouted, "Justice Flash." Instantly, a barrage of energy blasts surged towards Vegeta like a hail of bullets. In response to Toppo's onslaught, Vegeta's feet danced with agility as he activated the instant transmission technique, transforming his form into multiple phantoms that flickered across the arena. "What is this technique?" Toppo exclaimed in astonishment. However, before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta had already materialized beside Kale, executing a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground, followed by a powerful kick that propelled him away. After toppling Kale, Vegeta swiftly vanished once more, reappearing next to Kakarot. Witnessing Vegeta's ethereal movements and formidable attacking prowess, Kakarot quickly enveloped himself within a protective sphere, declaring, "My Kakarot sphere exists in a separate dimension. You cannot reach me." Vegeta gazed at the Kakarot before him, deridingly exclaiming, "Foolish indeed." He then proceeded to envelop the exterior of Kakarot's sphere with an additional protective shield. "What are you attempting to do?" Kakarot inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Vegeta retorted, "I'll escort you part of the way." After uttering this phrase, he lifted the cocooned Kakarot, just as Caesar charged towards him. With a cold smirk, Vegeta declared, "Allow me to send you on your way." Following this proclamation, he forcefully hurled Kakarot towards Caesar. Caesar, unwilling to yield the path, raised both hands in defense, knowing that if he did not, Kakarot would certainly be cast off the arena. However, the result was that the protective shield enveloping Kakarot tumbled down along with Caesar into the depths below the stage. Trope, taken aback by the turn of events, found himself consumed by rage, unable to comprehend how Vegeta could eliminate 2 of his comrades amidst their encirclement and his own assault. He bellowed furiously, "Vegeta, you scoundrel! To eliminate my allies before my very eyes is unforgivable. Energy cannon, Trope shouted, directing his massive palm towards Vegeta. Summoning a powerful gust that formed a handprint as formidable as a mountain, aimed directly at him. In response to Trope's area attack, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God, a crimson aura surrounding his being. With a resounding cry, he raised his hand and declared, "Divine Palm." As the words left his lips, a colossal golden hand shot forth from his grasp, colliding directly with Trope's energy cannon. The clash of the golden hand against the white stream of energy erupted in a thunderous sound, followed by a wave of forceful energy rippling outward. In the wake of this overwhelming shockwave, the warriors surrounding Vegeta and Trope were compelled to cease their skirmishes momentarily, raising their arms in a defensive cross against the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, two more competitors screamed as they were swept away by the shockwave, both from the fourth universe. The Mouse Destroyer was incensed, his penchant for cunning schemes and ambushes thwarted by the unexpected elimination of his chosen fighters. "What were you two thinking?" he fumed. "They aimed to besiege the seventh universe. So let them. Why did you both feel the need to engage? Could you not simply remain in a corner of the arena and await the battle's conclusion? Truly, you are both imbeciles. Your folly may very well be the end of me." Nearby, Beerus, witnessing his rival's vexation, couldn't contain his delight and taunted. "That's what happens when a destroyer is foolish. Their subordinates are equally dim-witted. A failed scheme leads to greater losses. Truly, a fool begets a fool." Upon hearing Beerus's remarks, the Mouse Destroyer erupted in fury, leaping up and shouting, "Beerus, what are you so pleased about? Your seventh universe won't fare any better. Now you're being besieged. Just wait to be eliminated." After a fierce clash with Topo, Vegeta launched another assault, employing an array of supreme martial techniques such as the Dragon Fist, the Chien Kuan de Nua, and Tai Chi. Topo found himself in a precarious position, overwhelmed by Vegeta's relentless onslaught and struggling to mount any form of counterattack. Meanwhile, Jiren was similarly dominating Goku, who, despite having held his own for a time, ultimately succumbed to the pressure, finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. Vegeta, encountering Goku, inquired, "How are you holding up?" Goku, gasping for breath, replied, "I can't go on, Master." Jiren truly lives up to his reputation as the foremost warrior of Universe 11. "I am no match for him." Vegeta nodded and remarked, "Very well, let us exchange our targets. I shall confront Jiren, while you take on Topo." With that, Vegeta pivoted and launched himself towards Jiren. Caught off guard by the sudden change in opponents, Jiren paused for but a fleeting moment, yet his assault remained unaltered, resolutely advancing towards Vegeta without hesitation. Beneath Vegeta's feet, a colossal Taiji diagram manifested as a cloud-like hand seamlessly intercepted Jiren's assault. With resolute force, he executed a powerful body slam that collided with his adversary. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, crashing into Jiren. Yet, Jiren was no ordinary opponent. His millennia of combat experience rendered him far from vulnerable. In Chapter 219, titled "The Third Universe is Erased," when confronted with Vegeta's formidable body slam, Jiren did not meet it head-on. In the fleeting moment when his hands were momentarily ensnared by Vegeta, he adeptly rolled to the ground, propelling his legs toward Vegeta with force. Vegeta did not anticipate Jiren's reaction to be so swift. He executed a somersault and leaped away, landing gracefully upon the arena. As Jiren rose to his feet, he gazed at Vegeta and remarked, "You are quite formidable, at least more so than the Son Goku we just witnessed." With that, Jiren's eyes shifted to the crimson locks atop Vegeta's head, and he continued, "Surely, this is not your most powerful form, is it?" Vegeta nodded, unhesitant, and immediately transformed into his most formidable form, Super Saiyan Blue, with hair even darker than Goku's. Simultaneously, 8 luminous orbs representing the sun began to manifest around Vegeta's body, accompanied by a faintly discernible ninth sun. Jiren, observing Vegeta in this state, could not help but adopt a serious expression. Taken aback by the sheer might of Vegeta's full power, Vegeta spoke slowly. "The martial art I specialize in is known as the Nine Suns Divine Skill, and I am but a step away from mastering it. However, I believe my current strength is sufficient to confront you." After uttering these words, Vegeta assumed his stance once more, ready to launch an attack on Jiren. Just as he prepared to strike, an instinctive sense of impending danger surged within him, prompting both him and Jiren to leap from their original positions. In their stead, 2 colossal hands descended, landing where they had just stood. Vegeta looked up and discovered that it was the ultimate warrior on Uraza, comprised of 4 robotic fighters from Universe 3. Upon entering the battle between Vegeta and Jiren, Aniraza moved his massive form forward. At this moment, Vegeta realized that the formidable Belus, who was meant to contend with the third universe, had already eliminated Raditz. Gohan, Trunks, Buu, and Android 21 were being relentlessly pursued by Aniraza, finding themselves in a rather precarious situation. Notably, Android 21 had unveiled her third transformation, resembling that of Majin Buu. The four approached Vegeta and expressed, "This individual is exceedingly powerful. Even when we unite our strengths, we are no match for him." Vegeta gazed at the imposing Aniraza standing before him and then addressed Jiren, saying, "Jiren, with this fellow present, a one-on-one confrontation is unfeasible. It would be prudent for us to join forces and eliminate him together." Jiren surveyed the colossal figure before him. Although he possessed the capacity to vanquish Aniraza alone, it would require considerable effort. Thus, collaborating with Vegeta seemed a sagacious choice. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Let us inform the warriors from other universes to refrain from meddling in our battle." With that, he launched the first assault against Aniraza. Vegeta swiftly followed suit, declaring, "Let us see who can defeat this hulking brute." As Jiren and Vegeta charged forward, the two green protrusions on Aniraza's ears flickered with energy, and its hands instinctively moved to block the path of their advance. Anticipating Aniraza's preemptive strike, both Vegeta and Jiren seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. They deftly utilized Aniraza's own arms to leap onto them, then propelled themselves toward the creature's forehead. The duo quickly discerned that the central red power core on Aniraza's forehead was its Achilles heel. Unprepared for such a formidable response, Aniraza swung its arms to swat at the intruders on its limbs. Simultaneously, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing energy beams from both its forehead and mouth, aimed directly at Vegeta and Jiren. In the face of Aniraza's onslaught, Jiren's form trembled, a crimson glow enveloping him, and he surged forward, braving Aniraza's energy barrage as he continued his relentless assault towards the creature's head. Vegeta, too, manifested an energy barrier surrounding his body, bracing himself against Aniraza's energy beam. Aniraza was utterly taken aback that these two audacious beings dared to charge towards him, defying his energy surge. "This cannot continue," Aniraza shouted internally, vigorously swinging his arms in an attempt to cast Goku and Vegeta off. Since flying was prohibited in the arena, he believed that with sufficient force, he could dislodge these two from his grasp. Yet, once again, Aniraza's hopes were dashed at the very moment he attempted to shake Goku off. An energy thread shot forth from his hand, ensnaring Aniraza's arm, allowing Goku to swing towards his forehead like Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Vegeta executed his techniques with such finesse that he seemed to adhere to Aniraza's arm, advancing unimpeded towards his forehead. In a final desperate bid, Aniraza devised numerous strategies. Yet he could not thwart the relentless advance of Goku and Vegeta, ultimately revealing a visage of terror. Both Goku and Vegeta reached Aniraza's forehead in unison, their fists poised to strike at the central red energy core. The sound of shattering crystal echoed as Aniraza's red energy core shattered, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Subsequently, amidst the billowing dust, four figures emerged, plummeting beyond the confines of the arena. Vegeta and Jiren slowly descended back onto the arena, gazing intently at each other, poised to resume their unfinished battle. The elusive warrior from Universe 9, Frost, suddenly materialized behind the last fighter of Universe 3. "Hey, all the fighters from Universe 9 have been eliminated. What are you still doing on the stage? Allow me to assist you in your departure." With that, he unleashed a series of attacks that sent the final robotic warrior of Universe 3 plummeting from the arena. The Grand Priest gradually approached the arena's apex and announced loudly, "All 10 fighters from Universe 3 have been eliminated. I hereby declare that Universe 3 is about to be erased." As his words echoed, Zeno slowly raised his hand and gently clenched it, causing Universe 3 to vanish entirely from the spectator's sight. The Grand Priest then spoke again. "Half of the allotted time of 100 Taka has now elapsed, leaving 5 universes and 22 fighters remaining on the stage. Universe 7 boasts the highest number of survivors, with 8 fighters still standing, while Universes 4 and 11 have the fewest, each with 3 remaining. Good luck to you all." The elimination of Universe 3, coupled with the Grand Priest's announcement, revealed to the remaining warriors from the other universes a pressing concern. Universe 7 had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Jiren also realized that he could not swiftly defeat Vegeta. If their battle dragged on too long, Universe 7, with its majority, might ultimately emerge victorious in this grand tournament of the multiverse. Casting a glance at Vegeta, Jiren swiftly moved, launching a surprise attack on Goku, sending him flying. Before departing with Toppo, Goku, panting, then approached Vegeta and inquired, "Master, what happened? How did Jiren and Toppo manage to escape?" Vegeta slowly remarked, "Perhaps it is due to the sheer number of warriors in our 7th universe that they feel a sense of impending crisis." As soon as Vegeta's words fell, a tremendous sound of battle erupted from the opposite side of the arena. The members of the 7th universe exchanged glances and hastened towards the commotion. Upon their arrival, they beheld androids 17 and 18 besieged by 3 strangely attired warriors. The most formidable among them was a notably corpulent female fighter. Despite her considerable girth, her strength and speed were unmatched by ordinary warriors. Moreover, she was flanked by 2 allies, relentlessly overpowering androids 17 and 18. Accompanying Vegeta were Jiren and his comrades, indicating a clear intent from the 2nd and 11th universes to join forces against the 7th. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors of the 9th universe watched from the sidelines, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Their ideal scenario was one where the 2 opposing forces clashed, allowing them to reap the benefits. The other warriors from various universes briefly glanced at the observing fighters from the 9th universe before refocusing their attention on their respective adversaries, plunging back into the fray. Vegeta engages in battle with Jiren, while Goku faces off against Toppo. Trunks and Gohan unite to confront Dispo, and Android 21 challenges Kakunsa. Android 17 is pitted against Reborn, and Android 18 takes on Ro. Majin Buu contends with Jaimes, an alien from the 2nd universe, as the clashes unfold with extraordinary intensity, entering a fever pitch from the very outset. Without delving into the specifics of Vegeta's duel with Jiren or Goku's confrontation with Toppo, the skirmish involving Trunks, Gohan, and Dispo is particularly fierce, especially with Dispo's lightspeed movements relentlessly overpowering both Trunks and Gohan. In a brief span, the duo finds themselves sent flying by Dispo's onslaught time and again. Dispo, with a mocking glance at the 2 young fighters before him, declares, "You 2 should concede. You cannot even perceive my form. What makes you think you can contend with me?" Trunks, spitting out a tooth knocked loose by Dispo, mingled with blood, retorts, "Humph. You are merely faster, yet your strength is utterly insufficient. You lack the capability to inflict serious harm upon us. We stand here, allowing you to strike. Can you truly defeat us?" With a sharp tongue, he continues, "Let me demonstrate the extent of my power." Dispo's form vanishes once more, and Trunks is once again sent soaring through the air. Although Vegeta has been engaged in combat with Jiren, he has remained vigilant, paying close attention to the other battles, particularly the one against Toppo. Vegeta is well aware that, although Tispa may appear to be less formidable than Jiren and Toppo, the assessment of strength is relative to the comparison made. On the entire arena, aside from a handful of exceptionally powerful warriors, there are indeed few who could triumph over this individual named Tispa, as he witnessed Trunks being propelled away at an astonishing speed by Tispa once more. Vegeta voiced a cautionary reminder, when moving at such incredible velocities, one can only traverse in a straight line, when your eyes can no longer perceive. Rely not on sight, but on your instincts. Observing Vegeta audaciously offering guidance while engaged in battle, Jiren seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow, sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta had no choice but to cease his reminders and focus entirely on Jiren. At this moment, the warriors from Universe 9 had gathered together. However, Frost remained hidden in the shadows, not joining them. Unbeknownst to Frost, while he plotted against others, an adversary was covertly observing him as well. As Frost concealed himself to watch the battle, a swirling mass of purple gas suddenly enveloped him, quickly surrounding him entirely. What was happening? Was it an enemy? Frost warily scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, 3 warriors from the universes that had been previously eliminated by the Omni King reappeared before him. Having been eradicated, their unexpected return startled Frost. But he quickly regained his composure, declaring, merely tricks and illusions, they are nothing but phantoms. Break. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of purple energy beams toward the spectral figures. As anticipated, the beams passed straight through the illusions, realizing they were mere phantoms. Frost, undeterred by their assault, stood his ground, only to be sent flying by an illusion strike. In that fleeting moment, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. Frost bellowed, his voice drawing the attention of Caulifla, Kale, Hit, and others. Seeing Frost engulfed by the purple mist, Caulifla inquired, "It seems Frost is in danger. Should we intervene?" After a moment's thought, Hit replied, "Caulifla, you go assist him. Regardless of his wickedness, he is still a member of our Universe 9. However, prioritize your safety. If the situation deteriorates, protect yourself first. Nodding at Hit's instruction, Caulifla leaped toward Frost's direction. At this juncture, Frost was struggling to fend off the attacks of the unfamiliar enemies, unable to land a single counterstrike, while the illusory foes effortlessly struck him. Caulifla soon dashed into the purple fog, promptly spotting Frost besieged by numerous illusions that he could barely withstand. With a fierce cry, she transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at the phantoms. Yet, like Frost, her attacks met with futility, and she too was propelled backward by a phantom's punch. What is happening? How can these intangible illusions strike us? Caulifla exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Frost for answers. Chapter 221. Universe 4 is eliminated. Frost responded with a bitter smile. If I knew the reason, would I allow them to bully me like this? Why did you come alone? Where are the others? As Gabe fended off the onslaught of illusions, he replied, They cannot perceive our plight. None are aware of the peril we face. Upon hearing Gabe's words, Frost cursed vehemently. What are they thinking? Do they truly wish to see us eliminated? Gabe quickly countered, How could that be? Regardless, you are now our ally. They would never allow us to be cast aside so easily. While Gabe and Frost struggled to resist the enemy's assaults, they awaited rescue. Unbeknownst to them, their position was steadily shifting towards the edge of the arena. Suddenly, Frost managed to repel another attack, only to find himself suddenly unsteady, plummeting beyond the arena's confines. Following suit, Gabe was also struck by an unseen foe and sent hurtling off the stage. The disappearance of the two comrades immediately drew the attention of Hit, who was astonished that Frost and Gabe had been so swiftly eliminated by the enemy. The strange purple mist that had enveloped them dissipated shortly after their fall. Kale, trembling with fear, hid behind Caulifla, who glanced at the vanished mist and inquired of Hit, What manner of enemy is this? Hit concentrated intently, then raised his hand to point towards a nearby pile of rubble, saying, There, 3 faint auras linger. They must be the ones responsible for eliminating Gabe and Frost. If I am not mistaken, these 3 are the remaining contestants from Universe 4. Universe 4? Caulifla pondered, recalling the situation. At that moment, Kale, still sheltered behind his sister, spoke up, Sister, Mr. Hit, I remember that before the competition began, only 8 fighters were visible from Universe 4. Yet now, 7 of them have already been eliminated. Is that so? Both Caulifla and Hit turned their gaze toward the spectator stance. Besides the sinister grin of the Rat Destroyer, they beheld the 7 eliminated contestants from Universe 4, each revealing a peculiar smile to varying degrees. Hit remarked, The eyes may deceive, but perception does not. Thus, Universe 4 must indeed consist of 10 contestants. We simply cannot see 2 of them. If my deductions are correct, this is their strategy. 1 contestant enveloped Gabe and Frost in the purple mist while the other 2, hidden from view, ambushed them, ultimately casting them from the arena. Caulifla asked, What shall we do now? Should we seek vengeance for them? Hit nodded affirmatively, stating, Certainly. The fighters from Universe 7 are evenly matched with those from other universes. We cannot stand idly by. Since we are unable to assist the contenders from other universes in besieging Universe 7, let us proceed to eliminate Universe 4. With that declaration, he thrust his hands into his pockets and approached the remaining 3 opponents from Universe 4. After exchanging glances, Caulifla and Caulifla followed suit, charging alongside Hit towards Universe 4. Soon, the area was once again enveloped in a swirling purple mist, swiftly surrounding Hit, Caulifla, and Caulifla. Shadows of previously eliminated opponents materialized around them, all wearing sinister and menacing grins. At this moment, Hit comprehended fully how Gabai and Frost had been ousted. Those invisible adversaries were concealed within these illusions. As the illusions manifested, they launched a frenzied assault towards Hit and Caulifla. However, just as they were about to strike Hit, his time skip ability activated. When the scene resumed, the illusions in the purple mist had vanished. In their place, a diminutive figure plummeted from the arena with a startled cry, abruptly reappearing in the stands of Universe 4. It was evident that this eliminated contender, who had cast the purple mist illusions, had been dispatched by Hit's time skip. Caulifla maintained a defensive stance, surprised by the sudden disappearance of their foes. Curiously, she inquired of Hit, Mr. Hit, how did you decipher the illusion? Hit replied, 3 presences were moving around us, while one remained stationary not far off. Clearly, the caster of the purple mist illusion was that immobile foe. To dispel the illusion, we merely had to eliminate that individual. However, as the trio conversed, Caulifla and Caulifla were suddenly struck and sent flying by 2 invisible entities. Hit quickly cautioned, Be on guard. There are still two unseen opponents who have not been eliminated. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, attuning himself to the opponent's energies. Just after uttering this warning, a jolt surged through Hit, prompting him to activate his time skip once more, narrowly evading an unexpected attack. He urgently exclaimed, "Be cautious. Those two unknown enemies must be invisible." However, Hit's warning proved to be of little consequence. In the face of an unseen adversary, they found themselves utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. Aimlessly flailing their arms would merely squander their energy. Kale fared somewhat better, as her exceptional combat talent enabled her to effectively fend off the assaults of the invisible foe. Yet, Caulifla struggled. Despite her ability to transform into an evil Super Saiyan, her base combat power was dismally inadequate. The two warriors from Universe 4 swiftly capitalized on Kale's vulnerability, launching rapid attacks aimed at knocking her off the stage. As it appeared that Kale was on the verge of being ousted, Caulifla's anxiety surged. It was then that she noticed the Patera earrings adorning Kale's ears. Instantly recalling the words spoken by the god of destruction, Kappa, prior to their ascent to the arena. Kappa had placed the two Patera earrings, pilfered from the god of creation, Zeno, into Caulifla's hands, stating, "Caulifla, these are the Patera earrings, capable of fusing two non-gods of destruction for 1 hour." The method of fusion required one individual to don the earring on their left ear while the other wore it on their right. However, the rules imposed a clear restriction against the use of any weapons aside from techniques, leaving the classification of the Patera earrings ambiguous. Therefore, be cautious, unless in dire circumstances. Refrain from using the Patera earrings for fusion. For now, simply place the earring on your left ear. Recalling Kampa's advice, Caulifla hastily transferred the Patera earring from her left ear to her right. With urgency, she exclaimed, "Kale, I'm coming to rescue you." As her voice resonated, Kale, who was about to plummet from the stage, was instantly drawn toward Caulifla. The two met midair, and a brilliant white light erupted between them. When the radiance dissipated, a new female scion stood upon the arena. Observing her hands, she declared, "Since I am the fusion of Caulifla and Kale, I shall be called Kefla." After uttering her name, she surveyed the empty arena before her, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Do you really think being invisible allows you to attack indiscriminately? You underestimate me gravely." With that, Kefla began to unleash a flurry of energy blasts around the arena. The sound of countless explosions erupted, clouds of dust billowing forth, quickly enveloping Kefla. At that moment, a cough echoed through the chaos, and a hazy figure emerged from the dust. Kefla and Hit flanked the invisible foe, surrounding him. Kefla taunted, "Invisible One, do you remain unseen now?" Observing the back and forth between Kaifura and Zeit, the transparent figure awkwardly smiled and reluctantly raised a white flag, inquiring, "May I surrender?" "Of course, please graciously leap down from the arena," Kaifura replied, as he witnessed his universe's warrior on the verge of elimination. The mouse god of destruction immediately shouted to the Grand Priest, "Lord Zeno, Grand Priest, I protest. The contestant from Universe 9 is utilizing Patera earrings." Instantly, the mouse goddess declaration captured the attention of all warriors on the stage, prompting those engaged in battle to cease and turn their gazes toward Zeno and the Grand Priest, eager to discern their ruling. The Grand Priest, merely a steward, deferred to the will of Zeno, thus turning to the Lord. The previously vibrant martial arts competition fell into a hushed silence, which lingered for several seconds before Zeno finally spoke. This instance should be regarded as a failure to adequately establish rules. Hence it cannot be deemed the fault of the Universe 9 contestant. Upon hearing Zeno's words, the Universe 9 warriors collectively exhaled, their anxiety dissipating. With Zeno's approval of Universe 9's use of Patera earrings, several remaining gods of destruction hastily approached their respective supreme kais, eager to remove the Patera earrings adorning their ears. Just as they seized the earrings, preparing to cast them from the arena, Zeno's voice resonated. "However, this is a one-time allowance. No one below is permitted to utilize Patera earrings for fusion operations again." The gods of destruction, poised to discard the earrings onto the stage, froze in place, subsequently dejectedly returning the earrings to the nearby supreme kais. Understanding Zeno's intent, Kaifura escorted the transparent figure toward the edge of the arena. As the transparent figure hesitated at the precipice, Kaifura decisively kicked him off. However, in that very moment, a cloud of dust swirled behind her, indicating an imminent ambush. Yet, Kaifura seemed prepared, executing a backward somersault to evade the attack. She then witnessed a diminutive insect-like individual being propelled from beneath her, accompanied by a startled cry. Kaifura proclaimed with pride. Did you truly believe I was unprepared for your trickery? You are astonishingly naive. However, I must admit, I did not anticipate your resemblance to an insect. I had assumed you could change colors like a chameleon. With the insect-like figure plummeting onto the stage, all 10 warriors from Universe 4 had been eliminated. The mouse god of destruction, now devoid of any tactical advantage, wore an expression of sheer terror. At that moment, the Grand Priest ascended above the arena and declared loudly, the 10 contestants from Universe 4 have been eliminated. I announce that Universe 4 is about to be erased. The King of All slowly extended his arm and gently clenched his hand, causing every inhabitant of the 4th universe to vanish from sight in an instant. Time was running perilously short. Merely 10 minutes remained from the original 48. To prevent their universe from being eradicated, they needed to conquer the mightiest adversary, the 7th universe. With this thought, the fighters who had momentarily halted their battle due to the 4th universe's elimination resumed their fierce combat with renewed vigor. Warriors from other universes even began to engage in a strategy of mutual destruction, aiming to drag the fighters of the 7th universe down from the arena. The first clash to determine a victor was between Majin Buu and Jaime's. Jaime's, a yard rat from the 2nd universe, possessed the ultimate technique of instantaneous movement, yet otherwise lacked formidable strength. In contrast, Majin Buu was endowed with an exceptionally acute battle intuition, having adapted to Jaime's combat style. He swiftly seized upon a moment of vulnerability during Jaime's teleportation, delivering a powerful punch that sent Jaime's flying out of the arena. Next to dispatch an opponent was Android 21, whose inherent strength was already considerable, especially in her 3rd transformation into a Majin form. The cat warrior Kakunsa launched a frenzied assault against Android 21, yet regrettably, Kakunsa was outmatched in both power and speed. After toying with her opponent for several minutes, Android 21 effortlessly dispatched Kakunsa with a single punch and kick, sending her crashing below the arena. Lord Hellas! Kakunsa cried out in a piercing wail as she reappeared in the stands. The god of destruction from the 2nd universe, Hellas, gazed grimly at the 2 remaining fighters on the arena, his fists clenched in frustration. Chapter 223, The Time Prison observing the elimination of 2 more fighters from his universe. Reborn quickly struck Android 17 back with a punch, then moved to assist Ro, delivering another blow to Android 18. Reborn exclaimed, Ro, we can't continue like this. We must unite against our foes. Hearing Reborn's words, Ro turned and asked, what do you propose we do? Reborn replied, let us execute a combination attack to send them flying. Nodding in agreement, Ro joined forces with Reborn and shouted, Symphony of Love. At once, a cascade of pink stars erupted from their hands, launching towards androids 17 and 18. The arena was filled with the sound of explosive blasts, relentlessly pursuing the 2 androids. They could only evade continuously, with Android 17 saying to Android 18, we can't keep this up. We need to split up. They nodded in agreement and swiftly distanced themselves from one another. What should we do, Reborn? Upon witnessing the separation of 2 adversaries, Roji could not help but voice her concern. Humph, go after that man. No man is worth trusting, Reborn exclaimed. Subsequently, the 2 swiftly advanced to attack number 17. Observing their pursuit of number 17, number 18 seized the opportunity to redirect her assault towards Reborn and Roji. With a resounding impact, number 18 sent Roji flying, inciting Reborn's fury. How dare you launch a sneak attack? She cried, promptly altering her course to confront number 18. However, number 17 swiftly obstructed Reborn's path, effectively separating her from Roji once again. This time, we shall not allow you to unite, number 17 declared, launching an attack on Reborn. With full force, number 17 was capable of holding his ground against Super Saiyan God Goku, and he relentlessly pummeled Reborn. The god of destruction from Universe 2, Hellas, watched in outrage as her goddess, Reborn, was so thoroughly dominated by a man, yet felt powerless to intervene. Enraged, Reborn's body radiated a brilliant pink light, and a pair of pink butterfly wings materialized from her back. Her power and speed surged dramatically, and she effortlessly flipped number 17 away. A green bow then manifested in her hands as she proclaimed, Heart Arrow. She unleashed a pink arrow towards number 17. However, a single arrow was far too easy for number 17 to evade, while on the other side, number 18 had Roji utterly overwhelmed. Reborn drew her bowstring taut and shouted, Super Heart Rain. Countless heart-shaped arrows transformed into a torrent, hurtling towards numbers 17 and 18. The arrows that were dodged by them rained down upon the arena, creating clouds of dust, and further shattering the already crumbling stage. Let us see how long you can evade, Librian proclaimed. Meanwhile, number 21, observing the precarious situation of the android siblings, turned to Majin Buu and suggested, "We should intervene. Otherwise, they may be eliminated by their opponents." Just as they contemplated their involvement, Caulifla and Hit positioned themselves in front of them. Number 21 furrowed her brow at the two, inquiring, "Why now? You refrained from participating earlier. Why block us now?" Hit replied, "Previously, the odds were unfair with many against few, so we abstained. However, the numbers are now equal. All are engaged in combat for their respective universes. However, rest assured, should our ninth universe miraculously emerge victorious, we shall beseech the eternal dragon to resurrect you along with the others who have been obliterated." Upon hearing Hit's unwavering confidence, Android 21 became intrigued and remarked, "You are quite self-assured. I am aware that you possess a formidable technique known as time skip. If that is the case, I shall have the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand. Fear not, should you be eliminated, we shall also bring you back to life." With that, Android 21 launched a punch towards Hit, while Majin Buu simultaneously attacked Caulifla. In response to Android 21's onslaught, Hit activated his time skip, yet his assault faltered as Android 21 had already anticipated his position. She delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending Hit sprawling. "Now that I am aware of your time skip ability, how could I possibly be unprepared?" she declared, continuing her barrage. Hit, incredulous that his position could be predicted, attempted the time skip again, but predictably, he was once more struck down by Android 21's foresight. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 18 times in total. Hit's attempts at the time skip were thwarted as Android 21, akin to a machine, accurately anticipated every one of his strikes. Astonished, Hit gazed at Android 21 and asked, "Why? How is it that you can so effortlessly predict my movements?" Android 21 replied, "Apologies, but my brain operates like a machine. Once I discern the range of your time skip, I can fully anticipate your position based on your movements during the execution of the technique. You are indeed formidable." Hit sighed. "Now, I shall employ my ultimate technique, which I had originally reserved for Goku, Vegeta, and myself. Yet it seems fate has led me to unleash it against you." Curiosity piqued, Android 21 responded, "Oh, it must be a truly extraordinary technique. Please, demonstrate it for me." With that, it swiftly altered his hand seals and shouted, "Time prison." Upon uttering these words, his hands formed a triangular frame, emanating a shimmering violet light. Android 21 felt her body stiffen, enveloped by the radiant purple aura. She attempted to speak, but no sound escaped her lips. Yet, it seemed to comprehend her unvoiced thoughts, explaining, "This is my ultimate technique, known as time prison. The time you are currently experiencing has been entirely severed from reality. Therefore, cease your struggles and accept the inevitable." Chapter 224. The ninth universe cleansing Hit had ensnared number 21 within the confines of the time prison he had crafted. However, he suddenly realized a troubling dilemma. In his effort to imprison number 21, he had inadvertently trapped himself as well. The skill of the time prison required continuous exertion, and had he a companion to assist him, they could have intervened to eliminate number 21 from the arena. Yet now his only ally, Caulifla, was engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. At this moment, Caulifla had transformed into a Super Saiyan, her essence fused with KLS. In this metamorphosis, her hair shimmered in hues of yellow-green, and her eyes glowed a vivid green. Her power had indeed surged. Yet she no longer possessed the boundless strength enhancement that Kale had during her own transformation. Presently, Caulifla's power was likely equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Perhaps even slightly higher, but Majin Buu, with his indomitable nature, was matching her blow for blow in a grueling confrontation. While Hit struggled to maintain the confinement of number 21, he remained oblivious to the emergence of a new number 21, silently materializing behind him. This was a deliberate stratagem by number 21, who had partitioned a portion of her own bodily tissue before confronting Hit. Given that her being house cells of Majin Buu, she possessed the capability to utilize her own tissue to create a duplicate. Number 21 intentionally made a sound beneath her feet, drawing closer to Hit's rear. "It seems you are laboring quite hard to confine me," she whispered into Hit's ear. Startled, Hit turned to see another number 21 standing beside him. "How is this possible? I had you trapped within the time prison," he exclaimed in disbelief. Number 21 burst into laughter, replying, "Because I have the ability to create duplicates. Before you ensnared me, I had already dispatched my replica." After speaking, number 21 swiftly dispatched Hit, sending him flying. Once Hit was propelled away, his time cage became ineffective. and number 21 was subsequently liberated from its confines. However, the two manifestations of number 21 did not merge into one. Instead, they simultaneously attacked it, primarily to prevent him from casting the time cage against her again. Much like with Cell, the presence of the doppelgangers did not diminish number 21's individual strength. Each doppelganger retained power nearly equivalent to that of the original, and together, they overwhelmed it. Despite his incessant resistance, particularly utilizing his time-skip technique, Hit found himself utterly powerless. He could not contend with even one number 21, let alone two. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Hit was simultaneously kicked away by both number 21s, landing beneath the arena. Having triumphed over Hit, number 21 rejoined her original form. Although the strength of her doppelgangers closely mirrored her own, the energy expenditure was doubled, limiting their duration. Without delay, number 21 rushed towards Kefla. Eager to assist Majin Buu in eliminating his opponent, the prolonged duration of the battle had become tedious, and she yearned to return to Earth to continue her research. Previously, she had struggled to hold her own against Majin Buu, but with number 21's assistance, her adversary swiftly succumbed and was soon ejected from the arena by the two of them. Compass surveyed the 10 warriors seated beside him, recognizing their valiant efforts, and let out a heavy sigh. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Beerus, he noticed that Beerus had already taken a seat among the warriors of Universe 7, igniting his fury. "Beerus, what are you doing? I haven't been eliminated yet. How can you sit there ahead of me?" Feigning tears, Beerus replied, "Lord Compass, I apologize. I just wish to avoid the sorrow of parting." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Compass nearly choked. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on his little angel's antics, instead turning to his brother, Beerus, and stating, "Hey, brother, I must concede. This time you have emerged victorious." With that, Compass made a playful face and vanished amid a flash of white light from the stands. With Universe 9 eradicated, the warriors of Universe 7 had little time for reflection, as they were engaged in combat with the remaining fighters from other universes. After overcoming their opponents, number 21 and Majin Buu began to assist androids 17 and 18. Why choose to aid these two, rather than Vegeta and the others? This is due to their profound understanding of the Scions. When they find themselves capable of defeating an opponent, these Scions prefer to engage in one-on-one combat. It is only when they are outmatched that they may extend a helping hand. Otherwise, even in victory, they would reproach those who intervened, potentially harboring resentment for an extended period. With the assistance of Android 21, the relatively weaker Rogi from the second universe was eliminated from the arena. As Reborn faced imminent defeat against multiple attackers, everyone from the second universe exchanged glances and produced glowing sticks, shouting in unison. Not only the spectators from the second universe, but all beings within that realm raised their special glowing sticks. Instantaneously, countless pink stars cascaded onto the arena, and with their aid, Reborn's form began to swell and shimmer. A colossal illusion of Reborn loomed above the arena, her eyes opening as she swung her gigantic fist downward. Android 21 gazed at this ethereal giant and scoffed, declaring it merely a castle in the air. All of it was ephemeral energy bestowed upon her, not a reflection of her true self. What use is something insubstantial? Now, allow me to show you what true power looks like. With that, Android 21 transformed one hand into a sword and leapt high, charging towards Reborn's fist. When the fist met the sword, no blinding light or explosion erupted. Instead, the sharp blade pierced through Reborn's illusory energy and surged directly towards her core. Unwavering, Android 21 pressed forward into Reborn's center, the pink, ephemeral energy proving utterly ineffective against her advance. The onlookers, especially those from the second universe, could only watch in horror as 21 pierced through Reborn's form. A crisp explosion resonated, akin to bursting bubbles, as the arena transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, and Reborn's immense figure vanished entirely. The last warrior of the second universe, Reborn de Chateau, materialized before the audience. Chapter 225, The Tournament of Power concludes. The Grand Minister slowly appeared above the arena, announcing, "All 10 warriors of the second universe have been eliminated. The second universe is about to be entirely erased." As the High Priest's words resonated, the Omni King slowly extended his hand, and with a gentle grasp, the second universe was utterly obliterated from the viewing platform. The remaining warriors, gods of destruction, and Supreme Kais turned their attention back to the arena. With the eradication of the second universe, only the 7th universe and the 11th universe remained. The 7th universe boasted 8 warriors, while the 11th universe was left with a mere 3. It was evident to all that the 11th universe was at a distinct disadvantage in this martial tournament. Although the 11th universe's Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo possessed formidable strength, their teammates were significantly weaker. In stark contrast, aside from the 2 warriors eliminated early on, the remaining 8 from the 7th universe were exceptionally powerful. Though they may not rival Jiren, they certainly matched or exceeded the capabilities of Toppo and Dispo. This assured that the warriors of the 7th universe held a commanding advantage over their 11th universe counterparts. The god of destruction from the 11th universe, witnessing his warriors struggle valiantly in the arena, could not contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Is it truly certain that the overall strength of the 7th universe does not surpass that of our 11th universe? Yet, why are all 10 of their warriors so formidable?" No one answered his query, for it was a question that echoed in the minds of all present. Vegeta gazed intently at Jiren and declared, "Jiren, you have lost." At that moment, Jiren's upper garments were tattered, and he panted as he retorted, "No, we have not yet lost. As long as I stand, Universe 11 shall prevail." Following his words, a formidable crimson aura erupted once more from Jiren's body. Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta let out a resounding roar and declared, "Very well. In that case, I shall unleash my full power." After uttering these words, Vegeta retracted his Super Saiyan Blue transformation, and his body began to emanate a searing white aura, while his black pupils transformed into a striking dual hue. "What is this?" Upon seeing Vegeta's current state, Beerus immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Whis observed silently for a moment before slowly articulating, "This is Ultra Instinct. How can this be? He is merely an ordinary mortal. How is he capable of harnessing the state of Ultra Instinct?" Beerus continued to exclaim in disbelief upon hearing Whis' words. "I believe this is connected to his martial training. During your previous encounter, I noticed that Vegeta's techniques align remarkably with the essence of Ultra Instinct. At that time, he had nearly reached the realm of no technique surpassing technique," Whis explained. Despite Whis' clarification, Beerus remained incredulous, sitting in stunned silence in the stands. Jiren, observing the newly transformed Vegeta before him, felt a flicker of surprise, yet he knew surrender was out of the question. Jiren once again swung his fists in an assault against Vegeta. However, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Before Jiren could land a blow, Vegeta deftly evaded his attack with a mere flicker of movement. As Jiren continued his relentless onslaught, Vegeta nimbly dodged each strike. After a series of exchanges, Jiren failed to even graze the hem of Vegeta's attire. Vegeta delivered a powerful elbow strike, directly impacting Jiren's abdomen, causing him to writhe in agony upon the arena floor. Vegeta chose not to pursue further, but instead allowed Jiren to recover his strength, standing there with an air of indifference as he observed him. Jiren, unwilling to concede defeat, yearned to resurrect his master and prove that he was ready to step into the world as a true warrior. After alleviating some of his pain, he launched a renewed assault with his fists towards Vegeta. However, his efforts proved futile as Vegeta once again sent him hurtling backward, delivering a series of relentless strikes before executing a decisive flying kick that sent Jiren tumbling off the stage. Thus, the warrior who had been entrusted with hope by the god of destruction, Vermaud, was unceremoniously defeated by Vegeta. Seeing Jiren fall, Toppo and Dispo erupted in astonished cries, eager to retaliate against Vegeta, but their respective opponents swiftly intercepted them. Goku turned to Toppo and declared, "My master has vanquished Jiren. Now I shall strive to defeat you." With that proclamation, Goku's energy surged immensely as he charged at Toppo. For a time, Goku maintained the upper hand, landing numerous blows until Toppo was sent flying across the arena, unable to rise for quite some time. After more than a minute, Toppo burst into laughter, slowly rising as he enveloped himself in a shroud of purple energy. Goku paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiar aura emanating from the purple energy. "Destruction energy!" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Toppo lifted his lowered head and spoke slowly. "I had no desire to wield such power, as it is inherently unfair. However, there is no alternative. If I do not, our Universe 11 will face elimination." "Goku, embrace destruction," Toppo shouted. In an instant, a stream of purple energy shot from Toppo's hand towards Goku. Goku swiftly dodged, causing the energy to strike a nearby stone pedestal, which vanished entirely upon impact. Goku stared in disbelief at the sheer might of the destruction energy, exclaiming, "How can you wield destruction energy?" Toppo refrained from answering and simply reiterated, "Destruction." Another surge of destructive energy was unleashed toward Goku, who evaded it again, leading to the obliteration of yet another pile of debris. Although Topo offered no explanation, the god of destruction, Vermaud, interjected. The reason Topo can utilize destruction energy is that he is the candidate for the god of destruction of our Universe 11. The revelation stunned everyone present, prompting Belmod to inquire, isn't a god of destruction unique to each universe? How can there be a candidate? The Supreme Kai, Shin, clarified. Gods of destruction hold their position for life, but they can choose to abdicate. The previous god of destruction may pass their title to a candidate, who corresponds to the role of a candidate Supreme Kai or an apprentice Supreme Kai. Gibbet and the previous Zamasu were both apprentice Kaiashins. Just as the Kaiashin was about to continue speaking, a stern glance from Beerus caused him to falter, rendering him unable to utter another word. Chapter 229. The Conclusion of the Tournament of Power, Part 2. Topo began wreaking havoc upon the arena, unleashing destructive energy as if it were currency, relentlessly directing it towards Son Goku and the other surviving warriors of Universe 7. Goku found himself with no choice but to evade continuously, as he lacked the confidence to withstand the onslaught of Topo's destructive power. Submit, Goku. You can never hope to match my strength, Topo declared, while persistently hurling destructive energy into the rubble. However, amidst the chaos of dodging and seeking shelter, Goku astutely observed a crucial detail. Topo's destructive energy was not infinite. In just a few minutes, the intensity of Topo's attacks had significantly diminished. Realizing this, Goku swiftly turned the tide, unleashing his full strength. Topo, taken aback by Goku's sudden audacity to counterattack, was caught off guard and sent flying by Goku's decisive strike. Enraged, Topo raised his hand to target Goku, and destructive energy began to crackle ominously, poised for release. In a flash, Goku executed a swift kick that struck Topo's arm, redirecting the purple destructive energy towards the stands, where Belmod and Raditz were seated. Startled, the duo braced for impact, but Beerus intervened, extending his hand to grasp the sphere of destructive energy. With a gentle squeeze, he dissipated it into thin air. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Belis and Leitais expressed their gratitude to Beerus, who remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the arena. Goku swiftly launched an attack on Topo, who seemed to be either severely drained of energy or overwhelmed, as he was unable to mount any significant defense against Goku's onslaught. After being sent flying once more by Goku, Topo, filled with fury, raised his hands and concentrated a formidable sphere of destructive energy to hurl at Goku. This time, Goku did not evade Topo's strike. Instead, he brought his hands together and forcefully thrust them forward, unleashing a roaring golden dragon that surged toward Topo. The golden dragon engulfed Topo's violet destructive energy in one fierce bite before advancing toward him with tremendous force, ultimately overwhelming Topo and resulting in a violent explosion that cast him beyond the confines of the arena. At that moment, only Dispo remained as the sole warrior of Universe 2. Victory was clearly unattainable. He had failed to conquer either Trunks or Gohan. Though he had maintained an advantage through his super speed, he was unable to transform that edge into triumph, remaining entangled with his two adversaries. Now, due to the frequent exertion of his extraordinary velocity, he was gasping for breath. Trunks wiped the blood from his face and remarked, "Heh, you might as well concede. You are the last one standing on the stage. Even if you were to defeat us both, you could not triumph over the others." Dispo retorted, "There is only the defeated Dispo, never the surrendering Dispo." With that declaration, Dispo activated his super speed once again, charging at Trunks. This time, Trunks' eyes lit up as he swiftly dodged Dispo's attack for the first time, tripping him with a well-placed kick before delivering a powerful strike to Dispo's back. Consequently, Dispo, already in motion, was propelled outside the arena by Trunks' forceful counterattack. After an intense battle lasting 45 minutes, all 7 universes, aside from Universe 7, were finally eliminated from the arena. The Grand Minister approached the warriors of Universe 2 and announced, "All 10 fighters from Universe 2 have been eliminated. Universe 2 is on the verge of complete eradication." Instantly, all eyes turned to the king seated upon his throne. The king rose slowly and proclaimed, "What a truly spectacular match. I have watched with great delight." Upon hearing the voice of the Omni King, the inhabitants of the second universe could not help but reveal expressions of anticipation, hoping that the Omni King, in his merriment, might spare them. However, the subsequent words of the Omni King plunged their hearts back into despair. "Since I have declared my intent to eradicate all eliminated universes, I must follow through," he proclaimed. Following his declaration, he raised his arm, and with a gentle grasp, the individuals of the second universe vanished from the stand. Thus, the arena was left with only the 4 gods of destruction, the Supreme Kai, and the members of the seventh universe, along with the angels from various universes. The Omni King turned his gaze towards the seventh universe and declared, "You are the victors of this grand universal martial arts tournament. The Grand Priest shall now assist you in making a wish to the Eternal Dragon. You may now contemplate the wish you wish to fulfill." Upon finishing his words, the Omni King gestured to the Grand Priest at his side. The Grand Priest gracefully approached the members of the seventh universe, followed by 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of planets. Others looked towards Vegeta, who smiled and remarked, "Is there any need for contemplation? Is this not the wish we all desire to fulfill?" After this, Vegeta addressed the Grand Priest with a loud voice, saying, "Esteemed Grand Priest, please resurrect the 7 universes that were recently erased." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, both the Omni King and the Grand Priest smiled and nodded, their faces radiating satisfaction. The Omni King spoke, "Mr. Vegeta, you and your friends possess truly noble hearts. I am delighted for you." Following this declaration, the Grand Priest summoned the Eternal Dragon. In an instant, as the Eternal Dragon emerged, it enveloped all present within its vast form. Everyone followed the Eternal Dragon, experiencing its immense presence. After approximately 10 seconds, a spectral image of the Eternal Dragon appeared before them, uttering incomprehensible words. The Grand Priest also articulated his wish in the divine tongue. A flash of red light flickered in the eyes of the Eternal Dragon, and in that moment, the previously vanished inhabitants of the 7 universes reappeared upon the stand. Overjoyed, everyone gazed at their hands, feeling as though they had just awakened from a dream. As the Dragon Balls dispersed, the members of the 7th universe regained their place on the stand, and it became clear to all what wish had been made by the 7th universe. Gratitude filled the air as they expressed their thanks. At this moment, Vegeta proposed, "It is indeed quite a rarity for us to gather together. Why not join me for a feast on Earth in our 7th universe? After this occasion, it is likely that we shall never meet again in our lifetimes." Chapter 227. A feast on Earth. The various beings from different universes, who had initially prepared to bid farewell to the Omni King and the Grand Priest, exchanged glances upon hearing Vegeta's invitation, uncertain whether to accept his offer. All eyes instinctively turned towards the Omni King and the Grand Priest. With a smile, the Omni King spoke, "This universal martial arts tournament has been exceptionally successful and thrilling. I thoroughly enjoyed it." Upon hearing the Omni King's voice, the inhabitants of the 9th and 10th universes stood upright. The Omni King continued, "The overall strength of your 2 universes is regrettably lacking. This tournament has clearly demonstrated the vast disparity in power between your universes and the others. Therefore, upon your return, it is imperative that you strive to cultivate and enhance the strength of your entire universe." Upon receiving the Omni King's directive, the Destroyer Gods and Supreme Kais of the 2 universes let out a sigh of relief and promptly responded in unison, "Yes, Lord Omni King. We shall work even harder upon our return." The Omni King was immensely pleased with the response from the 2 universes. He then addressed everyone present, saying, "Mr. Vegeta has graciously invited us all to visit Earth, and I find this to be an excellent idea. As deities, we occasionally need to connect with the mortal realm. Furthermore, I have heard that the culinary delights on Earth in the 7th universe are not only abundant but also exquisite. Let us seize this opportunity to savor them together." Once the Omni King finished speaking, the Grand Priest nodded and inquired, "Did everyone hear the Omni King's words? Are there any objections? If there are none, let us prepare to depart." With the Omni King's endorsement, there were naturally no objections from the assembly. Thus, the Grand Priest waved his hands, and instantly, everyone vanished from the viewing platform. Vegeta felt a brief flash before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found himself once again amidst the familiar scenery of his earthly estate. The sudden appearance of so many individuals startled the Brief couple, as well as Bulma and several young ones. At that moment, Mrs. Brief was tending to the flowers in the garden when the crowd unexpectedly materialized before her, causing her to spill water all over the ground. Some of the water splashed onto the feet of the god of destruction, who, upon noticing the dampness on his feet and the mortals before him, emitted a disdainful grunt. Bulma rushed out of the house, equally taken aback by the sudden influx of people. After conversing with Vegeta for a while, she quickly grasped the situation. She recognized the Omni King from their previous encounter during the tournament between the 7th and 9th universes, while the rest, most of whom were from other universes, were unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, the spaciousness of Bulma's estate accommodated the large gathering without any sense of confinement. Approaching the Omni King, Bulma warmly welcomed him, saying, "Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to have you as our guest. I shall promptly summon the chef to prepare a grand feast. Please bear with us for a short while. Afterward, She addressed everyone present, announcing, "I kindly ask you all to wait a moment. The banquet will commence in approximately half an hour. In the meantime, feel free to explore my home and enjoy the beauty of the human realm." Subsequently, Bulma instructed her servants to swiftly arrange chairs and provide snacks and beverages for the guests. Given the large number of attendees, the chairs were insufficient, prompting Bulma to utilize her extraordinary abilities to summon an assortment of furniture from the nearby furniture store. Vegeta and Son Goku, accompanied by Jiren, Toppo, and Hit, took their guests on a tour of their training room. Most importantly, they presented a plethora of ancient Chinese martial arts texts to them. Although the intricate characters inscribed on these tomes were incomprehensible to these non-Earth beings for the time being, it mattered not, for their angels could decipher them, and they could later request translations. As time passed, the grand feast was finally prepared. The guests were seated at 12 tables, ready to indulge in the sumptuous banquet. Upon savoring the first bite of the exquisite delicacies, some exclaimed in astonishment, praising the flavors with fervor, "This is truly delectable. I never anticipated that such exquisite food could exist in this world." With that, they eagerly began to devour the meal. A steady stream of culinary delights was delivered to each table, instantly igniting a vibrant atmosphere in the courtyard. The gathering continued for a remarkable 8 hours, stretching from noon until the sun dipped below the horizon, and then from dusk until the moon rose high in the sky. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock at night that this group, who seemed as though they had never tasted fine cuisine before, finally set down their chopsticks. Yet, the festivities were far from over. This was merely the conclusion of the main course. Following this, an array of desserts, puddings, fruits, and beverages were continuously presented. What initially felt like a satisfying feast transformed once more into a grand indulgence. Fortunately, as most of the attendees were either deities or exceptionally powerful warriors, despite consuming such an abundance of food, none experienced any discomfort or bloating. Toppo, relishing the delicacies in his hands, turned to Jiren and remarked, "Jiren, I suddenly grasp why Vegeta and Son Goku possess such formidable strength." Jiren, savoring his pudding, inquired curiously, "Why is that?" Toppo elaborated, "It must be because there is an abundance of delectable food on Earth." Jiren furrowed his brow, pondering the rationale, and questioned, "What does that have to do with it?" Toppo continued to explain, "Of course it is relevant. Consider this. With so much delicious food on Earth, Vegeta and Son Goku consume more, and the more they eat, the quicker their strength increases." Upon hearing Toppo's explanation, Jiren nodded in agreement and replied, "You make a compelling point. It must be so. But do we in Universe 11 have access to such a wealth of culinary delights?" Toppo contemplated for a moment before stating, "I will ask Vegeta if he has any solutions." With that, he approached Vegeta, who was currently sipping a drink and engaging in light-hearted conversation with several warriors from other universes. Suddenly, a colossal figure blocked the moonlight from reaching Vegeta and his companions. They looked up to find it was Toppo. Vegeta rose to his feet, preparing to offer a seat to Toppo. However, Toppo swiftly placed his large hand upon Vegeta's shoulder, preventing him from standing. He said, "Mr. Vegeta, please do not rise. I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Upon hearing Toppo's words, Vegeta, intrigued, responded, "Mr. Toppo, please let me know how I can assist you." Toppo promptly articulated his concern, "Mr. Vegeta, we from Universe 11 are quite fond of the delectable cuisine on Earth. Yet we fear that upon returning to our universe, we may not have the opportunity to savor it again. Therefore, I would like to ask if there is any solution to this predicament." Chapter 228. The sudden arrival of an enemy upon hearing Toppo's inquiry. The other warriors engaged in conversation with Vegeta voiced their agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. We too relish the exquisite flavors of Earth." Vegeta contemplated for a moment before stating, "There exists a solution. Upon your return, you might consider inviting a few esteemed chefs to accompany you back to your universe. The names of ingredients across various universes are undoubtedly different, and to recreate the delectable cuisine of Earth within your realms, it would require one or even several chefs to personally select the ingredients. Should you require assistance, I can reach out to some exceptional chefs who would be willing to relocate their entire families to your universe. In a few years' time, you too shall savor the culinary delights of Earth. It is even conceivable that the delicacies crafted in your universe may surpass those found on our planet." Upon hearing Vegeta's proposal, the warriors from other universes were filled with immense joy, nodding in agreement. They exclaimed in unison, "Indeed, you are absolutely right. Mr. Vegeta's suggestion is simply marvelous. We kindly request your assistance in arranging for a few remarkable chefs." They urged Vegeta to convey to them that as long as they are willing to journey to their universe, they could offer them countless treasures and even a planet. For these formidable warriors from various universes, wealth was not a scarcity. In fact, some possessed numerous planets, making the gift of a planet to these chefs a trivial matter. Vegeta nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Given the splendid conditions provided by everyone, I am confident that there will be chefs willing to venture into other universes to explore new markets." As Vegeta had anticipated, after engaging in conversation with a few chefs, several young culinary maestros expressed their eagerness to embark on this new journey across the cosmos. Ultimately, by the conclusion of the gathering, each universe returned home with at least one renowned chef in tow. Thus, the nearly day-long Universal Martial Arts Tournament came to a close. Although Bulma's yard was left in slight disarray, dedicated staff members were on hand to clean and tidy up, alleviating any concerns for Vegeta and his companions. With that, life returned to its tranquil rhythm. On this particular day, as Vegeta and his comrades practiced at home, a sudden phone call from Mr. Satan interrupted them. His voice was laced with urgency as he exclaimed, "Mr. Vegeta, I am reaching out for your assistance." Vegeta inquired, "What is the matter?" Satan continued, "A group of unfamiliar extraterrestrials has landed at my residence. They have incapacitated Majin Buu and intend to take him away." Just as he spoke, the phone echoed with the conversation between Satan and the band of aliens. "Who are you exactly?" "You cannot take Buu. My companions will arrive shortly," he exclaimed. Before the call abruptly ended, Vegeta is well aware of the narrative at hand, although this particular scene is absent from the animation. It has already been updated in the manga. Vegeta, accompanied by Son Goku, executed a swift instant transmission, materializing directly within the abode of Mr. Satan. At that moment, a group of extraterrestrial beings was seen carrying a stretcher, heading towards a spacecraft, with the slumbering Majin Buu resting peacefully upon it. Upon spotting Vegeta and Goku, Mr. Satan joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Goku, you have arrived. They intend to take Buu away." In response, Son Goku intervened, declaring, "What are you doing? Quickly, put Majin Buu down." Vegeta spoke with unwavering certainty. "You are the Galactic Patrol, aren't you?" Upon seeing Vegeta and Goku, Males was filled with immense joy and swiftly appeared behind Goku, drawing his weapon to fire. A beam of light flashed, and Goku collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. After incapacitating Goku, Males intended to replicate the same tactic on Vegeta, yet he underestimated Vegeta's heightened vigilance and superior strength. Vegeta executed a swift backflip, landing directly above Meru's, and then transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, launching an assault towards him. Meru's was taken aback by Vegeta's remarkably quick response and his ability to counterattack, his face displaying astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that anyone could anticipate his attack in advance. With a swift sweep of his leg, Vegeta effortlessly passed through the form of Meru's, only to find it was but a mere illusion. By the time Vegeta landed, Meru's had already materialized inside the spacecraft, and the other Galactic Patrol members had joined forces to transport Goku into the vessel. Vegeta would not allow them to proceed. He swiftly propelled himself forward, sending several Galactic Patrol officers flying. At that moment, Meru's interjected, "Mr. Vegeta, please cease your actions. We are not your enemies." Vegeta retorted, "You dare to intrude upon our Earth so recklessly, intending to abduct our companions upon your arrival, and yet you claim we are not adversaries?" Meles was left with no choice but to continue his explanation. "Mr. Vegeta, we truly are not enemies. Mr. Buu and Mr. Goku are merely in a state of unconsciousness. We have come to request Mr. Buu's assistance because we face an extraordinarily formidable foe that requires his aid. What manner of enemy necessitates Buu's intervention? I observe that your strength is not insignificant. If Buu and Goku fell with but a single blow, it stands to reason that you would be unable to contend with this foe, and thus Buu would also be unable to overcome it," Vegeta inquired. Meles fell silent for a moment before responding, "Mr. Vegeta, if it pleases you, I kindly ask that you board our spacecraft and accompany us to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. En route, I shall elucidate the nature of this impending crisis." Vegeta was naturally aware of the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement and proceeded to walk towards the spaceship alongside them. Upon hearing that Vegeta had actually acquiesced to their demands, Satan became immediately anxious. He hurriedly interjected, "Mr. Vegeta, you must not trust their words. They are not benevolent beings." Vegeta interrupted Mr. Satan's ongoing discourse, assuring him, "Fear not, Mr. Satan. With me overseeing the situation, all shall be well. They are Galactic Patrol officers. assembled with the noble intent of safeguarding the entire galaxy, not to wreak havoc upon it. After uttering these words, Vegeta followed Meru's into the spacecraft. Just as the hatch was about to close, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Mr. Satan, saying, "Mr. Satan, I kindly ask you to contact Bulma and Chi-Chi on our behalf to elucidate the situation." Upon realizing he had to greet those two formidable women, Mr. Satan trembled. Eager to decline, yet the spacecraft had already sealed its doors and departed. Chapter 229, Moro when Goku regained consciousness. Meru's had already transported them to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Vegeta sat cross-legged in Goku's chamber, meditating. "You're awake," Vegeta remarked upon noticing Goku's return to consciousness, gradually withdrawing his focus. Goku rubbed his head and inquired, "Master, this does not seem to be Mr. Satan's residence, does it?" "Indeed. We are now at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol," Vegeta replied. "Ah, the Galactic Patrol headquarters," Goku exclaimed in surprise. "What about Mr. Bu? He remains in slumber." Vegeta responded with a smile. "Now that you are awake, let us go see Meru's and inquire about the particulars of this situation." The two approached Meru's, who was currently engaged in a meeting with other Galactic Patrol officers, seemingly deliberating on some matter. Upon spotting Vegeta and Goku's arrival, they promptly called out, "Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku have arrived. Please, have a seat." Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat on an unoccupied chair. "Now, Mr. Mers, please enlighten us about this matter," Vegeta inquired. Mers nodded and began his slow introduction. This story dates back 10 million years, to a time when a formidable demon known as Moro emerged. "Moro?" Goku exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, Moro. Initially, many underestimated him, but within a few short months, he transformed 320 planets into lifeless spheres, Mers recounted. Lifeless spheres? Did he annihilate all the inhabitants of those planets? Frieza destroyed more planets than this Moro, didn't he? Goku continued questioning. Frieza is but a mere ant compared to Moro, Mers retorted dismissively. Frieza did not kill the inhabitants, rather, he occupied the planets and sold them to the wealthy, turning the populace into slaves. However, this Moro was different. He rendered those planets entirely lifeless. Mers sighed deeply and continued. Moro possesses the ability to absorb life energy. He consumed all the life energy and even the planetary energy from those 320 planets. Upon hearing Mers, Goku gasped in disbelief. He absorbed the energy of 320 planets. To what extent has his power expanded? Mers nodded in agreement. Indeed, with this battle, Moro ascended to become the most powerful being in the universe at that time, and many Galactic Patrol officers perished at his hands, severely weakening their forces. And what happened next? Goku asked with curiosity. Mers continued to narrate. Eventually, the Supreme Kai of the universe intervened. The Supreme Kai? Is he truly that formidable? Goku mused, envisioning an elderly Supreme Kai with a lecherous grin and the countenance of Supreme Kai Shin. Mers, aware of Goku's thoughts, replied, "Certainly. Not all Supreme Kais are like the current ones with diminished power. Some mutated Supreme Kais possess extraordinary strength. The Supreme Kai of that era was a mutated one, endowed with immense divine power and formidable strength. He, accompanied by the then-apprentice Supreme Kai, clashed with Moro on a planet." At this point, Mers sighed again. Goku inquired, "Did the Supreme Kai lose?" Mers shook his head and replied, "No, the Supreme Kai emerged victorious, but at a tremendous cost. In a direct confrontation, the Supreme Kai was no match for Moro. Ultimately, he sacrificed a significant portion of his divine power to neutralize Moro's dark energy. After vanquishing the formidable Moro, we can find him within the confines of the galactic prison. Did you not slay him?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. His demeanor markedly different from the benevolent character depicted in the original narrative, which emphasized a sense of justice in proportion to one as transgressions. The other Galactic Patrol members exchanged awkward glances, and ultimately, Mel spoke up, stating, "Because there is not a single individual among us capable of exterminating this wretch." Vegeta nodded and inquired, "So, has Moro escaped from the galactic prison?" Meru's affirmed with a nod, stating, "Just a few days ago, the seal within Moro weakened, allowing him to absorb the life energy of the guards and subsequently flee from confinement." Goku glanced at the slumbering Majin Buu and asked, "What purpose do we have in seeking Majin Buu? Can he truly contend with Moro?" Meru's replied, "Our interest lies not in Majin Buu himself, but in the presence of the Grand Supreme Kai within him." "What relevance does the Grand Supreme Kai have with Majin Buu?" Goku continued to question. At this moment, Vegeta spoke up to explain. Approximately 5 million years ago, The Supreme Kai intervened to confront Majin Buu, only to be absorbed by him. I see. Goku nodded in understanding. But he added, however, Buu is currently asleep. Can you awaken him? What could be difficult about that? Let us rouse him. A rather boisterous galactic patrolman exclaimed. Without hesitation, he approached Majin Buu's resting place and began to shake him vigorously while calling out loudly. Hey, 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 Majin Buu, wake up. Nevertheless, despite the commotion, Majin Buu remained indifferent, continuing to snore peacefully. The galactic patrolman soon found himself in an awkward predicament and, in a fit of determination, shook Buu even harder. To his surprise, Majin Buu swiftly grabbed him by the neck and forcefully flung him aside. The unfortunate patrolman crashed heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. Goku burst into laughter, remarking, that's just how Majin Buu is. Once he falls into a deep sleep, it often takes him half a month to awaken. No matter what you do. Melst, feeling somewhat troubled, scratched his head and inquired, then what shall we do? Without Majin Buu's assistance, it will be quite challenging for us to deal with Moro. At this moment, Vegeta rose to his feet and proclaimed, let us lend our assistance. We shall confront this Moro ourselves. The galactic patrol officers surveyed Vegeta and Son Goku with skepticism, unable to fathom how these seemingly ordinary individuals could possibly contend with Moro. Son Goku, feeling indignant, retorted, who do you underestimate? Just wait and see. My master and I will surely capture this Moro. Chapter 230. The Discovery Please. Do not attempt to apprehend him. If at all possible, we implore you to help us eliminate him. Mears interjected. If we could have vanquished this fiend, we would not have confined him for a staggering 10 million years, leaving such a significant threat looming. Upon hearing Mears' words, Son Goku promptly thumped his chest and declared loudly, no problem, leave it to us. At this moment, Vegeta spoke up, inquiring, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Mears, could you enlighten us about the abilities possessed by Moro? Indeed. Goku chimed in, nodding in agreement upon hearing Vegeta's words. Mears promptly began to elaborate. It is indeed crucial to understand Moro's capabilities, for engaging him without knowledge could lead to dire consequences. Moro possesses an extraordinary sense of perception, particularly attuned to life energy. He can detect the essence of life from great distances. Furthermore, Moro can manipulate the energy within planets, such as volcanic magma, and can absorb the energy of an entire planet, including the life forms upon it. This is the very reason he was able to transform over 300 planets into lifeless orbs. He also has the ability to siphon the life energy from his adversaries. So it is imperative that you do not allow him to close the distance. Additionally, he can absorb energy attacks such as ki blasts and waves, augmenting his own strength. Beyond the abilities mentioned, there are likely hidden powers that we have yet to uncover, so I urge you to exercise utmost caution. After absorbing Mears' insights, Goku was taken aback, exclaiming, is his power truly so formidable? With such overwhelming abilities, it seems we may face considerable difficulty in confronting him. At this moment, Vegeta spoke up, stating, it appears we must take advantage of our adversary being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years in their weakest state to eliminate them. Once they absorb a sufficient amount of energy, it will become exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Having said this, Vegeta turned to Meru's and inquired, Mr. Meru's, have you located the whereabouts of Moro? Meru's responded, we have deployed nearly all of the Galactic Patrol, and they are diligently searching for Moro's trace. I believe we shall soon discover his location. Vegeta nodded and said, very well, I kindly ask everyone to exert themselves. Should any developments arise, please inform us immediately. Thus, time passed moment by moment, during which Vegeta and Goku accompanied Mel's on a mission to apprehend a gang of cosmic robbers, as they escorted the 3 criminals back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The communicator aboard their spacecraft emitted a sound. Mel's picked up the communicator and announced, hello, this is Mel's. A voice responded, Mel's, this is the search team from Group 40. We seem to have detected a trace of Moro. Can you confirm this? Mel's inquired further. Unfortunately, we cannot. We dare not pursue too closely, as we are uncertain whether Moro is indeed aboard that spacecraft. However, that vessel originally belonged to our galactic prison, which was lost during Moro's escape, the officer explained. That should be accurate then. Which direction are they heading? Mel's continued to question. Towards the KT-40 sector. KT-40, understood. We shall make haste to that location. Be cautious and avoid detection. If you are discovered, retreat swiftly, Mel's advised. At this moment, Goku turned to his companion Gabe and asked, Gabe, which direction is KT-40? Gabe raised his hand and pointed to his right, replying, "Over there." "Very well. Allow me to sense whether the one detected is indeed Moro." With that, Goku closed his eyes and concentrated, beginning to feel the energy of the individual. Suddenly, his body trembled, and beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. Vegeta inquired, "What is it, Goku?" Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "It is terrifying, truly terrifying. The aura emanating from this being is overwhelmingly fearsome." "Is Moro exceptionally powerful?" asked Kaba. Upon hearing this, Goku paused momentarily, then shook his head and said, "No, as you have pointed out, Moro's strength is not formidable. It is likely due to being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years that his body has become quite frail. However, within his aura, I perceive the anguished cries of countless lives, lamenting in torment, overwhelming my consciousness." Vegeta nodded and remarked, "That is indeed correct. This creature has attained its formidable strength and longevity by absorbing the life energy of others. Therefore, we must hasten to eliminate it, lest it regains its peak condition." At this moment, Gabe inquired, "But why does Moro intend to venture into the KT-40 region? That area is a forbidden zone for life, nearly devoid of any existence." At that moment, Vegeta remarked, "No, there exists a planet teeming with life. The Namekians reside there." "But aren't the Namekians all deceased due to your battle with Frieza?" Gabe inquired, astonished. Goku shook his head and replied, "It's not like that. In truth, the Namekians relocated because their previous planet was exposed. They moved to this rather desolate expanse of interstellar space. But how does Moro know about Namek? Even we, as Galactic Patrol, are unaware of its location," Mel's queried, intrigued. "And what does Moro intend to do on Namek?" "It's for the Dragon Balls. Moro seeks to use them to restore his youth." Vegeta interjected once more. "Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek," Gaby exclaimed, and immediately thereafter, he commanded the pilot, "Hurry, accelerate. We must intercept this fellow before he reaches Namek." Upon hearing Gaby's words, the pilot pushed the throttle to the maximum and pursued Moro. "There's no time to waste. Moro is not far from Namek now. I must take action," Vegeta declared. "Take action? How do you intend to do that?" Mel's asked. "This is how." Vegeta smirked as he prepared to act, then vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. Mel's was taken aback, and Gaby exclaimed, He disappeared." Goku nodded and said, "Indeed, that is correct. It's instant transmission, my Master S signature move. I can perform it as well, although it's quite difficult to master. It took me a whole year to learn." Hearing Goku's words, Gaby and Mel's felt he was merely boasting. Gaby, even if given the opportunity, would never be able to master it due to his limitations. Mel's, however, felt a twinge of envy and jealousy, for among all the gods, only the Supreme Kai could use instant transmission, a skill vital for survival. Vegeta materialized instantaneously aboard the spacecraft where Moro resided. The sudden appearance of Vegeta startled both Moro and the pilot. Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy blast that struck the control console. With a resounding explosion, a plume of blue smoke erupted, and the spaceship's speed gradually diminished. "Damn you, I will end your life," exclaimed the pilot as he swiftly leapt up to launch an attack against Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand, unleashing a strike of the 9 Meridian Divine Sword that pierced through his opponent's heart, slaying him instantly. Gazing upon the aged Moro before him, Vegeta spoke, "Moro, it seems you are not particularly astonished by my arrival." Moro replied, "A fleeting moment of surprise suffices. It cannot alter my current predicament." "What is your name?" he inquired of Vegeta. "I am Vegeta, the one who will soon bring an end to your life," Vegeta declared. "Vegeta, I have heard of you. You are the one who vanquished Frieza and shattered his army," Moro responded. "Oh, I never anticipated my reputation would reach the ears of Moro," Vegeta said, before suddenly launching an attack on Moro. A resonant roar echoed as he executed the 18 palms of the dragon, striking at Moro. The force sent Moro flying, crashing against the wall of the spacecraft. Rising to his feet and brushing off non-existent dust, Moro remarked, "Young one, you exhibit a lack of martial decorum," resorting to a sneak attack. As he spoke, Moro swiftly retaliated, unleashing an invisible force that struck Vegeta, sending him hurtling away. Vegeta executed a deft somersault, landing gracefully on the ground, and unleashed a strike from the 9-pulse Divine Sword. The invisible sword energy surged toward Moro. Although Moro could not perceive the 9-pulse Divine Sword, his exceptional combat instincts enabled him to evade Vegeta's assault with a swift maneuver. The 9-pulse Divine Sword struck the ship's wall, creating a small puncture. "What kind of techniques are these? They seem to belong to a realm beyond this world," Moro inquired. Upon hearing Moro's words, Vegeta paused momentarily before responding, "Your ignorance is simply astounding. You have been imprisoned for 10 million years, completely unaware of the changes that have transpired in the world." Moro conceded, "Indeed, I have been confined for a millennium, and the transformations in this world are truly immense. However, I am aware of one fundamental truth. Regardless of how the world evolves, power remains paramount." Suddenly, Moro's voice echoed again. In that instant, a surge of life energy erupted from the lifeless body and soared directly towards him. Vegeta raised his hand, intending to unleash a ki blast to thwart his opponent. However, he quickly retracted it upon recalling that the adversary possessed the ability to absorb energy waves. Observing this, Moro chuckled, remarking, "It seems you are not entirely oblivious to my capabilities." With that, Moro swallowed the orb of life energy, causing his aura to elevate slightly. Vegeta, with a swift motion of his hand, continued, "Now that you are aboard the spaceship, I shall observe how you intend to absorb life energy." Following his declaration, Vegeta again unleashed an attack towards Moro, concentrating a blade of energy in his palm and striking with force. In no time, the spaceship lay in ruins, shattered by Vegeta's assault, while the tattered cloak draped over Moro was sliced to ribbons, exposing his gaunt physique. With a smirk, Moro remarked, "Though I may not be your match at present, can you survive in the cosmos?" "I can." With that, he waved his hands, and the already battered spaceship disintegrated completely. Vegeta hastily positioned himself atop a fragment of a spaceship, which then scattered into the cosmos. However, he soon found himself struggling to breathe as his body and mind became inundated with pressure. At that moment, Moro also stood upon a shard of the spacecraft. Erupting into hearty laughter, he proclaimed, "I am immensely grateful for the life energy you have so generously provided. I shall not refuse such a gift." With those final words, he maneuvered the debris of the ship to lunge towards Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta promptly activated the system, expending 100 million martial arts points to exchange for the skill of cosmic survival. Upon completion of the exchange, the discomfort that had previously plagued his body vanished entirely. Observing Moro lunging towards him, Vegeta unleashed the Nine Veins Divine Sword, launching a barrage in his direction. Moro, taken aback by the unexpected resurgence of his adversary, who had seemingly been on the brink of demise, found himself unable to evade in time, resulting in a deep gash etched across his cheek from the sword's energy. Wiping the blood from his face, Moro remarked, "You are indeed peculiar. Just moments ago, you were incapable of surviving in the cosmos. I never anticipated you would regain your vitality. I have never encountered an opponent as strange as you." Vegeta remarked, "This is merely a consequence of your limited experience. A million years of confinement has distanced you from this realm for far too long. However, your liberation has arrived. For this time, I shall be the one to escort you to the depths of hell, and you need not concern yourself with the prospect of eternal imprisonment." With those words, Vegeta launched a powerful punch towards Moro, shattering the debris of the ship beneath him. Realizing that Vegeta's current strength was overwhelmingly formidable and recognizing himself as no match, Moro began to flee towards the distant Namek. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar as a powerful energy wave surged beneath his feet, propelling him towards Moro with fierce determination. The sharp azure blade of energy effortlessly pierced Moro's body, causing crimson blood to flow into the vastness of space, coalescing into droplets that scattered around in an ethereal dance. With a soft sound, Vegeta withdrew his energy blade, creating distance between himself and Moro. Moro cast a glance down at the gaping wound in his abdomen, attempting to stanch the relentless flow of blood with his hands, yet his efforts proved futile as the crimson tide continued to pour forth, and soon he fell silent. Vegeta approached cautiously and, upon confirming that Moro was indeed deceased, swiftly seized him and executed an instantaneous teleportation, reappearing aboard the Galactic Patrol spacecraft. The sudden manifestation of Vegeta alongside Moro's lifeless form startled the other occupants of the vessel once more. Chapter 232, Resurrection. Vegeta casually discarded Moro's lifeless body onto the floor and remarked, "Well, here is the corpse of Moro that you requested. I have brought it back for you." Gab, upon observing the body, exclaimed joyfully, "Indeed, it is Moro's corpse. I never imagined that you would actually defeat him. Mr. Vegeta, you are truly formidable." Goku stepped forward, gazing at Moro's remains, and lamented, "Moro, I did not expect you to fall so swiftly. I have yet to face him in battle." Meruz approached as well and stated, "I believed we would require the assistance of the Grand Supreme Kai's power, yet it seems only Mr. Vegeta's intervention was necessary, since Moro is now deceased." Let us hasten to return this body and fulfill our obligations. Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Goku, what are your intentions next? Will you accompany us back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Or will you return to Earth? Vegeta remarked, now that we have dealt with Moro, let us return to Earth. We shall also bring Majin Buu along, sparing you from any concerns. Very well. Meru's replied with a smile, please convey my apologies to Mr. Satan on my behalf. I inadvertently frightened him regarding Buu. Vegeta nodded and replied, no problem. I believe he will comprehend. After speaking, Vegeta took Goku by one hand and grasped Majin Buu with the other. Then they instantaneously vanished within the spacecraft. Once Vegeta and the others departed, Meru squatted beside Moro, scrutinizing him closely. Gabby, noticing Meru's serious demeanor, curiously inquired, what's wrong with Meru's? Is it possible that this Moro is an imposter? Meru shook his head and responded, no, it's just that something feels amiss. Moro was so easily defeated by Mr. Vegeta, it seems rather simplistic. Is his power truly so feeble? If he could be vanquished so effortlessly, why then did we need to imprison him for 1,000,000 years? Gabby, upon hearing Meru's words, paused momentarily before chuckling. Perhaps it's because Moro has been confined for so long that his strength has waned? Meru examined Moro's lifeless body once more, yet found no signs of irregularity, then said, perhaps I am being overly suspicious. Let us return to headquarters and discuss further. Gabby nodded in agreement. Indeed, at headquarters we possess more advanced technological means. Regardless of whether he harbors any schemes, they will be futile. Thus, the spacecraft swiftly soared towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Unbeknownst to them, in a place they overlooked, Moro's hand twitched slightly. Upon landing on the spacecraft's landing pad, several Galactic Patrol officers swiftly approached to transport Moro's body to the autopsy table. As the autopsy physician began to peel away Moro's clothing, he gasped in astonishment. What is your name? Asked a nearby supervisor. His wounds, they're healing. The doctor exclaimed in disbelief. What? This is impossible. You can see for yourself. The two hurriedly examined the wounds on Moro's body, their astonishment renewed. Suddenly, two hands seized their bodies, and they instantly felt all strength dissipate, their consciousness fading as they collapsed onto the floor. Moro rose from the table, consuming the two newly coalesced life energies. Observing his hands, he disdainfully remarked, reborn in this frail body, how antiquated it is. Nevertheless, let it be. Although it is rather aged, the superpowers it possesses are quite impressive and will prove useful. After speaking, he gave his neck a slight shake, producing a series of crackling sounds, and then raised his arm. Instantly, a black watch materialized upon his wrist. He gently slid the watch's dial and began to tap it delicately. Suddenly, a Dan medicine appeared out of thin air, which he promptly tossed into his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a cacophony of cracking noises emanated from his body. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, and once the sound subsided, he astonishingly transformed back into his youthful appearance. He sighed softly, reflecting on the efficacy of the rejuvenation pill, albeit lamenting its exorbitant cost. If he failed to earn enough reward points this time, his efforts would have been in vain. However, before he could ponder for long, the Galactic Patrol outside swiftly detected Moro's revival, and the two fallen Galactic Patrol officers on the ground prompted an immediate response. They wielded their weapons and launched an attack against him. At this moment, Moro had reverted to his peak condition and, with a mere gesture, halted all the Galactic Patrol officers in their tracks. Countless life energies radiated from their bodies, coalescing into a massive sphere, which Moro subsequently consumed. At that moment, the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters erupted with piercing alarm sirens. Gabe and Mels, who were dining in the cafeteria, heard the unsettling sounds. Gabe immediately inquired with urgency, what is happening? Could there be an intruder in our headquarters? Come on, let's investigate. Mel shouted. The two rushed out of the cafeteria, swiftly following the flow of panicked personnel to ascertain the source of the commotion. They intercepted a flustered Galactic Patrol officer and urgently asked, what is going on? Upon recognizing Mels and Gabe, the officer replied hastily, Mels, hurry, go that way. Moro has been resurrected. What? That's impossible. Both Mels and Gabe exclaimed in unison. They exchanged a startled glance before hastily heading towards the source of the chaos. As they arrived, they witnessed Moro absorbing the life energy of the two Galactic Patrol officers. Surrounding them, numerous officers were firing their weapons, yet their efforts proved futile. He truly has been resurrected, both Mels and Gabe marveled, joining in the gunfire, but to no avail, especially upon seeing Moro restored to his youthful form. With casual disdain, Moro discarded the Galactic Patrol officer he had been holding and charged into the crowd. Mels quickly positioned himself in front of Moro. attempting to prevent him from harming his colleagues. However, he seemed hesitant to unleash his full strength against Moro. While blocking him, he urged Gabe, quickly, contact Mr. Vegeta and inform him of Moro's resurrection. Ask him and Mr. Bu to come help. Chapter 233. The shield. Moro gazed at the figure of Mel standing before him, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Angel, do you dare to strike against me? In an instant, Moro's arm elongated, grasping the face of a nearby galactic patrol officer right before Mel's eyes. Helplessly, Mels could only watch as Moro drained the life energy from the familiar officer, leaving him lifeless. With a casual flick of his wrist, Moro hurled the now utterly useless corpse towards Mels. Reacting quickly, Mels raised his hand to catch his fallen comrade's body, gently laying it on the ground. At this moment, Moro erupted into laughter, proclaiming, Indeed, you are an angel. You cannot act against anyone. What a bitter irony. Despite possessing unparalleled strength that surpasses all others in this world, you are rendered incapable of intervening. Do you not find this utterly mocking? As Moro spoke, the other galactic patrol officers turned their attention towards Mels, their expressions revealing their understanding of angels and their connection to the god of destruction, Beerus, through his attendant, Whis. Mels was taken aback by the unexpected exposure of his identity. With a swift motion, he summoned an angelic staff, transforming his attire from that of a galactic patrol officer into angelic robes. The other officers gasped in astonishment. They had never anticipated that their companion was, in fact, an angel. They were well aware of the immense power angels possessed, knowing that each angel served as the master to a god of destruction. Go, Mels, go. The galactic patrol officers cheered, rallying behind him. However, upon hearing their encouragement, Mels could only manage a wry smile. Moro, grinning at Mels, laughed heartily and remarked, It appears your comrades are entirely oblivious to the fact that angels cannot engage in combat. What will you do now? Will you choose to fight me, even at the cost of your own life? Or will you merely stand by and watch as I slaughter your friends? As he spoke, Moro once again reached out, absorbing two galactic patrol warriors into his grasp, voraciously siphoning their life energy. Witnessing his comrades fall victim to such brutality and recalling the years of companionship they had shared, Mels could no longer contain his fury. Raising his staff, he prepared to strike down his adversary. Suddenly, Whis appeared before him, his angelic staff raised to block Mels' path. Mels, you cannot act. Do you wish to vanish entirely from this world? Whis said gravely, standing firmly in front of him. But he is killing my comrades. Mels cried out in anguish. Whis turned his serious gaze towards Moro and inquired, Have you notified Vegeta and the others? Yes, I have. Mels was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. Whis nodded and, with a smile, remarked, Mels, it is essential to understand that while we may not engage directly with our adversaries, we can indeed create an appropriate battlefield environment for everyone. With that, Whis waved his staff, and countless protective shields enveloped Moro. See? This will suffice. We simply need to await the arrival of Mr. Vegeta and the others, Whis stated nonchalantly. At that moment, Moro was taken aback. He had not anticipated the cunning nature of this newly arrived angel. He hastily launched a punch at the shields surrounding him. Bang! To his astonishment, his strike failed to breach the protective barrier. Enraged, Moro unleashed another full-force attack. Finally, his efforts bore fruit, and he shattered the innermost layer of the shield. Instantly, Moro erupted with laughter, declaring, You truly believe you can confine me? You underestimate my strength. He then commenced a relentless assault on the remaining shields. With a series of explosive sounds, the protective barriers crumbled, leaving only the final layer intact. Moro laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, Is this the best you can do? This shield was easily shattered. If you possess any skill, try reinforcing it further. Upon hearing Moro's taunt, Whis interjected, Oh, your request is quite novel. I believe it warrants consideration. After uttering this, Whis waved his staff once more, conjuring an even greater number of protective shields around Moro. Faced with this development, Moro was left speechless, stammering, I was merely jesting. There was no need for such seriousness. Whis, however, replied earnestly, No. I believe we ought to take every warrior's suggestion into account. Moro fell into silence, no longer speaking, and resumed his efforts to dismantle the enclosing shields. Just as he was about to break through the last layer, Whis gently waved his staff, once again enveloping Moro in numerous layers of protective barriers. Furious, Moro shouted, I wasn't even speaking. Why have you added more shields? Whis scratched his chin and replied, Though you may not have spoken. I assumed you would find joy in the act of striking the shields. Upon hearing Whis' words, Moro seethed with anger, retorting, I believe you are doing this on purpose. Mark my words, Once I shatter all these shields, I will have you both torn to pieces. Weiss nodded at Moro's threat, saying, "You threaten me. It seems I should add a bit more for you." After finishing his words, Weiss waved his staff once more, and instantly, multiple layers of protective shields enveloped those already in place. Moro was left dumbfounded, forced to continue shattering the surrounding shields with relentless punches. When Vegeta arrived, he beheld an exceedingly peculiar sight. Moro, like a fool, was methodically smashing through the layers of protective barriers encasing him. Vegeta inquired of Whis and Meru's, "Gentlemen, what is Moro up to?" Whis, with a smile, recounted the recent predicament he had put Moro in, causing Vegeta to erupt into hearty laughter. Whis then asked, "Mr. Vegeta, do you require me to remove these protective shields?" Vegeta chuckled and remarked, "There is no need. With his boundless energy, let him exert himself a little more." Chapter 234, The God Slayer at last. Under the gaze of the three, Moro shattered all the protective barriers set by Whis. Gasping for breath, Moro exclaimed, "You three rascals. Do you intend to wear me out?" Vegeta gazed curiously at the energetic figure before him and inquired, "Moro, I am quite intrigued. I distinctly remember having defeated you previously. How is it that you have returned?" Moro inhaled deeply before responding, "My abilities are beyond the comprehension of primitive beings like yourselves. Prepare for your demise." With that, Moro abruptly launched his assault, extending his hands as countless energy rays erupted forth, hurtling towards Vegeta in a fierce onslaught. Vegeta swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, erecting an energy shield before him that deflected all of Moro's assaults. Just as Vegeta anticipated that Moro would engage him with full force, the latter unexpectedly shattered the floor beneath his feet and surged into the cosmic expanse beyond the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A feint. Enraged, Vegeta could not allow him to escape. Should this fiend break free, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Vegeta propelled himself forward, leaping through the gaping hole created by Moro. A vibrant blue aura enveloped his body, urging him to pursue Moro at an astonishing speed. At that moment, Moro was gliding freely through the vastness of space, a smug smile adorning his face as he remarked, "This form is quite remarkable. It can indeed endure the harshness of the cosmos. I had intended to resurrect within Frieza, but to my surprise, in this altered Dragon Ball universe, Frieza remains unrevived." As he spoke, Moro suddenly sensed something unusual behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Vegeta rapidly closing in. How is this possible? How can Vegeta survive in the vacuum of space? Moro exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta swiftly positioned himself in front of Moro and inquired, "Moro, you have yet to answer my question. Why are you attempting to flee?" Moro, gritting his teeth, replied, "Before embarking on this mission, the Supreme Being informed me of a disturbance in the Dragon Ball world and instructed me to investigate its origins. However, I never anticipated that the source of this anomaly would be you, Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta realized a crucial truth. This Moro was no longer the original. He had been possessed by an otherworldly entity, much like himself. The mention of the Supreme Being and the concept of traversing dimensions instantly reminded Vegeta of the renowned novel Infinite Terror from his past life. "You are a being who traversed from the realm of the Supreme Being," Vegeta exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Moro's expression subtly shifted before he declared, "Indeed, my suspicions were correct. You are the source of the disturbance, a traveler from another dimension. Initially, I had intended to spare you, but now I must say, you are doomed." With that proclamation, Moro launched an assault against Vegeta. In his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta engaged Moro in a fierce battle. This new Moro, embodying the power of an otherworldly demon, was extraordinarily formidable, possessing not only all of Moro's original abilities, but also additional powers of his own, such as instantaneous movement and shape-shifting. In an instant, he pressed Vegeta to the brink of breathlessness. Observing his opponent completely subdued, Moro smugly declared, "The Dragon Ball world is merely an ordinary realm of intermediate warriors. The fighters within it are no match for me." Vegeta exhaled slowly, then seamlessly transitioned into the state of Ultra Instinct, unleashing his full power. 9 radiant golden suns materialized beside him, from which torrents of searing solar flames erupted, racing toward Moro in a fiery assault. The Taiji diagram, golden dragons, and colossal eagles swiftly took form, launching themselves at Moro with relentless ferocity. Moro, taken aback, felt the searing heat as the flames ignited his garments, causing him to leap in alarm, swiftly severing the ignited fabric from his body. Enraged, Moro directed his fury at Vegeta, exclaiming, "Indeed, You are the interloper from beyond, the one responsible for the anomalies in the Dragon Balls. Prepare to meet your end. With that, a massive energy wave surged from Moro's hand, hurtling toward Vegeta in a fierce onslaught. As the radiant tomorrow behind Vegeta unleashed 9 beams of solar flames to counter Moro's energy wave, the two combatants found themselves in a stalemate. Not far in the cosmic expanse, a flash of resplendent rainbow light heralded the arrival of Whis, accompanied by Beerus and Meru's, positioning themselves before Vegeta and Moro. Beerus, observing the formidable opponent who seemed to match Vegeta blow for blow, was filled with exhilaration. He never anticipated the emergence of such a powerful being within his universe. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of displeasure as he boldly declared, "In my universe, no one shall exhibit arrogance greater than mine." Destruction. With a swift gesture, Beerus unleashed a potent wave of destructive energy toward Moro. At that moment, engaged in a fierce struggle, Moro and Vegeta were utterly incapable of resisting Beerus's destructive force, which promptly enveloped Moro. There was no explosion. The destructive energy simply shrouded Moro's form. Under the watchful eyes of all, the skin on Moro's body began to crack and splinter. Beerus, reveling in his triumph, remarked, "Had this Moro encountered me 10 million years ago, he would have perished long before this." Yet, rather than expressions of joy, the faces of Whis and Meru's grew increasingly grim in response to Beerus's words. Sensing the lack of agreement, Beerus felt a wave of boredom wash over him and turned his attention back to Moro, only to be struck by a shocking revelation. Though Moro's skin had been obliterated by the destructive energy, he remained alive, seemingly revealing his true monstrous form. Following the destruction of his outer layer, Moro's physique began to swell, his face transforming into that of a dinosaur, with elongated claws sprouting from his limbs, presenting a most grotesque visage. Beerus, taken aback, staggered back a few steps, expressing his disdain. "This appearance is utterly repulsive." With a raspy voice, Moro bellowed, "You are fortunate to witness my true visage. As a parting gift, I shall send you to the depths of hell. No, you shall not enter hell, for those I slay cannot be resurrected." Chapter 235. The grand finale. It appeared that Moro's skin served as a seal, now broken. His green-skinned form began to emanate a dark, inky aura. This aura was saturated with an essence of desolation and slaughter, tinged with a faint scent of blood. Moro unleashed a ferocious roar. And despite their presence in the vastness of space, an intangible wave of energy surged forth from his being. Vegeta, the weakest among them, was immediately thrust far away by the overwhelming force. Beerus crossed his arms over his chest to shield himself from the impact, while Whis and Meru's wielded their staffs, enveloping themselves in a protective barrier to withstand the surge. Whis, regarding the figure before him with a grave expression, inquired, "You are not of this universe, are you?" "No. It would be more accurate to say you do not belong to this world." Moro let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Isn't that abundantly clear? I am no creature of this feeble realm. A being as magnificent as I deserves a far grander domain. Let me commence my conquest of this world." With that, Moro lunged forward, attacking Beerus with his elongated claws. Beerus unleashed his destructive power, yet the assault had little effect on Moro's form, ultimately compelling him to resort to hand-to-hand combat. However, as time progressed, Beerus discerned a rapid depletion of his strength. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but before long, Beerus found himself at a disadvantage. Gazing at his hands in confusion, Beerus questioned, "What is happening to me? Why is my strength diminishing so swiftly?" Moro, upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, erupted into laughter once more, declaring, "Beerus, do you see what this is?" He then raised his hand, concentrating a sphere of destructive energy within his palm. "Destructive power? How can you wield it?" Beerus asked, astonished. Meanwhile, Meru's elucidated the matter, stating it is absorption. He has inherited Moro's ability to absorb. Indeed, absorption. I never anticipated that this host I inhabit possesses such formidable capabilities. Coupled with my inherent strength, I am invincible in this realm. With that proclamation, Moro charged at Beerus once again, pressing the attack. As Beerus fell further into disadvantage, Whis and Meru's, constrained by rules, found themselves unable to intervene. Vegeta could not bear to witness Beerus perish at the hands of Moro. He immediately sprang into action, launching an assault against Moro. Upon seeing Vegeta charging forth, Moro was filled with delight and exclaimed, "Excellent. Another who is unafraid of death. Very well, I have no qualms about my capabilities. Having observed your prowess in the recent skirmish, I shall take it all." With that declaration, Moro engaged in a 2-on-1 battle, maintaining the upper hand against both Vegeta and Beerus. However, as the conflict progressed, Moro began to sense a disconcerting shift. Rather than weakening, Vegeta's strength appeared to be amplifying. Furthermore, the variety of his super techniques was increasing. Realizing the anomaly, Moro distanced himself from Vegeta and shouted, "Something is amiss. Why does your power seem to be escalating?" Vegeta, in truth, was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. Nonetheless, he found himself experiencing an unprecedented exhilaration in this battle, with his mind exhibiting an unparalleled agility. The martial skills embedded within the system seamlessly integrated within this brief span of merely over an hour. Astonishingly, the trillions of martial points within the system had been wholly transformed into true energy, directly transmitted into his being, allowing him to master all his techniques to perfection in just that fleeting hour. Remarkably, he no longer felt the need to enter the state of supreme tranquility. Even in his ordinary state with black hair, he could engage in a balanced confrontation with Moro. Though uncertain about the nature of his own body, Vegeta confidently proclaimed, "This is our world, on our home turf. How could you dare to challenge us?" "Well said, Mr. Vegeta." A voice resonated suddenly in the hearts of those present, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment and swiftly glance around. It was then that Vegeta and his companions beheld the Grand Zeno, the Grand Priest, and two attendants of the Grand Zeno appearing nearby. It was evident that the words just spoken had originated from the Grand Zeno himself. "Who are you?" Moro inquired. However, Vegeta and his companions paid no heed to Moro's question and instead eagerly addressed the Grand Zeno and the Grand Priest. "Grand Zeno, Grand Priest, Grand Zeno," Moro exclaimed in shock upon hearing their words. "How could you possibly be the Grand Zeno?" In response to Moro's incredulity, the Grand Zeno, clearly intrigued, remarked, "It seems you possess some knowledge of me. Why would it be impossible for me to be the Grand Zeno?" "Humph, it cannot be, nor should it be. I have encountered the Grand Zeno. He should be a peculiar child, perhaps not even human," Moro asserted with unwavering certainty. Vegeta suddenly comprehended that the entity known as Moro was referring to the Omni King he had encountered in his previous life through an animated series. However, it was unfortunate that this world was not the one he had come to know. The Omni King shook his head and spoke. "The Omni King of whom you speak is unknown to me. Since my birth, my father designated me as the ruler of this realm, overseeing these 12 universes." Upon hearing the Omni King's words, Moro furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "Could it be that the source of mutation mentioned by the Supreme God is not this Vegeta, but rather you, Omni King?" At that moment, another voice resonated within everyone's hearts, proclaiming, "The source of mutation spoken of by your Supreme God is I." Suddenly, a figure reappeared beside them, radiating a dazzling white light. The brilliance was so intense that Vegeta had to shut his eyes tightly to avoid being blinded. After approximately 10 seconds, he felt the external light soften significantly and gradually opened his eyes. The figure enveloped in white light became increasingly discernible as the luminescence dissipated. The Omni King joyfully rushed to the figure's side, exclaiming, "Father, you have finally come to see me." "Father? The Omni King has a father?" Everyone present was taken aback. The Grand Minister respectfully bowed to the towering figure, addressing him as Father God. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, Beerus, Whis, and Merus promptly bowed in reverence, calling out, "Father God." As the white light finally faded, Vegeta gazed at the familiar visage before him, gasping in astonishment. Pink Fan. Pink Fan turned to meet the gaze of this simultaneously familiar yet strange face, smiling as he said, "Grandson Chushu, it has been a long time. Are you satisfied with my arrangements? You mean all of my current experiences were orchestrated by you?" Vegeta, "No," Chushu exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course. What did you think? You could traverse into the Dragon Ball world, become Vegeta, and possess a martial arts system without my influence?" Pink Fan replied, boasting with calm satisfaction. "That incompetent system was crafted by you. It's utterly ridiculous," Chushu complained. Feeling somewhat awkward, Pink Fan responded, "Time was too tight. I had no choice but to hastily create something. Besides, I am not a programmer. What should I do if the system has bugs? Such things are best kept simple." Just as Chushu was preparing to continue his idle chatter with Pink Fan, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Hey, you two, are you done? Have you considered my feelings? You are merely a minor deity in a small world. What is there to be smug about? Watch as I obliterate you and seize the essence of your world." With a thunderous roar, Moro charged towards the ordinary. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, he realized the source of the world's primordial power resided within this individual, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. It was only then that the ordinary, recalling the inappropriateness of idle chatter in such a moment, addressed son Zichu. "Zichu, Please grant me a moment to dispatch this interloper. With that declaration, he raised his hand, summoning 5 ebony chains from the void, which ensnared Moro's limbs and head with unyielding force. Approaching Moro, he gazed upon the grotesque visage before him and spoke. We are, in a sense, fellow countrymen. I have no desire to deliver a fatal blow. However, your utter lack of respect leaves me no choice but to execute you myself. Upon finishing his words, he waved his hand, and the chains tightened, pulling Moro apart in a gruesome display. In response to his dire predicament, Moro bellowed defiantly, "You cannot kill me. You are merely a pretender to divinity. I worship the one true God." Alas, no sooner had he uttered those words than the chains exerted their might, and the once boastful Moro was severed into 5 pieces. "Humph, such noise," the ordinary scoffed, just as the onlookers believed the matter concluded. A swirling black mist enveloped the spot where Moro had perished, from which a humanoid figure emerged. His visage was obscured by the mist, and a voice echoed intermittently within the minds of the spectators. "You cannot extinguish my existence. However, I am intrigued that you managed to eliminate one of my avatars. I shall return to this world, and it will be my true form that arrives. At that time, I will enact a blood sacrifice upon your entire realm." With those ominous words spoken, the black mist gradually dissipated, leaving behind a solitary black watch upon the ground. Vegeta approached and picked up the watch. The moment his hand made contact, the watch instantly adorned his wrist, accompanied by a voice resonating in his mind. "Welcome to the realm of the supreme deity. Do you wish to return to the supreme space immediately?" Sun Zichu, taken aback by the voice, turned to Pink Fan, who nodded in affirmation. Taking a slow breath, Sun Zichu softly replied, "Yes." Synopsis. Transmigrating into the Dragon Ball universe as his favorite character, Vegeta, he prepared to train vigorously and dominate his surroundings. However, he awakened a system inspired by Jin Yong's martial arts. The system revealed that it was crafted by a great deity. Dissatisfied with the lack of martial knowledge in the Dragon Ball realm, which merely revolved around physical combat, it sought the protagonist to disseminate the profound knowledge of Chinese martial arts within the Dragon Ball universe, ultimately aspiring to become the god of martial arts in that world.